Under the scorching sun above Jianghai City's No. 3 high school, more than 2,000 teachers and students stood rigidly on the sports field. Every gaze was fixed upon the obsidian platform at the very center of the grounds, the awakening altar. In this world where spiritual energy had revived 3 centuries ago, this very moment marked the watershed when demonic lairs descended and ferocious beasts rampaged. Humanity could only awaken their innate gifts and become warriors in order to retain a shred of dignity in this cruel era. To the students of Grade 3 Class 2, today felt like the day their sentences were to be pronounced. Next, Zhao, the mentor overseeing the awakening ceremony, shouted, and a broad-shouldered boy strode out of the ranks. As Zhao Tianba passed the front row, he deliberately slammed his shoulder hard into the delicate-looking young man standing at the very front. The young man's figure swayed slightly, yet he ignored him completely. With a cold snort, Zhao Tianba stepped onto the awakening altar and pressed his palm against the awakening stone. A low hum resonated as the awakening stone shuddered. Its originally deep black surface suddenly erupted with scorching waves of heat. Crimson radiance surged skyward, condensing above into the vague yet majestic phantom of a flaming lion. This is an anomaly. The principal seated on the rostrum shot to his feet, flames forming a shape. This is a high-level elemental talent. When the light finally faded, the mentor stared at the testing device in his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. Zhao Tianba, awakening successful. Talent rating Grade A. Talent designation Explosive Flame. A collective uproar swept across the field. A grade talent. In all of Jianghai No. 3 high, even a single grade talent in previous years was enough to warrant banners and celebration. A grade talents were rarities among rarities. Around him, classmates stared with feverish eyes, envy and jealousy tangled together. Yet Zhao Tianba did not hurry to step down. Instead, he turned, looking down from on high at the refined young man in the ranks, raised his thumb, then slowly flipped it downward. Mockery, bare-faced mockery. Next, Lin Yuan. The mentor's voice rang out again, this time tinged with a few degrees of anticipation. At that name, the originally noisy field fell noticeably silent. Lin Yuan, the legendary figure of Jianghai No. 3 high. Though born into poverty, his grades in martial theory had not once slipped from first place in the entire school over the past 3 years. He was hailed as the civilian school heartthrob, the beacon of hope for countless students from humble backgrounds. He has to awaken a good talent. Lin Yuan is the pride of us ordinary class students. With perfect scores in theory, his awakened talent definitely won't be bad. I heard soul strength is proportional to theoretical comprehension. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and stepped onto the high platform. In that instant, he felt a gaze from within the crowd. That of Su Yuro, the school beauty who had maintained a subtle, ambiguous bond with him over the past 3 years. Whether I can change my destiny depends on this single bet. His palm touched the icy surface of the stone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As everyone began to suspect that the awakening stone had broken, a faint white glow so weak it was almost negligible flickered to life at the base of the stone. No anomaly. No heat wave. The mentor froze, slapped the device several times, and only after confirming there was no malfunction did he finally announce, Lin Yuan, awakening successful. Talent rating. Grade F. Talent designation Dim Light Vision. Grade F. Recognized throughout the martial world as the realm of utter trash. Dim light vision was trash among trash, commonly called night eyes. Its sole function was to let its bearer see clearly in darkness, roughly equivalent to carrying a low-powered infrared night vision device. Aside from saving a bit of electricity, it offered no combat enhancement whatsoever. A deathly silence draped itself over the field until someone finally broke into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying here. Night eyes. This is the so-called theory genius. Told you theory's worth shit. This is just fate. What a waste of my feelings. I actually thought he'd awaken in grade, and it turns out he's in grade human flashlight. Standing on the platform, Lin Yuan instinctively turned to look for his homeroom, teacher Wang Gang. The teacher who had just pinned his hopes on him now wore a face utterly devoid of its earlier smile. Get down. Don't block the ones behind you. Time is tight. Passing the girls' formation, Lin Yuan subconsciously searched for that familiar silhouette. Su Yuro stood amid the crowd, yet from start to finish, she did not lift her head to look at him even once. Well, if it isn't our star student Lin the genius. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave the field, a bulky figure stepped into his path. Grade dim light vision. Oh, that's so practical. Lin Yuan, my family's mine out in the western suburbs, just happens to be short on a night watch guard. Since we're old classmates, I'll even give you double pay. How about it? After all, with those eyes of yours, you can catch thieves without a flashlight, saving money and eco-friendly. Ha ha. Lin Yuan clenched his fists so hard his knuckles whitened, yet he said nothing. In this world where strength reigned supreme, and grade like him did not even qualify to be angry. Amid a storm of jeers and ridicule, he walked alone out of the school gate. His back was desolate like that of a stray dog. Not long after, Lin Yuan pushed open a rust-stained security door and stepped into a rented room of less than 30 square meters. He had crossed into this world 18 years ago, studying theoretical knowledge and tempering his body with his very life, all for this single day. And the outcome? Great. Dim light vision. Heaven. Since you allowed me to transmigrate, why must you drive me to despair? He glared at the attribute panel that only he could see: talent, dim light vision, grade F. Description: a paltry enhancement of sight that does nothing but let you see more clearly at night. Utterly useless beyond that. Trash. Am I truly trash? At the very instant his despair peaked, boom, a cold mechanical voice detonated within his mind. Ding. Emotional fluctuation of host has surpassed the threshold. Soul resonance achieved. Highest proficiency system officially activated. System. Before he could react, the mechanical voice rang out again, bearing a dominance that seemed to look down upon the world. Ding. Host's current talent, dim light vision, is far too inferior and gravely fails to meet system binding standards. Commencing forced talent restructuring. In an instant, a searing agony tore through him, as though countless red-hot steel needles were being driven into his eyes all at once. Within mere seconds, an unprecedented clarity flooded his vision. You have obtained an SS-grade conceptual talent, God's Insight. Tentatively, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. When his gaze landed on the book, Basic Fist Techniques, lying on the table, lines of golden data streams cascaded before his eyes like a waterfall. Target: Basic Fist Techniques, Incomplete Edition. Parsing in progress. Parsing complete. Flaws detected 36. Congratulations, host. You have instantly comprehended Basic Fist Techniques to the return to simplicity, realm max level. Lin Yuan stood there dumbfounded, feeling the sudden influx of insights flooding his mind, as if he had studied this art for hundreds of years. Almost unconsciously, he swung a fist toward the empty air. Bang! The force of his punch whipped the air, setting the curtains 3 meters away, billowing furiously. Lin Yuan drew back his fist, the corners of his lips slowly lifting until they formed a near-maniacal smile. Great. Night eyes. Zhao Tianba Su Yuro. And all those who laughed at me. In Lin Yuan's eyes a razor-sharp brilliance flickered, the divine radiance of an SS-grade talent. Are you ready to welcome the return of a true genius? Lin Yuan sat down before the wooden desk, his gaze locking onto a thin book wedged beneath one of its legs. Its cover was caked with dust and grease, yet beneath the grime faintly gleamed several gold-stamped characters, the 9th set of Basic Body Forging Technique. The contents were crude and simplistic, containing only the first 3 levels of incantations, meant merely to strengthen the body and preserve health, its upper limit pathetically low. At Zhanghai No. 3 high school, most students from slightly better-off families had long since switched to their clan's inherited techniques or high-grade cultivation methods purchased with money. The sole destiny of this book was usually to serve as a table prop or a lid for instant noodles. God's Insight: Analyze All Things. Lin Yuan bent down and pulled the book out, his fingertips gently brushing away the dust. Let's use you to test the waters. As his gaze focused upon the pages, a crisp chime rang out within his mind. Ding. Low-tier cultivation method detected. The 9th set of Basic Body Forging Technique, incomplete. Commence analysis. Yes. In that instant, it was as though a golden storm unfurled in the depths of Lin Yuan's pupils. Time in the physical world seemed to slow, while within his spiritual sea the previously dull, lifeless characters shattered in an instant, transforming into countless golden runes that filled the heavens, whirling in a frenzied dance. Immediately after that soul-shaking spectacle reappeared tens of millions of radiant golden Lin Yuan phantoms manifested out of nothing. The first tiny figure sat cross-legged in meditation, inhaling and exhaling as white mist coiled like dragons around him. The 100th miniature figure was twisting its limbs at uncanny angles, stretching tendons and bones. The 10th figure was entirely scarlet, as though cast into a blazing furnace, tempering flesh and blood within searing flames. The Basic Body Forging Technique, which originally possessed only 3 levels, was madly completed, extended, and sublimated under the terrifying computational might of the system. 4th level, 10th level, 30th level. Lin Yuan felt his mind swell to the point of splitting, and at the same time the fruits of cultivation of countless tiny figures tore through the boundaries of time and space, crazily superimposing upon his true body. Ding. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host. Basic Body Forging Technique has reached the state of perfection. Due to the original method being excessively inferior, the system has automatically deduced an advanced version. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Tier Foundation Establishment Method. Longxiang Jinyujin, first stage. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Hell. Before Lin Yuan could even process what that domineering name implied, an overbearing surge of heat erupted from his dantian, like a breached magma reservoir, violently scouring through his limbs and bones. Pain. Pain that bored into the very marrow of his bones. It felt as though countless tiny hammers were shattering his skeleton, only to reassemble it piece by piece. Crackling detonations rang out one after another. Explosive booms reverberated ceaselessly through the room like rolling thunder. No one knew how long had passed before that tearing agony finally ebbed away, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and clarity. Climbing up from the floor, Lin Yuan was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench. Lowering his head, he saw his skin coated in a layer of black, greasy filth, Impurities and toxins accumulated within his body for many years forcibly expelled by the domineering inner force of Longxiang Jinyujin, washing the muscles, cleansing the marrow. So this is power. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the thermos cup on the desk. He reached out and gently wrapped his hand around it, not exerting much strength as he stirred the newly born surge of qi and blood within his body. A piercing screech of twisting metal sounded. Under Lin Yuan's astonished gaze, the supposedly sturdy stainless steel cup was effortlessly crushed flat in his hand, finally kneaded into a crumpled ball of scrap iron. With this grip strength, I'm at least on par with a martial artist who has awakened a strength-type talent, aren't I? Lin Yuan casually tossed the iron ball into the trash bin, his mind stirring as he summoned his attribute panel. Host Lin Yuan. Talent God's Insight SS Grade. Cultivation Method Longxiang Jinyujin. First Stage Initial Comprehension. Martial Skill Basic Fist Technique Max Level Return to Simplicity. Qi and Blood Value 5.0. Note ordinary adults sit at 1 and the standard for a quasi-martial artist is 2. Combat evaluation. Your body has already surpassed the limits of mortals. With one hand you could effortlessly thrash 10 of your former selves from 10 minutes ago. 5.0. The average Qi and blood value for third-year high school students hovered between 0.8 and 1.2. Even those wealthy heirs who had soaked in medicinal baths since childhood would be considered outstanding if they reached 1.5 at this stage. Reaching 2.0 meant one had the qualifications to challenge the title of quasi-martial artist. Yet he, in the span of a single night, had reached 5.0. 5.0. Grade talent. Trash. The next morning, at Jianghai No. 3 High School, Lin Yuan shouldered his backpack and stepped into the classroom of Grade 3 Class 2. The moment he entered the originally noisy classroom, quieted by several degrees. Many gazes drifted toward him, some openly, some furtively. Lin Yuan's expression remained tranquil as he walked straight toward the back row by the window, yet, when he arrived, his steps halted. The space was empty, his desk had vanished. Beside the trash bin in the corner of the classroom lay a mess of scattered books and test papers. Yo, if it isn't our grade piece of garbage, Lin Yuan. Turning his head, Lin Yuan saw 2 male students perched atop the teacher's desk, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their faces steeped in delinquent arrogance. The one speaking was Lu Chang, Zhao Tianba's #1 lackey, who habitually bullied other classmates by relying on his burly physique. Sorry about that, Lin, the great top student, Lu Chang drawled. Brother Tianba said the spot by the window has good feng shui. He wants to use it to store miscellaneous stuff. Anyway, you awaken Night-Eye, pretty much destined to be a scavenger. Sitting next to the trash can fit you perfectly. In the front row, Su Yuro bit her lip, knuckles whitening around her pen, as she shot Lin Yuan a complex look, as though wanting to speak up, but in the end she lowered her head and chose silence. Lin Yuan's expression did not ripple in the slightest. He simply turned and walked toward the podium. 1 step, 2 steps. As Lin Yuan drew nearer, a sudden, inexplicable pang of unease stabbed through Lu Chang's heart. Damn it. I'm talking to you. Playing mute now? Hurry up and pick up those books and get lost. Lin Yuan still did not stop. The distance between them had shrunk to less than a meter. You're really asking for it. A vicious glint flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. Banking on a qi and blood value close to 1.2 in his sturdy frame, he swung his fist straight toward Lin Yuan's face. The punch roared through the air, clearly thrown with full strength. If it landed, Lin Yuan's nose would snap without question. Some timid girls already had their eyes covered. Yet in Lin Yuan's eyes, far too slow. God's Insight passively activated. Left ribs exposed, unstable lower stance, misaligned force trajectory, flaws 18 in total. Lin Yuan did not even bother to dodge. He merely tilted his head slightly, letting the fist graze past his ear, then raised his right hand. It was a simple, unadorned slap, but that slap carried the eruption of 5.0 qi and blood swift as lightning. Smack! A bone-cracking sound that made scalps tingle. Lu Chang, weighing over 150 genes, spun through the air like a top, rotating twice at extreme speed before crashing into the blackboard behind him. The blackboard instantly spiderwebbed with cracks as chalk dust rained down. Half of Lu Chang's face swelled into a pig's head in an instant, blood spurting from his mouth along with 2 broken teeth as he rolled his eyes back and fainted on the spot. 1 slap. Instant defeat. This was supposed to be grade talent. Lin Yuan's gaze remained serene, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Bring my desk back. And another thing, good dogs don't block the way. Understood. At that moment the classroom door was violently pushed open. Who dares to touch my people? With a furious roar, Zhao Tianba barged in. When he saw Lu Chang lying unconscious, his face instantly twisted, and it seemed as if flames would erupt from his eyes. However, he did not act immediately. As a second-generation rich kid, he was arrogant, but not foolish. Although Lu Chang was just a lackey, he was still a strong man with a blood value of 1.2. How could he be knocked out with a single slap by Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan, impressive. You've been hiding quite well. A sudden burst of strength from a waist with grade talent is quite astonishing. Did you consume forbidden drugs, or have you awakened some longevity-consuming dark arts? He did not believe that Lin Yuan could achieve this through strength in just 1 day with grade talent. it was utterly impossible to change one's fate. What does it have to do with you? You. Just as Zhao Tianba was about to explode, a reprimand came from the doorway. What is going on here? Have you all gone insane? The homeroom teacher Wang Gang walked in. Upon seeing the blood on the floor, his face changed drastically, and without asking for reasons, he launched into a furious scolding. Lin Yuan. What madness is this? You awaken waste talent, and then resort to violence against your classmates. In Wang Gang's eyes, Zhao Tianba with a grade talent was destined for greatness, while Lin Yuan with grade talent was already a discarded piece. Zhao Tianba had someone take my seat, threw my book in the trash, and struck first. I was merely defending myself. What, Wang teacher, are you blind, or has your brain been squished by the door? You dare to insult a teacher? I'm just stating the facts. As a teacher, you can't distinguish right from wrong, pandering to the powerful while oppressing the weak. Wang teacher, if you don't need your eyes, you could donate them to someone in need. Rebellious. You're expelled. Teacher, don't be hasty. He squinted, sizing up Lin Yuan from head to toe. Expelled? That would be too merciful for him. This class happens to be a martial arts assessment class. Lin Yuan, let's see if you are a mule or a horse. Let's take you out for a walk. Do you dare to go to the martial arts hall and compare punching strength? How do you want to compare? Zhao Tianba raised 3 fingers. Simple, whoever has the lower punch strength will have to crawl 3 laps on the playground while barking like a dog. Do you dare? Lin Yuan remained expressionless. Sure. In less than 10 minutes, the news of grade waste Lin Yuan challenging a grade genius, Zhao Tianba, spread throughout the entire Zhanghai 3rd Middle School. The martial arts hall was packed with people, not only from class 2 of the 3rd year, but even top students from several neighboring key classes came to watch. A massive punch strength testing machine stood in the center of the venue. Make way, make way. Young Master Zhao has arrived. The crowd parted to make a path, and Zhao Tianba, clad in a fiery red training outfit, strode confidently to the testing machine. Huh. With a violent shout, Zhao Tianba's muscles tensed, and his grade talent erupted with flames in it. To everyone's astonishment, a visible crimson flame ignited on his right fist, and the surrounding air was instantly distorted by the intense heat. With a burst of momentum from his running start, this fiery, heavy punch struck the testing target like a cannonball. Boom. The numbers on the display screen jumped wildly before finally stabilizing at 985 kilograms. Wow. Holy SHD. 985 kilograms. Just a bit shy of a ton. The threshold for a qualified martial artist is 1,000 kilograms, and Zhao Tianba, just awakened a day ago. Is this the terror of a grade talent? So strong. If that punch landed on someone, they wouldn't just be dead, they'd be crippled. Su Yiru looked at the astonishing number, her eyes filled with admiration and relief. She was grateful that she decisively cut ties with Lin Yuan yesterday, otherwise how could she possibly stand on Zhao Tianba's side now? Wang Gang was even more excited, his face flushed. Good. Great job. Tianba, this punch showcased our Class 2's prestige. I said some people are just too self-important. Lin, it's your turn. Zhao Tianba pointed to the soft mat on the ground. If you're scared now, you can crawl 3 laps right here. I'm a generous person, so I can spare you the barking like a dog. Lin Yuan ignored the mockery, casually inserting his hands into the pockets of his school uniform. He walked up to the massive testing machine. Compared to Zhao Tianba's imposing manner just now, Lin Yuan seemed exceedingly ordinary. What is he doing? Taking a stroll. Laughter erupted all around. Lin Yuan stood in front of the testing target and casually lifted his right hand. Then he swung it out. The action was simple, direct, and utterly devoid of any aesthetic appeal. However, at the moment he made contact with the target's center, the dragon elephant suppression technique within him suddenly surged, and the originally tranquil 5-0 blood essence completed 1,000 compressions and eruptions in an instant. Millions of tiny consciousnesses in his mind simultaneously struck out. Boom. A sound of indescribable horror erupted in the martial arts hall. Immediately after, everyone witnessed a scene they would remember for a lifetime. The machine, capable of withstanding 5,000 kilograms, unexpectedly shifted back by half a meter. The heavy testing target, under what appeared to be a light punch, actually dented inwards, leaving a perfectly clear fist. Beep, beep, beep. The red numbers on the display screen began to jump wildly, the speed so fast that it created afterimages. 1000, 1500, 2000, finally accompanied by black smoke billowing from the machine's rear, cover the screen flickered wildly, a few times 2,450 kilograms, then the screen went black, completely out of order. The students who had been loudly mocking just moments ago were now gaping, their mouths wide enough to fit a fist, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Homeroom teacher Wang Gang dropped his thermos with a loud crash, while Su Yiru covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. The cruel smirk on Zhao Tianba's face had not even had a chance to retract before it was completely frozen in place. He stared at the smoking machine, his mind buzzing with only one thought: did the machine break? But the dented alloy target and the broken base screws were all telling one fact. This was pure violent crush. 2,450 kilograms. This was more than double his 985 kilograms. And looking at Lin Yuan, he didn't even break a sweat, it was clearly just a casual strike. In the midst of a dead silence, Lin Yuan slowly retracted his right hand. He didn't even glance back at the number before striding over to Zhao Tianba. Remember to crawl 3 laps on the playground. If you miss a lap, I'll break one of your legs. After saying this, he ignored the terrified gazes around him and walked straight towards the martial arts hall's exit with his hands in his pockets. The crowd parted like a tide, creating a wide path, with everyone lowering their heads, not daring to make eye contact with him, until Lin Yuan's figure was about to disappear at the door. In a corner of the second floor of the martial arts hall, a mysterious man in a black trench coat put down the telescope he was holding. Grade talent, 2.5 tons of punch strength, and not using an ounce of spiritual power. Interesting, this little guy is hiding quite deep. The silence within the martial arts hall persisted for over 10 seconds. It was only when the testing machine emitted black smoke that triggered the smoke alarm. Piercing sirens jolted everyone from their stupor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The machine is broken. It must be a malfunction. Look at that screen, it's all garbled. The data for this punch is definitely erroneous. How could a worthless grade like him possibly hit 2,450 kilograms? That's more than double my score. It's utterly ridiculous. Exactly. Zhao Xiao is right. Class director Wang Gang seemed to seize the last glimmer of hope, hurriedly jumping out of his shock, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and loudly agreeing. Everyone knows that the sensors on the testing machine can occasionally short-circuit, leading to value overflow. Lin Yuan, you excel in theoretical classes, so you must know how to exploit this loophole. You actually used a machine malfunction to deceive your classmates and humiliate Zhao Xiao. Your morals are utterly despicable. Wang Gang became more convinced of his righteousness, pointing a finger at Lin Yuan, scolding. This test result is invalid. Lin Yuan, you must apologize to Zhao Xiao immediately, or else. Shut up. Lin Yuan coldly spat out 2 words, interrupting Wang Gang's incessant chatter. He turned and walked towards the equipment rack in the corner of the martial arts hall. Amidst a sea of puzzled gazes, Lin Yuan pulled out a solid steel rod from the rack used for practicing weighted squats. This rod was as thick as a wrist and weighed 30 kilograms, incredibly hard. Lin Yuan held the steel rod in one hand and slowly approached Zhao Tianba and Wang Gang. You say that machines can break down, that circuits can short-circuit? Lin Yuan gripped both ends of the steel rod with his hands, simply activating the muscle power in his arms. Creak. Under Zhao Tianba's terrified gaze, that thick solid steel rod in Lin Yuan's hand twisted and bent as if it were a piece of noodle. 1 twist, 2 twists. In just 3 short seconds, the straight steel rod was mercilessly twisted into a spiral. Clang. Lin Yuan casually tossed the twisted steel rod down at Zhao Tianba's feet, shattering the floor tiles and crushing everyone's doubts. What about this? Was it also a short circuit? Wang Gang stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Zhao Tianba was so frightened, he took 2 steps back, his legs giving way beneath him, twisting a steel rod with bare hands. What kind of monstrous strength is this? If he were to twist it around his own neck. He couldn't bear to think further, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was not loud, yet seemed to follow some strange rhythm, each clap echoing against the heartbeat of the crowd, inducing an inexplicable sense of oppression. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw a man in a long black trench coat, his stature like an iron tower, slowly descending. He wore sunglasses, and the oppressive aura of someone accustomed to power rendered the previously noisy martial arts hall utterly silent. Upon seeing this man, Wang Gang, who had been trembling, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Qin. Captain Qin, the captain of the special operations team at the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Administration. Qin, who? This was a true big shot in Zhanghai City, wielding the life and death power over the evaluations and rankings of martial artists in the entire city. Qin, who ignored Wang Gang's sycophancy and walked straight to the broken testing machine quickly operating on the screen to pull up the back-end data. The machine is indeed broken, Qin, who said flatly. Hope ignited in Zhao Tianba and Wang Gang's eyes. But Qin Hu's next words plunged them into despair. It was broken by an overwhelming force beyond its limits. The crowd was in an uproar with the endorsement of the martial arts team leader. Who would dare question it? Qin, who then shifted his gaze coldly to Wang Gang. Are you the class director? Wang Gang trembled and nodded. Yes, yes, Captain Qin. As a teacher, you are blind, ignorant, and sycophantic. You not only fail to protect a genius student, but also conspire with others to suppress and slander him. Someone like you is fit to be a teacher. Captain Qin, Wang Gang tried to argue. Shut up. Qin, who waved his hand. I will notify the Education Bureau and the Martial Arts Administration to revoke your teaching credentials and issue a notice throughout the industry. Starting tomorrow, you need not come anymore. After dealing with Wang Gang, Qin, who turned his attention to Zhao Tianba. At this moment, Zhao Tianba was utterly terrified. His proud family background was insignificant before Qin, who. Young man, to accept defeat is a basic quality of a martial artist. Zhao Tianba trembled all over, looking around for help, but his usual sycophants were all lowering their heads, afraid of being implicated. He glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan still wore a calm demeanor, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. I crawl. Zhao Tianba gritted his teeth and in front of everyone humiliatingly knelt down. 10 minutes later at the edge of a small grove outside the martial arts hall. Qin who offered Lin Yuan a cigarette, but Lin Yuan waved his hand to refuse. You have personality, oh I like that. Qin who lit one himself taking a deep puff and looking at Lin Yuan with a playful gaze. Grade dim vision. Kid, fabricating documents is illegal. But given how perfect your explosive technique is, I'll consider you a naturally gifted variant with immense strength. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. It was clear that Qin who had misunderstood something, but this was the cover he needed. Captain Qin, your insight is remarkable. I just have a bit more strength than others, and I had a moment of stimulation during my awakening which opened my mind. No need to explain to me, oh everyone has their secrets. Saying this, Qin who pulled out a golden card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. This is a genius pre-qualification card from the Martial Arts Administration. Inside is 50,000 alliance coins, a welcome gift for you, as well as a scholarship. 50,000. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. In this world, 50,000 is enough for an ordinary family's expenses for 2 years, and it's even enough to pay for his sister, Xiao Ya's next surgery. He didn't hesitate reaching for the card. Thanks, what do you need me to do? Lin Yuan didn't believe in free lunches. In half a month, there will be a practical assessment for third-year students in Zhanghai City. Qin who leaned closer to Lin Yuan, his voice low. I have only one requirement, take first place in the assessment. I want to show those stubborn old fogies above what a true genius is. Can you do it? Lin Yuan tucked the card away and raised the corners of his mouth slightly in response to Qin Hu's gaze. First place. Isn't that just a matter of having hands? The setting sun painted the campus in a blood-red hue as Lin Yuan walked out of the school gate alone, clutching that heavy card. This time no one dared to obstruct his path. Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan was about to exit the school gate, a timid voice rang out. Lin Yuan did not stop. Suyuru bit her lip and quickly caught up, blocking his way. She looked at this suddenly unfamiliar, yet dazzling young man, her heart filled with regret. Lin Yuan, yesterday I was wrong. I was momentarily confused, deceived by Zhao Tianba. Suyuru displayed her signature pitiful expression, reaching out to tug at Lin Yuan's sleeve. Actually, I've always had feelings for you. Can we go back to the way things were? How about dinner tonight? In her eyes, Lin Yuan had once liked her so much, if she just made a soft plea, he would surely change his mind. Lin Yuan halted, gazing at the girl who had once stirred his heart. At this moment, under his divine insight, every micro-expression on Suyuru's face was laid bare, calculating unwillingness and hypocritical flattery. Step aside. Lin Yuan, you. Suyuru was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. How can you treat me this way? Are all our feelings just a lie? Feelings? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. He walked away without looking back into the afterglow of the setting sun, leaving behind a single phrase that floated away in the wind. You are blocking my view of the scenery. Suyuru stood frozen in place, watching the resolute figure disappear, finally understanding that some people once missed are gone forever. At the Central Hospital of Zhanghai City, in the intensive care unit. This is the quietest and most expensive place in the entire hospital. Lin Yuan gazed tenderly at the girl lying on the bed through the thick sterile glass. Lin Xiaoya lay quietly there, her body filled with various tubes. Due to prolonged dialysis and the depletion of her spiritual energy, her skin appeared a sickly translucent white, and her once jet black hair had turned quite dull. As if sensing her brother's gaze, her brows slightly relaxed in her dreams. Is this the person you wish to protect? A cold voice sounded from behind. Lin Yuan turned around to see a middle-aged head nurse in a nurse's uniform. She held an electronic bill, looking at Lin Yuan with a complex expression. Lin Yuan, I know you just received a scholarship, and that 50,000 has already been deposited, but it's merely a drop in the bucket. The rate of atrophy of Xiaoya's spiritual energy circuits is accelerating. Ordinary dialysis is no longer effective. We must use the imported gene stabilizer now. 3 to keep her alive. That one injection costs 30,000, and it needs to be administered at least every 3 days. 50,000 is only enough to cover this week's expenses. The head nurse paused, her tone growing heavy. If a curative operation is to be performed to repair the spiritual energy circuits, it will require at least 300,000. And it needs to be done quickly. Her body can't hold out much longer. 300,000. If it were the old Lin Yuan, he might have felt despair at this astronomical figure, but now all that reflected in his eyes was calm calculation. I understand, Aunt Zhang. Lin Yuan's voice was steady. The medication cannot be interrupted. I will find a way for the money. I will cover the subsequent expenses by next week at the latest. The head nurse opened her mouth, wanting to advise him against doing anything foolish, but upon seeing the deep, unfathomable gaze of the young man, she inexplicably swallowed her words. Take care of yourself. Once outside the hospital, the sky had already darkened. Poor in culture, rich in martial arts, the ancients truly did not deceive me. Lin Yuan felt the few $1,000s left in his pocket, pondering the various ways to make money in this era of spiritual energy resurgence. However, without a background or resources, the quickest and most profitable way to earn money was only one: hunting ferocious beasts outside the city and selling their materials. A core from a low-level ferocious beast could sell for several thousand, and a complete beast hide could fetch over 10,000. No money? Then go hunt. the old goods trading market in the southern district of Shanghai City. This is the intersection of slums and the world of martial artists, filled with vendors reselling second-hand equipment, scammers selling unknown herbs, and various dubious black market goods. Lin Yuan, wearing a hood, skillfully navigated through the noisy crowd, eventually stopping in front of a corner blacksmith shop. The shop was shabby, with a sign hanging precariously that read, "Old Wang's Weapons Shop." "Boss, I want to buy a knife." The bald old man, currently polishing parts, glanced at Lin Yuan and pointed to a pile of scrap in the corner. "Good items are in the counter. If you can't afford them, go dig through that pile. They are sold by weight." Lin Yuan was not angry. He squatted down in that pile of dusty, rusty scrap and activated God's Insight. Data streams began to flood his vision. A broken iron sword, worthless scrap iron. A broken spear, internal structure has collapsed. A rusty alloy battle knife, once crafted from a grade alloy, although severely corroded on the surface, and the blade has flaws. The core structure is intact. If specially polished, it could still be used. This one will do. Lin Yuan reached into the scrap pile and pulled out a heavy, big knife. The blade was about a meter long, thick at the back and thin at the edge, but it was covered in reddish-brown rust, looking as if it had just been dug out of the ground. He also spent $200 at a nearby old bookstall to buy a wrinkled copy of Swift Wind Steps. This was the most common movement technique, emphasizing running fast, a preferred choice for low-level martial artists to save their lives. "That will be $1,200 in total." The bald old man looked at the rusty knife and frowned. "Young man, this knife is rusted like this. It's difficult even to cut vegetables. If you encounter a hard-skinned beast, it probably can't even defend against it." Heeding the uncle's advice, Lin Yuan replied, "Thanks, but this knife feels fated to me." Back in his rental room, Lin Yuan locked the doors and windows, placing the rusty knife across his knees. System analyzed this knife. Ding. Detected a damaged weapon, a grade alloy battle knife, rusted version. Analyzing. Analysis failed. Tip: this system cannot directly alter the material structure, cannot transform scrap metal into divine weapon, but can provide the optimal repair plan. Plan generated. It is recommended to use the vibration polishing method. Follow the patterns below to remove the rust, which can preserve the core hardness of the blade, and shape the flaws into serrated edges to increase tearing damage. A three-dimensional diagram immediately appeared before Lin Yuan, marking every point that needed polishing. He fetched a sharpening stone and sandpaper, beginning his work according to the system's instructions. An hour later, the long knife that had originally looked like scrap metal had undergone a dramatic transformation. While it still lacked a mirror-like sheen, the blade now presented a dark matte iron gray, full of texture. Most terrifying was the blade's edge, which Lin Yuan skillfully polished into fine serrations, exuding a fierce aura. With the weapon sorted out, it was time for the main event. Lin Yuan picked up the wrinkled, Swift Wind Steps. Analyze. Boom. His consciousness was once again drawn into that vast starry sky, where countless golden little figures appeared once more. This time they began to run wildly. Some danced on cliffs, others weaved through dense thickets, and some leaped on plum blossom stakes. Ding. Detected that Swift Wind Steps is too simplistic. Calculating advanced route. Incorporating rhythm of the wind, referencing light and shadow refraction principle. Calculation successful. Congratulations, host. Swift Wind Steps has mutated and evolved into grade movement technique, shadow of the instant. Proficiency, comprehensive mastery, great accomplishment. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if a green wind shadow flashed in his gaze. He stood up, and with a thought his figure vanished into thin air. No, it wasn't disappearing, it was just too fast. In a space of less than 10 square meters, Lin Yuan seemed to transform into a wisp of green smoke. He suddenly stopped in front of a full-length mirror, and a strange scene occurred. Lin Yuan's physical self stood still in front of the mirror, gazing at his reflection. Yet the reflection in the mirror was still caught in the motion of half a second ago, appearing to be in a running stance. So fast that even the light has a delay. Lin Yuan looked at his hands, a surge of immense confidence rising within him. With this movement technique, as long as he doesn't recklessly enter high-level dangerous zones, he could be said to be invincible outside the city. If he can fight, he will fight. If he can't, he will run. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Yuan changed into tight-fitting athletic wear, slinging the battle knife over his back as he stood by the window, gazing at the massive silhouette shrouded in darkness beyond the great danger zone outside the city misty forest. 300,000. Lin Yuan pulled up his hood, obscuring most of his face, leaving only a pair of shining eyes in the night. Tonight, let's hunt to our heart's content. The towering 50-meter steel walls starkly separate civilization from the wilderness. Beyond the walls lies an endless expanse of primal jungle, where the square in front of the supply station is brightly lit and bustling with noise. Countless fully armed warriors are gathering here, forming teams or selling supplies. Blazing Fire Squad needs 1 heavy shield bearer. Requirements: vitality value above 1. 5. Come and join. Buying a grade ferocious beast materials, fair prices, no deception. Lin Yuan, carrying a serrated battle knife wrapped in black cloth, dressed in cheap black athletic wear, stood out awkwardly from the surroundings. He approached a team that was recruiting temporary members. The team appeared well-equipped, and the captain was a robust man clad in alloy armor. Are you still short on people? I can act as a scout, Lin Yuan asked calmly. This was his first time leaving the city. Although he was confident in his strength, having an experienced guide familiar with the terrain would save him a lot of trouble. The burly captain scrutinized Lin Yuan from head to toe. Scout, just you. The captain scoffed, pointing to the testing stone nearby. Kid, show me your warrior badge first. Don't let me find out you're just a little milk-fed student here to throw your life away. Lin Yuan said nothing and simply flashed his identity card. Lin Yuan, student from Jianghai Sanzhong, F grade Talent Awakener. Get lost. Damn, it's so unlucky. And F grade dare to enter the misty forest. Are you trying to get the whole team killed? Go home and drink your milk. The surrounding team members laughed. Today's students really don't know their limits. Probably crazy for money, people like that are just fodder if they go in. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, retracted his identity card, and turned to leave. Being rejected was within his expectations. He hadn't held out much hope. He then walked straight to the exit checkpoint of the garrison area, signing the bright red death agreement under the staff's lifeless gaze. That foolish kid really dares to go in. I bet $100 he won't last half an hour. Half an hour? You're overestimating him. If he encounters an iron-skinned pig, he won't last 3 minutes. As soon as he stepped into this area, the temperature of the air plummeted. A faint white mist enveloped the surroundings, with visibility reduced to less than 20 meters. Lin Yuan lowered his body, stepping quietly on tree roots or solid ground. Although Shadow Step was a perfected movement technique, it consumed a significant amount of stamina, and he needed to conserve energy until he encountered danger. Suddenly, with a crack, a dry branch snapped. Lin Yuan abruptly halted, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of the knife behind him. Huff! A heavy panting filled the air, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Moments later, the bushes ahead were violently pushed aside, revealing a colossal creature in Lin Yuan's line of sight. It was a wild boar the size of a small car. But unlike a domestic pig, it was covered in a thick hide as hard as black iron, glinting with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Its 2 tusks were half a meter long, sharp as blades, with chunks of unknown flesh hanging from them. An aggrade ferocious beast, iron-skinned wild boar. This beast is renowned for its defense and charging power. Even a formal warrior with a vitality value of 2.0 would suffer broken bones if struck hidden. The iron-skinned wild boar's scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Lin Yuan. To it, this weak bipedal creature was merely a meal delivered right to its doorstep. Boom. The massive body charged towards Lin Yuan with an overwhelming sense of pressure. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. In that moment, the breath of death rushed toward him. This was Lin Yuan's first time facing such a ferocious monster in both his lives. His heart raced uncontrollably and sweat beaded on his palms. Fear is a human instinct. But in that, God's insight, full power activated. Buzz. The world went silent. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the wild boar's charge, once as fast as lightning, now seemed to be in slow motion. A torrent of data flowed before his eyes. Target: iron-skinned wild boar, adult strength 1,800 kilograms, defense extremely high, grade alloys are hard to injure, speed 18 milliseconds, weak point analysis 3 inches under the left front leg's armpit. There is a soft cartilage white spot, which is a blind spot for heart protection. Deadly strike, plan generated. Just as the sharp tusks were about to pierce Lin Yuan's chest, Lin Yuan moved. Shadow step. Whoosh. The deadly tusk grazed past the tip of his nose, even severing a few strands of hair from his forehead. But that was all. In this razor-thin moment between life and death, Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. The battle knife in his hand had somehow already been unsheathed. He simply took advantage of the moment as he dodged, flicking his wrist. The rusted, serrated long knife pierced with precision and elegance into that coin-sized white spot, weak point. Lin Yuan let go, turned, and landed. Boom. The iron-skinned wild boar, having been sent flying a few meters away, let out a piercing scream, its massive body skidding forward due to inertia for over 10 meters, crashing into a thick tree before collapsing to the ground. It twitched its limbs a few times, and a large amount of blood gushed from its armpits, staining the ground red. Seconds later, it was completely silent. One strike, and it was dead. Lin Yuan stood there, not a drop of blood on him. Ding. Killed a grade ferocious beast, iron-skinned wild boar, gained combat experience 500. Detected host has completed a perfect kill. Analyzing the knife technique. Congratulations, host. Comprehended grade life combat auxiliary skill. Butchering technique, max level. Butchering technique derived from ancient legends, using the thick to access the thin. It is both a killing technique and an art of dissection. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge about bones, muscles, and textures, as well as techniques for dissecting massive creatures with minimal force, flooded his mind. He walked beside the wild boar's corpse and pulled out the battle knife. This knife, which he had bought for just a few coins, now exuded a faint, eerie sharpness after being stained with blood. Perfect for testing my new skill. Lin Yuan's wrist flicked, and the rusty battle knife seemed to come alive in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The blade glimmered like mercury. He didn't need to hack at the wild boar's hard skull, but instead gently pried along the bone seams. In just a few seconds, a fist-sized blood-stained yellow crystal core landed in his palm. Immediately after, an intact piece of iron skin was smoothly peeled away. Crystal core worth 20,000, complete beast skin 15,000, tusks 5,000. Lin Yuan weighed the crystal core in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This one pig earned me 40,000. Indeed, this is the right path to wealth. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, hurried and chaotic footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by terrified screams. Run! Damn it, how could there be two? Captain, we can't hold them back. The heavy shield was smashed. He saw several figures running frantically toward him, and leading the charge was the captain of the Blazing Fire Squad, who had mocked him at the supply station. At this moment, the burly captain's arrogance was nowhere to be seen. A large dent had formed in his alloy armor, his face was covered in blood, and his arm hung limply, clearly broken. Behind them, two crimson-eyed, iron-skinned wild boars were madly pursuing. Help! Save me! The captain shouted in despair. In their panic, they rushed into the clearing where the battle had just concluded. Then, everyone froze. The frayed waist they had mocked, telling him to go home and drink milk, was now standing atop a mound of corpses. It was a wild boar king larger than the two chasing them. Hasn't it even been half an hour yet? The captain's mouth fell open, his legs weakened, nearly dropping to the ground. This isn't F-grade. Which deity has descended to experience life? Within 100 meters behind them, 3 pairs of eerie green ghost flames were rapidly closing in. They were bloodthirsty magic wolves. These F-Rank pinnacle pack beasts were 10 times more terrifying than the 2 heavy iron-skinned wild boars from before. They were cunning, cruel, and as swift as phantoms. Lin Yuan, run! Don't mind him, Lu Gang shouted. That's an F-Rank waste. It'll let him serve as bait to distract the wolves. Now's our chance. Run to the side. In his view, Lin Yuan's appearance here was a stroke of fate, granting them a glimmer of hope. The magic wolves would be attracted by fresh blood. Although Lin Yuan would undoubtedly be torn to shreds, at least it could buy them a few minutes to escape. The others in the team hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt. The girl named Xiao Li was being supported by her companions, and as they passed Lin Yuan's side, she dared not look at the boy's back, silently whispering "I'm sorry" in her heart. However, as the 3 bloodthirsty magic wolves burst through the mist, they were indeed drawn by the scent of the Pig King's blood and Lin Yuan. They halted their pursuit and encircled Lin Yuan. It's over. Hiding behind a distant tree, Captain Lu Gang glanced back, sighing inwardly. Faced with the onslaught of 3 bloodthirsty magic wolves, even in his prime, he would meet his end, let alone an F-Rank high school student. Yet in the center of the encirclement, Lin Yuan did not even turn his head. He leisurely wiped the blade of his combat. Ding! Strong hostility detected. Target locked. Bloodthirsty magic wolves, I3. Divine Insight fully activated. Predicting trajectories. Since you've come, none of you shall leave. Awoo! With a piercing howl, the 3 magic wolves charged simultaneously. They coordinated seamlessly. One attacked the throat, another targeted the lower body, while the last blocked their escape route. Death was but a blink away. Lin Yuan moved. He merely tapped his toes lightly on the ground. S-Rank movement technique. Shun Ingmi Zone. Whoosh. No. It's impossible. Where is he? The person has vanished. Lin Yuan's figure seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was a residual image left by his astonishing speed. One magic wolf snapped its jaws ferociously, yet only bit into a void. Before it could land, a dark flash of blade light, like lightning in the night, sliced through its jaw without warning. Puff! Lin Yuan's figure had already appeared behind it. Following closely was the second wolf. Facing the wolf attacking from below, Lin Yuan did not evade, but made an illogical move. He stepped forward, directly placing his foot on the magic wolf's nose. Using the force to leap, he completed an elegant 360-degree flip in midair. The serrated combat knife plunged downward. It pierced through the gap in the back neck of this magic wolf, instantly severing its central nervous system. At that moment, Lin Yuan had just landed. The third magic wolf had already pounced in front of him, its gaping maw less than 10 centimeters from his face. Dodge. There wasn't time. But Lin Yuan had no intention of dodging. Clenching his left fist, the 5-0 vitality surged explosively, and in that critical moment, he delivered a powerful punch to the wolf's most vulnerable nose. Bang! This beast, weighing several hundred pounds, was sent flying by the punch, its nasal bone shattered, tears and mucus streaming down. Goodbye, Lin Yuan whispered softly. In a flash, the blade glimmered like a full moon. A large wolf's head soared high, rolling down onto the ground covered with fallen leaves. 1, 2, 3. The 3 bloodthirsty magic wolves, all exterminated. From start to finish, it took less than 10 seconds. Lin Yuan stood among the 3 corpses, blood droplets hanging from his serrated combat knife, slowly dripping. His black tracksuit remained clean and unblemished. In the distance behind the large tree, Lu Gang and his team members stood with their mouths agape, jaws nearly unhinged. This is Lin Yuan. What just happened was a micro-level movement technique. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Killing F-Rank pinnacle magic wolves is like chopping vegetables. Is this really in F-Rank? What does that make me? A cripple. Shock. An unparalleled shock. In this deathly silence, Lin Yuan sheathed his knife. Ding. Killing bloodthirsty magic wolves, X3, gained experience 1500. Mastery of butchering technique 50. He squatted down to handle the spoils, his small knife, slicing gently, deftly peeling. The divine insight combined with the butchering technique turned the rough task of skinning into an art of dissection. Watching this scene, Liu Gang swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his spine. How many monsters would one have to kill to achieve this level of proficiency? Is this kid a hidden killing machine? After much hesitation, Liu Gang still mustered the courage to step forward with his team. The strong are respected. This is the law of the wilderness. Lin Yuan had just saved their lives, even if it was perhaps by coincidence, and they could not play dead. Brother Lin Yuan. Liu Gang rubbed his hands, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying, cautiously approaching a few steps earlier. Earlier at the supply station, it was I who failed to recognize the mountain, let my mouth run wild. Thank you for saving us just now. If you don't mind, we can help carry these wolves. He wanted to get closer and apologize since offending such a terrifying young genius who knew how he might die. However, Lin Yuan did not even lift his head. He rolled up the last wolf skin, stuffing it into the already bulging large backpack, then flung the bag over his shoulder. Then he stood up, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the group. Get out of the way. Lin Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Liu Gang's smile froze on his face, his outstretched hand awkwardly hanging in midair. Lin Yuan stepped forward, striding directly through them. As he passed by the girl named Xiaoli whom Su Yuro had mentioned, she trembled in fear, instinctively holding her breath. After taking a few steps, Lin Yuan paused. Liu Gang and the others felt a glimmer of hope, thinking he had changed, but they heard that cold figure leave behind a sentence without looking back. The scent of blood here is strong. More ferocious beasts will arrive within 5 minutes. If you don't want to die, get far away. With that, the young man's figure melted into the dark forest, leaving the team standing in the cold wind. Feeling both ashamed and fearful, their hearts were a mix of emotions. Is this what they call and frank waste? Liu Gang looked at the vanishing figure, bitterly picking up the knife on the ground, murmuring to himself, if this is waste, are not even worth being considered trash. Go. Hurry up. The others, coming back to their senses, fled in panic, as if escaping hell, rushing in the opposite direction. And in their hearts, the image of that young boy wielding a rusty knife and dancing like a specter would likely remain etched for a lifetime. The light in the depths of the misty forest grew increasingly dim. This area was already deep within a level E danger zone, surrounded by ancient trees that blocked out the sun, creating an unsettling silence. Lin Yuan crouched next to a damp rock crevice, his gaze fixated on a small purple grass, emitting a faint starlight from within the crack. Star Spirit Grass. This herb contains extremely gentle and pure spiritual energy, making it a primary ingredient in many high-grade restorative potions available on the market. For his younger sister Xiao, whose meridians were weak, directly consuming the soup, made from Star Spirit Grass, would be more effective than the expensive gene stabilizers. The black market purchase price is at least 100,000. Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened slightly. If he could secure this one, Xiao Ya's medical expenses for the next month would be settled. Hiss. Just as Lin Yuan reached out, shadows from deep within the crevice suddenly twisted. A giant python covered in blue patterns and as thick as a thigh shot out without warning. A level 1 intermediate beast, blue flower python. Its speed was incredibly fast, and it had natural camouflage. Even ordinary warriors might not notice it when standing right in front of it. At this moment, it opened its gaping maw, 2 venomous fangs glowing with a ghostly blue light, heading straight for Lin Yuan's throat. Under the effect of divine insight, the python's previously perfect disguise transformed into a striking tableau of bright red data. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm as he advanced rather than retreating. In the instant that the foul wind hit his face, his palm sliced out like a blade. Weakness locked 7 inches, the connection point of the heart valve. Ox knife technique, force application loaded, puffed. The seemingly ordinary palm strike accurately struck the blue flower python at its most vulnerable 7 inches. With a crisp snap, the python, capable of strangling tigers and leopards, let out no scream at all. Its spine shattered, instantly collapsing like mud. It thrashed a few times on the ground before going still. Lin Yuan expertly collected the Star Spirit Grass and casually dug out the snake gallbladder. By now, his large backpack was stuffed to the brim with the night's hunting spoils, roughly estimated to be worth over 200,000. It's about time to head back. Lin Yuan patted his backpack and was just about to get up. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Are today's students this impressive? Killing a blue flower python in one hit. Lin Yuan paused in his actions and slowly turned around. He saw 3 men dressed in camouflage, exuding a fierce aura, stepping out from behind the trees. They fanned out in a semicircle, subtly sealing off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. The leader was bald, with a scar stretching from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, looking particularly menacing. His aura was thick, clearly having crossed into the threshold of a formal warrior, first-year low rank. The 2 lackeys behind him, though slightly weaker, were also peak Quasa warriors, their eyes cold and harsh, clearly mercenaries who had blood on their hands. Vulture Hunter Squad. Lin Yuan squinted. In the wilderness, what was often more terrifying than ferocious beasts were the humans themselves. This group was known as wild vultures, specializing in roaming the edges of danger zones, robbing isolated newcomers, or seizing others' prey. Since you know our name, you should understand the rules. The bald leader greedily stared at Lin Yuan's bulging backpack, especially at the star spirit grass that Lin Yuan had yet to put away, his eyes almost overflowing with greed. He toyed with a dagger mockingly, saying, "Kid, you're lucky. This is star spirit grass. My brothers are a bit tight on cash lately, and it's just right for us to borrow it for some fun. Leave your bag behind, strip off your clothes, and you can scram. Otherwise, out here in the wilderness, if a student dies, hey, even the bones will be picked clean by wild dogs." Moreover, Lin Yuan knew very well that while they said you can scram, they would never leave any survivors. Because if Lin Yuan returned to report, they would also be in trouble. Killing and robbing was their norm. Lin Yuan did not panic, but instead sighed lightly. In school, if I encountered fools, I might just beat them up. But in the wilderness, when facing enemies, one can only kill them. Upon hearing this, the three men with scarred faces froze for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. "Old three, did you hear that? This little chick said he wants to kill us. Ha ha. This kid must be out of his mind from studying too much, right?" The second man on the left, a slender figure, flashed a hint of impatience in his eyes. "Boss, stop wasting words with him. The smell of that python will attract other beasts. Let's quickly finish him and take the money." As soon as he finished speaking, the second man's wrist suddenly flicked. Whoosh! A glint of cold light shot through the air like a venomous snake, heading straight for Lin Yuan's forehead. A flying dagger. This was the second man's signature move. Though lacking any profound inner strength, it was characterized by its venomous and sudden nature. Newbies who died by his flying dagger numbered at least 8 out of 10. At this critical moment, Lin Yuan's mind was engulfed in a surge of system activation. Ding! Intense killing intent detected. Detected enemy executing martial technique. Chasing soul, flying dagger, incomplete beginner. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Progressing to enhanced deduction. Integrating concepts of causality. Congratulations, host. Acquired god-level martial technique. Shaoli flying dagger, first layer, unerring aim. Shaoli flying dagger is no ordinary iron. When the knife is drawn, it surely hits, for this is causality. In that instant, the world slowed down in Lin Yuan's eyes. He slightly tilted his head, and the flying dagger grazed past his temple. Just as the blade passed by his ear, he swiftly extended 2 fingers. Clap! The twisted smile on the second man's face froze instantly. The laughter of the boss and third man also came to an abrupt halt, as if their throats were choked. They watched in horror as the dagger, which was supposed to pierce Lin Yuan's head, was now firmly clamped between his 2 fingers, not even moving an inch. Barehanded, catching a flying dagger. The second man exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Are you a second-tier warrior? Is this your dagger technique? Too slow, too airy, too soft. A knife isn't played like this. Let me teach you." An indescribable terror suddenly locked onto the second man. "Not good. Old two, dodge." The boss reacted first, shouting loudly. But it was too late. Shaoli flying dagger, unerring aim. Uffed. Old two maintained a posture as if he was about to shout, but his eyes instantly glazed over. In the center of his forehead, only a deep red blood hole remained. And that dagger had long pierced through his skull, deeply embedded in a large tree 10 meters behind him, the knife's tail still buzzing and vibrating. Thud. Old two. Old three trembled as he called out, his legs beginning to uncontrollably shake. A single strike kill? Moreover, using the flying dagger that old two was most skilled at. What the hell kind of story is this? The bald leader's face turned pale instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As a formal warrior, his sight was much better than old three's, and because he understood, he felt even more fear. Just now, that dagger. He hadn't seen clearly. This meant that if that dagger had been aimed at him, he too would have been dead. This is bad. The bald leader bit his tongue until it bled, forcing himself to calm down despite the pain. Escape. Exposing his back to a flying dagger expert is tantamount to courting death. Old three, don't be dazed. This kid is pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. The bald leader yelled angrily, drawing out a machete, adopting a desperate stance. All together. Otherwise we'll all die here. Brother 3, seal his left flank. Don't let him escape. The scar-faced leader roared, his vital energy surging like boiling water throughout his body. As a rank 1 lower-tier official martial artist, his Kiblood cultivation had long surpassed 10 units. Now unleashing his full power, the cleaver in his hand shimmered with a faint crimson aura, the nascent manifestation of Kiblood projection. Whoosh! The blade whistled through the air, heavy and devastating. This strike, named Mountain Splitter, was the lethal technique from his family's inherited Duanmen saber art, capable of cleaving granite cleanly in two. Meanwhile, the wiry brother 3 slithered like a venomous serpent to Lin Yuan's left, his short stiletto darting toward vulnerable points, ribs, knees, and other treacherous targets. Clang! Lin Yuan raised his serrated battle saber crosswise, meeting the leader's downward slash. Eden. A colossal force surged up the hilt, numbing his palms. The earth beneath his feet collapsed instantly, and he skidded backward 3 meters. So this is what an official martial artist truly is, eh? Lin Yuan's gaze hardened. Though his own Kiblood value stood at 5 units, far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, he faced overwhelming odds an opponent whose Kiblood was twice his own, seasoned in combat, and aided by a cunning, underhanded accomplice. Brat, die. Next lifetime, choose your enemies more wisely. Seeing Lin Yuan retreat, the leader snarled, pressing his advantage without mercy. His cleaver spun into a torrent of ink-black blade light, faster with each stroke, relentless as an unbroken tide, sealing off every possible avenue of evasion. Diamond Saber Art, severing all paths to survival. Lin Yuan parried desperately, appearing perilously overwhelmed, his skin slashed open in several places, beads of blood welling across his flesh. Master's might is unmatched. This kid won't last much longer. Brother 3 shrieked gleefully, his stiletto growing even more vicious. Yet they failed to notice one thing, though Lin Yuan was on the defensive, his eyes burned with an unnerving preternatural brilliance. Divine Insight, operating at maximum capacity. Analyzing target, martial technique. Target, Diamond Saber Art, yellow rank, mid-grade analysis, overwhelming in raw power, deficient in agility. Breathing interval occurs between the 3rd and 4th stroke. Weakness identified. Optimization sequence initiated. Complete. Congratulations, cultivator. You have mastered the Diamond system. Auto advancement engaged. Integrating slaughter intent. Mutation complete. Avicii Hell, triple saber art. A black rank, high-grade martial art. Avicii Hell, the realm of endless torment. 3 strikes, and gods and demons weep. Lin Yuan's previously ragged movements froze abruptly. Facing the leader's ferocious overhead cleave, he did not dodge. Your saber art is formidable. A pity, it belongs to me now. Boom. A surge of aura erupted from Lin Yuan, more savage, more brutal than the scar-faced man's own. His rust-pitted, serrated blade arced upward in a grotesquely precise counterlift. Its trajectory mirrored the Diamond Saber Art by 70%, but its speed doubled, its angle tenfold more ruthless. Clanged. Sparks exploded outward. The scar-faced leader felt a violent jolt in his wrist. The cleaver wrenched violently from his grip. Before he could react, Lin Yuan's second strike descended. Too fast. Brother 3, help me now. The leader screamed in terror, sensing death itself coiling around his throat. Brother 3 gritted his teeth and lunged forward, attempting a desperate diversion. Get lost. Lin Yuan didn't even glance his way. His feet ignited with shunning Mizong, the instant shadow mirage step. Brother 3 blinked, and the youth who'd been facing away now stood directly before him. What greeted him wasn't a blade, but a fist sheathed in 5 units of blazing Kiblood. Thud. Brother 3. The leader's eyes bulged, not just with grief, but with primal fear. He stared trembling at Lin Yuan. That's the opening stance of my family's Diamond Saber Art. No, impossible. It's stronger. Far stronger. Who are you? Which noble house do you hail from? The dead need no answers. Lin Yuan gripped his saber with both hands, his gaze as cold and unyielding as glacial ice. Avicii Hell, first strike, Azura. Slash. The air tore apart with a shrieking wail, a blade forged purely of slaughter intent. The scar-faced man raised his cleaver to block, but the weapon he'd wielded for years shattered upon contact, a jagged fissure ripping across its blade. Then, a chilling, icy sensation traced his neck. Lin Yuan's figure slipped past him, silent and seeing. The youth's rusted saber bore no scabbard. He simply slid it casually back into the leather belt loop at his waist, an effortless, fluid motion radiating detached elegance and lethal calm. Behind him, the scar-faced man remained frozen, Midgard rigid as stone. Good fast. The vulture hunter squad, annihilated. Lin Yuan's chest heaved violently. As adrenaline ebbed, a wave of nausea rose from his gut. Staring at the carnage, his hands trembled faintly. Had you spared them, you'd be lying there instead, and Xiaoyu would be dying in a hospital bed. When he opened his eyes again, all turmoil had vanished, replaced by a steely, implacable hardness. In this cannibal world, only ruthless decisiveness ensured survival. Next came the exhilarating moment, looting the fallen. Lin Yuan deftly stripped the 3 corpses of their backpacks and emptied their contents onto the ground. Whoa, how much plunder did these thugs amass? His eyes lit up at the bounty. First, cash. From the leader's inner pocket, he retrieved 2 anonymous black prepaid cards. Black market currency, password-free, payable on site. He scanned them with a portable reader. 50,000 on one, 100,000 on the other. Total 150,000. That sum alone covered Xiaoya's medicine for 5 months. From the packs, he also recovered over a dozen low-tier beast cores plus unsold medicinal herbs and raw materials. Roughly valued, they'd fetch at least 70 or 80,000. Finally, the most valuable prize. Lin Yuan's gaze settled on the leader's discarded battle saber. Though nicked in the clash, the blade was forged entirely from Class D alloy, its surface gleaming with a frigid silver-blue hue inscribed with the characters, Breaking the Wind. Item: Class D alloy battle saber, Breaking the Wind. Appraisal: standard masterpiece. Slices iron like silk, excels in spiritual energy conduction. Minor damage present, yet restoration retains significant value. Estimated worth 200,000 alliance credits. A fine blade. Lin Yuan picked up, breaking the wind, and swung it twice, its balance and responsiveness dwarfing his own rust-eaten serrated blade beyond comparison. Now it is mine. A quick tally: star spirit grass 100,000 cash 150,000, breaking the wind 200,000, miscellaneous materials 80,000. This single expedition outside the city vaulted his net worth from deficit to nearly $500,000, without even counting the saber he'd keep for himself. Moments after Lin Yuan departed, a sleek black luxury sedan glided silently through the city gates. The window lowered, revealing Zhao Tianba's sullen, brooding face. Have you traced it? The last known location of that star spirit grass, he demanded of his steward in the front passenger seat. Young master, the signal vanished in the eastern fogwood forest. Rumor has it the Vulture brothers were operating there, though we've lost all contact with them. Worthless fools. That grass determines my standing within the clan. Find it. Alive or dead, I demand the grass itself. In the heart of Zhanghai City, a bustling commercial pedestrian street unfolds. A resplendent edifice stands tall on this coveted land, its massive holographic sign projecting 3 gilded characters. Wanbao Tower. This is the largest material acquisition house in Zhanghai City, the preferred destination for warriors to dispose of stolen goods, engage in trade, and purchase equipment with a background shrouded in mystery. Under the midday sun, luxury cars congregate at the entrance of Wanbao Tower. The comings and goings are either wealthy businessmen in tailored suits or formally attired warriors clad in high-grade alloy battle armor. Lin Yuan, dressed in a black tracksuit stained with dark red blood, his hair in disarray, carried an enormous backpack that dwarfed him. His appearance was reminiscent of a scavenger who had just crawled out of a garbage heap. As he stepped into the spacious and bright hall, the cool air swept over him, dispelling the heat clinging to his body. Stop right there. Before Lin Yuan could reach the counter, a young attendant rushed over, a look of open disdain on his face as he raised a hand to block his path. Hey, you there. Student, right? Can't you see this is the VIP trading area? You're filthy. Can you afford to clean the carpet if you get it dirty? The attendant pointed to a small window in the corner of the hall marked with an F-Zone sign, where a long line of tattered hunters stood. You should queue over there for scrap disposal. F-Zone specializes in collecting rubbish like rabbit skins and scrap metal. Don't block the way for our big clients. Lin Yuan paused and gave him a faint glance. I'm in a hurry. Huh. If you're in a hurry, why not take a rocket? The attendant was amused and angered by Lin Yuan's attitude. You really don't understand me, do you? Do I need to call security to throw you out? Hurry up and go to the F-Zone, don't force me to. His words were abrupt. As Lin Yuan completely ignored him, he walked straight to the luxurious counter made of white marble. Then he unstrapped the enormous backpack from his back. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he slammed it down onto the counter. Bang! The deafening sound erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble, startling the customers engaged in transactions. The surface of the white marble counter cracked, revealing a visible fissure under the immense weight of the package. The attendant's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit a duck egg. Call your best appraiser out here. This is a big deal. Moments later, a middle-aged appraiser sauntered over at a leisurely pace. I am Lu Sanjin, the appraiser for Wanbao Tower. Young man, that's quite a commotion you made. If your items aren't worth the cost of that cracked counter, you won't be leaving today. As Lu Sanjin spoke, he carelessly unzipped the package. With a rustle, a strong stench of blood instantly permeated the air. Inside were 3 neatly stacked wolf skins, several bloodied beast cores, and a silver-blue battle knife. Being an old hand, Lu Sanjin immediately recognized the skins as belonging to an A-grade peak beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and the skinning technique was impeccable. As for the knife, a trace of subtle greed flickered in his pupils. A-grade battle knife, windbreaker. This is a fine item. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes darting, and quickly donned a regretful expression, shaking his head and sighing, alas, what a pity. Though the skins are intact, they are too fresh and unprocessed, still carrying a strong odor, making further treatment troublesome. And this knife? This grade alloy knife with damaged core patterns is basically scrap metal. The repair costs would exceed buying a new one, especially since the market is currently poor. He held up 3 fingers, feigning a look of having suffered a great loss, a flat price of 30,000. This is a generous offer considering you are a student, otherwise it would be 2,000 at most for someone else. 30,000. Among the crowd watching the spectacle, a few knowledgeable warriors frowned slightly, clearly feeling the price was far too low. The 3 wolf skins alone were worth much more, but Lu Sanjin was notorious for being unscrupulous, and as a member of Wanbao Tower, no one wanted to interfere. 30,000. Lu Master, are you underestimating my knowledge, or do you think I'm blind? Kid, you can eat your fill, but don't speak carelessly. I've been appraising treasures for 30 years and have never made a mistake. Is that so? The bloodthirsty demon wolf skins, 3 in total, with smooth abdominal cuts and undamaged backs, qualify as premium raw skins. Regular wolf skins sell for 30,000 each. Premium ones at least 50,000 to 3 would be 150,000. As for this knife, the grade alloy battle knife windbreaker produced by the Zhanghai Armory 3 years ago, even though it has a chip on the blade, it hasn't harmed the core guiding patterns. With a reforge, even as a second-hand item, it's worth at least 200,000. adding these a grade beast cores worth 80,000 at market value. With each word Lin Yuan spoke, Lu Sanjin's face turned paler. You're offering 30,000 for items valued at 430,000. Are you trying to cheat me out of 400,000? Don't you fear that money will burn your hands and shatter your teeth? The hall erupted in an uproar. Lu Sanjin was rendered speechless, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He never expected that this seemingly impoverished student was actually an expert. In a fit of anger and humiliation, he blustered, "Nonsense. This is Wanbao Tower. I say it's worth whatever I say it is. What do you know, you little brat? Someone. Security. This person is causing trouble. Throw him out and seize his items." Since he was exposed, he decided to outright rob. After all, a student with no background couldn't possibly cause any trouble, right? Clang. 7 or 8 burly men armed with electric batons quickly surrounded him. "Let's see who dares to move." Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. He gripped the windbreaker knife behind him and drew it out abruptly. Despite the chip, a suffocating aura erupted from Lin Yuan. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. "Stop." A middle-aged fat man came rolling down, the manager of Wanbao Tower, who had seen the commotion on surveillance and was nearly scared out of his wits. "Everyone stand back." Smack. This slap sent Lu Sanjin's glasses flying. "You insolent fool. How dare you speak to a customer like that?" Lu Sanjin clutched his face in confusion. "Manager, he..." "Shut up. Young brother, I apologize sincerely. My subordinate was rude and offended you. I owe you an apology." His gaze flickered with respect towards the battle knife in Lin Yuan's hand. As an informed black market manager, he knew exactly how troublesome the Vulture brothers were. Even ordinary second-tier warriors avoided them. Now this knife appeared in the hands of this young man, radiating an overwhelming aura. What did that imply? A person capable of annihilating the Vulture gang, and Lu Sanjin dared to swindle him. Was he trying to push Wanbao Tower too far? "Young brother, I will take this knife and these materials." 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa in the VIP room. The transaction was complete. He decided not to sell the star spirit grass, keeping it for his sister. The remaining materials and the knife totaled 500,000. Adding in the 150,000 cash card he obtained from looting along with the few thousand, he had left his total assets skyrocketed to 680,000 union coins. The feeling of sudden wealth is indeed delightful. "I want to buy 10 intermediate chi and blood pills." The fat manager exclaimed. 10 intermediate chi and blood pills are used by formal warriors to break through realms, and one costs 30,000. The effects are potent. An ordinary Kwasa warrior takes half a month to digest one. This young man wants 10 at once. Does he think they are candies? What's wrong? Don't you have them? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. We do. I'll get them for you right away." The fat manager didn't dare to ask further. "Additionally, I need another knife." Lin Yuan's gaze fell on a black long knife displayed in the center of the showcase. The knife was entirely black with a long blade that shimmered with a chilling gleam as if it could swallow light. A crate alloy battle knife, Black Moon, priced at 350,000. "This one will do." Lin Yuan waved his hand grandly. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan, with the brand new Black Moon battle knife slung over his shoulder and 10 bottles of valuable pills tucked under his arm, exited the door. Passers-by gazed at the spirited young man, whispering among themselves, "Which rich kid is this? I just saw him buy a crate battle knife without batting an eye." The young people nowadays are truly remarkable. Lin Yuan ignored the gossip, stroking the warm pills and star spirit grass, his eyes resolutely fixed in the direction of the hospital. "Xiaoyam coming." In the central hospital of Jianghai City, on the 8th floor of the inpatient department, Lin Yuan hurriedly clutched the invaluable star spirit herb. However, when he reached the familiar corridor of the intensive care unit, his steps suddenly stopped. The entrance of what should have been a quiet and solemn ward was now filled with noise. "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" 2 orderlies were roughly pushing a hospital bed out. On the bed lay a frail girl whose closed eyes and pale face were heartbreaking. An intravenous drip was still attached to the back of her hand, but several crucial life-monitoring devices had been forcibly removed. "Xiaoya." Beside the bed, the head nurse stood with her hands on her hips, scolding the anxious intern nurse who was on the verge of tears. "What are you crying for? This is not a charity hospital. This Lin Xiaoya's account has been overdue for 3 days. Moreover, the housekeeper of the Zhao family just called, saying that a distant relative of young master Zhao has injured his leg and specifically requested this special care room. Poor people shouldn't occupy resources. Move her to the corridor." But Xiaoya's condition is very poor. The bacteria in the corridor are numerous, and she might get infected. The intern nurse tried to intervene. "Infection? What does that have to do with me? If you don't have money, get lost. That's the rule." The head nurse waved her hand impatiently, ready to push the bed. Slap. A long and powerful hand gripped the head of the bed tightly, and the 2 male orderlies felt a surge of immense force. "Who is it? Don't you want to work anymore?" The head nurse turned around, cursing, only to see a young man standing in front of her. Bloodstains still lingered on his clothes, remnants of the blood of ferocious beasts. But that was not the point. The focus was on the boy's eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Cold, violent, filled with a murderous... The head nurse felt a chill run down her spine, as if a ferocious beast was staring at her. You are Lin Yuan. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is a hospital, don't act recklessly. Your sister's overdue fees are a fact. Overdue fees. He looked at the weak Xiaoya on the bed, the devices that had been removed, and his anger erupted like a volcano. How much? Lin Yuan asked. What? The head nurse was taken aback. I'm asking you how much for this ward. Lin Yuan raised his head, his eyes sharp as knives. This isn't just about money. The housekeeper Zhao has already reserved it. I'm asking you how much. This roar was mixed with a burst of 50 energy. One day is 2,000. Plus the overdue amount of over 10,000, it's at least 30,000. 30,000. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the black gold prepaid card he had just processed at the Wanbao building. In the next moment, Lin Yuan flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The black gold card, infused with his strength, emitted a sharp whistle, like a flying knife breaking through the air. Puff. The card flew out spinning and precisely grazed the head nurse's cheek. The sharp edge left a thin cut on her face and then embedded itself into the wooden nurse's station behind her. It penetrated deeply. My face. The head nurse cried out in agony while covering her face. This card has 200,000. Charge it. Advance payment. For the remaining amount, gather the best specialists in the hospital and clear out the best VIP room for me. Do you understand? This usually timid and poor student in school uniform, where did he get so much money? I understand. While such great power, a middle-aged man in a tang suit swaggered over, followed by 2 bodyguards. It was the housekeeper of the Zhao family. I thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be the useless kid from the Lin family. How come after picking up some money, you don't even remember your surname? This ward was reserved for my maternal uncle. How dare you try to snatch it? God's insight, dread. Boom. That step seemed to stomp on the heart of the Zhao housekeeper. You. The Zhao housekeeper's pupils constricted sharply, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. With a strange cry, his legs went weak, and he unexpectedly knelt on the ground in public. Immediately after, a foul odor wafted from his pants. He was so scared that he lost control. Get lost. The Zhao housekeeper felt as if he was granted a reprieve and scrambled into the elevator. Quick. Arrange a VIP ward. At this moment, the department head who had rushed over dared not delay upon seeing this scene. Especially upon seeing that black gold card and the aura Lin Yuan displayed, he immediately changed to a fawning smile. Half an hour later, in the VIP special care suite on the top floor. This room was spacious and bright with a serene environment, not only featuring a private bathroom and a caregiver's bed, but also a dedicated spiritual energy circulation system ensuring fresh and pleasant air. Lin Yuan sat by the bedside, carefully taking out the purple star spirit herb from his pocket. Director, please boil this into a medicinal soup. Lin Yuan handed it to the director beside him. Soon a bowl of medicinal soup emitting a faint glow was brought over. Lin Yuan propped up his sister, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. As the medicine took effect, Lin Yuan could distinctly see the healthy blush returning to Xiao Ya's originally pale face, and her weak breaths became steady and strong. Finally, Xiao Ya's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. Brother. Her voice was weak, but carried a hint of joy. Xiao Ya, you're awake. Lin Yuan grasped his sister's hand, his voice gentle, as if coaxing a child. Xiao Ya's first reaction was not to ask where they were, but rather to nervously clutch Lin Yuan's sleeve, looking him up and down. Brother, you. Where have you been? Why do you smell of blood? Are you hurt? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's nose soured. This was his sister. The first thing she worried about upon waking was him. I'm fine, I went to earn money. Lin Yuan held back his tears and ruffled her hair. In the future, we will have money and no one will dare to chase us away. Xiao Ya nodded understandingly, but her eyes still held a trace of worry. Brother, we don't seek great wealth as long as you can be safe and sound. It's all right if Xiao Ya never gets better. Silly girl. Xiao Ya, listen, the money now can only help you continue living, fit cannot cure you yet. One day, brother will become a master, even surpass a master. I will venture into the legendary forbidden zone of life to fetch the immortal medicine for you. Not only will I help you recover, but I will also awaken your talents so you can stand at the pinnacle of this world and see the most beautiful scenery. After settling his sister down to sleep, Lin Yuan left the black gold card with over 100,000 remaining balance at the nurse's station and once again intimidated the orderlies who wanted to slack off. Now that his worries were alleviated, the next step was to prepare for the practical assessment, in half a month making the final push. Zhao Tianba, Zhao family. The star spirit herb you wanted has already been used by me. If you still want to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him, 10 exquisitely crafted jade vials arranged in perfect order. Each vial contained a single crimson pill the size of a longan, medium-grade qi blood pill. This was hard currency at Wanbao Pavilion, priced at 30,000 each. Its potency so fierce it could rupture an ordinary person's blood vessels. For most aspirant martial artists, 1 pill per month was the absolute limit, and even then it had to be carefully neutralized with medicinal baths to purge residual toxins. Lin Yuan had no such luxury of time. The citywide joint examination for all high schools is in 2 weeks, the official provincial benchmark test. The Zhao family will certainly not let this pass. To hold my ground amid this maelstrom, my current strength remains insufficient. A flash of reckless resolve ignited in Lin Yuan's eyes. He seized 3 jade vials, and tilting his head back poured all 3 medium-grade chi blood pills into his mouth at once. Any outsider witnessing this would have recoiled in sheer terror. 3 pills swallowed simultaneously. Even certified martial artists dared not attempt such madness. Boom. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into 3 torrents of searing magma that surged down his throat and exploded into his abdomen. Lin Yuan grunted low, his forehead veins bulging like writhing earthworms. An infernal heat detonated within him. The 5 vital organs, as though roasted over open flame meridians, stretched to their breaking point by the pill's savage energy. Warning. Warning. Critical energy overload detected. Meridian stress level 98. 99. Suppress it now. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth until they cracked, roaring inwardly. Command received. Initiating emergency protocol. Activating Longxiang Jinyu gene at full capacity. Optimizing energy absorption model. A cool yet overwhelming force surged up from his dantian. The awe-inspiring power of a divine tier cultivation art. The pill's rampaging energy, now under the system's flawless control, was forcibly tamed, compressed, and precisely redirected. Impurities purged. Toxin neutralization complete. Absorption efficiency elevated to 100. The excruciating agony vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring brimming with ultra-concentrated spiritual energy. His bones emitted sharp, crisp cracks, a sign of marrow regeneration and explosive increases in bone density. As the sound of his blood surging grew louder and louder, it echoed through the silent basement like the thunderous roar of a mighty river. Not enough, again. A blaze of brilliance erupted in Lin Yuan's gaze as he seized another 3 pills and swallowed them whole. 3 days later, the air inside the basement had grown thick and viscous. Lin Yuan remained seated cross-legged, but his aura had undergone a profound, earth-shaking transformation. His skin gleamed with a burnished bronze luster, his musculature, though not exaggerated, like that of a bodybuilder, coiled with raw, explosive power. At that moment, his attribute panel flickered wildly. Chi blood value 9. 8. 9. 9. This marked the upper limit for aspirant martial artists, the unbridgeable chasm between mortals and true cultivators. Countless practitioners spent years stalled at this bottleneck. Yet under the system's brute force simulation and limitless resources, this threshold thinned to the fragility of rice paper. Breakthrough. Boom. An overwhelming shockwave erupted from Lin Yuan's core, rattling the soundproofing foam lining the walls. Congratulations, host. Human limits shattered. Ascension achieved, first-rank martial artist initial stage. Yet this was only the beginning. The accumulated energy of 10 medium-grade chi blood pills, combined with the lingering stellar essence from the half-star herb he'd consumed earlier, erupted in unison. Chi blood value 12. 0. 15. 0. 18. 0. First rank mid-stage. First rank latest stage. Only when the value stabilized at a staggering 25. 0 did the surge finally subside. First rank. 1 step remained before ascending to second rank master. Though in the student hierarchy, second rank, commonly termed bone refining realm, remained beyond reach, a first rank peak was the undisputed ceiling. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness of the basement, 2 arcs of lightning seemed to crackle into existence. Spontaneous electric born of void itself. He felt the torrent of power surging through his veins, then casually thrust a fist forward into the empty air before him. Tum! The air detonated, erupting into a visible white shock cloud. Current attribute panel, host Lin Yuan, cultivation realm, first rank martial artist, peak chi blood 25. 0. Striking power 4800 kg, nearly 5 tons, speed 40 meters second. Assessment: your foundation is as unshakable as a mountain. Within your rank, you are invincible. 4800 kilograms. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. A typical first-rank peak martial artist barely reached 3000 kilograms of striking power. Through the Longxiang Jinyu gene and his SS-Steer innate talent, he had forged nearly 2 additional tons of force, nothing short of dimensional annihilation. My realm is now firmly anchored. Next, practical combat techniques. Lin Yuan drew the crank battle blade named Black Moon. Over these past 2 weeks, he had not merely consumed pills, he had relentlessly drilled martial forms. System: fuse instant shadow mirage and ox dissecting blade art. Fusion in progress. Calculating synergy points. Success. Acquired ultimate technique. Absolute shadow instant kill slash. His entire being plunged into absolute stillness. Then, in the next breath, swish. A blade of utter blackness flashed once, then vanished within the basement's gloom. In the same instant, Lin Yuan reappeared 3 meters away. Along the path he had traversed, the air itself had been cleanly bisected, releasing a delayed razor-thin hiss. A steel plate hung on the wall, now silently slid downward, its cut surface mirror smooth. Speed pushed to its absolute apex. Sharpness honed to its ultimate edge. Were this slash to strike flesh, the victim would not even register pain before their head parted from their shoulders. This is my trump card. Lin Yuan sheathed the blade. 2 weeks passed like a sigh. In Jianghai City, winds stirred and clouds gathered. Today marked a landmark day for Jianghai's entire education sector, the citywide senior high school mock joint examination. To simulate battlefield conditions with maximum fidelity, this examination abandoned conventional target practice in favor of the Federal Ministry of Education's multi-billion-dollar virtual secret realm system. All examinees would enter a simulated world via neural interface, engaging in real-time survival and combat within a ruined urban landscape. Outside Jianghai, 3 high school luxury vehicles jammed the streets and crowds swelled. Look, there's Zhao Tianba. A gasp rippled through the crowd as Zhao Tianba descended from a stretched Lincoln. Gone was the listless broken man from 2 weeks prior. He wore a suit of shimmering silver full-body armor and bore a flamboyantly designed fire-forged battle axe, radiating supreme confidence. Crank alloy armor. Crank battle axe. Is this what a RMB player truly looks like? Fellow students murmured in envious awe. Lin Yuan. I've begged my elders for direct energy infusion these past 2 weeks and equipped myself with this full set. I am now a first-rank mid-stage martial artist. My defensive capability rivals that of a second-rank cultivator. In the virtual secret realm, I'll slaughter you before the entire school's eyes. Nearby, Su Yuro stood surrounded by admirers. She had awakened a rank healing affinity, lacking offensive prowess yet indispensable in team-based survival examinations, making her the most coveted asset among elite squads. Yuro, join our team. We guarantee you top 10 placement. Come with us, and we'll grant you an extra 10% of. Su Yuro smiled demurely, thinking inwardly, Lin Yuan, though stronger than average, how far can an F-Rank cultivator truly go in an exam demanding teamwork and comprehensive ability? Leaving you was without doubt the wisest decision I ever made. Just then the crowd fell abruptly silent. A lone figure walked forward. Lin Yuan carried his black straight blade across his back, his dark cropped hair stirred softly in the wind. 2 weeks of seclusion had tempered his former sharpness into profound restraint. Now he resembled a boundless placid lake, still deep and utterly unfathomable. Yet with each step he took, the crowd instinctively parted, carving a path before him. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, passing over cash prizes and equipment, until it settled upon the first place prize fragmentary scroll of the SSS-Rank breathing art, thunderclap breathing method, and SSS-Rank breathing art. Then I shall accept it, without hesitation. In the suburbs of Jianghai City, at Military Base No. 09. At this moment, it has gathered thousands of top students from dozens of high schools in Jianghai City. As far as the eye can see, it was a sea of black. Look, that's the team from City No. 1 high school. A sudden commotion erupted among the crowd. A team dressed in matching platinum uniforms strode in confidently, each member exuding a stable and refined aura, clearly a cut above the surrounding students. Leading the pack was a tall youth with short purple hair. With his hands in his pockets and an arrogant demeanor, each step he took seemed to spark faint arcs of electricity in the surrounding air, accompanied by crackling sounds. That's Lei Patian, the top seed from City No. 1 high school. Oh my, I heard he awakened in class elemental talent, the Master of Thunder, and was already reserved by top academies in the capital before graduation. With blood and energy like a dragon, this oppressive aura. He's probably already at the 2nd rank, right? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Lei Patian remained unfazed, as if the peers around him were merely weeds by the roadside, unworthy of a second glance. In contrast, the team from Jianghai No. 3 high school appeared much more shabby. Especially at the end of the line, Lin Yuan stood there all alone. The other students from No. 3 high school instinctively distanced themselves from him, their eyes darting as if he carried a terrible plague. Stay away from him. I heard he completely offended Zhao Tianba. The Zhao family has declared that anyone who gets close to Lin Yuan will be at odds with them. What a pity, though he has some brute strength. In the face of such capital and power, he's ultimately just cannon fodder. To these discussions, Lin Yuan paid no mind. There was not a ripple in his heart. In fact, he felt a bit like laughing. 2nd rank. Class talent. If these are the so-called prodigies, then the quality of this batch seems rather lacking. Just then, amidst that glamorous team, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Yuro. Dressed in the platinum uniform of City No. 1 high school, she appeared exceptionally pure and having awakened a rare class healing talent, she was specially recruited by No. 1 high school, and was currently surrounded by several boys glowing with a confident smile. Seemingly sensing Lin Yuan's gaze, Su Yuro turned her head. The two locked eyes for a brief moment. Su Yuro looked at Lin Yuan, who stood alone and was ostracized by others, her eyes flickering with a complex emotion. There was pity, a sense of relief, and more so a feeling of superiority, as if to say, we are now people of 2 different worlds. She quickly averted her gaze and smiled at the genius beside her. Lin Yuan expressionlessly withdrew his gaze. Just a passerby. Oh, isn't this our Lin the Great? The crowd parted as Zhao Tianba approached with a group of people. He was clad in a set of dazzling silver heavy armor made from class alloy, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an ordinary 2nd-rank martial artist. In his hand, he wielded an exaggerated flame battle axe, its blade embedded with 2 crimson beast cores emitting a scorching aura. This entire set of equipment was worth at least 3 million. A player with real money. Lin Yuan silently sighed. Zhao Tianba pointed to a distant area shrouded in mist, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. Once you enter the ruins, the surveillance has blind spots. In there it's common to die or become crippled. Hearing this, the students from No. 3 High School turned pale and retreated even further. Lin Yuan lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Zhao Tianba. Oh, Lin Yuan uttered a single word, then turned his head to continue admiring the scenery. You? This disregard infuriated Zhao Tianba more than any insult. He tightened his grip on the axe, his forehead veins bulging. Good. Very good. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Once we're inside, I'll make you beg on your knees. Just then a sharp alarm suddenly blared over the loudspeaker in the square. Silence. I am the chief commander of this joint examination, Lei Dong. Without further ado, martial artists are forged through combat, not training. With a wave of his hand, Lei Dong revealed a massive holographic map that displayed the outline of a dilapidated and desolate city. The examination site, abandoned urban area No. 09. The rules are as follows. First, each person must wear a scoring wristband. Killing an E-class beast earns 1 point, a class beast earns 10 points, and a class beast earns 100 points. Second, the survival time is 24 hours. After 24 hours, our rankings will be based on points. At this point, Lei Dong's voice suddenly turned cold and harsh, carrying a sense of bloodshed. Third, and most importantly, this examination allows competition. Robbery is permitted. As long as it does not result in death, any means are allowed. Defeating other candidates and seizing their wristbands allows you to directly inherit 50 of their points. At these words, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Robbery. Inheriting half the points. Isn't this encouraging us to kill each other? This is too brutal. After working hard to kill monsters, if someone robs me, am I not just sewing clothes for others? The students murmured, some excited, some terrified. Lei Dong coldly observed the commotion below. Think it's cruel. Then go home. The real battlefield is 1,000 times more brutal than this. Finally, I announced the rewards. The top 10 will receive guaranteed admission to the 4 prestigious academies along with its class battle technique. First place. Lei Dong paused, dropping a bombshell. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, you will also gain a chance to soak in the spiritual energy baptism pool. Hiss. The spiritual energy baptism pool. That's a place that can directly enhance one's root bones, and even has a chance to trigger a second awakening of talent. Even someone like Lei Potion, a prodigy of class, breathed more rapidly at the mention of these words. Seizing wristbands allows you to inherit half the points. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, a peculiar light flashing in his deep-set eyes. Hunting fierce beasts. Too tiring, and one has to search all over the map for monsters. How could it compare to hunting those prodigies who had worked hard to defeat monsters? Can a max-level boss enter the novice village? Interesting. All candidates enter. With a command, the massive iron gate slowly rose. Thousands of students surged into the mist-shrouded abandoned urban area like a tide. Lin Yuan blended into the crowd, walking leisurely. A few dozen meters behind him, Zhao Tianba signaled to several students wearing uniforms from other schools. They were the cleanup crew he had hired at great expense, specifically tasked with dirty work. The few grinned maliciously, stealthily mixing into the crowd like venomous snakes, quietly tailing Lin Yuan. Yet Lin Yuan seemed oblivious, stepping lightly into the shadowed ruins. The gate slammed shut. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey? It is still too early to draw conclusions. Sector 09, a derelict urban wasteland abandoned for a century. Crumbling skyscrapers pierced the sky like the bleached bones of giants. Mutated vines choked the streets, and musty air seeped from shattered shop windows. Watch out. Movement detected. At a crossroads, a makeshift squad of 5 students from Zhanghai No. 2 middle school stood back-to-back, gripping their weapons with taut nerves. Meow. A streak of azure lightning erupted from the rubble, swift beyond sight. Its claws carving 3 glinting arcs through the air. A level 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the Windblade Cat. Though compact in size, it moved with terrifying velocity, its claws laced with wind elemental cutting force. A true nightmare for novices. My shield. The frontline shield bearer cried out as his sturdy alloy shield was gouged with 3 deep, jagged furrows. The Windblade Cat vaulted off the debris and landed deftly behind the squad, claws raking toward the group's soul girl. Help! She shrieked, her face blanched with terror, wildly swinging her arcane staff. Focus fire. Now. Their captain bellowed, sweat streaming down his brow. Chaos erupted. Fireballs, ice spikes, and blade flashes crisscrossed the air. Only after 3 grueling minutes did the beast finally collapse, slain. They slumped onto the cracked asphalt, gasping raggedly, each bearing wounds. Blood smeared across torn uniforms, and the corpse before them lay mangled and still. Too terrifying, the captain whispered, wiping his brow with trembling fingers. If it's this hard, just stepping in, what happens if we face a level 1 mid-rank? We'd be wiped out before we could blink. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away on another desolate avenue, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely down the rubble-strewn road, hands tucked casually in his pockets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 azure blurs shot forth simultaneously from ruined storefronts on both sides. 3 windblade cats. Had the earlier squad witnessed this, they'd have triggered their distress signal without hesitation. Yet Lin Yuan didn't even draw the Black Moon battleblade slung across his back. As the first cat lunged, claws mere inches from his throat, he didn't flinch, didn't blink. His right hand snapped forward like lightning. Crack! A sharp, clean snap of bone. With surgical precision, he seized the cat's nape between 2 fingers, then squeezed. Its cervical vertebra shattered instantly. Without glancing back, he tilted his torso slightly and swept his left hand low, catching the second cat's tail mid-leap, then swung it downward like a whip. Tum! The pavement fractured beneath impact. The second windblade cat exploded into a crimson pulp. The third, witnessing this carnage, recoiled, scrambling up a crumbling wall to flee. Running. A faint sardonic smile curled Lin Yuan's lips. He flicked a pebble from the ground with his toe, pressed his thumb against his middle finger, and released. Uft! A bloom of crimson burst against the brick wall. From ambush to annihilation, precisely 3 seconds. Lin Yuan knelt beside the corpses, expertly extracted the beast cores, and dropped them into his pack. 30 points. Too slow. He shook his head, glanced at his wristband's leaderboard, still unranked, and murmured, "Looks like I'll need to head deeper into the inner ring for better stock." Outside the examination zone within the military base's central plaza, a colossal holographic screen shimmered, divided into hundreds of live feeds, each broadcasting a candidate's performance in real time. On the main dais, General Lei Dong, chief examiner, and admissions directors from elite academies observed the unfolding trials. The largest feed focused on Lipotian, the prodigy from City No. 1 high school. On-screen, Lipotian crackled with violet lightning, a living thunder god. Before him loomed an ironback bear, a ferocious level 1 mid-rank beast, now charred and motionless beneath a single devastating bolt. Excellent. One director clapped, awestruck. Truly the S-class Thunder Sovereign. General Lei, your family has birthed a celestial phoenix. Humph. Still got much to learn, Lei Dong replied, feigning sternness, though his eyes gleamed with quiet pride. He gets cocky after the slightest success. Though his words were modest, in his heart he had already crowned Lipotian the undisputed victor of the joint examination. Sir, something's wrong. The monitoring technician stared wide-eyed at a data bar flickering at the edge of the screen. What is it? Don't overreact. Lei Dong frowned, leaning in. Look at candidate 9527. The technician's voice trembled. His point accrual rate appears to be glitching. Lei Dong and the directors crowded closer. Elsewhere, point bars crept upward like snails, 10-10, occasionally leaping to 20, a rare surge. But candidate 9527's bar convulsed, spasming violently. 30, 50, 100. Who is this? Lei Dong exclaimed, stunned. A hidden ace from some provincial academy. Or that elemental prodigy from No. 2 high. Report, sir. It's Lin Yuan, Jianghai No. 3 high school. Talent, tier F class. F class. You're joking. Lei Dong shoved past the technician and pulled up Lin Yuan's live feed himself. Sector 09, the derelict urban wasteland. An E-class ferocious beast hotspot. A forbidden zone for most examinees. Yet Lin Yuan strode through the ruins like a man strolling through his own garden, the Black Moon battleblade resting easily across his back. Divine Insight, full map radar mode activated. One level 1 high-rank ferocious beast detected, ironhide rhinoceros, concealed beneath the ruins of an abandoned gas station 300 meters ahead, left flank. Weakness analysis, unarmored anal vent. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Level 1 high rank, 100 points. A core worth 30000 credits. He blurred forward. Instant shadow mirage activated, dissolving into a streak of black mist. 30 seconds later, he stood atop the gas station's rubble. The tank-sized ironhide rhinoceros sensed danger, but before it could pivot, Lin Yuan slid beneath its belly like oil on steel. Sorry, big fella. Squelch. A guttural, ear-splitting shriek tore from the beast. Then it crashed down, limbs convulsing violently. Precision strike, fatal blow. Lin Yuan emerged smoothly, extracting the core and harvesting the horn with practiced efficiency. Then the system chimed again, 2 shadow spiders weaving webs on the second floor of the adjacent unfinished building. Right? Next order. In the observation chamber, General Lei Dong and the examiners stood frozen, mouths agape, speechless. This wasn't an examination. It was wholesale procurement. This is an F class. After a long silence, one examiner swallowed hard. Then what do we call the so-called prodigies we've been recruiting? Walking disabilities. Not bad haul, Lin Yuan mused, eyeing his bulging pack with satisfaction. Half an hour's work here eclipsed 10 years of labor outside the arena. Just then, shoo, shh. Lin Yuan paused mid-wipe. 5 figures emerged from behind shattered walls, swiftly encircling him, cutting off every escape route. They wore uniforms from rival schools. Each radiated the aura of a quasi-martial artist at peak cultivation, and their leader wielding twin short axes exuded the chilling presence of a first-rank martial artist, eyes sharp with malice. You're Lin Yuan, right? Originally, brother, Zhao only ordered us to cripple one of your hands. But look at you, a fat little lamb wandering straight into our pasture. He hefted his axes, advancing step by deliberate step. Be sensible, transfer your points, surrender your gear and materials, and we might go easy on you. Just break both legs. Lin Yuan finished cleaning his blade. Slowly he turned, facing 5 killers bristling with lethal intent. No fear flickered across his refined features, only a radiant, dazzling smile. Took you long enough. Then the warmth vanished, replaced by glacial cold. In that case, consider your points and equipment my welcome. Charge. Don't give him a chance to draw his weapon. The leader, a man with a short axe, roared as he took the first strike. After all, he was a first-grade martial artist. He forcefully kicked the ground, and the 2 short axes in his hands drew 2 crossing arcs of cold light in the air, aiming straight for Lin Yuan's shoulders. This move was extremely vicious. If it connected, Lin Yuan's arms would surely be crippled, if not completely. The other 4 lackeys surrounded him in a fan shape, wielding steel pipes and daggers, fully intent on dismember. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Lin Yuan stood still, without even blinking. Too slow. He softly uttered 3 words. Lin Yuan stepped forward. With this step, he had perfectly entered the attack blind spot of the man with the short axe. Then Lin Yuan raised his right hand, merely channeling the terrifying blood energy within him. Whoosh! A slap was delivered, striking first. Smack! The tremendous force erupted instantly, and the short axe man didn't even have time to scream. His face twisted and caved in as several bloodied teeth mixed with saliva splattered out. Boom! The short axe man slammed heavily against a support pillar, rolling his eyes back and fainting on the spot. The other 4 lackeys who had charged forward in a fierce manner froze in place, all of them perfectly synchronized. They raised their weapons, looking at their seemingly lifeless leader, then glancing at Lin Yuan, who remained calm with his palm still raised, their eyes nearly popping out. Is that a single slap? Why have you stopped? Keep going, didn't you say you were going to break my legs? The 4 swallowed hard, their legs starting to tremble uncontrollably. F-grade talent. Useless. To hell with that intel. How could an F-grade individual slap away a first-grade martial artist? This is clearly a prehistoric beast in human skin. Run. Run for your lives. One person finally broke down, dropping his steel pipe and turning to flee. Why the rush now that you're here? Instant shadow. Whoosh. His figure vanished into thin air. In the next moment, the fleeing student felt a tightness at his neck, then was violently slammed to the ground. Bang! The ground shook, and he felt like all his bones were about to fall apart. Immediately after, Lin Yuan charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds later. The 5-man team of bullies, once arrogant, now lay neatly on the ground, some clutching their legs and wailing, others holding their stomachs and twitching, none able to stand. What did you say earlier? What are you supposed to hand over? The short axe man trembled, quickly raising his left hand. Points. I'll give them. I'll give everything. Take my wristband and scan it. That's more like it. Lin Yuan was not polite, taking his wristband and scanning the short axe man's wristband. Ding. Plunder successful. Points gained 280, half of the opponent's total score of 560. Wow, that's quite a lot of points, Lin Yuan said in surprise. Looks like you've been robbing quite a bit from others. These 5 were clearly habitual offenders, having robbed their way through only to end up in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan scanned the wristbands of the other 4, adding several hundred points to his total. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the short axe man's arms, where he wore a pair of silver-gray metal arm guards exquisitely crafted. These arm guards must be made of crate alloy, right? Good defensive capability. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. I want them. Huh. The short axe man was stunned. These are borrowed from my family. Take them off. Lin Yuan applied slight pressure with his foot. Take them off. I'm taking them off. The short axe man gritted his teeth in pain, hurriedly removing the arm guards and handing them to Lin Yuan. Are those storm boots? I've wanted to buy that brand for a long time, and mine are dirty. Take them off. And you, that tactical vest looks quite bulletproof. Take it off. You, your pants are made of good material, durable. Take them off. The 5 formerly armed Tattered would-be martial artists were now left in only their underwear, shivering in the cold wind of the desolate ruins. Although they are secondhand, they can still sell for a good price after washing them. Lin Yuan looked at the 5 shivering misfortunes and waved his hand. All right, stop crying. I'm still leaving you your underwear, which is my greatest mercy. After all, this is a live broadcast, and we need to consider the impact. At this moment, the military base square was in an uproar. Originally, the director was switching between various genius combat scenes, but just now monitoring station No. 09 detected a violent energy fluctuation, and the director subconsciously switched to that scene. Thus, over 10,000 spectators, including military bigwigs, school principals, and even citizens watching the live broadcast online, witnessed the jaw-dropping scene. A boy in a school uniform, like a bully, stripped 5 muscular men down to their underwear, then casually counted his spoils while leaving.
Notify all department heads to assemble urgently in the Keel Compartment's command room. We must immediately...
So shameless. But I love it. Is that Lin Yuan from the 3rd high school? Didn't they say he was in grade waste? Slapping away a first-grade martial artist, can you really call him waste? On the podium, Qin, who looked at the familiar figure on the screen, nearly dropping his cigar in laughter. This Qin, who shook his head, his eyes filled with admiration. So ruthless, so greedy, so shameless. This personality is simply born for the battlefield. Even the serious commander Lei Dong couldn't help but twitch his lips, managing to squeeze out a sentence after a long pause. Add this examinee's information to the key attention list. Moreover, notify the logistics department to prepare a few sets of clothes to send in. Don't let those 5 strip down and lose face in the joint examination. Lin Yuan was unaware of the massive stir he had caused outside. He found a secluded spot, slightly organized the stolen equipment, then glanced at the points leaderboard on his wrist. That recent wave of robbing had directly earned him nearly 1,000 points. Real-time points leaderboard. No. 1 Lin Yuan, Jianghai 3rd High School, points 1250. No. 2 Lei Patian, Jianghai 1st High School, points 890. No. 3 Zhao Fian, Jianghai 1st High School, points 650. I'm already in first place. Lin Yuan looked at that lofty name, shaking his head somewhat indifferently. Just over 1,000 points, still far from securing first place. Lei Potion's grade point grinding speed is very fast. If I slack off slightly, I will be surpassed. Lin Yuan closed the leaderboard and raised his head, looking over the layers of ruins towards the city center. That was the core area of the No. 09 abandoned district, the place with the strongest monsters and the highest points. Similarly, that was the default battlefield for the top geniuses from 1st and 2nd high schools. Robbing a few small fries doesn't yield much profit. Lin Yuan stroked the black moon battle knife on his back, his eyes gleaming with dangerous light. If I'm going to rob, I need to target the big fish. I heard Lei Patian is the young master of the Lei family. The equipment on him should be worth even more, right? Lin Yuan licked his lips, transforming into a shadow, charging straight towards the wealthy district at the No. 1 Lin Yuan, Jianghai No. 3 middle school, points 1250. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The principal of Jianghai No. 1 middle school, Huadi, stood up, his face flushed, spitting as he spoke. Colleagues, how could a student with an awakened level talent and average grades earn over 1,000 points in just 1 hour? This data is completely illogical. I suspect he has used some kind of band device to cheat. I request an immediate freeze of Lin Yuan's examination qualification for a thorough investigation. The principal of No. 1 middle school was anxious. They aimed to sweep the top 10 in this joint examination, and now the first place was snatched by an unknown student from No. 3, leaving him embarrassed. The other principals, though silent, also wore expressions filled with suspicion. And Flevel beating and Slevel. It was indeed absurd. Thorough investigation. The chief commander Qin, who slowly turned around, a cigar in his mouth, his gaze cold as he looked at the principal of No. 1. Principal Zhang, are you questioning the military's drone surveillance technology, or are you doubting my fairness? The back-end data shows that every point Lin Yuan earned is legitimate, whether it was from monster kills or cough theft. It's all within the rules. What? Only your school is allowed to have dragons, while No. 3 can't have tigers. But the principal of No. 1 wanted to argue. No buts. Rather than being impotently furious here, you might as well pray that your school's geniuses don't encounter this. As the points leaderboard refreshed for the first time in the central area at the top of a collapsed bell tower, Lei Patian was bathed in purple lightning, standing on the charred corpse of a first-level high-ranking beast. He opened his wristband, looking at the ranking, and his previously proud expression instantly turned grim. Lin Yuan, 1250 points. To actually surpass me. Interesting, it seems this ant is stronger than I imagined. He slammed his fist into the stone pillar beside him, shattering it instantly. But an ant is still an ant. I will show you the chasm that separates Flevel from Slevel. A murderous intent gleamed in Lei Patian's eyes as he transformed into a streak of lightning, heading straight for the area with the densest red dots on the map. At this moment, Lin Yuan was walking on a bridge leading to the central area. The bridge surface cracked and the wind howled. Strange, why does everyone look at me with such weird expressions? Lin Yuan noticed that some students he encountered along the way seemed to see a ghost and quickly detoured. How boring, not even one person dares to come up and hand over points. Lin Yuan sighed just as he prepared to quicken his pace. Swish! A green figure suddenly slid down from the bridge's steel cable, firmly blocking Lin Yuan's path. With long hair and sharp eyes like an eagle, the boy said, "You are Lin Yuan. I'm Zhou Kai from No. 2 middle school, ranked 8th on the leaderboard. I don't know what luck or means you used to rank first, but you should know your limits. Hand over half of your points, and I will let you pass. Otherwise, once I make a move, you might find it very difficult." Zhou Kai. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and realized he had indeed seen this name in the top 10. It was said he had awakened a wind-based agility talent renowned for his speed. Lin Yuan activated God's Insight and took a glance. Target Zhou Kai, first grade, early stage talent, Gale Crade, slightly increases movement speed and leg explosive power. Evaluation: flashy, unstable foundation, low skill, level, no need for analysis. With the evaluation completed, Lin Yuan's interest instantly vanished. Sigh. Lin Yuan helplessly sighed, looking at him as if he were a mentally challenged child. Why does each of you confidently come to deliver points? Is it not good to stay alive? Seeking death. Zhou Kai's expression turned cold. Since you refuse to drink the toast, don't blame me for making you lie down as you leave. Suddenly a surge of airflow surrounded Zhou Kai, and his Kraid talent gale was activated in an instant. He transformed into a whirlwind, moving so fast that only a blur remained in the eyes of ordinary people. So fast. Zhou Kai's speed is definitely top-notch among first-grade warriors. From Zhou Kai's perspective, Lin Yuan stood still like a fool, not even drawing his sword. Too slow. Your reaction is too slow. Zhou Kai sneered inwardly, his figure instantly circling to Lin Yuan's side, delivering a whip kick with a whooshing sound aimed at the back of Lin Yuan's head. If this kick hit, it would definitely cause a concussion. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Zhou Kai's so-called speed was like a turtle struggling to crawl. Just as Zhou Kai's whip kick was about to strike him, Lin Yuan casually and even lazily extended his left foot. He gently tripped forward at the very moment Zhou Kai was out of energy, unable to change direction during his full-speed charge. Thud! The immense inertia caused him to complete the transition from standing vertically to flying horizontally. No! Zhou Kai's eyes widened in terror as he watched the rough cement bridge surface rapidly magnify. Boomses! He landed face first, sliding hard across the rough bridge surface for several meters, leaving a long trail of blood, finally stopping right at Lin Yuan's feet. Then he lay on the ground, convulsing, utterly dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Lin Yuan slowly lifted his foot, stepping on Zhou Kai's head to prevent him from moving. Not bad speed. After saying that, Lin Yuan skillfully crouched down. Ding! Plunder successful. Points 300. Then his gaze fell on Zhou Kai's blue and white combat suit. Oh, great armor. This material feels quite comfortable, a 50 defense boost. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Just right, that crate I stole earlier is a bit tight. This one looks like it fits perfectly. Take it off. Zhou Kai. He really wanted to die? Being tripped was already humiliating enough, and now he had to be stripped in public. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his pride. My. The Black Moon War knife in Lin Yuan's hand unsheathed slightly, its cold light glaring. He'll take it off. Bro. I'm taking it off right now. Don't make a move. 3 minutes later, only Zhou Kai, wearing thermal underwear and covering his face, while weeping bitterly, remained on the bridge. Is this luck? Just a trip and I took out a top 10 expert. Luck my ass. That was premonition. Absolutely premonition. Look at that timing, a second earlier or later wouldn't have worked. The principle of no. One sat slumped in his chair, his face pale, realizing he had truly misjudged this time. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianba stared fixedly at everything happening on the distant bridge, nearly crushing the communicator in his hand. Zhou Kai. Actually taken out. Zhao Tianba swallowed hard. The fleeting thought of seeking revenge instantly evaporated. Though he was wild, Zhou Kai's strength was about equal to his, and if even Zhou Kai was dealt with like a monkey, he would just be delivering himself to the slaughter. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Tianba's eyes. Hello, this is Zhao Tianba. Stop the solo fights. That Lin Yuan kid is extremely formidable. Zhou Kai has already fallen. Everyone gather at the central square immediately. We must join forces. First let's kick him out, and then we can divide the remaining rankings. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Let's see how many you can take. Everyone, I won't waste time with unnecessary talk. You can all see the current situation. That Lin Yuan is nothing but a madman. He not only steals points, but also robs equipment, not even sparing underwear. If we don't take him out, who among us can guarantee that the next victim won't be themselves? Shall we all understand the reasoning? A burly student from the second high school frowned. But that Lin Yuan is too bizarre. Even someone as fast as Zhou Kai was tripped up by him. None of us can stand against him alone. If fighting alone won't work, then we'll gang up on him. Zhao Tianba slammed the table and pulled out a thick stack of black cards from his pocket. This is an anonymous prepaid card worth 1,500,000 alliance coins. In this world, there's nothing that money can't solve. If there is, it simply means there isn't enough money. As long as you join my Lin Extermination Alliance, each of you will first receive a deposit of 100,000. After we kick Lin Yuan out and seize the points, we will split them evenly. The Kraid battle knife and the stolen equipment on him will also belong to you. I, Zhao Tianba, only want one thing. Zhao Tianba's eyes glimmered with vengeful light as he gritted his teeth and said, I want to see him kneeling before me like a dead dog. Under the lure of great rewards, there will surely be brave men. The dozen or so elites present exchanged glances, their initial trepidation instantly replaced by greed. Let's do it. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. I don't believe he's truly invincible. 18 against 1, even if we have to wear him down, we can take him out. We get paid and split the points. This deal is worthwhile. But he knew that Lin Yuan was highly alert now. If he saw so many people gathering, he definitely wouldn't show himself easily. A bait is necessary. A bait that Lin Yuan absolutely cannot refuse, or rather one that would make him lower his guard. Zhao Tianba turned around and looked at Su Yuro, who had been standing in the corner. Yuro, it's your turn to help. Xiao, do we really have to do this? Are we going too far? Su Yuro hesitated. After all, we're all classmates, and he used to treat me quite well. Treat him well. Zhao Tianba sneered, pressing his hands on Su Yura's shoulders, starting his PUA performance. Yura, wake up. Look at the current Lin Yuan. Is he still the gentle and refined academic from before? He is now just a madman robbing and committing violence everywhere. He has already gone off the deep end. What we are doing is saving him. Saving him. Su Yura murmured. She recalled Lin Yuan's cold, indifferent gaze towards her, remembered his heinous acts of stripping others of their equipment amidst the ruins, and the scales in her heart began to tip. Indeed, the current Lin Yuan is too terrifying, too unfamiliar. As a grade healing genius with a bright future, and with the Zhao family promising to support her studies in Kyoto once this is done. I understand now. To prevent him from sinking deeper, I am willing to be the bait. Zhao Tianba smiled with satisfaction, handing her a red distress signal flare. Go to the abandoned factory ahead, and remember to act it out convincingly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had just finished clearing a beast from a skyscraper and was sitting on the rooftop looking at the points on his wristband. Points 1850. The increase is a bit slow. Just then a glaring red distress signal flare exploded in the sky above the abandoned factory 2 kilometers away, transforming into lingering red smoke. That was a distress signal, usually indicating that a candidate had encountered insurmountable danger. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing in that direction. Divine Insight full map radar buzz. In his field of vision, the outline of the abandoned factory was rapidly constructed. In the central square of the factory, red dots of light were quickly gathering and lurking. Alert: a large number of hostile creatures detected ahead. Quantity: 18 people. Average strength peak of Kwasa warrior, early first tier. Danger level low. Note: this group of people is carrying a large amount of points and valuable equipment. The host is advised to pack them all. 18 people. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, but then couldn't help but laugh. I was still worried about how to find these hiding cats one by one, but unexpectedly someone has set up a buffet for me. As for who that bait was, although the system didn't label a name, Lin Yuan could guess with his toes that the lonely red, that was a beauty saving a hero, or rekindling an old flame. Lin Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. Unfortunately, I'm just here to stock up. He hefted the Black Moon battle knife and swaggered toward the trap that had long been laid out. Su Yura was tied to a concrete pillar with several thick ropes. Although the knots were tied quite professionally, a careful look would reveal that they weren't tied very tightly. She lowered her head, her hair disheveled, and wore a pitiful expression on her face, appearing to be quite vulnerable. However, in the surrounding shadows of the ruins, 18 pairs of eyes were fixated on the entrance of the square. Zhao Tianba hid at the highest vantage point, his binoculars already locked onto the figure approaching from a distance. As expected, he's just a fool. Zhao Tianba sneered inwardly. Seeing Su Yura's distress signal, he charged over without any guard. It seems this fool hasn't let go of that woman. That makes things easier. Emotions are your greatest weakness. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Lin Yuan stepped into the center of the square, he was less than 10 meters away from Su Yura. Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of figures charged out from all directions like hungry wolves. Some wielded heavy shields to block the retreat, some drew bows and aimed for vital points, while others wielded long knives exuding murderous intent. In just 2 seconds, a tightly sealed encirclement was completely formed. Zhao Tianba leaped down from a height, his flaming battle axe crashing down heavily onto the ground. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was surrounded, he let out a victor's maniacal laugh. Ha! Lin Yuan. Didn't expect this, did you? You thought yourself invincible, yet here you are falling for the emotion trap. For a woman, you dared to charge into the Today this is your burial ground. Su Yura also timely lifted her head, tears in her eyes, half acting, half nervous, tremblingly calling out, Lin Yuan. You shouldn't have come. Run. This script was perfect. If it were an ordinary hot-blooded manga protagonist, he should be furious and heartbroken, then go berserk. However, Lin Yuan, who was in the center of the encirclement, wore an oddly calm expression. His lips moved slightly, seemingly counting 1, 2, 3. 15. 18. After counting the last number, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. 18-point gift package plus a full set of equipment. Lin Yuan looked up at the bewildered Zhao Tianba, revealing his signature nuclear goodness smile. Young Master Zhao, you are truly a good person. This wave of points will be enough for me to rise to the top of the leaderboard. Lin Yuan, don't blame us for wanting to take you down. Blame yourself for being too arrogant. The tallest trees catch the wind. Today, with all 18 of us joining forces, even a single spit from each of us could drown you. Everyone attack together. Kill him with a flurry of blades. If anything happens, the Zhao family will take responsibility. At the same time, Su Yura, who was bound to the pillar, shouted out at the right moment, her voice filled with a feigned urgency. Lin Yuan, you should just admit defeat. Hand over your points and apologize to young Master Zhao. They will let you go. I am doing this for your own good. You can't fight against so many. Listening to this exchange, Lin Yuan slowly lowered his head in the center of the encirclement. For my own good. Kill me with a flurry of blades. Lin Yuan suddenly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes turning into a pair of crimson beastly pupils, and a suffocating aura of rage erupted from within him. Boom! The terrifying vitality of 25. 0 was unleashed without reservation, causing visible red waves of energy to ripple around him, and the concrete floor beneath his feet instantly cracked with debris floating in the air. The crayed battle knife Black Moon was unsheathed, its dark blade reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, pointing the battle knife at everyone. Admit defeat. Sorry. In my dictionary, there's only one option: total victory. And get your facts straight. It's not you who Lin Yuan stepped forward, his momentum like a rainbow. It is I who have surrounded all of you. Arrogant. Kill him. A mage wielding a staff shouted angrily, initiating the first attack. Fireball spell. Wind. Ice spike. In an instant, a barrage of colorful ranged attacks descended, blocking all of Lin Yuan's system. Prompt detected concentrated attack coverage. God's insight activated. Calculating the best evasion path. Calculation complete. Too slow. Lin Yuan moved, weaving through the dense web of attacks. At that moment, he resembled a ghost dancing on the edge of a blade or a swallow flying through a storm. Fireballs exploded at his feet, wind blades grazed the corners of his clothing, and ice spikes were embedded in the ground behind him. It seemed perilous, yet he was entirely unharmed. How is that possible? Didn't any of that hit? Those who released magic stared in disbelief. Before they could react, Lin Yuan had already broken through the ranged blockade, plunging into the melee. Stop him! A burly man awakened with earth-based defensive talents shouted, his body covered in thick rocky armor, swinging a heavy alloy hammer weighing 100 pounds down at Lin Yuan. Die! Faced with this overwhelming strike, Lin Yuan did not evade. Divine Demon's body sculpting technique activate. His blood surged like a river roaring within him, and a faint golden glow shimmered on his skin. Get lost. Lin Yuan held the knife with one hand, choosing to clash Eden. Bang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated. That 100-pound hammer was actually deflected by Lin Yuan's strike. The massive backlash traveled along the hammer, instantly breaking the burly man's grip, causing blood to gush out. Before the burly man could even scream, Lin Yuan countered with a backhand strike of the blade. Bang! The proud rocky armor on the burly man shattered like a cookie, flying away for over 10 meters, leaving him unconscious. With one strike, he broke through defenses and secured a kill. Is this your meat shield? Too fragile. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly, his pace unbroken as he charged directly into the most densely packed group. Surround him. Don't let him move. The remaining 5 melee fighters, seeing this, immediately swung their blades from 5 directions, attempting to trap Lin Yuan with a human wall tactic. You think you can ambush me? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Perfect, I'll use you to try out a new move. He pressed the Black Moon battle knife slightly down, and he seemed to merge with the shadows around him. Ultimate technique. Shadow kill, instant blade. Shua. No one saw what happened. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes as a pitch-black arc of blade light centered around Lin Yuan instantly spread outwards. That blade light was so fast that even the sound could not keep up. 1 second later, the 5 elite fighters surrounding Lin Yuan froze in unison. Immediately after, their armor shattered simultaneously at their chests, a neat line of cuts appearing on their torsos, and blood gushed forth. The 5 fell to the ground, rolling their eyes back, instantly losing their combat effectiveness. 1 strike, 5 kills. In less than a minute, half of the 18-member alliance was already lying down. The remaining 7 or 8 hands shaking around their weapons looked at the bloodthirsty Lin Yuan, and involuntarily, how could this be great? Is there anyone else? Lin Yuan flicked the blood off his blade, his gaze coldly sweeping over the remaining people. No. I'm done. I want to withdraw. One person dropped their weapon and turned to run. With the first one came the second, and the once seemingly unbreakable alliance instantly scattered. Trying to run, Lin Yuan did not pursue those small fry. He turned around, walking step by step towards the figure not far ahead, who was already paralyzed with fear. Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba stood atop his legs, feeling as heavy as lead. He gazed at Lin Yuan, who approached like a harbinger of death, and at his companions writhing on the ground, his mind a blank. Why you stay back? Zhao Tianba's voice was sharp and trembling with a cry. The flame war axe in his hand was shaking Lin Yuan. Killing is against the law. This is an exam. You can't kill me. Just now, when you shouted to kill me with a flurry of blades, you didn't mention it was an exam. Lin Yuan stepped on the rubble, inching closer. With every step he took, Zhao Tianba's heart would lurch. Oh, you lunatic. You're a madman. Zhao Tianba finally cracked, throwing down the priceless crayed war axe. I didn't say you could leave. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. He suddenly hurled the Black Moon battle knife. The battle knife transformed into a streak of black flowing light, grazing the inner thigh of Zhao Tianba, embedding itself half an inch into the concrete ground before him. The knife's tail buzzed and vibrated, producing a chilling hum. If it had been just a centimeter off, Zhao Tianba would have been a eunuch for life. Zhao Tianba was terrified, his legs going weak, collapsing to the ground, once more a warm liquid flowing down. He wet himself again. Young Master Zhao, you should take some medicine for your kidney deficiency. Don't embarrass yourself out here. 10 minutes later, in the square of the abandoned factory, an eerie mountain of people appeared. 18 elite students, either knocked out or injured, were piled together like a human tower. And at the very bottom, serving as the base, was the bruised and battered Zhao Tianba, already unconscious. Buzzing, a drone in the sky flew overhead, its high-definition camera focused on this scene. Lin Yuan looked up at the camera, tidied his disheveled hair, and then flashed a big V gesture. And in the lower right corner of the live broadcast screen, Lin Yuan's points were fluctuating wildly. Current points, 3,500. This was a number that left the second-place competitor Lei Patian, 1,200 points, utterly hopeless. A chasm like first place. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Lin Yuan addressed the drone camera unexpectedly, starting an unprecedented exam live broadcast. Now it's time for the loot distribution. Look at this axe in my hand, young Master Zhao's Crade Flame War Axe with a burning effect in like new condition, originally priced at 3 million, now only 998, just 50,000. If you're interested, message me, or have your parents contact Captain Sheen, who outside for payment. And this grade mage robe, though it has a hole, it's a battle-damaged version, more valuable as a collectible. In the observation area outside the square, over 10,000 spectators stared in shock at the boy sitting atop the pile of people earnestly live-streaming sales. Sheen, who dropped his cigar in shock, and Principal Zhong clutched his heart, nearly calling for an ambulance. Currently ranked in O1 candidate Lin Yuan, points 4,200. It should be noted that the second-ranked Lei Potion, who fought fiercely against the monsters, barely managed to reach 1,580 points. The gap between the two is not just a difference in rank, but a chasm. How lonely it is to be invincible. The materials in the backpack can no longer fit, and he has already seized most of the good equipment. This so-called joint examination has lost its challenge for him. With just over 10 hours left, is he just going to stand here in a daze? At this moment, his gaze pierced through layers of ruins, looking towards the very center of this abandoned city. There stands the foundation of a skyscraper that has yet to collapse, completely the core of the red zone marked on the map. In this examination ground, only two individuals could spark his interest. One is the class talent Lei Patian. The other is the so-called final boss lurking in the core area. Since the king does not meet the king, Lin Yuan hefted the ominous Black Moon battle blade. Then I'll take the initiative to pay you a visit. Boom. The dazzling purple light tore through the sky, akin to the divine punishment descending from the thunder. A massive storm tiger let out a reluctant wail, its huge body pierced by a thick bolt of lightning, its charred corpse crashing to the ground, emitting puffs of black smoke. Lei Patian. He is tall and slender, surrounded by crackling blue electric arcs, with his hair slightly standing on end due to static electricity. The class talent Thunder Sovereign bestowed upon him the terrifying ability to control lightning, and also granted him a destructive aura that warned others to stay away. 15th one. Lei Patian coldly glanced at the corpse on the ground, opening the leaderboard. No. 2 Lei Patian, points 1680. Still second. And the distance to that lofty 4,200 points remains out of reach. Lin Yuan. Lei Patian clenched his fists, lightning crackling between his fingers. He did not care about the life or death of Zhao Tianba, but he did care about the title of first. How could Class genius lose to Class? You have arrived. Lei Patian suddenly lifted his head, his gaze like lightning piercing towards the ruined street at the entrance of the plaza. Lin Yuan emerged leisurely from the shadows, carrying his blade. The two stood 100 meters apart, gazing at each other. One side was the violently turbulent purple thunder, while the other was the deep, abyss-like black malevolence. I've been waiting for a long time. Turning to face Lin Yuan, Lei Potion's eyes burned with fervent battle intent. When Zhao Tianba foolish group formed the anti-Lin alliance, I knew I couldn't stop you. Those relying on external means and schemes do not understand what the dignity of a strong person is. At this point, the lightning around Lei Patian surged violently, his voice booming like a bell. Lin Yuan, although I do not know how you have come this far with class talent, I admit that you are qualified to be my opponent. I disdain to use those despicable tactics. Lei Patian slowly raised his right hand, condensing a blinding lightning sphere in his palm. Is this the final showdown of this joint examination? Are you done? Lin Yuan casually cleaned his ears, his expression still calm. He looked at the battle-ready Lei Patian and nodded, much more pleasing to the eye than that sissy Zhao Tianba. Since you want to fight. Lin Yuan slowly lowered the battle blade in his hand, assuming an attacking stance. However, just as their auras locked onto each other, about to collide, rumbling, the ground suddenly trembled violently. This tremor was not caused by an ordinary first-tier fierce beast running. It felt as if the entire crust was turning over. The concrete slabs of the plaza instantly cracked and countless stones sprang up like a fountain. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Lei Potion's expression changed drastically, and he had to dissipate the lightning sphere in his hand to stabilize himself. But Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Divine Insight alert. Detected extremely high energy reactions underground. Danger level extremely high. The target is awakening. A roar seemingly from ancient times, accompanied by a scorching sulfurous breath, erupted from deep within the earth. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, the ground of the central plaza completely collapsed. A giant claw covered in dark red rocky scales suddenly emerged from underground, smashing a nearby 3-story building into pieces. Following that, a colossal head broke through the soil. It was a giant reptilian monster over 10 meters long, covered in heavy rocky armor, with molten lava flowing through the cracks in its scales. It opened its massive jaws, exhaling smoke instantly, turning the surrounding vegetation to ashes. Target: Burrow Rock Dragon, Awakening State Level Early Stage Tier 2, equivalent to a Peak Tier 2 Human Warrior Traits: Lava Breath, Earth Power, Absolute Defense. Evaluation: It is the true king of this ruin, originally in a state of hibernation, but awakened by 2 intense battle intents. Now it has a case of morning grouch, and is very angry. Tier 2 Fierce Beast. Lei Patian gasped in shock. The difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is qualitative. Tier 1 Fierce Beasts still fall within the realm of wild beasts, while Tier 2 Fierce Beasts have awakened intelligence and can even manipulate elemental powers. This big fellow could annihilate an entire squad of fully armed formal warriors. Not good. It's the Burrow Rock Dragon. Didn't the data say it was in deep hibernation? Why has it awakened? The command center outside the examination ground was thrown into chaos. The principal of the high school turned pale with fright. Quick, terminate the examination. This is a Tier 2 Fierce Beast. Lei Patian and Lin Yuan are still there. That's a death sentence. If someone dies, who will take responsibility? Rescue team. Set off immediately. Just as everyone was panicking and preparing to press the emergency cutoff button, a large hand firmly pressed down on the control panel. Wait. Chief Commander Chin, who with a cigar in his mouth stared intensely at the screen, his eyes flashing with, General Chin, that's a Tier 2 Fierce Beast. They are just a group of students. The principal of the high school. Students? Chin, who scoffed coldly, pointing at the 2 boys on the screen who had not fled. Look at their eyes. Is that fear? Everyone was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at the screen. In the footage, facing the terrifying behemoth resembling Godzilla, Lin Yuan and Lei Potion, though small, did not retreat a single step. The lightning surrounding Lei Patian not only did not extinguish, but instead exploded more violently, his battle intent even stronger than before. A Tier 2 Fierce Beast. Ha ha ha. Lei Patian suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, a hint of madness in his voice. Great. So wonderful. What's the point of defeating peers? If we are going to kill, let's kill such a big fellow. This is the challenge its class should face. Lin Yuan. The outcome between us is too wasteful to settle in a duel. Since this guy has come out, do you dare to change the game? Facing this sudden turn of events, Lin Yuan's face revealed a calmness that seemed to see through everything. On the system panel, densely packed weakness analyses were rapidly flashing. Weakness locked 3 inches below the throat magma core. Destroying this spot can trigger an explosion of its internal energy. How do you want to play? Lin Yuan asked lightly. Very simple. Lei Patian pointed at the roaring Burrow Rock Dragon. Let's join forces to take it down. Whoever lands the final blow will be the first of this joint examination. What's the wager? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes shimmering with a greed that even Lei Patian found unsettling. Just betting for a rank is too boring. If we are going to play, let's go big. Lin Yuan raised his wrist, pointing at his point bracelet. The loser transfers all their points in the bracelet to, do you dare? This class, young master. All points. Lei Potion's pupils constricted, which meant the loser would become last place, with all their efforts benefiting the other. But the next moment, the pride in Lei Potion's eyes erupted completely. What's there to be afraid of? Your 4,200 points, I'm going to claim it. Then let's see whose hands are faster. Lin Yuan shouted coldly. The 2 figures almost simultaneously surged forth, lava sweeping towards the 2. Then let's see whose hands are faster. Lin Yuan shouted coldly. The 2 figures almost simultaneously. The central plaza resembled the onset of apocalypse. With each step, the abyssal rock dragon took the ground, groaned in anguish. Scorching magma dripped from its dark red scales, melting through concrete and releasing acrid white smoke. Roar! The dragon bared its colossal maw and roared furiously at a purple speck hovering in the sky. A fly seemingly insignificant, yet provoking divine wrath. Midair, Lei Potion's long hair whipped wildly as his entire body blazed with radiant lightning. In that moment, he truly embodied the Thunder God, the sovereign arbiter of celestial punishment. S-Rank talent. Thunder Sovereign. Lightning Art. Thousand Birds Lament. Lei Patian sealed his hands in a mystic mudra. Terrifying currents convulsed within his palms, compressing violently until they shrieked. A sound like 10,000 birds crying in unison. At that very instant, every examinee inside the arena and every spectator beyond its walls stood spellbound by this spectacle of overwhelming grandeur. Incredible! Is this the true power of an S-rank talent? Such energy resonance could vaporize an armored vehicle in an instant. Break! With a thunderous bellow, Lei Patian became a violet lightning bolt, plummeting from the heavens to strike the dragon's broad rocky back with cataclysmic force. Boom! Lightning detonated in blinding fury, searing light, so intense it blinded all who dared. The deafening explosion echoed across the ruined urban district. The abyssal rock dragon's massive frame sank violently under the impact, its 4 limbs plunging half a meter into the earth as it unleashed a guttural, agonized roar. Did we win? Lei Patian landed heavily, breathing raggedly, his gaze locked unflinchingly on the heart of the swirling dust cloud. Yet as the haze cleared, every heart turned cold. Thereupon the dragon's back, its stony carapace was charred black, but for a creature of such titanic scale the damage was little more than superficial, not even a true wound. The abyssal rock dragon was the Earth's own chosen child, born with extraordinary physical resilience and innate resistance to elemental forces. Though lightning raged with primal fury, its potency waned drastically against that thick insulating layer. Impossible. Lei Patian's pupils contracted violently, his face twisted in disbelief and dismay. My full-strength strike merely scratched its surface. Enraged, the dragon lashed its tail. Tum! The air detonated. Its spiked, bone-laden tail swept forward like a mountain in motion. Lei Patian barely raised a lightning shield, yet still flew backward, crashing through half a wall in a shower of rubble. While Lei Patian staggered, a shadow, black as oblivion, glided noiselessly along the battlefield's chaotic periphery. Lin Yuan moved with the ethereal grace of phantom shadow steps weaving between collapsed structures and the dragon's colossal, shifting silhouette. His eyes remained fixed, unwavering upon the Leviathan. Divine Insight, deep analysis active. Target abyssal rock dragon. Defense 99/99 stone armor. Immune to most elemental damage. Analysis, direct assault is futile unless raw strength exceeds 50,000 kilograms. Scanning for vulnerabilities. Scan complete. Every scale gleamed crimson, impenetrable, except one, a single dull gray scale positioned just above the abdomen. Vulnerability locked 3 inches below the third inverted scale on the ventral side. Note this site bears an old wound, an infantile bite from another apex beast that pierced deep, leaving fractured bone aligned directly with the heart's primary artery. An old injury, aligned with the heart. So this is its Achilles heel. Yet from his current vantage, the abdomen remained utterly inaccessible, shielded beneath the dragon's grounded stance. He needed to force it to expose its belly. Lin Yuan blurred, leapt onto the dragon's hind leg, vaulted upward, and in 3 fluid bounds landed atop its skull. He stood firm on the dragon's head, gripping one horn with one hand. Then lowering his gaze toward Lei Patian, just rising from the rubble, he shouted, "Hey, S-Rank prodigy down there. Was that lightning strike meant to be therapeutic massage? Could you possibly try harder? It's clearly enjoying your tender ministrations." Chin, who spat out his tea. Countless live stream viewers twitched at the corners of their mouths. Therapeutic massage. That was an S-rank combat technique. Lin Yuan. Lei Patian nearly choked on his own fury, his face flushed crimson. Who was he? The celestial paragon. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If you're so capable, then go ahead, do it yourself. What kind of valor is it to perch up there like a crow on a rooftop? Lin Yuan shrugged. Since neither of us can breach its armor, unleash your strongest technique, right into its face. Provoke it, or do you intend to surrender? A classic provocation. Surrender. Dream on. Lin Yuan. Watch closely. This is my true power. Crockham. Lei Patian ceased holding back, draining his very source of spiritual energy. Slowly he ascended, the lightning around him deepening from violet into a terrifying abyssal black-purple. Thunder Prohibition Art Divine Punishment Spear. From his clenched fist coalesced a monstrous lightning spear, 10 meters long, hurtling straight for the dragon's eye. This was no longer combat, it was desperation. Sensing energy potent enough to threaten its existence, the abyssal rock dragon finally panicked. Its maw gaped wide, deep within its throat crimson light flared, preparing its ultimate molten breath to counter the spear. And in that instant its belly, once pressed tight to the earth, lay fully exposed. Now, Lin Yuan released his grip on the horn and ceased resisting gravity. Instead, he accelerated downward. Divine Demon Body Forging Art 10,000 Caddy Descent. His mass surged tenfold in that heartbeat. In his hand, the black blade Black Moon aligned perfectly with his plummeting body, forming a single lethal line of darkness. Ultimate technique. Shadowless instant kill vertical variant. A shrieking black line tore through the air, descending like divine retribution. Thwip. The Black Moon cleaved downward, carrying tons of gravitational acceleration, and empowered by level 10 Ox Butchering Blade Art's weakness penetration, and pierced exactly through the fissured inverted scale. Blade first, then his entire body plunged inward. The molten breath half formed in its throat shattered into a scream of unbearable agony. Its body convulsed violently, because it felt a cold razor-sharp presence surging through its vitals, severing its cardiac artery, shredding its life force in an instant. Kraboom! After a frozen half-second, the colossal form crashed backward, dust exploding skyward. Lei Patian still held the divine punishment spear aloft, frozen midair, expression vacant. His ultimate technique hadn't even been unleashed yet. Where was the beast? Why had it fallen? From the blood-soaked ruin, a hand pushed aside shattered scales. Lin Yuan emerged, drenched in gore, from the dragon's corpse. In his grip gleamed a massive earth-hued crystal core, the Grade 2 Beast Core. Lei Patian stood resplendent, armored in radiant lightning, a god incarnate. yet had failed even to scratch the beast's hide. Lin Yuan stood battered, bloodied, exhausted, but held the dragon's head in one hand and its core in the other. Your S-rank talent. Visually impressive, truly magnificent. Lin Yuan offered the ultimate lay potion, his face flushed deep purple. Still, I accept the wager. Your points, and this beast's points, are now mine. Hand them over. In that moment his pride, forged over 15 years anchored in his elite talent, shattered utterly beneath the weight of one simple brutal stroke. After a long silence, Lay Potion's trembling fingers unclasped his point bracelet and placed it into Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan, this time you won, but I will not lose again. As you wish. Lin Yuan accepted the bracelet without hesitation and swiped. Beep. Acquisition successful. Points gained 1680. Defeated Grade 2 Abyssal Rock Dragon. Points gained 10000. Current total points 15880. The joint examination had no further suspense. He wasn't merely first. He was the absolute first, unparalleled, unprecedented, and unsurpassable. Time's up. The exam is over. All candidates are to be teleported out immediately. As the countdown reached 0, the massive teleportation gate emitted a buzzing tremor, and the blue vortex of space began to spin in reverse. Outside the square, anxious parents, teachers from various schools, and media reporters with cameras had already gathered. The first to emerge from the teleportation gate was a group of students covered in dirt and grime. The brutality of this joint examination far exceeded their expectations, especially the earthquake triggered by the awakening of a second-level fierce beast, which nearly shattered many of their mental states. Is that Zhou Kai from the second high? Why is he only wearing thermal underwear? Look, that's the elite team from the first high. Why does everyone seem injured? As more and more talented students appeared in disarray, the atmosphere on site became somewhat bizarre. In previous years, these spirited top students looked like a group of refugees who had just returned from a disaster. At that moment, the light from the teleportation gate suddenly brightened. A terrifying aura mingled with a strong scent of blood surged out from within the gate before any figure appeared. A tall figure slowly stepped out. He wore a school uniform that had long been stained dark red with blood, carrying a massive black moon war knife. The scabbard of the knife even had several pieces of dark red flesh hanging from it, the remains of an underground rock. The young man had a handsome face, but his eyes were as deep as a cold pond, and where his gaze swept over the surrounding crowd felt a prickling pain on their skin. Lin Yuan. The crowd automatically parted to create a 10-meter-wide passage leading directly to the podium. 5 meters behind Lin Yuan, the once invincible genius Lei Patian from the first high was now hanging his head, silently following. Though he still looked clean, it was as if his spirit had been completely drained, reduced to merely a backdrop for the blood. Is it a case of the king does not see the king? Someone recalled the words before the exam began. Now that the king had seen the king, victory and defeat were crystal clear. Quick, announce the results. On the podium, Qin Hu abruptly extinguished the cigar in his hand and waved his arm. The giant leaderboard screen in the center of the square instantly went dark before the data began to refresh furiously. Moments later, the golden leaderboard reappeared. When they saw the name at the top and the astronomical score, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. Jianghai City 3rd year, full school, joint exam, final overall ranking. No. 1 Lin Yuan, Jianghai 3rd high, points 15880. No. 2 Su Yuru, Jianghai 1st high, points 620. No. 3 Wang Dali, Jianghai 5th high, points 580. No. 999 Lei Patian, Jianghai 1st high, points 0 transferred. No. 1000 Zhao Tianba, Jianghai 3rd high, points 0 plundered, withdrawn. First place with 15,000 points. Second place only has over 600 points. This is not a gap, it's a cliff. It's a chasm. It rubs everyone's IQ into the ground. Even more outrageous, the original number 1 seed Lei Patian from the first high has a score of 0. This data. The principal of the first high stared at the glaring leaderboard, feeling as if he were about to topple over, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Huh. Good. Wonderful. Meanwhile, the principal of the third high clutched his chest, laughing so hard his dentures nearly fell out. His face turned red with excitement as he grabbed the hand of the principal of the second high. Oldly, did you see that? That's my student. The top scorer. 15,000 points. Who can break this record in the future? I ask you who? The principal of the second high twitched at the corner of his mouth, wanting to pull his hand back, but looking at Lin Yuan's terrifying data, he could only begrudgingly utter considerate luck. At this moment, Qin Hu straightened his military uniform and strode down from the podium. He walked directly through the crowd to Lin Yuan. This influential figure from the Jianghai City Martial Arts Bureau did not put on any airs. Qin Hu laughed heartily and waved for his assistant to bring over a tray covered with red silk. This is your well-deserved reward. On the tray were 3 items: a black bank card, a jade tablet radiating a lustrous sheen, and a roll of ancient bamboo slips. First, a cash reward of 2 million alliance coins. Second, a ticket to the spiritual energy baptism pool. With this jade tablet, you can enter the city-level spiritual vein core and soak for 3 days. It's a place for rebirth. At this point, Qin, who picked up the roll of bamboo, slips his gaze, becoming more serious. Third, and the most precious, in class martial technique, thunder breathing technique fragment. This was originally prepared for lay potion. After all, he had thunder-type talent, but rules are rules. The first place is yours, so it belongs to you. Lin Yuan took the bamboo slips, feeling warm to the touch, and a faint tingle of electricity coursed through his body. At the moment his fingers touched the bamboo slips, a familiar system prompt echoed explosively in the depths of his mind. Ding. Detecting class martial technique, thunder breathing technique fragment. Analyzing. Analysis complete. The core essence is found to have a high degree of compatibility with the host's divine demon body refining technique. Do you wish to proceed with fusion simulation? Fusion. Lin Yuan silently thought. The system's computational power was being invoked. Simulation in progress. Lin Yuan's consciousness seemed to be pulled into a chaotic void. There a massive divine demon was roaring in a sea of thunder, and the raging thunder did not harm it, rather it became a tool to refine its body. Simulation complete. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the SS class Supreme Technique, Chaotic Divine Refining Visualization Technique. Description: using the heavens and earth as a disk and chaos as the grindstone, it not only tempers the physical body, but also refines the soul and mental strength. Cultivating to great success, a single thought can shatter the river of stars. Mental strength cultivation. In the path of martial arts, the physical body is easy to refine, but the mind is difficult to train. Ordinary martial artists can only temper their muscles and bones, while only true high-level masters begin to dabble in the mental domain. Yet this chaotic divine refining visualization technique surprisingly allows him to start cultivating mental strength from the first grade. Thank you, Captain Qin. Lin Yuan suppressed the wild joy in his heart, putting away the bamboo slips. To outsiders, he merely accepted the reward calmly. Good temperament. Qin, who looked increasingly satisfied, go home and rest well. In 3 days, the spiritual energy baptism pool will open. Oh, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Yuan became the absolute star of the night, surrounded by countless media and enrollment office teachers. Meanwhile, at the edge of the square away from the crowd, a black stretch limousine quietly parked in the shadows. The window descended halfway, revealing the gloomy face of a middle-aged man. He was Zhao Wujie, the current head of the Zhao family, and also the father of Zhao Tianba. The highball glass in his hand, the bodyguard in black at the front seat whispered, "Master, the young master's injuries are quite severe. Although they can be treated, it may leave a psychological shadow affecting his martial arts mindset. It's essentially ruined." Ruined. A flash of snake-like cold light flickered in Zhao Wujie's eyes. My Zhao family's prodigy is ruined, yet that mud-legged boy enjoys the glory. This child is growing too quickly. With great talent, he has reached this level. If he gets into university and finds a backing, how will my Zhao family have a foothold in Jianghai City in the future? He must be completely eradicated before he spreads his wings. Initiate the shadow plan. Understood. The bodyguard trembled all over, bowing his head to receive the order. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who was being interviewed, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Divine Insight, intuitive warning. Lin Yuan instinctively turned around, his gaze piercing through the layers of the crowd, precisely locking onto the slowly starting black car in the distance. Though it was far away, he could still feel the unreserved, killing intent emanating from it. The Zhao family. He knew that having beaten Zhao Tianba so badly and stolen all the limelight, the Zhao family, which held all sway in Jianghai City, would definitely not let this go easily. Having dealt with the younger one, the elder one finally couldn't help but jump out. Want to play dirty? Then I'll accompany you to the end. In the highest specification conference room of Military Base No. 09, Lin Yuan sat in the main seat, playing with the jade token symbolizing top scorer of the joint exam in his hand, his expression calm. Behind him, the principal of the 3rd high school sat upright, not daring to breathe too loudly, yet a smug smile could not be concealed on his face. Opposite Lin Yuan, 2 groups of people were glaring at each other, the atmosphere tense and charged. On the left, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, meticulous in appearance, wore a badge of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University on his chest. He was Li Zheng, the director of the admissions office. On the right, another man in a floral shirt, even resting his feet on the chair's arm, displayed the emblem of Magic City War College on his chest. He was Wang Yi, the director of admissions from Magic City Martial Arts University. These 2 schools were undoubtedly the peerless pair of Xia country. One represented official orthodoxy and profound heritage, while the other symbolized practical combat and free-spiritedness. Ahem. Li Zheng cleared his throat and broke the silence. First, Lin Yuan, we've reviewed your results, and they are indeed outstanding. Although you possess great talent, given your practical combat abilities, we at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University are willing to offer you an exception for admission. He extended a finger. Tuition fees for 4 years will be waived. A set of grade standalone villa will be allocated to you, and you will enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. Additionally, the school will provide you with 5 million alliance coins as startup funds for your enrollment. After speaking, Li Zheng confidently leaned back in his chair, believing that this condition was astronomical for a student from a poor background, making it impossible to refuse. However, Lin Yuan merely raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Puffed. A derisive laugh came from across the table. Wang Yi looked at Li Zheng with disdain. 5 million. Old Li, who are you looking down on? Lin Yuan could easily kill a second-level fierce beast in the examination hall, which is worth much more than that. You guys at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University are going backwards trying to send a beggar on his way. Li Zheng's expression changed. Wang Yi, what do you mean? I mean nothing, just that you guys are being petty. Wang Yi slammed the table fiercely, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Lin Yuan, come to our magic city. What we want are madmen and geniuses like you. What the Imperial Capital offers, we will double it. Tuition fees completely waived. Grade Seaview Villa. Moreover, I will grant you unlimited access to the gravity training room and the spiritual energy secret realm. Wang Yi locked his gaze on Lin Yuan and dropped a bombshell. Additionally, the scholarship. 10 million. Hiss. 10 million cash. Unlimited resources. This treatment was almost akin to raising Lin Yuan as a son. Li Zheng's face instantly darkened. 10 million exceeded his authority limits. Everyone looked towards Lin Yuan. Yet Lin Yuan remained seated. 10 million. Lin Yuan finally spoke. Director Wang, if it were just for money, I could earn that much by killing monsters in Zhanghai City for a year. This. Wang Yi was taken aback, then became a bit anxious. Lin Yuan, this is the highest specification new student treatment in the entire Federation. What more do you want? As long as it's not too outrageous, I can make the decision. Lin Yuan reined in his smile, his deep-set eyes scanning the two, his voice turning serious and solemn. To me, money is just a number. The only core condition for which school I attend is one. I want to enroll my family member. My sister suffers from spiritual energy depletion syndrome and is physically weak. Regardless of which school I choose, they must provide the best medical team and equipment fully dedicated to treating her, and I want her to live with me for constant care. As his words fell, the conference room fell into a brief silence. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University had strict rules and clear hierarchies, which was also what Lin Yuan disliked the most. No problem. Just as Li Zheng was still pondering his words, Wang Yi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, what a small matter. Isn't it just about treating an illness? As long as you come, your sister will be our Magic City Martial Arts University's sister. Our school has the best biological medical department in the entire Federation. Those old professors are eager for difficult medical cases to research. If we can't treat her, I'll tear down the school hospital. Deal. Lin Yuan stood up, bypassed Li Zheng, and extended his hand to Wang Yi. Bring the contract, I will sign. Moreover, Lin Yuan chose Magic City not only for Wang Yi's generosity and the promise regarding his sister, but also for a deeper reason. Magic City is by the sea. There lies the most dangerous and densely populated battlefields of fierce beasts in the entire Federation. For Lin Yuan, who possessed a system and needed to constantly kill to gain experience and analyze everything, that place was the true paradise. At the end of the corridor outside the conference room, Su Yuro tightly clutched an admission notice in her hand. It was an admission letter from Zhanghai Key University. For an ordinary student, this was already a glorious honor, but in comparison to today's events, this piece of paper seemed so thin and cheap. The door of the conference room opened and Lin Yuan walked out, surrounded by many prominent figures. Wang Yi beamed, almost wanting to throw an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder and call him brother. Even the usually aloof Captain Qin, who was chatting and laughing with Lin Yuan. Su Yuro watched this scene, her heart filled with mixed emotions, regret, unwillingness, jealousy. If she hadn't chosen Zhao Tianba back then, if she had steadfastly stood by Lin Yuan's side, would she now be the one standing beside him enjoying this honor? Lin Yuan. Su Yuro inexplicably walked up and blocked the path of the crowd. Wang Yi and Qin, who stopped looking at this suddenly appearing girl with some confusion. Lin Yuan, congratulations. I heard that you were specially recruited by Magic City Martial Arts University. Oh, I am truly happy for you. She paused, her eyes slightly red, her voice soft. Actually, I had my reasons for this joint exam. It was Zhao Tianba who pressured me. She tried to play the emotional card, attempting to evoke Lin Yuan's old devoted attributes. However, Lin Yuan did not even pause. Director Wang, there are a lot of flies here buzzing around, and the environmental sanitation needs improvement. Wang Yi was taken aback, and then saw Su Yuro's face turn pale as paper. Being perceptive, he immediately burst out laughing. Yes. Lin, my younger brother is right. I will complain about the cleaning here. The group laughed and walked away, leaving Su Yuro standing alone in place. Flies. She trembled, repeating the word. As night fell in the study room of the Zhao family mansion, the crystal ashtray was already filled with cigarette butts, and through the swirling smoke, Zhao Wujia's gloomy face faintly appeared. On the table lay a recent intelligence document boldly stating target Lin Yuan, whereabouts Magic City War College, specially recruited grade core treatment. Guardian possible Magic City side attaches, great importance. Magic City War College. Grade treatment. His voice was hoarse, laced with an unmistakable hint of fear. As the head of the Zhao family, he understood all too well the protective traditions of the Magic City Martial Arts University. Once Lin Yuan officially enrolled, he would be a thorn in the side of those madmen. At that point, let alone taking action. Even if the Zhao family dared to harbor any malicious thoughts, those old professors from Magic City could dismantle the Zhao family. He cannot go to Magic City. He picked up the encrypted communicator on the table and dialed a number without any notes. Beep, beep, connected. Initiate the ultimate contingency plan. Have the Shadow Ghost take action. The Shadow Ghost is peak 3rd grade, very expensive, and the target is currently the top scorer, quite a risk. Beneath Zhanghai City lay the core of its spiritual vein, the most tightly guarded military restricted zone in the entire metropolis. A massive heavy door slowly swung open, releasing a visible torrent of white mist carrying an invigorating fragrant aroma. We've arrived. Qin, who scanned his iris for authentication and led Lin Yuan into a fully sealed soundproof chamber. At its center stood a circular pool approximately 5 meters in diameter. The pool did not contain ordinary water, but rather an amber-hued mercury-like liquid, the spiritual cleansing pool. It was the condensed essence of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, refined and liquefied over an entire year by Zhanghai City's grand spirit gathering array. Young man, this is truly extraordinary. Qin, who pointed toward the pool, his eyes betraying a flicker of envy. A single drop fetched outside would fetch the price of a grade 1 Qi blood pill. To reward you, the top scoring candidate. This time the authorities have spared no expense. But let me be perfectly clear beforehand, Qin, who cautioned gravely. The energy within this pool is fiercely volatile. Even an ordinary first-rank martial artist can endure no more than half an hour. Even I in my prime lasted only 1 hour and 20 minutes. The moment you feel piercing pain in your meridians or swelling pressure throughout your body, exit immediately. Otherwise your blood vessels will rupture under the strain, leaving you crippled forever. Understood? Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Rupture. For him, who cultivated the dragon elephant hell-subduing art and the chaos divine mill meditation technique, energy was never a danger, as scarcity alone was the true adversary. Enough dawdling, get in. I'll monitor you from the control room. Qin, who waved dismissively and exited the chamber. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan swiftly shed his clothes and leapt in. The instant his body touched the liquid, Lin Yuan felt as though he had plunged into molten magma. Countless ferocious spiritual energy particles surged violently through his pores, unleashing searing, lacerating agony across every fiber of his being. Indeed, wildly volatile. No wonder ordinary cultivators cannot last long. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan settled cross-legged at the pool's bottom. But before me, even dragons must coil, and tigers lie low. Ding. High-purity liquid spiritual energy environment detected. Chaos divine mill meditation technique activated. Dragon elephant hell-subduing art activated. Whale devour mode initiated. Instantly, an overwhelming suction erupted from Lin Yuan's dantian. The once placid amber pool began to churn violently. Around Lin Yuan, a colossal vortex formed and spun ever faster. Arara. Too fast, too much. An ocean of spiritual energy was forcibly drawn into his body, compressed and purified by the divine mill, then transformed into the purest primordial force, ravaging his limbs, organs, and marrow with relentless intensity. His muscle fibers repeatedly tore under the extreme energetic bombardment, only to regenerate and restructure in the next heartbeat. The newly formed musculature possessed tenfold density compared to that of ordinary humans, tough as heightened-style steel cables. Even more astonishing was his skeleton. Viewed through an X-ray lens, his originally ivory-white bones now shimmered with a faint golden radiance. Golden bones, nascent stage. This rare omen appeared only among elite masters undergoing golden body refinement. Yet here it manifested upon a youth who had just attained first-rank cultivation. Meanwhile, within Lin Yuan's spiritual realm, the colossal divine mill rotated, each revolution shattering and reconstructing his soul anew. That torment surpassed physical agony 100-fold. Yet he clenched his jaw and held fast, preserving lucidity in his mind's eye. Through repeated cycles of annihilation and rebirth, his formerly scattered spiritual energy coalesced, compressed, refined, and focused. At last, in the center of his consciousness, it took shape, a translucent, formless miniature blade. Spiritual telekinesis awakened. At that moment, old Master Lu, an elderly custodian with silver-streaked hair, was idly lounging on duty. Having guarded this spirit pool for 2 decades, he'd witnessed countless prodigies, and today, he sat relaxed, legs crossed. This year's top scorer is supposedly an F-class talent. I bet he'll be sobbing and begging to get out within half an hour. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. What the? Yikes. What's happening? An earthquake. On the monitor, the instrument panel tracking the pool's vital metrics spiked erratically, especially the bar chart indicating spirit liquid reserve, which plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. Warning. Warning. Spirit pool reserve depleted by 10. Warning. Spirit pool reserve depleted by 20. Warning. High-pressure vortex detected in core region. Suction velocity exceeds safety threshold by 500. What in blazes is this? Old Master Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the feed. The amber pool had become a churning maelstrom, and Lin Yuan sat motionless at its heart, like an ancient taodai, feasting insatiably. What is he doing? Drinking it? Lu nearly lost his mind. This was Zhanghai City's entire annual reserve. At this rate, not only would the stock vanish, But even the subterranean spirit-gathering array itself might be drained dry. No, stop it. Emergency shutdown now. Lu roared, lunging for the red emergency cutoff button. A firm, calloused hand gently but unyieldingly pressed down on his wrist. Lu turned, and there stood Qin, who silent and unexpected behind him. Captain Qin, look, this boy's gone mad. If he keeps sucking like this, next year's reserves will vanish. Lu jumped up and down in panic. Stay calm, old Lu. After all, he's still young, growing, developing. A hearty appetite is perfectly natural. As elders, how could we possibly fear a child eating too much? This isn't eating too much, it's outright looting. Lu was near tears. Captain Qin, this violates protocol. Regulations clearly stipulate per person quotas. Which regulation says quota? Qin, whose eyes narrowed, a chilling aura of battlefield slaughter briefly flaring. But, no buts. If anything goes wrong, I, Qin, who will bear full responsibility. Lu watched helplessly as the reserve gauge plummeted. 40, 50, 60. He slumped into his chair, face ashen. It was over. Jianghai City's entire strategic reserve, emptied in a single afternoon. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan strode out bare-chested. His skin now bore the soft, luminous luster of finest sheep-fat jade. The sharp, aggressive aura he'd once exuded had vanished entirely, replaced by an air of serene, primordial simplicity. Yet everyone present sensed unmistakably beneath that tranquil exterior raged volcanic power, immense, contained, and terrifying. Cultivator Lin Yuan, cultivation realm, 2nd rank martial artist peak. Vital Qi 99. 0 special ability, spiritual telekinesis detection, range 100 meters, physique, nascent golden bones. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Though he did not turn, he perceived with perfect clarity Qin, who standing behind him, cigarette dangling from his lips, old master, Lu staring in utter despair, even the spider weaving its web in the corner of the wall. Within a radius of 100 meters, every rustle of wind, every tremor of grass, lay wholly within his awareness. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and gazed back into the chamber. Where once stood a full pool of precious amber spirit liquid, only clear, transparent water remained. Literally plain boiled water. Though Qin, who had steeled himself mentally, his jaw still twitched violently. Remarkable. Not a single drop remained. You, go straight to Modu. Qin, who felt an instinctive certainty the youth standing before him, nominally a 2nd-rank cultivator, if forced into mortal combat, might very well defeat him, a 3rd-rank peak martial arts bureau captain. At 2 in the morning, the celebration banquet had long concluded. Although Qin, who strongly insisted on sending a special car to escort Lin Yuan home, he was firmly rejected. Having just broken through in the spiritual energy baptism pool, both his body and mind were in a state of heightened sensitivity, needing to adapt to this newfound power. The streets were deserted, with only the cold wind rustling the discarded newspapers on the ground. Lin Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, seemed to stroll casually, yet his spiritual sense spread silently, like mercury covering a radius of 100 meters. Since awakening his spiritual sense, the world had changed before his eyes. The movement of the wind, the crawling of insects, the breathing sounds in the distance. Everything was laid bare before him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's footsteps halted slightly. Ding. Warning. Malice detected. Location shadow to the left behind. Danger level medium. Source peak, 3rd grade warrior. Just leveled up and someone is already eager to send me. In the shadows, the shadow ghost, dressed in tight black attire, pressed against the wall, controlling his breath and heartbeat to the extreme. As a notorious assassin in the underground world of Jianghai City, he had killed countless warriors, including 2 formal 3rd grade warriors. This kid actually stopped. Did he discover something? The shadow ghost's eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Yuan's impossible. He's just a student who has just broken through to 2nd grade. No matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be able to see through my shadow stealth. The double commission from the Zhao family had tempted him, and he needed to finish this quickly. Die, genius. The shadow ghost moved. He seemed to melt into the air, the dark dagger in his hand coated with lethal poison instantly crossing 10 meters to target Lin Yuan's medulla oblongata. This strike, known as backstab, was his signature move. The cold glint of the dagger had already brushed against the hairs on Lin Yuan's nape. A glimmer of bloodthirsty delight flashed in the shadow ghost's eyes. It's over. This 10 million was too easy to earn. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the skin, an unexpected change occurred. The spiritual force in Lin Yuan's mind erupted instantaneously. Spiritual shock. An invisible spiritual spike, faster than lightning, brutally pierced into the shadow ghost's brain. Oh. A tearing pain erupted from deep within the shadow ghost's soul. His movements froze instantly, and his brain experienced a brief blackout. The fatal strike halted midair. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as his right hand shot out like lightning, precisely gripping the shadow ghost's neck. The terrifying strength from the god-demon body forging technique erupted instantly. Crack. The shadow ghost awoke from the spiritual pain, his feet leaving the ground as he kicked wildly, desperately, trying to pry Lin Yuan's wrist apart, only to find that hand as immovable as cast iron. He stared in terror. A spiritual master? How could you be a spiritual master? At that moment, despair and resentment towards the Zhao family filled the shadow ghost's heart. To send an assassin to kill a perceptive spiritual master. Wasn't that just a death sentence? Lin Yuan said nothing as he applied slight pressure with his fingers gradually crushing the shadow ghost's scapula. Oh, the scream barely escaped before it was crushed back down. Who sent you? Lin Yuan's voice was chillingly calm, though I've guessed I prefer to hear you say it yourself. A glimmer of resolve flashed in the shadow ghost's eyes. Since he had fallen into the hands of a spiritual master, escape was impossible, but he could not suffer humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to bite down on the poison capsule hidden in his molars to commit suicide. Want to die? Did I agree to that? Lin Yuan's gaze cooled as his left hand formed a fist, delivering a heavy blow to the shadow ghost's abdomen. The punch displaced the shadow ghost's internal organs, his mouth uncontrollably gaping wide, losing even the strength to crush the poison capsule. Since you don't want to speak, you'll see for myself. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly deepened as the system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected target's mental defense line collapse. Do you wish to activate soul-searching function? Yes. Boom. Massive fragments of memory surged into Lin Yuan's mind like a revolving lantern. He filtered out the unimportant killing memories and directly locked onto the most recent scene. In the scene, Zhao Shan's face was grim as he ordered the shadow ghost in front of him. Not only do we need to kill Lin Yuan, but to eradicate the roots, I've already sent another team to the city hospital. That was his Achilles heel, creating a medical accident to send his sickly sister along with him. A family must. After viewing this memory, the ethereal glow in Lin Yuan's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a surging blood-red killing intent. This killing intent was so potent that it caused the temperature of the air around him to drop sharply, and the grass by the roadside instantly formed a layer of frost. Good, very good. Lin Yuan smiled, but that smile was colder than a malevolent spirit. Grudges in the martial world should stay in the martial world. Family should not be harmed. But the Zhao family under no circumstances should have touched Lin Xiaoya. She was the only bond he had with this world, the reverse scale he would fight to protect. A dragon has a reverse scale. You touch it, and you will die. I initially planned to deal with you slowly after heading to the Magic City, allowing you to live a few more days. Looking at the twitching shadow ghost in his hands, Lin Yuan's tone turned cold, but it seems you all are tired of living. Lin Yuan expressionlessly twisted the shadow ghost's neck. This peak third-grade assassin was casually discarded into a roadside trash bin. Lin Yuan glanced at the time on his wristband. 2:15 a.m. There was a special police team and doctors arranged by Qin who at the hospital, those sent by the Zhao family, would not be able to enter, and his sister was temporarily safe. But that wasn't enough. As long as the Zhao family existed for a day, this kind of fly-like harassment and threat would never cease. Since you don't want me to leave in peace, then tonight. Lin Yuan took out the encrypted communicator from the shadow ghost's pocket, using the system to crack it, and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before connecting, and Qin Hu's somewhat alert voice came through. Hello. Who is it? Qin team, it's me. On the other end, Qin, who was taken aback, then immediately sensed something was off in Lin Yuan's tone. Lin Yuan. What's going on this late? Were you attacked? Yeah, the Zhao family sent a third-grade assassin named Shadow Ghost, and I've already killed him. What? Shadow Ghost? Qin, who was taken aback, then furious. Has the Zhao family gone mad? How dare they openly assassinate the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Where are you? Are you injured? He'll rush over immediately. No need, Qin team. Lin Yuan interrupted him, bending down to pull the poisoned dagger from the shadow ghost's corpse, wiping it on his sleeve. I'm calling to trouble you with something. Speak. As long as it's not illegal, I'll help you out. Lin Yuan looked towards the brightly lit affluent area on the other side of the city and said calmly, tonight, I plan to do something out of line, and it might result in a lot of deaths, making a bit of noise. Sorry, Qin team, I'll need you to help me clean up afterwards. Qin Hu's hand holding the phone trembled. He understood Lin Yuan's implication. This kid is planning to wipe out a family. Lin Yuan, calm down. The Zhao family has fourth-grade warriors stationed, and also... Beep, beep, beep. The call had already been disconnected. Then he slowly drew out the Kraid battle knife, Black Moon, from the disguised piano case behind him. After tonight, Jianhai City will have one less wealthy family. At this moment, the night was deep, yet the main hall of the Zhao family's villa was brightly lit, filled with the clinking of a massive crystal chandelier cast down dazzling light, and the long European-style dining table was laden with delicacies from mountains and oceans, the air thick with the aroma of expensive red wine. Come, esteemed elders, this cup is to toast the future of the Zhao family. The family head Zhao Wujie donned in a tang suit raised his wine glass with a beaming face. Although hiring the Shadow Ghost to assassinate the top student of the college entrance examination was a risky gamble, it could be said to stake the family's fate. Yet Zhao Wujie believed that as long as the person was dead with no evidence left behind, the Zhao family's extensive connections in Jianhai City would be sufficient to bury this matter. The family head is wise. Several elders of the family rose, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Though Lin Yuan is a genius, he ultimately did not mature. A dead genius is indeed no better than a dog. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tianba, seated in a specially designed wheelchair, was wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of resentful and excited eyes. Dad, the Shadow Ghost should have succeeded by now, right? Zhao Tianba grinned maliciously. Once that useless corpse is brought back, I want to chop off his head to use as a ball to kick. I will crush his bones inch by inch and feed them to the Tibetan mastiffs in the backyard. Rest assured, Tianba. Zhao Wujia looked at his son lovingly. The shadow ghost is a top assassin at the peak of the 3rd rank and has never missed a target. He is likely on his way back now. Just then bang. The door to the banquet hall was slammed open, and the Zhao family's old butler stumbled in his usually meticulously combed hair, now in disarray, his face as pale as paper. Master, it's bad. The butler's voice trembled as if he had seen a ghost. The surveillance at the entrance. It's completely blacked out. And we can't reach the external security team. The entire estate seems to have turned into a dead city. What a... Zhao Wuji's brows furrowed tightly. What are you panicking about? It could be a power failure. What about the backup power? No. It's not a failure. The butler shook uncontrollably in the last second before the surveillance went dark. I saw. What did you see? Speak. Zhao Wujia shouted angrily. The butler swallowed hard, still unable to open his mouth. Suddenly, a chilling tremor emanated from the entrance of the estate. Woo! The sound approached rapidly, impossibly fast. In the next second rumble, the 4-meter-tall 1,000-kilogram steel door engraved with the Zhao family emblem was blown off its hinges and crashed into the hall. The door, carrying terrifying kinetic energy and howling winds, smashed violently onto the long dining table in the center of the banquet hall. 2 Zhao family side members seated near the door, who were raising their glasses in celebration, were instantly turned to mush by the steel door crashing down from above. The sturdy wooden table shattered instantly, the spread of delicacies mixing with blood and shattered bones splattering everywhere. The Zhao family members who had been toasting just a moment ago were suddenly drenched in warm liquid. Off. It's murder. An enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. Zhao Wujia was shielded by several elders, his gaze fixed on the deformed steel door that was still trembling slightly, filled with shock and fear. Who dares to invade the Zhao family? The dust gradually settled. The moonlight poured in, cascading through the shattered door. A tall figure wielding a pitch-black long knife stepped through the debris and moonlight, slowly entering the hall. Freshly emerged from the spiritual energy baptism pool, he exuded no murderous intent, instead appearing as calm as a still pond. Yet all present felt a suffocating sensation rising from the depths of their souls upon seeing him. Lin Yuan halted, his calm gaze sweeping across the chaotic banquet hall, finally resting on Zhao Wuji's act. I heard you were waiting for good news. You don't need to wait anymore. I've brought it myself. Lin Yuan. Zhao Tianba in the wheelchair widened his eyes, pointing at Lin Yuan as if he had seen a ghost, his finger trembling violently. How could you still be alive? What about the shadow ghost? Where did the shadow ghost go? Lin Yuan continued to walk forward. Presumptuous. With the alarm blaring, 20 elite bodyguards funded by the Zhao family burst in from the side door. Each of these men wore bulletproof vests and wielded alloy battle knives, with several being peak, first-rank martial artists. Dare to invade the Zhao family. Seeking death. Brothers, charge. Cut him down with our blades. Faced with the surging tide of people, Lin Yuan didn't even pause in his steps, nor did he raise the battle knife in his hand. Chaos God grind visualization method telekinetic burst. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated from Lin Yuan, instantly sweeping across the entire area. In a strange turn of events, those thousands of silver dining knives and forks scattered on the ground tables and even embedded in the walls suddenly trembled violently, as if they had come to life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, these utensils floated into the air, transforming into a silver metal storm. Go! Lin Yuan casually uttered a word. Thud, 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 thud. The silver gleamed like light. The 20 aggressively charging bodyguards hadn't even reached within 3 meters of Lin Yuan when their movements, each of their throats, foreheads, hearts. Every vital spot was pierced by a delicate silver knife or fork. Thud, thud. The 20 corpses fell to the ground in unison like harvested wheat. Instant kill. And a kill without shedding blood. Lin Yuan stepped over the carpet, walking through the sea of corpses. Telekinetic master. One elder behind Zhao Wujia, well-versed in knowledge, turned pale with fright, his teeth chattering, controlling objects from a distance. This is mental telekinesis. How is this possible? How old is he? The pampered women and children of the Zhao family had long shrunk into the corners, covering their mouths tightly, too scared to even cry out. Fear spread like a plague. Zhao Wujia looked at the boy approaching step by step, finally panicking. Lin Yuan. Zhao Wujia forced himself to remain calm, crushing the wine glass in his hand, the shards piercing his palm, the pain keeping him alert. What happened to the shadow ghost? What did you do to the shadow ghost? Although he already had the worst suspicions in his heart, he still couldn't believe that the top assassin at the peak of the 3rd rank could lose to a student. Are you talking about the one dressed in black? Lin Yuan paused, now only 5 meters away from Zhao Wujia. He then pulled out a bloodied black dagger from his trench coat pocket and casually tossed it. The dagger slid along the ground, stopping right in front of Zhao Tianba's wheelchair. He's dead. He said on the road to the Yellow Springs that being alone is too cold and too lonely. The banquet hall was suffused with the scent of blood, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Attack! Everyone, don't just stand there. Join forces and kill him. At this moment, Zhao Wujia could no longer afford to maintain the demeanor of a family head. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared hoarsely, "If he does not die tonight, my Zhao family is doomed." Upon hearing the family head's death order, the three elders standing behind him exchanged glances, a glint of determination flashing in their eyes. They were the three elders of the Zhao family, the strongest assets apart from Zhao Wujia. Each one was a solid third-tier martial artist, having immersed themselves in martial arts for decades, and their coordination was flawless. "You arrogant brat, accept your death." The eldest elder bellowed, brandishing a long spear of alloy like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aiming directly at Lin Yuan's throat with a piercing sound. Simultaneously, the second elder moved like lightning, wielding twin swords to seal off Lin Yuan's lower body. The third elder hefted a heavy mountain-splitting axe, leaping high to strike fiercely. With the three third-tier powerhouses joining forces, they completely sealed off all three directions. Even a similarly ranked expert would have to temporarily avoid their might. However, Lin Yuan, at the center of the storm, showed no trace of disturbance on his face. Third tier. Lin Yuan sneered, his voice clear and resonant amidst the clash of blades. Too weak. Instant shadow max level returned to simplicity. Whoosh. To the eyes of everyone present, Lin Yuan's figure seemed to remain in place, yet the long spear aimed to strike pierced only through a vanishing afterimage. What an afterimage! The eldest elder's pupils dilated in shock, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Before he could change his stance, a long, powerful hand suddenly reached out from the side, gripping the rapidly spinning spear. It was Lin Yuan. "Let go!" The eldest elder roared, his internal energy surging violently, trying to shake off Lin Yuan's grip. But it remained unmoved. Golden Bones Initial Stage 99. 0 blood value eruption. A faint golden glow emanated from Lin Yuan's palm, and terrifying power exploded instantly. "Such scrap metal, how dare you use it to kill me?" Crack. In the faces of countless horrified gazes, that spear made of grade C alloy, incredibly tough, was snapped in half by Lin Yuan's bare hands. "My spear. They'll return it to you." Lin Yuan's voice was cold as he grasped the sharp-tipped broken spear, the simplest and most brutal act. He thrust. Uffed. The eldest elder had no time to dodge as the broken spear like a silver lightning bolt pierced through his chest, pinning him against the Roman column behind. Blood gushed forth, and the eldest elder's eyes widened, unable to close them even in death. "Big brother." The remaining two elders were filled with fury and grief. "You little beast, I will tear you apart." The second elder swung his twin swords, charging at Lin Yuan like a mad tiger. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him, slightly shifting his body to dodge the attack, while his right leg lashed out like a steel whip. Boom. This whip kick, containing the ultimate power of a peak second-tier body, struck the second elder's head with blinding speed. Bang. It was as if a hammer had smashed a watermelon. The second elder's head exploded instantly, and the headless corpse staggered forward a few steps due to inertia before collapsing. "Devil. You are a devil." The last remaining third elder was terrified out of his wits. He looked at Lin Yuan, who was dripping with murderous intent, and felt no trace of fighting spirit. With a shriek, he dropped the mountain-splitting axe in his hand and turned to flee. "Since you're here, you all shall stay." Lin Yuan finally drew the Black Moon battle knife from his waist. Absolute shadow, instant kill. No. One whoosh. A pitch-black crescent-shaped blade light flashed through the banquet hall. The third elder's fleeing figure suddenly froze. He looked down incredulously, noticing a thin line of blood appearing at his waist. So fast. The next second, his upper body fell to the ground, while his lower half remained standing in a running posture for 2 seconds before crashing down. From the moment the three elders attacked to the moment they all lay dead on the ground, the entire process took less than 10 breaths. At this moment, in the center of the hall, only Zhao Wujia, pale as paper, and Zhao Tianba, trembling beside his wheelchair, remained. "No. Impossible. This cannot be." Zhao Tianba looked at the corpses strewn across the floor, at the youth standing like a demon amidst the pool of blood, and his mind completely shattered. Those were 3 family elders. They were invincible in his eyes. How could they be slaughtered like cabbages? Overwhelming fear caused him to lose control again, a foul odor spreading around. "Dad, save me. Save me. I don't want to die." He crawled while incoherently pleading with Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan. Grandpa Lin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you money. 100 million. No, 200 million. I will give you all my money. And Suyuru, that vile woman, I will give her to you. Please spare me." Lin Yuan, holding the bloodied battle knife, walked step by step towards Zhao Tianba. At this moment, where was the slightest trace of arrogance left in Zhao Tianba? Money. Women. Lin Yuan's eyes showed no mercy, only endless coldness. "Zhao Tianba, do you not understand even now? From the moment you had wicked thoughts and intended to harm my sister." Lin Yuan raised his foot and stepped on Zhao Tianba, chest applying a slight force. "Your end was already sealed. No, no. In your next life, be a good person. Oh no, a scum like you probably won't have a next life." Lin Yuan exerted force suddenly, and Zhao Tianba's chest caved in with a large dent. His heart and ribs shattered simultaneously. His scream abruptly ceased, and the light in his eyes quickly faded. This young master of the Zhao family, who had been domineering in Jianhai City for many years, was crushed under Lin Yuan's foot as easily as an ant. Qianba, seeing his only son crushed to death before him, Zhao Wujia completely went mad. His eyes instantly filled with blood, his hair standing on end, and a tremendous aura far exceeding that of the previous individuals erupted violently from within him. Boom! The surrounding tables and chairs shattered and flew apart under the impact of this aura, and the women and children hiding in the corners were knocked over, spitting blood and fainting. A faint red energy visible to the naked eye emerged on Zhao Wuji's surface, wrapping him like armor. Vital energy protection. 4th tier martial artist. It turned out this old fox was the deepest hidden trump card of the Zhao family. Lin Yuan, I will tear you apart. I will skin you and make lanterns. I will throw your sister into the serpent pit. Zhao Wujia, like a furious ghost, roared as he charged at Lin Yuan. Facing this enraged 4th tier powerhouse, Lin Yuan not only did not retreat, but instead flicked the blood off his knife, revealing a trace of excitement at the corner of his mouth. A 4th tier martial artist's turtle shell. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Black Moon battle knife, the fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Perfect, I will use you to test my blade. Boom. Two figures collided midair with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave that hurled the remaining solid wood tables and chairs into the air, shattering them into a storm of splinters. Lin Yuan's feet carved furrows into the floor as he slid backward 3 full meters before halting. Beneath him, the costly marble tiles fractured in radiating spiderweb cracks. His crank battle saber heir trembled violently in his grip, while a numbing ache pulsed from his palms. Opposite him stood Zhao Shanha, patriarch of the Zhao family. His robe's disheveled hair unbound, yet his aura surged to its zenith. A faint crimson energy shield shimmered visibly around his body. Qi Gang. Only cultivators who attained the 4th rank could project their vital qi outward, condensing it into this indomitable armor-like force. This Qi Gang was as unyielding as forged steel, capable of deflecting bullets and drastically blunting the impact of bladed weapons. Lin Yuan, you remain nothing but a 2nd-rank cultivator. In those few seconds of combat, Lin Yuan had unleashed 18 devastating slashes, each powerful enough to cleave through armored vehicles. Yet against Zhao Shanha's Qi Gang, they sparked only brilliant showers of light and left shallow white scars, failing utterly to breach his core. The chasm between 4th and 2nd rank spanned 2 vast, unbridgeable gorges. Qi Gang, indeed. Lin Yuan slowly straightened his posture, shaking out his wrists with a faint, lingering numbness. His expression remained eerily calm, utterly devoid of panic despite his apparent disadvantage. Zhao Shanha, have you misunderstood something? His voice quiet, yet crystalline, cut through the deathly silence of the hall. Who told you I kill only with blades? Zhao Shanha froze, stunned. Rise. WHUM. The air itself began to vibrate. With dawning horror, Zhao Shanha watched as the fallen bodyguard's weapons, scattered across the floor, defied gravity, lifting silently into midair. As if gripped by countless unseen hands, every blade pivoted in unison, its tip locking unerringly onto Zhao Shanha. This is... Zhao Shanha's pupils contracted violently. A legendary term detonated in his mind, a rare breed. 1 in 10,000, rarer than cultivators by 100-fold, peerless at their rank, capable of slaying foes far stronger. Go! Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the cobalt blue luminescence flared violently. Shi-ai. A dozen weapons erupted into streaks of light, converging on Zhao Shanha from every angle, 360 degrees, without a single blind spot. It was a scaled-down version of the legendary 10,000 swords returning to their origin. No! Zhao Shanha screamed, frantically channeling his qi to reinforce his Qi Gang. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid impacts echoed like monsoon rain. Sword blades snapped against the barrier, daggers ricocheted, but psionic assault was more than brute force. Each strike delivered a searing, soul-piercing mental shock. Zhao Shanha felt as though thousands of needles stabbed into his skull, agonizing pain fracturing his focus, destabilizing the very integrity of his Qi Gang. I'm holding. I can still hold. Beads of sweat drenched his brow. Though flickering precariously, his Qi Gang held, igniting a fragile spark of hope. At that instant, he met Lin Yuan's eyes. It ends now. Lin Yuan's right hand clenched, not in the air, but in the void. His primary weapon, the crank battle saber heir, hovering beside him, stirred. Psionic surge, absolute acceleration. Every ounce of his mental energy flooded the blade, propelling it past the sound barrier with a deafening sonic boom. Crockum. Twice the speed of sound. Before such velocity, the once invincible crimson Qi Gang crumpled like parchment, ripped apart in an instant. A streak of black light sheared across Zhao Shanha's throat, then pierced onward, slicing cleanly through the villa's reinforced load-bearing wall before vanishing into the night. Zhao Shanha's snarling visage froze. Instinctively, he raised his hand toward his neck. only to watch his own vision spin lift and tilt upward. I am 4th rank. That was Zhao Shanha's final thought. His headless corpse swayed once, then crashed to the floor. Ding. 4th rank cultivator eliminated. Bonus for defeating a higher ranked foe 500. Congratulations, host. Massive combat experience acquired. Proficiency in Chaos Divine Mill Meditation Art significantly increased. A crisp system notification chimed within Lin Yuan's mind. He drew a deep breath, feeling power surge anew within his meridians, yet forcibly suppressed the urge to ascend. Because cleanup had arrived. Woo woo. Dozens of SWAT armored vehicles smashed through the Zhao estate's main gate. Blinding searchlights bathed the entire villa complex in stark clinical daylight. SWAT team breaching. Lethal force authorized against resistance. Qin, who fully armored and gripping a heavy assault rifle, kicked open the side door of the hall, already hanging by a thread. Behind him, a squad of elite heavily armed officers surged in, rifles sweeping and locking onto every corner. Then, every one of them froze. A thick, cloying stench of blood hit them like a physical blow, nauseating, suffocating. Corpses littered the hall. Zhao family bodyguards, elders, direct heirs. None survived. And at the heart of that crimson carnage stood a slender youth. His school uniform soaked crimson, 1 foot resting calmly atop Zhao Shanha's headless corpse, his expression serene, as if strolling through his own garden. This. Even seasoned SWAT operatives instinctively recoiled, drawing sharp breaths. Qin, whose eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Over the phone, Lin Yuan had said he'd make a big scene. Qin, who assumed he meant killing Zhao Tianba and his son. He never imagined the boy would annihilate the entire Zhao clan. What stunned him most, Zhao Shanha was dead. A 4th rank cultivator. A pillar of Jianhai City's elite. Decapitated, just like that. Hey you. The saber that had pierced the wall and vanished into the night now traced a graceful arc back through the air, returning to hover steadily beside Lin Yuan. Qin, whose gaze locked onto the floating blade. His eyes bulged, jaw slack, nearly dropping his rifle. You woo. Flying objects. You're a psionicist. Just awakened recently, still quite unrefined. My apologies, Captain Qin. Unrefined. Qin, who glanced at Zhao Shanha's neck, smooth as polished glass, and his mouth twisted violently. This was unrefined. A psionicist, national strategic asset. An 18-year-old at 2nd rank peak was already a prodigy, but an 18-year-old psionicist. A national treasure. A battlefield dominator, capable of reshaping entire engagements. Move. What are you waiting for? Level 1 alert. Secure the perimeter. No living thing escapes. Listen up. Tonight we responded to a tip from concerned citizen Lin Yuan, a student, who reported the Zhao family's collusion with the foreign cult, worshipped God Society, illegal possession of banned substances, and treasonous intent. Lin Yuan assisted authorities in eliminating traitors, leading the charge, sustaining heroic injuries. This is a monumental contribution. With a fierce warning glare, Qin, who swept his gaze across every officer, tonight's events have only one official account. Anyone who breathes a word outside this version, any leak regarding Lin Yuan's identity or abilities, I will execute them myself. Understood? Yes. Thanks, Captain Qin. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Yuan finally relaxed, the tension coiled deep within his nerves. He knew this was secure. Qin, who holstered his rifle with a wry smile and stepped forward, clapping Lin Yuan hard on the shoulder, his look layered with awe and complexity. You're truly mad, but fearless. He sighed. Leave now. Clean up. Take your sister and go to Modu immediately. Why? Lin Yuan asked. Qin, who met his gaze, voice hushed with reverence and anticipation. Go to Modu. To that wider ocean. I sense it. Within a few years, all of China will tremble at your name. Lin Yuan nodded, silent. He lifted stepped over Zhao Shanha's corpse and strode out of the Zhao estate gates into the first golden rays of dawn. A heavy armored vehicle with military plates roared into the station's exclusive platform, disregarding the long queue. The vehicle door opened. Qin, who clad in a crisp combat uniform, was the first to jump out, personally opening. Lin Yuan wheeled down Xiaoya, who curiously surveyed her surroundings. There were no crowds, only fully armed soldiers and a red carpet. Qin, who handed Lin Yuan a pitch-black card with purple gold patterns along the edges embossed with a golden character for war, radiating a fierce aura. This is the special black card of the War Academy in Modu. With it you hold the highest authority aboard the train. Qin, who patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with a fatherly expectation. Kid, in a metropolis like Modu, don't hold back. Remember the Academy's motto, as long as you can't be killed, fight with all your might. If anything goes wrong, the school will back you up. Lin Yuan took the black card, a slight smirk on his lips. Don't worry, I'm a reasonable person. After bidding farewell to Qin, Lin Yuan pushed Xiaoya towards the front of the train. Meanwhile, countless passengers on the ordinary platform looked enviously at them. Look, who is that? Even Captain Qin came to see him off. Is that a panoramic bulletproof business seat? Oh my god, I heard that ticket costs 500,000, and it's hard to get. You must have at least a major general status to sit there. So impressive, he must be from some top-tier family. Amidst the gazes of envy and jealousy, Lin Yuan swiped the card, and the gate opened automatically. Welcome aboard, Mr. Lin. Class private compartment is ready. Please follow me. Accompanied by the sound of the whistle, this 500-meter-long steel beast slowly set off, leaving the safety zone of Zhanghai City. The speed surged instantly. 300 km/h, 500 km/h, 800 km/h. Behind the massive panoramic bulletproof glass, Lin Yuan and Xiaoya sat side by side. Wow, brother, look at that. Is that a giant? Xiaoya leaned against the window, pointing at a massive shadow moving in the distant wilderness, her eyes filled with both fear and excitement. That's a level 3 ferocious beast, the Cyclops. Lin Yuan peeled a grape and fed it to his sister, saying, "Don't be afraid, it can't catch up with us. This is the wilderness where humanity can only huddle in vast safe city zones, while this expansive land has long become a paradise for monsters. This train is a solitary boat sailing through a sea of monsters, relying on heavy armor and formidable firepower to survive." This glass compartment was extremely spacious, and aside from Lin Yuan and his sister, several others occupied the front row. One of them was a middle-aged, wealthy businessman flirting with a glamorous woman. Next to him stood a burly bodyguard, his face marked with rough features, emanating a second-grade initial stage. Perhaps due to the pressure change as the train entered the wilderness, the weak Xiaoya suddenly started coughing violently. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed quite disruptive in the quiet luxury compartment. The bodyguard strode in front of Lin Yuan and Xiaoya, looking down at them as he scolded, "Hey, that useless girl, what are you coughing for? What if you pass your sickness to my boss? Do you have any manners? And you?" The bodyguard pointed at Lin Yuan with a fierce expression, "Manage your sister. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you into the ordinary compartment. Don't you know where this is? You people." Chaos, divine, wheel visualization, mental pressure. Ahem. There was no fluctuation in the air, but in the bodyguard's mental world it felt as if a towering divine mountain had collapsed, crashing heavily onto his soul. Roar. In a daze, he seemed to see a phantom of an ancient ferocious beast emerging behind Lin Yuan, opening its huge mouth in a silent roar. Oh. The bodyguard's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning as pale as paper. Fear. Utter terror. He felt that if he dared to say another word, he would become a corpse the next second. Get lost. Thud. The bodyguard's legs went weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. What's going on? Old one, what are you doing? The wealthy businessman was startled. The bodyguard finally came to his senses, scrambling back to his seat, trembling, and not daring to look at Lin Yuan again. Brother. Xiaoya tugged at Lin Yuan's clothes with some fear. It's fine, he just got weak in the legs. Lin Yuan gently patted his sister's head. When he looked out the window again, the murderous intent in his eyes had already receded. At that moment, a harsh red alarm suddenly blared throughout the compartment. Warning. Warning. Encountering a flying beast swarm attack. Encountering a flying beast swarm attack. Target detected: iron-winged griffin, level 2 high class. Quantity 30. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and do not panic. Bang. A loud noise echoed as if something heavy had violently struck the roof. Immediately after, a massive beast with a wingspan of 5 meters slammed into the panoramic glass. It had the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, its feathers shining with a metallic iron-gray color, and its crimson eyes fixed on the humans inside the compartment through the glass. Oh, a monster. The woman in the wealthy businessman's arms let out a piercing scream. Don't scream. The glass is bulletproof. It's made of level 2 alloy glass, it won't shatter. Though the businessman said this looking at the gaping maw so close, he still turned pale with fright. More and more iron-winged griffins began to dive and crash into the train. Although the train's automated cannons were roaring furiously, many beasts still managed to slip through in this high-speed motion. The entire compartment was shaking violently. Whoa, brother, I'm scared. Xiaoya's little face turned pale, tightly clutching Lin Yuan's hand, her body trembling with the vibrations of the compartment. She was already weak, and the violent shaking made her feel intensely uncomfortable, her breathing becoming rapid. You're disturbing my sister's sleep. Lin Yuan did not stand up. He remained seated in the leather chair, gently patting his sister's back in comfort. Mental power void piercing. The invisible knife in Lin Yuan's mind instantly solidified, transforming into an imperceptible spiritual spike that bypassed physical barriers, piercing directly through the bulletproof glass and deeply embedding into the brain of that griffin. Puff. Outside the window, the iron-winged griffin, preparing to crash again, suddenly froze in its tracks. Bang. Its two eyeballs could not withstand the pressure from the explosion within its brain and burst open. Following that, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. He looked at the second third. Puff. 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 An eerie scene unfolded. 12510. In less than half a minute, the sky outside the train compartment was cleared. Inside the compartment, an eerie silence fell. The wealthy businessman gaped, and the woman in his arms forgot. The bodyguard, who was huddled in the corner, was so frightened that he nearly bowed to Lin Yuan. As a second-grade martial artist, he understood better than ordinary people what had just occurred. The bodyguard trembled all over, his teeth chattering as he looked at Lin Yuan's calm profile. Waves of shock surged in his heart. This is no student. This is clearly a monster in human skin. Lin Yuan retracted his gaze, feeling a slight sting in his brain. After all, killing a dozen level 2 ferocious beasts through specialized glass was no small burden. But his expression remained light and breezy. All right, Xiaoya. When we arrive in Modu, we'll call you. In the Magic City, this steel behemoth built on the edge of the coastline, the air is perpetually filled with a faint scent of the sea. When Lin Yuan stood at the entrance of the Magic City War Academy, even he who was usually calm couldn't help but slightly raise an eyebrow. This hardly resembles a university, it's more like an altar of a prehistoric tribe. The school gate is not made of traditional bricks and stones, but constructed from the pale leg bones of some unknown beast towering at a height of over 100 meters. The surface of the bones is covered in scars from cuts and chisel marks, and at the top hangs a massive black plaque with only 4 blood-red characters inscribed. Stop war with strength. Yet the murderous aura emanating from these 4 characters clearly conveys violence begets violence. This is the Magic City Wu University. Quite intense, isn't it? Director Wang Yi stood aside watching Lin Yuan's reaction and grinned. Those 2 bones are from an 8th level Sea King beast slain by the first principal deep in the East Sea. They serve as both the school gate and a display of might. Lin Yuan nodded. It is indeed quite wild. Student Lin Yuan will take care of your sister. The leading professor patted his chest. The Life Sciences Research Institute is located on the back mountain in a fully enclosed sterile environment. We will conduct a comprehensive examination immediately, and you can visit her anytime. Brother, you go ahead with your work, I will behave. Xiaoya waved her hand understandingly. Watching the medical vehicle leave, the last heavy stone in Lin Yuan's heart finally fell. Now he was alone, free from any burdens. All right, Lin Yuan. Wang Yi patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, pointing towards the wide yet oppressive avenue, and according to the rules, as a special enrollment student, you need to handle your own admission procedures. I have a meeting to attend, so I won't see you off. Wang Yi smiled meaningfully. Additionally, here's a friendly tip. Our school culture is quite lively. If you encounter any situation, don't hesitate, just take action. Lin Yuan looked at Wang Yi's expression that seemed to be waiting for a show, and he instantly understood. Just after stepping through the school gate, the originally spacious main road suddenly became crowded. Ahead on a mandatory path, dozens of senior students wearing dark green combat uniforms and badges reading Student Council Discipline Department boldly blocked the way. In front of them stood a group of freshmen newly enrolled and carrying bags of all sizes. Most of these freshmen had faces filled with indignation, some even arguing in low voices, but more wore expressions of fear, obediently pulling out their phones to make transfers. Is this the welcoming ceremony of Magic City Wu University? Lin Yuan continued walking with interest. Stop! A burly man stood in front of Lin Yuan, blocking his path. He sized up Lin Yuan from head to toe, and upon noticing Lin Yuan's clean casual attire and somewhat slender frame, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. But then, as if recalling something, he revealed a playful smile. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, this is our new student, top scholar, the one who received a 10 million scholarship, right? Lin Yuan. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Hu, a junior in the Student Council Discipline Department and a 3rd-grade martial artist. What's the matter? Lin Yuan asked indifferently. It's nothing major. Since you're new, you might not be aware of our Magic City Wu University's traditions. This fearsome stick is an old tradition. As juniors, isn't it only right to show some appreciation for the seniors who work hard to maintain campus security? Zhang Hu extended 5 fingers, asking for a hefty sum. Seeing as you're the top scholar and have received a lot of scholarship money, I won't ask for too much. You just pay 5 million in club fees, and I'll ensure you're protected while in school. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. Surrounding freshmen gasped at this number. They had only been charged a few thousand each, yet Lin Yuan was being extorted for 5 million right off the bat. This is outright robbery. 5 million. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, not only unfazed, but even took out his phone and opened the payment code. What? You're so quick to pay. Zhang, who was taken aback, thinking this top scholar was too meek, accepting his fate so easily. No. What I mean is, you reminded me, and I could use some cash. Let's do this. Considering you're a senior, I'll give you a discount. You pay 5 million as a toll fee, and I'll let you leave here standing. Those freshmen rummaging for money were left dumbfounded. What did they just hear? A newly enrolled student was actually trying to extort a junior. And he's even from the student council. Has he gone mad? Kid, you're quite arrogant. No freshman at Magic City Wu University has dared to speak to me like this. Today I'll teach you what it means to respect your teachers and revere the strong. Without further ado, Zhang, who stomped his right foot hard on the ground, charging towards Lin Yuan like a cannonball, shattering rock fist. His fist instantly swelled with blood enveloped in pale, yellow earth-type spiritual energy, bearing down on Lin Yuan with a terrifying force capable of shattering rocks. However, facing this powerful punch, Lin Yuan stood his ground, not even drawing the knife at his back. A faint golden data stream flickered in his eyes. Divine Insight analyzing. Target Zhang, who 3rd grade initial stage. Martial skill, shattering rock fist crate. Evaluation strength is decent, speed is too slow, stance is unstable, full of flaws. Too slow. Lin Yuan slightly leaned to the side as the windswept fist grazed past his hair. At the same time, Lin Yuan's right hand shot out like lightning, precisely gripping Zhang Hu's wrist. Using the force, he turned bent down and exerted strength. Divine demonic body refinement technique 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Zhang Hu felt as if his violent charge had plunged into a pile of cotton followed by an overwhelming force that flipped the world upside down. Up! Lin Yuan shouted lightly, single-handedly lifting the 200-plus pounds of Zhang Hu. Boom! Zhang Hu was smashed hard onto the solid concrete ground at the school gate. PFF. Zhang Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all his bones had fallen apart, his organs shifting. He stared wide-eyed at the blue sky, only one thought in his mind: who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying down? Before he could react, a foot was already planted on his chest. 3rd grade. Is that all? Is the threshold at Magic City Wu University set too low? The freshman looked at Lin Yuan as if watching. This was a single strike that had defeated a 3rd grade senior. Bastard. Let go of Tiger, brother. You're asking for death? Everyone go for it. At this moment, the dozen or so student council members who had been standing by finally reacted. This was simply slapping the student council in the face. Outnumbered, Lin Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids. Chaotic divine grind visualization mental shock. Buzz. An invisible wave of mental energy swept the entire area centered on Lin Yuan. To them it felt as if an invisible hammer had struck hard on the back of their heads. Ah! Cries of agony echoed. A dozen people dropped their weapons, simultaneously clutching their heads in pain, squatting on the ground. 2 streams of nosebleed flowed down their nostrils, their heads buzzing, unable to steady themselves. He skillfully removed the limited edition diving watch from Zhang Hu's wrist. This watch is nice, that belongs to me now. He also forcibly took off a silver ring from Zhang Hu's finger. Storage ring. Although it only has a cubic meter of space, it can still be sold for hundreds of thousands. It's mine now. Listen carefully. I don't care what the rules were at Magic City Wu University before. But from today onward, as long as I am here, Lin Yuan pointed to the ground beneath his feet, my rules are the rules. After saying this, he swaggered into the depths of the campus amidst countless awestruck and shocked gazes. This is a freshman. A senior holding his head said with a cry, this is clearly a bandit chief who has come to town. In the back mountains of Magic City Wu University, this is the core area of the campus with the most concentrated spiritual energy, known as the Eye of the Dragon Vein. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, 10 luxurious villas with distinct styles are elegantly scattered on the hillside, each with its own private garden and spiritual energy circulation system. This is the legendary S-Class freshman dormitory where only the top 10 prodigies of each cohort are qualified to reside. Lin Yuan carried his backpack, twirling the specially made black access card in his hand as he walked along the winding mountain path to the highest point. There stood a 3-story standalone villa, S01, occupying the best view. This was the king of the building that Wang Yi had promised to him in order to recruit him. Not only was it the largest in area, but it was also built directly atop the spiritual eye, allowing 1 day of cultivation here to equal 3 days outside. The environment is nice. Xiaoya should like the garden here. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, when he reached the entrance of the villa, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The ornate door that should have been tightly shut was now ajar. The electronic lock with the highest authority that Wang Yi had given him had been violently removed and replaced with a new fingerprint lock. What was even more outrageous was that deafening heavy metal music was blaring inside the villa, accompanied by the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses from men and women, making it as lively as a nightclub. Occupying someone else's nest. He stepped forward and raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the door was pulled open from the inside. A young man in a floral shirt reeking of alcohol and with lipstick marks on his face impatiently poked his head out. Holding half a bottle of champagne, he squinted and cursed, "Who is it? Are you tired of living? Can't you see this young master is having a party? Delivery guy, go to the back door." Lin Yuan stood at the doorway expressionless and replied, "This is my home. Get out. You're home." The young man in the floral shirt was taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke, pointing at Lin Yuan. "Is this kid crazy? This is S01. The best villa in all of Magic City Wu University. You looking like a poor scholar are even qualified to live here. Hurry up and get lost or ill." His words were cut off as Lin Yuan moved. Talking reason with such a person is a waste of breath. It is more efficient to talk physics. Lin Yuan swiftly extended his right hand and seized the young man's hair, which was plastered with hairspray. He applied pressure and thrust downwards. Bang! Lin Yuan slammed the young man's head hard against the solid granite doorframe. "Ah!" The young man's scream instantly drowned out the music. His face was covered in blood, his nasal bone shattered, and he collapsed like a dead dog. Lin Yuan did not let go. Instead, he dragged him by his hair like a garbage bag and strode into the villa's hall. In the hall, a dozen well-dressed men and women were having a great time when they suddenly saw their bloodied companion being dragged in, and the music came to an abrupt halt. "Someone's been killed. Who are you? Let Lu Xiao go." A boy with dyed yellow hair, relying on his status as a second-tier initial stage warrior, jumped out and pointed at Lin Yuan while shouting angrily, "Kid, you're finished. Do you know who he is? He is Lu Kai, the nephew of Vice Principal Lu. This villa was specially approved for him by Vice Principal Liu, the Vice Principal's nephew. Lin Yuan paused, casually tossing the nearly unconscious Lu Kai onto the ground. I don't care whose nephew he is. Even if he's the principal's father, if he occupies my house, he has to get out. Arrogant. The boy with yellow hair was enraged, his blood and energy surging, daring to cause a ruckus at Magic City Wu University. I see you are seeking death. He charged forward, delivering a whip kick aimed at Lin Yuan's temple. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him. He countered with a slap. Slap. The yellow-haired boy felt darkness wash over him and was sent flying, crashing through the massive floor-to-ceiling window and landing over 10 meters away, eventually losing consciousness. The remaining people in the hall gulped, nervously, trembling in fear. A single slap sent a second-tier warrior flying. Where on earth did this monster come from? He'll give you 10 seconds. Lin Yuan glanced at his watch, his tone chillingly calm. Disappear, or he'll help you disappear. Run. Run fast. This group of second-generation rich kids who usually threw their weight around had never seen such a scene. They screamed and fled in panic, not even daring to look back to retrieve their lost shoes. In less than half a minute, the vast villa was emptied, leaving only the groaning Lu Kai on the ground. Look close. S01, a Lin family. Go back and tell your uncle, the vice principal, if he wants to live here, he should come talk to me himself. As for you. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. If I see you within 100 meters again, I'll break your third leg. Lu Kai trembled in fear, disregarding his pain, and crawled down the mountain while crying, you wait. My uncle won't let you off. 10 minutes later, the piercing alarm sounded throughout the S-Class villa area. A fully armed security team charged in, fiercely led by the captain, who was also Vice Principal Liu's trusted confidant. It's in there. That maniac injured Lu Xiao and occupied the villa. The captain waved his hand and shouted at the team behind him, surround him. If anyone dares to resist, shoot to kill. Dozens of dark muzzles were aimed directly at Lin Yuan, who stood leaning against the railing. Lin Yuan held a can of cola he had pulled from the fridge, coldly observing the commotion below. Magic City Wu University is indeed lively. Just as the security team was about to force their way in, a thunderous roar descended from above. Everyone stop. Boom. A massive figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the security team, shaking the ground. As the dust settled, a rugged face with a full beard emerged. It was none other than Wang Yi, the Dean of the Warfare Academy of Magic City Wu University. Wang. Dean Wang. The captain's expression changed, and his imposing demeanor weakened significantly. Why are you here? We are capturing the intruder. Capture your grandpa. Wang Yi slapped the captain, sending him spinning 3 times in place. S01 was personally approved for Lin Yuan by me. It is this year's top student dorm. Wang Yi pointed his finger at the captain, cursing, that old bastard Lu, taking advantage of my absence to use his power for personal gain and stuff his useless nephew in here. I haven't settled the score with him yet, and you dare come to arrest someone. Get lost. All of you get lost. Go back and tell Lu that if he has a problem, he can come to the Warfare Academy and spar with me. The security team exchanged glances. In Magic City Wu University, who doesn't know that Wang Yi is notorious for being protective of his students and a violent man? Offending him truly risks getting sent to the ICU. Yes. Well, leave right now. The captain covered his face and led his team away in disgrace. After driving away the flies, Wang Yi's fierce face instantly softened as he gave a thumbs up. Well done. Kid, remember this feeling. Wang Yi shouted loudly, this is what our Warfare Academy students are like. Living in the most expensive house, drinking the strongest liquor, and fighting the fiercest battles. In Magic City Wu University, as long as you have strength, you are the king of the world. An excellent place. And Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the open-air terrace, slowly concluding his cultivation session. And after a night of rest, the chi circulating within him had grown increasingly refined, and his second-rank peak cultivation base stood as unshakable as a mountain. Yet he felt no joy, only a deep furrow between his brows, as he gazed at the custom tablet in his hand, the internal terminal of the Metropolis Martial Arts University. The screen displayed his personal account in student Lin Yuan. Current credits, 500. Initial reward for top-ranked freshman in, 500 credits. I'm practically destitute. Metropolis Martial Arts University earned its epithet, War Academy, from housing the Federation's most advanced cultivation facilities. But access to all of them hinged upon a single prerequisite: academic credits. Gravitational cultivation chamber S-Rank simulates 100-fold gravity, essential for forging golden bones. Cost 100 credits hour. An enlightenment pagoda spiritual awakening hones willpower and amplifies mental energy. Cost 500 credits hour. In grade C ferocious beast flesh essence 50 credits per vial. In master level onion 1 instruction 1000 credits per session. This is outright robbery. Lin Yuan winced at the exorbitant prices. Ni's primary cultivation arts were the divine demon body forging art and the chaotic god mill meditation technique. The former demanded extreme gravitational conditions to temper his physical body. The latter required the Enlightenment Pagoda's unique magnetic field to stimulate spiritual growth. According to his calculations, advancing the chaotic Godmill technique to its second stage, spiritual will manifested as form, would require at least 100 hours within the pagoda. that amounted to 50,000 credits. And though the official exchange rate was 1 credit to 10,000 alliance credits, no rational person would trade credits for cash. On the black market, credits had already surged to 500,000 alliance credits per credit, and even then supply was virtually non-existent. In mission work, Lin Yuan tapped open the mission hall interface. In hunt, grade 3 ferocious beast, iron scale dragon. Reward 200 credits. In assist military command in coastal defense for 3 days. Reward 100 credits. Far too slow. Lin Yuan shook his head. At this pace, accumulating 50,000 credits would take until the end of time. Just as he sat stumped, his gaze drifted, unintentionally, toward the opulent 3-story villa behind him. Unit S-01. In the most spirit-infused location on campus. Emblematic of the top-ranked freshman's prestige. And, if it's a resource, it must not go to waste. This villa sits idle anyway. Why not put it to profitable use? An hour later, a massive wooden sign appeared at the entrance of Villa S-01. Its calligraphy was bold and vigorous, but its message made every passerby blink in disbelief. In R1 Villa Ownership Challenge Tournament owner Lin Yuan, top-ranked freshman in rules, unknown combat. No restrictions on technique or martial tradition. Prize: defeat me and the entire S-01 villa, including full furnishings and triple-intensity spirit-infused environment, becomes yours. In-stake: lose and forfeit 50 credits. Note: strictly fair. No credit extensions, no haggling. Student card payments accepted. High-tier beast cores also honored. Indigence discouraged. And someone snapped a photo and posted it on the university forum. The thread exploded in seconds. Audacious. Top freshman openly hosts a challenge. S-01 Villa as wager. In 50 credits for 1 match. Has Lin Yuan gone mad over money? Brothers, let's swarm him. That S-01 Villa boosts cultivation speed by at least double. The allure of Villa S-01 was irresistible, not merely as a cultivation asset, but as a matter of honor among proud scions of noble families. Whoever resided there would reign as sovereign of this year's freshman class. And within half an hour the villa was ringed by spectators, not only freshmen, but numerous sophomores skipping class to witness the spectacle. Here he comes. Look how many people. At the villa gate, Lin Yuan reclined comfortably on a beach chair beneath a sunshade, sunglasses glinting. Beside him rested a point-of-sale terminal, borrowed unofficially from logistics. In Xiaoya ready? Lin Yuan asked lazily. Ready, big brother. Lin Xiaoya eagerly raised a crimson vial. This is the school-issued basic healing elixir, market price 10 credits. How much shall we charge? Since it's our exclusive edition, let's set it at 50 credits. And Lin Yuan spoke without batting an eye. After all, it's drawn from S-01 Villa, infused with spirit energy. A premium is only reasonable. Lin Yuan, come out here, you wretch. And at that moment the crowd parted, revealing 7 or 8 young men clad in ornate combat uniforms. At their head strode a tall, slender youth wielding a long spear. Cultivation rank 2nd rank initial stage, with arrogance etched into his brow. And he hailed from a second-tier aristocratic house in the capital, and his name was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong pointed directly at Lin Yuan lounging on the chair and bellowed in. What do you take Metropolis Martial Arts University for? A public marketplace? To brazenly commercialize a school-assigned residence? It's an affront to scholarly dignity. And I don't know about dignity, Lin Yuan replied coolly. And I only know this: if you wish to challenge, swipe your card first. No credits. Step aside. Don't block others from paying. You. Insolent. And Zhou Tong's face flushed a livid purple. He turned to his companions. This brat is intolerable. I'll teach him a lesson first. Then we'll share the villa. And with that, Zhou Tong strode forward and slammed his student card onto the POS terminal. Beep. 50 credits deducted. In hearing the confirmation chime, Lin Yuan finally sat upright and flashed a dazzling professional smile. And, sir, your generosity honors us. Please demonstrate your art. Observe my spear. And Zhou Tong wasted no more words. His spear whirled. 3 blossoming spear flower patterns erupted midair as it shot forward with a shriek of displaced wind aimed straight at Lin Yuan's chest. Though lacking the seasoned mastery of a Zhao clan elder, the thrust bore unmistakable rigor, evidence of relentless training. And freshmen around gasped in unison. Incredible speed, yet facing that ferocious assault, Lin Yuan didn't so much as lift his backside from the chair. In chaotic God mill meditation technique, mental force impact. Slap. Knock crack so sharp it pierced silence across the grounds. And Zhou Tong, who'd charged forward with unstoppable momentum, spun violently midair, completing 3.5 revolutions before his spear flew from his grip. Thud. And he crashed face first onto the lawn 15 meters away. His left cheek, grotesquely swollen eyes rolled back as he slipped instantly into unconsciousness. The crowd, moments ago roaring with bravado, now stood mute. And what kind of sorcery was that? And I didn't see anything. Did he even move? Lin Yuan sank back into his chair and shook his head disappointed. And too weak. How did such mediocrity even gain admission to Metropolis Martial Arts University? Then he waved casually toward Lin Xiaoya. Xiaoya, business has arrived. Lin Xiaoya wheeled forward instantly, holding aloft a vial of healing elixir, and knelt beside the fallen Zhou Tong. Senior brothers, this senior seems gravely injured. Care for a dose. S01 exclusive healing elixir, specialized for contusions and trauma. Just 50 credits. Into strike first, then force assail. And this was sheer bullying. Yet confronted with Lin Yuan's unblinking stare, implying another beating for refusal, they swallowed their pride, swiped their cards again for 50 credits, and slunk away carrying the vial, priced at 10 credits on the open market, while carrying Zhou Tong off like thieves in daylight. In this single round, Lin Yuan earned 100 credits, tears of irony welling in his eyes. And, next challenger. And hurry up, I have lunch plans. All who covet the villa step forward. After a brief hush, the crowd grew even more agitated. And Lin Yuan's uncanny display, though bewildering, had ignited fiercer competitive fires, especially among those who believed themselves equal or superior to Zhou Tong, first-rank peak cultivators, second-rank mid-stage masters. And I'll take him. Zhou Tong was careless. Count me in. His mental energy can't be inexhaustible. We'll wear him down in rotation. And Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The harder you strive, the sooner I'll enter the Enlightenment Pagoda. Gentlemen harvesters, please form an orderly queue. No pushing. On the lawn in front of the villa, 7 or 8 new students lay wailing. Lin Yuan still lazily reclined on the beach chair, his juice unfinished, and not a drop of sweat had broken out. Is there anyone else? Young people nowadays, have they lost all their spirit? S01 is right here. Winning it is yours. Losing means just 50 credits. Why not take the chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Although he spoke eloquently, the sobering examples lying on the ground were far too persuasive. Everyone felt envious, but no one wanted to go up and throw away their money. Just when the atmosphere became awkward, clear the way. The originally crowded group automatically parted their eyes, filled with reverence. Stepping out was a young man dressed in a white training outfit, carrying a long sword on his back. He was handsome, yet his expression was extremely haughty, exuding a fierce sword intent, like a blade drawn from its sheath. It's Gu Feng, third on the new student ranking, the young master of the Gu family from Magic City. I've heard he has mastered his family's sword technique to an exquisite level. Gu Xiao has arrived. Now this is going to be interesting. Gu Feng ignored the surrounding discussions and walked straight up to Lin Yuan, his gaze piercing. Lin Yuan, save your provocation. Those small fries may fear you, but I do not. He glanced at the card reader on the ground, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. 50 credits. That little game doesn't interest me. Gu Feng pulled out a golden student card from his pocket, pinching it between 2 fingers and flipping it lightly. Whoosh. The gold card shot out like a flying knife, firmly embedding itself into the ground before Lin Yuan, buried 3 inches deep. This card contains 1,000 credits. Gu Feng lifted his chin, his fighting spirit palpable. I bet it against your S01 villa. Do you dare accept? 1,000 credits. The crowd gasped. That was equivalent to 10 million alliance coins. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Gu family, he was extravagant right from the start. Originally slumped in the chair, Lin Yuan straightened his back at the moment he heard that figure. He took off his sunglasses, his lazy eyes suddenly bursting with a warmth that was even more welcoming than seeing a family member. Ah, this isn't a challenger, this is clearly a VIP client. Lin Yuan kicked away the lounge chair, revealing an extremely radiant smile. I'll accept. Of course I will accept. The customer is King Yu. For this 1,000 credits, I must at least stretch my muscles to show my respect. Let's draw our weapons then. Gu Feng pressed his right hand on the hilt behind him, his expression serious. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Lin Yuan's first place was not merely for show. Weapons. Lin Yuan looked around and finally walked to the flower bed beside him, casually breaking off a 2-foot-long dry branch. He waved the branch, producing a whooshing sound, and nodded in satisfaction. For you, using a knife would be too much of an advantage. This is just right. Lin Yuan, you will pay for your arrogance. Clang. The long sword was drawn, radiating a chilling light. Gu Feng stopped wasting words, stepping forward as his figure darted like the wind. Level combat skill, swift wind, quick sword. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a myriad of sword shadows enveloped Lin Yuan. Gu Feng's sword was extremely fast, weaving a web of intricate swordplay that sealed off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. Every sword energy aimed at Lin Yuan's vital points, mercilessly fierce. So fast, I can't even see the sword. The watching new students felt their hearts leap to their throats. However, at the center of the sword net, Lin Yuan's eyes were filled only with faint golden data streams dancing before him. God's insight, analyzing target. Gu Feng's second grade mid-stage. Martial technique, swift wind, quick sword, level great success. Evaluation, the sword technique is flashy but lacks focus. In pursuit of speed, it sacrifices strength and flexibility in changing moves. Flaws 36. Lin Yuan shook his head, seemingly casually pointing the dry branch forward. This point, without any embellishment, precisely struck the only gap amid the myriad of sword shadows. The multitude of sword shadows instantly dissipated. Gu Feng's originally swift form abruptly froze, staring at his wrist in disbelief. At this moment, the dry branch in Lin Yuan's hand was precisely pressed against the pulse point of Gu Feng's sword-wielding wrist. As long as Lin Yuan exerted a little force, he could cripple his right hand. Your sword is too slow. Your mind is too chaotic. Thank you, 1,000 credits. Lin Yuan tucked away the branch, casually pulled out the gold card from the ground, and tapped it on the card reader. Ding. 1,000 credits credited. Is there anyone else? Lin Yuan waved the gold card in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Gu Feng's defeat did not scare off the crowd. Instead, it ignited even greater commotion among them. Don't be afraid, everyone. He is human too, and can get tired. Someone in the crowd shouted. That last move must have consumed a lot of his mental energy. With so many of us, a wheel battle can wear him down. Yes, exactly. 2 fists can't compete with 4 hands. 4S01. Charge. A group of new students who thought they had grasped Lin Yuan's weakness charged in like they were on adrenaline. Will battle. Lin Yuan laughed. His physical body had been tempered through the god-demon body refining technique countless times, and with the cleansing of the spirit pool, his endurance was comparable to that of a human-shaped perpetual motion machine. Want to wear him down? Maybe in your next life. For the next hour, a teaching session named Stylish Beating unfolded at the entrance of the S01 villa. I am the Hercules body. Let's see how many punches you can take. Get lost. Lin Yuan didn't even activate the god-demon body refining technique and simply relied on his physical strength. The burly man was sent flying at a faster speed, hanging on a tree, questioning his life choices. My movement technique is exquisite. You can't hit me. A thin man jumped around like a monkey. Fanciful tricks. Lin Yuan predicted his landing point, extending his foot to trip him. Thump. The thin man's face met the ground, sliding 10 meters before collapsing. Hee, look at my poison needle. A sinister guy hid in the crowd and threw a concealed weapon. Psycho rebound. Whoosh. The poison needle drew a circle in the air and lodged in his own rear end. Arg. The scream echoed through the skies. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, Lin Zioya's business was, oh dear, did this senior break his leg? Quick, bring a bottle of bone-healing water, 50 credits. This senior's face is swollen. The swelling cream is only 30 credits. The siblings, one responsible for beating and the other for healing for a fee, worked seamlessly, nearly shearing the wool off these new students. Finally, no one dared to step forward anymore. The remaining people looked at Lin Yuan with eyes that had transformed from initial anger to fear and even worship. Was this really a new student? This was clearly an indomitable, tireless battle machine. Current credits, 23500. In just half a day's time, he had raked in over 20,000 credits. That was equivalent to the total tasks completed by an ordinary student over 2 years. Is there anyone else who wants to give me money? Lin Yuan stood on the steps, and wherever his gaze fell, everyone took a step back in unison, shaking their heads desperately. Is that all? How disappointing. Lin Yuan reluctantly tucked away the card reader. Since there's no one left, let's call it a day. Suddenly, an intense and nauseating aura of bloodlust surged from the back of the crowd. At the end of the cleared path, a young man dressed in a tattered camouflage vest covered in gruesome scars was slowly. He carried no weapons, but his hands, wrapped in bandages, had calloused knuckles still stained with dark brown blood. S01. Oh, I want it. But I have no money. The young man slowly assumed a stance, a dreadful killing intent locking onto Lin Yuan. I bet these fists. If I win, the house is mine. If I lose, my life belongs to you. As he approached, a strong scent assaulted his senses, an aura only those who have crawled out from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood could possess. Xiang Lai, an orphan from the front lines raised by a certain military bigwig, turned into a war machine. At the same time, he was the only S-Rank special recruit in this year's freshman of Magic City Martial University besides Lin Yuan. Xiang Lai stood 3 meters in front of Lin Yuan. With his wolf-like, hauntingly green eyes, he examined Lin Yuan from head to toe. I've seen your video. You killed the cave rock dragon, quite, while showing some courage. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Yuan stood up from his lounge chair. In front of this person, he retracted his previous laziness and mockery, and his expression turned unusually serious. This was a kindred spirit. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the ferocity of a beast lurking within the other's body, a sense of danger that surpassed all previous opponents he had encountered. I don't lack a place to live, nor do I lack money. Xiang Lai pulled out a specially made black military officer card from his pocket and casually tossed it at Lin Yuan's feet. This card contains 5000 credits. I earned it over a year by killing alien beasts on the front line. Xiang Lai slowly moved his wrist, the joints cracking like popping beans, and the sinews in his body creaked like bowstrings. I'm here for one thing. He took an extremely peculiar stance, neither boxing nor traditional martial arts, his legs slightly bent, center of gravity, low hands clawed to protect the center line like a cheetah ready to pounce, to determine both rank and life or death. Are you daring enough? 5000 credits. Life or death. The surrounding freshmen turned pale in fear, retreating continuously. This was hardly a sparring match. This was clearly 2 madmen playing with their lives. Lin Yuan glanced at the card at his feet, then at the battle-ready. The indifference in his eyes vanished, replaced by a long-lost excitement as the blood within him began to flow faster. This is interesting. I'll take this 5000 credits. As for life, Lin Yuan slightly bent his knees. The divine demon's body refining art roared to life, within him golden blood surging like magma, a faint golden glow appearing on his skin. If you have the ability to take it, then come and take it. Good. Xiang Lai roared, instantly covering the 3-meter distance, striking out with a lethal blow. His fingers curled like hooks, nails sharpened to a deadly point, aiming directly for Lin Yuan's throat. If that claw landed, his windpipe would be crushed on the spot. Lin Yuan did not retreat, but advanced his right hand, forming a fist, golden light flickering, and he struck towards Xiang Lai's palm. Bang! The collision of fist and claw produced a sound akin to clashing metal. Come again. Xiang Lai's eyes gleamed with intensity. After being pushed back half a step, he did not take a moment to catch his breath. Instead, he used the momentum to turn, delivering a vicious whip kick towards Lin Yuan's temple. Simultaneously, his left hand transformed into a knife, silently aiming for Lin Yuan's vulnerable ribs. An onslaught from both sides, every strike aimed to kill. This was the military Dao killing fist, every technique designed to destroy the enemy's vitality with the fastest speed and the least cost. Specializing in attacks to the lower body, eye gouges, throat locks, and bone shattering. Nice move. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted, not drawing his battle knife. He crossed his arms to protect his head, enduring the whip kick. Thud. Lin Yuan felt a tingling in his arms. This kid's bones were harder than alloy. But he did not retreat. Seizing the moment of defense, Lin Yuan delivered a powerful knee strike towards Xiang Lai's abdomen. The two of them clashed like humanoid tyrannosaurs, engaging in the most primal and savage hand-to-hand combat in the open space in front of the villa. Bang! Crack! Boom! The dull sound of punches landing resonated like a dense drumbeat, sending chills down the spines of those around. Is this really freshman? So brutal. Is this what strength looks like? The onlooking students turned pale, gazing at the two figures moving so fast they were barely visible, feeling a deep sense of helplessness rise within. The battle reached a fever pitch, and Lin Yuan gradually felt a hint of pressure. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt such a formidable challenge against an opponent of the same rank. Xiang Lai was too strong. This kid's combat instincts were terrifyingly sharp. Lin Yuan attempted several times to use his mental power for sneak attacks, but each time he initiated, Xiang Lai almost instinctively, like a beast, would shift and evade, even counterattacking during Lin Yuan's moment of distraction. Puff! Lin Yuan made a mistake. His shoulder was grazed by Xiang Lai's eagle-like fingers, leaving 3 bloody scratches as blood instantly soaked his sleeve. Pleasant. Xiang Lai licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, growing more frenzied, his battle intent blazing to the extreme. Lin Yuan, if this is all you can do, then today you're going out on a stretcher. Is that so? Lin Yuan took a step back, the data streams deep in his eyes, frantically refreshing. Divine Insight, high-frequency analysis in progress, detected high-level combat skill, military Dao 7 kills, a rank. Characteristics: abandoning all defense, pursuing ultimate lethality. The moves are primitive, yet the intent to kill is astonishing. Analyzing move logic. Identifying vulnerabilities. Optimizing force application model. Analysis complete. Added to skill library. Your moves are good. Unfortunately, they are now mine. What? Xiang Lai was taken aback, not understanding Lin Yuan's meaning. But in the next second before he could react, Lin Yuan's aura suddenly changed. The previously aggressive and bold approach retracted, replaced by an immensely familiar, coldly vicious energy that made Xiang Lai's heart race. Xiang Lai's alarm bells rang in his heart, and he instinctively threw a straight punch. However, Lin Yuan did not dodge. He actually executed the exact same move Xiang Lai had just used. Sidestep, glide, knife hand to the ribs. No, not just identical. Under the system's optimization, Lin Yuan's knife hand came at a more devious angle, with a faster force, even predicting Xiang Lai's follow-up moves. How is this possible? Xiang Lai's pupils dilated, and he could only forcibly twist his body to evade. Yet Lin Yuan's onslaught came like a tidal wave. Eye gouges, throat locks, groin kicks, bone shattering. All were techniques from Xiang Lai's proud, military Dao 7 kills, but when executed by Lin Yuan, they were even more refined and vicious than someone who had immersed himself in them for over a decade. It was as if he were battling a stronger version of himself. Bang! Finally, in a heating collision, Lin Yuan's whip kick violently struck Xiang Lai's knee. Crack! With the enhancement of his golden bones, Lin Yuan stood firm, while Xiang Lai's face turned pale, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, retreating 5 steps before barely stabilizing himself. His right leg trembled slightly, clearly suffering internal injuries. The victor was determined. Lin Yuan withdrew, straightening his slightly disheveled collar, not pursuing the attack. After a long pause, he smiled broadly, though it looked somewhat awkward, yet it was sincere. This is truly. I've trained in killing techniques in a pile of corpses for 10 years, and you learn it all in one go. And even improve. I won't linger any longer. Continuing this fight would mean revealing my trump card and deciding life or death, which is something to do with enemies, not with opponents. I admit defeat, Xiang Lai said decisively, That 5000 credits are yours. In the future at Magic City Martial University, besides you, no one else is worthy to be my opponent. Here you go. Just then a whoosh of wind came from behind. Xiang Lai instinctively raised his hand to catch it, receiving a cold glass vial filled with a red liquid. S01 special healing medicine specifically for treating injuries from falls and impacts. Lin Yuan picked up the black magnetic card from the ground and waved it at Xiang Lai's back, his tone carrying a hint of mutual respect. Next time you want to fight, feel free to come. I'll give you an 80 discount. With Xiang Lai's admission of defeat, the S01 villa once again returned to tranquility. But this tranquility was starkly different from before. All the freshmen looked at the boy standing on the steps, their eyes no longer holding any defiance or provocation, only deep respect. Even the shrank killing machine from the military had been subdued. Who else would dare to defy? From this moment on, Lin Yuan's status as the king of freshmen was unshakable. At the top of a distant tower, the president of the War Academy, Wang Yi, was observing this scene through a telescope. TSK tisk, this kid is truly a monster. Looks like our Magic City Martial University has a chance in next month's national competition among hundreds of schools. Wang Yi chuckled and disappeared into the wind. Those old geezers in the imperial capital will probably be shocked this time. The Gravity Training Zone. A massive underground space is divided into hundreds of silvery closed cabins, the most expensive and revered training sanctuary in Modu Martial University. Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the price list in the hall, glancing up. Beginner Zone, 13 times gravity, 10 credits hour. Intermediate Zone, 48 times gravity, 100 credits hour. Advanced Zone, 915 times gravity, 300 credits hour. High-risk Core Zone, 16 times and above, 500 credits hour, requires signing a waiver. Indeed a money pit. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. For ordinary freshmen, completing a task only earns a few dozen credits, and here, they couldn't even afford a few hours in a beginner room. At that moment, many second and third-year students were walking out of the intermediate zone bare-chested and drenched in sweat, looking utterly exhausted and helping each other. Old Zhang, I pushed through 4 times gravity today and lasted 20 minutes, almost throwing up breakfast. I felt my insides shifting at 3 times gravity. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Yuan approached the counter expressionlessly, pulling out his student card that held over 20,000 credits and casually slapping it down. Book a room. Freshman, turn left to the beginner zone, choose any room number. I recommend starting at 1. 5 times to adapt, don't push yourself too hard. Not going there. Lin Yuan shook his head, pointing to the red-painted door at the end of the corridor with a skull warning sign. I want to go there. High-risk Core Zone. The administrator sprayed out his tea, staring at Lin Yuan with wide eyes, as if looking at a fool. Kid, are you awake? That place is for latest-stage 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier instructors. It starts at 16 times gravity. If a freshman like you goes in, you'll be flattened in an instant. Then I'd have to go in and scrape your corpse, which is quite troublesome. It's fine, my bones are tough. Lin Yuan didn't waste words and directly entered commands on the console. High-risk cabin S01, reserve time 3 hours. Set multiplier 20 times. Seeing the words 20 times pop up on the screen, the administrator's eyes nearly bulged out. 20 times gravity. This means if Lin Yuan weighs 75 kilograms, he would instantly have to bear 5 tons of weight. And this weight isn't just pressing on his shoulders, it impacts every blood vessel and organ. Crazy. Are the top students now all insane? The administrator was about to forcibly terminate the operation when he found that the system prompted deduction successful. This was a completely enclosed metal room of only 20 square meters with walls made of high-strength sound-absorbing material and a floor made of specially designed alloy steel plates. Lin Yuan stepped into the room and the heavy airtight door thunderously shut behind him. He removed his shirt, revealing a muscular torso. He took out 5 bottles of advanced chi blood pill, which he had just crowd-funded from the other freshmen, and lined 20 times gravity. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Yuan's eyes focused as he pressed the red start button on the wall. V-room. The gravity generator in the room activated instantly. In the next second, a terrifying invisible pressure surged in from all directions. Lin Yuan's legs buckled abruptly, his knees cracking under the unbearable load. Ugh! He groaned, his face turning crimson, veins bulging on his forehead like worms. The horrifying pressure penetrated through his skin, directly impacting his organs. His heart raced violently, as if it would explode from his chest. His lungs felt compressed, and each breath felt like inhaling iron sand. From his pores, tiny beads of blood seeped out, dyeing him into a bloodied figure. Warning! Warning! Detected extreme environmental pressure. Body damage rate 15. A red system alarm rang in his mind. But in Lin Yuan's eyes there was no fear, only a frenzied excitement. This is the feeling. Only this kind of pressure on the brink of the limit can push the divine demon body forging technique to its utmost. System. Activate overclock mode. Command received. The operation speed of divine demon body forging technique increased by 500. Activating overclock repair mode. Boom. The chi and blood in his dantian, previously suppressed, erupted like ignited gasoline. A warm current rapidly flowed throughout his body, repairing damaged microcapillaries and muscle fibers. Under the crushing force of 20 times gravity, impurities that were barely detectable in his muscles were forcibly expelled, and the newly formed muscle fibers became denser and tougher. Not enough. Lin Yuan grabbed a bottle of advanced chi blood pill, not even looking, and tipped it directly into the potency capable of causing ordinary martial artists to explode within their bodies, detonated in his abdomen, instantly transforming into a rolling hot stream, perfectly countering the external gravity. Facing 20 times gravity, Lin Yuan slowly assumed a stance. He threw a punch. Whoosh. This punch was exceptionally slow, each movement accompanied by the cracking sound of bones. Retracting his fist, he threw another punch. Sweat barely emerged from his skin before it was evaporated into white mist by the terrifying heat. 2 hours later, the air inside the cabin had already become as hot as a steamer. The alloy floor beneath Lin Yuan's feet had deep footprints imprinted into it. At this moment, his skin exhibited a strange dark red hue. If you pressed your ear to his chest, you would hear a rumbling sound like a mighty river flowing. Blood like mercury heavy. This is a sign of reaching the peak of blood exchange. Break. Roar. A sound resembling a dragon's long cry resounded from within him. With this long cry, it felt as if some qualitative change occurred in all his bones. Those originally pristine, white bones completely shed their mortal color and transformed into a dark golden hue with a metallic feel. Golden bones perfected. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, golden light shooting from his pupils. He casually threw a punch at the air before him. Bang! Just the power of his flesh caused visible ripples in the high-pressure air under 20 times gravity. Lin Yuan glanced at his fist, feeling that seemingly endless power within him. With a single arm shake, 10,000 kilograms. That's 10 tons. The peak ordinary second-tier martial artist has a physical strength of only 3,000 kilograms. Yet he is more than 3 times that. With just this body, he can confront peak third-tier martial artist Heiden. This is the divine demon forging body. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, the 5 empty pill bottles at his feet already crushed to dust. Ding! Time's up. The gravity generator gradually ceased operation, and the suffocating feeling of being crushed like a mountain instantly vanished. Lin Yuan felt as light as if he could float away. Are you okay? The administrator looked Lin Yuan up and down as if he were examining a monster. To have survived 3 hours under 20 times gravity, not only unharmed, but more energetic. It's just that the effect of this gravity chamber is mediocre, only 20 times. It feels less tiring than when I used to run 5 kilometers carrying my sister. Not as tiring as carrying your sister. Is your sister a transformer? In the center of the Magic City Wuda campus stands a towering black spire, 100 meters high. The tower is constructed from an unknown material, its surface seamless, emanating a chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine. Even from hundreds of meters away, one can feel a mental pressure akin to needles piercing the brain. The Wudao Tower. This is another significant foundation of Magic City Wuda, alongside the gravity chamber, specifically designed to hone the will and mental strength of martial artists. It is said that a special magnetic field generator is sealed inside the tower, and with each ascending level, the mental pressure doubles. At this moment, many students have gathered in the square beneath the tower. Most of them appear pale, some upon just exiting the tower lean against the wall, unable to stop vomiting. What level is the freshman record again? Lin Yuan stood beneath the tower, clutching an entry ticket he had exchanged for several hundred credits, casually asking a passerby. The passerby, a sophomore, was rubbing his throbbing temples, glanced at Lin Yuan, and replied, "Freshman." A freshman who can endure 10 minutes on the first level is considered qualified. As for the record, last year's Gu Feng reached the 3rd level on his first attempt and lasted 5 minutes. That was already considered monstrous. The 3rd level, huh? The Wudao Tower, 1st level. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Yuan felt the air tighten and invisible pressure surged from all directions, attempting to compress his brain's nerves, inducing a slight sensation of dizziness. Is this it? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This level of pressure was not nearly as intense as the cerebral congestion he experienced moments ago in the gravity chamber with 20 times the gravitational force. With his hands in his pockets, he didn't even pause his stride, directly walking past a dozen freshmen who were gritting their teeth and sweating profusely while struggling in the 1st level hall, heading toward the staircase leading to the 2nd level. Excuse me, thank you. 2nd level. The pressure doubled and the number of people here decreased significantly, with only a few sophomores meditating cross-legged, their faces contorted. Lin Yuan still did not stop, like a gust of wind sweeping past. 3rd level. This is what is known as the freshman limit area. The air here seemed to thicken and the mental pressure had become tangible, even inducing slight auditory hallucinations. When Lin Yuan reached this level, he finally felt a gentle breeze against his face. This is getting interesting. It feels somewhat like being lightly hit by a pillow. This scene was just witnessed by a sophomore elite who had just exhausted himself to climb up. The person widened his eyes, staring at Lin Yuan's relaxed figure. Wait. What? Is he shopping? Until the 5th level, the environment here changed drastically. A chilling wail of ghostly cries erupted and countless ghastly apparitions with twisted features emerged from the walls, clawing and lunging at Lin Yuan, attempting to shatter his mental defenses. This is a mental illusion. If one's will is not steadfast, they will be engulfed in endless fear, ultimately leading to a mental breakdown. Just a minor trick. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the illusion, his expression indifferent. Chaos God, grinding visualization turn. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the ancient chaos god grinding began to emit a low rumbling sound and started to slowly rotate. The terrifying ghosts lunging at him disintegrated upon contact with Lin Yuan's mental energy, as if encountering a meat grinder. The ghosts let out a wail, their forms instantly shattering into the purest particles of spiritual energy. Absorb. The shattered energy particles, like rivers returning to the sea, were all drawn into his brow, nourishing the grinding. His previously fatigued mind instantly became exceptionally clear. Not bad, it tastes a bit like mint candy. He realized that the mental pressure here not only couldn't harm him, but after passing through the grinding of the chaos god, grinding it transformed into a great tonic. Continue. I want to feast on the buffet above. 7th level. This is a high-risk area that only peak 3rd grade, or even newly initiated 4th grade spiritual masters can enter. The space inside the tower is extremely small, only a mat present. Yet the mental pressure here has reached a terrifying level, forming a visible gray storm that rampages and howls within the space. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into this level, a buzzing sound erupted. The intelligent core of the Wudao Tower spirit seemed to sense this anomaly's provocation. Never has a 2nd grade martial artist dared to step into the 7th level. This is an affront to the rules. The gray storm violently surged, transforming into a massive spiritual hand that, with 10 times the usual pressure, came crashing down on Lin Yuan's head. This strike was enough to shatter the sea of consciousness of an ordinary 3rd grade martial artist. However, Lin Yuan did not dodge. He directly sat cross-legged at the center of the storm. Warning. High-purity spiritual energy attack. Detected system judgment. Top-grade ingredient. Activating devour mode at full power for the chaos god, grinding visualization. Feed me. The grinding in his sea of consciousness spun wildly, reaching an extreme speed, forming a transparent vortex above his head. The massive spiritual hand crashing down was forcefully distorted, pulled, and shattered upon contact with what was originally a devastating attack, transformed into a continuous flow of pure energy flooding into Lin Yuan's brain. This feels amazing. It's so exhilarating. Lin Yuan felt as if his brain were soaking in a hot spring, and his previously stagnant mental power began to surge wildly. In his sea of consciousness, there was originally only one lonely spiritual flying knife. Under the infusion of this immense energy, the embryonic form of a 2nd flying knife began to coalesce. Then came the 3rd. Ding. Mental power breakthrough. Current realm, thought power incarnation beginner. Number of spiritual flying knives 3. Thought power coverage range 100 meters, 500 meters. Not enough. Bring on more. Lin Yuan greedily raised his head and the vortex grew larger, even beginning to actively siphon reserve energy from the tower. If the tower spirit of the Wudao Tower had a personality, it would likely be cursing right now. It increased its output, trying to crush this pest. But no matter how much it outputted, Lin Yuan consumed it all, even complaining that the service was too slow. The entire spiritual storm on the 7th level was thinning at an astonishing rate. 5 minutes later, the lights inside the Wudao Tower suddenly began to flash erratically. Following that, the entire tower trembled violently. Alarm! Alarm! Energy reserves from the 7th to the 9th level of the Wudao Tower have been depleted. Energy circuit overload. Emergency fuse mechanism activated. Maintenance imminent. All students please evacuate immediately. Repeat, all students please evacuate. The piercing broadcast echoed throughout the campus. Students on the lower levels who were struggling to cultivate had yet to comprehend what was happening when a gentle force abruptly ejected them from the tower. What happened? Is the tower broken? I just paid my credits. Refund. As everyone was left bewildered, the door of the Wudao Tower opened once again. Lin Yuan walked out looking somewhat unfulfilled. Why is it so fragile? Although his voice was not loud, it sounded particularly jarring in the square. The surrounding students and arriving mentors looked at the unscathed youth and then at the paralyzed Wudao Tower, and an absurd thought simultaneously crossed their minds. This guy. Could it be that he went in to stock up? Did he just drain the Wudao Tower? The mission center of Wudao University in Moda City. This was the most bustling place across the entire campus, a vast domed structure. At the hall's center hung 4 enormous holographic screens, continuously scrolling through missions ranked from Class F to Class A. Hurry! A Class C mission, eradicating a rat infestation in the sewer, has just refreshed. Only 5 slots available. First come, first served. Looking for teammates. Class B mission, hunting wind wolves. Need a frontline tank. Must be at least grade 2. Compensation negotiable. Amid the clamor, Lin Yuan stood silently before a terminal in the corner, staring at the balance displayed on his student. Balance, 35 academic credits. So this is what they mean by scholars starve while warriors thrive. A faint twitch tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. Just 2 days ago, he had been the wealthiest freshman on campus, with 20,000 credits to his name. Yet within 48 hours, after enduring 20-fold gravity training in the gravitation chamber and draining credits at the Insight Pagoda, that voracious credit siphon, he had plummeted from tycoon to pauper. Indeed, strength demanded sacrifice. And today's price was clear: he needed to take up another job. Move aside. Lin Yuan shouldered past several sophomore students scrambling for the Class C mission and strode resolutely toward the hall's deepest recess. There stood an isolated crimson screen pulsing with searing red light. S-Class Mission Bulletin Board. Missions posted here were not merely for students. Many instructors hesitated even to accept them. Minimum requirement grade 3 martial artist or higher. Lin Yuan raised his gaze and scanned the screen, swiftly bypassing missions offering mere hundreds or thousands of credits, until his eyes settled upon the top-end entry. S-Class Mission Missed Phantom Isle. Location Sector 033 High-Risk Zone. Description: a military research team vanished while surveying the island. Their final transmission indicated anomalous magnetic interference. Satellite thermal imaging revealed dense concentrations of amphibious ferocious beasts across the island, suggesting the presence of a Tier 3 apex beast or even a quasi-Tier 4 sovereign. Objective: rescue survivors, if any remain, you otherwise retrieve the black box and purge the core beast horde. Reward: 5000 academic credits, a second-class meritorious service medal from the military. Risk advisory: fatality rate 90. 3 elite junior-level squads have already been annihilated there. 50,000 credits. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed. This wouldn't just restore his balance, it promised immense profit. As for the 90 fatality rate, to him, a system-blessed prodigy wielding potent psychic energy, it was little more than a gift-trapped question. Beep. Holy hell, someone accepted the Phantom Isle mission. Who is it? That back view looks oddly familiar. Oh my god, it's Lin Yuan, the freshman king. Has Lin the Skinflint lost his mind? He's only been enrolled for days. Sure, he fights well, but that's the open sea. Sea monsters are an entirely different breed from land-bound ones. It's over. The top freshman is about to become a martyr. The instructor overseeing registration recoiled in shock and leaned out from behind the counter. Lin Yuan, are you certain? This mission is recommended for grade 4 practitioners at minimum. Certain. Lin Yuan retrieved his card, expression unruffled. I'm just planning a seaside vacation. The instructor's lips twitched. A vacation? To Phantom Isle? A place where not even bone fragments remain. Wait. The instructor pointed to the fine print beneath the screen. Per university regulation, S-Class missions require a team of no fewer than 3 members. You're currently alone. The system won't authorize it. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Teamwork. He preferred solitude. His secrets were too numerous to risk exposure. This suicide run. Count me in. At that moment, a gruff voice boomed from the entrance. Xiang Lai, the military-affiliated special recruit, strode in. He approached Lin Yuan. Heard there are high-tier ferocious beasts on Phantom Isle. Perfect. These campus punching bags barely leave a dent. I'd like to sample some seafood. Lin Yuan glanced at him, then nodded. A free frontline tank. Just one more needed. Xiang Lai's face darkened. Get lost. I'm the main striker. Excuse me. Is this the registration desk for the suicide squad? Lin Yuan and Xiang Lai both looked down. There, struggling through the crowd, stood a petite girl no taller than 1.5 meters, twin pigtails framing her face, clad in a pink Lolita dress. Most jarringly, perched precariously atop her slender shoulders, was a matte black metallic case. Twice her. A bold yellow hazard emblem glared from its side. High explosive, extreme danger. Who are you? Xiang Lai frowned. Whose kid wandered in here? The girl adjusted her oversized black-rimmed glasses, then slammed the massive case onto the floor. Boom. The marble tiles beneath shattered instantly. The thing weighed a monstrous amount. Su Xiao, Freshman Armaments Academy, Wuda University, Moda City. She patted the case solemnly. I heard Phantom Isle holds rare deep-sea sunken silver ore. My baby, no. 2 foot needs this material for an upgrade. Let me join. I'll guarantee full fire coverage. Armaments Academy. Lin Yuan activated his Divine Insight and scanned the case. Detected modified 6-barrel Gatling cannon, depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, 50 high-energy compressed grenades. Threat level extreme. Well now, that's a mobile armory. Are you going to mine, or to flatten the island? Lin Yuan arched a brow. Su Xiao smiled shyly. If the beasts refuse to cooperate, I'll just level the island first, then mine. Lin Yuan and Xiang Lai exchanged a glance. 1 all-rounder prodigy, 1 unkillable berserker, and 1 violent little lowly. Fine. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, turned to the dazed instructor, and declared, team assembled. We're accepting the mission. Half an hour later at East Harbor, Moda City. A military-controlled zone. Gale force winds howled thick with the briny tang of the sea. A custom-built military alloy speedboat already waited moored at the pier. Lin Yuan, Xiang Lai, and Su Xiao stood on the dock. Beyond them the sea stretched ink-black. Towering waves crashed against the cliffs with thunderous roars. This was Sector 033, the human forbidden zone. After the spiritual energy resurgence, the ocean's mutations had far outstripped those on land. Once massive whales and squids now evolved into mountain-sized leviathans dwelling in the abyssal depths. So this is the sea. Su Xiao excitedly mounted her heavy machine gun, aiming steadily at the churning water. Xiang Lai cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders, joints popping like snapping twigs. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, wind whipping his coat. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of the black warblade heir strapped across his back, his gaze unwavering, unclouded by fear. Depart. At Lin Yuan's command, the speedboat's engine roared to life, and like a sharpened blade it sliced through the waves, racing headlong into the sea of death. 10 nautical miles beyond the harbor, beneath the ink-black sea, far deeper than sight could fathom, a pair of colossal lighthouses-ized crimson eyes slowly opened. They fixed upon the tiny black speck above. Vast tentacles stirring ancient currents from the seabed's darkest trenches. As the speedboat delved deeper into the eastern sea, the surrounding environment began to undergo visibly discernible. The originally azure and clear seawater deepened in color, transitioning from deep blue to ink blue and finally turning into a viscous deep black akin to ink. This is the Black Forbidden Zone. It is marked on human maps as a dangerous area with a red skull. The seawater here contains a special dark spiritual energy that not only shields most radar signals, but also nurtures countless fierce and grotesque deep-sea behemoths. The sea breeze turned damp and biting, mixed with a nauseating stench, the odor of rotting seaweed and aged blood. This smell is really intense. Xiang Lai stood at the edge of the boat, wrinkling his nose as he took a breath. But this is what a battlefield should smell like. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, his mental force spreading out like radar, covering a radius of 500 meters of sea. Even he did not dare to let his guard down in this area. The surface of the sea appeared calm, occasionally disrupted by several enormous black dorsal fins silently slicing through the water, each fin measuring over 2 meters in length, indicating that the underwater bodies were at least several meters long, larger than their speedboat. Suddenly, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow sharply. The mental radar in his mind triggered an alarm without warning. Warning. Detected a large number of high-energy life forms rapidly surfacing directly below. Target locked under the ship. Quantity 50. Speed extremely fast. They are coming. Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and shouted sternly, all personnel on alert. Underwater attack. It's a school of fish. Before he finished speaking, the once calm Black Sea surface began to boil violently, as if it were boiling. Accompanied by the sounds of splashing water, dozens of massive black shadows burst forth. They were iron-toothed sharks, a mid-tier fierce beast, one of the top predators of the ocean. They typically measured over 8 meters in length, their bodies covered in gray scales as hard as steel, their massive mouths filled with 3 rows of serrated teeth, enough to easily crush the alloy armor of the speedboat. What was even more terrifying was that they had evolved broad pectoral fins similar to flying fish, allowing them to glide just above the water's surface with the momentum of their charge. Roar! Dozens of iron-toothed sharks leapt from the water, blotting out the sky, bringing with them a suffocating stench as they opened their mouths from all directions towards the Black Pearl, intending to completely submerge this small boat. So many. The helmsman Xiang Lai's expression changed. If it were a herd of beasts on land, it would be manageable, but at sea, if the boat was destroyed, they would be sitting ducks. Don't panic. Good babies, it's time for your shots. Su Xiao, who had been chewing gum on the deck, stood up, without the enormous pink backpack taller than her automatically opened with a click. She skillfully pulled out a heavily armed weapon with a menacing design and a gun barrel glowing with a faint blue light. Death God, 6-barrel Gatling gun modified version. This was not a personal weapon, but a massive killing machine mounted on an armed helicopter. Yet in Su Xiao's hands it felt as light as a toy water gun. She aimed the gun at the airborne school of sharks, and a fervent smile that belied her age appeared on her little face as she pulled the trigger forcefully. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva redeem you. G-da-da-da-da-da-da. In the next second, 6 tongues of fire erupted, each half a meter long. The specially made Clevel alloy armor-piercing bullets at a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute wove a dense storm of death around the speedboat. The iron-toothed sharks still in the air hadn't even had time to close their mouths before they were struck heat-in by this violent metal torrent. Their proud steel scales felt as brittle as paper against the specially made armor-piercing bullets. One shark after another was explosively hit midair, bursting into a rain of flesh and blood that rained down. So satisfying. So exhilarating. Su Xiao crazily swept fire while also having to control the recoil of the gun, her body trembling with the vibrations of the weapon, but the excitement in her eyes grew ever brighter. This is art. Explosions are art. Caliber is justice. In just 10 seconds, the once dense school of sharks had been halved by her alone. Xiang Lai, standing at the helm, swallowed hard at this scene, feeling a bit cold in his back. This dead girl usually looks quite obedient. How come she's more violent with a gun than I am? Don't get distracted. Lin Yuan snapped coldly. There are stragglers. Although the Gatling was fierce, it had blind spots in its firing range and needed to reload. Several cunning iron-toothed sharks using their companions' bodies as shields broke through the fire net, smashing hard into the left side and the stern of the speedboat. One of the largest sharks, the Shark King, opened its massive mouth and bit towards the speedboat's engine. You want to bite my boat? Have you asked my fists first? Xiang Lai roared, releasing the helm and leaping from the driver's seat. He twisted in midair, muscles bulging, and unleashed a devastating military-style punch. Boom. This punch, packed with the terrifying vital force of a pinnacle second-grade fighter, struck squarely against the Shark King's nose. The tremendous force shattered the Shark King's nasal bones, sending its massive body crashing back into the sea, creating towering waves. Die. Xiang Lai landed, and swiftly followed up with a knife hand, severing the dorsal fin of another shark that was attempting to climb onto the deck. At that moment, 3 iron-toothed sharks lunged at Lin Yuan from the direction of the bow. Lin Yuan stood still, hands clasped behind him. Buzz. 3 fins, cicadawing like flying blades, floated silently beside him. Mental force control objects. Go. With a thought, Lin Yuan commanded. Whoosh. 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 3 silver streaks traced eerie and graceful arcs through the air, instantly piercing through the splashes of water. Puff. The flying blades struck their brains, instantly churning their brain matter, before piercing out from the back of their heads, trailing a spray of red and white. The 3 ferocious sharks froze midair, crashing to the ground at Lin Yuan's feet, and turning into 3 corpses. This is the terror of a mentalist. In chaotic battles, they are the reapers of life. 3 minutes later, the gunfire gradually ceased. The once pitch-black sea was now stained a dark red with blood. Dozens of incomplete shark corpses floated on the surface, rising and falling with the waves. Gurgle. From beneath the distant surface of the sea, it seemed more massive sounds of water were approaching. The scent of blood was attracting deeper predators. Retreat. Full speed ahead. Lin Yuan decisively ordered. Don't collect trophies, we can't linger here. Understood. Xiang Lai immediately returned to the helm, slamming the throttle. Boom. The speedboat's engine roared as it sped out of the deadly blood zone. It wasn't until they had put that bloody sea far behind them that the 3 could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan approached, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Bringing you here was the right choice. You are the undeniable MVP in this dense monster mowing operation. Without Su Xiaoxiao's firepower suppression, although he and Xiang Lai could kill all the sharks, the speedboat would definitely not survive. At the horizon of the sea surface, a massive island shrouded in mist appeared faintly. Black Tide Island. They had a splash. The Black Pearl special speedboat surged onto the black sandy beach of Black Tide Island, propelled by the last wave. The engine stopped, and the surrounding world instantly fell silent. This is Black Tide Island, also known as Ghost Island. It is one of the largest forbidden areas in the East China Sea and a burial ground for countless adventurers and military teams. At this moment, the entire island was shrouded in a thick, white mist that never dissipated, with extremely low visibility. Standing on the beach and looking inwards 5 meters ahead was a blur of white, as if it were an entrance to another world. It's too quiet here. Xiang Lai clenched his fists, his battlefield-honed instincts making every muscle in his body tense. Indeed, it was too quiet. This was a primitive island far from the mainland, which should have been filled with the calls of seabirds, the chirping of insects, and the crashing sounds of waves against rocks. But here all sounds were swallowed by the eerie white mist. The plants are strange too. Su Xiaoxiao put away her playful demeanor, clutching the heavy Gatling gun, cautiously scanning her surroundings. Some sparse shrubs grew at the edge of the beach, but their leaves were not green. Instead, they exhibited a sickly dark purple color, and their branches twisted and contorted. Lin Yuan's mental power was greatly suppressed by the white mist, allowing him to barely probe within a radius of several dozen meters. Follow me. Lin Yuan led the 2 towards the interior of the island based on the coordinates from the mission brief. Not far along, they discovered a campsite at the boundary between the beach and the jungle. It belonged to a previously missing military research team. 3 high-strength military tents were set up intact in a wind-sheltered area. The embers of a campfire had long cooled, and a military pot sat atop it containing half a pot of food that had already molded and spoiled. All signs indicated that the people here were resting, cooking, and working normally at that time. Then in an instant, they all vanished from existence, as if they had evaporated. No signs of a struggle, no blood. Xiang Lai checked around, his expression growing increasingly grim. The equipment is all here, but where are the people? What did they encounter? Not even a chance to resist. Lin Yuan crouched down, picking up soil from the ground to smell. A faint sweet odor reminiscent of decaying flowers invaded his nostrils. Put on your gas masks, Lin Yuan ordered immediately. This mist is problematic. The 3 quickly donned their gear, but even through the filters, that strange sweet scent seemed to seep in, piercing into their brains. Once they entered the jungle, the mist seemed to thicken even more. Surrounding them were towering trees, their canopies blocking out the sun, making the already dim jungle feel like night. Tick, tick, as the leader Xiang Lai suddenly slowed his pace. His breathing became rapid, and his once alert gaze gradually turned dazed, finally filled with bloodshot. Don't come over. Xiang Lai suddenly halted, growling at the empty white mist ahead. His body trembled violently, as if he had seen something terrifying. Then he swung his fists wildly, attacking the air with voices filled with endless despair and rage. Beast, Dad, Mom, run, don't mind me. This hardened man known for his cold blood in the city of magic was now like a helpless child trapped in the deepest nightmare of his childhood. He witnessed the night when his parents were torn apart by a beast tide. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, who was behind, was also acting strangely. Get away. Don't crawl on me. She desperately slapped her body as if countless invisible insects were wriggling over her. So many bugs. Boo-hoo. Don't bite me. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale with fear, trembling as she curled up tightly. Hallucinations. Lin Yuan finally understood how the research team had disappeared. The mist of this island was mixed with a potent neurotoxin and hallucinogenic pollen. It could silently invade the brain, evoking the deepest and most dreaded fears within a person's heart. At that moment, Lin Yuan also felt a wave of dizziness as the white mist before him began to twist and deform, as if transforming into some indescribable monster. Buzz. Deep within Lin Yuan's mind, the ancient chaos god, Mill, suddenly emitted a dissatisfied roar. Warning. Unknown neurotoxin invasion detected. Low-level mental illusion attack. Detected. A mere illusion dares to flaunt itself before me. Chaos god Mill's protective program activated. Crush it for me. That slight hallucinatory energy that had just invaded was crushed into nothingness without even raising a splash. Playing mind games with me, eh? Lin Yuan sneered. He had cultivated an SS-level spiritual secret technique, making this level of illusion mere child's play to him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, mobilizing the immense mental power in his mind, converging it at his throat. He directed a roar imbued with mental impact at the frenzied Xiang Lai and trembling Su Xiaoxiao. Wake up. This shout might seem like just a loud voice to an ordinary person, but in the mental realms of Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao, it was as if a massive bell had exploded beside their ears. Ding! Xiang Lai jolted awake, drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air. He looked at his hands filled with terror. What happened to me? What just happened? Su Xiaoxiao also came back to her senses, realizing there were no bugs on her body. She let out a cry and hugged the Gatling gun on the ground, seeking comfort. You scared me to death. It's the mist. Lin Yuan looked seriously at the swirling white mist around them. There's something in it controlling the mist and creating illusions. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and activated Divine Insight again. This time, with the support of the chaos god Mill, he forcefully pierced through the surrounding fog. In the depths of the jungle at the end of his vision, a massive and twisted heat source reaction lay quietly in ambush. Found you. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, drew the black moon blade from his back, and pointed the blade towards a direction deep in the jungle over there. A big fellow watching us and drooling. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao immediately mustered their strength to stand up, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes flashing with the anger of survival. Prepare for battle. A fierce aura began to rise from Lin Yuan, his voice cold as iron. We are going to drag this ghostly thing out, and then show them a thing or two. With a thunderous shout from Lin Yuan, the dense white mist that lingered year-round began to churn violently, followed by a spine-chilling sight. First a pair of eyes, then 10 pairs, hundreds of pairs. Countless pairs of eyes, emanating a ghostly green light, flickered into existence within the pale fog. They were densely scattered among the thickets and behind the bushes, even hanging from the treetops above, completely surrounded. So many. Xiang Lai swallowed hard. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the monsters hiding in the mist finally revealed their true forms. They were not the legendary phantoms, but rather humanoid creatures about 1.5 meters tall, with skin showing a bluish-gray hue and covered in slime. They had frog-like limbs, yet their fingertips bore sharp bone claws. From their lipless mouths, they spewed a hallucinogenic pale pink gas. Divine Insight Pokédex unlocked. Target Misty Corpse Ghost Variant level early to mid-second stage traits. Group action, highly toxic claws, hallucinogenic mist, parasitic. Evaluation: they are the worker ants of this deathly island, capable of even parasitizing the corpses of other creatures. Be careful. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he pointed towards the foremost corpse ghost in the group. This particular corpse ghost was visibly swollen compared to its kin, and on its slick chest ragged pieces of blue fabric hung vaguely, displaying a blurred badge with the word research. Or more accurately, this monster had burrowed into the body of a missing researcher, bursting through the human form and using it as its exoskeleton. Ugh! Su Xiaoxiao, despite being accustomed to bloodshed, couldn't help but feel her stomach churn at the sight. So disgusting. The hundreds of misty corpse ghosts let out a shriek of bloodlust, surging towards them like a gray tide. Find cover. Back against the boulder. Form a formation. Lin Yuan decisively commanded as the three quickly retreated to a massive black volcanic rock. The boulder stood 5 meters high, perfectly blocking the attack path from behind, allowing them to face only the enemies approaching from the front. A standard triangular battle formation quickly formed. Want to get through? First ask my fist. Xiang Lai stood at the forefront, his energy surging as he charged forward against the first 3 corpse ghosts. Bang! Bang! Crack! The military fist technique unleashed with vigor. Xiang Lai smashed one corpse ghost's head, followed by a fierce strike that crushed another's ribcage and kicked the third one away. Oh, die for me. Infuriated by the earlier hallucination and the grotesque scene before her, Su Xiaoxiao had fully entered a frenzied mode. She wielded the Grim Reaper's six-barreled Gatling gun, the flames spewing from the muzzle stretching nearly a meter long, instantly lighting up the dim jungle. Da-da-da-da-da. The specially made class armor-piercing rounds unleashed tremendous power at such a close range. The approaching misty corpse ghosts were obliterated like fragile rotten tomatoes in the storm of metal. As Su Xiaoxiao screamed and fired wildly, spent shells accumulated like mountains at her feet, while Lin Yuan gracefully leapt atop the 5-meter-high boulder. Whenever a stray ghost attempted to flank Xiang Lai, or a fast-moving variant tried to close in on Su Xiaoxiao, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Swish! The mental blade sliced through like a specter. Each strike was guaranteed to be fatal, precisely piercing the eyes or throats of the monsters. Yet the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Hundreds. No, as the commotion of battle spread, more corpse ghosts surged from the depths of the jungle, their numbers even exceeding 1,000. They attacked not only from the ground, but began to leap between the treetops like monkeys attempting aerial assaults from above. Damn it! There are some above too. Su Xiaoxiao had just turned her gun to explode an airborne corpse ghost, but more shadows fell from the leaves, landing less than 3 meters away from her. Xiang Lai was tightly entangled by the beast tied in front, unable to assist. It's the end. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted as she watched several creatures with claws outstretched charging at her face. Does having numbers even matter? Lin Yuan, who had been controlling the situation, finally erupted. Chaos divine grinding mental power activated. Buzz! A colossal, formless psychic field erupted violently from Lin Yuan's center. The few corpse ghosts still in midair suddenly froze, then hovered in place. But this was just the beginning. Lin Yuan's gaze was electric as he swept across the battlefield. On the ground, countless broken bones, spikes, sharp claws, and even shattered metal fragments lay scattered beside the corpses of the corpse ghosts that Su Xiaoxiao and Xiang Lai had slain. Rise! Lin Yuan reached out his right hand. Clatter! Hundreds of blood-stained bone spikes and dozens of sharp metal shards trembled and levitated simultaneously under the influence of his psychic power. They gathered behind Lin Yuan, densely packed, resembling a peacock spreading its feathers, or the myriad sword sheaths of a sword immortal. In that moment, Lin Yuan stood atop the boulder, his clothes billowing like a king commanding a multitude of swords. Go! Lin Yuan lightly pointed with his finger. Swish, 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 swish. Those hundreds of flying swords made of bone spikes and fragments transformed into a terrifying metal storm raining down upon the horde of corpse ghosts below. Puff, 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 puff. Like mowing down wheat. The horde of corpse ghosts, which had surged like a tide, instantly fell in droves under this wave of indiscriminate psychic bombardment. Especially those hanging from the trees preparing to ambush were given special attention, falling like dumplings. In just a minute, a deathly vacuum zone was forcibly cleared within a 50-meter radius centered around the boulder. Half an hour later, as the gunfire died down, the jungle returned to silence. However, this time the ground was piled high with corpses and dark green blood pooled like a river. Xiang Lai leaned against the boulder covered in blood, still holding a severed corpse ghost thigh. Lin Yuan approached a large second-tier corpse ghost deftly, using his black moon battle blade. A crystal the size of a fingernail presenting a murky, gray hue rolled out. Unlike the blood-scented beast cores of ordinary ferocious beasts, this crystal radiated a cold, yet pure spiritual fluctuation. This is... Xiang Lai leaned in, curious. Soul crystal. Lin Yuan picked up the crystal, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Only creatures that have lived in areas of disrupted psychic fields for long periods produce this. It is the main material for crafting psychic potions and a treasure that enhances comprehension. On the market, a normal first-tier soul crystal costs 10,000 credits. And this second-tier one. Lin Yuan raised the soul crystal to the dim light, at least 30,000. 30,000. And there are countless of them here. Lin Yuan pointed to the mountain of corpses surrounding them, a smile of a capitalist curling at the corner of his mouth. In that last wave, we killed at least 500. Even if the drop rate is just 1 in 10. 50 soul crystals. 1,500,000 credits. Xiang Lai calculated with his fingers, his breath becoming heavy. 1,500,000 credits. That was equivalent to over 10 billion alliance coins. The two who had just been complaining about the grotesque scene suddenly felt no more fatigue, their eyes gleaming green as they pulled out daggers and rushed towards the pile of corpses. This head is big. It must have something. Don't snatch. I killed this one. Lin Yuan watched his two happy teammates rummaging through the corpses, shaking his head with a smile, and joined the scavenging. However, just as the three of them were immersed in the joy of impending riches, thud! The sound of a heartbeat seemed to resonate from deep beneath the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Followed by roar. A terrifying roar that could shatter eardrums erupted from the very center of the eye. The sound was laced with an overwhelming fury and an unmatched pressure, instantly dispersing the mist within 1,000 meters. Xiang Lai, who had been digging for crystals, trembled, nearly cutting his own finger. Lin Yuan slowly stood up, his system panel flashing with crimson question marks. It seems we made too much noise just now. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the battle blade, his voice low. The landlord here has awakened. That was the true ruler of this ghost island, the king of illusions. At the center of the island, the silent jungle suddenly transformed into a black ocean. Accompanied by a roar that shattered eardrums, the black mist covering the ground seemed to respond to some sort of summons, frantically converging toward the focal point. Booming. What the hell is that? Su Xiaoxiao, clutching a scorching Gatling gun, looked pale as she stared at the scene before her. Under the gathering of countless black mists, a giant nearly 10 meters tall slowly took shape. It had no fixed facial features, its entire body composed of highly concentrated compressed black mist rolling and surging as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing within. Its arms hung down to its knees, and its fingertips were black blades formed from condensed mist emanating. Target: King of Illusionary Mist, complete form, Mist Demon form, level peak, level 3, quasi level 4. Characteristics: physical immunity, mental piercing poison, mist domain, immortal body. Evaluation: the absolute ruler of this deathly forbidden zone, before it pure physical power, is but a Xiang Lai stared intently at the giant, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. Roar. The mist demon giant did not rush to strike, but opened its abyss-like mouth, unleashing a silent roar. No sound waves emerged, yet the air rippled with visible, transparent waves. Off. Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao simultaneously covered their ears, screaming in agony. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of Xiang Lai's eyes. He gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee, relying solely on willpower to avoid passing out. This guy is too powerful mentally. If this continues, we'll be crushed into idiots. This was not a battle of the same. For most low-level martial artists still in the stage of tempering their bodies, such a monster that excels in mental attacks and elemental transformation is an insurmountable nightmare. I don't care what kind of monster you are. I refuse to believe you're invincible. The ferocity in Xiang Lai's heart was thoroughly ignited. He roared forcefully, suppressing the excruciating pain in his mind, his blood and energy burning like flames as he charged toward the knees of the mist demon giant. Military Dao killing fist, mountain breaking. This punch gathered all the strength of his peak level 2, even overdrawing his life potential, creating a sonic boom with the fist. Boom. Xiang Lai's fist penetrated the thigh of the mist demon giant without obstruction, as if striking into a pile of cotton. The enormous inertia sent him directly into the black mist. What a... Xiang Lai's pupils constricted. Before he could react, the black mist seemed to come alive, corroding his skin like a strong acid. Ugh. Xiang Lai let out a muffled groan, quickly retreating. His right arm was charred black with flesh curling and emitting white smoke. Physical attacks ineffective. Since punches won't work, let's try technology. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and quickly replaced the Gatling's ammunition with a red bullet chain. Armor-piercing explosive rounds. Blow it to smithereens. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Boom. The concentrated explosions instantly engulfed the upper body of the mist demon giant. Each bullet detonated upon contact with the mist, tearing the black mist into shreds. However, a despairing scene unfolded. The blasted black mist, merely floating in the air for 2 seconds, was drawn back together by some core gravitational force, instantly reforming. In the blink of an eye, the mist demon giant restored itself unharmed. It even lowered its head, its pair of ghostly green eyes seemingly filled with mockery for the ants below. Whoosh! It waved its hand casually. A gigantic hand formed from black mist swept toward them as if swatting flies. Get away! Xiang Lai wanted to help, but it was too late. Bang! The immense force sent both Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao flying. The two crashed into a pile of debris like kites with severed strings, unable to get up for a long time. One strike, total annihilation. Is this the strength of a quasi-level 4 monster? Su Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with despair. How can we fight this? Can't kill it. That's because you're not attacking the right place. Lin Yuan stood atop a protruding rock at this moment, surrounded by a faint transparent shield, formed by the chaos divine refinement visualization, perfectly resisting the spiritual impact of the mist demon. In his view, this seemingly invincible mist demon giant had already been analyzed into a 3D model composed of countless particles by the Divine Insight. Analysis progress 100. Weakness locked. This creature is not a true elemental body. It contains a solid soul core that maintains the mist form. Note the soul core is in a high-frequency movement state, changing positions 12 times per second. It's well hidden. Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed on the chest of the mist demon giant. To others it appeared as a cohesive mass of black mist, but to him a fist-sized gray crystal was frantically darting within the giant's body like a heart. That is the essence. As long as that soul core is shattered, this massive mist body will instantly collapse. Xiang Lai, you're not dead yet, right? Lin Yuan shouted. In the pile of rubble, Xiang Lai spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, swaying as he stood up, cough, cough. Not dead. I can still fight for 300 more rounds. Good. Lin Yuan pointed his battle knife at the mist demon and rapidly issued tactical commands. It's not immortal. Its core is moving so ordinary attacks are naturally ineffective. Xianglai, I need you to be bait once more. Attract its attention. Just 3 seconds. Xiao Xiao. Switch out the explosive rounds. Bring out your top-secret liquid nitrogen freezing bomb. Whether it's its legs, or it's but restrict the movement speed of that mist. As long as it slows down, I can kill it. Hearing Lin Yuan's determined tone, the two who were originally in despair rekindled the flames of hope in their eyes. Attracting firepower. Being a punching bag. Xianglai showed a fierce smile. This job and the best at it. Xianglai roared, his muscles bulging like granite, disregarding the injuries on his arms, charging, like a mad bull, toward the formidable Mist Demon Giant. Hey, look over here. Your grandpa is here. The Mist Demon Giant was indeed enraged, raising its massive arm high, ready to squash this ignorant bug. Crack! Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, stuffing a blue and white special bullet chain into the gun's chamber. Each bullet cost thousands of credits, designed specifically to deal with fire-type beasts she never expected to use. No matter. It'll freeze you to death, you bastard. Zing, zing, zing. Countless blue projectiles shot into the lower body of the Mist Demon Giant, unleashing a burst of extreme cold white vapor. The terrifying low temperature caused the surrounding air to crystallize into frost. The previously flowing black mist suddenly became slow and rigid under the assault of the liquid nitrogen, even forming a thick layer of ice. The Mist Demon Giant's movement slowed. The frantic soul core within it also drastically reduced its speed. Now's the time. Lin Yuan, who had been waiting for the right moment, moved. But he did not charge in or swing his knife. Chaos Divine Refinement commanding the knife with spirit. Buzz. The clever battle knife Black Moon held in his hand seemed to respond to some invisible force slipping from his grasp and hovering in midair. The blade trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound that thirsted for blood. This was the ultimate technique of a spiritual master, weapon manipulation to kill. Physical immunity. Sorry, this strike of mine deals real damage. Go. He pointed his finger. Whoosh. The Black Moon battle knife transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly breaking the sound barrier with an unstoppable momentum. It accurately pierced 3 inches beneath the left side of the Mist Demon Giant's chest. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment, as the imposing Fog Demon Giant appeared to sense an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. Its featureless face suddenly split open with a massive gap, emitting a soul-piercing shriek. It abandoned the attack on Su Xiaoxiao and ignored the relentless Xianglai, who was clinging to it like a rabbit. The colossal body began to violently contract. The black mist, originally spreading for hundreds of meters around it, was forcefully drawn back in an instant. All the energy converged on its right arm. A 20-meter-long, ink-black soul-destroying spear instantly took form, capable of even swallowing light. The spear was aimed directly at Lin Yuan, suspended in midair. It knew that this human floating in the air was the only one who could kill it. Want to fight to the death? In midair, Lin Yuan's clothes fluttered, his eyes burning with a deep blue light. He did not retreat in the face of the black spear, capable of piercing mountains. Not only did he not retreat, but a mad smile also curved at the corner of his mouth. Chaos Divine Mill Visualization Hyperoperation. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the ancient divine mill began to spin wildly, at a terrifying speed. Lin Yuan felt as if his brain was about to split open, but he forcibly squeezed out every bit of mental power. All the psychic energy no longer scattered, but surged like rivers returning to the sea, crazily pouring into the Black Moon battle knife floating beside him. The battle knife, made of crate alloy, let out a mournful cry under the immense energy it bore, overwhelmed beyond its limits. The blade began to tremble violently, vibrating at such a high frequency that it created dazzling sparks from the friction with the surrounding air. The originally black blade rapidly turned crimson, resembling a piece of iron just pulled from a forge. A destructive sharpness gathered at the tip of the blade. This strike will drain all my mental power. Lin Yuan looked at the black spear soaring toward him, his gaze as cold as ice. But killing you will be enough. Go. Lin Yuan pointed his sword-like right hand at the chest of the Fog Demon Giant and suddenly thrust forward. Boom. The crimson battle knife transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards the enormous black spear. Old Lin, be careful. On the ground, Xianglai's eyes widened in horror. To him, the clash between the small battle knife and the giant spear seemed like an attempt to break a stone with an egg. However, the next second, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. Just as the crimson shooting star was about to collide with the black spear in a critical moment. Psychic micromanipulation, Z-shaped flick. Whoosh. The rapidly flying battle knife completely defied physical inertia, making an incredible Z-shaped trajectory in the air, avoiding the solid and striking the void. For the first time, the Fog Demon Giant's green eyes revealed an emotion called fear. It attempted to retract its arm to block, wanting to move its core to evade. But it was too late. Too fast. The crimson shooting star, after dodging the spear, not only maintained its speed, but increased it, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, crossing 100 meters in an instant. The crimson blade precisely and mercilessly stabbed into the left lower 3 inches of the Fog Demon Giant's chest. There lay the soul core frozen by liquid nitrogen and drastically slowed in movement. Explode for me. The massive psychic energy attached to the blade detonated like a bomb at the moment it boom. The incredibly hard physical soul core was instantly reduced to powder under the dual impact of physical penetration and psychic explosion. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Then a woo. The towering 10-meter-tall body of the fog demon giant composed of black mist began to tremble violently and collapse. The once solidified black mist instantly lost its constraint, transforming into a rainstorm of black pouring down. The black spear that was about to stab Lin Yuan also dissipated into smoke just a meter away from his brow. Plop! A fist-sized crystal deep blue and radiating a charming glow fell from the dissipating black mist rolling beside a rock. Premium Soul Core, Level 3 Pinnacle Value Incalculable. Lin Yuan looked at the crystal, the blue light in his eyes rapidly fading. A strong sense of dizziness surged, and everything went black before his eyes. TSK. I really pushed it too far. Lin Yuan forced a bitter smile, his body losing the support of mental power, plummeting from over 10 meters high. Old Lin. A shadow suddenly dashed out. Xiang Lai, disregarding his injuries, leaped forward and caught the falling Lin Yuan securely. Are you okay? Xiang Lai looked at Lin Yuan in his arms, his face pale as paper, and asked anxiously. I'm not dead. Lin Yuan weakly waved his hand, struggling to steady himself, just a bit. Dizzy. The aftereffects of mental exhaustion were more uncomfortable than physical injuries, like having a hangover for 3 days and nights. Zheng. The Black Moon battle knife, which had just accomplished great feats, had lost its crimson hue, with several fine cracks appearing on the blade. But guided by the remnants of psychic energy, it still wobbled back, automatically returning to its sheath. Old Lin, that move you just did. Sword control technique. Are you a reincarnated sword immortal? As a man of fists, Xiang Lai's worldview was completely overturned by what he had just witnessed. It was not just power, it was art. So cool. So incredibly cool. Su Xiaoxiao jumped out from the pile of rocks, holding a Gatling gun, her face flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkling with stars. Brother Lin Yuan. I recorded that strike with my helmet camera. That zape drift. That headshot. It's simply textbook level. This video posted on the campus network could easily sell for 50,000 credits. We're going to get rich. Looking at his 2 lively teammates, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. Basic skill, no need to overdo it. He pointed to where the fog demon giant had dissipated, where the premium soul core had fallen. Stop just flattering. Quickly pick up that soul core. It's a valuable item that can be exchanged for a set of Scrade mental potions. At this point, Lin Yuan paused, his gaze sweeping across the black water on the ground, looking toward where the fog demon giant had stood. There, with the dissipating black mist and the ground's collapse, a corner of an artificially constructed structure buried in dirt was revealed. It was a moss-covered alloy door. Moreover, Lin Yuan squinted, and even though his mental energy was exhausted, his keen intuition still alerted him. It seems this monster is hiding something extraordinary beneath its feet. It appears this is the true reason behind the disappearance of that research team. As the fog giant completely dissipated, the ground at the center of Black Tide Island was no longer calm. In the deep pit once occupied by monsters, a metallic sheen filled with a sense of technology was revealed as the sludge and black water receded. It was a circular alloy hatch with a diameter of 5 meters. Although its surface was covered in moss and traces of time, the precision craftsmanship could still be discerned, clearly not a product of the modern era. What is this? Su Xiaoxiao leaned in and poked the door with her gun barrel. High-strength memory alloy. This craftsmanship seems out of this era. Indeed, it is not. Lin Yuan squatted down, wiping the dirt from the edge of the hatch, revealing a blurry emblem, a skull entwined by a double helix structure. This is a relic of the old era. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In this world, besides martial civilizations, there were countless remnants of technology left by humanity from previous eras. Every relic signified immense wealth and advanced technology. It seems that this fog giant was not a naturally formed beast, but rather a watchdog here. Lin Yuan probed the control panel of the hatch with his spiritual sense. Although the circuits had long decayed, the mechanical lock remained effective. Open. A stale, dry airflow rushed out. Let's go down and take a look. The real treasure should be below. The 3 descended a rust-covered ladder for about 100 meters, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. This was not a cave at all, but a grand underground laboratory. Huge cultivation tanks stood tall, long dried up, leaving only some weathered and unknown skeletons. Everywhere were scattered documents and precision instruments. Although most of them were damaged, the feeling of technology surpassing the modern era was still palpable. Heavens, is this an electromagnetic rail accelerator? Is this a biological gene recombination platform? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes shone brightly. We hit the jackpot. Although these were broken, the chips and design blueprints inside remained. As long as I bring them back, my Reaper cannon can be upgraded to version 2.0. Lin Yuan ignored the excited Su Xiaoxiao and walked straight to the deepest part of the laboratory. There he found a standalone main control station. In the center of the main control station lay a silver metal box made of an unknown material. It seemed to sense the presence of a living being, and a faint glow flashed across its surface. Click. The box opened automatically. Inside lay a ring of ancient design entirely silver in color. This is... The previously silent Xianglai widened his eyes, his breathing suddenly quickening, a storage ring. In this world, although humanity had mastered some spatial folding technology limited by materials and energy, they could only create cumbersome devices like storage backpacks or storage boxes. To compress space into a small ring is something only ancient civilizations could master, a piece of black technology. In the current Federation, every storage ring is a strategic resource, and only Grandmasters of Grade 7 or above are qualified to apply for wearing one. The hidden reward for this class task truly did not let me down. Lin Yuan picked up the ring. Probing it with his spiritual power, Lin Yuan was astonished to find that the space within the ring was a full 100 cubic meters. Moreover, it was a vacuum environment that could even keep food placed inside fresh permanently. This is a divine artifact. Half an hour later, the three sat on the ground of the laboratory, beginning an exciting distribution meeting. In front of them was a pile of their haul, a storage ring, several high-performance chips, a stack of hard drives, as well as that priceless perfect soul core and materials from hundreds of corpse demons outside. How do we divide this? Xianglai glanced at the ring. Although covetous, he still restrained himself. Old rules, distribute it as needed. Lin Yuan unhesitatingly donned the storage ring. With a thought, the ring automatically became invisible, disappearing from his finger. I am the captain and the main damage dealer. I will take this ring. No objections, right? No objections. Xianglai and Su Xiaoxiao replied in unison. Without Lin Yuan's astonishing strike, they would have become fertilizer long ago. Xiaoxiao, Lin Yuan pointed at the pile of chips and hard drives. You are from the Weapons Academy. This ancient technology information will be most useful to you. Yay? Thank you, Captain. Su Xiaoxiao happily hugged the hard drives, already fantasizing about the scene of her crafting a giant mech. As for Xianglai, Lin Yuan looked at this rugged man from the front lines and pushed the perfect soul core radiating blue light along with all the corpse demon materials listed on the task list in front of him. You are on the path to becoming a saint through the physical body, and what you lack most is resources and money. This soul core, although spiritual in nature, could at least fetch 50 million alliance coins on the black market. Plus these materials. With this you could get 60 million in cash. 60 million. Xianglai's hands trembled. He had toiled for a year on the front lines just to save a few $100,000. This mission had directly led him to achieve financial freedom. With this money, he could buy advanced body refining potions that could help him break through to grade 3 or even 4. Old Lin, this is too much. Xianglai felt a bit embarrassed. Take it. Okay. Xianglai nodded heavily, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination. From now on, this life is yours. 3 days later, at the Magic City Martial University, the task hall was bustling with noise as countless students surrounded the big screen, refreshing the task list. Have you heard? That elite third-year team that took this class Black Tide Island task has been confirmed missing. They must be done for. No kidding, that's Black Tide Island. A Quasi 4th level forbidden zone. I don't know what the school was thinking actually opening up such tasks to newcomers. By the way, it seems that the top freshman Lin Yuan also took on this task. He should have died in there too, right? Definitely. Although he is strong in such a strange place, he wouldn't even know how he died. What a pity, a generation of pride. Just as everyone was discussing, the automatic sensor door of the hall slowly opened. Sunlight poured in and 3 figures walked in against the light. The youth in the lead wore a clean black trench coat, hands in pockets, his expression indifferent. The burly man on the left had his arms bandaged but exuded a vibrant aura. The girl with twin pigtails on the right carried a huge cannon bag and was blowing bubbles. Is that Lin Yuan? They didn't die, eh? The previously noisy hall instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to the three. Lin Yuan ignored the gazes around him and walked straight to the VIP counter marked glass task settlement. Without any unnecessary words, he raised his hand. Although the ring was invisible, with a thought, countless stinking claws of corpse demons and hundreds of gray ordinary soul crystals instantly filled the wide counter, even spilling onto the floor. This is the token from 500 fog-hidden corpse demons. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Before the elders and the onlookers could recover from their shock, Lin Yuan pulled out a sealed, transparent box from his pocket, actually from the ring, and casually placed it on top of the pile of miscellaneous items. Inside the box lay a piece of crystal fragment, black as ink, still exuding residual spiritual fluctuations. It was the core fragment Lin Yuan specifically kept after the fog giant's death as proof of the kill. And this? Lin Yuan looked at the stunned elder and smiled slightly. I just happened to take down that big guy. This is its core fragment, which should prove the task completion, right? The elder trembled as he picked up the fragment, feeling the residual pressure of a Quasi 4th level being, and his voice changed. This is the aura of the Mist King. You 3 newcomers killed a Quasi 4th level domain boss. The entire place exploded in an uproar. I must have misheard. Quasi 4th level. That's an existence that even instructors dare not provoke lightly. These aren't freshmen at all. These are clearly 3 monsters. A miracle. This is the greatest miracle since the establishment of Magic City Martial University. Amidst the frenzied exclamations, the system settlement voice echoed through the hall. Ding. Class task clear Black Tide Island completed. Task evaluation perfect SSS level. Basic reward 50000 credits. Extra boss kill reward 50000 credits. Total 100000 credits. And awarded a second-class military medal. 100,000 credits. Hearing this number, the surrounding students turned red, as that was an amount they might not even accumulate after 10 years of hard work in school. Finally, we have money. Since equipment has been upgraded and money is in place. Lin Yuan looked at the rapidly increasing balance on his wristband, turned around, and glanced through the crowd at the electronic leaderboard in the hall. Magic City Martial University Battle Power Ladder. It was time to meet that old friend who had dominated the top spot for 2 years. The Weapon Refining Institute of Magic City Martial University. Here it is in stark contrast to the technologically advanced War Academy. As soon as one steps into this area, a wave of scorching heat rushes towards them. The enormous chimney belches black smoke day and night, while the clanging of iron striking metal resonates like a dense drumbeat, causing one's eardrums to throb painfully. Although the Black Moon Battle Blade is a fine weapon, it is meant for martial artists. Lin Yuan walked while pondering in his heart. Since comprehending the sword manipulation technique during the battle on Black Tide Island, he had deeply realized one crucial issue: mismatched weapons. The Black Moon Battle Blade weighs 80 pounds. Though it possesses immense power, its flight trajectory lacks agility under the control of spiritual force, and the air resistance is too great. Most critically, its material fails to perfectly conduct spiritual power, resulting in at least a 30 loss of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy during the manipulation process. I must forge a proper flying knife. Lin Yuan touched the invisible storage ring on his finger, which contained the greatest assurance for this endeavor. Following Su Xiaoxiao's recommendation, he walked straight through the periphery of the Weapon Refining Institute, arriving at a dilapidated red brick house situated deep within. Ouyang's weapon shop. No entry for idlers. Consequences at your own risk. This is it. Lin Yuan approached and knocked on the grimy iron door. Bang, bang, bang. Get lost. Before the door opened, a thunderous roar came from within. I said this week is closed for seclusion. Even the principal won't get to see me. Knock again, and he'll chop off your hand. The temper was indeed eccentric. Lin Yuan was not angry. He merely replied calmly, Su Xiaoxiao sent me here. I have a big business proposition. That violent girl from the Su family. The voice inside paused momentarily before the iron door was yanked. A middle-aged man appeared at the door, his hair a chaotic mess, face covered in stubble reeking of alcohol and rust. He wore a filthy leather apron and carried a massive forging hammer. Ouyang Yi, the chief master of the Weapon Refining Institute at Magic City Martial University, a top-tier craftsman who once forged and class divine weapon for the Federation. Ouyang Yi sized up Lin Yuan, and especially upon seeing Lin Yuan's clean and delicate hands, his initial anticipation quickly transformed into disdain. New student. Ouyang Yi scoffed, turning to shut the door. Get lost, that girl is becoming increasingly unreliable, sending a rookie to entertain me. Do you not understand my rules? I only accept glass orders, and I do not forge with anything but rare materials. Do you have any? With a bang, he was about to slam the door shut. However, a hand firmly blocked the closing iron door. Materials. With a clang, a tumter-long pitch-black bone spike exuding a chilling aura appeared out of thin air. This is the spine bone of the Kwasa 4th grade Beast King of the Mist. Ouyang Yi's actions froze. As a knowledgeable expert, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this bone spike. The intense spiritual fluctuations lingering on it, and the high-density bone compressed under extreme pressure were undoubtedly top-tier glass auxiliary materials. This is interesting. Ouyang Yi finally looked Lin Yuan in the eye, but shook his head. This material is indeed good, but merely good. If you want me, Ouyang Yi, to take action, it still falls short. What about this? Lin Yuan didn't waste words and waved his hand again. A fist-sized pockmarked piece of silver-gray metal looking like a scrap of discarded iron rolled beside the... This is a... With a clang, the forging hammer fell to the ground, landing on his foot, yet he was unaware. Ouyang Yi lunged onto the table, his rough hands trembling as they picked up the silver metal, his eyes bursting with a frenzied gleam akin to a wolf seeing a beautiful woman. Heavenly meteorite, iron no. This is refined memory metal from ancient civilizations. Ouyang Yi's voice changed pitch, trembling with excitement. Unlimited malleability. Self-repair. Nearly 100 spiritual energy conduction rate. This is the legendary divine material. Even a piece the size of a fingernail can cause a qualitative transformation in a weapon. Where did you get such a large piece? Found it in a ruin. So, master, can we do this business? Do it. We must do it. Whoever dares to stop me will face my wrath. Kiddo, no, little brother. As long as you are willing to give me some of the leftover scraps of this metal, I won't charge you for labor. I'd even pay you to take. This is the madness of a top craftsman. For them, encountering such legendary material, but not being able to forge it with their own hands, is more painful than death. I want a set of flying knives. There are only 3 requirements: light, thin, and fast. Use all of this memory metal, spare no expense. I want it to become my great killing weapon at the 3rd rank, or even the 4th rank. He grabbed a bottle of strong liquor from the table and took a swig, his eyes instantly sharpening like blades. Fire up the furnace. For this day and night the furnace fire in Ouyang's weapon shop never extinguished. If Ouyang Yi was the commander controlling the fire and strikes, then Lin Yuan was the perfect assistant. Control the temperature with spiritual energy. 2,300 degrees. Not a single degree off. Yes. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged beside the furnace, operating the chaotic divine grinding visualization method. The immense spiritual force transformed into an invisible bellows, precisely controlling every flicker of flame's temperature. With the system's assistance, this temperature control precision reached a staggering micron level. Good kid. This control of spiritual energy is outstanding. Ouyang Yi, drenched in sweat, swung the heavy hammer. Each strike folded and forged that piece of memory metal hundreds of times. As time passed, that originally dull, gray metal finally shed its disguise, radiating a dazzling silver. The spine bone of the King of the Mist melted into a liquid bone glue, merging into the metal and bestowing it with resilience and demon-breaking properties. Final step. Quenching. Up. With Ouyang Yi's loud shout, Lin Yuan sharply retracted his spiritual energy. 9 beams of silver light shot up from the furnace, plunging into the nearby icy spring. White mist rose. Inside, the entire weapon shop temperatures plummeted to freezing point, and a sharp cutting aura made the skin feel painful. It's done. Ouyang Yi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, gazing at the finished product in the pool, his eyes filled with obsession. This is the most perfect weapon I have ever forged. It is a work of art for killing. Lin Yuan stood up and waved his hand. Splash. 9 nearly transparent streams of light burst forth from the water, like 9 obedient spirits quietly hovering beside him. This is his exclusive mental weapon, Cicada Wing. Each flying knife is no larger than a willow leaf, thin as a cicada's wing, and exhibits a semi-transparent silver-gray hue. Under the refraction of light, they are almost invisible. System assessment name: Cicada Wing, 9 stars, set grade peak A-class, with growth potential quasi S-class. Material: memory metal, main spine of the King of the Mist auxiliary. Trait 1, concealment, extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye or radar. Trait 2, self-healing, can automatically repair upon damage by consuming spiritual energy. Trait 3, demon breaking, 100 spiritual energy conduction rate, with additional penetration effect against energy shields. Good knife. Lin Yuan lightly ran his fingers along one of the blades. His fingers felt no resistance, and his skin was cut with a fine line, barely feeling any pain. This is the epitome of speed. Wanna try? Ouyang Yi tossed over a thick alloy steel plate, meant for testing tanks, measuring 10 centimeters in thickness. Whoosh. 10 meters away, the vertical alloy steel plate trembled slightly. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and 9 streams of light flew back, transforming into 9 exquisite rings, clasping onto his fingers and instantly becoming invisible. Ouyang Yi walked over to inspect the steel plate. The surface of the plate was as smooth as a mirror, without any marks. However, when he extended his finger to poke it gently, puff, 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 instantly 9 holes appeared on the hard steel plate, each puncturing cleanly through. Each hole was only as fine as a hair, with smooth and even edges left by the marks of instantaneous vaporization from high temperature. Hiss. Ouyang Yi inhaled sharply, silent and deadly. Instant kill without a trace. Kid, don't dishonor it. If this thing is used well, even a 4th-rank martial artist's aura shield can be sliced through. Rest assured, master. Lin Yuan placed a prepared check for 5 million on the table and turned to walk out the door. The sunlight bathed his face, his eyes radiating an unprecedented confidence and sharpness. With this, I can wreak havoc within the 3rd rank. It is also time to bring down that guy who has dominated the top for 2 years from his pedestal. In the magical capital's Martial University, at the central square, there stands a towering black obsidian monument 50 meters high, shimmering with golden light, inscribed with numerous names. This is the highest symbol of honor at this war academy, recording the strongest 100 students in terms of. These 100 individuals are predominantly 3rd and 4th year elites, many of whom are soon to graduate and have already been reserved by the military as prospective officers. Those who enter the ranking not only receive substantial academic credit rewards every month, but also gain the qualification to represent the school in the National 100 School Championship. At this moment, Lin Yuan stands beneath the monument, gazing up at the golden names. Is this the ranking? Beside him, Xiang Lai, holding a freshly roasted beast's leg, mumbled, "Old Lin, according to the rules, new students must start challenging from the 100th position, climbing up step by step. These upperclassmen are quite cunning. Each has a one-time right to evade a challenge. If they encounter someone they don't wish to fight, they can delay you for 3 days. If you want to climb up, it will probably take you half a month." Half a month. Lin Yuan shook his head. Too slow. I don't have that much time to play house with them. His gaze directly skipped over the densely packed names below, moving upwards, ultimately focusing on the top 10. No. 1 Xiaohongyi 4th year in O. 2 Yi Tian 3rd year in O. 10 Lei Bao 3rd year. Since I'm going to fight, I'll challenge someone worth it. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Yuan slapped his student card on the challenge terminal beneath the monument. Beep. Please enter the ranking of the challenge target. Lin Yuan unhesitatingly entered a number 10. The electronic synthesized voice instantly echoed throughout the square. Announcement. First-year student Lin Yuan initiates a challenge to the ranking. Challenge target 10th on the ranking Lei Bao. Challengers must arrive at the central arena within 1 hour. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeit. This announcement hit the magical capital's Marshall University like a thunderclap, instantly shocking everyone. What? Did I hear that wrong? A new student challenging the top 10. Lin Yuan. Is he the one who just accepted its class mission? But is he out of his mind? Completing missions and dueling are two different things. Lei Bao is known as the Thunder Cannon of the third year, a peak third-grade elemental warrior. It's said that he has already stepped into the fourth grade with 1 foot. Lin Yuan is looking for trouble. In the third-year teaching area within a training room filled with violent lightning elements, a young man with a shaved head, his upper body bare and muscles bulging like granite, suddenly opened his eyes, surrounded by blue electric arcs. Lei Bao, 10th on the ranking, nicknamed Thunder Tiger. A new student, Lin Yuan. Has the current junior not learned humility after receiving the title of new student champion? Trying to step on me to rise. He doesn't fear breaking his teeth. He casually threw on a windbreaker, striding out of the training room with lightning flashing in his eyes. Since you want to seek death, I'll teach you what respect and hierarchy mean. 1 hour later, at the central arena of the magical capital's Marshall University. This giant coliseum, capable of holding 50,000 people, is currently packed to capacity. Not only are all the new students present, but also many second and third-year students, and even a number of instructors have rushed over upon hearing the news. A new student challenging the top 10 is extremely rare in the history of the magical capital's Marshall University. In the VIP box at the highest point of the stands, the dean of the War Academy, Wang Yi, was reclining with his legs crossed, holding a jug of wine, watching with great interest. Next to him sat several other deans from different academies. Old Wang, your student is a bit audacious. The dean of the Weapons Academy laughed. Lei Bao is famously powerful in terms of explosive strength, a peak third-grade lightning mage capable of destruction comparable to the fourth grade. Lin Yuan is only second grade, right? Isn't that a huge gap? Being audacious is good. Wang Yi took a sip of wine, chuckling. If young people aren't ambitious, then what are they, eh? Moreover, the seeds I have my eye on aren't so easily defeated. On the arena, Lei Bao had long been waiting. He stood there, the surrounding air buzzing with the gathering of lightning ions, creating an immense sense of pressure. Lin Yuan, I admit you did well on Black Tides Island. Lei Bao looked down at Lin Yuan, who was slowly walking up the arena, and said, but that was with the help of external forces and teamwork. On the arena, it's just you and me. I will let you understand that the gap between peak third grade and second grade is an insurmountable chasm. In response to Lei Bao's trash talk, Lin Yuan calmly replied, your nonsense is even more abundant than your lightning. You're looking for death. Lei Bao instantly flew into a rage. The match begins. With the referee's command rumble, Lei Bao held nothing back, initiating with his strongest move. Thunder method, 10,000 Thunder Prison. He thrust both hands skyward and countless thick blue lightning bolts erupted from his body, instantly forming a terrifying thundercloud above the arena. Immediately after, a torrential rain of lightning pillars fell like a storm, indiscriminately covering the entire arena. This is an area attack, leaving no space for the opponent to evade. Such overwhelming might. Lei Bao is serious. Lin Yuan is finished. There's no way to dodge this. The audience in the stands gasped in astonishment. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a faint bluish glow flickered. God's Insight lock on target. Lei Bao. Shield, strength, grade, lightning armor. Weaknesses, throat, brow, heart, dantian, all are vulnerabilities. Too slow. The next second, an invisible ring on his finger trembled slightly. Whoosh. No one saw what happened. Lei Bao, maintaining the storm of thunderclouds, wore a sinister smile, ready to watch Lin Yuan turn to charcoal. However, a chilling sense of death suddenly descended without warning. Uft, 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 uft. Lei Bao's smile froze on his face. Before he could react, he felt a flash before his eyes. The thunderclouds that had filled the sky suddenly dissipated as they lost the support of spiritual energy. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence, every onlooker wide-eyed. Lei Bao still held his spellcasting stance, but he dared not move. Not daring to move at all, because at his brow, eyes, throat, heart, dantian, knees, and wrists, 9 crucial points each hovered a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing, nearly transparent. Each dagger's tip was less than 0.01 centimeters from his skin. The sharp blade aura had even broken through his surface skin, or if he dared to move, or if Lin Yuan made a single thought, he would instantly be reduced to a pile of minced meat. Cold sweat poured down Lei Bao's forehead, instantly soaking his back. The anger and arrogance in his eyes transformed into the most primal fear at that moment. It was the fear of death. What kind of speed is this? Lei Bao trembled, his lips quivering. He hadn't even seen how Lin Yuan had struck, yet his defense was shattered like a paper shield. Lin Yuan stood 10 meters across from him, still with his hands in his pockets. Is this the 10th on the ranking? Lin Yuan looked at Lei Bao, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he shook his head, all show and no substance. Too weak. Snap. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. The 9 daggers hovering at Lei Bao's vital points instantly transformed into 9 streams of light, flying back to Lin Yuan's side, disappearing from view. It was only then that Lei Bao felt his legs give way as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. I lost. Lei Bao lowered his head, his voice hoarse. One-hit kill. Another one-hit kill. My God, was that telekinesis? Is Lin Yuan a psychic practitioner? So powerful. Even Lei Bao couldn't withstand a single attack. This is second grade. 10th on the ranking. A new student directly breaks into the top 10. A historical record has been shattered. On the giant screen in the arena, the ranking was instantly updated. The name of Lei Bao, originally in the 10th position, dropped down, replaced by a brand new name. No. 10 Lin Yuan, first year War Academy, and even higher up in the VIP box. Wang Yi pounded his thigh, laughing to the point of tears. Good. What a good kid. This is the kind of suppression a psychic practitioner should have. Silent, Wang Yi stood up, looking at the figure that drew everyone's attention below. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. I was still hesitating over who to lead the team. Now there's no need to choose. He instructed his assistant beside him, convey my orders. Next week's National 100 School Exchange Group visit, as well as the following 100 School Championship. The overall leader of the magical capital Martial University will be Lin Yuan. I want to show those old guys from the Imperial Capital Martial University what a real monster is. At noon in the Magic City, a luxurious floating car convoy adorned with the capital's license plates slowly drove into the 2 massive beast-bone gates. The golden dragon-patterned emblem printed on the car shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an innate sense of nobility and arrogance. The exchange group from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University had arrived. This is a traditional reserved program that has been ongoing for decades between these 2 top-tier institutions. It is ostensibly an academic exchange to enhance friendship, but in reality it is merely a pre-competition test of strength along with a little disruption. As the car doors opened, a group of students wearing matching white uniforms adorned with golden school badges stepped out. The boys were handsome, the girls were beautiful, standing tall with an unmistakable sense of superiority in their eyes. In stark contrast, a group of students from the Magic City Martial Arts University gathered at the entrance to observe. These bandits from the War Academy were dressed in battle-damaged camouflage, some with bare arms, carrying knives, exuding the lingering stench of blood from their recent missions. Tisk, is this the legendary Magic City Martial Arts University? Should keep it down. A girl beside them chuckled softly. They call this wildness. However, compared to the royal gardens of our imperial capital, this place really does resemble an uncivilized zoo. Although her voice was not loud, it was enough for the surrounding students from the Magic City to hear clearly. Damn, what are these pretty boys saying? Want to fight, huh? Do you think I want to strip the skin off your white bodies? The crowd stirred, and many irritable seniors had already placed their hands on their knife handles. Silence. Director Wang Yi, responsible for the reception, stood confidently on the steps. He glanced at the group of students from the imperial capital and chuckled. Guests are welcome. Our Magic City Martial Arts University values reason. Let's not let them say we lack manners. Though he said this, his eyes clearly conveyed, once we step onto the arena, we will fight to the death. Inside the first meeting hall, the atmosphere grew even tenser. On the left side of the long table sat the school leaders of the Magic City Martial Arts University and several representatives from the top 10 of the heavenly rankings, excluding Lin Yuan. On the right side sat the delegation from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Leading the group was Li Zheng, the admissions office director who had been rejected by Lin Yuan in Jianghai City. Director Wang, long time no see. I heard you spent 10 million this year to recruit a so-called star king named Lin Yuan. Why is it that in such an important occasion I don't see that top scholar? Li Zheng paused for a moment and pretended to be surprised. Could it be that he heard we were coming and, fearing embarrassment, found a place to hide? Ha ha! The students from the imperial capital burst into laughter. Wang Yi dug at his ears, not yet having a chance. A young man sitting next to Li Zheng slowly opened his eyes. He was clad in a custom-made S-class nano-combat suit, exceedingly handsome, but his eyes were situated atop his head, emanating a chilling third-grade aura. Yi Fan, the new student king of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University this year, the possessor of the S-class talent, Holy Light Judgment, and the direct heir of the Yi family from the Imperial Capital. Director Li, don't make things difficult for Director Wang. He's just an opportunist with F-class talent, relying on luck and system loopholes to gain points and rise in position. Such a person is regarded as a treasure only in the Magic City Martial Arts University. He scanned the Magic City students across from him, finally resting his gaze on Xiang Lai with a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. I heard there's only one military madman named Xiang Lai here who can fight a little. As for that Lin Yuan, I'm not interested. As he was named, Xiang Lai frowned, about to slam the table and stand up. The heavy conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone instinctively turned to look. A boy wearing beach shorts and flip-flops sauntered in leisurely. Who just called my name? Lin Yuan. Upon seeing this face, Li Zheng's expression instantly darkened, the humiliation of being publicly rejected in Jianghai City resurfacing. Impudent. Li Zheng slammed the table, pointing at Lin Yuan in anger. Is this the quality of your Magic City Martial Arts University? Wearing flip-flops in such an occasion? What kind of manners is that? Then he pulled over Yi Fan beside him, boasting proudly, open your eyes and take a good look. This is our new student king from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Yi Fan. With S-Class talent, he has broken through to the 3rd grade in just 2 months, wearing all S-Class custom gear. In terms of resources, talent, and strength, what aspect of him is not superior to you? Right now, with just one finger, he could crush you. Yi Fan stood up at the right moment, the pressure of his blood and energy as a 3rd grade martial artist unleashed, without reservation, like a mountain bearing down on Lin Yuan. He looked down at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. So you are Lin Yuan. Meeting you in person is less impressive than hearing about you. Indeed, you are an uncultured wild card. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Lin Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. God's Insight Analysis, Target Realm, initial stage of 3rd grade drug catalysis. Foundation, shallow. Large amounts of cleansing liquid and breakthrough pills, residual poison in the body. S-Class talent. Director Li, are the eyes of your Imperial Capital Martial Arts University getting a bit dim? Is this the S-Class you chose? Lin Yuan shook his head, speaking astonishingly, a superficial aura, heavy footsteps. It's clear that you've been fed pills since childhood, forcibly piled up your realm, right? Such a 3rd grade relying on pills may look intimidating, but in a real fight, could you withstand even one of my strikes? You. Yi Fan's expression changed, having struck a nerve. Lin Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak, continuing his biting remarks. And that S-Class gear. TSK tisk, quite luxurious. But alas, even if you put armor on a dog, it won't turn into a battle wolf. You're looking for death. Yi Fan completely lost his cool, having grown up amid praise. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Boom. Suddenly a dazzling holy light erupted from his body, and with a grasp of his right hand, a sword of light instantly formed. Do you dare to fight right now? I will make you kneel and swallow back your words. Yi Fan shouted angrily, about to charge across the long table. Enough. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One was Wang Yiu. Although he enjoyed the spectacle, he couldn't truly allow the 2 schools to brawl in the meeting room. The other was the vice president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, who with a grim expression blocked the furious Yi Fan. Yi Fan, sit down. Do you still want to disgrace yourself further? If you want to fight, go do it in the arena. Li Zheng forcibly suppressed his anger, his gaze darkly fixed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, don't be a show-off. I hope when the time comes in the arena, your bones can be as tough as your mouth. In a month, the National 100 Schools Championship will be held in the Imperial Capital. At that time, Yi Fan will step on you in front of the entire federation, making you understand what true despair is. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Li Zheng took the people from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University away angrily. All right then. Lin Yuan, with his back to the still retreating crowd from the Imperial Capital, said, remember to bring more stretchers, and it's best to book a few ICU beds. The footsteps of the Imperial Capital crowd paused, their bodies trembling with anger, but in the end they did not turn back and quickened their pace to leave. At that moment, Wang Yi approached Lin Yuan, shaking his head with a mix of helplessness and amusement. You kid, your mouth is truly more poisonous than your knife, but even before the fight starts, you've already filled the hatred gauge. That said, director, the so-called Imperial Capital Martial Arts University is merely a shelter for those. Wow. Upon hearing these words, the students from the Magic City erupted with excitement in the conference room. Awesome. Brother Lin is so domineering. That was so satisfying. Shelter. Huh. That's right. They pick up all the leftovers that Brother Lin doesn't want. Wang Yi looked at Lin Yuan, who was being adored like a star, stroking his beard, his eyes shining with brilliance. This aura of there's no one like me. This year's 100 Schools Championship, the Magic City Martial Arts University, is secure. I refuse. A burly man as strong as a bear suddenly stood up, pointing at Dean Wang Yi in the main seat and protesting loudly. Dean Wang. This year's 100 School Championship concerns the reputation of our Modu Martial University, and it also relates to next year's resource allocation. You let 3 freshmen who just entered school for a month take 3 key positions. This is simply making a mockery of the school's honor. This person is named Zhou Kuang. Ranked 11th on the heavenly list, a peak 3rd-tier defense warrior, he possesses level talent rock armor. Before Lin Yuan emerged, he was one of the most favored candidates for captain. We want fair competition. We want the right to challenge. For a moment, the meeting room was filled with fervent voices. In their view, although Lin Yuan killed a Quasi 4th level BOSS, it was due to props and luck. In a real competition on the arena, these seasoned veterans might not necessarily lose. Wang Yi sat in the main seat wearing a look of watching a show. He did not speak, but shifted his gaze to the young man sitting to his left. Lin Yuan. As the person at the center of the storm, Lin Yuan was lazily leaning back in his chair, as if the protests around him, loud enough to shake the roof, were merely the buzzing of flies outside. Until Zhou Kuang slammed his fist on the table in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Stop playing dead. Lin Yuan slowly lifted his eyelids. You don't accept this? Nonsense. Of course I refuse. Zhou Kuang's blood surged, and his rock-like skin began to shimmer with a grayish-white glow. Fine. Lin Yuan nodded, but he remained seated in his swivel chair, even crossing his legs and resting his hands on his knees. I'll give you a chance. Lin Yuan extended a finger pointing at himself. I won't use my hands nor weapons, and I won't even leave this chair. As long as you can force me to move, even if it's just moving the chair's leg by 1 centimeter. The captain's position is yours. Lin Yuan will withdraw from the team right here. But if you can't do it, then shut your mouth and obediently roll back to be a spectator. Not using hands. Not using weapons. Even sitting still. Facing a peak third-tier tank known for strength and defense, how dare he be so arrogant? Zhou Kuang shouted, and the Blevel Talent Rock armor activated instantly. A heavy layer of rocky armor rapidly enveloped his entire body, and he instantly grew to 2.5 meters tall, like a rock war chariot clad in heavy armor. He exerted force beneath his feet, and the specially made alloy floor exploded instantly. Boom. With an unstoppable, terrifying momentum, Zhou Kuang charged like an arrow shot from a bow, slamming into Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the chair. As Zhou Kuang's massive body was about to collide with Lin Yuan, Wang Yi's teacup stopped at his lips, wanting to see how Lin Yuan would handle this. Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization Method Gravitational Field. Kneel down. Lin Yuan's lips parted slightly, uttering 2 words. Buzz. Zhou Kuang, who was charging at high speed, suddenly came to a halt just half a meter away from Lin Yuan. He felt as if he had crashed into a swamp in an instant, and then an enormous pressure, terrifying beyond description, crashed down upon his shoulders like Mount Tai. Bang! With a loud noise under the horrified gazes of everyone, the once invincible rock giant actually slammed his knees heavily onto the ground. The hard alloy floor was smashed out of 2 deep pits by his knees. You don't even have the qualifications to stand and talk to me, yet you want to be captain. Lin Yuan set down his teacup, his voice calm. Now who else refuses? The room fell silent. Those veterans who originally wanted to challenge each turned pale, instinctively shrinking their necks. Too strong. This is simply a power from another dimension. Zhou Kuang is a defense type. Even he stood before Lin Yuan like a helpless baby. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? Mental energy masters. Actually terrifying like this. Since there are no objections, let's move on to the next topic. Lin Yuan waved his hand, dissipating the gravitational field. Zhou Kuang relaxed completely, and in his gaze towards Lin Yuan there was no longer anger, only deep fear. He knew that if Lin Yuan had wanted to kill him just now, he would have died 10 times over. Thank you, Lin Yuan, for not killing me. Zhou Kuang retreated awkwardly. We still need 2 more spots. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on 2 figures in the corner. You, the one wearing glasses, and the chubby one holding the staff, come out. The 2 named individuals trembled and walked out cautiously. One of them was a tall, thin person wearing tactical goggles, codenamed Ghost. I ranked 15th on the heavenly list, skilled in long-range scouting and traps. The other was a round little chubby guy codenamed Nanny, ranked 18th, the strongest healing wood mage in the school. Lin Yuan, do you need something from us? The chubby guy asked, wiping his cold sweat. You 2 join the team. Lin Yuan said succinctly. Huh. The 2 were stunned, and the people around them were also taken aback. Although these 2 ranked decently, they were purely support and had no combat power at all. Lin Yuan, this. Ghost, I hesitated. I am from the scouting department. Ooh, I can't fight. Who said you had? Lin Yuan leaned forward, looking at them intently. Remember, once you join my team, your only task is. He raised 2 fingers. First, protect yourself and don't die. Second, when we are killing, be responsible for shouting 666 from the back. As for combat, Lin Yuan pointed at the nearby Xiang Lai, who was cleaning a Gatling gun, and then pointed at himself, exuding dominance, damage output, tanking, crowd control, and harvesting. We 3 will handle it all. I don't lack teammates. Ooh, I only lack obedient ornaments, understand? Ghost Eye and Nanny exchanged glances. This was clearly not looking for teammates. This is clearly looking for leg ornaments. And they are the thick, golden laid type. Is this what they call a lying win? Understood. Got it. Lin Yuan, rest assured. We will definitely shout the loudest. The 2 nodded vigorously. Thus, the main lineup of the Modu Martial University representative team was officially established. Captain Core Damage Dealer, Crowd Control Lin Yuan. Tank Vanguard Xiang Lai. Firepower Suppression Su Xiaoxiao. Scout Ghost Li Gui. Healer Nanny Han. Substitute vacant because Lin Yuan felt it wasn't necessary. Alright. Since the team is complete, I'll say if Wang Yi, who had been watching the show, finally stood up to give a final summary. This time in the 100 School Championship, strong enemies are lurking. Besides our old rival, the Capital Martial University, there are the Military Academy Alliance, Ancient Martial Arts Family Alliance, and so on. Our goal is to secure a top 3 position and strive for first. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan suddenly interrupted. If anyone else dared to interrupt the dean's speech, they would have been thrown out long ago, but when Lin Yuan spoke, Wang Yi instead stopped with great interest. Dean, your vision is too small. Since we are going, don't think about 2nd or 3rd place. My only goal is to step on the Capital Martial University and take back the championship that belongs to us. As for the other teams, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Whoever stands in my way, I will cripple. Good? What ambition? Wang Yi laughed heartily. Then what about the team name? As per tradition, we need a
Our current material reserves are insufficient to rebuild a communication unit. Even if we could reconstruct one, our energy reserves already strained to sustain navigation and life.
Letting 3 big men carry that name is worse than letting them die. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, looking out the window where dark clouds loomed and the wind and rain were coming. He recalled the destruction of the Zhao family, the massacre on Black Tide Island, and the impending confrontation with Yi Fan from the capital. Lin Yuan slowly uttered 2 words. Let's call it judgment. Judgment Squad. By my blade I will judge all beings. Let's go. The Ashen Plains, a desolate area located between the Demon City and the capital, is marked by a grayish-black soil that has not borne any vegetation since it was the epicenter of a nuclear explosion a century ago. A heavy armored train resembling a giant steel python is racing across this wasteland at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. Inside the carriage, which serves as the exclusive compartment for the Demon City representative team, the luxury is comparable to a 5-star hotel. We will arrive at the Kyoto Bay City in 2 hours. Xiang Lai's eyes flashed with boredom. This road is too peaceful, not even a blind, ferocious beast in sight. Don't jinx it. Su Xiaoxiao was adjusting the newly modified fire control system on her tablet, not looking up as she said, "This is a military-exclusive flight path, with drones patrolling every 10 kilometers. What kind of ferocious beast would dare to appear?" Before she could finish her sentence, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The heavy armored train, weighing several thousand tons, jolted violently, followed by a piercing sound of twisting metal. The train tilted dramatically and, due to inertia, derailed, skidding for hundreds of meters across the wasteland before finally coming to a halt. Enemy attack. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, dozens of eerie red figures emerged from the ash. They wore matching crimson robes and white masks that obscured their faces, leaving only their frenzied, bloodthirsty eyes visible. Cult of the 10,000 Gods. Dean Wang Yi kicked open the train door and glared at the group, his face dark enough to drip water. The Cult of the 10,000 Gods, the common enemy of humanity. This was a group of madmen who had betrayed humanity and allied themselves with foreign races. They worshipped the so-called true gods from beyond and believed that humanity could only evolve by accepting transformation from alien species. Their favorite pastime was hunting the talented among humanity to offer sacrifices to their masters. Kekekek. A leader among the red-robed figures hovered in midair, exuding a terrifying aura of peak 4th grade. His crimson robe was embroidered with golden, sinister patterns, clearly marking him as a high-ranking member of the Cult of the 10,000 Gods. Cardinal. The train of the Demon City Martial University. Seems the intelligence was accurate. The Cardinal's murky eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, who had just stepped out of the carriage. By the decree of the true God, eliminate the human aberration. Lin Yuan. Kill. Leave none alive. With his command, dozens of 3rd-grade assassins surged forward like hungry wolves. Each was strapped with high-energy explosives, clearly prepared to perish together. Seeking death. Wang Yi and several accompanying instructors were about to take action when they saw the Cardinal crush a black crystal. Buzz. A black barrier instantly rose, trapping the instructors inside. Delay those old men. The Cardinal sneered. I will kill that kid and take his head as an offering to the gods. With that, he shot forward like lightning, engulfed in a torrent of bloodthirsty energy, directly charging at Lin Yuan. The pressure of peak 4th grade was unleashed without reservation. In his view, killing a 2nd-grade novice, even the top scholar, was no different from crushing an ant. Lin Yuan. Retreat quickly. Wang Yi, trapped within the barrier, was nearly going mad. However, facing this lethal strike, Lin Yuan merely stood beside the broken tracks, not retreating, but letting out a helpless sigh. I was just hoping to take a nap. Lin Yuan looked at the charging Cardinal, his gaze resembling that of someone eyeing a moving ATM. The Cardinal of the Cult of the 10,000 Gods. I believe the federal bounty is 500,000 military merits. Since it's delivered to my doorstep, I suppose I should accept it. Cicada wing unleashed. Even the Cardinal didn't notice anything unusual. He only felt a few invisible fireflies fluttering lightly around him. Die. The Cardinal rushed to within 5 meters of Lin Yuan, a sinister grin on his face as the blood-colored long knife was about to strike down. However, in the next second, his smile froze on his face. Puff, 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 puff. A series of faint yet dense muffled sounds suddenly erupted from his body. His proud 4th-grade protective energy shield, which could withstand heavy machine gun fire, now resembled a thin sheet of paper, inexplicably sporting 9 transparent holes. Off. The Cardinal let out a shrill scream as the tendons in both his hands and feet had been severed in that. Moreover, 5 invisible flying knives hovered at his throat, heart, and other vital points, their sharp energy already piercing his skin. What is this? The Cardinal, terrified, lay on the ground. He still hadn't seen what had injured him. Silent, formless, and intangible. This was a grade peak telekinetic weapon, Cicada wing. Peak 4th grade. Is that all? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the fight had turned into a one-sided massacre. Dare to blow up my train. Xiang Lai had long pent up his frustration. He charged into the ranks of assassins like a raging bull, utterly disregarding their weapon attacks. Bang! With a punch, the chest of a third-grade assassin exploded. Crack! With a twist of his hand, another assassin's neck was brutally snapped. With the complete set of second-grade corpse materials provided by Lin Yuan along with the vast sums from the Soul Crystal distribution, Xiang Lai had refined his physical body to its utmost, just a step away from third grade. These self-destructive assassins were simply no match for him. Boom, boom, boom. Su Xiaoxiao stood atop the train, setting up an exaggeratedly designed giant cannon. Her modified Thunderfire heavy cannon, based on blueprints from ancient relics combined with modern technology. Art is an explosion. Dare to obstruct my path. Don't you know I have road rage? Those who tried to approach the train were blown up along with their explosives before they could detonate, turning into a splendid firework display. What a far cry from a lowly. This was clearly a heavy firepower fanatic. Lin Yuan did not remain idle. After suppressing the cardinal, he turned around, surveying the battlefield. Cicada wing strangulation, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 flying knives transformed into 9 beams of lethal light, darting rapidly across the battlefield. Any enemy locked in Lin Yuan's gaze, whether running, dodging, or preparing to launch a sneak attack, fell down, without warning, in the next second. At their throats there was only a fine line of blood. In less than 10 minutes, the once ferocious cult of the 10,000 Gods ambush team, aside from the half-dead cardinal, was completely annihilated. Leave one alive. Don't kill him. At this moment, Wang Yi and the instructors finally broke through the barrier and charged out. Lin Yuan. Well done. This guy is a big catch from the cult of the 10,000 Gods. We must take him back for interrogation. Interrogation. Too much trouble. Lin Yuan squatted before the cardinal, a colder glint flashing in his eyes. Chaotic divine grindstone visualization, soul search. The cardinal let out a scream more piercing than that of a slaughtered pig, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth. Moments later his body stiffened and he fell silent. Lin Yuan retracted his mental energy. So what did you Wang Yi asked anxiously. Quite interesting. Lin Yuan looked at Wang Yi and slowly said, the cult of the 10,000 Gods has arranged for a so-called son of God who has infiltrated this competition team through a forged identity. They plan to use some kind of sacrificial formation during the finals of the 100 Schools tournament to blood sacrifice all the talented contestants. What a... Wang Yi and several instructors' faces changed drastically. If this were true, it would be a shocking case that could stun the Federation. Do you know who that son of God is? Wang Yi asked urgently. That part of the memory was sealed. I couldn't see it clearly. Lin Yuan shook his head regretfully, but then a cold smile crept onto his lips. But it doesn't matter. It seems that besides aiming for the championship in Kyoto, there might be extra rewards to earn. Looking at Lin Yuan's expression of him about to get rich again, Wang Yi opened his mouth, but ultimately turned it into a bitter smile. The son of the cult of the 10,000 Gods. Encountering this group of judgment team members who only see money and military merits, he could only wish him good luck. Although the assassination squad of the 10,000 Gods sect has been completely annihilated, the heavily armored train named Judgment is still severely damaged. Especially the magical rune circuit of the power system has been blown apart, and the accompanying blacksmith is urgently making repairs. The carriage is enveloped in silence. Everyone is still reminiscing about the thrilling battle just fought, but the door to the private compartment where Lin Yuan is located is tightly closed with a do not disturb sign hanging on it. Inside the compartment, Lin Yuan sits cross-legged with his eyes closed. If someone could peer into his sea of consciousness, they would witness a shocking spectacle. The ancient and eternal chaos divine mill is spinning wildly at an unprecedented speed, emitting a thunderous roar. Beneath the grinding stone is a thick, inky black mist. This is the residual soul energy that Lin Yuan has plundered from the Archbishop and dozens of death warriors using his soul-searching technique and devouring abilities during the previous battle. This is the spiritual essence of a peak 4th-grade cultist. For ordinary spiritual mind cultivators, such a mixed and resentful energy is highly toxic. But for Lin Yuan, who possesses a system, this is the most enriching experience pack in the world. As the divine mill turns, all things return to their origin. Boom. With each grinding of the divine mill, the angry black mist is forcibly crushed and purified, eventually transforming into drops of clear, translucent liquid spiritual power, falling into Lin Yuan's parched sea of consciousness. Drip, drip. As time passes, these droplets increase, gradually converging into a small stream and finally becoming a shallow lake. The liquidization of spiritual power. This marks the symbolic threshold from 2nd to 3rd grade. It signifies that spiritual power is no longer an ethereal gas, but has transformed into a substantial liquid. The density is increased tenfold. The carrying capacity is increased tenfold. As the last wisp of black mist is crushed, buzz, a sound of shattering comes from deep within Lin Yuan's brain, as if some shackles have been broken. A terrifying spiritual storm erupts, centered around him, instantly sweeping across the entire carriage, even causing the mentors outside, who are repairing the train, to feel a wave of heart palpitations. System notification. Congratulations, host. Spiritual power has surpassed the critical value. Current realm, 3rd grade spiritual mind cultivator, initial stage. Divine sense coverage 1000 meters. Unlocked new ability telekinesis flight. Lin Yuan suddenly opens his eyes. In that moment, it seemed as if 2 bolts of cold lightning flashed in his eyes, and the air in the entire compartment erupted with a booming sound, as it could no longer withstand his overwhelming pressure. 3rd grade. I've made it. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the heavy lake of spiritual power in his sea of consciousness resembling mercury. If the spiritual power at 2nd grade was like a handgun, then now it is like a heavy artillery. Telekinesis flight. Lin Yuan stood up, looking out at the desolate land, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. It is said that only 6th grade masters can break free from the pull of gravity and fly freely with their powerful physique and chi. As for spiritual mind cultivators, as long as their spiritual power is strong enough, they can lift their own weight. 3rd grade. I can fly. A few minutes later, Xiang Lai, who was on alert, suddenly felt an unusual wave. He instinctively looked up and then froze and placed the jerky meat in his mouth, falling to the ground. What the? He saw Lin Yuan floating steadily in midair 10 meters off the ground. With his hands behind his back and his clothes billowing, Lin Yuan defied Newton's laws like a feather or a deity freely hovering in the wind. Rise. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 knives as thin as cicada wings suddenly appeared beneath his feet, supporting his soles. In fact, with his current spiritual power, he could completely wrap his whole body to fly. But to conserve energy and to be more stable and faster, stepping on the flying knives for leverage is the most cost-effective choice. Is this the feeling of flying? Lin Yuan looked down at the earth beneath him, his perspective becoming infinitely broad. The wind howled in his ears, and the clouds flowed above his head. A sense of the sky is high, and the birds can fly freely surged within him. Now that I am at this height, I cannot be touched by my enemies. This is truly a dimensional suppression. On the ground, he could only be considered a strong man. But having flown into the sky, he is a god. Old Lin, you're too abnormal, aren't you? Xiang Lai on the ground came back to his senses, his eyes turning red with envy. You just flew. Did we not agree to be ground chickens together? How did you secretly evolve into an eagle? Dean Wang Yi looked at the young man in the sky, stroking his beard with a look of appreciation and astonishment in his eyes. An 18-year-old, 3rd grade spiritual mind cultivator. Who can fly? When we go to Kyoto this time, those old fellows are likely to be scared out of their wits. 2 hours later, in the Kyoto-based City Bird's Nest Sports Center. This magnificent building, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, is currently filled to the brim with drums and gongs resounding. Countless media reporters are armed with cameras waiting at various entrances. Delegations from hundreds of martial arts prestigious schools from all over the country are entering one after another. Look, it's the team from the Imperial Capital Martial University. With a sudden shout, the crowd erupted. In the sky, 3 luxurious airships adorned with golden dragon patterns slowly descended. The red carpet was laid out, and the freshman Wang Yefan from the Imperial Capital Martial University, dressed in platinum-colored custom battle armor, descended like the moon surrounded by stars. He held his head high, enjoying the screams and flashes of countless fans around him, wearing a reserved yet arrogant smile on his face. Yefan, unmatched in the world. Imperial Capital Martial University. Champion. The deafening cheers echoed through the sky, showcasing the home ground advantage and the confidence of the Imperial Capital Martial University as a dominant force. Director Li Zheng walked ahead, beaming as he waved to the media. At that moment, a black armored train covered in traces of gunpowder slowly entered the dedicated platform. It's the Martial University of Magic City. I heard they were attacked by the 10,000 God sect on the way. Their train is this damaged. The reporter's cameras instantly focused on the train doors, ready to capture the disheveled appearance of the Martial University of Magic City. Wang Yefan also halted, standing on the high platform, looking down at the damaged train. Lin Yuan, I hope you haven't been scared into wetting your pants. The train doors slowly opened. Wang Yi walked out with Xiang Lai, Su Xiaoxiao, and others. Although their momentum was not weak, the lingering smell of gunpowder and fatigue on them indeed made them appear somewhat shabby in front of the glamorous team from the imperial capital. Where's that captain named Lin Yuan? Seeing this, Director Li Zheng immediately mocked loudly, Dean Wang, where's your ace? He found it stuffy in the train and came out to get some fresh air. In the sky, everyone instinctively looked up. In the next second, the entire square outside the Bird's Nest Sports Center fell into a deathly silence. There, at dozens of meters high, a tall figure, hands behind his back, his clothes billowing, was stepping through the void, walking down from the clouds step by step. The sunlight spilled behind him, casting a golden outline around him. He looked like a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of disdain for the world. He can fly. Is that a master? No, wait. Look at that face. That's Lin Yuan. He can fly. A 3rd grade can fly. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The once spotlighted Wang Yefan gazed intently at the figure in the air, his eyes filled with disbelief and jealousy. While he still needed to take the airship, Lin Yuan directly flew over himself. Amidst countless shocked gazes, Lin Yuan slowly descended, but he did not land. He hovered 3 meters above the ground, just above Wang Yefan, who was standing on the high platform. An absolute vantage point. Lin Yuan looked down at the previously arrogant freshman from the imperial capital, smiling faintly. Sorry, I'm used to walking the air route. The air down there is a bit murky. I won't be coming down. The competition has not yet begun. But at this moment, everyone understood a fact in their hearts. At this level, Lin Yuan has already won. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the scene of the 58th National 100 Schools Championship. The passionate voice of the gold medal host resonated through the air. This year's competition format will undergo unprecedented reforms. No longer the traditional unknown arena, but virtual reality battle royale. Boom. A complex 3D map flashed across the big screen. It was an ancient land filled with desolation and a sense of slaughter. Map Shura, ancient battlefield S-class difficulty environment featuring various extreme terrains such as toxic swamps, frigid snow-capped mountains, desert ruins, and lava caverns. The rules are very simple. The host raised a finger. 100 top teams from across the country will be randomly dropped into various corners of this map. In this ancient battlefield, countless fierce beasts simulated by supercomputers roam, including 3rd and 4th level beast kings. Kill them to earn points. Of course, the fastest way to gain points is hunting other contestants. The host's voice suddenly turned fierce. Every time you defeat an opponent, you will seize 50 of their points. Ultimately, the teams that survive until the end and rank in the top 16 in points will advance to the elimination rounds. In the preparation area, upon hearing the rule of seizing 50 of points, all contestants' expressions changed. The previously harmonious atmosphere instantly turned tense, with each person's gaze toward the surrounding teams filled with vigilance and greed. Group A. We are going to face tough battles. Dean Wang Yi, holding the freshly released grouping list, frowned. We have been placed in the Death Group A, which not only includes several veteran strong schools, but also one of the most troublesome opponents, the Northwest Military Academy. Following Wang Yi's gaze not far away, a group of young men with crew cuts dressed in dark green camouflage were coldly staring this way. Leading them was a burly man with a scar on his face, codenamed Northwest Wolf King, Kuei Lang. What are you afraid of? Xiang Lai clenched his fists and sneered. Are they tougher? I am their ancestor. Now let's interview the captains of a few popular championship teams. An official reporter approached with a camera, and countless flashes lit up instantly. The first microphone was handed to Yi Fan from the Imperial Capital Martial University. As the most popular newcomer in the venue, Yi Fan adjusted his collar. The grouping means nothing to me, as I have only one goal, and that is the championship. Great. So domineering. The Imperial Capital fans in the audience erupted in a scream. The reporter then ran over to the Northwest Military Academy. Kuei Lang snatched the microphone, his voice roaring like a beast. We Northwest lads don't play tricks. On the battlefield, it's about fighting. What geniuses, what top scorers, all are just meat in our eyes. After saying that, he deliberately spat towards Lin Yuan's direction. The tension in the air surged. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the reporter arrived at the rest area of the Magic City Martial University. Captain Lin Yuan, as the biggest dark horse of this tournament, what do you have to say in response to Captain Yi Fan's provocation and the declaration of war from the Northwest Military Academy? The venue fell silent, waiting for the response from this flying demon. Lin Yuan was sitting on a chair, yawning. When the microphone was extended towards him, he lazily lifted his eyelids, looking as if he had just woken up. Huh? Is that all? Actually, I'm not very interested in winning championships. After all, winning the championship is too easy for me, lacking in boo. The audience erupted into a chorus of boos. So arrogant. This person is simply beyond. Ignoring the overwhelming boos, Lin Yuan raised a finger to the camera and said seriously, I have one suggestion for all the opponents present. If you encounter me on the map, please directly hand over your points and lie down to surrender. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, revealing a nuclear kind smile. After all, while the competition rules prohibit killing, they do not say anything about breaking limbs. This rule is not meant to restrict me. It is to protect you from being beaten to death by me. So arrogant. This is a direct declaration of war against 99 teams. Lin Yuan, I want to tear you apart. The Northwest Wolf King Kuei Lang was so furious that he crushed the water bottle in his hand. Yi Fan's face also turned ashen, snorting coldly as he turned to leave. Jumping clown, await your death. All contestants, please pay attention. The VR connection pod has been activated. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. As the broadcast sounded, Lin Yuan and the other 4 team members laid down in the sci-fi silver streamlined pod. Connection starting. Consciousness descending. Cough, cough. What the hell is this place? Su Xiaoxiao covered her nose, looking disdainfully at the ground. Surrounding them was an endless expanse of dark green swamp. Huge bubbles rose from the mire with dead, crooked trees surrounding them, visibility extremely low, and occasionally distant eerie beast roars could be heard. Current location Shura, ancient battlefield, toxic swamp, danger zone. It's over. The 2 support members in the team turned pale. The fatherly figure Han Mu looked at his legs stuck in the mud, his voice choked as he said, this terrain is too disgusting. My movement speed has been halved. And this mist is toxic. I have to keep using purification skills. My blue energy is not nearly enough. The ghost eye adjusted his glasses, also wearing a face of despair. There are obstacles everywhere. My long-range reconnaissance is completely useless. We're in a rhythm of being boxed in right after landing. For ground troop, swamps are definitely the most disgusting terrain. They not only limit movement, but also make them easy targets for ambush. What terrible luck. Xiang Lai frowned as he tried to pull his leg, but found the mud's adhesion was extremely strong, making it difficult for him as an explosive warrior. Bad luck. Just then a calm voice came from above. The four looked up. Lin Yuan was hovering above the ground, surrounded by a faint mental shield isolating him from the toxic gas. With a thought, Lin Yuan floated up like a feather with no weight, slowly ascending until he hovered 20 meters above. This is the absolute advantage of a flying unit. Ignoring terrain. Ignoring obstacles. Be careful. Something is coming. Suddenly Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the left side of the swamp. Splash. The mud erupted. A three-headed swamp giant crocodile, virtual level 2 fierce beast 5 meters long and covered in hard scales, opened its massive jaws and lunged out of the mire, heading straight for the standing support member. Oh my god. Help. The fatherly figure was so scared that he fell into the mud, unable to steady his staff. Humph. Lin Yuan in midair didn't even lift a finger. Mental force intimidate. Buzz. An invisible mental shockwave struck precisely into the crocodile's brain like a heavy hammer. Bang. 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 The three aggressive crocodiles froze midair, then fell back into the mire like puppets with their strings cut, no longer moving. Kill 3 level 2 fierce beasts, swamp crocodiles. Points 300. Instant kill. Moreover, it was a gaze instant kill. The fatherly figure gaped at Lin Yuan, who was hovering in the air as if he were looking at a deity. Lin Yuan's voice came from above, calm and authoritative. Xiang Lai Xiao Xiao, you are responsible for clearing the ground and protecting those 2 supports. I will provide you with full map visibility from above. Lin Yuan's figure rose again, shooting up into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. From this perspective, the dynamics of the entire toxic swamp came into view. Where there are monsters, where there are resources, and even where other teams are hiding, everything was crystal clear. God's perspective activated. Lin Yuan looked down at this Shura battlefield, his eyes shining with the light of control. Hunting begins. Ugh, the realism is just too high, isn't it? The scout Ghost Eye Li Gui found himself half submerged. The nauseating stench lingered at the tip of his nose, making him feel as though he were living in hell. They even managed to recreate this slimy texture. I need to complain about the development team being psychologically twisted. Beside him, the caretaker Han Mu was also in a sorry state, holding his staff to maintain the purification aura, exhausted like a dead dog. Stop complaining. Save some energy, my mana is dropping faster than stock prices. Even the rugged and tough Xiang Lai had to remain constantly wary of the venomous bugs that might spring up beneath his feet, taking every step with caution. However, when they instinctively looked up at the sky above them, everyone's lips involuntarily twitched as they beheld what was floating 20 meters off the ground. Lin Yuan wasn't merely floating as everyone imagined. He found it too exhausting to stay airborne and maintain his balance, which was quite uncomfortable. Thus, this captain with third-tier psychic power did something that left the entire audience in shock. A loud crash. Several massive black volcanic rocks were forcibly pulled from the depths of the mire by his psychic force, floating into the air. Immediately afterward, the invisible psychic energy danced like a carving knife, swiftly flattening and piecing the rocks together. In less than a minute, a stone throne took shape in midair. But that wasn't enough. Lin Yuan then focused his mind, stripping the skins from the several second-tier swamp crocodiles he had just slain and laying them over the cold hard stone seat, even thoughtfully creating a backrest. He then comfortably lay sideways on it, propping up one leg. Moreover, he utilized the virtual system's taste simulation function to exchange a bag of chips and a bottle of soda from his storage space, the system's built-in virtual backpack. These virtual world chips are barbecued flavor. Good review. In the live broadcast room, the previously tense and intense barrage of comments fell into a 3-second vacuum. Then it completely exploded. What the hell? What is he doing? While others are in a life-and-death battle, he's vacationing in midair. He's even eating. Judge, isn't this against the rules? This is cheating. Is this the world of the strong? I admit I'm envious. I want to sit on that sofa too. It seems our contestant Lin Yuan has a very good mindset, very relaxed. Back to the battlefield. Lin team. That. On the ground, Xiang Lai couldn't help but shout, shouldn't we take this a bit more seriously? After all, this is a live broadcast across the entire Federation. I'm being serious. Lin Yuan casually tossed the empty soda bottle aside. It disintegrated into data streams, dusted off the fragments on his hands, and his gaze instantly sharpened. Now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. He leaned slightly forward, his immense psychic power radiating like radar waves, instantly covering a 2-kilometer radius of the swamp. From this god's eye view, all disguises were rendered useless. Follow my command. At 2 o'clock, 300 meters behind that pile of dead grass are 3 sneaky old foxes, likely from an unknown small academy team, preparing to ambush us. Got it. Su Xiaoxiao hoisted the Thunderfire heavy cannon. On her shoulder, and aimed at the coordinates Lin Yuan had reported, firing a high-explosive shell. Boom. The seemingly tranquil patch of dry grass in the distance erupted instantly. Without even a scream, 3 beams of white light shot up into the sky. Those were the signs of forced logout after being deemed dead. Kill Student 3. Plundered points 150. So accurate. Ghost, I was taken aback. And it's not over. Xiang Lai at 10 o'clock behind that largest crooked neck tree is an elite monster corrupt poison lizard peak. Second tier, its weakness is the white spot on its abdomen. Go blow it up. Roar. Without a second thought, Xiang Lai activated rock body, charging forward like a tank. Bang. Elite monster killed. Points 100. Ghost Eye caregiver stopped daydreaming. Lin Yuan continued naming. You two move 50 meters to the right. There's a hidden supply box containing antidotes and ammunition. Received. On it. For the next 20 minutes, the points for the Magic Capital Military University skyrocketed, as if on a rocket. Group A points ranking in L. 1 Magic Capital Military University. Points 2850 in L. 2 Northwest Military Academy. Points 1200 in L. 3 Holy Light Academy. Points 800. It seems some people can't stand our rapid point accumulation and want to deliver a package. Lin Yuan gazed into the depths of the mist ahead. There, a team dressed in colorful attire was rapidly approaching. Southern Border Gu Technique Academy, a group strong team. This team hails from the southern edge of the Federation, best at commanding poisonous insects and miasma. The swamp terrain was practically their home ground. Magic Capital Military University. The leader of the Southern Border team was a sinister young man fiddling with a colorful poisonous spider. Is flying in the sky, so impressive. So arrogant, aren't you afraid of falling to your deaths? They were originally lying in wait here, preparing to ambush passing teams. But Lin Yuan flew too high, directly exposing their position to Su Xiaoxiao, forcing them to reveal themselves early. Hand over your points, or be devoured by my little pets. Hiss. With the whistle blowing, countless shadows suddenly surged from the surrounding swamp. They were countless fist-sized black-winged poison bees. The sound of their wings beating converged into a thousands of poison bees gathered into a massive black cloud, blocking out the sun, charging straight at Lin Yuan in midair. On the ground, Xiang Lai's expression changed as he looked at the swarm. Old Lin. Get down. Those are cursed insects. There are too many of them. Individually, these poison bees were not strong, but their terrifying numbers and stingers containing neurotoxins were a different story. Once surrounded, even a third-tier warrior could be stung into a state akin to a beehive. Bring him down, the Southern Border captain sneered. Facing this overwhelming tide of insects, Lin Yuan still lay half-reclined on his stone throne, not even considering sitting up. Noisy. Lin Yuan gently raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Snap. Chaos Divine Mill Psychic Storm. Boom. Centered on Lin Yuan, a visible transparent ripple, like a nuclear bomb's shockwave, instantaneously spread out in all directions. The poisonous bees fiercely charging and paused as if a pause button had been pressed the moment they encountered the psychic ripple. Their tiny brain neurons were directly shattered. The once throbbing wings stopped instantly. With a crash, thousands of poison bees lost their vitality, plummeting from the sky and piling up into a thick layer of corpses. In just 1 second, the dark clouds dissipated. Only Lin Yuan remained sitting cleanly on his throne, not a hair out of place. How is this possible? The Southern Border captain's smile froze on his face. That was his carefully just like that, gone. With just a snap of the fingers. There were too many bugs, it was a bit noisy. Lin Yuan dug in his ear and waved at Su Xiaoxiao below. Xiaoxiao, show them out. Got it. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I won't accept this. We are the pride of the Southern Border. With several screams, 5 beams of white light shot into the sky. Defeated Southern Border Gu Technique Academy. Plundered points 800. The battle ended even faster than it had begun. Lin Yuan glanced at the points list. The Magic Capital Military University's points were already far ahead, more than double that of the second place. Next time I go out, remember to bring insect repellent. Lin Yuan muttered to the air, then picked up another bag of virtual chips, tearing open the package. Let's go to the next spot. I heard there's a snow mountain ahead. Perfect for some skiing. On the ground, the 4 teammates exchanged glances, seeing deep sympathy in each other's eyes. Sympathy for those opponents who hadn't encountered them yet. This was no competition at all. It was clearly Lin Yuan taking 4 accessories on a picnic in this battlefield. The entrance to the Shura ancient battlefield Fengshan Valley is a necessary path connecting the marshes and snow-capped mountains. Towering cliffs rise to a height of 100 meters on both sides, with only a narrow passage in the middle resembling a thread in the sky. At this moment, behind the pile of scattered rocks above the valley, more than 20 figures were crouching. They came from the remaining 5 strong teams of Group A, including the most formidable Northwest Military Academy. Are we all ready? The Northwest Wolf King Kue Wolf stared intensely at the radar screen in his hand. That Lin Yuan is too arrogant, treating us like monkeys. If we let him fly down like this, we will all be toyed with by him. Don't worry, Wolf King. A captain skilled in formations said ominously, we have set up a gravitational magnetic field trap exchange for a hefty sum at the bottom of the valley, along with a forbidden sky bird-catching net. As long as he dares to fly, and even a third-grade birdman will have to lie down. As long as he lands. Kuei Wolf tightened his grip on the alloy battle knife, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. The spiritual mind master is just a fragile being who, once he loses the advantage of distance, he becomes a toothless tiger. At that time, the 25 of us will swarm him, and even a single spit from each of us can drown him. In order to eliminate Magic Capital Martial University, these proud geniuses chose to team up for the first time. Here he comes. The scout member whispered sharply. In the distance, the flamboyant and provocative stone throne drifted leisurely, and Lin Yuan's relaxed demeanor made the ambushers grit their teeth in frustration. Attack! Kuei Wolf shouted violently. Buzz! The formation nodes that had been set up earlier on both sides of the valley were activated in an instant. A wave of yellow gravitational ripples crashed down like a mountain, and the gravity instantly increased fivefold. At the same time, a massive blue energy net shot out from the cliffs on both sides, blocking all routes of ascent. Crack! The stone thrown beneath Lin Yuan could not withstand the sudden gravitational pressure and instantly shattered into a cloud of stone dust. He fell. He fell. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Yuan's figure lost support and plummeted straight towards the valley floor. Dust billowed. Kill! Seizing the moment, Kuei Wolf charged ahead, leading 24 elite warriors bursting forth from both sides like hungry wolves, descending the mountain instantly, surrounding the fallen dust. Lin Yuan, once you touch the ground, you will be a toothless tiger. Kuei Wolf laughed maniacally as he charged into the dust. Brothers, let's fight side by side. Cripple him. Get the points back. However, as the dust settled, Lin Yuan stood nonchalantly in the pile of rubble, brushing off the dust from his windbreaker, gazing at the aggressive encirclement. A toothless tiger. Who told you that just because I don't fly I can't fight? Don't listen to his bluster. The spiritual mind master has a weak body. Close combat means certain death. Kuei Wolf roared, swinging the alloy battle knife, slicing towards Lin Yuan's face. Clang. A loud sound echoed. A massive tower shield appeared in midair, blocking the blow. Xiang Lai stood in front of Lin Yuan, his muscles like iron, directly withstanding the strike. Want to touch my captain? First you'll have to get past me. Xiang Lai not only did not defend, but threw away the shield, delivering a powerful headbutt to Kuei Wolf's nose. Meanwhile, tat 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 tat. No one is allowed to escape. Leave everything for me. With a meat shield in front and a cannon behind. But none of this was the most terrifying. The most terrifying was the seemingly fragile spiritual mind master standing in the middle. Since you all like to bully the weak in numbers. Lin Yuan slowly drew his hands from his pockets, his fingers long and delicate, resembling a pianist. Then let me show you what a real meat grinder looks like. Lin Yuan's fingers moved slightly. Suddenly 9 nearly invisible transparent ripples appeared in the air. Cicada wings 9 stars. Kill. A speed-type assassin thought he had seized the opportunity, darting past Xiang Lai with his dagger aimed directly at Lin Yuan's back. However, halfway through his charge, a burst of blood erupted from his ankle. Oh! The assassin screamed in terror, losing his balance and falling to the ground. He then found in horror that his wrist, knee, and even the dagger in his hand had all been severed at the same time. Invisible. He couldn't see what had hurt him. Be careful. There are invisible hidden weapons. The assassin shouted desperately. But it was already too late. Lin Yuan stood still with a deep blue light shining in his eyes. His fingers danced lightly in the void as if playing a deathly melody. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 daggers as thin as cicada wings under his spiritual mind manipulation transformed into 9 bloodthirsty phantoms. The elite students who charged forward had not even come within 3 meters of Lin Yuan when their protective chi was cut through as if made of paper. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. Some weapons were cleaved in two, some armor was dismantled, and some had their tendons severed. Ghosts. There are ghosts. A defense-type warrior raised his large shield, but suddenly found several holes inexplicably appearing on it. Immediately afterward, he felt a chill at his brow as a cold dagger hovered over his vital point. I give up. I give up. Take my points. He shouted in despair. Meanwhile, Kuei Wolf as the leader was even more hopeless at that moment. He was entangled with Xiang Lai, fighting fiercely. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. 3 flying daggers formed a triangle, locking his throat back and temple tightly. As long as he dared to move, it would be instant death. Is this the spiritual mind master? Kuei Wolf's battle knife clattered to the ground. He looked at the young man standing in the center of the battlefield who hadn't even moved a step, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness rise in his heart. What weak body? What certain death in close combat? All eyes. This guy is simply a moving cannon. Within a 10-meter radius around him is an absolute death zone. Shatter. Lin Yuan decided it was enough and did not want to kill. With a thought boom, a vast spiritual shockwave swept across the field. Those who were still stubbornly holding on or had already been injured and fallen felt as if their brains were struck by a heavy hammer. Their eyes rolled back, and they all fainted in unison. 5 minutes later, 25 elite students from Group A lay sprawled on the ground like salted fish, their bodies shimmering with red light indicating severe injury and elimination. TSK tisk, what a tragedy. Lin Yuan walked through the heap of bodies, casually swiping the plundering card in his hand over each one. Ding. Plundered points from Northwest Military Academy, 1200. Ding. Plundered points from Holy Light Academy, 800. Ding. Plundered. With each melodious notification sound, the total points of Magic Capital Martial University surged once again. Group A points ranking in O. 1 Magic Capital Martial University. Points 8,800. No. 2 vacant, as they have all been plundered in O. 3 a lucky passerby team. Points 50. This spot is cleared, let's go to the next one. The 3 swaggered out of the valley, leaving behind a ground full of corpses questioning their lives. This is too brutal, it's like bandits invading a village. I have a feeling that the tone of this competition is about to be skewed. What Magic Capital Martial University? This is clearly the Magic Capital Evil Man team. Even a talented netizen composed a catchy horror nursery rhyme based on the 3's combat style, which quickly spread on the internet in Fengshao Valley. It is quiet, the king of hell is copying the list. A Lin who flies in the sky taking points from everyone he sees. A Xiang mad dog on the ground biting whoever he catches. A Su cannoner lurking behind sending you back home with a shot. If you see the Magic Capital, run quickly. If you're late by a second, your life might be in danger. This nursery rhyme, accompanied by Lin Yuan's nuclear kindness smile, became an indelible shadow in the hearts of all participants in this year's 100 school competition. The Araxura ancient battlefield, safe zone, is contracting. 10 minutes remain until the next toxic circle shrinks. The vast map is being relentlessly compressed by an invisible miasma, forcing surviving teams toward the desert ruins at the center. Atop a collapsed stone tower, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, gaze locked upon the translucent leaderboard hovering before him. No. 1. Wudu Martial University, score 12500. 2. Diju Martial University, score 4800. 3. Shadow Academy, score 4500. Shadow Academy. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. This team had been unranked at the outset. Unheard of even. Yet over the past hour their score had surged like a rocket, clinging fiercely to Diju's squad, led by Yi Fan. Something is deeply wrong. With a flicker of will, Lin Yuan activated his divine sense, linking to the battlefield's omniscient aerial vantage point, and retrieved the Shadow Academy's recent combat replay. The footage showed a dim, mist-laden forest. 5 figures clad in gray hooded cloaks, faces obscured, encircled a full-strength squad from a prestigious Southern Martial Academy. The 5 robed figures merely stood still, radiating eerie black ripples from their bodies. Yet the Southern Academy's members recoiled as though confronted by the most unspeakable horror imaginable. They writhed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, features grotesquely twisted, enduring agony akin to the torments of 18 hells. Ah, kill me. Please, kill me. Even through the screen, the shriek sent chills down the spine. In the end, those wretched students succumbed to unbearable suffering. Their spiritual forms shattered entirely, dissolving into blinding white light, and forcibly ejected from the simulation. But this was no ordinary elimination. Divine Insight Deep Analysis. Warning. Anomalous data stream detected. Target spiritual integrity damage 95, irreversible. Predicted real-world consequence: clinical brain death or permanent vegetative state. Lin Yuan's eyes turned glacial, absolute 0. This was a virtual contest. The system enforced pain-dampening protocols, maximum simulated sensation capped at 10%. To inflict such torment meant the enemy had bypassed all safeguards, striking directly at the competitor's spiritual essence. System alert: heretical energy signature detected. Origin matches prior cardinal of the 10,000 gods cult. As expected. So that foul stench, like rot from a sewer, was no illusion. Rats have indeed infiltrated the arena. Araxura ancient battlefield, desert ruins, final confrontation zone. Yellow sand howled across the wasteland. Crumbling ruins and colossal ancient pillars rose like gravestones from the dunes. Wudu Martial University's 4-member squad had just eradicated an ambush of simulated ferocious beasts and were preparing to regroup. Then, a faint footfall echoed from the swirling dust ahead. Contact. Goei Yin, the scout snapped. Alert: 5 hostiles, extreme velocity. It's the Dark Horse Team Shadow Academy. Xiang Lai instantly raised his tower shield at the front line. Su Xiao braced her rotary cannon. Every member locked into combat stance. As the dust settled, 5 youths in long gray robes emerged slowly. Their leader, a slender young man with scholarly bearing, smiled faintly, disarmingly benign. Captain Lin long admired. The pale youth halted 20 meters from Lin Yuan and offered a courteous slight bow. I am Yi Xiao, captain of the Shadow Academy. Yi Xiao spread his palms open, signaling peace. The situation grows intricate. Yi Fan of Diju Martial University lurks nearby, watching like a hawk. Why not? Ally temporarily. Let us eliminate Diju first. As for the championship, we graciously yield it to you. A runner-up trophy suffices. What say you? Xiang Lai and Su Xiao exchanged glances, tension easing ever so slightly. After all, one does not strike a smiling face, and this man appeared utterly unthreatening. Only Lin Yuan remained motionless atop a fractured stone pillar. Alliance. He opened his mouth, and in that very instant, attack. The gentle scholar's smile contorted into a demon's snarl. Ruer. Behind him, the 4 gray-robed teammates, previously indistinguishable from ordinary youths, swelled violently, as if inflated by monstrous breath. Ryup. The gray cloth exploded outward. Black bristles and jagged scales erupted beneath their skin, bones cracked and warped with nauseating crunches, eyes bled crimson, fangs tore through lips. Banned item detected high-purity bestial transformation serum modified variant. Ruer. 4 half-beast monstrosities roared, blurring into afterimages as they launched forward at splitting into 2 vectors. They darted like black lightning, bypassing the front line entirely, to strike Su Xiao, the most vulnerable target at the rear. Xiao, watch out. Xiang Lai's eyes burst with fury. He lunged to intercept, but their speed was overwhelming. One beast, ignoring shattered ribs, locked its arms around his waist and held fast. Die. 2 clawed monstrosities closed the final distance, talons shrieking as they sliced the air, aimed straight for Su Xiao's throat and heart. Too close. Die. Boom. Lin Yuan did not draw his throwing knives. He extended his right hand and clenched it shut in midair. Spiritual art void grasp. From thin air, a colossal, translucent hand, blue-hued, forged entirely of condensed spiritual energy larger than a truck cab, materialized with thunderous presence. Like plucking fledglings from a nest, the spectral hand seized the 2 leaping beasts, crushing them tight within its palm. Though possessing third-rank combat prowess, the mutated horrors thrashed wildly, screaming in digital despair. You dare kill those under my protection? Lin Yuan hovered midair, his gaze colder than the void between stars. Have you asked my permission? Explode. Uft. As Lin Yuan's fingers tightened, the beast's simulated forms imploded under crushing psychic pressure, bursting into vaporized fragments. In an ordinary match, this would mean elimination. But Lin Yuan did not relent. At the exact moment of detonation, twin slivers of obsidian light flickered in his pupils. Chaos Divine Mill Soul Spike. 2 invisible barbs of pure spiritual force shot backward along the neural network, shattering system firewalls, breaching all protective layers, and pierced deep into the operator's core consciousness. 2 cockpit hatches burst open. The 2 players, moments ago obliterated in game, now convulsed violently, eyes rolled back, blood streaming from nostrils, ears, and mouth. Seconds later, their bodies stiffened, then went utterly still. Alert! Alert! Cerebral activity ceased. Confirmed brain death. The arena erupted in chaos. Death. They're dead. But it's virtual. How can real death occur? Referee, halt the match. This is a catastrophe. Lin Yuan knew precisely what unfolded beyond the simulation, and he did not care. Progeny of the 10,000 Gods cult. So that's your title. Lin Yuan descended slowly, landing 5 meters before Yi Xiao. Don't bother pretending. Blood had been spilled. There was no longer any need for theater. Yi Xiao, who moments before had trembled with feigned terror, shuddered faintly. Then the fear melted away from ha. He lifted his head. His irises transformed, black pupils elongating into serpentine slits, as a wave of malevolent aura erupted from within, shattering all disguise. Impressive. Truly impressive. No wonder the Order designated you an S-class target for termination. Seeing through my guise, then striking back across the network to annihilate my martyred disciples. He spread his arms wide. The air behind him warped, folding inward, as if something nameless and primordial stirred at the edge of reality. My sole mission? To eradicate your spiritual essence, utterly, within this virtual realm. Lin Yuan, do you truly believe system protections still apply here? Yi Xiao grinned savagely and snapped his fingers. Vroom. A dome of absolute blackness surged upward, sealing off a 100-meter radius in total isolation. Alert. System connection severed. Paint suppression protocol disabled. Force logout function disabled. Welcome to True Hell. Warning. High-dimensional spatial fold detected. Warning. You have been drawn into an isolated psychic subdimension. As Night Owl snapped his fingers, the desert ruins surrounding them vanished instantly. Xiang Lai, Su Xiao, and even the endless sea of yellow sand all disappeared without a trace. In their place emerged a grotesque space whose floor pulsed with writhing flesh. Countless bleached bone pillars rose around them, each impaling a wailing soul. Psychic Arena Pseudo-Divine Realm. This was the trump card granted by the 10,000 Gods cult to its divine heir, a forbidden altar capable of forcibly dragging an opponent's consciousness into an isolated dimension for mortal combat. Here all external interference was severed. Welcome to my world. Night Owl hovered midair. Behind him, his once ethereal shadow swelled violently, twisting, contorting, until it coalesced into a monstrous dermic form towering 30 meters high. It was a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god. Faceless, its 3 skulls bore only countless rotating eyes. Each arm clutched a sinister artifact, a bone blade, a human skin drum, a skull bowl. A wave of foul, chaotic psychic corruption, so potent it could drive ordinary minds instantly mad, surged toward Lin Yuan like a tidal flood. Night Owl's voice deepened and multiplied, roaring as if chanted by 10,000 throats. This is the power bestowed by my god. Within this psychic dimension, I am the law. I am the sovereign. Boom. All 6 arms of the demon god dermic form slashed downward in unison, unleashing a gale of blood and gore. An overwhelming psychic pressure slammed into Lin Yuan's mind, triggering violent dizziness, and his system interface erupted with flashing crimson alerts. Warning. Psychic contamination level rising. 30. 50. Anomalous divine energy intrude. Yet Lin Yuan, standing upon the fleshy ground, merely shook his head and steadied himself. He raised his gaze toward the arrogant demon god dermic form. In his deep azure eyes, Night Owl found no fear, none of the terror he had anticipated. Only disdain. God. Slap a few extra eyes on your skull, grow a few extra arms, mutate yourself into some radioactive abomination, and suddenly you call yourself divine. The aesthetic sensibility of your 10,000 gods cult remains as ever utterly abysmal. Dare you? Enraged Night Owl's dermic form roared, the countless eyes blazing simultaneous beams of ashen deathlight. Blasphemer. You shall perish. Before that cataclysmic barrage, Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Since you so adore psychic manifestation, then let me show you what true divine visualization truly is. A dull primordial thunderclap, echoing from the dawn of chaos, suddenly detonated within the crimson void. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open. Chaos God Mill visualization, manifestation. Crack. The previously stable crimson sky split wide open with a colossal fissure. An ancient, boundless, and overwhelmingly dominant aura descended at once. Behind Lin Yuan reality, a colossal millstone, its surface swirling with chaotic hues and inscribed with countless Daoscript sigils, slowly materialized, vast enough to eclipse the entire firmament. It was immense, so vast that Night Owl's 30-meter dermic form appeared no larger than an exquisitely crafted figurine before it. It turned with glacial slowness, so slowly that time and space themselves seemed drawn and crushed to dust. Chaos God Mill manifested. The moment the divine mill appeared, the pervasive corrupt crimson light dissolved instantly, like snow under the— Wow, what is this thing? Night Owl, the self-proclaimed god who had stood aloft moments before, now shrieked in abject terror. His demon god dermic form trembled uncontrollably. This was absolute hierarchical suppression, like an ant encountering a celestial dragon. Impossible. How could your spiritual energy manifest something so primordial? Night Owl had lost all reason. He could not comprehend how a mere human's consciousness could contain such a being. This was beyond human imagination. Within my BGM, he slowly raised his right hand and gestured downward toward the demon god dermic form. Not even you, a false god, let alone a true deity, shall kneel before me. Crush. Thumb. As Lin Yuan's palm descended, the heaven-obscuring chaos god mill descended with apocalyptic force, crushing all existence beneath it. No. Save me, O God. Night Owl screamed in utter despair, frantically channeling every ounce of power into his dermic form. But against absolute supremacy, resistance was futile. The 6 arms raised in defense shattered instantly upon contact with the millstone's base, exploding into showers of black motes. Then the heads, then the torso. As the dermic form disintegrated, Night Owl's spiritual core suffered catastrophic and his soul was repeatedly ground, torn apart, and reconstituted within the mill, enduring torment far exceeding even the 18 Hell's agony. System alert: heretical divinity successfully crushed. Assimilation mode activated. Spiritual energy purification in progress. An unimaginably vast torrent of refined energy surged back into Lin Yuan through the millstone. Lin Yuan felt his mind surge with crystalline clarity. His recently ascended 3rd rank spiritual energy surged anew, shattering the initial threshold and hurtling straight toward the mid-3rd rank. Exhilarating. Unprecedented ecstasy. Seconds later, the crimson dimension collapsed. The surroundings reverted to the desolate desert ruins. Lin Yuan remained rooted where he stood, not a single step displaced. Before him, Night Owl, the once invincible divine heir, lay slumped on the ground like a shapeless heap of rotting sludge. The mill, such a huge mill. Don't crush me, don't crush me. He was insane. Utterly irrevocably broken. Next lifetime, be more careful. Thud. Lin Yuan stomped down with his foot. Within the virtual world, Night Owl's skull exploded, his body dissolving into blinding white light, forcibly logged out. Real world, Shadow Academy rest zone. Beep. A shrill alarm pierced the entire preparation zone. At its center, Night Owl's neural link pod billowed, thick bang. The hatch blew open via emergency protocol. Rescue him. Hurry. A medical instructor rushed forward, then seconds later shook his head, face ashen. No hope. Spiritual core completely pulverized. Cerebral cortex incinerated. Even if revived, he'd be a drooling vegetative shell. The crowd erupted in shock. Dead. Actually dead. Serves him right. Didn't you hear the broadcast? He's the divine heir of the 10,000 gods cult, the terrorist. At that moment, the leaderboard froze on the main screen. With Shadow Academy's total elimination, the final suspense of Group A ended definitively. System announcement: Group A survival match concluded. Congratulations to the Shanghai Martial Arts University Judgment Squad. they advanced to the national top 16 as Group A champions, leading the scoreboard by an unprecedented margin. On-screen, Lin Yuan stood atop the desert ruins, flanked by jubilant teammates. He lifted his gaze toward the drone hovering overhead, his expression calm, profound, and inscrutable. In this battle, he had not only won the match, but through this globally broadcast god-slaying duel, he had been officially recognized by authorities as a hero against heretical cults. Contestant Lin Yuan. A reporter seized the floor and pressed forward with an aggressive question. Though this was a virtual competition, you employed an exceptionally brutal form of psychic annihilation against Yi Xiao, the captain of Shadow Academy, at the final moment resulting in his real-world brain death. Was such conduct excessively savage? Does it violate the humanitarian principles inherent in martial arts competition? The question was extraordinarily sharp, bordering on moral coercion. The entire arena fell silent, awaiting Lin Yuan's response. Seated on stage, Lin Yuan remained clad in his black team uniform and did not even glance at the reporter. Humanitarianism. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the hall. A middle-aged man in full military regalia, his shoulders adorned with general stars, slammed his palm onto the table and surged to his feet. He was General Lin Yuan, the tournament's organizing committee chair and the military's highest-ranking representative. Outrageous. His eyes blazed with fury, the battlefield-hardened aura of slaughter radiating from him turned the reporter's face ashen, so much so that he collapsed backward onto the floor. With a sweep of his hand, General Lin Yuan summoned an image onto the massive screen behind him, a cross-sectional scan, revealing Yi Xiao's cerebral structure, utterly warped, alien, and irreconcilable with any human neuroanatomy. This is the forensic report issued 10 minutes ago. General Lin Yuan's voice boomed like temple bells across the hall, jointly verified by the military command and the Martial Arts Association. Yi Xiao, the captain of Shadow Academy, and his 4 teammates have all been confirmed as divine abomination subjects deeply altered by the 10,000 gods cult, i.e., so-called divine progeny and suicide operatives. Divine progeny and suicide operatives. A collective gasp rippled through the arena. Reporters gaped, jaws slack. The 10,000 gods cult. That clandestine terrorist organization infiltrating the tournament. Good heavens. Lin Yuan didn't kill students. He eliminated terrorists. General Lin Yuan turned toward Lin Yuan. His stern gaze softened instantly, replaced by profound admiration and solemn respect. There, before every lens and live broadcast, he rendered Lin Yuan a precise, formal military salute. Had Lin Yuan not swiftly detected the threat and decisively obliterated their spiritual essence within the virtual realm, this malignant tumor would have erupted, with catastrophic consequences. By authorization of the Supreme Military High Command, Lin Yuan is hereby awarded the First-Class National Defense Medal and granted a Special-Class Meritorious Service. Roar! Lin Yuan is invincible, a hero of youth. Well done. Terrorists must be eradicated root and branch. Divine progeny. To Lin Yuan, they're merely walking bounties worth 500,000 credits. Faced with this sudden torrent of acclaim and applause, Lin Yuan merely glanced down at the metal pin to his chest and calmly adjusted his collar. Then, turning toward the reporter who had questioned him moments earlier, he said coolly, "Divine progeny. They're just my medal." The next day, the round-off 16 draw ceremony commenced. 16 elite squads, battle-hardened survivors of the ancient Azura battlefield, stood in formation before a colossal holographic lottery terminal, their captains aligned in strict order. As Group A's top seed, Lin Yuan stood at the head of the line. Beside him stood Yi Fan, the captain of Imperial Capital Martial University and Group B's first-place finisher. Their gazes collided midair, sparking invisible lightning. "Lucky break, Hero Lin," Yi Fan remarked, his eyes flickering with barely concealed envy as they lingered on the blazing first-class National Defense Medal pinned to Lin Yuan's chest. Though born a celestial prodigy, he had never received such a prestigious military honor, an imbalance that gnawed fiercely at his pride. Yi Fan sneered softly, lowering his voice. "I hope you don't get eliminated before the finals. I've prepared a special gift for you. If I can't deliver it, I'll be terribly disappointed." "Is that so?" Lin Yuan kept his hands tucked into his pockets, refusing even a glance. His gaze remained fixed on the central screen. "Then wrap it well. I don't accept trash." "You." Yi Fan's expression froze. At that instant, the host's voice rang out, "Draw commences now." The massive holographic wheel began spinning at blinding speed. Seconds later, ding, the first matchup appeared. Imperial Capital Martial University Group B1I versus Northwest Military Academy Group A2. A stunned murmur swept the arena. A clash of titans. Though Kuei Lang, the legendary Northwest Wolf King, had fallen to Lin Yuan, it was a defeat born of tactical suppression. Against Imperial Capital, this would be a grueling, no-holds-barred contest. The wheel spun again. Ding. Shanghai Martial University Group A1U versus Southern Sword Palace Group C1. As the pairing flashed onto the screen, the atmosphere grew strangely tense. A wave of murmurs rose, some even casting sympathetic glances toward Lin Yuan. Southern Sword Palace, the 8th-place finisher last season, finished. Shanghai Martial University drew the Sword Palace, What luck! Everyone knows sword cultivators, sword intent, is the ultimate counter to psychic adepts. And the Sword Palace specializes in the 7-star sword formation. Once activated, its barrier renders psychic energy utterly impenetrable. It's a perfect counter. Lin Yuan's throwing knives will shatter against that formation. Hearing the result, Yifan finally allowed himself a long-awaited smile. Looks like I won't need to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng, the captain of Southern Sword Palace, stood surrounded by reporters. A young man of icy composure, he bore a time-worn long sword across his back. Lin Yuan is indeed formidable, his psychic mastery unfathomably elusive. Running a fingertip along his sword hilt, Li Changfeng spoke with quiet, unshakable certainty, but regrettably, he has met us. Facing the cameras, he issued his challenge. Should he allow us within 10 paces, his defeat is inevitable. Elsewhere in the venue outside the Shanghai Martial University Lounge, Lin Yuan stood holding an unfinished box of braised pork rice cornered at the doorway by a persistent cluster of reporters. Contestant Lin Yuan. Regarding Captain Li Changfeng's remarks about sword cultivators countering psychic adepts and the threat posed by the 7-star sword formation, how do you respond? Lin Yuan swallowed a mouthful of pork, then gave the reporters a faintly exasperated look. How do I respond? He pointed his chopsticks at the glistening slab of fatty pork in his box. A sword formation. Sounds flashy, like this piece of meat. Looks substantial, but it's all grease. Bites right off, leaves nothing but cloying aftertaste. With that, he waved them off and disappeared into the lounge, leaving a room full of stunned, speechless journalists. Arrogant. As recklessly, unapologetically arrogant as ever. Yet those who truly knew Lin Yuan understood. He never fought without preparation. Inside the lounge, the moment the door clicked shut, his languid demeanor vanished. He settled into lotus position on the sofa and withdrew from his spatial ring a sliver of silver metal, radiating an aura of bone-deep cold. This was like Ong Jing, void-rending silver essence, a rare material he'd exchanged for using both his group stage bounty points and his newly awarded special class merit, procured directly from the Military Logistics Division. This metal possessed only one property: shattering. It was forged specifically to pierce the supreme defensive Kai armor and sword energy fields of high-tier martial artists. Sword intent counters psychic energy. System initiate devouring enhancement. The 9 translucent cicada wing, throwing knives hovering beside him, vibrated with ravenous resonance, darting forward like starving piranhas to engulf the Lycong Yinjing. SSS. As the metal dissolved, a razor-edged silvery luminescence bloomed across each blade's surface, a light so sharp it seemed capable of slicing through sight itself. Enhancement complete. Cicada Wing 9 stars upgraded edition. New trait: Chi Shattering Level 2 ignores all energy shields ranked below Class B, grants 30 penetration against sword energy or blood energy. Lin Yuan extended his hand. The 9 upgraded blades danced across his fingertips, 9 silver sprites poised to devour. 7-star sword formation, is it? Tomorrow I'll show you what true supremacy means, when raw power overwhelms 10,000 techniques. Swift victory. No mercy. A massive holographic protective shield rose, isolating the arena from the roaring audience. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was at its peak, with the cheers of 100,000 spectators crashing like a... All eyes were focused on the center of the arena, awaiting this fateful duel known as the Spear and Shield encounter. One side was the biggest dark horse of the current event, a spiritual master known as the Young Master, Lin Yuan. The other side was the seasoned powerhouse of the previous top 8, known as the nemesis of spiritual masters, the Southern Sword Palace. Lin Yuan, you will surely lose this battle. On the arena, the captain of the Southern Sword Palace, Li Changfeng, stood, with an ancient long sword on his back, flanked by 4 equally formidable sword cultivators. In the rest area of Modu Martial University, facing Li Changfeng's pre-match declaration, Xiang Lai crossed his arms and nudged Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Hey, that guy seems really confident. Should we go help old Lin? Help with what? The captain said he wants to hurry back to catch up on sleep during this match, and we just need to cheer 666 from behind. The match begins. Clanged. The synchronized sound of unsheathing swords instantly resonated throughout the arena. 7-star sword formation. With Li Changfeng wielding dual swords as the formation's core, the other 4 held long swords, their steps interweaving, their auras connected. Rise! Li Changfeng shouted fiercely. The 7 crayed alloy long swords in their hands simultaneously erupted with a blinding cold light. Under the enhancement of the special formation, these 7 streams of sword energy intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable silver sword net, roaring like a bulldozer as it charged towards Lin Yuan. Wherever it passed, the air above the arena was shredded into fragments. Such strong sword intent. I can feel my skin stinging even through the shield. The commentators exclaimed in surprise, as if they could already foresee Lin Yuan's defeat. Lin Yuan, enter my sword formation. Your spiritual perception has surely been severed, right? Surrender now. Otherwise, with this sword strike, you'll be turned to fragments. Facing this overwhelming and terrifying sword net capable of shredding steel, Lin Yuan remained standing in place, even keeping his hands in his pockets. Severing perception, Lin Yuan shook his head, slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. I originally thought there would be something new, but... The next moment, a deep blue light suddenly concentrated in Lin Yuan's eyes. Cicada wing unsheath. Buzz. 9 nearly transparent streams of light, only reflecting a faint silver glow under the light, instantly shot out from Lin Yuan's side. They charged straight towards the imposing sword net with an unstoppable dominance. Going head-to-head. Is he crazy? Upon witnessing this scene, not only Li Changfeng but the entire audience was stunned. How could he challenge a sword formation made of heavy alloy long swords with lightweight, thought-powered flying knives? Isn't that like an egg hitting a stone? Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to everyone's face. Crack, crack. Countless half-broken metal sword blades flew into the air like scrap iron, spinning and embedding themselves in the arena floor. Those were the prized swords of the Sword Palace's members. Each one was crafted from precious crate alloy but before Lin Yuan's thought-powered flying knives, enhanced by rending silver essence and carrying the breaking force attribute, they were as fragile as plastic. My sword! A member of the Sword Palace screamed in horror, looking at the half-sword left in his hand. The sword formation was shattered. In just one encounter, the most violent weapon had been severed, forcibly breaking through. But it wasn't over. Those 9 silver streams of light did not slow down after cutting through the opponent's weapons. Whoosh. Not good. Retreat quickly. Li Changfeng was horrified, trying to fall back. But how could a person's speed outrun thought control? Swish. A cold breeze swept through. Li Changfeng's body suddenly froze. Not just him, the 4 team members behind him also held their original positions, not daring to move. The close-up shot on the big screen allowed everyone to see the horrifying scene clearly. Each of the 5 had a thin flying knife hovering at their throats. The tips of the knives were less than a millimeter from their skin. As long as they dared to swallow, or with just a thought from Lin Yuan, these 5 would instantly become corpses. From the start of the battle to the finish, it lasted a total of 3 seconds. The so-called restraint, the so-called sword formation, was nothing but a joke in the face of absolute power. Lin Yuan stood in place, seemingly uninterested in what was to come. Is this what you all call restraining me? Lin Yuan kicked aside a broken sword at his feet, his tone filled with confusion and mockery. Is the sword of your southern sword palace not some plastic toy bought at a wholesale market? As these words left Lin Yuan's mouth, the entire Bird's Nest sports complex erupted. Another second's kill. What the hell, plastic toys? Those are crate alloy swords. How can they be as flimsy as paper? What sword cultivator restrains a thought master? Rumors. It's all rumors. This is simply a dimensional strike. The referee announces Modu Martial University wins, advancing to the top 8 nationwide. As the referee's trembling voice rang out, the coaches from various teams let out cries of despair. They had originally hoped that the Southern Sword Palace could force Lin Yuan to reveal some of his trump cards, or at least deplete some of his spiritual energy. But what happened? He didn't even break a sweat, and his weapon didn't even get a chance to shine before he obliterated the so-called. Meanwhile, at another subvenue, Imperial Capital Martial University versus Northwest Military School. The battle here also ended, but it was far more brutal. The arena was filled with pits and scars, the ground stained with blood. The Northwest Wolf King Kuei Lang lay on a stretcher covered in blood and unconscious. As the victor, Yi Fan still stood, but his luxurious platinum battle armor was in tatters, his hair disheveled, breathing heavily with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His right hand trembled slightly, a strange red glow faintly visible under his skin, as if he had just used some forbidden power that overextended his body. I won. Yi Fan looked at the big screen displaying Imperial Capital Martial University narrowly wins, his eyes showing no joy, only deep gloom. He heard the thunderous cheers belonging to Lin Yuan coming from the main venue next door. Those were cheers of a second's kid, and he, as enscraved genius, faced a team like Northwest Military School only to be forced to reveal all his trump cards to barely win. The comparison was striking. Lin Yuan. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly. Don't get too complacent too soon. I still have one last trump. That is a funeral prepared just for you. See you in the finals. As the referee's whistle sounded, a massive energy shield rose, completely isolating the arena from the audience. Today's audience was more crowded than ever. After several rounds of bloody competition, the popularity of the judgment team from Magic City Martial University had reached its peak. Everyone wanted to see how this young master who crushed opponents with flying knives and spiritual power would break the deadlock against an opponent known as the ceiling of physical defense. Facing Lin Yuan was the representative team from Songshan Shaolin Martial School, Diamond Squad. This team had an extremely hardcore aesthetic. All the members were bald, their exposed skin gleaming with a bronze metallic luster. The leader, known as Shi Wuxin, stood at over 2 meters tall, wearing a string of massive alloy prayer beads around his neck. Although only at the peak of the 3rd rank, he practiced the supreme Shaolin technique Golden Bell Shield at the 10th level, reputed to be copper skin and iron bones, impervious to all methods. In previous matches, even attacks from the initial stages of the 4th rank left only a white mark on him. Shi Wuxin clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to Lin Yuan. Lin Donor, I have watched your matches. Your flying knives are indeed sharp and your spiritual power is unmatched at the same level. But in front of my golden bell shield, physical penetration will be weakened by 90%, and for us cultivators of Zen, our hearts are like still water. Your spiritual illusions will be greatly diminished against us. This was not arrogance. Body cultivators, especially those who have honed their bodies to perfection, are indeed natural nemeses to fragile spiritual practitioners. In response to Shi Wuxin's provocation, the entire audience held their breath looking at Lin Yuan. Copper skin and iron bones. Impervious to all methods. Lin Yuan nodded, then made an unexpected gesture that astonished everyone. He extended his hand, his thoughts moving, and the invisible storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. The 9 flying knives that had been hovering invisibly around him all revealed themselves and flew back into the ring. Stowing his knives. The crowd gasped. What the hell? What is Lin Yuan doing? He put away his weapons. Stowing his knives. The crowd gasped. What the hell? What is Lin Yuan doing? Lin Yuan clenched his fists, the usual laziness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce battle, intent reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast awakening. Then I will use your proudest method to smash you. The match begins. Shi Wuxin had yet to process Lin Yuan's words when he suddenly saw a blur in front of him. Boom. The specially designed alloy floor beneath Lin Yuan's feet exploded, creating a spiderweb-like pit with a 2-meter diameter. Using the terrifying rebound force, Lin Yuan left a trail of afterimages and instantly crossed 30 meters, charging directly in front of Shi Wuxin. What? Shi Wuxin's pupils contracted sharply. This speed was faster than an agile warrior. But he was after all a battle-hardened body cultivator, and his combat instincts allowed him to react instantly. Diamond Fury. Shi Wuxin roared, his body radiating golden light, transforming into a golden-skinned Arhut. He exerted all his strength and threw a punch intending to collide with Lin Yuan Hedon, competing with a monk in physical strength, seeking death. In the midst of the astonished, doubtful, and incredulous gazes of the crowd, a large and small fist collided in the center of the arena, without any embellishment. Boom. A sound erupted as if 2 mountains had collided. Immediately after, a visible white shockwave surged outwards from the two. The hard alloy arena floor was torn up as if made of paper, flying debris filling the air. Thud, thud, thud. That so-called immovable king weighing over 300 pounds stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan only shook his shoulders and stood steadily in place. How is this possible? Shi Wuxin felt his entire right arm go numb. In that moment, he felt that he had not struck a human arm, but rather the arm of an ancient ferocious dragon clad in human skin. The sheer domineering and destructive force of that physical body was even more terrifying than his own dedicated to body cultivation. Is that all? The warm-up is over. Next I will get serious. System notification, high intensity, physical confrontation detected. All power of divine demonic body refining art activated. Physical strength increase 200. Boom. Lin Yuan's blood surged within him, roaring like a raging river. A dark golden glow pulsed beneath his skin, a sign of mastery in golden bone. Bring it on. Lin Yuan surged forward once more. This time his speed was faster and his strength was greater. Golden bell shield. Shi Wuxin felt a deadly threat, frantically channeling his qi and blood to condense a tangible golden bell phantom around his body. Shatter for me. Lin Yuan threw a punch. A simple punch, yet it carried the explosive sound of shattering air. That phantom of the golden bell, which was said to withstand attacks from the 4th rank, merely held for 0.1 seconds before being riddled with cracks and then exploding. With the punch's momentum unyielding, it struck Shi Wuxin's chest heavily. Puff. Shi Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood sent airborne by the force. But this was just the beginning. Lin Yuan seized the massive prayer beads on Shi Wuxin's wrist, yanked them hard, and executed a throw. Shi Wuxin's massive body was slammed into the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Following that, Lin Yuan mounted Shi Wuxin, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Aura, 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 aura. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with a thud on Shi Wuxin's proud copper skin and iron bones, echoing like the sound of iron being forged. Golden light shattered flesh and blood flew. The high monk, once dignified, now resembled a rag doll being madly rubbed into the ground by Lin Yuan. The entire arena fell silent. Is this really a spiritual practitioner? So the captain was just going easy on me all along. Su Xiaoxiao swallowed, her face pale. Last punch. Lin Yuan shouted, raising his right fist high, golden qi and blood condensing into a fierce dragon's head phantom at the fist's peak. If this punch landed, Shi Wuxin's head would definitely explode like a watermelon. At this moment, Shi Wuxin was already battered and bruised, his protective golden light completely dissipated, lying in the pit, unable to move even a finger. Looking up at the terrifying fist descending from above, he was left with only despair. Whoosh! The fist's wind howled forward, directly plowing a trench half a meter deep into the arena floor behind Shi Wuxin, extending to the edge of the shield. Several broken strands of hair slowly drifted in front of Shi Wuxin. He stared blankly at the fist so close before him, his skin flapping wildly from the wind. Cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. Just an inch forward and he would be dead. He crouched in front of Shi Wuxin, smiling as he asked, "Do you acknowledge my physical exorcism technique?" I acknowledge." Shi Wuxin swallowed hard, his voice filled with reverence. Referee announces Lin Yuan from Magic City Martial University wins, advancing to the national top 4. However, the crowd did not cheer immediately, but fell into a brief silence, as everyone was stunned. A spiritual practitioner who, without using spiritual power, instead used his fists to beat a body cultivator known for defense to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Is this still a human? Facing countless astonished cameras, he revealed a seemingly shy smile. "Please don't misunderstand. Actually, I am a person who loves peace. It's just that occasionally." Lin Yuan paused, his tone sincere. "I can be a bit violent." The audience, we don't believe. The National Inter-School Championship semifinals have commenced, featuring the matchup between Moda Wuda and Nanjing Gu Poison Academy. With the top 4 teams now revealed, the atmosphere of the competition has escalated beyond mere excitement to a suffocating tension. On the arena, the protective shield has been activated to its maximum power in biochemical isolation mode. Opposite Lin Yuan stands not a hulking brute or a dazzling swordsman. Instead, it is a small girl looking only 12 or 13 years old, dressed in traditional Miao attire adorned with silver accessories. Barefoot and with nearly translucent skin, she cradles a patchwork doll in her arms, blinking her big eyes and gazing at Lin Yuan with an innocent expression. Miao Linger, the captain of the Nanjing Gu Poison Academy and the most unsettling contestant in this year. So adorable. If I hadn't seen yesterday's match, I would have wanted to pinch her cheeks. A spectator in the audience shivered, his face pale as he spoke. In yesterday's quarterfinals, Miao Linger's opponent was a Tier 4 initial stage berserker. Yet less than a minute into the match, that muscular man suddenly began to rot, his flesh melting like candle wax, until even his bones dissolved into a pool of black water. As of now, he remains in the ICU, reportedly suffering from total organ failure and likely beyond recovery. "Lin Yuan is in trouble now," remarked a commentator gravely. "While a mentalist is strong, how can a flying knife cut bacteria? How can a fist strike against poison gas?" Miao Linger, with her entirely microscopic attack methods, is a nightmare for all physical and psychic professions. The match is starting. After the referee announced this, he didn't stay by the ring as usual, but instead teleported several dozen meters away from the shield, evidently fearing the legendary poisons. Miao Linger tilted her head, stroking the doll in her arms, and let out a series of sweet bell-like giggles. "Big brother, you look really handsome. Play with my babies." Before her words could finish, the arena remained eerily calm, void of any energy fluctuations or visible attack trajectories. To the ordinary audience, it seemed as though the two were playing red light, green light. However, in Lin Yuan's vision, the world instantaneously transformed into hell. God's Insight micro vision activated. The originally transparent air morphed into a dense tide of gray and black in his eyes. What he saw was not dust, but countless microscopic goo worms smaller than specks of dust. They sported slender mouthparts and numerous compound eyes, pouring forth from Miao Linger's body like an unstoppable tide of mercury, wildly spreading towards Lin Yuan. Their targets were every pore, nostril, ear canal, and even his eyes. Should any of these creatures invade his body, not even a body fortified to the golden core stage would escape being devoured to the void. So disgusting. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, goosebumps rising on his skin. This level of densely packed terror was more unsettling than facing a giant beast dozens of meters high. With a thought, Lin Yuan unleashed his Tier 3 psychic power without reservation, raising a thick layer of azure blue psychic shield around himself, ensuring he was airtight. Zzz. Lin Yuan could distinctly feel his psychic energy being consumed at an astonishing rate. These bugs were even feeding on his intangible psychic power. "Big brother, your turtle shell is so hard." Miao Linger observed the shimmering aura surrounding Lin Yuan's body, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she smiled even sweeter. "But my babies have a huge appetite. How long can you last? 1 minute? Or 2 minutes?" She stood still, requiring no effort. As long as she delayed, Lin Yuan would be exhausted to death. "Capture the king first." Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through the dense swarm of worms, locking onto Miao Linger. Whoosh! A cicada wing flying knife transformed into a streak of light, attempting to bypass the swarm and target Miao Linger directly. However, just as the flying knife was about to close in, a thumb-sized, entirely golden cicada-like creature suddenly emerged from Miao Linger's hair, flapping its wings and creating a golden sonic barrier before her. Clang! The invulnerable cicada wing flying knife was actually deflected. The golden silkworm king, the king of goo, possesses the trait of absolute defense, impervious to any physical or energy attacks. Useless. Miao Linger laughed cheerfully. "The golden silkworm baby will protect me. Big brother, just obediently become my baby's food." A dead end. If it were an ordinary martial artist, he would likely be in despair at this moment, unable to break through or defend, just waiting to die. But Lin Yuan is a cheat. God's Insight weakness scanned. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed with azure data streams, rapidly refreshing as they penetrated through the golden light and the endless swarm, locking onto the energy flow trajectory of the entire battlefield. These microscopic goo worms lack intelligence, they require a command central. The Golden Silkworm King is purely defensive and lacks command capabilities. Miao Linger's psychic fluctuations are very weak. She cannot command this swarm of billions. Lin Yuan pondered, so who is the commander? Lin Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a scalpel finally settling on the tattered, inconspicuous doll in the view of God's insight. Inside that doll resided a repulsive mass of flesh and blood with countless fine threads of psychic energy extending from it connecting to the swarm of miniature goo worms. Target locked motherworm parasite, disguised form weakness, the nerve ganglion at the center of the forehead. Found. Lin Yuan extended a finger and gave a slight tug. Buzz. The cicada wing flying knife hovering beside him began to tremble violently. It didn't fly out immediately, but began to spin rapidly in place. 1,000 spins. 5,000 spins. 10,000 spins. In the blink of an eye, the flying knife transformed into a high-speed spinning silver drill, the surrounding air being churned into a vacuum vortex. Spiral force precise kill. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Go. Whoosh. The speed of this flying knife reached its zenith, even surpassing the speed of sound. It traced an exceptionally strange arc, instantly bypassing the front of the Golden Silkworm King's defenses and heading straight for the doll in Miao Linger's arms. What a... Miao Linger's smile instantly froze. She never expected Lin Yuan to see through the motherworm's golden silkworm. Block it, she screamed in terror. But the Golden Silkworm King's response was a fraction too slow, and Lin Yuan's strike infused with high-speed spiraling power specifically aimed to breach defenses. Thud. The high-speed rotating cicada wing flying knife accurately pierced the doll's forehead and instantly exited through the back of its head. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then came the piercingly shrill scream of an insect erupting from that lifeless. Then it exploded, revealing a writhing, obese flesh worm inside. The motherworm is dead. With the motherworm's death, the previously controlled billions of microscopic goo worms instantaneously lost their command, plunging into a frenzied state of chaos. Boom. The tide of worms turned against themselves. No longer attacking Lin Yuan, they instinctively turned to pounce upon the nearest living being. Miao Linger. Off. No. Don't. Miao Linger turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, as it seemed this seemingly harmless little girl was about to be devoured by her own goo worms. The entire audience erupted in terrified screams. Freeze. A detached voice rang out. Lin Yuan did not stand idly by. Chaos God forged psychic shock. Buzz. A tremendous psychic pressure emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire arena. For these low-level micro-goo worms that had lost the mother's control, this level of psychic shock was a weapon of The tide of black worms was shattered in an instant, their nerve centers obliterated, turning into a cascade of black dust that fell silently. Meanwhile, at the center of the shockwave, Miao Linger rolled her eyes back and fainted narrowly, avoiding the torment of being devoured by the worms. The arena instantly regained clarity. Only Lin Yuan remained still, as pristine as snow, untouched by even a speck of dust. He stepped forward, using his psychic power to lift the now lifeless body of the motherworm, casting a disdainful glance. Playing with such dangerous things at such a young age. Lin Yuan waved his hand, storing the disgusting mass into his storage ring, which he actually intended as a snack for the system. Then he turned to the camera, and the audience, still reeling from the shock, calmly stating, "Confiscated." The arena fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The referee announced Lin Yuan from Modu Wudao wins, advancing to the national finals. The big screen finally revealed the matchup for the finals. Modu Wudao versus Daido Wudao. The fateful duel has finally arrived. National 100 Schools Championship Semifinals, second match, the match Capital Martial University versus Northwest First Military Academy. After Lin Yuan's match concluded, the audience was still in shock when the second semifinal commenced without delay. However, this was not a contest of equals, or rather it was an unexpected, one-sided thrashing. Is this the genius of the capital? Is that it? A wild roar erupted from the arena, accompanied by a heavy blade's wind. Huolai, the captain of the Northwest First Military Academy, known as the Northwest Wolf King. Though he was only a 4th-grade novice, he had grown up in the true trenches of the border. At that moment, he was bare-chested, covered in scars, wielding a heavy alloy broadsword weighing over 100 pounds, his attacks crashing like turbulent waves, each strike heavier than the last. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan was in a dire state. His prideful scrayed lightsaber, although sharp, could not be wielded against Huolai's reckless style. It was like a noble young master who only knew how to show off encountered a desperate outlaw. Your swordplay is too like stitching flowers with a woman. Huolai cackled, disregarding the pain from the lightsaber that had grazed his shoulder, and lunged forward. Bang! With a powerful iron shoulder charge, he slammed into Yi Fan's chest. The expensive custom combat armor let out a mournful cry as Yi Fan flew back like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily into the shield before sliding down. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his originally handsome and proud face now as pale as paper. What he could not accept even more was that Hualai's recent strike, although he barely avoided the fatal blow, still grazed his cheek. A sinister wound extended from the corner of his eye to his chin, flesh torn, blood gushing. Disfigured. On the battlefield, someone like you is just a dead man. Hualai brandished his great sword, his eyes full of disdain. Without that armor, you're even inferior to my new recruits. Get off the stage and stop embarrassing fourth-grade warriors. The crowd was in an uproar. Is Yi Fan going to lose? After being beaten like this? Has his mentality collapsed? This is the gap between a greenhouse flower and a field army. Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Fan lowered his head, his body trembling violently, not only from the pain, but also from humiliation. He was the hope of the Yi family, the pride of Capital Martial University, destined to stand at the pinnacle. How could he lose to a muddy-legged man from the border? How could he collapse outside the finals at this moment? I will not lose. Underneath his lowered eyelids, his originally clear pupils suddenly began to contract and elongate. A chilling aura erupted from within him. I absolutely cannot lose. A roar. A deep growl not belonging to any human suddenly exploded from the depths of Yi Fan's throat, filled with brutal and icy killing intent. Then a horrifying scene unfolded. Yi Fan's originally fair and slender right arm suddenly swelled violently, as if inflated, instantly bursting the expensive combat suit sleeves. Beneath the torn fabric, what was exposed was no longer human skin. It resembled lizard scales akin to some ancient dragon species. His palm rapidly transformed, finger bones elongating and thickening, nails turning into sharp black claws like hooks. Warning! Warning! Seated in the front row, Lin Yuan's mind was suddenly pierced by a piercing alarm from the system. Divine Insight, deep scan, target Yi Fan, mutated state, high concentration of foreign genes, detected dragon blood, lizardman, abyss species. Gene fusion rate 35, extremely unstable, danger level rising. Current combat power assessment, 4th grade, peak pseudo. Dragon blood, lizardman. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Yi Fan's arm, which was no longer human. This was not a bloodline talent at all. This was a forbidden experiment, forcibly implanting the genes of foreign monsters into a human body through genetic modification surgery. On the arena, Hualai instinctively felt a sense of danger upon seeing Yi Fan's sudden transformation. Playing tricks. He'll cleave you. Hualai shouted angrily, suppressing his unease, his entire body surging with chi and blood, gripping the sword with both hands, delivering a powerful slash. This strike could cleave through tank armor. However, facing this lethal blow, Yi Fan did not dodge. He slowly raised that right arm covered in blue scales, directly meeting the sharp alloy warblade. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by dazzling sparks flying everywhere, causing the audience's eyes to bulge. What a... Hualai was astounded. Is this your power? Yi Fan slowly lifted his head. His eyes had completely transformed into golden vertical pupils devoid of... What a... Hualai was astounded. Is this your power? Yi Fan slowly lifted his head. His eyes had completely transformed into golden vertical pupils devoid of any human emotion. Too weak. Slap. Yi Fan's claw, covered in scales, suddenly gripped the blade of the broadsword. The hard alloy warblade was crushed at the tip, as if he were squeezing a cookie. How is that possible? Before Hualai could react, Yi Fan's figure had vanished. Uffed. Hualai felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the fearsome claw had shattered his prized protective armor and deeply pierced into his chest. Off. Hualai screamed in agony, attempting to retreat. But Yi Fan gave him no chance. Just now you Yi Fan's voice was hoarse like a demon's whisper. He grabbed Hualai by the neck, lifting the 200-pound man high. Boom. He then slammed him violently to the ground. Hualai coughed up blood, his body likely having broken many bones, but it was not over. Yi Fan rode atop Hualai, raising his mutated right arm high, the claws aimed at Hualai's head. Die. Killing intent surged in those vertical pupils. One swipe down would definitely lead to a brain-splattering end. Stop. At the critical moment, a streak of golden light flashed. The master-level referee, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally intervened, appearing on the stage in an instant, grasping Yi Fan's descending claw. Bang! The master-level chi burst forth, directly pushing back the already crazed Yi Fan several meters. Match over. Capital Martial University wins. The referee looked at Yi Fan's claw, still dripping blood, his eyes flashing with deep wariness and disgust, and sternly shouted, "The outcome is decided. No killing." The arena fell into a deathly silence. All the spectators were frightened. They looked at the half-human, half-beast monster on the stage, feelings of not admiration, but instinctive fear rising in their hearts. That was not how a human should look. Quick, cover him up. The mentors of Capital Martial University rushed onto the stage, panicking as they took out a large black coat to cover Yi Fan's mutated arm thoroughly. This is a special ancestral bloodline awakened by classmate Yi Fan. Everyone, do not panic. This is a type of scrayed talent. Director Li Zheng, leading the team, loudly explained into the microphone, trying to cover up the truth, but that pale explanation seemed so powerless in the face of the earlier scene. Yi Fan on the arena gasped for breath as the effects of the drug stabilized. His vertical pupils gradually returned to normal, but that chilling aura lingered. He pushed away the mentor supporting him standing amidst the ruins, raising his head, and his gaze pierced through the crowd, locking precisely onto Lin Yuan in the front row. Their eyes met. Lin Yuan's expression was blank, his gaze icy. In the audience, Yang Lai shivered, touching the goosebumps on his arms. Old Lin, that guy. That arm just now, it doesn't look like a legitimate talent at all. Be confident, remove the feeling. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, looking at Yi Fan's departing figure surrounded by others, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Half-human, half-beast genetic modification. Is this the so-called Scrade genius? But that's fine. Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the exit. Since he is not human, then I can just kill him in the finals, and it shouldn't be considered a violation, right? In the press room of the competition organizing committee in the capital, ever since Yi Fan revealed his inhuman arm during the semifinals, the online discourse regarding illegal biological experiments conducted by the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University has already reached a boiling point. To quell this uproar and redirect everyone's attention back to the competition itself, the organizing committee released a bombshell on the eve of the finals. Silence. General Lei Jin stood on stage, his expression stern as he scanned the restless journalists in the audience. He spoke in a deep voice regarding the physical condition of contestant Yi Fan. After assessment by the Martial Arts Association, it has been categorized as a special case of bloodline reversion meeting the competition standards. This matter ends here. Without giving the journalist a chance to ask questions, Lei Jin waved his hand, and the large screen behind him instantly lit up, projecting 3 items radiating brilliant light before the audience. To honor the extraordinary talents that have emerged from this competition, with the approval of the Supreme Council of the Federation, the reward for this year's overall champion will be unprecedentedly upgraded. The first item, S-Class National Treasury Selection Right, allows the winner to freely choose one weapon, skill, or material from the highest level National Treasury of the Federation. That is a strategic reserve that even Grandmasters would envy. The second item, Pure Blood Dragon Clan Elixir S-Class, a test tube containing golden liquid. This is refined blood from the heart of a true pinnacle 4th grade subdragon beast capable of significantly enhancing the physical body and even has a chance to awaken Dragon Clan divine abilities. If the first 2 items were within the realm of understanding, the appearance of the third reward caused a sudden halt in breathing among all mentors and high-ranking officials present. The third item, Starlit Ancient Path Entry Qualification Token. It was an ancient token as dark as ink with a surface shimmering with starlight. This is a ticket. A ticket leading beyond Earth to the vast cosmic battlefield. Only true prodigies are qualified to tread that path in pursuit of the ultimate martial arts. The Starlit Ancient Path. It is said to be a secret known only to grandmasters of the 6th rank and above, or to unparalleled geniuses. It is rumored that it connects to other civilizations, offering opportunities beyond Earth's technology, but also accompanied by great horrors. In the contestant village at the villa of the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, Lin Yuan, who was watching the live broadcast, had originally been lazily leaning on the sofa, but the moment the black token appeared, the long-dormant system in his mind suddenly vibrated with unprecedented intensity. Warning! Warning! High-dimensional energy resonance detected. Target item, Starlit Ancient Path Token. Correlation 100. System prompt, a signal response of system core fragment detected deep within the ancient path. Host, please be sure to acquire it. System fragment. Lin Yuan suddenly sat up straight, the laziness in his eyes vanishing. I initially just wanted to casually win a championship, but now it seems I am determined to claim this championship. After nightfall, Lin Yuan was preparing for the final battle when Lei Lai pushed the door open, holding a thick file that made his face look as serious as iron. Lin Yuan, the situation is worse than we imagined. Lei Lai slammed the file onto the table, pointing at a blurry photo on it, an enlarged high-definition image of Yi Fan after his transformation. We consulted biological experts, and it turns out that the bloodline Yi Fan has implanted is not from an ordinary lizard, but from a dominant creature deep within the cave, a cave dragon lizard. This kind of monster has 2 notable characteristics. First, its physical defense is extremely high. That layer of scales can withstand weapons made of alloy of the same rank. Second, and most troublesome, Lei Lai pointed to his own temple, it possesses dragon might. The mental pressure of such a high-level life form inherently restrains spiritual cultivators. Your mental piercing will be weakened by at least 50% when it strikes him, and if your flying knife cannot break through his defense once he closes in, the consequences are unimaginable. Can't break through his defense. Lin Yuan looked at the layer of green glowing scales in the photo. If I can't break through his defense, then it means my knife isn't fast enough or strong enough. He stood up and poured a pile of items from his storage ring. Inside were rare ores he had scavenged from Phantom Island, trophies from exterminating the 10,000 God sect, and top-level materials he had just exchanged with the massive credits and cash he earned in the past few days. It was almost his entire fortune. Director Lei, please protect me. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Tonight, I want to be a prodigal son. System activate the devouring and refining mode. Buzz. 9 blades of cicada wing hovered in midair. Lin Yuan picked up a piece of B-class armor-piercing steel worth 5 million and tossed it to the system to devour. Devour. Next was a piece of A-class black meteor gold worth 10 million. Devour. Then came the remaining part of sky-rending silver essence. Countless precious materials transformed into flowing light, frantically surging into the 9 blades. The chaos divine grinding visualization operated at its utmost, utilizing spiritual force as a hammer to remold the flying knives on a microscopic level. Simply being sharp is not enough. Lin Yuan recalled the inspiration from when he dealt with Miao Linger, the spiral piercing technique. I need to engrave patterns onto the knife body. He controlled his spiritual force as if carving flowers on a grain of rice, inscribing invisible spiral penetration patterns on each of the incredibly thin blades. This was an extremely reckless attempt. With the slightest mistake, the flying knives could be ruined. As time passed, second by second, materials worth over 100 million visibly disappeared. Finally, at the moment just before dawn broke, clang. 9 brand new flying knives hovered before Lin Yuan. They were no longer the previous translucent color, but had transformed into a profound dark silver hue with strange spiral patterns swirling across the surface of the blades, as if even light would be distorted and penetrated if it got too close. Cicada Wing Final Form S-Class Prototype. New feature added: absolute penetration, ignores physical defenses below A-Class, dealing 200 damage to dragon scale shell creatures. Good knife. Lin Yuan extended his hand, and the 9 flying knives obediently adhered to his fingertips. Though he had spent all his savings, this enhancement gave him the confidence to slay dragons. The night breeze on the rooftop was cool. Lin Yuan, who had just exited seclusion, did not immediately rest, but went up to the rooftop to enjoy the wind. There was already a small table set up there with several bottles of beer and a plate of barbecue. Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao were sitting there staring blankly at the distant bird's nest lights. What? Sending me off? Lin Yuan walked over, took a bite of a skewer, and teased with a smile, why such a somber atmosphere? I'm not going to my death. Peh. Children's words have no restraint. Su Xiaoxiao shot him a fierce glare, shoved a bottle of beer into Lin Yuan's hand, her eyes slightly red. Captain, I've looked into it. That Yi Fan is now a monster. If you really can't win, just admit defeat. After all, we are already the runners-up, so it won't be embarrassing. Yelled Lin. Xiang Lai said seriously, for once that national fortune reward is great, but life is more important. If you lose an arm or a leg, how can our judgment squad survive? Seeing these 2 normally carefree teammates now filled with worry, a warm current flowed through Lin Yuan's heart. Don't worry. Lin Yuan raised his beer bottle and clinked it with the 2 of them, a confident light flashing in his eyes. I'm quite greedy. I don't want the runner-up. Ooh, I only want the championship. As for that half-human, half-beast monster. Lin Yuan took a sip of beer, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Just right, my new shoes are still lacking materials. I think his lizard skin would be quite suitable for making a pair of leather shoes. Uff. Su Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Captain, you really are ruthless. You even want crocodile skin. Huh. Then it's settled. If I win tomorrow, I want a pair too. Xiang Lai laughed heartily. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the dome of the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital, it had turned into a boiling ocean. All 100,000 seats were filled to capacity, and outside over 1 million people gathered to watch the big screen. The online viewership for the live broadcast had even surpassed an astonishing 10 billion. This is the pinnacle battle of the younger generation of the Federation. National 100 Schools Championship Final. Magic Capital Martial Arts University versus Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Let the contestants enter. On the left side, mist swirled. Yi Fan, dressed in a large black robe that concealed his mutated body, walked forward. With every step he took, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, the suffocating aura of brutality causing the front row audience to shiver involuntarily. On the right side, a gentle breeze brushed past. Lin Yuan still wore a simple Magic Capital team uniform, hands in his pockets chewing gum. He did not fly, but walked steadily up the steps. With every step he took, his momentum increased. When he stood on the arena, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and piercing, soaring into the clouds. The 2 stood in the center of the arena, 10 meters apart. Before the referee announced the start, 2 terrifying auras had already collided in the air. Zila. The air crackled with visible sparks and thunderous sounds. Lin Yuan. Yi Fan's vertical pupils brimmed with resentment. Today this arena will be your grave. Lin Yuan spat out the gum in his mouth, his thoughts stirring as 9 dark silver flying knives slowly materialized behind him like a peacock spreading its feathers. National 100 School Championship Finals. Venue Central Main Arena Class S Protective Standard. At the instant the referee blew the starting whistle, the air inside the Bird's Nest Stadium seemed to vanish in a single second. Lin Yuan died. Yi Fan did not even draw his noble status light sword. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a guttural, thunderous roar. Ryup. His custom black robe exploded into shreds as his muscles swelled violently. Before the horrified eyes of 100,000 live spectators and billions watching online, Yi Fan's body underwent a horrifying metamorphosis. Not only his right arm, but obsidian black scales spread like plague across his entire body, surging up from his neck, crawling over his cheeks, and finally encasing even his eyelids in hardened keratin. His spine cracked repeatedly, like snapping dry beans, and his frame shot upward, towering to 3 meters. A thick muscular lizard tail bristling with backward-facing spines erupted from his sacrum and slammed down onto the floor, gouging a deep furrow into the reinforced alloy plating. His once handsome human face vanished entirely, replaced by a monstrous reptilian maw lined with jagged fangs and jutting mandibles. Within those golden vertical pupils burned flames of unbridled savagery and madness. Boom! An aura of apex predator terror, dense and palpable as a storm, swept across the arena. System alert. Subject fully bestialized. Current combat assessment Tier 4 mid-grade. Danger. Extreme danger. Off. That's a monster. Is this even human anymore? Referee. Stop the match, immediately. This is a violation. This isn't martial arts. It's an invasive beast incursion. Ordinary spectators seated in the front rows paled at that foul, ferocious aura. Some timid girls burst into tears on the spot. Amidst the arena's outrage and panic, Director Li Zheng of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University rose grimly from the team's rest zone and shouted toward the organizing committee. This is Yi Fan's awakened ancestral dragon blood, a manifestation of an S-class innate talent. It fully complies with Article 13 of the tournament regulations. Bloodline-based talents may be unleashed without restriction. As long as he retains a shred of human consciousness, he remains human. Though this forceful justification temporarily silenced the referees, everyone could see the truth. What stood before them bore almost no trace of humanity. Only that faint flickering ember of awareness remained. He was a bestial predator wearing human skin. Ruer. Fully bestialized, Yi Fan paid no heed to the world around him. His mind held but a single searing imperative: shred Lin Yuan, the accursed one before him. Tum. His pillar-like legs drove into the ground with cataclysmic force. The specially reinforced alloy arena shattered outward, erupting into a 5-meter-wide crater, and propelled by that unimaginable recoil, Yi Fan's colossal form breached the sound barrier in an instant. 30 meters meant nothing before Tier 4 mid-grade explosive power. Trying to fly. Watching Lin Yuan step onto his flying dagger to ascend, Yi Fan's vertical pupils gleamed with contempt. Get down here now. Boom. Midair. Yi Fan didn't decelerate. He leapt, launching himself 50 meters skyward with preternatural spring. The image was staggering, a 3-meter cerulean monstrosity, blotting out the sky above Lin Yuan, its massive rock-crushing talons slashing downward through the air, aimed straight for his ankles. All aerial advantage dissolved before absolute physical supremacy. Get lost. Trapped midair with no room to evade, Lin Yuan's gaze hardened. He did not block with cicada wing. Instead, he whirled and drew the Black Moon combat blade from his back. Divine Demon Body Forging Art. Full power parry. Lin Yuan gripped the blade with both hands, holding it crosswise before him. In the next instant, Talon met steel. A crushing force surged up the blade. Lin Yuan felt as though struck heat by a high-speed maglev train. His palm split open, instantly blood spraying in crimson arcs. Ugh! Lin Yuan grunted, losing all balance and crashing earthward. Crockum! Dust and debris mushroomed from the arena's center. His impact carved a 2-meter-deep human-shaped crater into the floor. Shattered stone flew outward, while spiderweb cracks radiated more than 10 meters in every direction. Ha ha ha! So this is your prodigy, your young master of the sect. Yi Fan landed with a seismic thud, his immense weight making the entire Colosseum tremble. He stared into the dust-choked crater, his eyes blazing with intensified fury. You're not dead yet. Yi Fan opened his fanged maw wide and drew in a deep, shuddering breath, his chest swelling grotesquely, as if the very air around him were being sucked inward toward his throat. Innate talent technique, subterranean dragon roar, Ru'er. An eerie high-frequency infrasound, laced with the psychic assault unique to dragon-blooded organisms, engulfed the ruins in an instant. For physically formidable martial artists, the roar merely induced nausea. But for mental cultivators, it was like pouring molten mercury directly into the brain. Vrum. From within the haze, Lin Yuan, just rising to his knees, felt his skull cleaved apart by a rust. Within his spiritual sea, the tranquil lake of mental energy erupted into churning apocalyptic waves, the resilient mental shield enveloping his body fractured instantly under this targeted sonic assault, then shattered outright. Pooh! Lin Yuan staggered, twin streams of blood coursing from his nostrils, thin red threads oozing from his ears. A blinding headache seized him, his vision blurred, doubling momentarily. A mental cultivator. Yi Fan strode forward, heavy footsteps shaking the ground, his thick tail whipping behind him with sharp cracking snaps. Before absolute bloodline dominance, your vaunted mental strength is as fragile as rice paper. Now, I will snap every bone in your body one by one. Despair descended upon the arena like a suffocating shroud. In the Shanghai Martial Arts University rest zone, Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, tears welling. Xiang Lai gripped the railing until his knuckles turned white. Was it over? Against such a Tier 4 mid-grade abomination, was victory truly impossible? Cough cough. Just as Yi Fan's colossal shadow loomed over the crater's edge, A cough echoed from the dust cloud. Then Lin Yuan slowly climbed out. He looked battered, his black uniform torn and caked with dirt, two vivid streaks of blood cutting across his face. Yet he stood firm, and when he lifted his head to meet the three-meter monstrosity before him, his sapphire blue eyes held no fear whatsoever. Instead, they blazed with terrifying intensity. Tier 4 mid-grade strength. Lin Yuan casually wiped blood from his lip. Plus that turtle's hell hide tough enough to shrug off Class C alloy. And that nauseating voice. Indeed, somewhat troublesome. Troublesome. You dare call it troublesome. Yi Fan snarled, raising his talons. But Lin Yuan cut him off. Slowly he straightened, his previously subdued aura surging upward wave after wave. Vroom. The air behind him warped and shimmered. 9 dark silver flying daggers reappeared. Not invisible this time, but pulsing with chilling lethal intent. So this is your full power. Lin Yuan gazed at Yi Fan, a wild, feverish grin curling his lips. Since you've ceased to be human, I no longer need treat you as one. Lin Yuan raised his right hand palm open. The 9 daggers spun faster, humming with bloodthirsty resonance. Where I come from, there's a tradition. When faced with beasts like you, scaled-tailed unnatural, we don't call it Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, pure killing intent erupting like wildfire. We call it slaying demons and exterminating monsters. 100 Schools National Championship Finals. The contest had reached a fevered pitch. On the arena, the metallic tang of blood filled the air. Yi Fan, fully transformed into a beast, had become nothing more than a creature driven by an insatiable hunger for slaughter. Die. With a roar that seemed to shred the air, Yi Fan launched another charge. This time he nearly ignited every dragon blood gene within him, moving so fast that a cyan afterimage trailed through the air. That claw capable of crushing tanks and tearing all asunder, aimed straight for Lin Yuan's throat. Yet facing this killing strike, Lin Yuan, blood at the corner of his mouth, slowly closed his eyes. Was he courting death? That thought flashed through the minds of 100,000 spectators. No, he was summoning. He was calling upon the primeval ferocious god that suppresses the sea of consciousness. SS-level visualization method Hundun Shema manifests. At the instant, Yi Fan's claw was less than 3 meters from Lin Yuan. At high noon, under a blazing sun, Yi Fan suddenly felt the sky grow dark. An indescribable primeval vastness descended upon the world without warning. Yi Fan instinctively raised his head. His once violent vertical pupils shrank to pinpricks. Above Lin Yuan's brow, the void seemed to be torn apart by some hideous force. A colossal mottled slate-gray millstone apparition, its surface inscribed with countless Dao runes, slowly emerged. It was so vast it nearly blanketed the entire arena overhead. Though only an apparition the moment it appeared, the surrounding space visibly warped, as if even time itself might be dragged into its grinding maw. Spiritual suppression, divine mill descends. Kneel. Lin Yuan snapped his eyes open. Twin ghostly blue lights like cold lightning pierced Yi Fan's soul. With a thunderous grinding, the great millstone turned its will irresistible, and it crashed down. Yi Fan howled. The once imperious Yi Fan, who had radiated dreadful dragon, might now resembled a reptile confronted by its natural predator. His vaunted 4th rank dragon might proved as fragile as a candle in the wind before the ancient divine mill, and dissolved in an instant. Yi Fan felt his soul gripped by an invisible hand and ground mercilessly against that millstone. Excruciating spiritual pain tore from him, a harrowing scream. His once lightning-fast charge froze in midair for a heartbeat. Now, killing intent swelled in Lin Yuan's eyes. He needed no elaborate move, only to seize that one second opening. If your tortoise shell is too hard to break. Lin Yuan's right hand jabbed forward like a sword point, his voice cold as steel. Then I will pierce right through you. Chani final technique, Zhuanlong. 9 dark silver throwing knives that had hovered at Lin Yuan's side linked tip to tail under his immense spiritual control and instantly fused into one. In 0.01 seconds they accelerated to a terrifying 30,000 revolutions per minute. From a distance, the 9 blades vanished and were replaced by a high-speed silver drill. This was Lin Yuan's ultimate move, forged after he spent his fortune last night to etch the spiral penetration pattern. The silver drill screamed and traversed 3 meters in an instant. It slammed into the thickest, hardest heartguard scale on Yi Fan's chest. Blazing sparks burst like fireworks, scattering several meters. A roar escaped Yi Fan as he recovered from his paralysis. Staring at the frenzied silver light in his chest, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. No. Impossible. My scales are comparable to grade alloy. Not even an anti-material rifle could pierce them. How could you? His shout cut off. The silver drill, empowered by high-speed rotation and the trait of absolute penetration, had forced its way through the scale he so proudly bore. Muscle and bone followed. A jet of blood burst from Yi Fan's back. The drill blade had punched clean through his half-meter-thick chest. By instinct, Yi Fan twisted at the last moment and avoided the heart, but the blow shredded his right lung lobe and pulverized the ribs in that area into powder. A soul-rending scream tore from him. His massive body, as if its spine had been taken, crashed backward. Defeated. That mid-4th rank monster defeated. The arena fell utterly silent. Everyone held their breath, but Lin Yuan did not relent. Strike while you are weak. Lin Yuan looked at the fallen behemoth without expression and curled his finger once more. The silver drill that had flown out through Yi Fan's body disintegrated and reformed into 9 sharp throwing knives. If you like behaving like a beast, they'll trim your claws. Whooshing like bloodthirsty piranhas, the 9 streaks of light reversed and lunged at the fallen Yi Fan. The first blade severed the tendons of his right hand. The second cut the tendons of his left foot. Yi Fan's attempt to rise froze. He collapsed back into the blood. Then the third and the fourth strikes landed. Each blade was accompanied by a spray of blood and another agonized cry from Yi Fan. At last the 9 knives converged and severed the thick barbed lizard tail behind Yi Fan with a brutal chop. Flesh and bone separated. The tail that signified his alien bloodline was cut clean from the root. Yi Fan howled. The pain of amputation broke him utterly. With massive blood loss and torture of pain, the beastification serum in his body finally failed. His enormous form began to convulse and shrink. Blue-green scales fell away in great sheets, revealing flesh beneath raw and bloody. In seconds, the once imperious godlike 4th rank monster had become a bloody, tailless human wreck. He lay in his own blood, convulsing. Those formerly savage vertical pupils now held only endless fear and plea. Footsteps sounded. Lin Yuan walked across the scattered scales and blood to stand before Yi Fan. He looked down at this fallen figure, the new prince of the capital, who had once called him an flevel waste. Then he raised his foot slowly and stamped hard on Yi Fan's face, now returned to human form, but still smeared with Slevel bloodline. Lin Yuan bent slightly, his voice calm, yet ice cold. Is that all? You make yourself neither man nor beast, and this is the best you can do. Yi Fan made muffled, desperate sounds as Lin Yuan's boot pressed his face. His pride, his dignity, his future were all trampled into the mud by that single foot. Stop! A furious shout rose from the crowd below the stage. From the Daidu Wudao rest area, a figure leapt up, the school's lead grandmaster. Seeing his treasured prodigy so humiliated, he could no longer remain seated. The match is over. Lin Yuan, how dare you harm a life? The grandmaster's aura exploded as he tried to surge onto the arena to intervene. Who dares move? Boom. An even fiercer aura intercepted in midair. Lei Lai, wrapped in crackling lightning like a thunder god, blocked the Daidu grandmaster. The referee hasn't blown the whistle. Then the match is not over. Why did you not call a halt when Yi Fan transformed? Now you want to save him because he lost. Did you ask me? The 2 grandmasters stood in a tense standoff at the arena's edge. On the stage, Lin Yuan paid no heed. He watched Yi Fan beneath his boot as the 9 knives hovered once more, their tips aimed at Yi Fan's brow, throat, and heart. They cannot save you. Lin Yuan's voice was a verdict of death. I give you 3 seconds. Either yield or die. Killing intent. A tangible, substantive killing intent. Yi Fan stared at the blades before him and at Lin Yuan's eyes, which regarded life with utter disregard. He knew Lin Yuan truly meant to kill. Fear shattered his resolve. I. With the last of his strength and a sobbing rasp, Yi Fan cried out, I concede. Save me. Someone save me. As the concession rang out, the referee's whistle finally blew. The arena erupted. On the vast holographic screen, the red glory of Daidu Wudao dimmed, replaced by the dazzling gold of Moda Wudao. Massive golden characters burst across the sky of the stadium amid a shower of golden confetti. Champion Moda Wudao Judgment Team. MVP Lin Yuan. He slowly withdrew his foot from Yi Fan's face and sheathed his blades. Standing beneath the golden rain and the roar of 10,000 voices, he felt neither triumph nor elation. He merely lifted his head and glanced at the vast heavens above, where an ancient path to the stars seemed to be beckoning. It is over, Lin Yuan whispered. No, it is a new beginning. The birds nest in the capital central award stage. A golden rain continued to fall, and the spotlight illuminated the arena as brightly as day. 100,000 spectators stood up, cheering with thunderous applause that lingered on. Lin Yuan stood atop the highest podium, surrounded by the regrets of countless defeated opponents, with the glory of being a champion above him. Clad in slightly worn attire from the Magic City Martial Team, his expression was calm, yet a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Opposite him stood General Lei Zhun, one of the highest commanders of the Federal Army. This general, known for his iron fist, wore a face full of admiration as he personally handed the heavy pure gold trophy to Lin Yuan. Heroes emerge from the youth. Lei Zhun patted Lin Yuan's shoulder firmly and said, the Federation is fortunate to have young talents like you. You flatter me, General. Lin Yuan accepted the trophy, feeling its weight in his hands. It was the supreme honor that countless martial arts students yearned for. Next came the highly anticipated champion reward segment. According to the rules, this is your reward. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, his gaze sweeping across the offerings. The first item was inscribed treasure selected from the National Treasury. Lin Yuan chose a silver-white form-fitting armor, the flowing Cloud Mind armor. This was a divine garment crafted specifically for mentalists, made from memory fluid metal. Normally, it resembled an ordinary underlayer, but upon receiving an attack, it could automatically harden and even enhance the conduction speed of spiritual power by 20. With it, Lin Yuan's survival ability would increase exponentially. The second item was a pitch-black starry ancient road token. The moment Lin Yuan's finger touched the cool surface of the token, a strong jolt surged through his mind. Ding. Core fragment detection is strong. Please make sure to keep this item safe. Lin Yuan calmly stored it in the system space, but a storm was brewing in it. The third item was inscribed pure blood dragon potion. The golden liquid in the vial bubbled as if alive, and without any hesitation Lin Yuan raised it to his lips and drank it down in front of the audience of 100,000. Boom. A domineering torrent of heat surged through his limbs and bones. His already strong body, which had reached the pinnacle of the golden bone stage, erupted with a crackling sound, and the initial bottleneck of the third stage began to show signs of loosening under the impact of the potion. Refreshing. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and filled with power. At this moment, the host handed over the microphone, grinning widely. Lin Yuan, as the strongest dark horse of this event and the undisputed champion, do you have anything to say to the audience of the entire federation? The crowd fell silent. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, preparing to deliver a few words that matched his high status, such as, how lonely it is to be invincible. However, suddenly, woo! A chilling and piercing red alarm blared overhead in the stadium, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. The sound was shrill and urgent, laden with a sense of despair that instantly drowned out all cheers and music. The golden celebratory lights that had filled the arena turned into blinding crimson in an instant. The once laughing spectators froze, and the photographers capturing the moment were stunned. Even Lin Yuan, with the trophy in his hand, found his arm frozen in midair. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils constricted suddenly. That was a level 1 war mobilization order. The highest alert sounded only when the front line collapsed completely and humanity faced extinction. Then the massive holographic screen in the center of the stadium flickered violently, abruptly cutting off the footage of Lin Yuan's highlights. In its place was a live broadcast. The screen showed a black sea stained with blood. Amidst the towering waves, countless monstrous beasts, each as large as mountains, were emerging from the depths, violently crashing against the iron fortress. Human mechs and warplanes appeared minuscule compared to these beasts, continuously falling and exploding. A bloodied commander screamed hoarsely into the camera. Emergency report. This is the 7th defense line of the East Sea. The Myriad Race's Deep Sea Legion is launching a full-scale attack. Even a 6th-tier Beast King has appeared. Our defense line has been torn apart. Requesting support. Requesting support. Damn it. Oh. The broadcast abruptly cut off with a loud bang, turning into a screen full of static. The entire Bird's Nest Stadium fell into a deathly silence, everyone stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. That was war. Not the match that would end at the arena, but a real bloody race war. Crash. General Lei Jun crushed the microphone in his hand, his face pale, and his killing intent boiling in his eyes. He snatched the spare microphone beside him, his voice filled with authority and menace resonating throughout the venue. I am Lei Jun. I am now issuing the highest mobilization order from the military. The East Sea War Zone is in crisis. The Kyoto defense line is in crisis. Lei Jun's gaze was like a knife sweeping over the group of young talents who had just been competing for rankings, all participants above the 3rd tier. All instructors. Cancel all leave immediately. Regardless of school. Regardless of ranking. Rush to the East Sea battlefield at once. This is not a drill. This is a national war. Boom. As Lei Jun's words fell, the atmosphere turned from celebration to one of grim resolve. A national war, huh? Lin Yuan stood on the stage watching the blood-soaked images on the big screen, his heart racing. At that moment, Dean Lei Lai from the Magic City Martial University rushed up, disregarding all blocks. Lin Yuan, you cannot go. Lei Lai grabbed Lin Yuan's arm, his expression filled with urgency. You are a freshman. Although you have 3rd-tier strength, you are only a 1st-tier student. You are the seed of the Federation's future, and you have genius exemption rights to apply for staying in the rear to cultivate. Listen to me. This time is a full-scale attack by the Deep Sea Legion, and the mortality rate is too high. Going means certain death. As the Dean Lei Lai understood the brutality of the front line better than anyone. If Lin Yuan, a once-in-a-generation talent, fell in the chaos, it would be a loss for the entire Federation. Stay back. Lin Yuan looked at Lei Lai's concerned eyes, then at the army urgently assembling in the distance. Suddenly, ding. Major decision detected for the host. Epic quest triggered. War of Races. Quest objective: head to the East Sea front line and participate in the ambush battle. Kill requirement: eliminate at least 1,000 alien creatures, any level. Quest reward: open system, 0, unlock more god-level permissions. Certain death. Lin Yuan smiled. He gently pushed away Lei Lai's hand. Dean, do you think him the kind of person who hides in a greenhouse like a vase? Lin Yuan glanced at the golden trophy in his hand, which just a few minutes ago was a coveted honor for many. But now, in the face of this bloody war, it seemed so trivial, so worthless. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the heavy pure gold trophy, which landed steadily in Su Xiaoxiao's arms below the stage. Su Xiaoxiao, hold this for me. Lin Yuan rolled his shoulders, swiftly drew the Black Moon battle blade from behind, its edge reflecting a bloodthirsty gleam in the red alarm lights. Captain. Su Xiaoxiao, clutching the trophy, was momentarily stunned. This gold lump is too heavy, it's a hindrance to carry. Lin Yuan turned to look at the sixth-tier Beast King rampaging on the big screen, his fighting spirit igniting tenfold compared to when he faced Yi Fan. Stay in the rear. What a joke. I can't ask for a better opportunity to kill enemies for my country. Let's go. Lin Yuan pushed off the ground and leaped directly from the 5-meter-high podium, striding towards the exit. Outside the stadium, within just 10 minutes, hundreds of military heavy transport aircraft thundered down like dark clouds. The square was devoid of the usual laughter and cheer, replaced by the sounds of urgent assembly and officers barking orders. The opponents, who had just been fighting fiercely on the arena, now stood united under the same battle flag. Hualai, who was wrapped in bandages, carried his large sword limping, but with a fierce glint in his eyes. Li Changfeng from the Southern Sword Palace silently wiped his long sword. Even the two ornaments of the Magic City team, Ghost Eye and Daddy, though trembling with fear, gritted their teeth and strapped on tactical backpacks. As for Yi Fan, he still lay on a stretcher, but that did not stop the other students from the imperial capital Martial University, their eyes red as they rushed towards the transport aircraft. Lin Yuan was the first to board the flagship transport aircraft, codenamed Thunder 01. He stood at the hatch, glancing back one last time at the splendid and vibrant Kyoto-based city, untouched by the flames of war. The wind tousled his hair, but could not disperse the sharpness in his eyes. Lin Yuan, come back alive, Lei Lai shouted from below, his eyes reddened. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a somewhat arrogant smile. Don't see me off. Keep the celebration wine warm. When I return, I'll bring back a few alien kings' heads. Let's kick the ball. Boom. The engine roared and blue flames shot out. Hundreds of transport aircraft surged forth like swords unsheathed, piercing the sky, carrying this group of young warriors resolutely towards the blood-soaked battlefield of the East Sea. In the Eastern Sea War Zone at Frontline Base No. 7, the time is wartime status level 1 alert. Under the cover of dense anti-aircraft fire, hundreds of heavy military transport planes violently dive towards the Iron Fortress by the sea against a gray sky. Everyone hold on to the handrails. We are making an emergency landing. Damn it, the runway below is half blown. Inside the cabin, the students, who had just been immersed in the joy of victory, now turned pale, gripping their seatbelts tightly as their stomachs heaved violently. Boom. With a deafening sound, the transport plane's landing gear smashed onto the runway, the immense inertia causing everyone to lean forward, followed by the piercing sound of emergency brakes. We've arrived. Everyone disembark. Hurry, hurry. Don't dawdle. Before they even had a chance to see the outside scene, a strong, almost tangible stench rushed in. And that seemingly unending background noise, boom, boom, boom. A few kilometers away on the flood control embankment, thousands of heavy artillery were firing in unison, illuminating the dark sky like a hellish realm. Ugh. The moment a girl from the Southern Sword Palace stepped out of the cabin, she was hit by the nauseating mixed odor and immediately bent over, retching painfully. But this was just the beginning. Get out of the way. Make way for the stretcher team. A group of muddy and blood-stained medics rushed forward brutally, pushing aside the students in their path. When the students saw what was being carried on the stretcher, their pupils trembled. It was something that could hardly be. Some soldiers had their lower bodies completely missing, blood gushing from the severed, and some had their bellies ripped open, intestines spilling out with the movement of the stretcher. Others had their entire faces corroded by strong acid, leaving only a pair of terrified eyes still moving their mouths, emitting unconscious wails. There are ghosts in the sea. Save me, kill me. Ugh. At this moment, even the geniuses who had fought fiercely in the arena collapsed mentally. The young men who had just been full of vigor, proclaiming to slay demons and eliminate evil, now turned ashen there. Even Yi Fan, who lay on a stretcher in the previously invincible Imperial Capital Martial team, was now trembling under the blanket, his resentment transformed into primal fear of death. There were no referees here. There were no rules to stop. TSK. A voice filled with disdain echoed. A middle-aged officer in a black combat uniform, wearing an eye patch over his left eye and emanating a strong aura of menace, strode over. He was the liaison officer for the 7th Defense Zone, known as the One-Eyed Old Demon. A 5th-rank initial-level soldier king, a truly ruthless individual who had crawled out from piles of corpses. The One-Eyed Old Demon stood before the group of vomiting students, glancing around, as if assessing trash. Damn, it has the bunch in the office upstairs lost their minds. With the front lines in such dire straits, instead of sending over 2 regular battalions, they send a bunch of students still drinking milk. He kicked aside a backpack blocking the way, pointing at the group of students and scolding, "Look at you all. You vomit at the slightest whiff of blood. If you were to see the scene of the other races eating people, would you wet yourselves? Get out of here. Don't take up space. Even delivering snacks to the other races would be a waste of your tender flesh." What did you say? A student from the Northwest Military Academy, youthful and full of vigor, though pale, still stood up bravely. "We are the elite selected for the 100 schools competition. We are the strongest geniuses in the entire Federation. We are here to provide support, not to be scolded. Elites. The one-eyed old demon laughed a sneer that sounded like he had heard the greatest joke. Bang. The one-eyed old demon struck directly, grabbing the student's finely made combat vest and unceremoniously throwing him into a nearby blood-mixed mud pit. Here there are no elites, nor are there geniuses. The one-eyed old demon stepped on the student's head, his single eye flashing with a beast-like cold light. Here, there are only two types of people, the living and the dead. The scene fell silent. All the students were stunned by this sight. The murderous aura that had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood stripped them of the courage to retort. However, among this trembling group of quails, there stood an anomaly. Lin Yuan stood at the front of the line, hands in his pockets, letting the bloody cold wind tousle his hair. Then he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, as if savoring the taste of gunpowder in the air. So this is the real level battlefield. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards the distant skyline stained red by artillery fire. This tension is far more exhilarating than that child's play of fighting in an arena. Just then the system that had been silent in his mind suddenly emitted a prompt sound. Ding. Host detected entering level high-risk war zone. Eastern Sea meat grinder. Environmental assessment extremely dangerous. System update complete. System Mall 2.0 war version officially opened. Instantly, a blood-red holographic panel appeared before Lin Yuan. The original credit exchange interface vanished, replaced by a new interface filled with metallic texture and a murderous aura. Current currency: kill points 0. Acquisition rules: killing other race creatures earns points. First rank 10 points, second rank 50 points, third rank 100 points. No upper limit. Newly added war items: Legion Aura Bloodthirst. Beginner price 5,000 points. After activation, increases all attributes of allies within 100 meters by 10. Reduces pain sensitivity by 50. Forbidden Spell Thunder. Hell one-time scroll price 20,000 points. Summons a thunderstorm of 5th rank intensity, a clearing artifact. Level Universal Recovery Potion. Wholesale pack price 1,000 point set. Can save anyone as long as they are not dead. Equipment: enchantment, demon slaying attribute. Looking at the dazzling array of new items, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Especially that forbidden spell scroll. It was simply a scoring artifact tailor-made for large-scale battlefields. As long as I kill enough, I can become infinitely stronger, and even exchange for nuclear bombs to clean the field. Lin Yuan licked his lips, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his gaze. This is not hell at all. This is clearly my playground. Suddenly, the piercing air raid siren above the base rang out again. Warning! Warning! Sea-zone defense line has breached. A large number of deep-sea giant crabs are landing. Requesting support. The one-eyed old demon's expression changed instantly. Forgetting about teaching these new recruits a lesson, he pressed down on his earpiece and shouted, "Where's the 2nd Battalion? Is the 2nd Battalion wiped out? Get them to the front." "Sir, the 2nd Battalion has all been killed in action." "Damn." The one-eyed old demon violently threw his hat to the ground. If C-Zone fell, the entire base's flank would be exposed, leading to unimaginable consequences. But now he had no reserves left. Was he really going to send this group of students who only knew how to vomit to fill the gap? Just as the one-eyed old demon was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, an overly calm voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Sir." The young man standing at the very front was adjusting the tactical arm guard on his wrist. That Lin Yuan. The one-eyed old demon recognized this face. After all, his photos had been all over the news recently. "Since you are the champion, you should be stronger than this bunch of useless kids." The one-eyed old demon pointed towards the direction of C-Zone engulfed in flames, his tone grim. "I don't have time to give you psychological counseling now. The breach in C-Zone needs a suicide squad to fill the gap. As long as you hold for half an hour, reinforcements will arrive. If you're scared, stay here. If you want to be a hero." Lin Yuan interrupted him, then drew the Black Moon battle knife from his back, looking towards Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao behind him. "Let's go, time to work." Lin Yuan waved to the one-eyed old demon, not hesitating at all, and directly jumped onto a military armored vehicle that was still running. "Drive to C-Zone." The armored vehicle carrying the three charged fearlessly into the most dangerous sea. The one-eyed old demon stood rooted to the spot, a flicker of astonishment in his single eye. He had seen too many new recruits. Some cried, some yelled, some wet their pants. But he had never seen a gaze like Lin Yuan's. There was no fear, no tension, and even no sense of glory. What he saw was only a heart-thumping excitement. This kid, the one-eyed old demon, picked up the hat from the ground, muttering to himself, that gaze is not at all like that of a student. It's more like an old butcher who has been killing for over a decade. Eastern Sea War Zone 7th Defense Line, Sea District Seawall. Battle status: defense line collapse, red, extreme danger. Heavy rain poured down mixed with a dark red mist of blood. This is a 5-kilometer-long steel seawall, now transformed into a meat grinder with searchlights frantically swaying amidst the rain, illuminating the despairing black tide with each sweep. It is an endless sea tribe army. Hold the line. Don't retreat. Whoever retreats, I will execute them. Zhao Tieju, the squad leader of Sea District covered in blood, held a heavy machine gun with a red-hot barrel, screaming hoarsely. In his line of sight, the once solid concrete defense line had been torn apart with countless gashes. These were the true shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but they were far from the ridiculous characters of myth. Ironclad giant crab second rank, its size comparable to a heavy truck covered in black armor that even a rocket launcher couldn't penetrate. Its massive pincers could easily sever a warrior in exoskeleton armor in half. Deep-sea mermen third rank, they were hunched in form, but as fast as lightning wielding poison bone tridents using the giant crabs as cover darting across the battlefield like fleas harvesting lives. Squad leader. The first platoon is wiped out. Squad leader. All heavy fire points are silent. Ammunition exhausted. They are charging in. Despairing cries echoed all around. From a full strength of 300 fewer than 50 could still stand. Roar. At that moment, a towering water column shot up from the depths of the dark sea beneath the seawall. A thick tentacle as large as a subway car with countless suckers and barbs slammed down onto the last remaining heavy machine gun bunker in C District. Boom. The bunker, constructed of reinforced concrete, crumbled to dust before the tentacle, as if it were made of building blocks, and the 5 gunners inside were turned into a puddle of flesh without even a scream. Immediately after, a deep-sea demon octopus peak 4th rank, towering 10 stories high and exuding a dark green toxic mist, crawled up the seawall waving 8 tentacles. Its appearance was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Countless mermen and giant crabs surged into the position like a flood breaking its banks. It's over. Zhao Taizhu looked at the rampaging demon octopus. The machine gun in his hand emitted a series of dry clicks, and he despairingly closed his eyes, drawing the last glorious bullet from his waist. Brothers, this life is worth it. Let's be comrades in the next one. Just as he prepared to pull the pin on the grenade, intending to perish together with these beasts. Boom, 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 boom. A roaring engine, sound more violent than thunder, suddenly erupted from the... Zhao Taizhu opened his eyes wide. He saw a heavily modified armored personnel carrier smashing through the rubble along the way, even knocking 2 blocking ironclad giant crabs aside, sparking as it wildly drifted and firmly blocked the gigantic gap. Who? Which unit? Zhao Taizhu shouted. What answered him was a voice filled with excitement reminiscent of a lowly roaring. Get out of the way, get out of the way. I have road rage. On top of the armored vehicle, a wildly designed 6-barreled cannon, its barrel entwined with dense blue arcs of electricity, suddenly rose up. Thunderfire cannon, full power fire. Boom. A blue plasma ball with a diameter of over 3 meters, carrying destructive high temperatures, directly blasted into the most concentrated gap of the merman. After the blinding blue light, the dozen or so aggressive third-rank deep-sea mermen that had rushed in instantly vanished, vaporized by the ultra-high temperature, leaving no residue. Immediately after, roar. Xiang Lai appeared, bare-chested, his body radiating golden light, like a mighty deity descending to the world. He faced a second-rank ironclad giant crab advancing rather than retreating, and smashed his fist hard against its shell. Bang! The hard shell, as tough as iron, shattered instantly, green juices splattering everywhere, and the giant crab, weighing several tons, was actually knocked back 5 meters by his punch. Xiang Lai of Magic City Martial University is here. Xiang Lai became the most solid human shield, firmly blocking the left side of the gap. Wanna pass? First, ask my fist. Reinforcements. It's reinforcements. The surviving soldier's eyes burst with hope, but Zhao Taizhu remained pale. No way. There are only 2 people. That 4th-rank demon octopus is still here. It's coming. Sure enough, the deep-sea demon octopus seemed to be enraged, waving its massive tentacles, trying to squash the obstructing vehicle. At that moment, a slender figure descended from the sky. He was seen standing with his hands behind his back, his feet stepping on air, suspended 20 meters above the ground, letting the heavy rain wash over his black combat uniform. Lin Yuan. Peak 4th rank. Lin Yuan looked down at the roaring octopus monster. Is this the overlord of the sea? So ugly. Since it's so ugly, then it shouldn't come out to scare people. Cicada wing domain of death. Buzz. 9 dark silver flying knives instantly unsheathed under the empowerment of Lin Yuan's peak 3rd rank spiritual power. They transformed into 9 invisible streams of death, centering around Lin Yuan, instantly enveloping a 50-meter radius. A few seconds later, the massive tentacles that attempted to attack him before even nearing 10 meters were sliced into countless pieces like cucumbers, falling to the ground with a thud. Roar. The deep-sea demon octopus howled in agony, spewing out large amounts of dark green poison. Then Lin Yuan moved slightly, leaving behind several afterimages in the air, easily dodging the poison. The ground was littered with the corpses of sacrificed soldiers, and beside the bodies lay countless lost automatic rifles and boxes of ammunition. So many guns it would be a shame to throw them away. He was a mentalist, who said mentalists could only play with flying knives. Mental power, mastery of all things. Lin Yuan spread his arms as if a conductor about to direct a grand symphony. The next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone. On the ground, assault rifles and heavy machine guns trembled violently, as if summoned by some invisible force. Rise. Clatter. 110, 100, 300. Over 300 automatic firearms rose into the air. They adjusted their positions in midair, their gun muzzles, all pointing downwards at the Sea Tribe army, surging like squad leader Zhao Tai's mouth fell open and the grenade in his hand dropped in shock. What kind of operation is this? Suspended in midair, Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, his brain operating at high speed, simultaneously controlling 300 independent mental nodes, precisely locking onto 300 different targets. I also want to keep a low profile. Lin Yuan looked at the densely packed monsters below, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But my strength doesn't allow it. Fire. Tat 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 tat. 300 guns fired simultaneously, the scene more intense than the fiercest downpour. The first wave of mermen charging in was instantly torn to shreds by the metal storm. Even the tough, ironclad giant crabs were left with burst eyes and broken joints, collapsing to the ground. One person single-handedly unleashing the firepower of an enhanced machine gun battalion. Ding. Killed a third-rank merman, kill value 100. Ding. Killed a second-rank giant crab, kill value 50. Ding. The system's notification sound frantically flooded Lin Yuan's mind, the thrill of the rising values making the red glow in his eyes grow stronger. Reload. Click. All emptied magazines automatically fell off, and new magazines flew up from the ground to insert into the gun chambers. This was simply a moving arsenal. The originally precarious C District defense line was stabilized solely by Lin Yuan's firepower suppression. Even the once aggressive Sea Tribe army was beaten down, unable to raise their heads, with corpses piled like hills, starting to show signs of retreat. What are you waiting for? Lin Yuan floated amidst the hail of bullets, looking back at the stunned defenders, his voice booming like a bell. Zhao, squad leader, right. The order given to me is to hold the line. Lin Yuan switched to a new drum magazine, controlling the heaviest 6-barreled Gatling, his eyes filled with killing intent. But I have a flaw. I not only like to defend, but I also like to attack. Everyone follow my orders. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the 300 suspended guns advanced with him. Follow me. Push the front line. Back into the sea. Kill. What the hell are you doing? Inspired by Lin Yuan's bold momentum, Zhao Tai's blood boiled. He picked up a grenade and let out a frantic roar. Damn it. Let's go all out. Follow Commander Lin. Counterattack. Kill. That night a legend appeared on the seawall. A boy bearing dual wings, flying knives, controlling thousands of guns, led a group of remnants, forcefully driving tens of thousands of Sea Tribe soldiers back to the depths of the ocean. The rain still poured, yet atop the sea dike the thunder had been drowned out by the roar of gunfire and the relentless staccato of automatic weapons. Over 300 automatic rifles hovered in midair, woven into an impenetrable net of death by Lin Yuan's precise control of his mental will. Every second, hundreds of shell casings rained down, clattering against the concrete dike until they carpeted it in a thick metallic layer. Below the dike, the Sea People's vast army, which had surged like a black tide, was now suffering a one-sided slaughter. System prompts flooded the screen. Killed rank 2 ironclad giant crab. Kill value 50. Kill value 50. Killed rank 3 deep sea fishman elite. Kill value 100. Double kill. Triple kill. Godlike. Current total kill value 52300. Lin Yuan floated in midair. In his sight, the grotesque faces of the alien soldiery below had all become walking experience packs. Too slow. Not enough. Lin Yuan thought, feeling that the monsters approached more slowly than he could slaughter them. Is this war, eh? He licked his cracked lips. The exhilaration of watching the numbers spike made every cell in his body tremble. This is not a meat grinder. This is clearly my gold mine. In 10 minutes, he had earned 50,000 kill value. What would normally take half a month of running tasks here required only a finger to squeeze the trigger. Xianglai. Smash down those big crabs trying to climb up. Don't let them interfere with my farming. Ahem, don't let them breach the line. While directing the gun arrays covering fire, Lin Yuan shouted down to Xianglai. Understood, came the fierce reply. Xianglai, eyes reddened with battle fury and drenched in blood, fought like a war god, crushing every straggler who dared approach the dike. Su Xiaoxiao manned her thunderfire heavy cannon, singling out the thick-skinned elite monsters. The three-man squad bore themselves with the semblance of an army of thousands. Yet the battlefield shifted in an instant. As Lin Yuan reveled in the thrill of racking up points, a chilling dread shot from his soles to the crown of his head. With a crashing surge, the deep-sea demon octopus that had lurked beneath the dark sea below the dike, a fourth-rank apex beast, finally moved. Its basin-sized dark green eyes fixed unerringly upon the human in the air who had dealt the greatest damage to its offspring. With a hissing roar, 8 colossal tentacles thick as pythons and bristling with suckers and barbs burst from the water without warning. They struck with terrifying speed like 8 black spears, stabbing at Lin Yuan from all directions. Not good. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. The 8 tentacles closed off every avenue of escape. Their surfaces were coated in a dark green virulent slime that would cause even a third-rank golden bone to rot on contact. Shield activate. A low hum answered his command. At his thought, the scrayed treasure he had just redeemed, the Luyan Ninli armor, activated. Silvery fluid metal flowed over him, and a half-meter-thick mental energy shield blossomed across his body. Several tentacles lashed the shield with thunderous cracks. The impact made Lin Yuan feel as if multiple high-speed trains had struck him at once. The sturdy mental shield fractured in less than a second, webbing with fissures. Damn, is this the power of a fourth-rank apex? The massive backlash sent blood roaring through his veins, his body lurched violently in midair. Worse, the deep-sea octopus did not relent. Its colossal body began to climb the dike along its tentacles, bearing a maw lined with fangs as it readied a lethal poisonous mist for the trapped human. Physical attacks cannot pierce its soft body. Mental attacks are also limited against such low-intelligence soft creatures. In that desperate instant, Lin Yuan's mind raced. His consciousness plunged into the system Mall 2.0 War Edition lodged in his brain. Seeing his balance of over 50,000 kill value, a hard glint passed through his eyes. What do aquatic creatures fear most, he asked himself. Of course, electricity. His gaze locked onto an entry in the Mall's skill list. Chuji Leifa Zhangxin, Lei Beginner Thunder Technique Palm Lightning Max Level. Description: call down celestial thunder to strike a single target or a small area with devastating lightning. Max level effect: thunder liquefaction, granting powerful conductivity and paralysis. Exchange price: 30000 kill value. Though only a beginner technique, the words max level were enough to transmute its nature. Buy it, he decided without hesitation. Ding. 30000 kill value consumed. Exchange successful. Skill infusion in progress. Outside, only an instant passed. Bound by 8 tentacles and moments from being crushed to pulp, Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open. For an instant, twin blue-violet bolts of lightning seemed to explode within his pupils. A furious, annihilating aura of divine retribution burst from his compact frame. Lin Yuan ceased to dodge or defend. Then let's see whether your hide is thicker, or whether my lightning is stronger. He thrust out his right hand, palm down, aiming at the octopus crown. Palm lightning, Wanfu, Tianfa 10,000 volt heavenly punishment. Come lightning. A blinding blue-violet bolt ripped through the oppressive black sky. A stream of liquid lightning as thick as a bucket coursed down from his palm with apocalyptic force, and electricity is water's nemesis, and seawater is a perfect conductor. The instant the fierce lightning met the octopus skin, it was like a spark dropped into a cauldron of oil. High-voltage current raced through its immense body and along its tentacles into the surrounding sea. The creature screamed in agony. Its once supple tentacles instantly stiffened and convulsed. The vast body trembled violently as dark green ichor steamed and hissed into rolling clouds of white smoke. Sparks leapt and electric arcs danced. In seconds, a nauseating scent of char mixed with an oddly appetizing meat aroma and drifted over the entire sea sector. It smelled like roasted octopus. Die. Seizing the moment while the boss was paralyzed by lightning, Lin Yuan showed no mercy. With a whoosh, the Heiyue battle blade became a streak of black lightning guided by his mental force to pierce the octopus' enormous eye and drive through its brain core. Green blood spurted. The fourth-rank apex sea beast that had ravaged the night collapsed with a thunderous crash, its massive body slamming onto the dike and falling silent. Ding. Killed fourth-rank apex alien deep sea demon octopus. Overkill reward: kill value 5000. With the leader's death, the fishmen and giant crabs attacking beneath the dike lost cohesion and fell into a squeal rose from somewhere. The remaining sea forces retreated like a tide, scrambling back into the sea, and the sea sector line had held. A single collective breath of relief swept through the defenders. Lin Yuan slowly descended. Pale but unbowed, he stood atop the giant octopus corpse and drew his back. The rain stopped. In the distance, a convoy of heavy armored vehicles from the main base finally arrived belated. The doors opened and the one-eyed veteran who had been coordinating the pickup leapt out with a reinforced company, his presence radiating a lethal aura. Quick! First company locked down the left wing. Second company locked down the right wing. Medics go up and treat the wounded. The one-eyed veteran bellowed, gripping his rifle and braced for the worst. With barely 100 battered soldiers left in C sector facing fourth-rank beast kings and a tide of beasts, he assumed the young recruits had been torn to pieces and the position lost. He had come to collect corpses and to desperately retake the line. Yet when he surged onto the dike and took in the scene before him, he froze. The one-eyed man gaped. The unlit cigarette fell from his lips. Before him was a mountain of corpses heaped from countless fishmen and giant crabs. Atop that pile lay the fourth-rank deep-sea octopus that had plagued the defense, charred like a great coal and emitting an oddly enticing meat fragrance. Standing on that immense carcass was a youth in a black torn uniform, methodically wiping his battle blade by the search. Hearing the commotion, the youth turned. He looked at the stunned one-eyed veteran and grinned. "Officer, sorry about that. I just got a little carried away with the killing," Lin Yuan said, gesturing at the mountain of seafood with a tone of rueful appetite. "There weren't enough points to split, so I left none for you." The one-eyed veteran and the reinforced troops fell silent, their throats suddenly dry. For a moment, no one could. A rookie, they thought. This was no green recruit. This was a killing god crawled straight from hell. The torrential rain finally ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a few scattered stars. Zizi. The one-eyed old ghost trudged through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, accompanied by 2 enhanced company reserves. He gazed at the countless corpses of the fishmen, observing the neatly sliced armored crabs, his focus ultimately settling on the jingguan, constructed from thousands of bodies. Even seasoned soldiers accustomed to life and death couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did a 3-man team do this? The officer behind the one-eyed old ghost swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Even if a special forces team came, they couldn't have kept it this clean, right? No, it wasn't just about holding the ground. This was a counteroffensive, a massacre. The one-eyed old ghost said nothing, pushing aside the soldiers in his way, striding towards the figure resting on the massive octopus corpse. Lin Yuan's battle knife was carelessly stuck into the nearby charred remains, his black team uniform soaked in blood obscuring its original color. Commander, the reinforcements arrived a bit late. Lin Yuan's voice held a hint of mockery. If they had been any later, I would have really cooked and eaten this octopus. The one-eyed old ghost looked at this relaxed young man, recalling just a few hours earlier when he had scolded them at the airport, calling them milk-drinking students. The weathered old face now surprisingly felt a bit flushed. The one-eyed old ghost removed his military cap, solemnly straightening his collar. Then, before the astonished gazes of all the soldiers, this military commander, known for his bad temper and disdain for academics, saluted Lin Yuan with the most standard military gesture. Well done. I take back what I said before. The one-eyed old ghost looked directly into Lin Yuan's eyes, his tone filled with unprecedented recognition. You are not a student here to gild your resume. You are a true warrior. As the commander made this gesture, the surrounding veterans who were cleaning up the battlefield also paused their actions. They looked at Lin Yuan, at the blood-soaked Xiang Lai, and at Su Xiaoxiao, who was carrying a heated cannon barrel. Salute! Someone shouted. Swish! Over 100 rough hands simultaneously raised, offering the highest respect to these 3 young. Faced with this solemn scene, Lin Yuan did not show too much excitement. He simply stood up slowly, returning a salute that was not entirely standard, but equally solemn. It's just a matter of mutual need. Lin Yuan drew his battle knife, shaking off the blood droplets, his tone flat. And Commander, don't call me classmate anymore. Lin Yuan pointed at himself, then at the cleared battlefield. On this battlefield, identity is not determined by student IDs, but by the number of enemies killed. Call me Captain Lin. In the 7th Defense Zone's wartime military supply office, the hustle and bustle here rivaled that of a train station during spring travel, with soldiers everywhere collecting ammunition and repairing equipment. When Lin Yuan, along with Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao, dumped a large pile of C-Clan tokens, mainly high-grade Sea Beast core materials, onto the counter, the supply officer in charge of registration nearly had his eyes pop out. Is this the brain core of a peak 4th-grade deep-sea demon? And 20 toxic fangs from 3rd-grade fishman leaders? The supply officer trembled as he finished counting, finally looking at the astonishing number on the calculator, swallowing hard. According to wartime regulations, your military merits this time. You killed 1 4th-grade BOSS, earning a first-class merit once with a reward of 100 military merit points. You killed 25 3rd-grade alien species, earning a 2nd-class merit, rewarding 500 military merit points, plus the special award for holding the ground. The total: 1 1st-class merit medal, 2 2nd-class merit medals, military merit points, 2300 points. Special promotion according to wartime emergency regulations awarded to Lin Yuan from the Magic Capital Military University, the rank of 2nd lieutenant with the command authority of a company. 2nd lieutenant. Exchange for supplies. Lin Yuan paid no mind to that empty title. He was more concerned about how to convert these military merits into combat power. He opened the military supply exchange list, his fingers quickly clicking on it. Crate high explosive responsive landmines, give me 100 of these. They are more effective buried in the mud than a human defense line. Great emergency spray, 10 sets, the kind that can save you as long as your head is still attached. And this set. Lin Yuan pointed at an expensive personal tactical communication system, anti-jamming type, on the list. Give me 3 sets. The previous civilian channel had too much noise, making it vulnerable to the subsonic waves of sea beasts. The supply officer felt some pain in his heart. Lieutenant Lin, this communication system is meant for special reconnaissance companies. It's very expensive, and you just spent half your military merits. Lin Yuan interrupted him directly, swiping his card for payment. To survive on this battlefield, we cannot skimp on equipment. Load me up completely. Looking at the fully armed, refreshed trio, the ordinary soldiers around them, who were still counting every bullet, looked. This is the treatment of the strong. Using war to sustain war, growing stronger with each battle. 7th Defense Zone Frontline Command Center. In front of a massive holographic sand table, a gray-haired colonel with the insignia of a major on his shoulder was staring at the battle loss report for Zone C with worry. Report. Lin Yuan, 2nd Lieutenant, from the Magic Capital Military University, requests entry. Come in. The colonel lifted his head, scrutinizing Lin Yuan with sharp eyes as he walked in. You are the one who withstood the firepower of an entire enhanced company, Lin Yuan. The colonel got straight to the point. What do you need from me? If you want to apply to return to the rear for rest, I can approve it right now. After all, he was a student who had achieved great merit, a treasure of the Federation, and the colonel was also worried about him getting into trouble on the front lines. No. Lin Yuan shook his head, walking to the sand table and pointing at the red defensive line. Colonel, I am not suited for positional warfare. I am applying to establish an independent special operations team. I want to take my team detached from the main force and operate where it's most dangerous. We will go wherever the danger is. Independent operational authority. The colonel frowned. This was a significant matter, meaning they would not be directly restrained by the command system, and if anything went wrong, even rescue would be too late. But when he saw the terrifying battle report Lin Yuan had achieved, spiritual mind mastery, lightning law, heavy fire suppression, this configuration was practically tailor-made for special operations. After pondering for 3 seconds, the colonel slammed the table. Good. I approve it. Have you thought of a code name? Lin Yuan stood at attention and saluted. Report, Colonel. Code name. Judgment. Judgers judge the alien races, rooting out the roots. After obtaining independent operational permission and supplies, Lin Yuan along with Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao organized their equipment in a corner. Xiang Lai was maintaining his gauntlets while Su Xiaoxiao excitedly drew skulls on a box of landmines. Lin Yuan sat beside them, playing with a fist-sized black crystal that emitted a faint fishy odor. This was dug out from the brain of that deep-sea demon. It was not a beast core. Instead, it was a highly sophisticated biological metal chip wrapped in flesh and blood. System, analyze this thing. Lin Yuan silently commanded in his mind. System is scanning. Analysis result, high-frequency neural control chip, 3rd generation. Signal source, tracking. This signal does not originate from the deep sea, but from within the human defense line. Conclusion, this is a biologically weaponized creature controlled by human intervention. Hearing the system's conclusion, Lin Yuan, who had been wiping his battle knife, suddenly stopped. Inside the defense line, this meant that tonight's wave of beasts which nearly breached Zone C was not a natural disaster, but a meticulously planned assassination. Or perhaps a coordinated test from within. Heh. Lin Yuan clenched the chip in his hand until the hard metal shell pierced his palm, drawing blood. He raised his head, looking towards the brightly lit command building in the distance. A murderous intent darker than the night glimmered in his azure eyes. It seems that within this seemingly ironclad defense line, someone wants us dead. The Church of All Gods. Or Lin Yuan stored the chip in the system space, stood up, and sheathed his battle knife. Let's go, teammates. It seems that besides the beasts in the sea, we also need to be wary of the black guns behind us. This battle is getting East Sea War Zone Command Post of the 7th Defense Line. Time 0300 a.m. Although the torrential rain has ceased, the winds and waves on the sea remain fierce. Beep. Beep. Just returning to the camp without having had a chance to wash the blood off, Lin Yuan's newly acquired individual tactical communication terminal lit up with a blinding red light. Emergency Mission Order S-Class. Issued by 7th Defense Zone Operations Command Center. Objective, proceed to Energy Island No. 09, located 30 nautical miles southeast. Description of the situation: the island, an important energy transfer station on the front line, suddenly lost contact half an hour ago, with all life signs vanishing, and radar indicates high-intensity electromagnetic interference in the area. Mission requirement: the Judgment Squad is to depart immediately, ascertain the truth, search for potential survivors, and restart the energy core. Energy Island No. 09. Lin Yuan looked at the holographic map on the terminal. It was an isolated drilling platform floating on the sea not far from the main defense line, and logically it should be in an absolute safe zone. Just fought off a beast tide, and it lost contact. This is too coincidental. Lin Yuan squinted, his intuition telling him that this matter was not that simple. Let's go, time to move out. Lin Yuan patted the drowsy Xiang Lai and called over Su Xiaoxiao, who was 5 minutes later. A Phantom-class stealth speedboat painted in deep-sea camouflage quietly sailed out of the harbor under the cover of night. The sea was littered with debris, and the speedboat sliced through the black waves like a scalpel cutting through this sea of death. Captain, something feels off. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the radar screen, her brow furrowed. The closer we get to Island No. 09, the worse the interference. My radar is filled with static. This doesn't seem like the biological magnetic field interference from sea beasts, but more like artificial electromagnetic shielding. Artificial. Xiang Lai tightened his grip on the alloy battle axe, glancing around at the dark sea, shivering. You mean there's an insider? Lin Yuan sat at the bow of the boat, allowing the sea breeze to tangle his hair. He recalled the chip he had extracted from the brain of the deep-sea demon. Whether there's an insider or not, we'll find out once we go up there. Half an hour later, the massive steel silhouette of Energy Island No. 09 appeared in their view. This was an artificial island built on a massive reef, towering with dozens of steel towers and complex pipeline facilities. Usually it should be brightly lit, but now the entire island was as silent as a steel grave. Land on the island. As the speedboat docked, Lin Yuan and the others leaped onto the pier like agile cats. Alert! Xiang Lai raised his tower shield at the front, while Su Xiaoxiao aimed her gun to guard the rear. However, as they walked along, the sights they encountered grew increasingly alarming. It was too clean. No bodies, no bloodstains, and no signs of battle damage. The heavy defense turrets deployed around the island were all pointed neatly at the sky, their barrels gleaming, and there was not a hint of gunpowder smell from firing. Captain, look at this. Su Xiaoxiao used a portable terminal to access a control panel of a defense turret by the roadside. Within seconds, her expression changed. The defense system's log shows that 10 minutes before losing contact, all turrets were given a forced sleep command. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Moreover, it was executed with the highest level commander authority. It wasn't a hacker attack, it was one of our own who shut it down. If it was a sea beast attack, even a 6th grade beast king, these turrets would automatically retaliate unless someone opened the back door for the sea beasts. Lin Yuan interjected, his voice as cold as ice shards. One of our own shut down the defenses and let the monsters in to slaughter their comrades. Xiang Lai trembled with anger, punching the wall. These bastards. This is treason. Shoo. Lin Yuan suddenly raised a finger, making a shushing gesture. His mental energy spread like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire island. There are people. Lin Yuan pointed towards the underground control room in the center of the island. Life signs are very weak on the 2nd underground level. Let's go meet these survivors. Is anyone there? We are the rescue team from the 7th defense zone. Xiang Lai shouted. Help! Don't kill me. A terrified voice immediately came from inside, as the three rushed into the main control room. In the corner, they saw 4 or 5 men in officer uniforms huddled together. They were covered in blood, their faces filled with fear and despair, tightly gripping handguns, looking like startled birds. Leading them was a middle-aged man with the rank of captain. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others in their military uniforms, he immediately seemed to see a savior scrambling towards them. Whoa, you finally came. Captain Li cried, tears streaming down his face. It's terrible. It's so... Last night, sea beasts suddenly surged in. The defense system malfunctioned for some reason. My brothers were eaten in their sleep. We were the only few who hid in the basement to escape the disaster. His performance was truly tearful, trembling all over his eyes, dazed, completely resembling a terrified survivor. Xiang Lai observed this scene, his anger somewhat subsiding. He was about to step forward to assist. Wait! Lin Yuan stretched out his hand to stop Xiang Lai, standing 3 meters away from Captain Li, keenly observing these so-called survivors. Divine Insight activated. In Lin Yuan's view, the physical data of these individuals was laid bare. Target Li XX Captain. Heart rate 75 beats, min stable. Adrenaline level low, not in a stress state. Microexpression analysis, slight twitch of the mouth muscles, eyes glancing to the lower left, a sign of lying. Mental fluctuation, malice. Extreme tension and intent to kill. Most critically, Lin Yuan noticed that the blood on their bodies, while looking terrifying, was distributed too evenly, more like fresh blood smeared on for acting purposes. Quite the performance. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly, but he did not expose them immediately. Instead, he displayed a warm smile and slowly walked over. You've worked hard, Captain Li. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with concern, as if he genuinely believed their lies. It's all right now, this place is safe. I'm Lin Yuan, sent to take you home. Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of unnoticeable delight and greed flashed in Captain Li's eyes, which had been lowered. This is the S-class target on the assassination list of the 10,000 Gods cult. The one who just won the championship, rumored to be carrying precious treasures. What a stroke of luck. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Lin. Captain Li, overwhelmed with gratitude, reached out his hand, as if to shake hands in thanks, but inadvertently inched closer to Lin Yuan, while his other hand quietly moved towards his lower back. We will follow you right away. As long as we can leave this hellhole. The distance between the two grew closer. 1 meter. Just as Lin Yuan turned, seemingly preparing to lead the way. Die. The moment the plot thickened, Captain Li, with a previously terrified expression, instantly transformed into a sinister visage like a demon. He suddenly drew a poisoned dagger from his lower back and fiercely stabbed towards Lin Yuan's back. At the same time, the so-called survivors who had been huddled in the corner also sprang up. Kill. They tore off their disguises, pulling out silenced handguns and short knives from their clothes, unleashing a barrage of fire aimed at Lin Yuan and his companions. Even more terrifying was that, boom, from the seemingly empty ventilation pipes and ceiling voids, dozens of assassins dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes and wearing masks suddenly burst forth. 10,000 Gods Cult Assassination Group. Captain, watch out. Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao were horrified, realizing it was too late to rescue. The poisoned dagger was now a mere millimeter from Lin Yuan's back. Captain Li's eyes gleamed with ecstasy. As long as he broke the skin, the neurotoxin would instantly paralyze even an elephant. Lin Yuan was destined to die. However, when Captain Li felt like he had stabbed into an invisible steel plate, the tremendous recoil numbed his hand, nearly causing him to drop the dagger. What a... He widened his eyes in terror. Behind Lin Yuan, a faint bluish mental energy shield had quietly expanded, firmly blocking this lethal strike. Is the performance over? Lin Yuan slowly turned around. The originally gentle smile had vanished, and he looked at the dazed Captain Li, gently shaking his head. Not bad expression, and your lines are well memorized. But unfortunately, Lin Yuan reached out his finger and gently flicked the dagger. Clang. The dagger broke in response. In my eyes, it's all flaws. 3 days. Only 3 days. Inside the cockpit, Xiang Lai gripped the control stick tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. His voice trembled, revealing an instinctive fear of an unresistible force. Captain, that black shark is a 6th grade master. And it's a high-ranking official on the front line. If we report back like this, we'll be treated as madmen, right? Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Su Xiaoxiao's face was even paler. Moreover, we have no substantial evidence. Although we brought back the bodies of Lieutenant Li's team, they can only prove there was an ambush on Island 09. As for the Black Shark and the destruction base plan, that was something you saw through soul-searching, Captain. 6th grade master. High-ranking officials on the front line. Internal collusion. These words together exceeded their understanding of combat, indicating a shocking conspiracy capable of overturning the entire East Sea war zone. Are you scared? Lin Yuan, who had been sitting in the back seat, cleaning his battle knife, suddenly spoke. His voice was soft, betraying no hint of panic. Scared? Of course scared, Xiang Lai swallowed hard. That's a master. Crushing us is as easy as squashing ants. Then shut your mouth. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the front of the cockpit, his gaze piercing through the pitch-black night, fixated on the brightly lit iron fortress in the distance. Remember, from now on, trust no one but the 3 of us. Lin Yuan drew a large caliber kinetic pistol from his waist, pulling the bolt back, a bullet chambered. Gun chambered, blade drawn. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to block our path, even if it's the King of Heaven, we'll take them down. Military Zone 7 Military Port T3 Inspection Station. The speedboat had just docked, and before the ropes could be secured. Splash. A fully armed squad of soldiers immediately rushed out from behind the cover, assault rifles aimed directly at the 3 who had just disembarked. Stop. Raise your hands. A captain of the military police wearing a tactical mask stepped forward, his expression obscured. I am Lu Feng, captain of the military police team 3. The higher-ups have issued orders that there are cult infiltrators in the front line. All returning independent teams must undergo the highest level of routine inspection. Hand over your tactical backpacks, communication terminals, and all items brought back from the mission area. Routine inspection. Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, their hearts suddenly racing. Their backpacks contained crucial evidence against the infiltrators. Once handed over, they probably wouldn't be able to reclaim them for the rest of their lives. Sir, we are the Judgment Squad, directly under the regiment's jurisdiction. Xiang Lai stepped forward, bracing himself, blocking the backpack. Our mission items are classified and can only be directly handed over to the regiment commander. You have no authority. Less nonsense. Captain Lu Feng directly interrupted him, reaching for Su Xiaoxiao's backpack. Here, the military police are the law. Resistance to inspection is tantamount to betrayal. Hand it over. Just then slap. A large hand tightly gripped his wrist. You? Lu Feng was taken aback, about to explode. The next second, the cold, hard barrel of a gun was pressed directly against his forehead. What did you just say? Tantamount to what? Lin Yuan's finger was already halfway down the trigger. The crowd gasped. The surrounding military police instantly became agitated, dozens of guns aimed at Lin Yuan's head. Put down your guns. Are you trying to rebel? Lu Feng's face changed dramatically as he shouted loudly. God's insight activation. Lin Yuan completely ignored the guns around him. His eyes flickered with blue light as he instantly saw through the subtle expressions of this captain. Heart rate 120, focus, Su Xiaoxiao's backpack, evidence, emotional fluctuation, urgency, greed, killing intent, routine inspection. Lin Yuan smiled a smile that sent chills down the spine. If it's a routine inspection, why have your eyes been fixated on that backpack? If it's a routine inspection, why was your safety already disengaged? Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward, the gun barrel jabbing fiercely against Lu Feng's forehead, forcing him to retreat. I suspect you have been infiltrated by the cult and want to inspect my bag. Fine. Let your battalion commander come out to see me. Someone of your level isn't worthy of looking at my things. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. On someone else's turf, pointing a gun at the head of the military police captain is something only a madman would do. You? Do you dare to kill me? Lu Feng's voice was shaky. You can try. Lin Yuan's killing intent erupted in an instant, a real murderous aura forged from killing thousands of enemies. Everyone stop it. A thunderous roar came from behind. Bang. A large foot kicked Lu Feng's backside, sending him sprawling. Which bastard dares to touch my people? The one-eyed old ghost, notorious for being a troublemaker in Military Zone 7, was the commander Lin Yuan had saved in Zone C. Captain. Lu Feng got up, his face pale. I was carrying out my duties. Duty your ass. The one-eyed old ghost kicked again. Captain Lin is my savior. He is a meritorious hero. Who are you to investigate him? Get lost. After cursing, the one-eyed old ghost turned to Lin Yuan, a flicker of complexity in his one eye. All right, Captain Lin, put your gun away. This kid is one of my men. Though a bit foolish, he's not to the extent of. Lin Yuan interrupted him, then grabbed the collar of the one-eyed old ghost, dragging him to a corner without surveillance. Hiss. Be gentle. The one-eyed old ghost was a bit dazed. Listen, Lin Yuan's voice dropped to a whisper. I don't have time to explain. Island 09 is a trap and many people died there. I need to see the highest commander immediately or someone who can make a decision. Can you lead the way? The one-eyed old ghost was stunned. He was a veteran and a cunning man. In an instant, he understood the severity of the situation. A genius like Lin Yuan, who had just won the championship and had a promising future, would never point a gun at military police without a grave matter at hand. Big fish accompanying the burial. The one-eyed old ghost chewed on these words, feeling a chill down his back. My life was saved by you in Zone C. I'll trust you once. Follow me. There's a great tidal defense deployment meeting tonight where all the leaders of the war zone are gathered in the core area. Military Zone 7 Underground Core Command Center. This is the brain of the entire defense zone and the most heavily guarded place with thick alloy doors tightly shut. 4 5th-grade guards stood at the entrance. Stop. Military restricted area. A meeting is in progress. Unauthorized personnel. Shut your... The one-eyed old ghost was also risking it all tonight, directly using his veteran face and rogue demeanor to push past the guards trying to block him. There's an urgent military situation at the front. If the opportunity is missed, can you afford the responsibility? Get out of the way. Boom. Taking advantage of the guard's momentary distraction, the one-eyed old ghost pushed open the heavy door to the conference room. Report. By the enormous round conference table, several senior officers who were in a meeting turned in unison to look at the door. The officers seated there were all at least colonel rank, with the one in the main seat being a major general with stars on his shoulders. The atmosphere instantly stiffened to its peak. Old ghost. Are you crazy? Dare to barge into the war conference room. A chief of staff slammed his hand. The one-eyed old ghost wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped aside. Lin Yuan, followed by Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao, strode in. He ignored the oppressive and scrutinizing gazes around and walked straight to the end of the conference table. Buzz. Lin Yuan's eyes erupted with a ghostly blue data flow. God's Insight full area scan activation. System is comparing features in the Son of God memories. Locking onto target. Lin Yuan's gaze sharp as a blade swept over everyone present, from the chief of staff to the operations director, and finally landed on the somber-faced major general seated at the head. Greetings, esteemed officers. My name is Lin Yuan. I am here to find one person. Around a circular tactical conference table, 12 high-ranking officers with 2 bars and 3 stars colonel, or even a gold star general on their shoulders, were seated. Each one of them was a significant figure in the 7th Defense Zone, capable of causing tremors with just a stomp of their foot. Sitting at the head of the table was the highest commander of the 7th Defense Zone, Lin Yuan. An elderly man with white hair and beard, yet spirited and vigorous, exuded a faint aura of a 7th-grade master, like a dormant dragon, pressuring everyone present to the point where they did not dare to breathe. Report, Commander. The one-eyed old ghost stood by the side, sweating profusely and nervously saluted. The person has been brought in. This is 2nd Lieutenant Lin Yuan, who just forcefully breached the checkpoint. Lin Yuan slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as it swept over Lin Yuan and the others. In that instant, Lin Yuan felt as if he were being penetrated by X-rays, with all his secrets laid bare. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. I know you, the hero who just won the championship and made great contributions in Zone C, but I heard that you just pointed a gun at my gendarmerie captain. It's good for a young man to have spirit, but if you become arrogant and ignore military discipline. The elder's eyes suddenly turned cold. I will personally strip you of your military status and send you to a military court. Faced with the masters questioning, Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao were already so frightened that their legs turned weak, nearly unable to stand. But Lin Yuan took a step forward, standing tall and straight. He did not argue. Instead, he directly pulled out the communicator belonging to the traitor Lieutenant Li, which had not been cracked, along with several photos taken on Island No. 09. Commander, the reason I breached the checkpoint is that there are some things that cannot be said outside. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet powerful. Island No. 09 did not suffer a sea beast attack. It was a meticulously planned massacre by the Church of the Gods. Lieutenant Li betrayed us, shutting down the defense tower and letting the wolf in the house. This is the evidence. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What? Lieutenant Li betrayed us. The Church of the Gods has infiltrated to this extent. If this is true, then our energy supply line. The officers' faces changed dramatically, and they began to whisper among themselves. Lin Yuan picked up the photos and glanced at them, his expression instantly darkening, but as a commander, he did not lose his composure immediately. This only proves that Lieutenant Li has issues, but what does this have to do with you pointing a gun at the gendarmerie? Because I don't trust them. Lin Yuan looked directly into Lin Yuan's eyes and uttered a statement that would set the room ablaze. Lieutenant Li confessed before dying that there are protective umbrellas from the Church of the Gods among the high-ranking defense officials. Oh yeah, I am not sure if the gendarmerie is clean, so I must personally deliver the evidence to you. Outrageous. A hot-tempered combat advisor suddenly slammed the table, pointing at Lin Yuan and shouting, "Are you implying that there are also traitors among us? You are slandering the officers, undermining military morale." On the other side, a sallow and thin intelligence director, although silent, had snake-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Faced with the anger and scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Yuan appeared calm, but deep in his mind the system was operating at full capacity. God's Insight, all domains scanning activated. Comparing spiritual wave frequencies. Searching for residues of alien breath. Target A, combat advisor excluded. The spiritual wave is pure anger. Target B, intelligence director excluded. The spiritual wave is professional suspicion. Target C. Lin Yuan's gaze seemed to be on the combat advisor, but his peripheral vision was rapidly scanning every individual in the corners. Just as his sight swept past the far end of the round table. Beep. A red alarm blared in his mind, nearly shattering Lin Yuan's eardrums. Warning. Detected high concentration of deep-sea mental toxin reaction. Target locked. Minister of Logistics Wang. Danger level early stage grade 6, extremely dangerous. Match rate 100 confirmed as codename Wang Hai. The chief steward of the 7th Defense Zone, responsible for all resource allocation and logistical support, usually cheerful and friendly to subordinates, enjoys a stellar reputation in the military as a recognized nice guy. Just now when Lin Yuan entered, he was the only officer who nodded and smiled at Lin Yuan. It was actually him. Lin Yuan suppressed the killing intent within him and pretended to be somewhat intimidated by the angry combat advisor, lowering his head. All right, old Zhang, sit down. At that moment, the traitor Wang Hai, who had been locked by the system, stood up with a smile, trying to smooth things over. He walked in front of Lin Yuan and said, "What a good seedling. Not only is your strength impressive, but you are also sharp-minded. You have achieved great merit this time." Just in time, the logistics department received a batch of glass recovery potions originally reserved for the special forces. "They'll have someone send you 2 boxes as a personal reward from me." Wang Hai's voice was warm and rich, like a true elder who cherished talent. But at this moment in Lin Yuan's the hand resting on his shoulder was icy cold, and the seemingly kind gaze concealed a nauseating stench deep within. A smiling tiger. A man-eater shark. Lin Yuan could even feel a murky energy fluctuating within the other party, seemingly testing his weaknesses. Hold back. Acting now would be courting death. Lin Yuan displayed a shocked expression on his face. "Thank you, Minister Wang. I was just doing what I was supposed to do." "Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite." Wang Hai retracted his hand and looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. "So these pieces of evidence. They're all right here." Lin Yuan pointed at the items on the table and then suddenly seemed to remember something, smacking his forehead. "Oh right, Commander Minister Wang." Lin Yuan raised his head, his eyes exceptionally clear, and spoke in an extremely natural tone. "In addition to these, we also found a high-density encrypted chip the size of a fingernail in Lieutenant Li's personal underwear." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai, who was adjusting his sleeves, subtly paused. "A chip, eh?" Commander Liu Tianhe frowned. "Where is it?" "Because the encryption level is too high. My team members were worried that violent cracking would damage the data." Lin Yuan pointed at Su Xiaoxiao behind him. "So she used a false signal source to hide the chip." According to Lieutenant Li's confession before his death, in fact, Lieutenant Li only begged for mercy before he died. It seems that there is a list of undercover personnel from the Church of the Gods within the military. As Lin Yuan spoke, he stared at Wang Hai's face. Wang Hai's expression remained perfectly composed, but he even showed a surprised look. "A list? That's a serious matter. It must be thoroughly investigated." However, in Lin Yuan's super hearing, Wang Hai's heartbeat frequency surged from 70 beats per minute to 110 beats per minute the instant he heard the words "list." Even a 6th-grade master, when faced with a life-and-death crisis of identity exposure, cannot fully control their physiological instincts. He was flustered. He was flustered. "A list?" Commander Liu Tian's expression turned serious, and he immediately ordered, "What are we waiting for? Have the technical department." "Commander," Lin Yuan interrupted again, "I don't trust the technical department. I request that my team conduct the cracking in my independent quarters. Give me 24 hours, and tomorrow morning I will personally deliver the list to you." "This?" Liu Tianhe hesitated, glancing at Lin Yuan's determined face, finally nodding. "All right, I grant you 24 hours. During this time, I will send the gendarmerie to protect your quarters." "Thank you, Commander." Lin Yuan saluted and then turned to leave. As he passed by Wang Hai, Lin Yuan deliberately stopped. "Minister Wang, once the list is out, I will need your help to oversee it." Wang Hai's smile stiffened for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, shining even brighter. "Of course, you go ahead and do what you need to do. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, Wang Hai's smile gradually faded. "The list? Heh." As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yuan immediately locked the door and activated the newly exchanged anti-jamming communication system, blocking all eavesdropping. Phew. Xiang Lai sat down on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "You scared me to death. Captain, you just scared me to death. That chip was made up, right? We don't have such things." Su Xiaoxiao's face was also pale. "And you said it right in front of Minister Wang. What if he gets desperate tonight? He is a 6th-grade master. That's exactly why I want him to get desperate." Lin Yuan walked to the window, pulling it open slightly, gazing at the distant command building still lit up. "That chip may be fake, but his fear is real. With that smiling tiger's personality, he would never allow a list that might expose his identity to survive past tonight. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance he will take action to destroy the evidence, or kill. Lin Yuan turned around, looked at his two teammates, and took out a pile of crate high explosive mines and a forbidden spell thunder, hell scroll worth 2 of 0 slaughter points from his storage ring. Bring out all your assets. We are preparing to hunt whales. You have gone mad. Captain, you are definitely insane. Xiang Lai held the so-called encrypted chip, which was actually just an ordinary biological chip from the deep-sea demon seal, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Lin Yuan, who was busying himself around swallowing hard. That's a 6th-tier master. Do you understand what that is? A monster who has comprehended the true meaning of martial arts covered in chi armor. Even if a heavy sniper rifle was pressed against their forehead, it might not break their defense. With just one finger, he could crush the 3 of us. The difference between a 3rd tier and a 6th tier is a whole major realm. If it were an ordinary 4th or 5th tier, Lin Yuan could still manage, but a master. That is a leap in the level of life. Hand it over to the commander. Lin Yuan paused his actions, turned around, and looked at the two with a deep gaze. Even though Lu Tianhe is a 7th tier, how many spies does he have around him? That Wang Hai has been in the logistics department for over a decade. His connections are intricate. If we can't produce solid evidence, we might not even see the commander before being detained by the military police on charges of slandering an officer. We don't need to persuade anyone, we only need to tear off Wang Hai's human skin and let everyone see the monster beneath. Or, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of madness, just kill him directly. System Space Mall 2.0. After calming his teammates, Lin Yuan found a corner to sit down, his consciousness instantly sinking into his mind. Looking at the row of dazzling golden numbers on the panel, current kill value 620 points, Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened slightly. This was the fortune he had earned from a whole night of frenzied slaughter during the Beast Tide. System lists the items that can deal with a 6th-tier master. Searching. Filtering complete. Rows of dazzling goods appeared. Option: a 6th-tier master experience card, 1 minute. Description: forcibly boosts the host's strength to early 6th tier. After expiration, the host will be weakened for 3 days. Price: 100,000 points. Lin Yuan, sorry, can't afford it. Option B: mini tactical nuclear bomb, single soldier version. Description: no life within a 5-kilometer radius. Price: 50,000 points. Lin Yuan, this could indeed kill Wang Hai, but I would die too, and the entire base would be buried with me. Pass. Lin Yuan's gaze quickly shifted downwards, finally locking onto the categories of formation and hidden weapons. There must be limited means, and also a way to break through defenses. This is it. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his finger harshly tapping on the 2 icons. 1. One-time consumable, 9 heavens, Thunder Prison Formation, incomplete version. Price: 45,000 kill value. Description: a simplified version of an ancient killing formation. Once activated, it can form an independent thunder space with a diameter of 100 meters filled with high-pressure thunder liquid capable of suppressing the chi strength of martial artists below 6th tier by 30 and sealing the space to prohibit teleportation and escape. Duration: 5 minutes. 2. Chi-breaking poison needle, specially for breaking master's chi. Price: 13,000 kill value. Description: crafted from abyssal demon iron, possessing a break magic attribute, ignoring energy shields below grade B, with a strong penetrating corrosion effect against master level chi. The needle tip is coated with soul-devouring poison, which instantly paralyzes the nerves upon entry. Total consumption: 58,000 points. Confirm. Confirm. As Lin Yuan's thought fell, the once affluent account instantly shrank, leaving him with a mere 4300 points. Lin Yuan felt his heart bleed. This was his life savings earned at the cost of his life. And now he was back to square one after just one night. A flash of light in his hand revealed 4 purple formation flags and a pitch-black needle appearing in his palm. Lin Yuan tightly grasped the poison needle, his eyes shining with the ruthlessness of a gambler. Wang Hai, oh Wang Hai, your life had better be worth this price. Otherwise I won't let you off even as a ghost. 0245 a.m. Shao bury all the crate high explosive landmines at the entrance, and under the windows, spare no expense, bury them all. Xiang Lai, you sit in the middle of the warehouse holding this decoder, which is actually a game console, and pretend to be cracking the chip. Your expression must be focused and tense. While directing, Lin Yuan utilized his mental power to seamlessly integrate the 4 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Formation flags into the steel beams surrounding the warehouse. As the flags entered the pillars, they instantly became invisible. Only Lin Yuan could sense the terrifying thunder power hidden within. Captain, am I the bait? Xiang Lai pointed at his own nose, his face turning green. What if he comes in and just slaps me? I'd be done for. Don't worry, he is a cautious person. Lin Yuan patted Xiang Lai's shoulder, reassuring him this kind of internal traitor is most afraid of secrets being leaked. Before he gets the chip, he wouldn't dare to kill you, and Lin Yuan retreated into the shadows, the cicada wing, flying knife, silently hovering beside him. I will strike before he does. Remember, we only have one chance. The moment the formation is activated is the moment of life and death. 0300 a.m. The night was deep and silent. Sitting in the center of the warehouse, Xiang Lai's cold sweat had already dripped onto the table. He could even hear his own heart pounding loudly. Suddenly, the already rusty iron door of the warehouse began to glow red and soften. The door Xiang Lai's hair stood on end, his body stiff as a stone. A figure dressed in black night gear and wearing a mask floated in like a ghost. He had no subordinates with him, almost as if he had merged with the darkness. That was the logistics minister Wang Hai. As a sixth-tier master, he was confident he could silently eliminate these ignorant little ants, just as he was confident that no one in the world could discover his true identity. Wang Hai looked at Xiang Lai, who was facing away from him and deep in concentration on cracking the chip, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. So weak, not even a trace of vigilance. The young people nowadays. Wang Hai's voice suddenly echoed in the empty warehouse, tinged with a mocking tone akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Are too clever, often don't live long. Where is Lin Yuan? Why doesn't he come out to greet the commander? As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, a dark green chi beginning to coalesce in his palm. With just one palm, this place would turn into a dead zone. However, Minister Wang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Hai suddenly looked up. There in the shadows of the warehouse beams, Lin Yuan was hanging upside down, his eerie blue eyes shining frighteningly in the dark, holding a purple formation core. Welcome to my Thunder Prison. With a snap, the formation plate in his hand was instantly crushed. 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Formation activate. Boom. The originally pitch-black warehouse was illuminated in that instant by countless piercing purple, for thick columns of lightning shot up from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners, quickly converging at the top of the warehouse, forming a spherical prison filled with violent thunder liquid. What is this? Wang Hai's previously calm eyes finally turned to fear at this moment. Close the door. Boom. As Lin Yuan crushed the purple formation disc in his hand, the previously silent air in the warehouse suddenly boiled. Countless thick purple thunderbolts like chains probing out from the void surged wildly from the four corners with devastating high-voltage currents. Single-use item 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Array damaged version activating. The raging thunder liquid rampaged within the confined space, transforming the warehouse into a purple hell. Situated at the center of the formation, Wang Hai's previously calm expression instantly froze. This is easy. A dozen thunder chains as thick as arms coiled up like spirit snakes, tightly restraining his limbs and neck. A formation. Wang Hai's pupils contracted, yet he remained unperturbed. As a 6th rank master, his reactions were incredibly swift. Just a trivial skill. Wang Hai snorted coldly, his body suddenly trembling. Buzz. A dark red shield 3 inches thick erupted from within him, a signature defensive technique of a 6th rank master. Chi armor. This layer of armor was formed from high-density, true chi, far surpassing the hardness of grade alloys capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire. Bang! Bang! The seemingly terrifying thunder chains upon contact with the dark red armor were abruptly shattered, like fragile hemp ropes, dissipating into arcs of electricity. Is that all? Wang Hai stood in the center of the thunder prison, allowing the surrounding thunder to strike against his protective chi, producing loud cracking sounds, yet it could not even lift the corners of his garments. A 3rd rank is still a 3rd rank. You have no idea what masters are like dragons means. Even if I stand still and let you strike all day, you won't break my defense. Despair. A suffocating sense of despair enveloped Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao's hearts. Is this what a 6th rank master is like? Before this flawless turtle shell, their proud offensive techniques seemed so pale and powerless. Can't break, he'll ram it open. A glint of determination flashed in Xiang Lai's eyes. As the bait, he knew he had to buy time. Rampaging bull charge. Xiang Lai roared, raising the heavy grade alloy tower shield in his hand, his blood and energy surging, fiercely charging towards Wang Hai's back. However, Wang Hai didn't even turn around. He simply waved his sleeve casually. Bam! A terrifying invisible force surged forth like a tide. Xiang Lai felt as if he had crashed into a moving mountain. Crack! The sturdy alloy tower shield was directly torn apart by that force. Xiang Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward faster than before, crashing heavily against the wall, his chest caved in with at least 3 ribs broken. Xiang Lai! Su Xiaoxiao screamed, tears streaming down her face. Gritting her teeth, she fiercely pressed the detonator in her hand. Die! Boom! 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 Hundreds of grade-high explosive mines planted around the warehouse detonated simultaneously at that moment. The terrifying flames and shock waves instantly engulfed the entire warehouse, the tremendous explosion even drowning out the thunder. However, when the smoke cleared, a figure still stood tall at the spot. Wang Hai brushed off a bit of dust from his shoulder, the dark red chi armor still gleaming without even a crack appearing. Unscathed. Too weak. Wang Hai's gaze pierced through the smoke, locking onto the seemingly out-of-options Lin. Die! Wang Hai stepped forward, his form vanishing in an instant. Spatial shrinkage. This was a 6th rank master's technique involving spatial laws, and even under the suppression of the Thunder Prison Array, his speed remained too fast for the naked eye to capture. The next second, he directly appeared less than 3 meters in front of Lin Yuan. That hand wrapped in dark red chi reached towards Lin Yuan's throat like the scythe of death. It's over. Everything has ended. To everyone, this was the inevitable outcome of a 3rd rank provoking a 6th rank. Can you withstand a Pei-To-In player's cheat? Lin Yuan suddenly flicked his right hand. Consumable chi-breaking poison needle system produced must be a high-quality item. Whoosh. A needle that could even absorb light shot forth silently amidst the lightning, too small and inconspicuous. So much so that Wang Hai didn't take it seriously at all, wanting to directly shatter it with his protective chi. Zzz. That needle worth 130 kill points instantly corroded a pinhole-sized hole in the chi armor, then effortlessly drilled inside. What a... Before he could react, the poison needle had already pierced his skin, entering his blood vessels. Soul-devouring toxin eruption. Boom. Ugh. Wang Hai felt his entire chi solidify in that instant. His originally smooth-flowing chi began to wildly collapse, as if meeting a natural enemy. His complexion instantly turned dark purple, his body stiffening. The hand that was reaching for Lin Yuan halted midair, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? What kind of poison is this? Wang Hai stared in horror at Lin Yuan, for he was a master. Immune to all poisons, even high concentrations of neurotoxins were ineffective against him. But this needle actually broke through his chi and paralyzed his nerves. A poison that takes your life. Lin Yuan gave him no chance to catch his breath. Seizing the opportunity to take his life. Kill. Lin Yuan roared, his eyes wide open, unleashing his mental energy without reservation. Cicada wing finishing move, drill dragon SSS-Rank complete form. Buzz. 9 dark silver flying knives already primed instantly merged in midair, transforming into a high-speed spinning silver drill. This time Lin Yuan infused all his mental energy, and even due to excessive strain, blood trickled from his nostrils. Die for me. Whoosh. The silver drill, with a screech that tore through space, precisely followed the small chi hole corroded by the poison needle, fiercely drilling in. Then it effortlessly penetrated the layer of chi that had already collapsed and plunged violently into Wang Hai's forehead. The sound of the high-speed spinning blades stirring within the skull was chilling. Aha! Wang Hai let out the most tragic, desperate scream of his life. His 7 orifices simultaneously spewed out black blood, his sinister eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, filled with unwillingness and fear. He never expected. As a dignified 6th rank master, the Black Shark, who commanded storms in the East Sea battle zone, he would die at the hands of a 3rd rank junior. Bang! With the final sound, Wang Hai's back of the head exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The scream abruptly ceased. He was dead. A 6th rank master had fallen. Xiang Lai pressed against his broken ribs, leaning against the wall, staring blankly at the corpse, forgetting even the... What did they just witness? A 3rd rank slaying a 6th rank. This was no longer a challenge across ranks. This was a myth. Lin Yuan stood beside the corpse, gasping heavily, his complexion as pale as paper. The series of actions he just performed had exhausted his mental and physical strength to the limit. But he still held on and did not fall, for in his mind the pleasant system notification sound was frantically scrolling across the screen. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed a 6th rank early stage master enemy within the faction. Combat evaluation, mythical level S. Level up, kill, reward doubled. Bounty for slaying a traitor doubled. Gained kill points 100000. Dropped items, 6th rank martial arts, true meaning comprehension fragment 1. Dropped items, unknown encrypted communicator 1. 100000 kill points. Lin Yuan looked at the string of zeros in his account, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his exhausted face. He kicked Wang Hai's corpse, drew out the flying knife, stained with brain matter, and wiped it on the opponent's expensive night gear. It seems. Lin Yuan sheathed the knife, turned to face his dumbfounded teammates. His voice, though weak, exuded an overwhelming dominance. Pei-To-In players certainly can do as they please. Time 0315 AM, 5 minutes after the assassination ended. The noise from the warehouse was overwhelming, with hundreds of crate landmines detonating alongside the thunderous lightning of the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Array and the piercing sound of air raid sirens instantly tearing through the night sky. Quick! Lockdown Zone D. Heavy armored mech battalion move up. It could be an enemy attack. Military police surround the scene. Not a single fly is allowed to escape. In less than 3 minutes, the originally empty, abandoned warehouse district was completely sealed off. Dozens of 10-meter-tall Storm-class heavy mechs marched with heavy steps, encircling the warehouse in an ironclad formation. Hundreds of fully armed military police raised their large-caliber energy guns with red laser dots densely weaving across the ruins of the warehouse. In the center of the still smoking ruins, Lin Yuan stood there, stepping on a headless corpse, while Xiang Lai and Su Xiao stood back to back, behind him, their faces pale and their hands trembling around their weapons. It's over. This time we've really messed up. Xiang Lai looked at the circle of dark mech gun muzzles, feeling his throat go dry. At that moment, boom, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, like Mount Tai crashing down, with turbulent air currents swirling and even lifting the debris from the ground. A figure of an elderly man with white hair descended from the sky, without any support, landing heavily in front of the ruins. The highest commander of the 7th Defense Zone, Liu Tianhe, 7th Grade Master. Liu Tian's face was ashen, his tiger-like eyes burning with nearly tangible fury. He first glanced at the surrounding chaos, then his gaze fixed on the corpse at Lin Yuan's feet. Though the head was blown off, the expensive custom-made night outfit, and that familiar silhouette, it was his former subordinate, the logistics minister Wang Hai, a 6th Grade Master, actually killed like a dog in his own base. Lin Yuan. Liu Tianhe let out a thunderous roar, the imposing aura of a 7th Grade Master erupting instantaneously, causing the surrounding air to explode. You have quite the audacity. You dare to assassinate a superior officer. Are you trying to rebel? Military police. Capture him. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Clack, clack, clack. As the commander gave the order, hundreds of guns were cocked simultaneously, and dozens of Mech's fire control radars instantly locked onto Lin Yuan's forehead. A deadlock. A true deadlock. Under this terrifying pressure, Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao were nearly suffocating. However, Lin Yuan, at the center of the storm, appeared unusually calm. He did not raise his hands and surrender, nor did he attempt to resist. Rebel. Lin Yuan raised his head, staring directly into Liu Tian's murderous eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. Commander Liu, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. If killing a traitor, colluding with foreign races, betraying secrets, and attempting to blow up the entire base is called rebellion. Lin Yuan kicked Wang Hai's stiff arm aside. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the area. Then my rebellion is utterly justified. Nonsense. Liu Tianhe was furious. Minister Wang has followed me for over a decade, diligent and conscientious. You killed him, and you dare to slander him. I think you're more of a spy for the 10,000 Gods sect. Where's the evidence? Liu Tianhe stepped forward, a terrifying force pressing like a tsunami against Lin Yuan. If you can't produce evidence, I'll execute you now. Faced with the death pressure of a 7th Grade Master, Lin Yuan felt all the bones in his body groaning. But he still did not retreat. You want evidence, huh? Lin Yuan reached into his chest. In reality, his consciousness sank into the system space, pulling out the unknown encrypted communicator that had exploded from Wang Hai's corpse, along with a black shell emitting a deep-sea odor. Deep-sea demon snail foreign race token. This was found in Minister Wang's personal pocket. Lin Yuan held up the black communicator, pressing the play button in front of everyone. This was not an ordinary communicator. It contained the last unsent recording of Wang Hai before his death. ZZZZ. After a burst of electrical static, a voice that was familiar to everyone present, clear and unmistakable. The warm, mellow voice, once regarded as the good guy, now carried a chilling malice. Don't worry, Lord Envoy. That kid named Lin Yuan has discovered the secret of Island No. 09, and I will personally take care of him tonight. As for the great title plan, I've already arranged it. In 3 days' time, during the general assault, I will cut off the energy shields between Zone C and Zone A. At that time, the 7th defense line will be an unprotected grave, and the blood of 1 million humans will be my offering to the sea god. ZZZZ. The recording abruptly stopped. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. All eyes shifted from Lin Yuan to the headless corpse on the ground. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Finally transforming into an overwhelming rage. Is that Minister Wang's voice? Cutting off the shields, A million people as sacrifices. Beasts. This is inhumane. Damn it. I was injured last time because supplies were delayed. Turns out it was his doing. Standing at the forefront, Liu Tianhe, this battle-hardened general, had a face as dark as the bottom of a 1,000-year-old pot. As the supreme commander of the defense zone, he had unwittingly nurtured such a venomous snake under his very nose, and allowed him to sit in the position of logistics minister. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's actions tonight, in 3 days the entire 7th defense line would indeed become a hell on earth. Liu Tianhe took a deep breath, as if aging 10 years in that moment. But he was still the commander, quickly suppressing his emotions and regaining his iron-blooded calm. Military police, listen up. Liu Tian's voice was as cold as ice, filled with a dense, killing intent. Immediately lock down the logistics department. All personnel are under house arrest. Whether it's Wang Hai's confidants or aides, arrest them all for isolation and investigation. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Yes. Hundreds of military police shouted in unison, turning their guns and charging fiercely towards the logistics building. After dealing with this, Liu Tianhe turned around, casting a complex gaze at Lin Yuan. This time the oppressive feeling vanished, replaced by admiration and a deep-seated wariness. A 3rd grade second lieutenant could actually slay a 6th grade master. This level of cunning and skill was simply monstrous. Liu Tianhe walked up to Lin Yuan and asked in a deep voice, since you already have the evidence, why didn't you report it to me first? Why act on your own? If I reported, would you believe me? Catch the thief and seize the stolen goods, kill for a life. Liu Tianhe fell silent for a long time, and in the end, instead of getting angry, he suddenly burst into laughter. In chaotic times, heavy laws should be applied. The battlefield needs ruthless people like you. Liu Tian's expression became extremely solemn. Lin Yuan, although Wang Hai is dead, you've heard the content of the recording. In 3 days, the Great Tidal General Offensive. The 6th grade Beast Kings and even 7th grade Demon Lords from the Sea Tribe will be deployed. This battle will determine the life and death of the defense line. At this point, Lu Tianhe took out a golden token inscribed with the character Special, directly tossing it to Lin Yuan. Receive the order. Lin Yuan, 2nd Lieutenant, in light of your special contribution in eliminating the traitor and saving the defense line, I hereby grant you. From this moment on, the Judgment Squad is upgraded to the Special Operations Group. Directly report to me. The armories and equipment depots in the base, except for nuclear bombs, you can use as you see fit. You need people, you get people. You need guns, you get guns. Lu Tianhe fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's eyes. I only have one request. In the decisive battle in 3 days, take your people and make those seafood suffer. Make them suffer greatly. This was an immense power. It was equivalent to giving Lin Yuan a royal decree with the entire base's resources laid open to him. Commander, since you are being so generous, can we make another deal? Deal A. Lu Tianhe was taken aback, unable to comprehend this kid's thought process. What else do you want? That smile carried a hint of a merchant's cunning. I guarantee the task will be completed. Lin Yuan tucked the token into his pocket and took a step forward, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. However, Commander, since you are being so generous, can we make another deal? Deal A. Lu Tianhe was taken aback, unable to comprehend this kid's thought process. What else do you want? You just said excluding nuclear bombs. Lin Yuan pointed toward the distant sea, his eyes sparkling with madness. What if I can find a way to lure the main forces of the Sea Tribe to one place for annihilation? Could you grant me a big Ivan? Lu Tianhe, looking at this seemingly harmless boy asking for a tactical nuclear bomb, this 7th grade master felt for the first time that his position as commander was somewhat terrifying. This was not just asking for help, it was clearly inviting an ancestor back. Time countdown to the Great Tide, 12 hours. This is the lifeline of the 7th Defense Zone, a strategic reserve that can only be activated with the highest authority approval from the headquarters during wartime. Normally, not even a fly could enter. But today 3 bandits arrived here. Is this the S-Class Armory? Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the rows of neatly arranged heavy infantry mechs and the mountain of special ammunition boxes, nearly drooling. Captain, can we really take whatever we want? No need to pay. Commander Lu said, aside from nuclear bombs, I can use anything else at will. Lin Yuan tossed a golden Special Operations Team token in his hand, a smile of nuclear goodness curling at the corners of his mouth. Since the commander is so generous, if we are polite, it would be disrespectful to him. Brothers, let's stock up. Seeing the 3 young men with shining eyes rush into the warehouse, an old master sergeant with graying hair felt his heart bleed. Hey, be careful. That's the latest Tyrant 3 single soldier exoskeleton. It costs 30 million. There are only 5 in the entire defense zone. Crack. Virum. As Su Xiaoxiao activated the energy core, the steel beast, equipped with 2 6-barreled Vulcan cannons on its shoulders and a micro-missile box on its back, let out a roar. Awesome. So awesome. On the other side, Xiang Lai was equally eager. He discarded the broken shield from his previous battle with Wang Hai and took down a heavy shield the size of a door entirely in dark gold. A-class alloy tower shield, unmoving as a mountain. It comes with a high-frequency, oscillating particle field able to withstand all physical attacks below rank 5. Moreover, he also picked a 2-meter-long chainsaw sword from the weapons rack. Vroom vroom vroom. As the chainsaw spun at high speed, Xiang Lai's image of a simpleton vanished. This shield is solid. This saw is powerful. Xiang Lai chuckled. The old logistics officer clutched his heart and turned to look at Lin Yuan, who seemed the most normal. Fortunately, this kid looks like a mentalist. He should only take a few throwing knives. However, the next second, the old logistics officer's eyes nearly popped out. Lin Yuan walked over to the strategic material area, pointing at a row of boxes emitting a ghostly blue light. They'll take all these high-energy psychic crystals, S-class recovery items. And those? Lin Yuan pointed at the red boxes in the corner labeled extremely dangerous. Those are highly concentrated explosive materials, right? The ones weighing a ton per box. The old logistics officer swallowed hard. Yes. It's engineering explosives used for blasting underwater rock layers. They are very powerful, but how much do you have? The stock is about 10 tons. Load it all up for me. Lin Yuan waved his hand, directly maximizing the entrance of his storage ring, starting to sweep up goods madly. All of it. The old logistics officer was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Captain Lin. What are you preparing to blow up sea beasts, or are you planning to blow up our base? 10 tons of highly concentrated explosives. If they detonated, half the base would go to the sky. Lin Yuan stuffed the last box of crystals into the ring and flashed a brilliant smile at the old logistics officer. Sir, don't be nervous. I'm just planning to go to the seaside to set off a big firework. Time countdown to the Great Tide 0300. Location 7th Defense Zone, Special Operations Group Barracks. After returning fully loaded from the armory, Lin Yuan did not rest. Outside, the sky had completely changed. The originally pitch-black night sky now presented a strange dark purple hue with heavy clouds pressing low seemingly within reach. The waves on the sea grew larger, and with each crash against the breakwater they produced a sound like thunder. From afar, a low mournful horn echoed over the horizon. That was the signal for the gathering of the Sea Tribe army. The entire base felt like a taut bow, everyone holding their breath waiting for the moment the string would snap. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed in the barracks, his consciousness sinking into the system space. Current slaughter value 1 of 0 points. This was the massive reward obtained after killing the rank 6 traitor Wang Hai, and it was also Lin Yuan's greatest confidence in facing this catastrophe. It's time to upgrade. In the previous battle, Lin Yuan realized that although he had many methods, he still lacked a sense of dominance when faced with a real large-scale military battle. Throwing knives are fast, but the quantity is limited. Thunder laws are powerful, but the consumption is too great. System, open the skill exchange list. Lin Yuan's gaze quickly scanned through, finally stopping at a skill book exuding an ancient aura. Mental power 10,000 sword technique, entry-level price, gross slaughter points. Description: a variant of the ancient sword immortals sword control technique capable of dividing thousands with psychic power while controlling a vast array of weapons. At the entry level, one can control 100 weapons, and at full mastery one can control 10,000 swords, overwhelming all with one person being a sword tomb. Although it was only the entry level, and although it was ridiculously expensive, it was exactly what Lin Yuan needed most. The perfect combination of area attack and single target. Exchange. Boom. A massive stream of information instantly surged into Lin Yuan's mind. His consciousness surged violently, and in that moment his mental power seemed to undergo a qualitative change, splitting into countless fine, yet resilient threads. That feeling was like growing countless invisible hands. With the remaining 20,000 slaughter points, Lin Yuan purchased small war puppets self-destruct type X10, price 2,000 points each. These were 10 metal robots, only half a person tall and round. Although they looked comical, they were loaded with high-energy explosives and possessed automatic targeting functions, perfect for being cannon fodder or suicide bombs. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly as 9 sicadawing flying knives danced joyfully around him, moving at more than double the previous speed. Everything is ready. Time countdown to the Great Tide 0100. This was a rocky shoal located at the junction of Area C and Area A, the weakest link of the entire defense line. According to Wang Hai's recording, the main force of the Sea Tribe was very likely to tear open a gap here. At this moment the wind howled and heavy rain had begun to fall. Lin Yuan, fully armed with the Judgment Squad, stood on the black rocks. Move quickly. Bury all 10 tons of explosives in the mud of this shallow water area. Lin Yuan directed the 10 round war puppets, who were frantically digging holes. Su Xiaoxiao, clad in the imposing tyrant mech, carried 2 boxes of explosives, burying them while swallowing hard. Captain, this amount is too terrifying, right? If this detonates, not to mention sea beasts, this entire sea will be blown to the sky. Won't we be killed by the shockwave? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Time countdown to the Great Tide 00. Beep. The red countdown on the wall reached 0. At that moment the world seemed to stand still for a second. Immediately after, rumbling, a roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell rolled in from the distant horizon. The ground began to tremble, and the alarms in the base shrieked through the sky. With the occasional lightning cutting through the sky, everyone saw in terror. A black wall of water, towering and overwhelming, was advancing towards the land with unstoppable force. That was no ordinary wave. That was a tsunami over 100 meters high. Within that towering wave, countless black dots wriggled like an ant swarm. It was the endless Sea Tribe army, numbering in the millions. At the very top of the giant wave, 3 sea beast kings over 100 meters in size, radiating a terrifying pressure, were howling to the heavens. And behind them, between the deep clouds and the waves, pairs of enormous crimson eyes like searchlights flickered in. Rank 7 beast emperors. The true apocalypse had arrived. Faced with this utterly despairing scene, Lin Yuan stood on the black reef, letting the wild wind whip his clothes. He drew the Black Moon Warblade from his back as 9 flying knives spread out behind him like the wings of death. Xiang Lai braced the shield. Xiaoxiao warm up the missiles. Lin Yuan looked at the surging giant wave approaching with no fear in his eyes, only a burning desire for battle. He licked his lips, his voice clearly resonating in the communication channel. They're coming. Little ones. Dinner is... When the first wave crashed against the breakwater, no one realized the calamity that was about to unfold, until a towering black wall of water, roaring with the sound of destruction, violently struck against the energy shield of the 7th defense zone. Boom. The earth groaned and steel trembled. The once indestructible base shield flickered violently before the overwhelming force of nature, and then true terror descended. As the sea receded, a writhing carpet suddenly appeared on the previously dark surface of the ocean. No, it was not. It was an endless tide of monstrous beasts, numbering in the tens of millions. On the main battlefield, the cries of battle shook the heavens. Kill! Commander Lei Zhun of the 7th Defense Zone led the charge. This 7th grade master was engulfed in golden aura like a blazing sun rising in the night. With every punch he threw, he could shatter the air, creating a vacuum punch that extended 100 meters, instantly turning hundreds of sea beasts into mush. Under his leadership, thousands of heavy mechas and tens of thousands of fully armed warriors formed an iron wall, colliding fiercely with the infinite tide of beasts. Blood and flesh flew, severed limbs raining down like raindrops. In just a few minutes, the front battlefield transformed into a massive meat grinder. However, on the flank of the defense line, the shallow area known as Black Reef Beach had plunged into an even more There were no towering city walls, nor dense heavy fire networks, only a chaotic expanse of jagged rocks and muddy flats. And 3 people. Oh my god. Xiang Lai stood behind a protruding rock, the heavy A-grade alloy tower shield in his hand, trembling slightly. With the flickering lightning in the sky, he saw the scene on the ocean's surface ahead. It was a true black wave of madness. Countless armored crabs the size of heavy trucks waved their massive pincers, while in the gaps between the crabs were agile deep-sea fishmen moving like fleas. 10,000, 20,000, or 50,000. It was impossible to count. Wherever he looked, it was filled with fierce monsters. Captain. Su Xiaoxiao, clad in the imposing tyrant mecha, spoke with a hint of sobbing in her voice. There are 2. This is not even the number we were supposed to face. How could there be so many on the flank? At least 100,000. They have landed. Only 500 meters away. Detonate it. Captain, quickly detonate it. If we don't blow it now, we won't have another chance. Faced with this overwhelming suffocation, the instinct of a person was to quickly release their trump card for a semblance. However, standing at the very front, Lin Yuan remained as still as a statue. The torrential rain soaked his hair, trickling down his face. No rush. Lin Yuan looked at the area where the 10 tons of explosives were buried, within a kilometer radius. 10 tons of explosives cost me so much military merit. It's not enough. But detonating less would be a loss. Distance 300 meters. The vanguard of the beast tide had already charged onto the flats. Roar. A few of the leading third-grade fisherman leaders spotted the 3 isolated humans, instantly emitting excited howls, commanding the crabs behind them to accelerate. Not enough. Still not enough. Greed. Lin Yuan made a frenzied move. Buzz. He unleashed his peak third-grade spiritual power without reservation. But this was not an attack, it was a provocation. He sent a wave of taunting spiritual energy toward the beast tide in front of him. It was akin to tossing a dripping piece of fresh meat in front of a pack of hungry wolves. Hiss hiss hiss. The beast tide, which had been landing scattered, instantly boiled. Those low-intelligence sea beasts sensed that pure and powerful spiritual energy. It was their evolutionary supplement. Boom. The hesitant beast herd in the back suddenly surged forward like they had gone mad, pushing toward the center, trampling over each other, eager to be the first to rip apart the human, radiating a delicious aroma. The density instantly tripled. Distance 100 meters. Captain, they are charging at us. Xiang Lai shouted, the chainsaw sword in his hand, already spinning wildly. Distance 50 meters. Lin Yuan remained unmoved. Distance 30 meters. Lin Yuan, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Su Xiaoxiao's fire god cannon had automatically locked onto the target, the trigger ready to be pulled, but it was firmly locked by Lin Yuan's authority. Distance 10 meters. The monster's fangs were already within reach. A deep-sea fishman had even leaped high, aiming to stab Lin Yuan's brow with the bone spear. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lin Yuan slowly raised his head, a brilliant smile finally gracing his lips. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply in the rain. Snap. Art. His explosion. Boom. The first thing that appeared was a blindingly bright light that could render one instantly blind. It was like a miniature sun rising unexpectedly on the dark Black Reef Beach. Immediately after, the ground within a kilometer radius seemed to be violently kneaded by an invisible giant hand, cracking and collapsing. The 10 tons of highly concentrated explosive buried under the mud, along with hundreds of high-explosive landmines specially set by Lin Yuan, were all detonated at that moment. Boom. A sound powerful enough to shatter hearts finally echoed throughout the battlefield. A massive mushroom cloud enveloping tens of thousands of tons of seawater mud and countless severed limbs roared skyward to a height of 1,000 meters. The terrifying shockwaves swept outward from the explosion's epicenter like a nuclear blast. The seawater was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, forming a wall of white high-pressure steam. The tens of thousands of sea beasts caught in the core explosion area didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized by this destructive force. Destruction on an apocalyptic scale. True destruction. The entire 7th Defense Zone felt the violent tremors. Commander Lei Zhan, who was fighting on the front lines, suddenly turned to look towards the flank. Their flames surged into the sky, illuminating the previously dark night as if it were day. The power of the explosion even made this 7th-grade master feel a twinge of fear. Is this the work of that kid? Lei Zhan was dumbfounded. Did he blow up my entire arsenal? And at the edge of the explosion, the prepared Lin Yuan and his 2 companions hid behind a massive sturdy rock. Su Xiaoxiao's tyrant mecha activated all anchoring modes, firmly gripping the ground, while Xiang Lai embedded the A-grade tower shield into the rock, curling up behind it. Even so, the terrifying shockwave still forced them to squint their eyes, their eardrums buzzing. A madman. A completely crazy madman. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the massive area of red dots that had instantly cleared from the radar, utterly stunned. But at that moment Lin Yuan couldn't hear what she was saying. Because on his retina a data frenzy more dazzling than fireworks was taking place. System notifications flooding the screen. Kill of second-grade alien armored giant crab. Kill value 50. Kill of second-grade alien armored giant crab. Kill value 50. Kill of third-grade alien deep-sea fishman. Kill value 100. Multiple kills. 100 slaughter. 1,000 slaughter. 10,000 slaughter. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, 1 strike to annihilate an army. The red numbers rolled like a waterfall, moving so fast that even Lin Yuan's dynamic vision couldn't keep up. 50, 100, 50, 500. In just a few seconds, the kill value balance, which had almost emptied due to purchasing the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison Array, began to soar at a dizzying speed. 100,000, 500,000, 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. Finally, as that mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, the number gradually came to a halt. Current kill value balance, 824500 points. 824,000. Overnight wealth. This was 10 times the total he had painstakingly earned from killing over half a month. Lin Yuan slowly emerged from behind the rock. At this point, Black Reef Beach had vanished, replaced by a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. Both inside and outside the pit were littered with countless charred corpses and debris, the air thick with the scent of char, but to Lin Yuan this was the most wonderful aroma in the world. He stood at the edge of the ruins, illuminated by the flames, arms wide open, letting the warm ashes fall upon him. At this moment, the calm demeanor he once had was long gone. War? Lin Yuan looked at that astronomical figure, his lips splitting into a smile more greedy than that of a demon. No, this is not a brutal war. This is clearly my Aleocaniate buffet. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed over the scorched, and behind him Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao looked at the silhouette bathed in flames, feeling for the first time that their captain seemed to be the even more terrifying monster compared to those man-eating sea beasts. The enormous mushroom cloud, while having vaporized 100,000 low-tier sea creatures and cleared the flanks of the battlefield, simultaneously stirred a hornet's nest, thoroughly enraging the true overlords lurking in the deep sea. A roar filled with fury, even carrying an ancient oppressive aura, erupted unexpectedly from beneath the depths of the explosion. The terrifying sound wave instantly shattered the lingering dust in the sky. Immediately after, the bloodstained sea surface suddenly boiled like water. A massive body over 5 meters in diameter and covered in scales harder than obsidian broke through the water and soared into the clouds. 200 meters. 300 meters. It was a deep-sea black serpent exceeding 300 meters in length. It coiled amidst the dark clouds and lightning, with 4 claws beneath its belly and a single horn on its head radiating destructive lightning. Those enormous eyes, like 2 blood moons, fixated intensely on the 7th defensive line below, burning with a tangible rage. Warning. Warning. Life form reaction of pinnacle grade 7 detected. Target deep-sea black serpent beast emperor level. Danger level annihilation class. Please evacuate immediately. In the base, all alarms exploded in that instant, then burned out. Grade 7. Beast emperor. The soldiers, just regaining their senses from the aftermath of the explosion, looked up at the sky, where the monstrous creature blotted out the sun, and their recently ignited hope was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. Wretched beast. Do not act arrogantly. A furious shout rang out. Commander Lei Zhan of the 7th Defense Zone, enveloped in dazzling golden light, shot into the sky. As a grade 7 master, he was the only one capable of contending with the Black Serpent. Boom, boom, boom. 1 man and 1 serpent collided violently in the skies 1,000 meters high. The clash of chi and demonic power intertwined with thunder and dark flames merging. Each encounter detonated visible shockwaves in the sky, even tearing apart the clouds. However, the situation was not optimistic. This was over the sea. The Black Serpent held an absolute geographical advantage. It didn't even need to exert its full power. Merely drawing upon the surrounding, overwhelming water elements was enough to conjure endless water tornadoes, firmly suppressing Lei Zhan. Pooh. Just after 30 exchanges, Lei Zhan was struck by the serpent's tail, his protective golden light shattering instantly, sending him plummeting like a shooting star. Commander. The entire army's soldiers were wide-eyed with horror. If even Commander Lei fell, the 7th defensive line would inevitably be breached tonight. These million soldiers, the city behind them, would all become fodder for the sea beasts. On that still steaming scorched earth, Lin Yuan stood atop the highest reef, letting the blood rain falling from the sky drench him completely. Just then the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Pinnacle grade 7 alien race detected, injured state, left abdomen, reverse scale, previously sustained injury. Special mission triggered, Dragon Slayer. Kill reward, unlock hidden core function of the system. Demon God. Note the Demon God furnace can refine all things, extracting divinity, and is the key for the host to advance. Just from the name alone, one could tell it was a valuable item. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Yuan licked his slightly chapped lips, his heart racing intensely. If it were a fully powerful Grade 7 Beast Emperor, he would certainly run as far as possible, but now Lei Jun was desperately holding it back, and the system indicated it had old injuries. This is the opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Xiang Lai. Xiao Xiao. Lin Yuan suddenly turned his head, shouting at the two teammates hiding behind a rock. Cover me. Unleash all your firepower. Damage isn't necessary, you just create a commotion to attract its attention. Su Xiao Xiao popped her head out of the mech, looking at Lin Yuan like he was crazy. Captain, are you insane? That's a Grade 7 Beast Emperor. A single breath from it will kill us. You still want to provoke it? Enough nonsense. If you want to live, listen to me. I'm going to slay the dragon. System Shop 2. Zero exchange interface. Looking at the just surpassed 8.0 kill value balance, he hesitated not at all, directly pulling to the one-time divine level item section. 8000000. What can buy something to kill a Grade 7? Lin Yuan's fingers swiftly slid, finally landing on a massive heavy crossbow, exuding an ancient, even ominous aura. One-time consumable God-slaying crossbow replica price, 8.0 kill value, limited time discount. Description: the pinnacle work of ancient mechanical arts. Although a replica, it possesses a single arrow within which is sealed a trace of the rule of destruction. Power: ignores spatial distance, guaranteed to hit. Can penetrate all defenses below Grade 7, delivering fatal penetrating damage to Grade 7 Masters. Beast Emperors must hit the vital point. 800,000. The enormous sum just obtained was about to vanish before it even got warm. But Lin Yuan only felt regret for 0.1 seconds. Money could be earned again, but the demon god furnace might never appear again. All in. Exchange. Virum. As Lin Yuan's thought fell, that 800 kill value instantly cleared. In the next second, in reality, Lin Yuan felt a sudden weight in his hand. A tumper-long ancient heavy crossbow crafted from an unknown black metal and engraved with blood-red runes appeared out of thin air. It was too heavy. Even with Lin Yuan's fully developed body strength, he nearly couldn't hold it steady, a bone-chilling killing intent emanating from the crossbow, causing the surrounding air to instantly freeze. Only one arrow. A pitch-black arrow with a tip shimmering with a destructive red light quietly lay in the shaft. Whoosh. Lin Yuan set up the god-slaying crossbow, kneeling on the reef, bracing the stock firmly against his shoulder. God's insight locking activated. His mental power surged into the arrow like a tide, his vision instantly zooming and crossing 1,000 meters to lock tightly onto the black serpent, wreaking havoc in the sky. Where is it? Where is the weakness? At this moment in the sky, Lei Jun charged upward again, drenched in blood, yet refusing to retreat. Wretched beast. If you wish to destroy my defense line, you must first walk over my corpse. Lei Jun burned his source blood, tightly gripping the black serpent's massive tail, attempting to drag it into the sea. Roar. The black serpent furiously twisted in midair, exposing a scale located on its left abdomen. That was the reverse scale. Now is the time. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned blood-red as his mental power locked onto that reverse scale. However, he did not pull the trigger immediately because Lei Jun was still there. If he missed, they would both die. Commander Lei. Lin Yuan mobilized all his mental power, transforming it into a voice transmission that exploded in Lei Jun's mind. Get out of the way. In midair, Lei Jun, fighting desperately, was momentarily stunned by the shout. Amidst the pitch-black ruins, a faint yet alarming red light flickered. That is. As a battle-hardened master, Lei Jun's intuition for danger was extremely keen. He instantly sensed a terrifying aura capable of threatening a Grade 7 life form. This kid, what is he trying to do? Though shocked, Lei Jun chose to trust his judgment of the battle situation. He abruptly released his grip, forcibly twisting his body in midair, shifting sideways 100 meters. Boom. Just as Lei Jun made way below, a sound resembling a bowstring snapping, yet louder than a pitch-black streak of light carrying the aura of annihilation instantly tore through space. It was too fast. Fast enough that even a Grade 7 Beast Emperor couldn't keep up. The black serpent felt an extreme chill locking onto its heart. In terror, it attempted to twist its body to evade, but that streak of light seemed to have eyes firmly biting onto it. God-slaying crossbow guaranteed hit attribute activated. That black arrow accurately shot into the reverse scale on the black serpent's left abdomen, penetrating without resistance. Immediately after, the rule of destruction sealed within the arrow erupted violently at the serpent's heart. The black serpent looked down, incredulous at the sight of a terrifying blood hole 2 meters in diameter appearing on its chest, its heart completely shredded. Ow! The previously rolling and invincible Grade 7 Beast Emperor saw its divine light rapidly dissipate. Its colossal body, as massive as a mountain, lost its support and plummeted from 1,000 meters high. Booming thunder echoed as the black serpent crashed into the sea, creating gigantic waves hundreds of meters high, and its bright red dragon blood instantly stained the surrounding 10 miles of sea. In that moment, the entire 7th Defense Zone, whether the fighting soldiers or the attacking sea beasts, halted there. Everyone stared blankly at the gigantic corpse gradually surfacing on the sea. Dead. The Beast Emperor that had forced Grade 7 Masters to spit blood and plunged everyone into despair. Just died like this. Who did it? Countless gazes followed the source of that black light, and there on the ruins of the Black Reef stood a young man atop the highest rock. He held in his hands a massive heavy crossbow that was slowly dissipating, his face pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily. Yet he was smiling, laughing wildly, laughing arrogantly, because in his mind the melodious system prompt was declaring the victory of this gamble. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully killed Pinnacle Grade 7 Beast Emperor Deep Sea Black Serpent Kill stolen. Achievement unlocked Dragon Slayer mythical level. Reward settlement complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining system core component. Demon God Furnace. Lin Yuan tossed aside the crossbow that had turned into scrap metal in his hand, sitting down heavily on the ground, grinning at the equally dumbfounded Lei Zhan in the sky. Sorry, Commander. I took the head. The seawater remained a murky dark red with countless severed limbs and broken bodies of sea beasts rising and falling with the waves covering the entire tidal flat. Amidst this chaos, the most conspicuous sight was the enormous corpse lying by the sea, resembling a pinnacle beast emperor of the 7th rank, Deep Sea Black Jiao. Its massive body, stretching over 300 meters, still emanated a terrifying oppressive aura even in death. The pitch-black scales reflected a chilling light under the sun, each scale, as large as a grinding disc, still bearing scorch marks from thunderstrikes. And on its chest, the enormous blood hole pierced by the god-slaying crossbow was now oozing golden red blood. Lieutenant General Lei Zhan, clutching his fractured ribs, stood beside the corpse of the Black Jiao, gazing up at this mountain of flesh with a furrowed brow. Although they had won, the aftermath was still a major hassle. This creature is a treasure trove, but it's also laden with danger, Lei Zhan said with a headache to his aide behind him. Commander. Lin Yuan, holding the completely wrecked god-slaying crossbow, approached Lei Zhan. Oh, our dragon-slaying hero has arrived. Seeing Lin Yuan, Lei Zhan's previously furrowed brow relaxed, his eyes filled with admiration. Why aren't you resting? That last shot must have drained your spiritual energy, right? I'm fine, not dead yet. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the massive corpse of the Black Jiao. That gaze resembled a wolf that hadn't eaten in 3 days, gazing at a freshly cooked prime steak. Commander, I also contributed to bringing down this big fellow, right? Lin Yuan licked his cracked lips, tentatively asking. Of course you dealt the final blow. You deserve the credit. Lei Zhan waved his hand generously. According to wartime regulations, you can take the lion's share of the spoils. What is it? Do you want its dragon horns? Or do you want its reverse scale for armor? No. Lin Yuan shook his head, a harmless smile appearing on his face. I just want to borrow it for a while. I want to study the physical structure of this high-tier beast emperor, and also practice my skills. Practice skills. Lei Zhan paused, looking at Lin Yuan with a strange expression. Practicing on a corpse. What kind of peculiar path are you cultivating? However, considering Lin Yuan's previous extraordinary performances, Lei Zhan did not press further. Geniuses always have their quirks. Fine. Lei Zhan waved his hand, tossing Lin Yuan a gas mask. Do whatever you want, just don't blow it up. I'll check on the injured over there. The engineering team will be here to collect the bodies in half an hour. Thanks, Commander. As he watched Lei Zhan walk away, Lin Yuan's smile instantly turned reckless. Study the physical structure. Lin Yuan walked over to the gigantic head of the Black Jiao, reaching out to pat the cold, hard scales, his mouth almost splitting into a grin. Sorry, I'm actually planning to study how to eat you. Ding. High-energy biological corpse detected. Target Pinnacle Deep Sea Black Jiao. Death time 1 hour. Essence preserved intact. Core component Demon God Furnace is ready. Do you wish to start? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and pressed his palm firmly against the Black Jiao's forehead. System activate the Demon God Furnace. Refine it for me. Boom. In Lin Yuan's consciousness, a thunderous roar erupted, as if splitting the heavens. In the real world, onlookers might only see Lin Yuan standing there in a daze. But in Lin Yuan's perception, a tear suddenly appeared in the void behind him. An ancient, modeled, completely black massive furnace that seemed capable of devouring all worlds slowly materialized. Upon the furnace were engraved countless tragic scenes of divine beings perishing, emanating a chilling aura of plunder. Refining begins. A terrifying suction force exploded from Lin Yuan's palm, and the originally lifeless Black Jiao corpse suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. Within that massive corpse, countless visible streams of golden red blood essence seemed to respond to some irresistible call, wildly converging towards Lin Yuan's palm. Gulps, gulps. Lin Yuan could even hear the sound of swallowing coming from within his body. The Black Jiao's once plump muscles began to visibly wither and shrivel. The blood, bone marrow, and even residual demonic energy within transformed into pure torrents flowing through Lin Yuan's arms into the Demon God Furnace behind him. After a moment of refining in the furnace, all impurities and toxins were eliminated, leaving only the purest essence of life, which nourished Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. Refreshing. Unprecedentedly refreshing. Ding. Obtained high purity vitality value 1000 points. Ding. Obtained high purity vitality value 2000 points. Ding. Obtained high purity vitality value 5000 points. Lin Yuan felt his body like a balloon being inflated. If he didn't digest it quickly, he would explode. Break for me. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, channeling this massive energy, fiercely impacting his martial arts bottleneck. Crack. The body, which had been somewhat depleted from consecutive battles, was instantly filled and then overflowed. Pinnacle second rank. Break. Initial stage of the third rank. Break. Lin Yuan's bones crackled in a series of explosions, and the originally dark golden bones under the nourishment of the 7th rank Beast Emperor essence began to lose their gold color, turning into a jade-like hue that was both warm and indestructible. Congratulations, host. Physical realm breakthrough. Current realm middle stage of the 3rd rank, Jade Bone Minor completion. Basic physical strength surged 200 kg, 500 kg, 50 tons. But it wasn't over yet. As the black Jiao corpse completely shriveled, several special light clusters flew out from the furnace, merging into Lin Yuan's body. Ding. Plunder successful. Obtained physical characteristic black Jiao skin beginner. Description: skin resilience increased by 10 times, defense comparable to crate alloy. Gained the ability of underwater breathing, immune to 1,000-meter water pressure. Ding. Plunder successful. Obtained rare talent, Thunder Mastery Intermediate. Description: absorbed the thunder essence from the black Jiao's horn. Host's affinity for thunder energy increased by 50, doubling the power when casting thunder techniques, having the consumption. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan slowly withdrew his palm, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. This breath coalesced in the air into a faint white dragon apparition, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. He clenched his fist. The air was instantly crushed in his palm with a crisp snap. The feeling of power surging within him like an ocean made him feel as if he could punch through a 6th rank master. Is this the demon god furnace? Lin Yuan looked at his palm, the greed in his eyes not only undiminished but intensified. As long as there are enough corpses, I can consume and wear the gods and Buddhas all over the sky. Just then a trembling voice came from not far away. A team of engineers responsible for patrolling and collecting corpses stared wide-eyed at this scene as if they had seen a ghost. Sir, that black Jiao. Where is the black Jiao? The leading sergeant rubbed his eyes and pointed at Lin Yuan's back, stuttering. Lin Yuan turned to reveal the scene behind him. What was once a massive corpse like a mountain now? Only a clean skeleton remained. Not even a shred of flesh was left. Even the incredibly hard scales had lost their luster, as if weathered, falling off in flakes with the wind. The engineers were bewildered. They clearly remembered passing by here 10 minutes ago, when it was still a complete corpse. How could it have turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye? Even strong acid wouldn't corrode it this quickly, right? Lin Yuan looked at the group of soldiers, doubting their lives, awkwardly rubbed his nose, and then seriously made up a story. Well, this Jiao might have had some osteoporosis in life, and it dehydrated quickly after death. And also, Lin Yuan patted his belly and burped, I might have studied a bit too deeply. The engineer sergeant glanced at the enormous skeleton, then at Lin Yuan's not particularly robust belly, swallowed hard, and whispered to a nearby comrade, damn. I heard that a tough guy came to our defense zone a while ago. I didn't expect him to be this tough. He actually devoured the 7th rank Beast Emperor alive. What on earth happened? The Eastern Sea War Zone Command Headquarters Core Conference Room. This is a celebration of the highest specifications, attended only by true federal magnates. Around the massive circular conference table sat generals bearing the gold stars, not only from the Eastern Sea War Zone, but also from the northern ice fields, the western deserts, and even special observers from the central military. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath, staring intently at the holographic screen in the center of the conference room. The image displayed was that of the earth-shattering scene from Black Reef Beach 3 days ago. The mushroom cloud that devoured 100,000 sea beasts, and the black streak of light that pierced the heavens at the moment it accurately shot down the 7th-tier beast sovereign. Clap. A middle-aged man with a scholarly face and eyes like lightning suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He was the special envoy from the central military, Li Yuan, 8th-tier grandmaster. Good. Well done. Li Yuan looked at the figure of the arrogant young man standing on the reef in the image, his appreciation nearly overflowing. This youth has the bearing of a god of war. Although that shot evidently relied on some extremely rare, ancient, disposable, forbidden device rather than his own strength in such a dire situation, facing the overwhelming ferocity of a 7th-tier beast sovereign, a mere 3rd-tier kid dared to draw his sword and seize that fleeting opportunity to execute a beheading. Li Yuan surveyed the room, his voice resonant and powerful. This kind of bravery and temperament is rare even among the so-called golden generation of aristocratic youths in the imperial capital. Lei Jin, sitting beside him though his chest was bandaged, sat up straight, his face unable to hide his pride. Of course. This is a treasure unearthed by our Eastern Sea War Zone. Li, how should we write this merit list? Li Yuan waved his hand decisively. How to write it? Of course it should be written to the highest level. The Federation needs heroes. In this darkest hour, nothing can uplift spirits more than an 18-year-old dragon slayer youth. Send my orders. Full military announcement. Highest accolades. Eastern Sea War Zone, first training ground. On this day the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze was slightly salty. In the vast training ground large enough to accommodate 100,000 people, red flags waved in formations stood like a forest. Except for the troops stationed at the defenses, nearly all the main forces of the Eastern Sea War Zone were lined up. In the foremost formation stood the talented students from various martial arts schools across the Federation who had participated in the 100 Schools competition. After the baptism of blood from 3 days ago, this group of once innocent students now bore a fierce aura of iron and blood. Huolai brandished his large knife, looking valiant despite missing an ear. He touched the new military rank on his shoulder, that of Sergeant, squad leader level earned by personally slaying 53rd-tier fishmen. Not far from him, Yi Fan stood with a gloomy expression. Although his body had recovered from using forbidden drugs and transplants, the cold aura around him remained. In the recent title battle, he had also desperately killed many monsters, barely achieving a third-class merit and rising to the rank of sergeant. What's so great about being a sergeant? A voice nearby whispered. I heard that Lin Yuan has made great contributions this time. I wonder if he can get promoted to the officer rank. Officer. You wish. A second lieutenant is already a company commander level. He's only 18 at most. He'll get a warrant officer position. Yi Fan listened to the discussions around him, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Though he lost the competition, the military has extremely strict regulations for rank promotions. He did not believe Lin Yuan could ascend to such heights. Just then a booming military band suddenly played. On the high platform, Commander Lin Yuan, clad in military attire, strode to the microphone. All personnel attention. The sound of 100,000 combat boots striking the ground resonated like thunder. 3 days ago we experienced a catastrophe, but we won. Lin Yuan's voice echoed throughout the venue, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. In this battle, a group of brave and fearless warriors emerged, especially the students from various martial arts schools. You have proven with your blood that you are not sheltered flowers, but the backbone of the Federation. Now I will announce the highest commendation from the military. As a long list of merit names was read, one by one names were called to the stage. Hua Lili Chafeng. They wore medals of third class or even second class merit on their chests, receiving Yi Fan also took the stage. Although reluctant, he still tried to straighten his back, savoring this moment of glory. Until the list was finished. Everyone was stunned. Wait. Where is Lin Yuan? Yeah, where is that monstrous killing god? Why isn't his name here? Could it be that he was disqualified for using forbidden weapons? Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, filled with uncontrollable excitement. Next, I will read a special commendation from the highest command of the Central Military. This is Lin Yuan, leader of the Special Action Group from Magic City Martial University and the 7th Defense. In the title battle, he turned the tide with his 3rd-tier strength, beheading a 6th-tier traitor. And in despair, he shot down a peak 7th-tier beast sovereign with a single blow. Upon verification, his military achievements are remarkable, saving 1 million lives in the 7th Defense Zone. Therefore, awarded a special class merit once, and granted the title of Federation First-Class Hero, and specially promoted to Special Operations Advisor of the Eastern Sea War Zone. Awarded the rank of Federation Lieutenant Colonel. Boom. At this moment, the entire training ground felt like it had been detonated by a heavy bomb. Lieutenant Colonel. That's 2 bars and 2 stars. That's the treatment of an official regiment-level cadre. An 18-year-old freshman directly skipped the officer rank and leaped over to become a lieutenant colonel. This had never happened in the Federation's hundreds of years of history. Under the astonished gazes of the multitude, Lin Yuan, dressed in a brand new, specially tailored officer's uniform, slowly ascended the high platform. The 2 gleaming golden shoulder insignias sparkled under the sunlight, blinding countless eyes. Standing in the audience area below, Yi Fan stared blankly at the figure on the stage that was the center of attention, then looked down at the pathetic Sergeant V insignia on his shoulder. Sergeant versus Lieutenant Colonel. There is a full 6 ranks between them. That is the chasm between soldiers and leaders. Crack. Yi Fan's nails dug deeply into his flesh, blood flowing, but he felt no pain. Jealousy. No. When the gap is this vast, even jealousy seems laughable and pale. At this moment, Yi Fan finally understood. The Lin Yuan he once viewed as a rival had long since disregarded him, because they were no longer in the same world. On the high platform, Lin Yuan received the heavy special merit medal from Lin Yuan, pinning it to his chest. Say a few words, our Colonel Lin. Lin Yuan smiled as he handed over the microphone. Lin Yuan took the microphone, looking at the 10,000 pairs of enthusiastic, worshipful, and awed eyes below. This medal is quite heavy. Wearing it on my chest is a bit suffocating. A wave of good-natured chuckles rose from the crowd. However, Lin Yuan changed his tone, his expression somewhat helpless. Commander Lei, since I am now a colonel, could we discuss with the logistics department? Can my meal standards be raised a bit? For the past few days I've been eating those high-energy compressed biscuits hard as rocks, and I'm nearly constipated. Before the next battle, could we arrange for my squad to have a special meal? Can we have some braised pork? A second later, the crowd erupted in laughter. The 10,000 soldiers laughed until they fell over, tears streaming down their faces. Goody. We must have braised pork. Colonel Lin, come to our cooking class. We'll make you a big pork knuckle. This is our soldier. So genuine. The applause roared like thunder, even more enthusiastic and sincere than before. Watching this scene, Lin Yuan exchanged glances with the generals behind him, seeing mutual approval in each other's eyes. This kid has exceptionally high emotional intelligence. A few jokes had dispelled the barriers caused by his rapid promotion, completely winning the hearts of the military. As the noise subsided, only Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan remained in the office. You kid really know how to win people's hearts. Lin Yuan chuckled as he threw Lin Yuan a cigar, then his expression turned serious as he took out a pitch-black magnetic card with no markings from his drawer. Take this. What is this? Lin Yuan took the magnetic card. This is the highest authority card of the Eastern. You will need my fingerprint and iris to enter the underground nuclear arsenal. For everything else, whether it's the Sklass Armory, the pharmaceutical depot, or the intelligence center, with this card you can enter and take whatever you want. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. And also, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something, his expression becoming a bit strange. Didn't you refine that black serpent before? I see you seem very interested in the high-level corpses of alien races. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, fearing the secret of the divine demonic melting furnace had been exposed, but still forced himself to nod. Yes. I have a special technique that requires that for cultivation. Fine, I won't ask what kind of technique it is. Lin Yuan waved his hand grandly, saying, I've already contacted logistics. In the future, any corpses of sea beasts above 4th tier found on the battlefield won't need to be burnt and disposed of anymore. I've arranged for people to keep them for you, and even built a cold storage just for you. As long as you can consume it, you can have as much as you want. This sentence echoed in Lin Yuan's ears far sweeter than any love confession. What are corpses? They are vitality. They are attribute points. They are innate abilities. They are fuel for infinite power. With the entire Eastern Sea war zone backing him, it meant he had access to infinite experience points. Commander, Lin Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes reddened with excitement as he grasped Lin Yuan's hand, exclaiming incoherently, You are like my biological father. Get out of here. I don't have a son as big as you. The day after the Great Tide had ended, although the joy of the celebration still lingered throughout the army, the atmosphere in this secret room deep within the command center felt rather heavy. On the enormous holographic projection platform, a real-time, three-dimensional topographic map of the East China Sea was being displayed. And in the depths of the abyssal trench known as the Black Dragon Rift, where a cataclysmic battle had recently unfolded, blinding red dots were flickering. Lieutenant Lin, take a look at this. Commander Lin Yuan pointed at the red, his expression serious. This is the image just scanned by satellites and deep-sea sonar after the battle. As Lin Yuan's finger moved, the image rapidly zoomed in. In the pitch-black, silent deep sea 8,000 meters down, an eerie blue glow was faintly visible amid the endless darkness. The source of the glow was a massive energy vortex. At the center of the vortex, a majestic ancient palace complex made entirely of some unknown crystal was faintly visible. It lay quietly in the depths of the trench like a relic from a myth. Highly suspected ancient civilization relic, Deep Sea Dragon Palace. According to the intelligence department's analysis, yesterday's unprecedented beast tide was not a natural migration. Lin Yuan looked at the palace, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. They were driven out. This relic suddenly activated, releasing energy waves that disturbed all creatures in the deep sea, causing the outbreak of the beast tide. In other words, Lin Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. This is not just a relic, but also a den of thieves. You could say that. Lin Yuan nodded. Moreover, it is a den hiding enormous treasures. The energy response detected alone exceeds that of an S-class high-energy crystal mine. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Yuan smiled. Commander, you are a 7th grade master. Shouldn't you go down and clear it out yourself? I wish I could. Lin Yuan sighed, a hint of helplessness and pain flashing across his face. The problem is there is a very special ancient energy barrier surrounding this relic. It has a strong repulsive reaction to high-energy life forms. Any warrior of grade 4 or above, including grade 4, that approaches will be rebounded by the barrier, possibly triggering a self-destruction protocol. I and several 6th grade commanders have tried, we cannot get in at all. Lin Yuan turned his head, his gaze burning into Lin Yuan. But warriors below grade 4 can enter. Facing the remaining deep-sea anomalies and mechanisms inside is basically a death sentence. In the entire East China Sea war zone, those who possess combat power above their grade and can handle various emergencies are. Aside from you, I can't think of a second one. So that's how it is. It's a restricted level dungeon. Lin Yuan understood. Oh, no wonder this old fox called him in so early and wanted to show him classified information. In other words, there is a treasure mountain that can't be entered, and he wants him to be the locksmith. Got it. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, propping his feet up on the conference table, reverting to his slime merchant demeanor. He'll take the job. After all, I'm quite interested in that dragon palace. However, Commander. Lin Yuan rubbed his fingers, his gaze sincere. This class mission, which is a matter of life and death, carries too much risk. If I die in there, it would be a tremendous loss for the Federation. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. Speak plainly. I want 70% of the treasures we acquire. Moreover, I will have priority over any legacies, techniques, or special items I obtain inside. Those will only count as part of the 30%. 70%. Lei Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Why don't you just go rob it? At most 30%. That's for the nation. Then you might as well find someone else. Lin Yuan shrugged, pretending to leave. Anyway, I want dare to go. I've heard that at 8,000 meters deep the water pressure can crush a person into paper. I guess I'll just go back to class. You. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth in frustration. Find someone else. Who? Send Yi Fan. He'd probably get scared before reaching halfway down. Send those ordinary special forces. That would just be feeding the fish. If this relic is not explored quickly once it is seized by the sea tribes or the Pantheon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fine. You drive a hard bargain. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and nodded, as if cutting flesh. 70% it is. But you must guarantee to bring back that energy core for me. Deal. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers, his smile radiant as a blooming flower. Commander, you are generous. Wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. Since I've accepted the task, I must make thorough preparations. This time Lin Yuan doesn't intend to bring a large team. Just the core trio of his judgment squad will suffice, as more people would only be a burden. Xiang Lai, come here. Lin Yuan pointed at the set of heavy battle armor radiating a chilling cold light on the class Deep Sea Titan armor customized version, fully sealed internal circulation system, pressure resistant up to 8,000 meters with a defensive power comparable to a 4th grade golden body. This is what I exchange for you with my military merits. Once you wear it, you will be the toughest turtle shell. Oh no, the hardest shield in our team. Xiang Lai gazed at the stunning armor, his eyes sparkling as he eagerly touched it. Thank you, Captain. From now on, anyone who dares to touch you will have to reckon with my iron fist. Xiao, this is for you. Lin Yuan casually tossed over a beautifully designed silver ring, which was the spatial ring he had stripped from the traitor Wang Hai's corpse. Although the space was small, only 10 cubic meters, it was already a rarity in this world. It's filled with high-explosive underwater mines, specialized armor-piercing rounds, and several heavy machine guns capable of firing underwater. Lin Yuan instructed, once we get down there, shoot first, and ask questions later at anything that moves. Wow, a spatial ring. Su Xiao jumped up in excitement, kissing the ring enthusiastically. Long live the captain. I have wanted this for so long. After arranging his teammates, Lin Yuan opened the long-awaited system mall. Although he had broken through to the 4th grade with his physical body that was the pure physical power of the golden body realm, his spiritual strength was still at the peak of the 3rd grade. Thus, he could fully utilize the system's cover to exploit the below 4th grade bug to slip in. But he needed to solve the issue of underwater operations. Search underwater survival gear. Recommended item: water repelling pearl, permanent version. Price: 500 kill points. Description: a wondrous item forged by the ancient dragon clan that when worn allows free movement in water, automatically displacing surrounding seawater to create an independent oxygen space, disregarding water pressure, and increases movement speed in water by 200. Bought it. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Even after spending 8,000, this remaining amount of kill points was still enough to arm him to the teeth. At noon, 1200, a specially designed deep-sea submersible hovered over the surging sea surface. Lieutenant Lin, the submersible is ready. Wish you good luck. The operator responsible for the transport saluted and closed the hatch. The submersible filled with water and slowly descended into the unfathomable black trench. The depth kept increasing. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The scenery outside gradually changed from azure to pitch black, with only the submersible's searchlight illuminating an area of several dozen meters ahead. Occasionally, a few glowing giant jellyfish floated past the window, their tentacles stretching for dozens of meters like phantoms, along with monstrous fish with human-like faces and jagged teeth lurking in the darkness, watching this intruder. Even sitting in the temperature-controlled cabin, Xiang Lai and Su Xiao felt a chill in their limbs. It was humanity's instinctive fear of the deep sea. But Lin Yuan, however, kept his eyes closed, his expression calm. No, he was excited. As the depth increased, he could distinctly feel that the god-demon furnace within him was undergoing some strange resonance. Hungry. So hungry. A faint thought emanated from the depths of the furnace, urging him to hurry towards that glow. There is something in that dragon palace. Something 100 times more precious than the carcass of a 7th grade beast emperor, something that could make even the god-demon furnace feel ravenous. Captain, depth 7,800 meters. We have reached the bottom. Su Xiao's exclamation interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked out the porthole. Before him in the endless darkness, a gentle, sacred, and immensely grand blue light curtain enveloped the seabed's rock bed. Within the light curtain, a magnificent city extending for dozens of kilometers, made up of countless crystal pillars, coral towers, and strange metals, stood silently. It was ancient and mysterious, yet exuded a sense of technology and myth that transcended human understanding. Deep Sea Dragon Palace S-Class Relic, we have arrived. Lin Yuan stood up, took out the water-repelling pearl from the system space, and hung it around his neck. Time to get to work. Lin Yuan gazed at the magnificent crystal city, his greed no longer concealed. What relic? What restricted area? From today onward, this will be my backyard. Instance Deep Sea Dragon Palace, SSS-Rank Relic. Current depth 8,200 meters below sea level. With a slight resistance as if passing through a water membrane, the specially designed deep submersible finally broke through the layer of azure energy barrier. At that moment, the immense pressure of the ocean, which had been pressing against the cabin walls, was completely isolated by an unseen force. The cabin's pressure alarm light changed from red to green. We've arrived. Lin Yuan glanced outside, his expression slightly focused. The hatch slowly opened and no seawater rushed in. The three emerged from the submersible. Looking up 100 meters above was the energy dome that kept the seawater at bay, with glowing schools of fish swimming outside, resembling a starry sky. Before them stood a magnificent crystal city stretching for an unknown number of kilometers. The streets were wide and straight, with towering buildings on both sides entirely made of transparent crystal and some unknown silvery metal. The style combined the flying eaves and brackets of Eastern mythology with an ultramodern minimalist aerodynamic design. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Wow, is this the legendary Atlantis? Or the Dragon King's palace? Xiang Lai, clad in the heavy, deep-sea Titan armor, looked around like a country bumpkin, exclaiming, "This is too spectacular. How much do you think one of these bricks is worth?" Su Xiaoxiao stared in awe. "It's so quiet here." Unnervingly, indeed it was too quiet. There was no sound of wind, no sound of water, and not even a hint of life could be felt. "Don't move recklessly." Lin Yuan walked ahead, his expression wary. His mental energy swept the surroundings like radar. In the vision of divine insight, this seemingly glorious city was permeated with a grayish death energy. "Look over there. So many statues." Xiang Lai suddenly pointed at the sides of the street, exclaiming. Countless vividly lifelike statues stood along the wide crystal avenue. Some wore ancient armor and held weapons, others donned white robes, as if in prayer. Each statue's expression was incredibly vivid, with even the skin texture and wrinkles near the eyes clearly visible. This craftsmanship is simply divine. Xiang Lai couldn't help but reach out to touch a statue resembling an ancient general. "This material feels so." "Don't touch it," Lin Yuan shouted sharply, startling Xiang Lai into retracting his hand. "That is a specimen." Lin Yuan approached a statue, and under the system's deep analysis, the internal structure of this crystal statue was laid bare. Target: ancient human, sealed state. Status: dead, instant freezing crystallization. Time of death: approximately 5,000 years ago. Look closely at his eyes. Lin Yuan pointed at the general's face, his voice chilling. This was not carved, it was a living person, sealed in an instant by some kind of high-energy crystal. Xiang Lai leaned in for a closer look, gasping. Under the transparent crystal shell, that face still retained the expression from its last moment of life. Mouth agape, pupils dilated to the extreme. It was as if in the second before being sealed, he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Not just him. Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, looking at the thousands of statues standing along the street. Everyone here died in an instant. Crack. What sound was that? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly aimed her cannon. Crack, 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 crack. The sound grew more intense. At the end of the street, several massive statues resembling the legendary shrimp soldiers and crab generals suddenly trembled. Target: Deep Sea Guardian, codename Shrimp Soldier 3. Type: half mechanical, half biological puppet. Combat assessment: peak of 3rd rank, high defense, pain immunity. Buzz. Dozens of crimson electronic eyes lit up, instantly locking onto the three intruders. Intruders eliminated. Accompanied by intermittent electronic synthesized sounds, these mechanical puppets, over 3 meters tall, charged towards the trio. "Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be that simple." Xiang Lai roared, the engine of his brank armor roaring to life as he raised his heavy tower shield. "Xiao. Cover me." Bang. Sparks flew. Xiang Lai felt as if a train had crashed into him, sliding back several meters, his feet carving deep grooves on the crystal floor. What incredible strength. Xiang Lai gritted his teeth, swinging the chainsaw sword down hard onto the enemy's waist joint. The invincible chainsaw sword whirred, leaving only shallow white marks on the silver-white alloy shell. What the heck? So tough. This thing is harder than a turtle shell. Tat 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 tat. Su Xiaoxiao's 6-barreled cannon also opened fire. The dense armor-piercing round struck the puppets, ringing out like a cacophony. Although they forced them to retreat, they could not breach the thick armor. Their physical defense is too high. Lin Yuan, who had not made a move until now, calmly analyzed the battle situation. Since physical attacks can't get through to you. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, a swirling mass of violent blue and purple lightning beginning to gather in his palm. That was the intermediate lightning control talent he had just plundered from the corpse of the Black Flood Dragon. Let's try magic then. Lightning spell palm, lightning amplification version. Boom. A thick lightning column as wide as a python instantly crossed dozens of meters. Metal conducts electricity, especially this kind of precise half-mechanical structure, most vulnerable to strong current overload. The originally invulnerable mechanical puppet suddenly emitted smoke, its crimson eyes flickering a few times before going completely dark. Its massive body stood rigid in place, turning into a heap of scrap metal. Effective. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Mental force control object. Rised. Lin Yuan flicked his fingers. The mechanical shrimp soldier rendered useless by the electric shock suddenly disassembled, the sharp spear in its hand, and the hard alloy armor plates floated up under his mental control. Use their spear to attack their shield. Swish, 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 swish. Hundreds of sharp metal fragments transformed into a metal storm cutting into the remaining puppets under Lin Yuan's command. Tear them apart. In front of Lin Yuan, who understood both lightning spells and physical disassembly, these mechanical puppets that could only charge mindlessly became living targets. In just 5 minutes, the streets were littered with mechanical parts and still smoking wires. Phew. That was close. Xianglai wiped the sweat off his helmet. These iron clumps are really tough. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan walked through the ruins like a scavenger, picking and choosing with his mental power. He picked up an energy core chip radiating blue light and tossed it into the system space. This is an energy chip from an ancient civilization. If I bring it back to the Military Research Institute, those old geezers will probably trade it for several thousand credits. Xiao, pick up that arm. Oh, we need the alloy formula on it. Xianglai, don't just stand there. Take that helmet you just chopped off. Ooh, it's a good item. Xianglai. Su Xiao. So you're here to stock up. After clearing the outer guards, the three of them proceeded smoothly and finally arrived at the deepest part of the Crystal City. It was a spherical palace taller than all the surrounding buildings. The main door was already destroyed, and there was no throne or treasure inside. What remained were countless huge transparent cultivation tanks filled with green liquid. When the three saw what was submerged in the tanks, a chill instantly surged from their feet to the top of their heads. Inside the 10-meter-high glass columns floated various grotesque creatures. Some had human legs, but shark-like upper bodies. Some were giants with fish fins on their backs, but human faces. And countless cell clusters that were splitting, and in the center of the hall stood a broken metal stele covered with complex ancient characters. The system is translating. Project name Poseidon Project, 734th Experiment. Purpose to cope with the impending surface deluge. Humanity must undergo genetic ascension to evolve into a new species adapted to the deep-sea environment. Test subjects, ancient human prisoners, fusion with marine creature genes. Progress failed. Test subjects are highly aggressive, have regressed in intelligence, and cannot be controlled. Conclusion: seal all samples and abandon this base. The Poseidon Project. Genetic ascension. Lin Yuan stared at the cold text, his expression turning grave. So that's how it is. The so-called sea tribe is not a naturally evolved species at all. Those fishmen, those giant crabs, even that 7th rank black flood dragon. Lin Yuan pointed at the cultivation tanks and slowly said, they were humans from the previous era created for survival. Biological weapons. But then the weapons went out of control, and the war we are fighting now is merely cleaning up the mess left by our ancestors. After passing through the chilling biolabs, Lin Yuan and the others delved deeper along the spacious crystal corridor. The surrounding architecture grew increasingly magnificent, with the embedded luminous gems becoming denser. Clearly, they were nearing the core area of this underground city. Tap, tap, tap. Someone. Lin Yuan suddenly raised his hand to signal for a stop. Almost simultaneously, the group ahead also discovered them. Both parties confronted each other in a corridor less than 50 meters apart. Humans. The leader of the opposing group was a tall and handsome young man. Dressed in resplendent, deep blue scales with fish fins sprouting from his back and elegant silver scales adorning the sides of his forehead, he held a trident that emanated a faint blue light. Behind him followed 12 fully armed, formidable elite guards of the sea race. Each one possessed peak 3rd-tier strength. The third prince of the sea race, Sha Lu. Divine Insight scanning result. Target Sha Lu, Royal Sea Race, Realm Peak 4th tier, suppressing aura with a secret treasure. To enter the ruins, weapon deep blue, trident grade B, divine weapon with armor piercing and water control attributes, danger level high. So this is the sea race. Xianglai tightened his grip on the chainsaw sword and murmured, they do resemble humans, but that fishy smell can be detected from afar. Sha Lu halted, his vertical pupils sweeping over Lin Yuan and the others, his gaze carrying an innate arrogance and disdain. Human insects? How did you get in? Sha Lu frowned in disgust, lightly tapping the ground with his trident, producing a crisp sound. The barrier outside didn't stop you. Forget it. He couldn't even be bothered to look directly at Lin Yuan, casually waving his hand at the guards behind him. Kill the men outright, chop them up to feed my mouth. As for that woman. Sha Lu's lecherous gaze fell upon Su Xiao, clad in mech armor, licking his lips. Although she's wrapped in iron, her aura smells very tender. Keep her, bring her back to be my 18th slave. Yes, Your Highness. The 12 sea race guards roared in unison, raising their bone forks and preparing. Faced with this blatant humiliation and murderous intent, Lin Yuan did not feel anger. Instead, he looked at Sha Lu as if viewing a plate of exquisite sashimi just served at the table. System notification detected: high purity royal bloodline, direct lineage of Sha Huang. The divine devil furnace generates a strong desire to devour. Evaluation: premium restorative. Devouring can significantly enhance vitality and physique. High protein. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, his greed stronger than Sha Lu's by tenfold. Little Xiang Xiao Xiao, step aside. This dish I shall partake personally. Seeking death. Seeing these insects not only refusing to kneel and beg for mercy, but also daring to show such a provocative gaze, Sha Lu was utterly enraged. I shall personally send you on your way. Boom. Sha Lu swung the grade B divine weapon trident violently, causing the surrounding water elements to erupt. A 10-meter-long, rapidly spinning high-pressure water vortex suddenly formed in the air, roaring towards Lin Yuan with the terrifying power to tear through steel. Come on. Although Xiang Lai was called away by Lin Yuan, his instinct as a meat shield compelled him to step forward first, unyielding as a mountain. When the massive grade A alloy tower shield crashed heavily onto the ground, activating the energy field. The water vortex collided violently with the tower shield. Xiang Lai felt his arms go numb, his body sliding back 3 meters as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he managed to withstand the blow. You actually managed to block this prince's casual strike. A flicker of surprise crossed Sha Lu's eyes. Just then, whiz whiz whiz. Su Zioxiao's counterattack arrived without preamble. The micro-missile launchers on her back activated instantly, unleashing a barrage of 12 tracking missiles, raining destruction upon the sea race guards attempting to charge forward. Boom. The narrow corridor was instantly engulfed in flames. Off. Several sea race guards at the front were blown to smithereens, their screams piercing the air. Damn. Sha Lu was furious. These lowly human insects dared to injure his guards. Die? Buzz. Sha Lu no longer held back, unleashing the terrifying vitality of peak 4th tier, without reservation, his figure flickering as he moved, leaving a blue afterimage in the air. With the trident in his hand, carrying immense power, he aimed directly for Lin Yuan's throat, obscured by the missile smoke. Die! Looking at Lin Yuan, who was so close, a cruel smile appeared on Sha Lu's face, as if he had already envisioned the scene of this human's head being pierced. Yet facing this fatal strike, Lin Yuan neither dodged nor used a throwing knife to block. He stood still, slowly raising his right hand. Divine Devil Body Forging, Jadebone Hand. When? A huge sound of metal clashing erupted, shaking the entire corridor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the cruel smile on Sha Lu's face instantly froze. There, his grade B divine weapon, trident capable of slicing through iron, was now actually being grasped firmly by a pale hand at the blade. Truly barehanded against a sharp blade. Sparks flew wildly between the palm and the edge, yet that hand remained unscathed. How is this possible? Sha Lu was horrified, screaming. This is a grade B divine weapon. Are you a 6th tier body cultivator? What are your hands made of? Even a 4th tier sea beast specializing in physical training would have their hands ruined if they dared to catch his weapon like this. This human is a monster. 6th tier. Lin Yuan held the trident, feeling the immense force transmitted through his palm, his lips curling slightly. No, I'm just a gourmet. Before his words fell, Lin Yuan's palm suddenly exerted force. Crack. Now it's my turn. Lin Yuan released the trident, his figure darting forward like a specter. In the instant Sha Lu had yet to retract his weapon, Lin Yuan's left hand had already grasped his wrist, while his right hand, carrying an unmatched force, slammed down onto Sha Lu's crown. Divine Devil Furnace open. Boom. Sha Lu felt darkness envelop him. Immediately after, a horrifyingly powerful pull enough to make his soul tremble surged from above his head. Ah! Sha Lu could clearly feel that the proud royal bloodline within him, the peak 4th tier vitality he had painstakingly cultivated for years, and even the essence of life, were all spiraling out of control and flowing away wildly. No, don't. Sha Lu struggled desperately, trying to break free from that demonic hand. I am a prince of the sea race. My father is a 9th tier demon sovereign. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the entire sea race will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Faced with this blusterous threat, Lin Yuan did not even raise his eyelids. Hunt me down. Lin Yuan intensified the devouring force, his gaze cold as ice. Then let them come. Come one, I eat one. Gulp, gulp. In just 10 seconds, Sha Lu's once robust body visibly. Finally, as the last wisp of life essence was drained away, this arrogant third prince of the sea race turned into a mere skeleton. Dead beyond recovery. Ding. Devouring successful. Target peak 4th tier royal Sha Lu. Gained high purity royal vitality, 5000 points. Gained special talent bloodthirsty frenzy grade S. Description: combat instinct derived from the bloodline of Sha Huang. The more the host is injured, the stronger their combat power, and possesses a strong sensitivity to blood. Who? Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling the power within him surge again, satisfiedly burping. Burp, the taste is a bit fishy. Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth, commenting. But this buff. True. Dead silence. The sea race guards who originally wanted to rush forward to save their prince now stood frozen in place, as if cursed. What kind of human is this? This is clearly a demon in human skin. Even the sea race would not dare to cannibalize their own kind. This human actually ate the prince. Run. Hurry and run. It was unclear who shouted first. The remaining dozen sea race guards instantly broke down, dropping their weapons and turning to flee. Lin Yuan did not pursue, simply lazily waving his hand. Little Xiang Xiao Xiao. This is the last lesson I taught you to cut grass. Must eradicate the roots. Understood. Xiang Lai and Su Xiao Xiao, who had pent-up frustration, grinned and charged forward. Tap, 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 tap. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan stepped over the corpses of sea creatures, picking up the grade B divine weapon trident that had lost its master, weighing it in his hand. Though a bit ugly, the materials are good. He casually tossed the trident into the system space, preparing to use it as a snack for the divine devil furnace, and then looked towards the end of the corridor. There stood a tightly shut bronze giant door, exuding an ancient pressure. Having eaten and drunk enough, it's time to see. Pushing open the heavy bronze door, which seemed to bear the weight of ancient epics, an aura filled with endless majesty surged forth, like a tangible wave, instantly engulfing the three individuals. Such heavy pressure. Upon entering the hall, Xiang Lai, protected by his great armor, felt his knees weaken and nearly fell to the ground. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale as she activated the full power pressure resistance mode of the tyrant mech, barely managing to stay upright. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance of the hall, his gaze fixed intently on the center. There were no mountains of gold and jewels nor legendary weapons, only a massive throne carved from a single piece of deep-sea mystic crystal. Above the throne floated a spine approximately 2 meters long, appearing dark gold and inscribed with mysterious runes. It was not a lifeless object. Even after thousands of years, it still pulsated slowly, emitting a humming sound. With each pulse, the surrounding space twisted as if an ancient true dragon roared in the void. Divine Insight Full Power Analysis. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted violently, the data stream on his retina refreshing frantically, finally settling on a line of glaring golden text. Item: Ancient True Dragon Spine, Marrow Sealed, Grade SSS, Mythical Material Uniqueness. Source: after the fall of the ancient divine beast True Dragon, this essence condensed into spine bones. Effect: perfectly compatible with divine demon body forging technique. Can replace the host's original spine, reforging the foundation and unlocking true dragon form. Warning: this item contains excessively domineering energy. The fusion process is extremely dangerous. Death rate 50. SSS grade. Mythical materials. Lin Yuan's heart raced violently at that moment, as if it would burst from his chest. What had he struggled for in the beast tide, even risking his life to gamble for the head of a 7th grade beast emperor? Was it not for such an opportunity that could transform him? True dragon spine marrow. Lin Yuan licked his cracked lips, his greed turning into extreme fervor. If I could incorporate this into my body, then this body would truly become a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Captain, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Yuan step towards the throne, emanating terrifying pressure, Xiang Lai panicked. That thing looks definitely sinister. We shouldn't act impulsively. Just getting close makes me feel like my bones are about to shatter. Xiang Lai Xiao Xiao. Lin Yuan halted, turning his back to them. You two retreat to the entrance of the hall. No matter what happens inside, even if I scream in agony, you must not come in nor allow anyone to disturb me. He then pointed upwards, indicating the direction leading to the outside and the starry sky. In half a year, the starry ancient path will open a burial ground for the proud of all races, a true battlefield of gods and demons. If I don't fight, if I don't forge this body into the most perfect weapon, what will I use to contend with those monsters in the universe? What will I use to slay the gods? Looking at Lin Yuan's resolute expression, Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. Damn it, let's go for it. Xiang Lai slammed his shield down. Captain, don't worry. As long as I don't die, not even a fly will get in here. Be careful. Su Xiaoxiao, with reddened eyes, closed the heavy stone door of the hall. As the door shut, only Lin Yuan remained in the vast Dragon Emperor Hall, along with the floating golden bone. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, adjusting his state, and slowly sat cross-legged on the steps before the throne. He unbuttoned his shirt, and after the previous cleansing by the Black Flood's blood, his skin was as smooth as white jade with perfectly flowing muscle lines. System: activate the Divine Demon Furnace. Lin Yuan silently commanded in his heart. Divine Demon Furnace activated. A dark whirlpool appeared behind him, and Lin Yuan raised his hand, causing the floating ancient true dragon spine marrow to slowly descend, hovering above his head. Refine. As Lin Yuan shouted, the furnace expelled black divine fire, beginning to smelt the golden. The indestructible true dragon spine began to slowly melt under the divine fire, transforming into drops of dazzling, radiant, and terrifyingly hot golden liquid. Within each drop of liquid, the silhouette of a mini golden dragon could be seen, its roar deafening. Now's the time. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with determination as he looked at the mass of golden bone marrow liquid. To change bones, the first step was to extract the bones. Break for me. Lin Yuan summoned all his mental power within, transforming it into an invisible hammer that struck down hard on his own spine. Crack. Ah! Lin Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream towards the sky. This strike not only shattered his bones, but also tore apart the surrounding nerve clusters. Lin Yuan's body collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall, his face pale as paper and his lips bitten to a bloody pulp. Not yet, not enough, shattered. Lin Yuan's consciousness began to blur, yet with an almost perverse willpower, he lifted the mental hammer. Crack, crack, crack. Another 3 strikes. The originally intact spine was forcefully reduced to powder. At this moment, Lin Yuan had become a puddle of mud, unable to move even a finger, but his eyes, though bloodshot, still shone brightly. Now is the time. Merge. Boom. The mass of golden bone marrow liquid floating above his head seemed to find an outlet, transforming into a golden waterfall that crazily poured into the wound on Lin Yuan's back. The moment that boiling dragon marrow touched his flesh, Lin Yuan felt as if he had swallowed a sun. Ah! The pain escalated once more, but within this extreme suffering, a new power began to sprout. The golden liquid rapidly enveloped the shattered bone powder, beginning to reorganize and regenerate. Crack, crack, crack. New bones began to grow, no longer the previous jade bones. Instead, they were a new type of transparent bone, as brilliant as diamonds, with golden divine essence flowing within. Divine demon body forging technique advancement. Reforming diamond bone spine section. Each newly formed vertebra naturally bore a winding golden dragon pattern. A vast dragon aura surged down the spine, forcefully expanding Lin Yuan's meridians. The previously small, stream-like meridians were forcefully widened into roaring rivers at this moment. Qi and blood surged, producing thunderous roars. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Palace, the previously calm, deep sea suddenly underwent a transformation. Above the crystal city, the dark sea suddenly parted to the sides. An illusory, massive, golden dragon shadow stretching thousands of meters shot up from the seabed, without warning, piercing through 8,000 meters of water, breaking the surface and soaring into the clouds. Roar! A dragon's roar transcending time and space reverberated throughout the entire Eastern Sea war zone. Commander Lei Jun, resting at the base, suddenly looked up in that direction, dropping the teacup in his hand, shattering it to pieces. This aura. Is it a true dragon? What on earth did that kid do down there? An hour later, the phenomenon dissipated and the golden light retracted. Lin Yuan, who had originally collapsed on the ground, slightly moved his fingers. Then with a loud crack, he slowly stood up from the ground. He noticed that his height had increased a few centimeters again, reaching close to 1.90 meters, with golden light subtly coursing beneath his previously fair skin, emanating the divine brilliance of the diamond bone. Bare-chested on his back, where the spine was located, a golden dragon-shaped tattoo flickered in and out of visibility, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. Lin Yuan slowly clenched his fist. Bang! The air in his palm exploded, producing a thunderous sound. Physical realm 4th rank, peak gold body completed. Spine reinforcement, ancient true dragon spine, SSS grade. Base punch power 10000 kg, 100 tons. 100 tons. This was the strength typical of an ordinary 5th rank master. Yet Lin Yuan had just broken through to the 4th rank. Is this true power? Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, deep within his originally azure pupils, a pair of cold, majestic golden vertical pupils filled with the aura of destruction flickered and vanished. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the communicator thrown into the corner suddenly vibrated violently. It was the highest level assembly order from Commander Lei Jun. Lin Yuan, return immediately. There are new developments. Lin Yuan picked up the communicator and glanced at the flashing red light. Looks like I haven't even had a chance to rest, and it's time to get to work again. Lin Yuan donned the tattered military uniform, pushed open the hall door, and smiled at his anxious teammates outside. Let's go, boys. Back to base. I think I just heard the new assembly call. The sunset was blood red, dyeing the shimmering surface of the sea in a golden hue. Although the war had subsided, the port remained bustling, with countless engineering ships salvaging the corpses of sea beasts and repairing the damaged breakwaters. Splash! The hatch slowly opened, and white mist of balanced air pressure surged out. The first to step out, the transformation of this young man was nothing short of drastic. He wore up-class alloy battle armor captured in the Dragon Palace, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Next came Su Xiaoxiao. She wasn't wearing a mech, but her appearance was somewhat comical, as 3 necklaces hung around her neck, and all 10 fingers were adorned with various rings, all space storage rings, with even her belt laden with confiscated high-explosive grenades. I've struck gold, Su Xiaoxiao chanted, resembling a bandit who had just raided a treasury. The last to emerge was Lin Yuan. In stark contrast to his 2 teammates' full arsenal, Lin Yuan seemed more down-to-earth. He had changed into a clean combat uniform with not a trace of blood on him, nor any exaggerated equipment. After the baptism of the divine demon furnace and true dragon transformation, his skin radiated a jade-like luster, subtly shimmering with light. Lieutenant Colonel Lin, a major officer in charge of the reception, saluted and was about to reach out for a handshake. Creak! As Lin Yuan's foot touched the specialized steel plate laid on the port, the plate, which could withstand the crushing of heavy tanks, actually dented 3 inches under his seemingly light step. The major's hand froze in midair, his eyes nearly bulging out. This steel plate was meant for landing mat. What kind of density and weight would it take to leave a dent with a single step? Sorry, I just finished strength training and haven't quite adjusted to my current weight. This wasn't him trying to show off. The weight of the ancient true dragon's spinal marrow was simply too much. Although it had fused into his body, the feeling of carrying a divine mountain made his physical density comparable to highly concentrated uranium. Now simply standing there, he was like a human-shaped black hole. Lin Yuan was studying the battle damage report from the past few days in front of the holographic map, his brow tightly knit. Report. Special Operations Group Lieutenant Colonel Lin Yuan has returned. Upon hearing the guard's announcement, Lin Yuan's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Hurry. Let him in. The door opened, and Lin Yuan walked in with Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao. Good. It's good to be alive. Lin Yuan scanned the three of them, and seeing they were all intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed to the sofa. Sit down and tell me what exactly is in that deep-sea dragon palace. Did you encounter any dangers? Not really. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Just a bunch of biochemical laboratories left by ancient humans with some mechanical shrimp soldiers inside, which we disassembled for parts. All right. Lin Yuan seemed to recall some trivial matter, pulling out a broken trident from the system space and tossing it onto the coffee table. On the way back, we encountered a small squad of sea tribes led by someone named Shalu, who seemed to be the third prince. I found him too arrogant and casually had him stewed. Puff. The hot tea that Lin Yuan had just sipped was directly sprayed all over the table. This seventh-rank master, accustomed to great storms, widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the broken, deep blue trident on the coffee table, his voice cracking. What did you say? You killed Shalu. That is the favorite son of the Sea Emperor, one of the recognized heirs of the Sea Tribe, a fourth-rank peak royal bloodline. Shalu, who at least had 2 life-saving artifacts on him. Lin Yuan felt his head buzzing. He had sent Lin Yuan to explore the ruins, and this guy not only cleared out the ruins, but also casually exterminated a prince. He had really stirred up a massive hornet's nest. Oh no, he had accomplished something monumental. He attacked first. Lin Yuan shrugged, looking innocent. And besides, he was too weak. I didn't even exert much effort, and he was done. You didn't exert much effort. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. A fourth-rank peak royal was as simple as killing a chick. He looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously. Though he knew this kid was a bit strange and had killed the beast emperor with the god-slaying crossbow, before he could now sense that Lin Yuan's aura had changed. It had become more unfathomable and dangerous. Although his realm still showed as third-rank peak, the subtle pressure he emanated even made this seventh-rank master feel a twinge of trepidation. I don't believe it. Lin Yuan stood up, straightened his military uniform, and fixed his intense gaze on Lin Yuan. Don't try to bluff me here. Let's go. To the testing room. This was the highest standard martial arts testing area in the base, typically reserved for officers of the rank of colonel and above. Inside the sci-fi silver-white hall, various precision instruments were placed. Lin Yuan led Lin Yuan to the center of the hall, pointing at the transparent capsule that resembled a giant capsule, proudly introducing. This is the latest all-around pressure sensory testing chamber, just approved by the military. Lin Yuan patted the heavy special explosion-proof glass. Go and punch with all your strength, and let me see your limit. 50 tons. Lin Yuan looked at the seemingly sturdy machine, feeling a bit hesitant. Commander, isn't that upper limit a bit low? What if what? Lin Yuan glared. You're a third-rank peak. At most you can exert 2 tons of force. This machine will measure you just fine. Stop wasting time and hurry up. In Lin Yuan's view, while Lin Yuan was a prodigy, his realm was still there. The limit for a third-rank golden bone completion was only about 2 tons. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter in the Dragon Palace, even doubling would only be 4 tons. This machine was more than sufficient. Fine then. Lin Yuan sighed, wearing an expression of "you made me do this," and stepped into the testing chamber. As the hatch closed, several technicians in white coats immediately surrounded the control panel, adjusting the data. Ready, Lieutenant Colonel Lin, please begin the test. Lin Yuan stood inside the chamber, feeling the dense array of sensing probes surrounding him. Punch. Lin Yuan shook his head. If he really punched, the machine would probably explode into pieces. Just a slight warm-up. Lin Yuan didn't assume an attacking posture. He slowly raised his arms and performed a very simple action, stretching. This one simple action. Boom. It was as if a slumbering giant dragon awakened within him. As Lin Yuan's spine slowly stretched, the recently fused ancient true dragon's spinal marrow was suddenly activated. Roar. A sound like that of an ancient primordial dragon echoed through Lin Yuan's body, penetrating the thick soundproof glass and resonating throughout the entire hall. Immediately after, an unfathomably terrifying physical power exploded along his spine, instantly radiating throughout his body. Crack, 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 crack. The air inside the testing chamber was instantly compressed and exploded. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm lights on the control panel lit up instantly, and the shrill, buzzing sound filled the hall. Commander, look at the data. A technician pointed at the screen, his voice changing pitch. The values representing physical strength were skyrocketing at a heart-stopping speed. 1000 kg, 2000 kg, 4000 kg, 5000 kg, critical value. It's broken. It's broken. Before Lei Zhan could react, the values directly broke through the red line and continued to soar. 80000 kg. 10000 kg, 100 tons. A huge red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. The next second, boom. The Scrade testing chamber, said to withstand the full force of a 5th rank master, had its internal hydraulic balance rods instantly snap. Immediately after, the 5-centimeter thick special explosion-proof glass under the immense internal pressure shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, Lei Zhan, the 7th rank master, had his mouth agape, staring blankly at the multi-million-dollar device that was now emitting black smoke and completely wrecked. This was supposed to be the 50-ton limit. He didn't even throw a punch, he just stretched. Was this even human? This was clearly a violent dragon in human skin. No, it was a true dragon. As the smoke cleared, Lin Yuan stood amidst the wreckage unscathed. He innocently patted the glass shards on his shoulder and then looked helplessly at the already petrified Lei Zhan commander. This really isn't my fault. How about you contact the manufacturer for a return? This must be a defective product. Defective product. Lei Zhan's mouth twitched violently. 3rd rank realm, 6th rank body, 100 tons of strength. Finding such a monster, not to mention in the East Sea battle zone, even the elite training camp of the Central Military would not have another one. Lei Zhan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. Lin Yuan, it seems that this temple in the East Sea really can't accommodate your great Buddha any longer. Pack your things. In 3 days, the military special plane will take you back to Modu. Your battlefield is Shanghai Huangting Wujin Haiyuan. Depth, 3000 meters below the surface. This is an absolute forbidden zone beyond the reach of human technology and the very epicenter of Haizu power. A towering palace forged from hundreds of millions of tons of deep-sea black gold hovered above a vast submarine volcanic mouth. Seething magma granted the cold court an unending source of light and heat. With a sharp crack, the old turtle chancellor who guarded the Soul Hall raised his trembling head. When he saw the fractured life token, his blood ran cold. The life token glowed a deep spectral blue carved with the character Lu. It was the token of the Hai Wang's favored youngest son, the 3rd prince, Shalu, who possessed an atavistic bloodline. The 3rd prince. Fallen. The old turtle chancellor shrieked in terror and scrambled, rolling and crawling toward the depths of the imperial court. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Before he reached the main hall, an overwhelming space-shattering supremacy burst forth from the depths of the court without warning. A colossal black silhouette coalesced amid magma and seawater. It was the spectral form of a terror sea serpent with 9 heads, each eye like a burning sun. The 9-ranked beast god, Haiwang Boziadong. Who is it? Who slew my son? The furious roars crystallized into tangible sonic waves that instantly swept across the entire Donghai Sea region. A world-ending tsunami rose from the surface 1,000 meters high, and countless low-tier sea beasts burst apart beneath that oppressive might. Search. Search for him. Find him for me. No matter who he is. No matter where he hides. I will annihilate his 9 clans and rip out his soul to light the sky lanterns. 10 minutes later. A scarlet decree steeped in the curse of the 9-ranked beast god. The Haizu Supreme Blood Kill Decree. Target human Lin Yuan Donghai War Zone Lieutenant Colonel. Crime massacre of the royal family, an unforgivable offense. Bounty 1. 1/8th rank Beast Emperor Inner Core, no attributes. Kaneda 7th rank in Breakthrough. 2. A Haizu Qinhuang princely title, hereditary, ruling a maritime domain. 3. 1 strength divine weapon, choice of 1. 4. If the human traitor is slain, the Haizu will guarantee the killer a breakthrough to Grandmaster and provide permanent sanctuary. When the decree was issued, the world trembled. 3 days later, Commander Lei Zhan held a freshly printed intelligence brief on the Blood Kill Decree and looked at Lin Yuan on the sofa, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Kid, your attitude is remarkable. Lei Zhan slapped the briefing onto the table, voice layered. Look at it yourself. You are now the most sought-after fugitive on the planet. An 8th rank Inner Core, a princely title, and strength weapon. Lin Yuan glanced at the paper, his calm eyes flared, and he swallowed. By the gods, is the Haiwang really this generous? Commander, if that 8th rank Inner Core is genuine, how much slaughter value is that worth? Know how much is it worth in currency? At least 100 billion Lianbang credits. And it cannot be bought at any price on the market. Lei Zhan shot him an irritated look. Are you looking at the wrong thing? Is the bounty the main issue? The point is that assassins, alien clans, even desperate human outlaws across the globe are now eyeing your head. Do you understand what that means? Lei Zhan moved to the map and pointed at the dark blue sea. It means that as long as you remain a single day in the Donghai War Zone, Haizu attacks will not cease. That old mud eel may even ignore the rules and descend incarnate to kill you. Lei Zhan turned, his expression grave as he looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you must leave. Lin Yuan set down the apple in his hand and fell silent for a moment. He knew Lei Zhan spoke the truth. Although his strength had surged, he could at best contend with ordinary 5th rank foes. He could still handle assassination attempts by peak 6th rank or even 7th rank masters. But if the 9-ranked beast god truly cast aside restraint and struck, 1 million comrades of the 7th defensive line would be buried on his account. Where to? Lin Yuan asked. Lei Zhun produced a red dossier from the drawer and handed it to him. Notice regarding the formation of the Starry Sky Ancient Road National Representative Team, Training and Selection. Issuing authority Lianbang, Central Military Department Dai Wudao Research Institute. Location Daidu Supreme Academy Lianbang, First Military Academy. Lei Zhen said in a low voice, go to Daidu. It is the center of Lianbang power guarded by protective arrays and presided over by the Wusheng. It is the safest place for all humanity. The Haizu cannot reach in. Moreover, in half a year the Starry Sky Ancient Road will open. It is the only passage to the cosmos and contact with higher civilizations and the sole stage for a prodigy like you. Take this letter of recommendation and report to Daidu. Make a scene there, and while you're at it, secure that seed. An hour later, a jet-black, futuristic Yawning-class supersonic warplane fired its engines. This specially authorized military craft would escort Lin Yuan straight to Daidu at Mach 5. At the boarding ramp, Xiang Lai and Su Xiaoxiao stood in crisp new uniforms to see their captain off. There were no tearful farewells. Captain, I'm not going. Xiang Lai patted the scratched class armor on his chest. Daidu has too many rules, I am not accustomed to it. And I feel I am still too weak, he finished. I want to stay at the front and keep fighting under Commander Lei for another half year. Xiang Lai clenched his fist, fire in his eyes. When I break into 4th rank and forge the incorruptible golden body, I will come to Daidu to find you. I will be your hardest shield. Su Xiaoxiao pushed up her tactical goggles. Captain, I won't go either. I must return to the Modu Wuda laboratory. The ancient chips and mechanical parts we obtained in the Dragon Palace need time to process. A feverish light of research burned in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Current weapons handle 5th rank, but against 6th they are mere pinpricks. I will build you a gun that can truly slay gods. When it's finished, I'll personally deliver it to Daidu. Looking at these two comrades who had shared life and death, he knew this was not abandonment, but a promise of a grand reunion. Everyone had their own path. Lin Yuan stepped forward, punched Xiang Lai once, and ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair. All right, see you in Daidu. By then, don't let me see you in this sorry state. Lin Yuan turned and strode up the boarding ramp without looking back, for the strong never look back. With a thunderous sonic boom, the Yawning warplane like a black blade pierced the clouds and vanished into the horizon. At 10,000 meters, Lin Yuan stared out the porthole at the deep blue sea shrinking below. His gaze seemed to penetrate 10,000 meters of water and rest upon the enraged Shanghai Huangting. A Haizu blood-kill decree. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. The true dragon's spinal marrow he had just fused emitted a low dragon cry that resonated with the engines when I returned from the Starry Sky Ancient Road. I will go to your palace myself and collect this head fee. I hope by then you are not too poor. The warplane cut through the sky, its back to Donghai, bearing straight north. There lay Daidu, the nation's seat of power, the stronghold of aristocratic clans, and the lair where storms of politics and ambition converge. On the 4th morning after the great tide receded, a light rain fell. A pitch-black warplane slowly descended onto the runway, its hatch opening as Lin Yuan stepped down with a simple bag in hand. Although the military had ordered him to head directly to the imperial capital for training, he had requested a half-day leave to return to Magic City Wu University to handle some personal matters, and to see the person he had been worrying about. Huff! Lin Yuan gazed at the distant skyline of towering buildings and flickering neon lights, feeling an odd sense of disconnection, as if he had crossed into another world. Is this the world of peace? During the half-month he spent in the East China Sea, he faced an endless tide of beasts every day along with the ever-looming specter of death. Yet now, merely a few hundred kilometers away, the people here continued to live their daily lives oblivious to the fact that just days ago, they had nearly become sacrifices to the sea tribes. Perhaps this is the meaning of our struggle, Lin Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. To avoid drawing attention, he did not wear the conspicuous major uniform, opting instead for a plain uniform of a captain. Though only a captain, this rank was already considered a mentorship level at the military academy. Magic City Wu University main campus road. Entering the campus, the sense of disconnection intensified. It was early class time, and the campus was bustling with students clutching books or carrying training equipment. The final exam for anatomy of exotic beasts this semester is super difficult. I heard the failure rate is 30. Really? Then I'm doomed. I can't even tell where a merman's gills are. By the way, that new beauty from the elemental department next door seems to have agreed to Li Xiao's pursuit yesterday. A few freshmen passed by Lin Yuan discussing exams, love, and gossip. Lin Yuan brushed past them. The cold, bloodthirsty aura emanating from him, though intentionally restrained, still made the surrounding air feel several degrees cooler. The students instinctively shivered, stepping aside, yet they couldn't help but turn back to glance at the young officer in military uniform. So handsome. Is he a senior from our school? Such a young captain. He must be a hero back from the front lines. Hearing their chatter, Lin Yuan's gaze became somewhat distant. 2 months ago, he had been one of them, struggling for a few hundred credits to queue for missions and racking his brains on how to win a tournament. But now, he had refined the bones of a 7th-grade beast emperor and carried the bounty for a 9th-grade beast god, while my classmates are still practicing martial arts and figuring out how to pass their final exams. Lin Yuan shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Meanwhile, it seems I've already begun my journey of cultivation. As he pushed open the door to the top-floor VIP ward, a faint scent of lilies wafted over. On the hospital bed, a pale but spirited girl was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book titled Introduction to Basic Mental Power. Lin Xiaoya, Lin Yuan's only family in this world. Brother. Seeing the person who entered, Lin Xiaoya was taken aback for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, trying to sit up from the bed. Don't move, lie down. Lin Yuan quickly walked over and pressed down on his sister's shoulder. Divine Insight scan target Lin Xiaoya status: genetic collapse syndrome, stabilized bone marrow regeneration progress 85, mental power potential awakening. Seeing the data provided by the system, Lin Yuan's previously anxious heart finally eased. Having money is great. After using Inscrade genetic repair liquid worth millions per vial, a terminal illness once deemed fatal by doctors was now almost fully healed. Brother, you've lost weight and gotten darker. Lin Xiaoya reached out, a hint of concern in her touch as she brushed Lin Yuan's now more resolute and somewhat hardened face. The front lines must be very dangerous, right? Though the news hadn't reported it, her intelligence led her to guess that her brother's destination this time was definitely it's okay, just caught a few crabs by the seaside. Lin Yuan smiled as he ruffled his sister's hair, lightly glossing over the near-death experiences. By the way, I have a gift for you. Lin Yuan, like performing a magic trick, pulled out a fist-sized orb radiating a mysterious blue glow from his pocket. As soon as it was taken out, the temperature in the entire ward seemed to stabilize into a comfortable state, and a strange wave that could soothe the soul instantly spread throughout. Deep Sea Night Pearl Scrade Mental Treasure Origin Deep Sea Dragon Palace Effect stabilizes the mind and nourishes the sea of consciousness, greatly enhancing mental power cultivation speed and immune to inner demon interference. This was something Lin Yuan casually obtained from the Dragon Palace. In the outside world, this pearl was worth at least 500 million, yet it was priceless. So beautiful. Lin Xiaoya's eyes lit up. What is this? It's a lamp. Lin Yuan casually placed the priceless treasure on the bedside table. Did you not say that sometimes you are afraid of the dark and have nightmares? This thing lights up and calms the mind so you can use it to sleep at night. Just then, the attending physician entered with a nurse to check on the patient. When the knowledgeable old professor saw the night pearl radiating Scrade energy waves on the bedside, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This is a deep sea essence. Is it from a 10th Sandier level? The old professor trembled, pointing at the pearl being used as a lamp. Mr. Lin, this is an invaluable treasure. How many mentalists have sought this cultivation treasure in vain? You are using it as a nightlight. Such a waste. It was simply a crazy act of wastefulness. Lin Yuan turned around, looking at the doctor, who was nearly having a heart attack from excitement, and merely smiled faintly, his eyes filled with indulgence. In my eyes, as long as Xiaoya likes it, it's worth more than just a pearl. Even if it were the moon from the sky, I would pluck it down for her to use as a lamp. After chatting with his sister for a while and confirming the doctor's follow-up treatment plan, Lin Yuan left the hospital, preparing to go to the administration building to bid farewell to Wang Yi. On the way to the administration building, he had to pass through the school's largest outdoor training ground. At that moment, it was surrounded by layers of freshmen who erupted in cheers. Zhao Gu is powerful. So strong. Mid-second grade. Zhao Gu's strength definitely makes him the top dog among this year's freshmen. In the center of the crowd on the stage, a boy dressed in flamboyant branded battle armor with dyed yellow hair was kicking his opponent off the stage, wearing a face full of arrogance as he basked in the cheers. Zhao Yunba, a side descendant of the Zhao family from the imperial capital. Though his talent wasn't as remarkable as Yi fans, he was indeed a standout among ordinary freshmen. What interschool championship? I was in seclusion and didn't participate. Zhao Yunba boasted proudly while standing on the edge of the stage. If I had gone, I would definitely have a spot in the top 10. And that Lin Yuan. Hearing this name, Lin Yuan, who was merely passing by, slightly paused, but did not stop. Zhao Yunba became more animated, raising his voice to show off in front of a few pretty freshmen. Everyone has been hyping him up, calling him the #1 freshman, the light of Magic City. I heard from my cousin with inside information that Lin Yuan was severely injured on the front lines. It said that even his foundation was destroyed, and he is currently hiding somewhere nursing his wounds. If I met him now, I could take him down with one hand. Before Zhao Yunba could finish his words, suddenly, he felt the air around him seem to freeze. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the figure slowly walking past Zhao Yunba back. The young officer in captain's uniform, standing tall like a gun. Zhao Yunba froze for a moment, instinctively turning his head just in time to meet a pair of eyes. Lin Yuan did not even stop in his steps, but merely glanced at him as he passed by the edge of the stage. Just a glance. Buzz. In Zhao Yunba's mental world, the once clear sky suddenly collapsed. He seemed to see an ancient fierce beast crawling out from a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood opening its massive mouth to let out a silent roar. That was the aura of an upper tier being naturally exuded after merging with the primordial true dragon's spine marrow. Under this terrifying mental impact, Zhao Yunba's proud second-grade vitality melted away like snowflakes under intense sunlight. Fear. An ultimate dread that originated from the depths of his soul akin to facing a natural enemy instantly shattered his psychological defenses. Zhao Yunba opened his mouth wide, but could not make a sound. His pupils dilated to their utmost cold sweat, soaking his entire body within a second. Then under the horrified gazes of hundreds of freshmen thud. The new king who had just boasted about defeating Lin Yuan with one hand suddenly weakened in his knees and fell straight to the stage. He trembled violently, his teeth chattering, and a suspicious wet stain seeped from his pants. He had urinated. Just from that single glance, he was scared into submission. The man responsible for all of this never uttered a single word, nor did he halt his steps. Is that Lin Yuan the senior? Oh my god, is this the aura of the champion of the 100 schools? It's terrifying. Zhao Yunba actually knelt after just a glance. Until Lin Yuan's figure vanished around the corner of the administrative building, the scene erupted into a frenzy. On a rooftop of a distant teaching building, Wang Yi, the director of Magic City Wu University, and Lin Yuan's guide, stood by the window, silently observing everything. Watching the young man who once needed his protection, now able to dominate the crowd, with just a glance, Wang Yi's eyes were filled with pride, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Captain rank 4th grade, golden body, the might of a true dragon. Wang Yi took a puff of smoke, softly sighing. The hidden dragon has emerged from the abyss. This small pond of Magic City truly can no longer contain this true dragon. Go, Lin Yuan. Go to the imperial capital, to the ancient path of the stars. Go and tell that world what it means to be invincible. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze from Zhao Yunba, who was trembling on the ground, and calmly walked through the crowd. For him now, this trivial disturbance of the second rank truly did not even merit a pause. Upon exiting the training ground, Lin Yuan did not head directly to the administrative building to find Wang Yi. Instead, he suddenly stopped feeling the spatial ring he had snatched from the Sea Tribe Prince on his hand. It's a bit full. Although this ring had a space of 10 cubic meters, it was filled with the mechanical shrimp soldier's arms he had dismantled in the Dragon Palace, unknown alloy plates, and the broken gray trident. These items were of no use to him now, but throwing them away would be a waste. Before heading to the imperial capital, I need to deal with these local specialties and exchange them for some credits to leave for Xiaoya as living expenses. Lin Yuan resolved, turning towards the most secluded corner of the school, the Logistics Material Exchange Center. Logistics Material Exchange Hall, Modu Wu University. It was lunchtime, and there weren't many people in the hall. Behind the counter, a senior in his 4th year was dozing off. He was a part-time appraiser in the logistics department named Wang Go, and he particularly disliked attending to freshman students. Because freshmen usually brought in low-grade items, teeth from first-rank wind wolves, tails from mutated rats, which were smelly, took up space, and weren't worth much. Tap tap. The counter was gently knocked. Senior, do you accept materials? Lin Yuan politely asked. Wang Go pushed his glasses, yawned, and impatiently pointed to the nearby automatic recycling machine for first and second rank rubbish materials. Go scan and recycle them over there. If it's third rank or above or rare metals, come back to me for appraisal. Oh, then it should be rare metals. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Rare metals. Wang Go glanced at Lin Yuan, sneering inwardly. What rare metals could a freshman possibly have? At most, he picked up a couple of scraps of broken copper and iron as treasures. All right, show me. Just so you know, we don't accept scrap iron with a copper content below 30. Wang Go took out a tray and casually said, this tray. Lin Yuan looked at the palm-sized tray and then at the contents of his ring, feeling a bit troubled. It might not fit. Huh, not fit. Wang Go laughed, pointing at the appraisal table behind him that was nearly 2 meters long. Just put it on the table. I don't believe you can fill this table up. If you can fill it up, I'll eat it on the spot. Nowadays, the freshmen are really something else. Lin Yuan nodded. Fine, then you step back a bit. With that, Lin Yuan waved his hand. With a deafening clang of metal crashing, a massive pile of bizarre, ancient-feeling scraps cascaded from Lin Yuan's hand like a mudslide. In an instant, the 2-meter-long appraisal table was buried. Even due to the weight, the legs of the table screamed. Holy crap! Wang Go jumped up in fright, nearly getting hit on the foot by a large metal claw that flew out. Did you dismantle the school's boiler room? Wang Go stared at the black, bizarre metal parts covering the table, furious to the point his nose was crooked. Is this what you call rare metals? Isn't this a pile of scrap iron? Take it away. Do you believe I'll deduct your credits? He casually picked up a metal pipe resembling some creature's arm, preparing to throw it back. However, beep. The high-precision material analyzer on his wrist suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Detected unknown high-energy alloy. Hardness grade. Energy reaction high. Database match failed. Suspected ancient civilization artifact. What a... Wang Go's hand froze in midair. The pipe he had deemed scrap now felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Grade hardness. Unknown alloy. He incredulously picked up a small knife and forcefully scraped the pipe. Zing. The specially crafted diamond appraisal knife chipped, yet the pipe didn't leave a single mark. This. Wang Go was completely dumbfounded. He trembled as he picked up the nearby blue crystal. Warning. Detected high purity energy core. Purity 99. 9. He then picked up a piece of armor that resembled a crab shell. Warning. Detected active biological metal. Self-repair function. Insane. This pile of seemingly broken copper and iron contained items that would make materials science professors fight over them. What's wrong, senior? Not accepting. Lin Yuan innocently looked at the petrified Wang Go. If you're not accepting, then I'll sell them off campus as scrap. Accept. Don't move. Whoever dares to move will be in trouble. At that moment, a frantic roar came from the logistics department's laboratory. An old man with hair as messy as a bird's nest burst out like a whirlwind. He was the dean of the Materials Institute at Modu University and a renowned weapon master in the Federation, Ouyang Feng, who just brought in ancient alloys. Where? As soon as Ouyang Feng appeared, his cloudy old eyes locked onto the pile of garbage on the table. He rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. This perfect, streamlined shape. These precise runic circuits, this is the bionic mechanical technology from the Atlantis period. Heavens, this is living metal. This is alive. Ouyang Feng was so excited he began to dance, then turned to glare at Lin Yuan, his eyes as if they wanted to devour him. Kid, where did these things come from? Do you have more? Lin Yuan was startled by the old man's enthusiasm and took a step back. I picked them up, found them while touring at the seaside. Touring at the seaside? Ouyang Feng's mouth twitched. What kind of seaside can you find this stuff? Did you demolish the Dragon King's home? If you don't want to say, then forget it. Ouyang Feng waved his hand grandly, exuding an aura of authority. I want all these things. Name your price. Well, Lin Yuan revealed a scheming smile, rubbing his fingers. Professor, I know these are good items, originally intended to keep them to forge weapons, but recently, I've been a bit tight on funds. 100,000 credits. Ouyang Feng quoted directly. The students watching the commotion gasped. 100,000. An average freshman only earned a few thousand credits a year. Professor, but this is grade alloy. Lin Yuan remained unmoved. 200,000. Plus a VIP card for my private laboratory. You can come for free repairs in the future. Deal. Lin Yuan immediately agreed. This old man seemed crazy, but was actually very shrewd. 200,000 credits would allow Lin Xiaoye to live comfortably until graduation. Ouyang Feng, fearing Lin Yuan would backtrack immediately, had Wang Go transfer the funds. Professor, there's still one thing. Lin Yuan accepted the credits and pointed at the deep blue trident that was broken into 2 pieces on the ground. This is a grade divine weapon. Although it's broken, the material should still be good. Can you help me refine it? I want to forge a set of jewelry for my sister for self-defense. It doesn't need attack power, just high hardness and the ability to automatically protect its owner. Ouyang Feng glanced at the trident, which exuded a royal aura, his eyelids twitching violently. Deep, sea-cold iron. Or is it the kind exclusively for royalty? He looked deeply at Lin Yuan. Where exactly did this kid go touring? This was clearly raiding the Sea Tribe's old nest. All right, given the materials you provided, I'll take this job. Ouyang Feng waved his hand. Come back in 3 days. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan, satisfied, pocketed the black card with 200,000 credits and walked out of the logistics building. Behind him, the hall was in an uproar. Who is that person? So young. I don't know, never seen him. To bring out grade materials and have Dean Ouyang personally take the job. Wang Go leaned against the counter, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, suddenly feeling a bit familiar. Wait, I remember now. Isn't that the freshman champion Lin Yuan? The one rumored to be crippled? Crippled my foot. Wang Go stared at the pile of grade alloy that even a laser knife couldn't cut, feeling like crying without tears. That kid is clearly out there stocking up. After handling these trivial matters, Lin Yuan felt lighthearted. I have the money and the gift is arranged. He glanced at the administrative building located in the center of the campus, his gaze gradually sharpening. Next, it's time to see old Wang then. If this were your first visit, you would never believe this was the dean's office of the Federation's foremost academy. It resembled more an abandoned armory or a recently looted junkyard. Within the hundreds of square meters of space lay mountains of shattered blades, fractured alloy armor, and empty wine bottles scattered across the floor. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan pushed the door open. A pall of smoke met him, making him frown. He waved his hand as if to disperse the noxious air, looking with unmistakable disdain at the man seated behind the desk. Wang Yi, dean of Modu Martial University's War Academy, the very man who had once wine gourd in hand brought him into this place. At that moment, the feared figure who was notorious outside was bare-chested, his dignity abandoned, as he propped his heavy feet upon the desk. A stub of coarse tobacco hung from his mouth, and a bottle of high-proof liquor dangled from his hand as he squinted and stared moodily out the window. Old Wang smoked less. Lin Yuan stepped in and said sourly, I can smell this all the way downstairs. If you ever die of lung cancer, don't expect me to pay my share at the funeral. Lung cancer? Wang Yi turned, saw Lin Yuan, and grinned. Get out. I'm a grandmaster. My viscera are forged like iron plates. Not to mention lung cancer ID, drink pesticide, as if it were soda. Saying that, he pushed his legs off the desk, dragged out a chair that looked ready to collapse, and kicked it toward Lin Yuan. Sit. Don't put on that lieutenant colonel posture in my house, you're a student. Lin Yuan made no protest and sat down with the bold confidence of a seasoned man. Gazing at this unkempt middle-aged man, a warmth rose in Lin Yuan's chest. This seemingly unreliable drunk had been the one to insist on giving him the best resources when he was a penniless freshman. I heard you're going to die too. Wang Yi pulled out a cigarette and tossed it to Lin Yuan, who caught it and tucked it by his ear without lighting it, and his usually blasé expression turned unusually grave. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. The military department's orders say I'm to attend the selection training for Shinkong Gulu, the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Wang Yi exhaled a thick plume of smoke. His eyes grew distant, as though recalling something long past. The waters of Daidu run deeper than those of Donghai. There are martial families whose lines stretch back 1,000 years, military magnates with an almost godlike reach, and old monsters skulking in gutters who will resort to any means to prolong their lives. That kid from the Yi family you flattened. By going to Daidu, you are stepping into their nest. Then there are the princelings from the Central Military Academy, each inflated with pride, convinced they are kings among men. Wang Yi looked at Lin Yuan and pointed at his stern face. Especially with your temper. Stubborn to the bone, unwilling to bend or tolerate an insult. Going to a place like that is like throwing a powder keg into a coal pile. Trouble is inevitable. Cause trouble. Lin Yuan smiled. Old one, you know me. I never start fights. He lifted his head, and the pale blue of his eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm merely responsible for burying those who start trouble. Bury them deep, so they do not rise again. The office fell silent for a few seconds then. Ha ha ha. Wang Yi suddenly exploded into manic laughter, tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. Yes, that's exactly the spirit. If graduates of Modu Martial University go to Daidu and act like cravens, they'd bring shame on me. He suddenly seemed to remember something. Rifling in the collar of his old military coat, he finally produced an unremarkable wolf-tooth pendant. The tooth was no larger than a thumb, looking like a cheap trinket from a street stall. Take it. Wang Yi tossed the pendant to Lin Yuan, who caught it. At the instant his fingers brushed at Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. A savage, terrifying, killing intent lay coiled within it, like a sleeping volcano. Within that tiny wolf-tooth, Lin Yuan seemed to see mountains of corpses and a blood-soaked figure who, sword in hand, cleaved a towering beast god the height of 1,000 zhang in two. The blade intent was domineering, merciless, and inexorable. This was no ordinary wolf-tooth. What is this? Lin Yuan looked up stunned at Wang Yi. A trophy from my younger days. Wang Yi settled back into his chair and drank deeply, his tone casual. 10 years ago on the Abyss battlefield my luck ran out, and I ran into an 8th grade beast god called Xiaya Tianling. In that fight, I broke 3 ribs, ruined half my meridians, and nearly left my life there. But in the end I won. I cut off its head and took its hardest fang, sealing within it the last vestige of my peak, the War God Blade Intent. 8th grade beast god. War God Blade Intent. Lin Yuan's hand trembled slightly. He knew Wang Yi had taken grave injuries and fallen to a peak 6th grade realm. He had not expected that the disheveled drunk had once slain a beast god comparable to an 8th grade grandmaster. This fang contained the sealed might of a true pinnacle strike. It was a genuine last resort life-saving card. The waters of Daidu are treacherous, Wang Yi said, darkly pointing at the pendant. If you lose to an equal, then it is merely your skill's fault, and you deserve your fate. But if some shameless elder by virtue of his realm dares bully the weak, you crush him. So long as a 9th grade supreme does not appear in person, that one blow. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes, his killing intent chilling. Whoever stands in the way dies. Lin Yuan clenched the wolf tooth, fully aware of its worth. This gift is too weighty. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse as he looked at Wang Yi. Weighty my foot. Wang Yi waved his hand impatiently, his face full of scorn. I recruited you and watched you grow. If you go to Daidu and get bullied to death, where will I put my face? Where will Modu Martial University's face go? Take it. Get lost. Don't be in my sight. For a brief moment Lin Yuan fell silent. Then he rose and gave Wang Yi a crisp military salute. All right, I'm off. Lin Yuan turned toward the door. His hand on the handle, he paused. He faced the man shrouded in smoke and waved. Old Wang, thank you. When I return from Shinkong Gulu, I'll take you to the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace and buy you the finest dragon blood wine. With that, Lin Yuan stepped through the door. Just as it was about to close, Wang Yi's powerful roar cut through the crack and filled the corridor. Kid, remember this one thing. Go to Daidu and make a ruckus. Even if you poke a hole in heaven, so be it. So long as you are in the right. Even if the Central Military seeks to judge you, even if the highest rulers want to kill you. Modu Martial University will lay down its last man. They'll stake this life of mine without hesitation. Lin Yuan stood in the sunlight of the corridor, listening to the deafening pledge from behind him. A faint smile curved his lips into a brilliant, radiant grin. Don't worry, old Wang. If the heavens collapse, they'll hold them up for you. Inside the office, the door clicked shut, and the Wang Yi's swagger slowly receded. He tilted his head and drained the last of the strong liquor in the bottle. The burning liquid stung his throat and reddened his eyes. He watched the youth's receding silhouette and idly stroked an old yellowed photograph on the desk. It was a group photo of him and his comrades from years gone by. Now of the faces in that picture only he remained. Damn. Wang Yi wiped at his eyes and muttered with a rueful, truly is like me when I was young. You must come back alive. In the depths of the Yinshan Mountains, located in the outskirts of the imperial capital of the Huaxia Federation, lies the clandestine Qianlong Camp, National Team Training Center of the ancient Starry Path, a primal forbidden zone far removed from the bustling chaos of the capital. Hidden beneath the continuous lofty peaks is a supersized modern military fortress. The thick special anti-explosion steel plate and the dense array of anti-air missile positions signify the utmost secrecy of this place. This is the sacred ground that countless young warriors across the Federation dream of a true dragon's nest. Anyone selected to enter here is no mediocre talent. Among them are civilian prodigies like Lin Yuan, who stood out in the 100 Schools competition, as successors of ancient martial families with thousands of years of heritage, and even biological weapons created by the military through abundant resources and advanced technology. Here, being a genius is merely the basic threshold. Monsters are the norm. Boom. The sound barrier broke as an explosive sound tore through the silent mountains. A completely black Phantom-class supersonic fighter jet landed on the enormous cold underground helipad as the cabin door slowly opened. Lin Yuan, clad in a crisp black military uniform, descended the staircase. However, he was not greeted by flowers, banners, or the enthusiastic welcome of superiors. The helipad was desolate, only the cold wind howled. 10 meters in front of the staircase stood a middle-aged man, towering and robust, resembling a human bear. A menacing scar stretched from the corner of his left eye down to his chin, and behind him stood 12 fully armed elite soldiers with wolf-like sharp gazes. Zhao Tieshan, the chief instructor of the Qianlong camp, a 6th grade initial stage master. Known for his ruthless methods and iron-fisted impartiality, he bore the ominous title of Iron-Faced Yama within the military. You are Lin Yuan. Zhao Tieshan scrutinized Lin Yuan from head to toe, his eagle-like eyes openly revealing disdain and scrutiny. The one who got lucky in the East China Sea, relying on a one-time forbidden device from his family to steal the head of a 7th grade beast monarch. Zhao Tieshan's voice boomed like thunder, carrying an oppressive air of superiority. In his view, an 18-year-old freshman, even if he began cultivating in the womb, could not possibly kill a 7th grade beast monarch through sheer skill. The military's reports were mostly meant to establish a civilian hero model during these turbulent times, overly glorifying the matter. He had seen many who rose to prominence through external forces and luck. I am Lin Yuan. Are you the one responsible for guiding me? Where is the dormitory? I've flown for half a day and want to take a shower. Guide you. Zhao Tieshan seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Kid, do you think this is your sheltered environment at the magical capital university? Do you think that just because you bear the title of dragon-slaying hero you can act big here? Zhao Tieshan stepped forward abruptly. Boom. The hard special steel plate groaned as the entire helipad seemed to tremble. I don't care how revered you are outside, nor how arrogant you were in the East China Sea. Once you arrive at my Qianlong camp, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie down. Thunder rumbled. That was the signature of a 6th grade master, blood chi wolf smoke. Visible dark red blood chi surged upward like a substantial smoke column, transforming in midair into a blood-colored giant bear's phantom, carrying an overwhelming pressure that crashed down upon Lin Yuan. The surrounding air was instantly evacuated by this high-temperature blood chi, and although the 12 elite soldiers were prepared, they were still forced to retreat, repeatedly struggling to breathe. This was the intimidation tactic. This was Zhao Tieshan's first lesson for all new recruits: respect the strong. He didn't need Lin Yuan to be injured. He only needed this ignorant kid to tremble under the master's pressure, to embarrass himself publicly, preferably kneeling directly on the ground. However, 1 second passed. 3 seconds passed. The terrifying pressure, capable of instantaneously shattering the bones of an ordinary 3rd grade warrior, washed over Lin Yuan like a torrential storm. Yet Lin Yuan remained completely still. He quietly stood in place, and within a 1-meter radius around him, the raging dark red blood chi seemed to encounter some insurmountable invisible barrier, automatically diverting to either side. Is this it? Instructor Zhao, your blood chi wolf smoke looks impressive, but why is it so weak? Dulled in color, lacking strength. Have you been staying up too late lately? Is your kidney not good? Silence. A deathly silence. The 12 elite soldiers widened their eyes. This kid not only withstood the pressure of a 6th grade master, but even dared to mock Iron-Faced Yama for having kidney issues. Did he think he was inviting death? Zhao Tieshan's face turned furious, his eyes bulging, and he pushed his blood chi to the extreme. The blood-colored giant bear emitted a silent roar, opening its massive mouth to completely suppress Lin Yuan. To be honest, no one ever believes me. Lin Yuan sighed. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the master's blood chi, he slowly withdrew his hand from his pocket. Then his back straightened by half an inch, merely straightening his back. Yet at that moment, the ancient true dragon marrow fused with SS-grade mythical materials in Lin Yuan's body was completely awakened. Roar. The high-pitched dragon roar, which could not be measured by physical sound waves, but exploded directly in everyone's spiritual world, and deep within their souls erupted without warning. If Zhao Tieshan's blood chi wolf smoke was a fierce bear dominating the mountains, then what awakened from Lin Yuan's body at this moment was the ancient true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens, overlooking all gods and demons. Boom. Crack. The massive blood-colored giant bear phantom conjured by Zhao Tieshan in the face of this unrivaled true dragons might instantly became riddled with cracks like snowflakes meeting the blazing sun. Then with a bang it shattered completely into a cloud of blood mist dissipating into nothingness. Puff! Under the pull of the energy, Zhao Taizhan's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. He felt an incredibly terrifying force as if it could crush his very soul violently crash into his limbs and bones. That robust body like an iron tower was uncontrollably forced back 3 large steps. With each step back, deep impressions were left in the special steel plate. After 3 steps, he barely managed to stabilize himself, clutching his suffocated chest, staring in shock at Lin Yuan. Behind him, thud, thud, thud. The 12 battle-hardened elite soldiers had no time to react. Under the overwhelming dragon's might, their legs gave way, and they instinctively knelt on the ground. Their whole bodies trembled uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to raise their heads. On the entire helipad, only Lin Yuan stood proudly. Lin Yuan retracted the trace of dragon's might, relaxing his back once more. The suffocating, terrifying aura around him vanished instantly, as if nothing had happened. Instructor Zhao. Lin Yuan patted Zhao Taizhan's stiff shoulder, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable dominance. Let's skip these childish intimidation tactics in the future to spare everyone the embarrassment. Also take me to the dormitory. Remember, I want the best, largest single room here. If someone is occupying it, make sure he rolls out within 3 minutes. Zhao Taizhan stood frozen, turning to look at the gradually receding black silhouette. A drop of cold sweat slid down the scar on his face. In that instant, he felt a fear of death emanating from this 18-year-old boy, a sensation that was even 10 times more terrifying than when he faced a 7th-grade beast monarch back in the day. This kid. The disdain in Zhao Taizhan's eyes had long since vanished. Is he really human? What kind of monster is hiding within him? Meanwhile, deep within the Qianlong camp, in a top-secret monitoring room filled with various holographic screens, several elderly figures, their hair grayed, but with no aura leaking from them, were fixated on the surveillance footage on the large screen. The image showed Lin Yuan shattering Zhao Taizhan's blood chi wolf smoke with just a glance. Is this pure physical blood chi might, without using any martial skills or true chi? An astonished one-eyed elder stood up, propping his hands on the table. Zhao Taizhan has cultivated the immovable king body of the 6th grade, and he was actually forced back 3 steps with just a glance. The bald elder sitting in the center, though not standing, had a glimmer of light flash in his eyes. That kid Lei Jin reported that Lin Yuan is a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. I initially thought it was just Lei Jin boasting to protect his soldier. Now it seems this is not a Tyrannosaurus at all. This is clearly a true dragon crossing the river. The elder halted his action of cracking walnuts, a gleam of expectation crossing his eyes. Those little bastards from the Yi family, along with the spoiled princes from the military academy, have been causing a ruckus these days to set rules for the new country bumpkin coming in. Notify them that no one is to interfere. The bald elder looked at the arrogant figure on the screen, heading toward the dormitory area, speaking with profound meaning. Our Qianlong camp has been silent for too long. Since a spicy newcomer has arrived, let's have him stir up the stagnant waters of the imperial capital. In the capital city, at the Qianlong camp's core living area inside the gravity cafeteria, 5 times gravity zone, the logistics soldier, who was utterly dumbfounded, cautiously led Lin Yuan to the only luxurious S-class villa dormitory. Lin Yuan hadn't even had the chance to try out the grand bed made from polar jade before his stomach protested. After all, he had just slain a dragon in the East Sea and then flew non-stop to the capital, ultimately using dragon might to suppress a 6th-rank master. Such high-intensity consumption was a bit too much even for his body, which boasted a strength of 100 tons. I hope there's something decent to eat. With that, Lin Yuan pushed open the cafeteria's heavy door. As soon as he stepped inside, a heavy pressure instantly compressed around him from all directions. Warning: current gravity coefficient 5.0 G. Non-4th-rank martial artists, please do not enter. Otherwise it may result in internal organ rupture. 5 times the gravity. It was like carrying 4 of himself while walking. Ordinary people would be crushed into meat patties the moment they entered. Even 3rd-rank martial artists would struggle, finding it as difficult as weightlifting just to raise their hands to eat. Yet Lin Yuan merely felt a slight burden on his shoulders and proceeded inside with a relaxed stride. The decor here was minimalist, and in the 100-square-meter hall there were only a handful of people. Moreover, these few people did not gather together, but occupied the corners separately, maintaining a sense of vigilance and indifference towards each other. As Lin Yuan entered the cafeteria, which had only been filled with the sound of clattering utensils, fell silent in an instant. A dozen pairs of eyes swept over him like searchlights. In those gazes there was no curiosity, only scrutiny, criticism, and unabashed rejection. In the southeast corner of the cafeteria, a young man with long black hair dressed in a retro robe was meditating with his eyes closed. Behind him was a long sword with an ancient design, its scabbard intricately engraved with swirling cloud patterns. Even while eating, he sat as straight as a pine tree, resembling a sharp sword ready to be drawn at any moment. Gu Jinhun, 21 years old. Identity: young master of the divine sword manner in the ancient martial world. Peak 4th rank, sword cultivator. Is this Lin Yuan? Gu Jinhun opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Yuan. He reeks of copper. I heard he used a lot of high-tech equipment. He even relied on disposable forbidden tools provided by his family to slay the Beast Emperor. He shook his head, his tone revealing an innate sense of superiority. The military selection process is becoming more and more absurd. Someone like this nouveau riche who relies on external forces is even qualified to enter the Qianlong camp and sit with us. In the northern part of the cafeteria, a stunning woman dressed in a tight red dress with an alluring figure was lazily leaning back in her chair. A small snake, colorful and as thick as chopsticks, coiled around her wrist, flickering its tongue. Jihongyi, 20, identity saintess of the Wandu Valley in the southern region, 4th rank, high-level poison master. Hee. Jihongyi let out a silver bell-like laugh, her seductive peach blossom eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Brother Gu, don't say that. After all, I am also a dragon slayer hero. Luck is part of strength, isn't it? She teased the snake on her wrist, her eyes playful. However, this is the Qianlong camp. While luck might help you kill the Beast Emperor, whether that luck can withstand my heart-eating Gu is another matter. In the eyes of these well-established second-generation heirs and successors, Lin Yuan, a grassroots figure who rose to prominence through fortuitous encounters and military achievements, stood at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. They had family inheritance spanning thousands of years, foundations strengthened from childhood through medicinal baths and life-saving trump cards bestowed by elders. What could Lin Yuan compare with them? Ignoring these piercing comments, Lin Yuan walked straight to the food counter. Give me 10 S-class high-energy beast meat sets, cooked medium. The mechanical arm serving food quickly presented 10 enormous trays piled high with fragrant, energy-rich. Lin Yuan carried the stack of trays, which resembled a small mountain, found a vacant spot by the window, and began to feast with a knife and fork. He was truly hungry. However, just as the tree wishes for stillness, the wind does not cease. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps, so heavy that even the 5 times gravity floor trembled, approached. A giant standing over 2.5 meters tall with muscles like granite blocked out the light from outside. Long Zhan, 19 years old. Identity secret laboratory of the military, codename Titan, 3rd generation, genetically modified warrior, extremely strong physique and a violent temper. Long Zhan held a massive roasted leg in hand and strode up to Lin Yuan. Bang! His foot, thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, slammed down on the table across from Lin Yuan, causing the steaks on the plates to jump. Hey, newcomer. Long Zhan looked down at Lin Yuan, who was cutting his steak, his voice booming like thunder, causing discomfort to the ears. I heard your body is very strong. Even that guy Zhao Taizhan was pushed back by you. I don't believe it. Shall we have a little fun? Right here, let's arm wrestle. Long Zhan slammed his massive metal-patterned arm heavily on the table. The loser has to leave this cafeteria and eat pig food outside. Are you brave enough? A provocation. A blatant provocation. The others who had been pretending to eat, including Gu Jianhan and Jihongyi, all paused their actions, watching with great interest. Although Long Zhan was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was recognized in the Qianlong camp as a meat shield with skin as tough as iron and bones that even 5th-rank masters could not penetrate. He was just the right person to test this newcomer's capabilities. However, faced with such an overt provocation, Lin Yuan didn't even lift his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Long Zhan completely ignored, had veins bulging on his forehead. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Yuan finally swallowed the meat in his mouth, then slowly raised his head, looking at Long Zhan with an expression of disdain. I do not engage in physical conflict with anything other than food. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet it carried a coldness that pushed people away. Furthermore, you're blocking my light. Move aside. Silence. A deathly silence. Gu Jianhuan, holding his teacup, trembled slightly, nearly spilling it, while Jihongyi widened her beautiful eyes. This was too arrogant. You're seeking death. Long Zhan's remaining rationality was instantly burned away by anger. As a genetic warrior, his emotions were inherently unstable and prone to violent outbursts. You're asking for it. I'll crush your skull. Boom. Long Zhan's palm, as large as a fan, suddenly clenched into a fist, bringing with it terrifying strength, and smashed down toward Lin Yuan's head. If that punch landed, even a steel plate would be crushed. It's over. Someone thought silently, this newcomer is going to be turned into meat paste. However, just as that massive iron fist was an inch away from Lin Yuan's nose, everything came to a halt. That fist, which contained terrifying kinetic energy, seemed to be paused midair. No matter how much Long Zhan roared and exerted force, the veins on his forehead bulging, that hand remained immovable, as if an invisible wall blocked it. Long Zhan's pupils constricted, fear flashing in his eyes. What was happening? Why couldn't he move? In the next second, he felt an invisible, cold, and irresistible force tightly gripping his throat. Mental power grasp of the void. Seated in his chair, Lin Yuan didn't even raise a hand. Ugh. Long Zhan's massive 2.5-meter body was lifted off the ground, defying the laws of physics, slowly raised into the air by that invisible force. Long Zhan desperately clawed at his neck, his legs flailing, yet he couldn't touch anything solid. I just said. Lin Yuan picked up his knife and fork again, not even glancing at the struggling Long Zhan in midair. Since you can't understand human speech, then get out and learn some manners. Boom. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the floating Long Zhan was flung away like a cannonball. Crash. A loud sound. Long Zhan's massive body crashed onto the corridor outside the cafeteria, letting out a howl, not getting up for a long time. The cafeteria was silent as a grave. No physical strength was used. No true energy fluctuations. Just sitting there using his gaze to kill a genetic warrior famed for his physical defense. Mental Power Master. In the corner, a soft-spoken man who had been silent all along uttered these 4 words, his tone extremely grave, moreover a very high-level mental power master. The intelligence was wrong. Everyone had the same thought rise in their hearts. Who on earth said he was a nouveau riche relying on equipment and luck? This was clearly a monster disguised in human skin. As everyone stared, Lin Yuan simply calmly put the piece of meat into his mouth, savoring it, then wrinkled his brow in slight disdain. It's overcooked. In the capital city at the Qianlong camp within the underground core training facility, a massive tower entirely black and exuding an ancient metallic sheen rose majestically, its peak piercing through the dome of the underground base, as if connecting to another dimension. The Sky Tower Replica No. 3 is a top-tier training facility crafted by the federal military at an enormous cost, mimicking the trial checkpoints from the starry ancient road. The tower boasts 99 floors, each inscribed with intricate gravitational formations and spiritual pressure arrays. The pressure increases exponentially as one ascends. Everyone form a line. Instructor Zhao Tieshan, who had just been subjected to Lin Yuan's gaze kill yesterday, now resumed his fearsome demeanor. With his hands behind his back, he stood before the tower, his cold gaze sweeping over the 30 top talents gathered from various regions of the Federation. Listen well. This is your first round of assessment. Ascend the tower. Zhao Tieshan pointed at the dark giant, his voice booming. The rules are simple. Climb higher. The first 30 floors pass. Those who cannot even manage this, simply roll up your mats and leave. The first 60 floors, excellent. Only those who reach this tier qualify for the seed list. As for above the 90th floor, Zhao Tieshan paused, a glimmer of awe in his eyes. That is the true realm of the inhumane. The previous god of war seed, now the young commander of the northern military region, could only ascend to the 88th floor. Begin. Don't let me see you crawl out like weaklings. The assessment commenced. 10 minutes in, as the doors opened, 30 talents streamed in. The moment they entered the tower, the atmosphere shifted. A young heir from the western battle zone turned pale as he stepped onto the 10th floor. The gravity here is 3 times that of the outside world, and more terrifying is the pervasive spiritual pressure, as if countless needles were stabbing into his brain. It's too hard. Most could maintain composure in the first 20 floors, but once past the 30th, it was current height, 50th floor. Clang. A clear sound of a sword echoed. Gu Jianhuan, enveloped in sword intent, forcefully cut through the surrounding gravitational field, walking steadily, though beads of sweat formed on his forehead. 50th floor. Just the beginning. Gu Jianhuan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with sword light. Continue. Current height, 45th floor. Ji Hongyi fared slightly better, releasing a swarm of tiny parasitic insects that clung to her, helping to alleviate some of the physical pressure. Yet even so, her enchanting face turned pale, breathing heavily. Current height, 60th floor. Boom. Long Zhan stood bare-chested, his muscles bulging, as if engorged with blood, beads of sweat seeping from his. He was the fastest among them, relying on his genetically enhanced physique to withstand dozens of times the gravity, reaching the excellent line. I am the strongest. No one can surpass me. Long Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, and with each step he left a deep footprint. Watching the struggling figures on the surveillance screen, the elderly figures in the monitoring room nodded in satisfaction. Just as they were commenting, suddenly a somewhat discordant figure entered the frame. Who is that? The bald elder pointed to a corner of the screen. Why is there someone lingering at the entrance? That's Lin Yuan. He didn't rush in like the others as soon as the door opened. Is this the Sky Tower? Upon entering, Lin Yuan felt a wave of pressure. However, for him, this pressure. Ding. High purity spiritual pressure detected. System defense mechanism activated. Chaos divine mill visualization automatically running. Mode switch. Devour. Deep within Lin Yuan's consciousness, that ancient modeled giant mill began to turn. The pressure that could cause ordinary warriors to mentally collapse was immediately drawn in as soon as it touched Lin Yuan's spiritual barrier, as if the mill were sucking it in. The mill crushed the pressure, transforming it into the purest spiritual nourishment, feeding back to Lin Yuan. Oh, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. This isn't an assessment, it's clearly an Aleocaniate buffet. And it's a free premium buffet. Lin Yuan chuckled, glancing at his classmates, still moving at a snail's pace, above a grin spreading across his face. Then I won't be polite. The next second the scene changed. While others were still climbing step by step, Lin Yuan, he simply jogged. Yes, just like a leisurely morning jog in the park, hands in his hoodie pockets, even whistling. 10th floor. 20th floor. 30th floor. Almost a floor per second. 55th floor. Gu Jianhuan had just stepped onto this floor, preparing to pause and adjust his chaotic breath. Suddenly a light footstep sounded from behind him. Gu Jianhuan froze. Was it an auditory hallucination? After all, this was the 55th floor. Who could make such a sound under this gravity? He turned sharply, only to see a black shadow zip past him. Excuse me coming through. Lin Yuan's voice floated over as he had already reached the 60th floor. Gu Jian. He glanced at his trembling legs, then back at the figure that hadn't even broken a sweat, his Dao heart nearly shattering on the spot. This must be an illusion. 65th floor. Long Zhan was still roaring. Roar. I am the first. Excuse me, you're in my way. Long Zhan felt a blur in front of him as the boy who had previously thrown him out of the cafeteria floated past him as if riding an elevator. As he passed, Lin Yuan even turned to look back at him with concern. Dude, stop yelling or you'll lose your voice. Also, you're bleeding. Oh, why not go down and bandage it? This is just the first round of the physical examination. Don't risk your life. Long Zhan puffed. A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. Physical examination. You call this a physical examination? Inside the monitoring room, click. The walnut in the bald elder's hand was crushed, and the other elderly figures stood up, their faces nearly pressed against the screen. Is this data correct? Is the gravity system in the tower malfunctioning? Why is he jogging in? The technician, sweating profusely, operated frantically. Report, sir. The system is functioning normally. The gravitational coefficient in Lin Yuan's area is even 1.5 times that of the other's automatic adjustment mechanism. But he is completely ignoring it. The group of elderly figures, collectively hundreds of years old, exchanged monster. After a long moment, the bald elder finally managed to speak. This kid is treating the Sky Tower, 99th floor, the pinnacle. This is a realm that only true inhumans can step into. The pressure is so immense that it could instantly crush heavy mechs, the spiritual pressure akin to a 9th grade martial sage confronting one's soul. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan stood on the empty platform at the top of the tower, even stretching leisurely. Is this it? It's not even as painful as when I had my bones changed in the Dragon Palace. However, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the center of the tower's summit, where a fist-sized diamond crystal radiating dazzling starlight floated. This very crystal maintained the operation of the entire Sky Tower, releasing terrifying pressure. System prompt: high-energy core detected. Item: starlight fragment replica source. Source: primordial energy refined from fallen stars. System desirability: extremely high. Devouring it could upgrade the system version. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Initially, he intended to come up and enjoy the view before heading back down. But this thing is too tempting. Isn't this an assessment tool? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to take it? Lin Yuan hesitated for 0.1 seconds. Forget it. Didn't instructor Zhao say to showcase my strength? If I blow up the tower, isn't that a form of strength as well? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He walked up to the starlight fragment and slowly extended his sinful right hand. Divine Demon Furnace. It's time to eat. Boom. A dark vortex erupted in his palm. The starlight fragment, previously stable, began to tremble violently, as if encountering a nemesis. Countless streams of stellar energy were forcibly stripped away, rushing into Lin Yuan's body along his arm. Outside, as everyone stared at the screen, eager to see how long Lin Yuan could endure on the 99th floor, suddenly, buzz! The entire Sky Tower shook violently. The runes on the tower began to flash wildly, and then, smack! One by one they extinguished. Warning! Warning! Sky Tower core energy depleted. Energy reading 0. Defense array collapsed. Gravity system offline. Assessment forcibly ended. Before everyone could react, bang! 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 The Sky Tower's emergency ejection mechanism activated. Still struggling on the 60th floor, Long Zhan, Gu Jianhan on the 55th floor, and all the other students still climbing below were gently ejected from the tower by a soft force. What's going on? An earthquake? Or did the tower explode? I haven't even finished climbing. How did I just come out? As everyone stood there covered in dirt and confused, they saw the once radiant, imposing Sky Tower now completely darkened. And at the tower's exit, Lin Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, whistling leisurely, walked out. He looked at the dazed classmates and instructors below, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. Instructor Zhao, I'm really sorry. I think I used a bit too much strength just now. It seems I might have blown up your server. Zhao Taizhan's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Blown up? Did you come for assessment or for demolition? As Lin Yuan slightly borrowed the energy core of the Sky Tower, the entire structure fell into utter silence. In the square, 30 top geniuses from across the Federation were now getting up from the ground covered in dirt. At the front of the crowd, Lin Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, was heading to the cafeteria to check if the undercooked steak would stop. A cold shout rang out like a sword unsheathing. Lin Yuan paused, impatiently dug at his ear, and turned around. There stood a long-haired youth with an ancient sword on his back, Gu Jianhan, glaring at him intensely. Although his white robes were dusted, they could not hide the piercing sword intent emanating from him. As the young master of the divine sword manner in the ancient martial world, he grew up listening to the sounds of swords. In his eyes, the earlier loss in the Sky Tower was merely due to Lin Yuan's peculiar mental power or some cheating device that disrupted the tower's formations. What's the matter? Lin Yuan glanced at him. I refuse to accept this. Gu Jianhan stepped forward, his narrow phoenix eyes flashing with sword light. I am a sword cultivator, and I want to duel with you. The loser must return all the points obtained in the Sky Tower just now. Upon hearing this, the previously dazed crowd instantly perked up. Instructor Zhao Taizhan did not intervene. The dragon-subduing camp encouraged competition as long as it didn't end in death. Injuries were fine after all, they were medical pots. He also wanted to see just how many tricks this kid who had crashed the server still had up his sleeve. Faced with this aggressive challenge, Lin Yuan looked at Gu Jianhun and suddenly smiled. That smile carried 3 parts surprise and 7 parts. A caring gaze for the challenged. A duel ed. Lin Yuan shook his head and sighed. Fine, since you want to give away points, I'll reluctantly accept them as meal money. Make your move, while I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. Gu Jianhun was infuriated. As a sword cultivator, nothing was more intolerable than being belittled in regard to his sword. Today I will show you what true ancient martial swordsmanship is. With a clang, a dragon-like sword sound reverberated through the crowd. The ancient sword behind Gu Jianhun roared out. It was a coldly gleaming 4th-grade divine weapon, its blade inscribed with 7-star patterns. Tai-Bai sword technique, first form. Meteor. Gu Jianhun seemed to transform into a meteor streaking through the night sky, the sword light flashing at an unimaginable speed. It was a strike that broke the sound barrier. The air was instantly sliced open by the sharp blade, the dazzling sword light, even stinging the eyes of those nearby, aiming straight for Lin Yuan's forehead. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. So fast. Long Zhan's pupils constricted. If it's this sword, I can't block it. Everyone felt Lin Yuan had to dodge or draw the black knife on his back to block. However, Lin Yuan stood still, not even blinking. The Black Moon battle knife behind him remained quietly in its facing that lethal strike capable of piercing gold and stone. Lin Yuan merely raised his right hand, slowly extending 2 long fair fingers. At that moment, time seemed to freeze as the 4th-grade ancient sword, only a mere 0.01 centimeters from Lin Yuan's forehead, was suddenly firmly pinched by those 2 fingers at the tip. Even as the sword energy erupted from the blade, shattering the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet, his 2 fingers remained completely still, not even breaking the skin. Well, what? Gu Jianhun remained frozen in his sword-thrusting posture, his once haughty expression now filled with disbelief and terror. Empty-handed, catching a blade, and with just 2 fingers? How is that possible? This was a full-force strike enhanced by the Tai-Bai sword intent. Even a 5th-grade master wouldn't dare to catch it like this. Is this the swordsmanship you pride yourself on? Lin Yuan held the sword tip, slightly tilted his head, disappointment lacing his tone. All show. Too slow, too weak, too empty in intent. Are you killing? Or just dancing with your sword for fun? Let go. After being humiliated, Gu Jianhun was filled with rage. He roared as his true energy erupted wildly. Buzzing. The ancient sword trembled violently, its sword energy raging. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, his face turning the color of pig liver, that sword remained firmly planted between Lin Yuan's 2 fingers. Want the sword? Lin Yuan looked at the still desperately struggling Gu Jianhun, the mockery in his eyes gradually fading, as if he were a true swordsmanship master looking down upon a child who had just learned to wield a stick. All right then, I'll let you see. Lin Yuan released his fingers. Before Gu Jianhun could feel joy, Lin Yuan's next words plunged him into an abyss of despair. Let me show you what true sword control is. Mental force, 10,000 sword technique, beginner proficient. Boom. A terrifying mental storm capable of cleaving the heavens and earth erupted without warning from Lin Yuan's body. If Gu Jianhun's sword intent was a small stream, then what Lin Yuan unleashed at that moment was an ocean. An unexpected event occurred. All around the square, the weapon racks holding hundreds of standard long swords for training suddenly trembled violently, as if summoned by a king. Then countless sharp swords unsheathed themselves, transforming into streams of steel, soaring. And not just the training swords, but even the dagger at Zhao Taizhan's waist, and the short blade hidden in Ji Hongyi's sleeve, even Gu Jianhun's crying 4th-grade ancient sword. All flew out at this moment. My sword. What's happening? My knife is out of control. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, hundreds of various weapons gathered in the sky, forming a massive steel sword dragon. They circled above Lin Yuan, emitting deafening sword cries, each sword tip pointed squarely at the tiny figure of Gu Jianhun below. All swords bowed. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood beneath the rain of swords, his clothes fluttering like an emperor among swords. In my BGM, your swords must obey me. Kneel. Boom. As those 2 words were spoken, a terrifying sword pressure enough to crush mountains slammed down on Gu Jianhun, like the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking. Oh. Gu Jianhun tried to resist, but in the face of that soul-deep sword suppression, his resistance felt like a joke. Crack. Thud. This proud young master of divine sword manner fell to his knees before Lin Yuan. Even as he exerted all his strength to lift his head, the overwhelming sword intent felt like countless invisible hands pressing firmly on his head, forcing him to maintain this humiliating posture. Do you submit? Lin Yuan's voice came from above, devoid of any warmth. Gu Jianhun bit down hard on his teeth, his lips bleeding. But as he looked at his own sword, the pride in his eyes was completely shattered. Even his sword had betrayed him. What could I submit? I submit. As the word slipped out, Lin Yuan willed it. and the rain of swords instantly dispersed. Hundreds of weapons fell like raindrops, accurately returning to their original weapon racks and sheaths. This miraculous feat left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Ji Hongyi's snake in her hand was so scared it burrowed back into her sleeve. Long Zhan touched his neck, relieved that he had only been thrown out and not been pierced by that thousand swords heart strike. Lin Yuan clapped his hands as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. He walked over to the kneeling Gu Jianhuan, picked up the ancient sword that had fallen on the ground, and casually sheathed it back in Gu Jianhun's back. "You can't even hold a sword steady." Lin Yuan turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark, "Go back and practice. Right now you don't even have the qualification to make me draw my sword." Looking at the departing figure, the square fell into silence. Everyone understood one thing: this newcomer was not only physically invincible, but also possessed an abnormal mental power. Even in swordsmanship, he was qualified to be their ancestral master. Is this even human? In the imperial capital at the Qianlong Camp Central Martial Arts Arena. Time: the last day of training, early morning. After a week of hellish training, the training at Qianlong Camp has finally come to an end. Originally 30 talented individuals had entered, but under the brutal elimination system, only 20 remain. They stood on the martial arts arena, each of their auras refined several times compared to when they first arrived, their gazes sharp and fierce like that of wolves and tigers. Zhao Taizhan stood at the front of the line with his hands behind his back, holding a freshly printed final roster. After comprehensive evaluation, the final roster for the Starry Road National Representative Team is as follows. There are 5 official members: Lin Yuan, Gu Jianhuan, Ji Hongyi, Long Zhan, and Wang Teng. There are 15 alternate members. After reading the list, Zhao Taizhan paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on a young man with a long sword on his back. Given the importance of teamwork, the instructor group has decided to appoint Gu Jianhun as the captain. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Although no one spoke, many gazes instinctively drifted to the edge of the team. There stood a black-clad youth who was yawning. In terms of strength, Lin Yuan had already set records in the Tongtian Tower, defeated Gu Jianhun in the arena, and even treated the gravity chamber like a bedroom. He had long been recognized as the great demon king. To have a defeated foe as the captain, is that reasonable? Report. Sure enough, the yawning youth lazily raised his hand. Lin Yuan stepped out of the line, looking at Zhao Taizhan with a smile that was not quite a smile. Instructor Zhao, is this list printed incorrectly? Although being the captain is troublesome, I have a habit. I don't like being managed by those who are inferior to me. I believe the captain should be me, right? In response to Lin Yuan's questioning, Zhao Taizhan did not get angry, but instead revealed a sly smile, as if he had anticipated this. In fact, this was also something he had discussed with a few old-timers. These talented individuals were all proud, especially Lin Yuan. If he didn't establish absolute authority at this critical moment, leading the team to the chaotic Starry Road would be very difficult. Want to be the captain? Sure. Zhao Taizhan pointed to the martial arts arena behind him, and then to the incense burner beside him. In the military camp, strength is the ultimate truth. He then lit a specially made military incense and placed it in the incense burner. If you can defeat all the 19 talented individuals present, including Gu Jianhuan, Ji Hongyi, and Long Zhan within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, then the captaincy will be yours. Otherwise, even if you exceed the time by just 1 second, you will obediently be a team member and follow orders. As soon as this rule was announced, the crowd erupted in outrage. The once intimidated talents now wore expressions of anger. Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation. You are strong, but you want to take on all 19 of us. Among them are 3 peak 4th grade powerhouses. This is too dismissive of us. Arrogant. Gu Jianhun tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes brimming with sword intent. Lin Yuan, you are too conceited. I may not be as good as you in a unknown duel, but facing the joint assault of all of us, even a 5th grade master would have to face defeat. Ji Hongyi's wrist adorned with a snake hissed as she coldly sneered. Lin the great hero, be careful not to trip over your own tongue. Long Zhan clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, grinning malevolently. I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. You brought this on yourself? Facing the agitated crowd, Lin Yuan glanced at the incense that had just been lit and somewhat impatiently said, Stop wasting time, all of you come at once. I also want to go back and catch up on sleep. Kill. With a roar, the battle erupted instantly. The first to strike was Ji Hongyi. Knowing Lin Yuan's physical strength, she directly unleashed her trump card. She waved her hands, and large swathes of colorful poisonous mist like living creatures instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. This was the secret poison of the 10,000 Poison Valley, which not only corroded true qi, but also paralyzed the nerves. Even inhaling a single breath would bring an elephant crashing down. First, incapacitate his vision and perception. Everyone attack. Ji Hongyi shouted, immediately rumbling. The ground trembled. Long Zhan activated his berserk mode, his skin turning dark red as his physique ballooned to 3 meters tall, charging through the poisonous mist toward Lin Yuan with a roar. Behind him, Gu Jianhuan, who had lost once, was now fighting for dignity. Tai-Bai sword formation activate. Under his command, over a dozen weapon experts formed a massive battle array, dozens of beams of light from blades, and swords converging into a torrent of steel sealing off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes. Poison gas meat shields sword formations. This combination even an ordinary 5th grade master would instantly. However, at the center of the storm, Lin Yuan faced the overwhelming poisonous mist, and instead of holding his breath, he took a deep breath. God and Demon Fusion Furnace activate. With a slurp, Lin Yuan opened his mouth as if a great whale was sucking in water. The poisonous mist potent enough to kill a T-Rex was all inhaled into his stomach in one breath. What a... Ji Hongyi's eyes widened in disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. He just consumed my life-threatening poison. The flavor is a bit bland, add some spice next time. Lin Yuan burped the God and Demon Fusion Furnace within him, instantly converting the toxins into energy. In the next moment, Long Zhan's massive iron fist was already in front of him. Die! Long Zhan roared. Get lost. Lin Yuan did not dodge, he merely tilted his body slightly. His back arched sharply, and within him the true dragon spine marrow let out a deafening roar. Ancient martial art Taizhan Cao True Dragon Version. Boom. Lin Yuan's seemingly thin shoulder collided fiercely with Long Zhan's towering 3. This collision was like the collapse of Mount Buzhou. 100 tons of terrifying strength erupted at the point of contact. Puff. Long Zhan's proud titan body instantly caved in, and he was sent flying backward at 3 times the speed. Oh. A dozen students who were preparing to charge were knocked over by Long Zhan instantly, creating a scene of, is this still human? The remaining Gu Jianhun and others watched this scene, their hands trembling around their swords. To swallow poisonous mist in one gulp and to shoulder throw Long Zhan. Is this a god or a demon descended upon us? Who else? Lin Yuan stood still, calmly brushing the dust off his shoulders. I don't believe it. Sword formation. Kill. Gu Jianhun gritted his teeth, commanding the remaining 5 or 6 individuals for a final charge. Too slow. Lin Yuan shook his head. Buzz. 9 beams of cold light shot out from the tactical belt at his waist. Scrade's spiritual weapon Cicada Wing, flying knives 9-star conjunction. These flying knives were so fast that they could not be perceived by the naked eye, like 9 butterflies flitting, folding, and jumping through the crowd. Clang clang. All weapons were instantly knocked aside. Immediately, everyone felt a chilling sensation at their... That was the kiss of death. Time half a stick of incense, it had only burned a third. In the martial arts arena, aside from Lin Yuan, there was no one else standing. Long Zhan lay in a pit, foaming at the mouth. Ji Hongyi sat on the ground, clutching her chest, where the backlash had struck. Gu Jianhun's sword had been knocked away, a knife as thin as a cicada's wing hovering at his brow. The remaining dozen individuals lay sprawled on the ground, wailing. Instant kill. A complete and utter... Lin Yuan retracted the swirling flying knives and walked to the still smoking incense burner, glancing at the incense that had yet to finish burning. Tisk a bit slow. Lin Yuan shook his head, then turned to look at Zhao Tieshan, who stood at the edge of the platform with a dazed expression. Instructor. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable absolute authority now. Who is the captain? Zhao Taizhan looked at the golden generation on the ground, then at the youth whose hair was not even... He smiled bitterly and shook his head, crumpling the list in his hand that had Gu Jianhun's name on it and tossing it into the trash can. It's you, Lin Yuan. From today onwards, the Qinlong camp will only have one voice. And that is your voice. Hearing this, Gu Jianhu and Ji Hongyi and the others on the ground, though full of bitterness, dared not refute a single word. The world of martial artists is very pure. You are strong, so we obey. If you are strong enough to bring us despair, then we can only worship you like a god. From this moment on, this national team, which will soon represent Huaxiao in the stars, has finally welcomed a true and absolute tyrant leader. Mount Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains. It is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow that has accumulated over countless years, surrounded by swirling clouds and a chaotic magnetic field. Before the revival of spiritual energy, this place was a forbidden zone for humanity. After the revival, it became the most mysterious and dangerous entrance to a folded space on Earth. Booming thunder. The dense clouds were violently torn apart. A pitch-black 100-meter-long special military spaceship slowly descended onto a vast ice platform deep within Mount Kunlun. As the hatch opened, a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, but for everyone present, it was merely a gentle breeze. Lin Yuan, clad in a specially made black combat suit and carrying the Heiyue battle blade, was the first to step off the spaceship. Behind him were 9 regular and reserve team members led by Gu Jianhu and Ji Hongyi and Long Zhan. After the brutal training, where they were outmatched 19-1 in Qianlong camp, this group of unruly geniuses now followed Lin Yuan, closely obedient and disciplined. We have arrived. The escorting instructor Zhao Tieshan pointed ahead with a tone of reverence, that is, the gateway to the starry sky. Everyone followed the direction of his finger. In the next moment, all breaths were held. At the end of the ice field, amidst the swirling snow and wind, there loomed a towering bronze gate 1,000 feet high, majestic as a mountain. It was so massive that humans appeared as insignificant as ants in its presence. The Great Gate was forged from an unknown bronze material, its surface covered in mottled patina and dark red stains. Countless ancient star maps long lost to time were carved upon its surface, along with various terrifying and grotesque sculptures of otherworldly beasts radiating a primal aura. It hung silently, as if existing since time immemorial. Is this the entrance to the ancient road of stars? Gu Jianhun's eyes were filled with shock. Just a door makes my sword heart tremble. Long Zhan swallowed hard. Can this thing really be created by humanity? Beneath the bronze gate, an old man had been waiting for some time. Special envoy from the Central Military Headquarters, 8th rank, Grand Master Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others arrive, a serious expression crossed his face. Attention! At the command, thousands of soldiers responsible for guarding the Forbidden Zone saluted in unison, their eyes fervently watching the team that would represent Earth. Children, Lin Yuan looked at the 10 youthful faces before him, his voice heavy. I will escort you only this. Behind this door lies the battlefield of myriad realms, what we commonly refer to as the ancient road of stars. Remember my words. There are no laws, no morals, and no one will show mercy because you are a genius. You will encounter civilizations from other star systems, face terrifying cosmic beasts, and even meet the fabled descendants of gods and demons. Your task is not to kill many enemies or seize numerous treasures. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan. Your only mission is to survive. Survive. And bring back the source of stars that can elevate the revival of Earth's spiritual energy. As long as humanity endures, there is hope for Earth. Lin Yuan nodded calmly, returning a military salute. I guarantee the completion of the mission. In front of the bronze gate, Lin Yuan led his team toward the enormous door. As they drew closer, the sense of oppression grew stronger, but just as Lin Yuan's hand was about to touch the bronze door, a hum resonated. The system, which had been dormant within him for a long time, suddenly vibrated violently, without warning. Ding! Warning! High-dimensional spatial fluctuations detected. Source energy reaction detected. Data matching in progress. System core component Demon God Forge resonating. System version 3. 0 Starry Sky Edition is preloading. Progress 1. Coordinates locked. First stop. Shattered Star Ring. Low-level chaotic star domain. Source energy. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Could this so-called ancient road of stars be related to the system within him? It seems this journey is unavoidable. Open the door. Lin Yuan shouted, placing both hands on the bronze door, unleashing 100 tons of terrifying force as the true dragon's essence erupted. Creak. The ancient bronze gate, sealed for who knows how many ages, slowly cracked open. A gap. Brilliant and perilous starlight surged forth from the gap, like a burst dam, instantly engulfing everyone's line of sight. Inside was not darkness, but a massive, swirling cosmic vortex. Go! Gu Jianhuan, Ji Hongyi, and the others exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and with a determination akin to severing their own wrists, leaped into the vortex. Finally, only Lin Yuan remained. He stood at the edge of the light, pausing in his steps. Slowly, he turned back for one last look at the world behind him. He gazed at the swirling snow, the distant, desolate Kunlun Mountain, and as if seeing through thousands of miles, glimpsed the drunken old man in Magic City University and the girl in the hospital waiting for his return. Who? Lin Yuan closed his eyes and softly said in his heart, Old Wang, don't die too soon. Wait for me to come back and take you to the Dragon Palace for the finest wine. Shall you be good and heal yourself? When brother returns, he'll bring you a sky full of stars to make a necklace. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer a trace of attachment in those eyes. I'm off. Lin Yuan stepped forward. Buzz. The space twisted and light and shadow intertwined. The figure of the boy who once commanded respect on Earth, known as the Light of Magic City, and the Dragon Slayer, completely vanished within the bronze door, with the final person entering the bronze gate heavily closed. Atop Mount Kunlun, the snow and wind continued. Unknown star region, shattered star ring. Time unknown. After a wave of intense dizziness that made one feel nauseous, vision finally regained focus. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan shook his slightly swollen head and opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a suffocating, desolate scene. Beneath his feet was no longer familiar soil, but a vast, dark red meteorite continent floating in the void. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and blood, and the gravity was only 1/3 that of Earth. Looking up, there was no blue sky or white clouds, no sun, only the deep, vast backdrop of the dark universe, and two massive moons emitting eerie purple light hanging overhead. In the far distance, countless shattered star debris formed a gigantic ring of light. Within that ring, bizarrely shaped warships and enormous cosmic beasts could be seen engaged in a brutal battle. Explosive flames burst silently in the vacuum. Where is this? Behind him, Gu Jianhun and the others, pale-faced, crawled up and stared at the apocalyptic scene before them, their eyes filled with shock and unease. Is this the ancient road of stars? This is not a trial path at all. It's clearly a massive graveyard of the gods. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Lin Yuan raised his blade, pointing toward the sea of stars. There are no laws, no rules here. That means this is the largest buffet restaurant. Listen up, everyone. Lin Yuan turned back and shouted at the trembling earth geniuses behind him, unleashing his first roar in the starry sky. Stick close to me, don't fall behind. We're ready to feast. ZZ. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation vortex, a harsh interference sound came through the headset. Before his eyes lay a desolate wasteland, evoking despair. The dark red rocks beneath his feet were as hard as iron, covered with a thick layer of frost. The two massive purple moons overhead bathed the entire world in an eerie pallor. Alert! Before Gu Jianhun and the others could recover from the dizziness of crossing the starry sky, danger had already descended. Buzzing. The void trembled, and in the pile of rubble ahead, the previously empty space suddenly rippled like water. Immediately after, a dozen semi-transparent gray shadows appeared out of thin air like phantoms. They had massive bodies resembling mantises over 5 meters in length, covered entirely with a gray-black shell that seemed to absorb light. The forelimbs were 2 tumtor-long serrated sickles shimmering with a disconcerting spatial fluctuation. Celestial beasts, void mantis, adult realm, peak 4th rank, possessing spatial stealth talent, danger level high. This was a terrifying creature never seen on Earth. They were assassins of the starry sky, specializing in hunting trial takers who had just entered the ancient path. Hiss. The leader among them, a particularly large mantis, let out a hissing sound. Swish. Dozens of gray shadows instantly vanished, reappearing directly above everyone. Be careful. Long Zhan roared, just about to raise his shield to block, but someone was faster than him. Get away. A black shadow like a bolt of black lightning instantly tore through the low-gravity restraints. Lin Yuan took the lead, the Black Moon battle blade already drawn in his hand. Blade draw, thunder slash. Without any embellishments, the strike was extremely swift, the blade infused with terrifying thunderous true energy, crashing hard against the void mantis that had ambushed Gu Jianhun. When? A loud clang of metal echoed, shaking the surrounding rocks to the point of crumbling. The peak 4th rank void mantis was directly sent flying by Lin Yuan's strike, crashing into a small mountain, its fate unknown. Such a hard shell. Lin Yuan landed, his brow slightly furrowed. His previous strike, though not using all his strength, was enough to cleave through a heavy tank on Earth, yet this mantis shell had only cracked open a small fissure. Moreover, Lin Yuan looked down at the battle blade in his hand, and to his surprise, a grain-sized chip had formed on the once razor-sharp blade. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Facing such a beast that had long been devouring the metallic essence of the starry sky with a shell as hard as diamond and compounded by Lin Yuan's terrifying strength that had surged to 100 tons. It was becoming difficult to hold on. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing their companion injured, the remaining void mantises were completely enraged. Especially the mantis leader, quasi 5th rank, whose compound eyes flickered with red light, its form swayed, disappearing again by utilizing its spatial talent. The next moment, buzz. A deadly sense of crisis surged from behind Lin Yuan. The mantis leader's sickle, glowing with an eerie light, silently sliced toward the back of Lin Yuan's neck. If this strike landed, even Lin Yuan's diamond bone would shatter. Lin Yuan, behind you. Ji Hongyi screamed in warning. I know. Lin Yuan suddenly turned, gripping the hilt tightly, pouring the violent true dragon blood energy within him unreservedly into the Black Moon battle blade. Divine demonic body forged, full power. Slash. Lin Yuan aimed to clash Hedon. However, at that moment, he exerted force. Crack, crack, crack. The Black Moon battle blade in his hand emitted a mournful wail, and then fine cracks instantly covered the entire blade. It could not withstand Lin Yuan's vast true energy, nor the terrifying torque brought on by that 100-ton strength. It was crying, trembling, teetering on the brink of collapse. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Lin Yuan looked at this old companion. A flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, but more was a sense of determination. Old buddy. Lin Yuan whispered, his voice carrying through his spiritual power, as if soothing this weapon about to fade away. I'm sorry. Let you bloom one last time. Break for me. Boom. Lin Yuan no longer suppressed the cracks in the blade, instead actively detonating the thunderous true energy infused within it. At the moment the blade collided with the mantis leader's sickle, the Black Moon battle blade shattered completely. Mental power control object 10,000 blade storm. Lin Yuan's vast mental power instantly took control of the battlefield. The shattered alloy fragments, forcibly enveloped by his spiritual force, transformed into a close-range metal storm. Each fragment carried Lin Yuan's true dragon strength and thunderous true energy. The mantis leader within arm's reach could not evade in time. Its proud spatial sickle was shattered by the fragments, and its hard shell was riddled with holes. In an instant, this quasi-5th rank celestial beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before being shredded into a pile of minced meat by the metal storm. The battle was over. With the leader's death, the remaining void mantises scattered in terror, vanishing into the rubble in an instant. Gu Jianhuan, Long Zhan, and others gasping for breath gathered around, looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground, their eyes filled with relief from surviving the ordeal. That was close. This thing is too sinister. Long Zhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But Lin Yuan remained silent, standing still, maintaining the posture of swinging his blade. but in his hand there was only a bare hilt left. The blade had completely vanished, transformed into fragments scattered on the ground mixed with the blood and flesh of the enemy. Lin Yuan, your blade. Gu Jinhun stepped forward, looking at the broken hilt, hesitant to speak. For a warrior, a weapon is a second life. It's fine. Lin Yuan was silent for a long time before slowly loosening his grip. Clang. The half-broken hilt dropped onto the rocks with a lonely sound. It was too exhausted. Lin Yuan looked at the fragments on the ground and said softly, "It was a good blade, but after all, it was just mortal iron belonging to Earth. And my path." Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing at the deep and boundless starry sky above, "is still ahead. It can't keep up with me anymore." With Lin Yuan merging the true dragon spine marrow, his physical strength surged to inhuman levels. Rank, and even a rank alloy weapons on Earth became fragile items to him. Now he was like a giant fighting with a wooden stick. Without a suitable weapon, his combat power would be reduced by at least. This is troublesome. Ji Hongyi frowned and said, "Without a weapon, it's too disadvantageous in this starry ancient path. How about using my spare dagger for now?" "No need." Lin Yuan shook his head. "It's too light, it's not suitable for me." Just as everyone was at a loss, buzz. The system within Lin Yuan trembled again without warning, and this time the vibration was even stronger than when he encountered the bronze door. Moreover, it wasn't just the system. Even the divine demonic furnace within Lin Yuan, which had been in a state of hunger, suddenly transmitted a strong, almost greedy emotion. That feeling was like a beggar who had been hungry for 3 days catching a whiff of braised meat. System alert: high-energy metal reaction detected. Direction southeast 30 kilometers. Target ancient battlefield ruins 10,000 armies tomb. Evaluation: there are countless weapon souls of starry powerhouses buried there. Go there. There are your new companions there. 10,000 armies tomb. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened suddenly, and he raised his head to look at the area shrouded in purple mist to the southeast. Although he couldn't see clearly what was there, he could distinctly feel that something seemed to be calling him from there. It was the sound of weapons ringing. It was the loneliness and battle intent that had waited for 10,000 years. Interesting. The previously somewhat gloomy mood was instantly swept away. I have a feeling. Something is waiting for me there. A true god-slaying weapon. Passing through the purple mist, the vista suddenly opened into something vast and staggering. A black meteor mountain 1,000 meters tall rose abruptly at the center of the desolate floating isle. Under the light of 2 uncanny purple moons, the entire mountain exuded an atmosphere of deathly silence. But that was not the most shocking thing. What made the scalp tingle was that this vast mountain was densely studded with tens of thousands of weapons. There were giant battle axes broken in half, yet still radiating a cold gleam, spears reduced to half their shafts, their surfaces etched with intricate runes, and rusted iron shields that seemed ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Countless weapons stood in the rock like tombstones on graves, silent, as the icy wind from the starry void blew through them, giving out mournful cries. This was Wanbingzhou. It was the resting place where the weapons of innumerable fallen celestial warriors gathered, bound by that last spark of undying martial will. My heavens! Gu Jinhun stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the endless array of divine blades. His breath quickened. For a sword-obsessed soul, this was heaven itself. Is that an scrayed alloy-forged ancient sword? Gu Jinhun pointed to a long sword halfway up the slope, its whole body glowing with a faint blue aura, eyes reddening. Even after so many years, its sword chi can still cleave the air. It's undoubtedly top grade above S. Not only him, Ji Hongyi had also set her sights on a dark green dagger lodged in a corner. The surrounding rock had been corroded black, clearly a venomous blade. The weapons here all possess sentience. Lin Yuan squinted, feeling the chaotic, violent fluctuations of energy in the air. To take them, you must gain the remnants of their consciousness approval, otherwise they will turn on you. May the best prevail, Lin Yuan waved. Don't stray far, regroup in half an hour. Yes. The impatient group dispersed at once like starving wolves lunging for their chosen prey. Lin Yuan did not hurry. Hands clasped behind his back, he strolled lazily at the mountain's base. To others, the slopes were studded everywhere with divine weapons that seemed to glitter with treasure light. But through Lin Yuan's vision granted by divine insight advanced, the truth was entirely different. Those weapons that appeared polished and emitted prismatic lights when scanned by the system had their internal energy circuits long severed and their sentience thoroughly depleted. All show no substance. Lin Yuan shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. Such so-called scrayed ancient swords would probably not even match the Black Moon Warblade he used on Earth. They could not withstand his present true dragon strength. System, you aren't tricking me, are you? Where's the promised great treasure? Just as Lin Yuan was about to swear a sound, the system's pointer inside his mind spun wildly, finally fixing on one direction, the very summit of Wanbingzhou. Lin Yuan looked up. At the highest point of the meteor mountain, something stood alone, thrust into the peak. It was an elongated object about 1.5 meters long, its surface mottled with reddish-brown rust. It had no guard, no hilt, and one could not even discern an edge. At a casual glance, it looked like a firebrand ruined by flames or some household's discarded iron bar. There was no light about it, no energy fluctuations. Even the surrounding rock was overgrown with moss, evidently untouched for countless years. System notice target detected. Item unknown, extremely dangerous, sealed. Appraisal deceptively unadorned, a divine object cloaked in obscurity, waiting for a madman who can wield it. Shinma Ronglu desire max. That's it, Lin Yuan smiled. Something coveted by both the system and the Shinma Ronglu could not be wrong. He no longer hesitated. Pushing off with his toe, he spread like a rock and shot toward the summit. As Lin Yuan neared the top, "Ha, is that Earth native blind?" Lin Yuan glanced over. On a nearby boulder stood 3 humanoid beings in silver skin-tight combat suits, their skin pale blue, and a third eye sprouting from each brow. Stellar alien species, 3-eyed clan, primitive civilization. Rank high, 4th grade. This was Lin Yuan's first time seeing a real alien in the flesh. The 3 young members were each drawing gleaming long knives, clearly having done well. Now they regarded Lin Yuan with the condescending gaze one uses for country bumpkins. They leave the mountain full of exquisite weapons and instead go to the summit to pull out that firebrand. The leader sneered, disdain plain in his eyes. I heard a batch of lowly planet natives slipped among these new trialists. The rumor was true. What ignorant country bumpkins. Lin Yuan did not even pause at such crude mockery. To the eyes of a great dragon, the buzzing of a few flies is merely noise and nothing else. Wanbingzhong, summit. Lin Yuan landed on the great black rock. Up close, the firebrand looked even more decrepit. The thick rust clung to its surface like a stubborn disease. An unwanted rusty blade. Lin Yuan smiled slowly, extending his right hand to grasp the cold hilt. Let me see what you're hiding. The instant Lin Yuan's palm closed fully around the iron bar, a thunderous boom tore through the air. An abrupt transformation, the once-dead iron rod erupted with a terrifying psychic shockwave. It was not martial spirit, but a pure, ultimate, soul-shivering lust for slaughter. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt as if he were falling into the 18 levels of hell. Before his eyes, Wanbingzhong vanished, replaced by an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless bodies of divine beings and demons piled into mountains, blood pooling into oceans, and at the center of that blood sea, a dark red demonic blade was planted into the firmament, roaring at him, "Kill! Kill! Begone! You are unworthy." This was no mere weapon, it was unmistakably a peerless fiend sealed for countless ages. If it were an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist, or even a 5th-rank master with slightly weaker mental force, in an instant this murderous intent would shatter their mind and turn them into a killing madman. But luckily for it, it met Lin Yuan, a man who harbored the Shinma Ronglu within and whose mental force had been honed into the Hundun Shinma. An even greater madman. Whether you are worthy is not for you to say. Confronted with that all-encompassing crimson murderer, Lin Yuan stood in his mind's realm, his spine snapped straight, and the true dragon's soul roared behind him. Hundun Shinma cried, "Spin for me." With a deafening rumble, the ancient, austere millstone in Lin Yuan's consciousness began to turn. It mercilessly crushed, grinding those murderous thoughts and frenzied emotions that rushed into Lin Yuan's mind beneath its millstone. A creak as it worked. Creak. Let your killing intent drown the heavens, let your demonic might eclipse the world. Before the Hundun Shinma, all beings are equal, mere fodder. The demonic blade's consciousness cried out in agony. Its proud, killing aura had become nourishment to fortify Lin Yuan's mental force. Quite the temper you have. In reality, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with savagery. He gripped the trembling iron bar with white-knuckled force veins bulging on the back of his hand, his voice low and demonic. "Not convinced, are you? You have no shame, huh? Follow me, and I'll let you slaughter 100 times more than this. If you dare." In Lin Yuan's palm, the devouring force of the Shinma Ronglu erupted. "I'll melt you down and sell you as..." A humming resonance coursed through the iron rod. The weapon, which had been thrashing wildly upon hearing those words and sensing the furnace's genuine ability to melt it, fell silent in an instant. That's better. He inhaled deeply, muscles tensed, true dragon monstrous strength erupting. "Rise for me." With a bone-splitting crack and the sound of rock shattering, the firebrand that had been thrust into the summit for who knew how many millennia was wrenched free by Lin Yuan. A sickly dark red radiance poured from the fissure. It was so heavy that the instant he hoisted it, Lin Yuan's arm dropped with the weight, and the rock beneath his feet crumbled. Well, it'll be. Lin Yuan hefted his new companion, ecstasy flaring in his eyes. At least 3,000 Gene 1. 5 tons. This isn't a blade at all. This is clearly meant for smashing people. After 6 hours into the ancient starry road, in a dry cave not far from the grave of 10,000 weapons, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. To prevent unnecessary troubles from the noise of crafting weapons, he had specifically sealed the cave entrance with his mental power. At this moment, resting upon his knees was the rusty iron bar that he had just pulled from the mountain peak. "'Tis really ugly." Lin Yuan disdainfully flicked the blade. Clang. This blade, although weighing 3,000 pounds and exuding a menacing aura, was truly unworthy of praise in appearance. There was no blade guard, the handle was as rough as a branch, the blade thick like a door plank, and it was covered with rust and strange protrusions that resembled the skin of a toad. The most critical issue was its excessive ferocity. Gripped in his hand, the bloodthirsty negative emotions constantly assaulted Lin Yuan's nerves, attempting to take control. Though suppressed by Lin Yuan's chaotic god, it felt like holding a ticking time bomb, making it extremely unwieldy. I don't like disobedient weapons. Lin Yuan caressed the rough blade, his disdain gradually transforming into a mad resolve. Moreover, your appearance is too ugly to be worthy of me now. Since it is unwieldy, then let's remold it. Demon God Refining Furnace, crafting mode activate. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the familiar dark vortex reappeared behind him. But this time the furnace exhaled not the gravity of a black hole that devoured all, but a dark golden flame seemingly capable of tempering souls. Go. Lin Yuan single-handedly seized the 1.5-ton iron bar, and like throwing away trash, directly tossed it into the void furnace behind him. Hiss! As soon as it entered the furnace, the demonic blade seemed to sense impending doom and let out a tragic scream. The surface rust crazily peeled away, revealing its true form, crimson as blood, attempting to break free from the furnace's hold. Be good. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, his mental power transforming into an invisible hand, firmly pressing it at the center of the divine fire. At that moment, Lin Yuan retrieved another pile of items from the system space. These were all the fragments from the shattered Black Moon battle blade. Although just a pile of scrap metal to Lin Yuan, they were more precious than any divine material. This blade had accompanied him since the beginning at the Demon City Martial University, cutting through the competition of 100 schools, slaughtering the seed beasts of the Eastern Sea, and even stained with the blood of a 7-rank beast emperor. It was no longer just a cold weapon, it was Lin Yuan's most loyal companion in this world. Old friend, though your body is shattered, the soul of this new blade must be you. I am not accustomed to using a strange blade. Today I will grant you rebirth. With that, Lin Yuan solemnly threw the pile of fragments into the demon god refining furnace. Boom. With the addition of the old blade fragments, the flames within the furnace instantly transformed into 2 colors. One side was the demonic blade's frenzied, bloodthirsty scarlet. The other was the resilient, silent black of the Black Moon fragments. The 2 completely different energies violently clashed in the divine fire, each refusing to yield. The quality of the demonic blade was too high. Even when melted, it instinctively repelled the inferior alloy fragments. Still resisting, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. To fuse ordinary iron with divine weapons, a sufficiently powerful medium was necessary, one that could suppress and dominate everything. An emperor. Since that is the case, Lin Yuan suddenly extended his right index finger, pointing it at his forehead. Poof! He forced out a drop of golden blood that exuded a terrifying pressure. This was no ordinary blood. It was the ancient true dragon heart's blood he refined from the depths of his spine after merging it with SS-grade mythical materials. Just a single drop weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. Fuse! Lin Yuan flicked his finger. That drop of golden true dragon blood instantly surged into the furnace. Roar! In an instant, a high-pitched and passionate dragon's roar exploded within the narrow cave. The true dragon's blood was unmatched in dominance. It was like an emperor arriving on the battlefield, instantly suppressing the demonic blade's malevolence, while granting the Black Moon fragments a new divine nature. The originally conflicting 2 masses of liquid began to spin, merge, and reorganize wildly under the harmony of that drop of golden blood. Impurities were eliminated and essence was refined. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, fully immersing his mental power in the furnace, slowly shaping the new blades. He did not want a blade as wide as a door plank. He did not want a sword as thin as a willow leaf. What he sought was a blade that could both cleave and strike with finesse. A tang horizontal blade. Half an hour later. Buzz. The flames in the demon god refining furnace slowly extinguished. A sharp aura so intense it seemed to sever vision instantly filled the entire cave. It's done. Before him floated an exquisite battle blade that could be deemed a work of art. It measured about 4 feet long, the blade elongated and straight, displaying a mysterious pattern interwoven with deep dark gold and black. The blade was not metallic in color, but semi-transparent, crystalline, radiating a chilling light. On the back of the blade, a vividly lifelike blood-red dragon pattern extended from the handle to the tip, as if a true dragon coiled upon the blade. The handle was composed of a special non-slip texture perfectly fitting Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the system automatically displayed the properties of the new blade. Divine weapon created. Name Zhan Yuan, grade growth type artifact, current peak 5th rank 6th rank, weight 3,600 pounds, 1.8 tons. Material ancient demon iron, grade alloy, essence true dragon heart blood, exclusive traits 1. Soul devour, passive, can absorb the essence or blood and soul of enemies slain, continuously self-repairing and evolving its grade. 2. Mental power amplification, active, the blade's material has a high conductivity for mental power. When the host wields the blade for flytatic speed, 200 consumption 50. 3. Gravity field active, activates the true dragon magnetic field within the blade, instantly forming a 10-fold gravity area around the blade, slowing and suppressing enemies. Hiss! Looking at this luxurious property panel, Lin Yuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. Growth type. This means the blade has no upper limit. As long as he kills enough, this blade could even evolve into a 9th rank divine weapon or even a super divine weapon. Moreover, the mental power amplification was simply tailored for him as a mentalist. Come. Lin Yuan extended his right hand and gently beckoned the floating battle blade. The blade instantly flew into his palm. The moment his fingers gripped the handle, a familiar blood-connected feeling surged within him. Feels good. Lin Yuan held the blade and casually waved it towards the rock wall ahead. He did not use any true energy. There was no sound at all, not even the sound of wind. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. On the hard granite wall ahead, a bottomless crack appeared silently, the cut smooth as a mirror. Even the internal texture of the stone was clearly visible. This is a true divine weapon, killing without blood, slicing through iron like cutting through mud. The black moon is shattered. From today onward you shall be called. Lin Yuan recalled his own name, the abyss where this blade was born, and the countless races of the starry sky he would cut down in the future. Zhan Yuan. Buzz. The battle blade emitted a clear dragon's roar as if responding to its master's bestowed name. Zhan Yuan. Lin Yuan sheathed the blade into the specially made magnetic sheath on his back, stood up, and walked out of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Several powerful particle cannons struck the defense formation at the entrance of the cave, sending debris and dust flying into the air. At this moment, Gu Jianhuan, Ji Hongyi, and Long Zhan were pressed against the cave entrance, their expressions grave and disheveled. Long Zhan's once proud metallic skin was marred by scorched marks, clearly having just taken a heavy hit. Surrounding them were over 20 alien warriors clad in silver-gray exoskeleton mechs wielding laser. Starry Sky Aliens Serious Mech Hunting Team. Realm 4th Grade High Tier. Equipment: individual exoskeleton with energy, shield, high-frequency particle blade. These aliens had heads resembling werewolves with narrow, sinister eyes, and their mechs radiated a pale blue glow, clearly showcasing a technological level far superior to that of Earth. Handed over. The leader of the werewolves was particularly tall, and his mech was an even more advanced dark. Holding a buzzing light sword, he greedily stared into the depths of the cave. That dark, golden divine light, just now along with that dragon's roar. It must be something of great treasure. The werewolf leader grinned, sinisterly swinging the light sword at a nearby massive rock, which was instantly sliced in half, smoke still rising from the cut. Dream on. Gu Jianhuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the scrayed ancient sword in his hand remained sharp, facing these mech warriors protected by energy shields, the sword's aura had diminished significantly. These damn beasts have shells that are too tough. Long Zhan gritted his teeth. My punches feel like they're hitting cotton. I can't break through their defense at all. If only Lin Yuan were here. Lin Yuan. The werewolf leader keenly caught this name. Isn't he the turtle hiding in the cave to refine weapons? Since he refuses to come out, then let's blast both him and the cave to pieces. Understood. Over 20 mech warriors simultaneously raised their high-energy particle cannons, their muzzles charging up, and blinding light instantly illuminated the dim starry sky. It's over. Ji Hongyi's face turned pale. With such a density of firepower, even a 5th-grade master would be severely injured. Just at this critical moment. Step, step, step. The footsteps were soft, but everyone present seemed to freeze at the instant they heard them. Who says I'm a turtle? As the voice rang out, a familiar black figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Lin Yuan. He was still wearing that black combat suit, but at this moment there was an additional blade on his back. A completely black battle knife with a dark golden handle and a blood-red dragon pattern subtly swirling on the scabbard. It emitted no earth-shattering aura, instead it lay quietly on Lin Yuan's back like a piece of sleeping black. Yet for some reason, when the werewolf leader saw the knife for the first time, his beast-like instincts went into a frenzy, sounding alarm bells. Danger. Extreme danger. Are you the one refining weapons? The werewolf leader narrowed his eyes, pointing the light sword at Lin Yuan. Hand over the knife on your back, and I might hand it over to you. Lin Yuan halted, looking up at the group of fully armed mech warriors before him. In his eyes there was only one feeling. A detached indifference, as if he were a butcher sizing up sheep for slaughter. Perfect. Lin Yuan gripped the knife handle with his other hand. It's a freshly forged blade, and it hasn't tasted blood yet. Since you've come to my door, then you shall serve as offerings to the knife. Arrogant native. The werewolf leader erupted in rage. As a predator dominating this star domain, when had he ever been so disdained by a mere native who wasn't even a 5th grade? Die for me. Boom. The engine behind the werewolf leader exploded into full power in an instant. He transformed into a silver streak of light, his speed breaking the sound barrier in an instant. The high-frequency light sword in his hand emitted a dazzling brilliance, bringing with it a terrifying heat capable of slicing through alloys aimed straight at Lin Yuan's throat. This strike used all his might. Even scrayed defensive armor would be sliced open like tofu before this. Lin Yuan, be careful. That's high-frequency particle cutting. Gu Jianhuan shouted in fear. However, facing this fatal strike, Lin Yuan stood his ground, squatting down with his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand reversing the grip on the knife handle. Sword draw technique. Clang. A long resonant sound like the roar of a dragon suddenly echoed under the starry sky. The dark golden blade light, like a crescent moon rising from the depths of hell, instantly cleaved through the darkness, slicing through the werewolf leader's body. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even light seemed to be severed by this blade. Swish. The werewolf leader maintained his charging posture, instantly rushing past Lin Yuan's side, continuing for over 10 meters before finally slowing down. Ha ha ha. The werewolf leader stood still. Is this your knife? I felt nothing at all. He looked down at his chest, his mech unscathed, not even a scratch. Trying to scare whom? However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Crack. In the terrified gaze of all the werewolf team members, a thread of blood as thin as a hair suddenly appeared from the werewolf leader's left shoulder, then rapidly spread down, crossing through his chest, through his waist, and abdomen, extending to the root of his right thigh. Wah. What? The werewolf leader's eyes widened as he tried to raise his hand, but he found that his upper body was slowly sliding down. Puffed. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, not just his flesh and blood, but even the indestructible scrayed alloy mech and the high-frequency light sword he held in his hand were all cleanly sliced in half by this one blow. The cut was as smooth as a mirror reflecting a human figure. What was even more terrifying was that the werewolf leader's soul only registered the arrival of death after his body had been severed in two, but at that instant a horrific pulling force erupted from the wound. Exclusive trait Soul Devour. Oh, a scream from the depths of his soul was about to escape his lips, but it abruptly stopped. His soul, along with all his essence blood, was instantly devoured by the demonic blade known as Lin Yuan. Thud. The two halves of his corpse fell to the ground instantly, becoming desiccated corpses. Silence. The entire area fell into silence. The remaining 20 or so werewolf team members were all stiff, lacking even the strength to pull the trigger. What did they just witness? A single blow, just one strike, and their leader, along with that immensely valuable scrayed mech, was sliced open like tofu. What the hell kind of knife is this? What kind of monster is this? Gulp. Gu Jianhun swallowed hard, looking down at the scrayed ancient sword he had just felt was so impressive, suddenly feeling that it was just a firewood stick. Compared to Lin Yuan's knife, all weapons were garbage. Good. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the gazes around him, looking down at the Lin Yuan in his hand. At this moment, the blade was not stained with a single drop of blood. Oh, all the blood had been instantaneously absorbed by the blood dragon pattern on the blade. With the consumption of the essence, blood, and soul of a peak 4th-grade powerhouse, the translucent layer on the blade became even more dazzling, subtly radiating an eerie red glow. Aren't you full yet? Feeling the lingering tremor from the blade, Lin Yuan slowly raised his head, his deep blue eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Since you've come, let's leave everyone behind. Saying this, Lin Yuan loosened his grip on his right hand. Exclusive trait Telekinetic Amplification, 200. Sword Control Technique Rondo. Buzz. The Lin Yuan in his hand was instantly released. With Lin Yuan's vast spiritual power amplifying it, it transformed into a black lightning bolt that the naked eye could hardly capture. The air was torn apart. The werewolf team members who were frantically fleeing only felt a chill around their necks. 1 second. Just 1 second. The black battle knife traced a perfect arc of death in the air, then obediently flew back, landing into the scabbard behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan slowly lifted his head, and the repressed fury within him finally found an outlet at that moment. 10 source stones. Lin Yuan, warm-up is over. This knife tells me it really likes this place. On the 3rd day after entering the ancient path, the dark red wasteland seemed endless. The rocks beneath his feet were hard and sharp, and the 2 gigantic purple moons above, like 2 bloodshot eyes, fixed their gaze upon this desolate land. Captain, it seems there is something ahead. The voice of Gu Jianhun was somewhat hoarse. After trudging through this wasteland where gravity was abnormal, there was no water source, and the threat of void beasts lurked at every turn, the national team from Earth had long lost the vigor they had when they first set out. Every face was etched with fatigue, and their battle armor was covered in dust and the dried blood of alien beasts. Lin Yuan stopped and looked up, following the direction pointed by Gu Jianhun. Through a thin layer of purple mist, a colossal shadow, breathtaking in size, slowly emerged at the end of their sight. A gigantic city floating above the void's rift. It resembled an ancient behemoth lying in the starry sky, exuding a raw, savage, and blood-soaked aesthetic of violence. The towering city walls, over 100 feet high, were not made of bricks and stones, but were constructed from countless unknown beast bones. The white bone spikes protruded outward like rows of sharp teeth, shimmering with a chilling light under the purple moons. Above the massive city gate hung thousands of desiccated heads of creatures, some belonging to gigantic beasts, while others were humanoid skulls. Finally here. Long Zhan licked his cracked lips, gazing at the grotesque bone city, his eyes gleaming with desire. I hope to have a sip of warm water, even if it's dirty water. Don't celebrate too early. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword behind him, his gaze sharp. On Earth, cities signify civilization and order. But here, cities often mean a more advanced slaughterhouse. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic and boisterous as they approached the city's northern gate. The once self-important human geniuses who believed themselves to be the apex of all beings on Earth now stood at the city gate, feeling an unprecedented sense of smallness and oppression. This was a true exposition of all races. Boom, boom. In the front row stood a group of one-eyed giants, each towering over 5 meters, their skin rough like rock. They carried massive wolf-toothed clubs, shaking the ground with each step. To their left was a group of flame demons, their bodies ablaze with green flames distorting the very air around them. Wherever they passed, the rocks turned to magma. There were also spirit beings with 3 eyes, their mental prowess so formidable that it made Gu Jianhun's scalp tingle, and the feathered race with wings sprouting from their backs and sinister visages. Compared to them, the 10 earthlings Lin Yuan and his companions appeared particularly fragile both in stature. Hey, look over there. A wolf-head warrior of the werewolf race, exuding a foul stench, turned his head, his eyes greedily scanning Ji Hongi, drooling with avarice, a tender, flesh humanoid female. The meat of such lowly creatures is the most tender. If we could capture her and take her back. Don't even think about it, said his companion with a chuckle. Those are trial participants, but looking at how weak they are, they probably won't survive the night. We can just go collect the corpses later. Spare rations, that's how those aliens view us. Ji Hongi trembled with anger, the snake on her wrist hissing, eager to charge at that werewolf. Don't move. Lin Yuan pressed a hand on her shoulder, his voice eerily calm. This is the city gate. There are guards. Don't give them an excuse to act. At that moment, a series of shrill whip cracks and screams erupted from the other side of the city gate. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? A massive caravan was entering the city, being pulled not by alien beasts, but by dozens of ragged humans, their bodies covered in scars and brands. They were both men and women, some even elderly, their necks shackled with heavy iron chains bending like livestock as they struggled to pull the heavy loads across the hard ground. And overseeing them were several pig-headed humanoids brimming with excess flesh. Wham! A salt-water-stained barbed whip struck down on the back of a fallen elder, instantly tearing his flesh. Get up, you worthless toe-legged sheep. The pig-headed overseer spat angrily. If you slack off again, I'll butcher you and roast you for dinner. The elder cried out in agony, attempting to rise, but collapsing again due to exhaustion. The pig-headed overseer raised his large knife, ready to strike. Useless. Keeping you alive is a waste of food. Stop. Gu Jianhun's eyes turned red in an instant. No matter how much people fought among themselves on Earth, how they divided into noble families and commoners, here they were all of the same race. Clang. The ancient sword behind Gu Jianhun unsheathed, half an inch of murderous intent boiling within him. Everyone stop. A cold voice like the cold wind in the starry sky instantly doused the crowd's impulse. Lin Yuan stood still, not even changing his expression. Captain, they are killing people. Our people. Gu Jianhun turned back, incredulously looking at Lin Yuan. You want us to just watch? What happens after we... Lin Yuan turned his head, looking at Gu Jianhun, his eyes as deep as stagnant water. Kill that pig-headed overseer, then invite the entire caravan's retaliation. Then attract the suppression of the city guards. There are only 10 of us. This is the territory of the alien races. Do you want to exchange the lives of these 10? Lin Yuan's words were harsh, yet realistic. Gu Jianhun froze in place, his grip on the sword trembling violently, ultimately falling powerless. Indeed, here they were no longer the chosen ones. They were also ants that could be crushed at any moment. Remember this scene. Lin Yuan watched as the elder was finally beheaded by the pig-headed man, his corpse kicked aside like garbage. This is the fate of the weak. Store your anger. When we grow stronger, I will lead you all and turn this city into a true slaughterhouse. Finally, it was the turn of the Earth team. The ones guarding the city gate were a group of Naga warriors with human upper bodies, serpentine tails, and 4 arms. Leading them was a Naga captain wielding a trident, radiating a breath that reached the late stage of the 4th tier, even brushing against the threshold of the 5th tier. Next, the Naga captain lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at the approaching giant. The giant casually tossed a glowing source stone. Enter. The Naga captain waved his hand. Now it was Lin Yuan's turn. The captain led the team forward, mimicking the previous actions and presenting a few source stones collected from the void mantis nest. Halt. The Naga captain's trident suddenly blocked Lin Yuan's path, his cold vertical pupils scrutinizing Lin Yuan and the others, humans. That low-level civilization, just out of their home planet. The Naga captain extended 4 arms, indicating a number. Low-level civilization, double the entry fee. 10 source stones each, or leave behind a weapon of grade B or higher. Hearing this, Gu Jianhun and the others' expressions changed dramatically. 10 source stones. The giant in front had clearly only paid 1. And they had just arrived. Oh, where would they acquire so many source stones? Unless they surrendered their weapons, but doing so in the ancient path of the starry sky was equivalent to suicide. What's wrong? None. If not, then get lost or... His gaze fell on Ji Hongi, licking his lips. Leave this female behind to entertain the brothers for a few days, and that can count as payment. Ha ha ha. The surrounding Naga guards burst into laughter. This was reality. Being weak was the original. Lin Yuan slowly lifted his head, and the repressed fury within him finally found an outlet at that moment. 10 source stones. Lin Yuan's voice was very calm as the sea before a storm. He took a step forward, his body almost brushing against the gleaming trident. Looking into the eyes of the Naga captain, he asked slowly, what if? What if I don't hand it over? Buzz. Behind Lin Yuan, the magic sword named Lin Yuan seemed to sense its master's killing intent. From within its sheath, a long-awaited dragon's roar echoed. Not only the guards, but even the surrounding alien merchant teams and wandering travelers paused in their tracks, gathering around with a mindset of watching a spectacle. Look, another clueless newcomer is about to be skinned alive, said a one-eyed giant wielding a wolf-toothed club. The last batch of earthlings was just as tough, but what happened to them? The man was minced and fed to dogs, and the woman was sold into the black market as a slave. The grass on their graves is probably 2 meters high by now. Tisk humans are so fragile like paper, yet their tempers are quite fierce. It's a pity that in this place dignity is the privilege of the strong. Countless gazes landed on the Earth team like needles. They were filled with mockery, pity, and the excitement of awaiting a bloody feast. Too much bullying. A roar shattered the one-sided humiliation. Clang. Ancient Sword Soul could no longer endure it. As the young master of the divine sword manner and an unyielding sword cultivator, such humiliation targeting races and women was more unbearable than killing him. Want a person? Did you ask my sword? Enraged, he struck with full force. The shrank ancient sword behind ancient sword soul instantly unsheathed, transforming into a dazzling streak of light. On the sword body, 7-star runes lit up simultaneously. The tie by sword intent erupted to its peak, aiming directly at the Naga captain's throat. This strike, though not as domineering as Lin Yuan's blade, was enough to slice through the armor of heavy tanks on Earth. Interesting. Facing this sword that could kill even a peak 4th-tier opponent, the Naga captain merely lazily lifted his eyelids. But in the face of true power. Too weak. Slap. The Naga captain casually waved one arm. The ancient sword, imbued with lethal sword intent, was effortlessly deflected by his hand, which was covered in blue scales. The scrayed alloy clashed with the scales, only producing a shower of sparks. Immediately after, a thick serpent tail swept out like a steel whip. What a! Ancient Sword Soul wanted to retract his sword to block, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud explosion, he was struck in the chest by the massive serpent tail like a fly. A mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. Ancient Sword Soul clutched his chest, barely managing to keep hold of his sword, his face pale as paper. 5th tier. Ancient Sword Soul wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fury in his eyes turning into deep despair. 5th tier initial stage. Moreover, it was an alien of the 5th tier with physical qualities far surpassing that of humans. On Earth, a peak 4th tier might challenge a 5th tier, but in the starry ancient road, this innate disparity in physical quality made such challenges nearly impossible. Is that all? The Naga captain retracted his tail, disdainfully blowing dust off his nails. I thought you were formidable, but you are just a piece of trash. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me for being rude. Kill all the men. Capture the women. Yes. A dozen Naga guards grinned as they closed in, their scimitars glinting coldly under the purple moon. Ji Hongyi and Long Zhan stood back to back, their eyes filled with determination. It was either death or nothing. At that moment, a hand landed on the shoulder of Ancient Sword Soul, who was about to struggle to rise. Step back. Lin Yuan pulled Ancient Sword Soul behind him, then walked slowly towards the fierce Naga guards alone. Captain. Ancient Sword Soul panicked. That captain is 5th tier. I know. Lin Yuan did not look back, merely waving his hand, because they don't understand human speech. Since they don't understand, then it must be spoken in a language they understand. With a step forward, Lin Yuan had just a single step. Boom. A terrifying pressure beyond description erupted unexpectedly from that. That was not true chi, nor was it mental power. It was an absolute suppression stemming from the level of life. The majestic aura inherent to true dragon's bone marrow when confronting crawling creatures. And at the originally noisy city gates, the air suddenly became as heavy as lead. The Naga guards, who had been grinning just a moment ago, suddenly felt their scales trembling and the serpent blood flowing within them, wailed in fear. The Naga captain's cruel smile froze, his cold slit eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. A primal fear from deep within his soul caused his thick serpent tail to tremble uncontrollably. This feeling was like a poisonous snake on the ground encountering a true dragon patrolling the heavens. The Naga captain's palm gripping the trident began to sweat, and his voice carried a hint of trembling and fear. Who exactly are you? He had never felt such terrifying bloodline pressure from a lowly human race. Facing the captain's question, Lin Yuan stood less than 3 meters away, slowly raising his head. Who am I? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I am your ancestor. The moment the words fell, buzz. Lin Yuan gripped the handle of the sword behind him. The magic sword named Lin Yuan emitted a joyous cry, eager for blood, automatically unsheathing and settling firmly in his palm. Exclusive feature gravity field 10x fully activated. Boom. Centered around Lin Yuan, the space within 100 meters suddenly collapsed. A terrifying gravitational field equivalent to 100 times that of Earth's gravity crashed down towards the ground like the heavens collapsing. Thud. Without any time to react, those weak aliens who had gathered to watch those Naga guards who hadn't had the chance to strike, and even the giant beasts pulling carts in the distance, under this terrifying gravity, were instantly pressed to the ground. Some weaker aliens were even crushed to the point of spewing out internal organs, fainting on the spot. Amidst the wails and cries of worship, all around, only Lin Yuan stood alone. Holding his battle blade, he stood tall and proud. "Don't you like making people kneel?" Lin Yuan let the tip of the Zhan Yuan blade touch the ground, creating a shower of sparks on the hard rock as he stepped closer. "Are you satisfied with this position now? Are you satisfied?" Click, click, click. The Naga captain, possessing early-stage 5th-tier strength, was currently flushed in the face, with veins on his neck bulging like worms. His proud, thick serpent tail was pressed firmly against the ground under the terrifying weight of 10 times gravity, 100 times Earth's gravity, unable to lift even an inch. Even the blue scales on his body were cracking under this immense pressure, oozing blood. The Naga captain ground his teeth, his forearms gripping weapons, trembling violently, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and humiliation. "I am 5th tier. I am a noble member of the Naga clan, you lowly human." He attempted to mobilize the demon power within him to resist, trying to break free from this mountain-like force. But unfortunately, standing before him was no ordinary 4th-tier warrior. Instead, it was a monster that had fused with the primordial true dragon's marrow, wielding a growing divine artifact, and had grasped the rudiments of the gravity law. Lowly, Lin Yuan stood at the center of the gravity field, looking down at the Naga captain, who was still struggling to hold on. "Can you not see the situation even now? Since your knees are so hard and you refuse to kneel?" His figure suddenly blurred. Whoosh. In the next instant, he actually vanished from his original spot. Without using true energy, it was purely the explosive speed of his physical body. Before the Naga captain could even catch a glimpse of his afterimage, of bone-chilling cold had already pressed against his back. "Then don't kneel." A cold voice exploded in the Naga captain's ear, followed by an incredibly swift, dark gold blade light. Blade technique, chaotic edge. Stab, 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 stab. For sounds of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed, almost simultaneously merging into a single sound. Ah! Blood erupted like a fountain, and under the terrified gaze of countless other races, the forearms that had once wielded weapons and were full of arrogance were suddenly severed from the Naga captain's body. The cuts were smooth as a mirror, even the stark, white bone stumps were clearly visible. My hands! My hands!" The Naga captain screamed in agony, his body crashing heavily into the pool of blood due to loss of balance. One strike. 5-tier incapacitated. "Captain! Captain!" The dozens of Naga guards who had originally been suppressed by the gravity were all scared to death upon witnessing this scene. This was a 5th-tier powerhouse. In front of this human, he was like a toy with its limbs torn off. "Kill him! Quick, kill him!" The armless Naga captain lay on the ground, rolling frantically and hysterically roaring all together. He was at the end of his strength. "Turn him into minced meat." Hearing the command, those Naga guards, although terrified, still braved themselves to charge forward. "Kill!" Dozens of curved blades shimmered with cold light under the purple moon, slicing towards Lin Yuan from all directions. Being seasoned guards, they coordinated extremely well, sealing off all of Lin Yuan's escape routes in an instant. "Is this your last words?" Facing the impenetrable net of blades, Lin Yuan didn't even blink. At this moment, the blade known as Zhan Yuan did not fall to the ground, but rather it strangely hovered in midair. Mental energy control blade technique, Grim Reaper's Harvest. Lin Yuan softly commanded, "Go." The black war blade transformed into a stream of light that the naked eye could not capture, moving like a black venomous snake wandering in the void. Moments later, the 5 Naga guards who were charging at the front hadn't even seen where the blade was before they felt an intense spinning sensation in their vision. Then they saw their own headless bodies still running. Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the blood pool, his expression calm. The war blade under his mental command weaved through the crowd, darting back and forth. Each flicker claimed a life, and every slash was accompanied by a burst of blood. "Devil! He is a devil! Run!" In less than 3 minutes, the originally aggressive dozens of Naga guards had already fallen by more than half. The remaining 10 or so had completely collapsed, discarding their weapons and turning to flee. But how could Lin Yuan give them the opportunity? With a thought, the war blade traced a huge arc in the air. Thud! 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 10 or so corpses fell in unison on the path of their escape. The city gate instantly transformed into a scene of carnage, blood pooling into little streams, slowly flowing through the cracks in the rocks, dyeing the hard ground a dazzling crimson. And that Naga captain, with his limbs severed, was now desperately wriggling on the ground, with only his remaining tail trying to crawl into the city gate. As long as he got into the city and triggered the great formation within, he would still have a chance. "Help, someone help me." He crawled while dragging ghastly bloodstains on the ground. Thud! A foot landed on the tip of his tail. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Yuan's demonic whisper echoed above him. The Naga captain's body stiffened as he struggled to raise his head, only to meet a pair of cold, merciless vertical pupils. "Spare me, spare my life." The Naga captain was weeping, no longer the high and mighty figure from before. "I was wrong, my lord grandpa. I am a beast. I didn't recognize the great mountain. I beg you. Too late. Lin Yuan said no more. He reached out and pulled a broken spear from the pile of corpses nearby. In the next life, be born to a good family. Just as his words fell, the muscles in Lin Yuan's arm bulged, and the 100 tons of terrifying strength within him erupted in an instant. The spear slipped from his hand, transforming into a shooting star. It then pierced through the Naga captain's chest, the immense kinetic energy sending his body flying. With a desperate scream, the Naga captain's body traced a dozen-meter arc in the air. Then, bang! A loud crash resounded. That spear with the Naga captain's corpse was pinned against the towering bone gate of the 36th city in the starry sky. At this moment, whether it was the alien merchant convoy lined up at the city gate, the other guards who had just arrived, or the ancient sword spirit and others standing behind Lin Yuan, all fell into a dead silence. Lin Yuan stepped through the thick blood, walked over to the severed half of the Naga captain's corpse, and bent down to pick up a bloodied storage bag. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Lin Yuan weighed the source stones in the bag, satisfied as he stored it away. Then he turned around, facing the thousands of aliens from various star systems at the city gate. Clang! The Zhan Yuan hovering in midair flew back and sheathed itself automatically. Did you see clearly? Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the werewolves, giants, and pig-headed men who had previously mocked the toe-legged sheep. Every alien that made eye contact with him instinctively lowered their heads, trembling all over. I don't care what the rules were here before. I don't care how you treated humans in the past. But Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rose, carrying a suffocating dominance. From today on, any earthling entering the city is free. Who has an objection? Lin Yuan grinned, pointing at the corpse above him. This is what happens next. Silence. Not a single person dared to retort. Even those city guards who had been itching to move were now subdued by Lin Yuan's overwhelming killing intent, not daring to take a single step out of the city. On the ancient starry road, the fist is the truth. And today Lin Yuan used dozens of heads and the life of a fifth-tier captain to tell everyone. The fists of earthlings are very hard. Ding. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First kill in the starry sky. Evaluation decisive in killing, asserting our power. This is how a tyrant should be. Rewards being calculated. Gain slaughter value 50000 points. Reputation system activated. Current reputation level notorious. Initial stage. Passing through the city gate, adorned with severed heads and now bearing the fresh corpse of a 5th-rank Naga. The clamor and splendor of the metropolis surged forward like a tidal wave. Wide avenues stretched on either side, lined with countless shops. Some displayed flayed corpses of monstrous beasts, others showcased weapons still dripping blood, and a few even held iron cages dedicated to the trade of enslaved beings from myriad races. This was Starlight City 36, the largest supply hub and den of extravagance within a 10th Stanley radius. Yet at this moment, an extraordinary sight unfolded upon its normally thronged streets. A compact Earth squad, just 10 strong, marched boldly down the center of the road. Around them, every being, whether alien merchants who moments earlier had bellowed threats or armored sentinels brandishing weapons, now recoiled in terror, parting left and right, as if fleeing a plague god, carving out a wide silent avenue. No one dared block their path. No one dared even glance twice. After all, the still bleeding corpse of the 5th-rank Naga hanging at the city gate served as the most potent passport imaginable. Huff! Gu Jinhun gripped his sword hilt tightly, palms slick with sweat. Walking just behind Lin Yuan, he watched the alien crowds, retreating yet seething with venomous glances, and murmured, "Captain, it seems we've gone too far this time." That Naga captain belonged to the Bloodwolf gang, a local hegemon here in the city. Their leader is a ruthless 6th-rank peak cultivator. We killed one of theirs the moment we arrived and hung him on the wall. The city governor's office will surely come knocking soon. Long Zhan nervously licked his lips. "Yeah, Captain, shouldn't we find shelter first?" "Shelter?" Lin Yuan strode ahead, his pace unwavering. He bore the blood-drenched Zhan Yuan's sword across his back, his gaze calm, yet commanding as it swept over the surrounding alleys. His voice low but resonant with unshakable authority, settled like thunder. On Earth, murder is a crime. But on the ancient path, Lin Yuan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Might makes right. This was the law of the jungle. The weaker you appeared, the more they sought to crush you. The fiercer you stood, the more they revered you. Just as the group traversed a bustling alien commercial street, preparing to seek lodging, a hand, missing 3 fingers, slipped silently from the shadows of a grimy alleyway and seized Lin Yuan's hem. "Who's there?" In a flash, Gu Jinhun, tense as a drawn bowstring, drew his blade ready to strike. Don't kill me. It's me, one of our own." A trembling, hoarse voice rose, speaking astonishingly in a dialect of Huaxiao from decades past. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He raised a hand, halting Gu Jinhuan's blade, then bent low to peer beneath the rusted dumpster. At the figure crouched there, an emaciated elder clad in tattered rags reeking of decay. His left arm ended abruptly at the shoulder. His face was a map of scars and grime. Yet in those clouded, roomy eyes flickered both desperate joy and raw animal fear. "Young master, are you from Earth?" The old man clutched Lin Yuan's pant leg with skeletal fingers as though grasping the last thread of salvation. Tears carved twin furrows through the dust and wrinkles on his face. I'm old Lu. Lu from Sichuan Military District 30 years ago. 30 years ago. A jolt ran through them all. That was the dawn of Earth's spiritual energy resurgence. The era of the first pioneers to venture onto the starry ancient path. Most of that cohort had vanished without trace. The Federation presumed them all dead. And yet, here impossibly stood a survivor. Elder Yu. Jihongyi stepped forward, reaching to help him up. Shill, not a word. Don't let the aliens hear. The man called Old Lu darted terrified glances around, especially towards several patrolling guards clad in crimson battle armor, his whole body shuddering uncontrollably. Quick, follow me now. You killed the Naga. The Blood Wolf gang will descend for vengeance any moment. If you delay, it'll be too late. Don't endanger everyone. Come hide with me in the pigsty. Starlight City 36, Lower District. Location Blackwater Alley, the slums. Guided by Old Lu, the squad left the glittering merchant quarter and plunged into a labyrinth of narrow, damp, and pitch-black alleys. The deeper they went, the darker the light grew, and the stench thickened, rotting food, human waste, and festering wounds fermenting into one suffocating miasma. We're here. This is it. Old Lu halted before a sewage grate choked with stagnant filth and pushed open a rust-eaten iron door. As the door groaned inward, the sight beyond made every earthborn genius clutch their chest in visceral shock. It was a vast underground air raid shelter, utterly lightless save for a few guttering oil lamps clinging to life. On the muddy floor sprawled hundreds of ragged tents, and between them lay scores of gaunt, half-naked humans, skeletal limbs protruding from torn cloth skins stretched taut over bone. Some were limbless, others bloomed with suppurating sores. At the newcomer's entrance, these figures, sprawled motionless moments before, slowly lifted their heads. What kind of eyes were these? Not the gleam of kinship nor the spark of hope, only numbness. Only terror. And beneath it, deep corrosive jealousy and resentment. They stared at Lin Yuan's gleaming armor, at Jihongyi's unblemished rosy cheeks, as if sewer rats gazing upward at swans soaring high above the clouds. So this is the human outpost. Long Zhan's voice trembled as he surveyed the refugee camp horror. This is what the Federation files call the Starlight Forward Base. Forward Base. Old Lu let out a hollow, despairing chuckle, the sound of a soul long broken. That's what your superiors call it. Here the aliens call it the two-legged sheep pen, or simply the pigsty. He led them to a marginally cleaner corner and poured murky water into chipped, battered bowls with his maimed hand. Drink. It's filtered, non-toxic. Even Long Zhan, who usually scoffed at hygiene, couldn't bring himself to swallow the foul liquid, its surface speckled with floating debris. Elder, what exactly happened here? Lin Yuan did not touch the bowl, his gaze sweeping over the hollow, apathetic faces. You entered the ancient path. You must have been elite talents from Earth once. Why has it come to this? To qualify for the starry ancient path meant ranking 4th rank or higher on Earth. Undeniable elite status. Talents. Leaning against the damp, crumbling wall, Old Lu stared blankly at his severed stump. 30 years ago, I was a prodigy of Sichuan. Arrogant, full of fire, convinced the stars themselves were no grander than a backyard pond. Then I arrived here, and learned we were frogs at the bottom of a well. Here 4th rank cultivators walk the streets like commoners, 5th rank ones are worth less than dogs. The aliens are terrifyingly strong. Their physiques dwarf ours by multiples, their technology eclipses ours by centuries. Of our 100-strong cohort, half perished on the very first day. The rest were enslaved, forced into mines, thrown as cannon fodder, forced to fight as gladiators. Those who resisted had their skins peeled off and hung at the city gates. In time we broke. Our spines were shattered. Old Lu gestured vaguely outward. Obey quietly. Pay the monthly head tax. Occasionally surrender a woman. And at least you live. That is reality. Then, as if struck by sudden memory, he seized Lin Yuan's wrist, eyes wide with panic. Wait. Young master. At the gate. Did you kill the Blood Wolf gang's Naga captain? Lin Yuan nodded. Yes. What of it? It's over. Utterly over. Old Lu collapsed onto the filthy ground, face ashen, trembling violently. You've brought calamity upon us all. The Blood Wolf gang rules this district. That Naga captain was the gang chief's younger brother-in-law. You killed him. They'll retaliate. They dare not challenge the governor's office directly, but they'll vent their fury on us. He began shoving Lin Yuan frantically. Leave. Leave now. Don't stay here. You'll doom every last soul. The Blood Wolf gang will slaughter Blackwater Alley to the last child. Not only Old Lu, but all around the previously listless crowd erupted in primal, paralyzing terror at the name Blood Wolf gang. Get out. You harbingers of ruin. Why have you come to destroy us? Throw them out. Surrender them to the Blood Wolf gang as penance. People scrambled for stones and refused hurling them at Lin Yuan's squad. In those eyes burned only the desperate hunger for survival and hatred for those who might drag them down. You? Gu Jinhun shook with rage, having fought fiercely for these very people at the gate only to be branded a curse and driven away. Silence. Lin Yuan stepped forward, shielding Gu Jinhan. A lump of mud struck his armored boot. He didn't flinch. His gaze lingered on old Lu's contorted, terror-stricken face, then drifted across the twisted, desperate visages of his fellow survivors. He felt no anger, only a profound, aching sorrow. Slaughter. Slowly he brushed the mud. He lifted his head. In his deep sapphire eyes burned black flames, incandescent, purifying, capable of reducing all corruption in this world to ash. His voice soft as breath cracked across the tomb-like silence of the shelter like thunder here, in this place. Before my blade, a deafening crash echoed overhead. The heavy iron hatch sealing the underground entrance was kicked clean off its hinges. Boom. A second shattering impact. Then a voice, brimming with slaughterlust and savage fury, roared down from above. Listen up, you two-legged sheep. Hand over the murderers, now, or today I'll bathe this pigsty in blood. The Blood Wolf gang had arrived. Booming thunder roared through the air. Before old Lu could utter the words run, and before Lin Yuan could inquire further about the information regarding this city, a series of thunderous hoofbeats mixed with countless roars of wild beasts rattled the entire underground shelter, causing dust to fall. It wasn't just a dozen people, but an army of hundreds, or even thousands. Then there was a loud bang. Oh! Several human refugees caught off guard had their legs smashed and let out horrified screams. Amidst the swirling dust, hundreds of werewolf cavalry riding black giant wolves and wielding wolf-tooth clubs and curved blades surged into the refuge like a black torrent. This was the main force of the Blood Wolf gang. A woo! Hundreds of giant wolves howled at the sky, simultaneously filling the entire space with the stench of blood and beastly odor, making one feel nauseous. Leading them was a werewolf towering at nearly 3 meters tall, with a single eye, his muscles bulging like iron blocks, clad in heavy armor made of beast bones. Vice leader of the Blood Wolf gang, the One-Eyed Wolf King, mid-5th rank. Riding on a mutated wolf standing 2 meters tall, he held a blood-dripping wolf-tooth club, his single eye emitting a ghostly green light, fixated on the group of humans huddled in the corner. You two-legged sheep inside, listen up. The One-Eyed Wolf King's voice was like a cracked bell, deafening. Just now someone killed a key member of my gang at the city gate and dared to hang the corpse on the city wall to provoke us. Those reckless newcomers are among you. He swung his wolf-tooth club, fiercely shattering a nearby support pillar. Immediately hand over those murderers. Otherwise, today no one will escape from Blackwater Alley. According to the old rules, punish the entire household. All the men will be killed to feed the wolves, and all the women will be taken back for breeding. No. Hearing the words punish the entire household, the refugees, already in extreme fear, erupt. It's them. Someone in the crowd shouted first. Immediately hundreds of eyes filled with fear, resentment, and madness turned towards Lin Yuan and the others standing in the middle. It's all your fault. Why did you come here? Get out. Hand them over. Bind them. Quickly bind them and hand them over to the Wolf King for reparation. Some strong human men, under the threat of death, actually picked up ropes and sticks from the ground, readied, wanting to rush forward to bind Lin Yuan and the others. This scene was profoundly ironic. Faced with the slaughtering knife of a foreign race, they dared not resist, yet against their own kin, they became incredibly ferocious. You all. Gu Jinhan looked at the compatriots charging towards him, his hand gripping the sword, trembling, his eyes red, and we are helping you vent your anger. You actually vent anger. You are taking our lives. Old Lu knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Little brother, I beg you, just go out, and don't drag everyone down with you. The evil of human nature in the face of despair appeared, so naked and ugly. Enough. Lin Yuan gently pushed aside Gu Jinhan, who was blocking his way, looking at the humans with ropes wanting to bind him, at the elderly begging for mercy, and at the compatriots who had turned vicious in order to survive. He felt no anger, for he knew this was not their fault. It was the instinctive fear cultivated by long-term enslavement and slaughter. You cannot expect a group of sheep raised in a pen to turn into lions when wolves come, unless someone first kills all the wolves and tells them that wolves are made of meat too. Step back. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable command. He then reached out and gently pushed aside the few humans holding wooden sticks. In the astonished gazes of everyone, he walked alone, step by step, to the front of the line, perfectly blocking the trembling refugees from the brutal wolf cavalry. One person is a wall. Whatever one does, one must bear the consequences. Lin Yuan stood there, arms hanging naturally, not drawing his sword. He raised his head, gazing directly at the One-Eyed Wolf King sitting atop his steed, and calmly said, I killed the people. I stand here. Whoever wants to die, step forward. Buzz. As Lin Yuan's words fell, an overwhelming aura quietly emanated from within him. The pressure of the ancient true dragon was released. This pressure was imperceptible to humans, but for sensitive beasts, it was the might of the heavens. Whoa! The hundreds of black giant wolves that had been baring their teeth and showing their fierce nature instantly felt as if their spines had been pulled out upon sensing this aura. They tucked their tails, their fur bristling, whimpering in fear, their limbs going weak, and they dared not take another step forward. No matter how the werewolf riders whipped them, they lay on the ground, refusing to move. Useless. Get up. The One-Eyed Wolf King, furious, lashed the head wolf beneath him. However, that fifth-rank mount was so frightened that it began to leak excrement and urine, burying its head in the ground, pretending to be dead. Something feels off. As a mid-tier fifth-rank expert, the one-eyed wolf king quickly sensed something was wrong. He fixed his gaze on the black-clad youth standing in front, a hint of wariness flashing in his single eye. You have some skills. The one-eyed wolf king sneered, pointing his wolf-toothed club at Lin Yuan. No wonder you dared to kill the third. It seems you have some backbone. But the one-eyed wolf king surveyed the surroundings, pointing at the densely packed 300 elite wolf cavalry behind him. Can you alone withstand the charge of my 300 wolf riders? Boys, since the wolves won't move, then dismount and charge for me. Kill. With a command, hundreds of werewolf warriors leapt off their wolves, brandishing their curved blades and wolf-toothed clubs, rushing madly towards that slender figure. The charge of hundreds of fourth-rank warriors was imposing, shaking the very ground. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained standing in place, facing the overwhelming intent to kill. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping the blade, named Zhan Yuan behind him. Punish the entire household. Lin Yuan drew his sword from its sheath, the dark golden blade, reflecting a demonic red glow under the dim light. Since you want to play punish the entire household, then I shall. Boom. Lin Yuan fiercely thrust the long knife into the ground before him. I'll annihilate your 9 clans. Artifact trait gravity field 20 times. Buzz. A terrifying black ripple capable of distorting light erupted from the Zhan Yuan knife, embedded in the ground, instantly spreading in a fan-shaped area ahead. 20 times gravity. What does this mean? It's equivalent to each person suddenly carrying 2 mountains on their backs. Thud. Crack. In the next second, they fell to the ground, without warning, like flies being slapped down by an invisible. Due to the tremendous inertia of the charge and the sudden increase in gravity, their bones simply could not withstand the instantaneous pressure change. In a series of explosive sounds, over 50 strong werewolf warriors were brutally pressed into the mud. Blood sprayed from their 7 orifices and pores. Some were even crushed into a puddle of flesh, unable to let out a cry, before transforming into a heap of indescribable blood and flesh mixture. Though the werewolf warriors behind did not directly charge into the core area, they instantly felt their legs filled with lead, making it incredibly difficult to lift their feet. My legs are broken. Help. I can't move. The once thunderous charge turned into a hellish wail within 100 meters as the ground sank half a meter. And within that sunken bloody mire, Lin Yuan slowly pulled the battle knife from the ground. Stepping through the blood and muddy mess, he walked towards the one-eyed wolf king, who had not yet had the chance to charge and was currently frozen in shock. Now, Lin Yuan stopped 10 meters in front of the one-eyed wolf king, flicked the non-existent blood from the blade, and revealed a gentle smile. We can have a good chat about the issue of compensation for mental damages. 10 minutes later. 20 times. This is impossible. The face of the one-eyed wolf king was filled with unprecedented terror. As a mid-tier 5th-grade powerhouse, he attempted to unleash his blood and forcefully break free from the sudden gravity. But he was horrified to discover that this was not merely gravity, but something that could lock down space. A domain. In the cultivation system of the ancient Starry Road, only those who reached the peak of the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade, could comprehend the rudiments of a domain. Yet this human boy, who was only of the 4th grade, managed to create such a terrifying force field with a mere knife thrust that he couldn't even lift a finger. You are a hidden realm old monster. The one-eyed wolf king knelt on the ground, his kneecap shattered into dust. Please don't kill me. I am the deputy leader of the Blood Wolf gang. My elder brother is at the peak of the 6th grade. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Shut up. Lin Yuan calmly raised his hand, and then swung the knife. Whoosh. Thud. 1 strike to kill. The neck of the headless corpse gushed forth hot wolf blood like a fountain shooting up 3 meters high. But oddly, this blood did not touch the ground. Buzz. The Zhan Yuan battle knife in Lin Yuan's hand suddenly vibrated, and the blood-red dragon pattern on the back of the blade seemed to come alive, opening its mouth and generating a terrifying suction. Exclusive feature: Soul Devour. The torrent of 5th-grade essence blood, along with the one-eyed wolf king's soul that had yet to dissipate, was instantly devoured clean by the battle knife. The originally dark golden blade now appeared even more profound, and the edge glinted with an even colder light. Not bad. Lin Yuan felt the restorative energy flowing from the blade, and his blood surged slightly, causing the barrier of the realm he had just broken through to loosen a bit. Killing for experience is indeed much faster than grinding away at cultivation. With the head of the one-eyed wolf king rolling to the ground, the entire Blackwater alley fell into silence. The werewolf cavalry, who had been howling in anguish, widened their eyes, not daring even to make a sound. Their deputy leader, the notorious 5th-grade expert, was slaughtered like a chicken. Run! Run away! Unbeknownst to who shouted, dozens of werewolves at the edge of the gravitational field scrambled and crawled, wishing they had more legs, discarding their armor and fleeing toward the alley entrance. Run! Gu Jinhuan Jihongi. Did you buy tickets to watch a show? Lin Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Do you need me to teach you how to beat a drowning dog? Not a single one spared. This statement instantly awakened everyone. Kill. Gu Jinhun trembled all over. The humiliation of being slapped away by Captain Naga at the city gate erupted completely at this moment. Tai Bai Thousand Stars Fall. Although the scrayed ancient sword in his hand was not as potent as Lin Yuan's knife, under the circumstance controlled by Lin Yuan, reaping these disheartened werewolves was a piece of cake. Countless sharp sword energies poured down like a torrential rain, instantly slicing several werewolves trying to escape into pieces. I'll join in. Ji Hongyi was even more ruthless. With a flick of her wrist, a large cloud of colorful poison powder wafted in the wind. The werewolves that inhaled it instantly foamed at the mouth, rotting and dying. Roar! Long Zhan was the most direct, charging into the werewolf crowd, grabbing the hind legs of two giant wolves and using them as clubs, wildly swinging them and smashing flesh and blood everywhere. With the assistance of the gravitational field, this was a one-sided, utterly unremarkable massacre. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. The once invincible 300 werewolf cavalry, apart from the corpses all over the ground and the twitching severed limbs, no one survived. Blood stained every inch of the ground in Blackwater Alley, and the strong smell of blood even overpowered the original stench of the place. Lin Yuan stepped through the thick blood, skillfully searching the headless corpse of the one-eyed Wolf King. Soon several heavy storage bags were in his hands. Tiska, poor bastard. Lin Yuan opened one to take a look. There were only a few hundred low-grade source stones and a few bottles of low-quality blood pills. But even mosquito legs are meat, I'll keep it for now. Lin Yuan casually tossed the loot into the system space and then raised his head to look around. The human refugees who had originally huddled in their tents and had even thought of kidnapping them were now all kneeling on the ground, trembling, not even having the courage to look at Lin Yuan. They were afraid. Afraid that this same race youth, who was 100 times more brutal than the werewolves, would take out his anger on them for what had just happened. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over these people, and he said nothing, nor did he blame them. This place is too broken. It's uncomfortable to stay here. Saying this, he turned around, raised his blood-dripping battle knife, and pointed toward the end of Blackwater Alley. There stood a solid fortress made of black rocks. Though it wasn't luxurious, it stood out distinctly in this slum. That was the stronghold of the Blood Wolf Gang, the place where these werewolves usually exerted their power and oppressed humans. That place. Lin Yuan looked at the stone fortress, his voice flat. It will belong to us from now on. Who is in favor, who is against? Silence. After a deathly silence, there were cries that erupted like an explosion. In favor. We are in favor. Old Lu was the first to kneel down with a thud, using his remaining hand to slap his own face, fiercely, tears streaming down his face. Benefactor. No, leader. We were blinded by greed just now. Thank you for not killing us. Thank you for saving everyone's lives. From now on, our lives are yours. You tell us to go east, and we absolutely won't go west. As old Lu knelt down, hundreds of ragged human refugees around him fell to their knees like a row of dominoes. Long live the leader. From now on, we will follow you. In this ruthless and unforgiving ancient story, morality, law, and emotions are all illusions. Only absolute power is the only truth. And the godlike strength that Lin Yuan had just displayed was the only lifeline they saw in this abyss of despair. They feared Lin Yuan, but they wanted to cling to him even more, for only by following this Tyrannosaurus could they avoid becoming lambs to slaughter. Get up. Lin Yuan did not help them up, merely saying this coldly. He sheathed his knife and walked towards the stone fortress that now belonged to him. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Yuan stopped and kicked the plaque that read Blood Wolf Gang to pieces. Gu Jinhun. Here. Gu Jinhun's face was flushed, filled with excitement and admiration. Go find a decent piece of wood, carve a few words, and hang it up. Lin Yuan turned around, looking at the pitch-black Zhan Yuan flag, looking at the compatriots kneeling on the ground. His voice echoed throughout Blackwater Alley. Tell the whole city, starting today. This street will be renamed Yin Huang Street. This place will be under my protection. No matter what race or faction, whoever dares to stretch their claws in here. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a chilly red light. I will chop off their claws along with their heads. Boom. As Lin Yuan's words fell, an invisible momentum seemed to rise in this dilapidated slum. At the same time, buzz. In Lin Yuan's mind, the system that had been silent all the way suddenly popped up a golden prompt box. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully eradicated hostile forces and occupied the first stronghold. Reputation skyrocketed. Earned the title Starry Bully Beginner. Detected that the host has a fixed territory and followers. System version updated. New functional module territory construction has been activated. Current territory: Yin Huang Street, Level 1, ruined unlockable buildings, Divine Demon Barracks, Spirit Gathering Tower, All Races Coliseum. Looking at the series of icons that lit up, Lin Yuan's smile gradually widened. Territory construction. Sounds interesting. It seems that the competition game of the ancient Starry Road has just begun. Boom. Before the metallic stench of blood in Blackwater Alley had even begun to fade, an overwhelming, suffocating aura descended, dense as storm-black clouds, engulfing the entire district in an instant. Human refugees who had just exhaled in relief after narrowly escaping death now paled anew under that crushing pressure. Many collapsed outright, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Who dares? Who dares provoke chaos upon Bloodwolf Gang's territory? A furious roar erupted, as if thundered down from the ninth heaven, shattering the glass of crumbling buildings all around. Then, whoosh, a streak of crimson light tore through the violet night sky like a falling meteor, crashing violently at the entrance of Blackwater Alley. As the dust settled, a middle-aged werewolf hovered midair, clad in scarlet battle armor, his fiery red hair whipping wildly, wielding a colossal blood axe larger than a door panel radiating murderous intent. Qi Lang, patriarch of the Bloodwolf Gang, peak level 6 cultivator. He was a regional overlord of Starlight City 36, a veteran powerhouse, forged in mountains of corpses. At that moment, Qi Lang surveyed the devastation of Blackwater Alley, the mounds of werewolf corpses, and especially the lone-eyed Wolf King's severed head lying in the muddy sludge. His eyes flared crimson. Brother too. He snapped his head up, wolfish gaze locking onto Lin Yuan, standing calmly atop the grisly mound of corpses. No matter which star you hail from, no matter what sect or faction backs you, today, I will flay your skin, tear out your tendons, and hang your skull above the city gates, exposed to the sun for 3 full days. Within the city's hidden recesses, that furious bellow instantly stirred every formidable presence. Countless concealed divine senses swept inward from all directions. Commanders of the city, lords, guard, patriarchs of rival factions, and even passing star wanderers drifting through the cosmos. TCH, Qi Lang himself has emerged from seclusion. That earthborn novice is finished. Slaying the lone-eyed Wolf King was astonishing, but Qi Lang is level 6. That is the true watershed. All observers shook their heads. A level 4 defeating a level 5 might be conceivable, through rare talent or superior artifacts. But level 4 slaying level 6. That is sheer fantasy. The gulf between realms widens exponentially, until it becomes unbridgeable. Yet Lin Yuan, standing at the heart of this maelstrom, reacted in a way no one anticipated, facing the wrath-incarnate level 6 werewolf sovereign. He stood atop the macabre hill of werewolf corpses, still gripping Zhan Yuan, the dark golden blade dripping fresh blood. Hearing Qi Lang's roar, Lin Yuan yawned indifferently and idly dug his little finger into his ear. Why shout so loudly? Lin Yuan blew gently on his fingertip, then lifted his gaze toward Qi Lang hovering in midair, his eyes holding not a trace of fear, only a faint glimmer of nostalgia. Level 6. Your aura is indeed impressive. Back in the EC, I once needed a grand formation, celestial lightning, and half my life's vitality to slay a level 6 peak black serpent dragon. At that, Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. Alas, the me of today is no longer the calculating killer I once was, forced to scheme for every kill. Arrogant pup, you dare mouth off even as death looms. Qi Lang was utterly incensed. As a level 6 sovereign, he had never before been so casually dismissed by a human barely past adolescence. Die. Crockham. Qi Lang's entire body erupted with crimson chi, the massive blood axe slashing downward with apocalyptic force. Bloodwolf slaughter mountain splitting. 100-meter-long blood axe crescent ripped through the air, cleaving reality itself with cataclysmic might, descending straight upon Lin Yuan's head. This strike carried unimaginable weight and momentum, tearing a jagged black fissure across space itself. If it struck true, Lin Yuan would be obliterated, not to mention the entire Blackwater Alley split cleanly in two. Run. Gu Jianhun and the others blanched. This attack lay far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet Lin Yuan did not move. He did not retreat, not even a single step. Facing that 100-meter death crescent capable of pulverizing him, Lin Yuan raised his dark golden war blade with one hand, assuming a simple parrying stance. Has he lost his mind? Attempting to block a level 6 strike barehanded. Hidden observers gasped aloud. In the next instant, clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out across Blackwater Alley, so violent it shattered eardrums. A shockwave exploded outward from the two figures, flattening surrounding buildings like paper husks. Dust billowed, but when the haze cleared, every onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief as if witnessing a specter. Lin Yuan remained rooted where he stood. Though the ground beneath his feet had cracked and caved into a deep crater, his legs stood firm as celestial anchors, utterly unmoved. And that unassuming dark golden warblade somehow held fast against Qi Lang's colossal blood axe. Not a tremor, not a quiver. How is this possible? Hovering midair, Qi Lang felt his wrist go numb, his palms splitting open, staring down at the youth who'd blocked his axe with one hand, his expression one of pure shock. Your physical body. What kind of human is this? It's harder than a cosmic leviathan. Your strength is... Did you skip breakfast? Or is this truly the extent of a level 6 cultivator's power? Qi Lang roared, attempting to wrench his axe free for another assault. Since you've come this far, you won't be leaving. Lin Yuan's gaze turned glacial, sharp, merciless, and absolute. Vuruaum. His spine snapped upright. Deep within his core, the primordial dragon spine let loose a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Divine demon body forging, true dragon transformation. Artifact trait, gravitational field, 30-fold activation. Krakrakra. Space within 100 meters abruptly compressed, gravity surging downward like a collapsing star. Qi Lang, already recoiling midair, suddenly froze, his limbs locked rigid. 30-fold gravity. Even a level 6 sovereign could not escape the instantaneous brutal inertia imposed by such a sudden monstrous field. In high-stakes combat, that single frozen heartbeat defined the razor-thin line between life and annihilation. Farewell. Swoosh. Lin Yuan vanished. In his place surged a bolt of utter darkness, pure death moving faster than thought itself. Drawn blade, art azura slash. Absolute speed, absolute force, and the peerless edge of a divine artifact. The dark golden blade flashed, piercing Qi Lang's body clean through. Plop. Lin Yuan reappeared 10 meters behind him, still holding his draw position, the blade Zhan Yuan gleaming with eerie luster beneath the violet moon. High above Qi Lang's blood axe, forged from Class A alloy, split cleanly in two along its center, clattering lifelessly onto the ground. Then, Qi Lang's face, still twisted in horror and disbelief, slowly parted down the middle. I refuse to accept this. Splush. Blood erupted in a crimson geyser. Vrum. Zhan Yuan vibrated again, instantly consuming every drop of Qi Lang's level 6 essence blood in midair. Annihilated, in a single stroke. Another instantaneous execution. Even a peak level 6 sovereign, before Lin Yuan's primordial dragon physique and divine artifact, fell in one cut. The entire city fell silent. Every concealed divine sense recoiled like a live wire pulled from a socket. Every elder master drew a sharp, chilling breath, cold sweat prickling their spines. A single stroke felling a level 6. What manner of monster is this? Truly a newcomer just entering the ancient paths. Huh. Lin Yuan exhaled slowly, sheathing his blade. Then he lifted his head, gaze piercing like lightning, as he scanned the invisible observers lurking in the void around him. Though he saw no faces, he knew they were watching. The Bloodwolf Gang is dissolved. From this day forth, Blackwater Alley shall be renamed Yanhuang Street. All Bloodwolf Gang territories, resources, and bonded laborers now belong to the Yanhuang Alliance. Lin Yuan pointed at the two corpses on the ground. Any who reach for what is now ours will meet this same end. And, should anyone doubt the swiftness of my blade, feel free to test it. I won't object to hanging your skulls all the way around this city wall once more. Having spoken, Lin Yuan turned and walked into the stone fortress, leaving behind a backlit silhouette that commanded all like a mountain peak piercing heaven. In that moment, whether in the city lord's mansion or among other great powers, a single thought rose unbidden. Starlight City 36 is about to undergo a true celestial upheaval. Cut the grass and you must root it out. Gu Jinhu and Long Zhan take along any brothers who can still move. Lin Yuan stared at the towering stone fortress standing at the heart of the city, its Xiaolong banner snapping in the wind. Before word spreads, before the city lord's mansion can react, he murmured. Come with me. Ransack the place. The group surged forward like a tide of steel and blood, racing straight for the Xiaolong Gang headquarters. As the local tyrants of the city, the Xiaolong Gang had built their headquarters with extravagant solidity, a fortress hewn of obsidian, its gate 5 meters high and etched with defensive formations. Halt. This is Xiaolong Gang territory. The gang leader is in seclusion. The guards at the gate, unaware the leader was already dead, tried to push forward to stop the onslaught when they saw the charging group. Get lost. Long Zhan at the front had eyes blazing red. Muscles bulging weaponless, he simply hoisted a Thuzan caddy stone lion from the gate and brought it down upon them. Boom. The thunderous crash shattered everything. The unlucky guards and that supposedly sturdy gate were smashed to splinters in an instant. The boss is dead. Qi Lang is dead. Run. Those Earth people have broken in. With the gate breached, news of the boss' death finally spread. The more than 100 gang members who had considered resisting instantly lost their nerve. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. On the Profit First Shinkong ancient road, without the suppression of a 6th-tier powerhouse, so-called loyalty proved a joke. A few fanatical wolf captains tried to fight back only to have their heads cleaved by Gu Jinhun's blade. The rest fled in a chaotic stampede through the back doors, as if they wished their parents had given them fewer legs at birth. In less than half an hour, the fortress that had held sway over the 36th city for decades, a symbol of blood and violence, had changed hands completely. With a swift sweep, Lin Yuan climbed to the fortress' highest point and severed the Xiaolong banner that flapped in the wind. Immediately, a prearranged Yanhuang Alliance standard embroidered with a red 5-point star and dragon motifs ascended into the cold night breeze. For a moment, every gaze in the city fixated upon that flag. After clearing the remaining enemies, Lin Yuan led his core team down to the fortress' most secretive underground chamber. Facing an alloy vault door half a meter thick, Lin Yuan did not bother to find a key. He unleashed Zhan Yuan gravity slash. Crack. The violent breach sent the heavy door crashing down. A blinding golden light poured forth instantly, illuminating the once dim corridor. My heavens. Ji Hongyi, who followed behind, almost dropped her jaw the moment she stepped in. She swallowed reflexively, eyes widening to orbs. How many years had these wolf cubs been looting? This place was richer than our treasury. Within the hundreds of square meters of the underground vault, yuan stones were piled like refuse in the corners. A rough estimate put the low-grade yuan stones at no fewer than 500,000, with thousands more of mid-grade stones. Their dense energy fluctuations even formed a faint spiritual mist in the air, and a single breath felt invigorating. On the shelving stood rare materials from celestial beasts, complete Tier 4 beast skeletons, Tier 5 fangs that flashed with cold light, and a variety of rare ores and medicinal herbs. On the inner altar lay several cultivation manuals wrapped in beast-eyed shuolong, xiaya, gong, si feng, zhua bao shu. Although these arts were crude and carried heavy side effects for earthborn humans lacking starry heritage, they were priceless treasures. Fortune. Long Zhan hugged a high-purity yuan stone the size of a human head, drooling. How many credits would this trade for? Gu Jianhuan, breathing hard, had his eye on a piece of Xingwen steel, the primary material for forging an grade divine weapon. Calm down. Lin Yuan tossed a mid-grade yuan stone in his hands, feeling the surging energy within. No horse fattens without midnight grass. No man grows rich without sudden fortune. Calm down. Lin Yuan tossed a mid-grade yuan stone in his hands, feeling the surging energy within. No horse fattens without midnight grass. Only plunder is the quickest form of primitive accumulation. Now the Yanhuang Alliance has its seed funding. Half an hour later in the vault hall, Lin Yuan sat upon the tiger skin chair that had once belonged to Qi Lang, the gathered spoils neatly arranged before him. Rewards according to merit. He knew better than to hoard alone. To lead a band well required both the stick and the carrot. There are 500,000 low-grade yuan stones here. With a broad sweep of his hand, he carved out half. Of these 250,000 Gu Jianhuan Ji Hongyi Longzhan. Each of you takes 50,000. The remaining 100,000 will be split among the other members. Gu Jianhun's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the stone. Captain, this is too much. We hardly did any work, it was all you. 50,000 yuan stones. On Earth that equated to billions of Federation credits, an unbuyable hard currency. Lin Yuan cut him off without hesitation. Take it. Strength is paramount. The enemies we face will only grow more powerful. I do not want to be distracted later rescuing you all. He looked to the old one-armed man waiting nearby, Lao Lu. The remaining 250,000. At present, Lao Lu trembled, falling to the verge of shaking with emotion. Alliance leader, your orders. This 250,000 yuan stones will serve as Yanhuang Alliance public funds. He pointed outside. Heishui Alley is a shambles. Use it to repair houses by formation, arrays, purchase grain and arms. I want you within 3 days to make sure every earthborn soul who is not dead gets fed and stands tall. And any talented youths, distribute these confiscated manuals to them. Let them practice. If the arts do not kill them, have them practice to the deathly limit. Hearing that, Lao Lu collapsed to his knees in tears. Alliance leader, rest assured, even if I risk my life, I'll raise up a force for you. Those who had received immense dividends like Gu Jianhun and the others now looked at Lin Yuan with completely transformed eyes. If before they had been cowed into submission, now they were sincere and willing. To follow such a leader meant not only battles and food, but the dignity of stand. Captain, from now on point, and he'll strike. Whoever crosses you, will be the first to crush him. Long Zhan banged his chest and roared. Night fell. Once everything was settled, Lin Yuan slipped alone into the deepest cultivation chamber of the... He set down a mental barrier and retrieved from the system space his greatest haul, half the corpse of Qi Lang and the mountains of high-grade ores and beast bones. Cross-legged eyes wild Lin Yuan intoned Shima furnace begin. A black vortex rose behind him, and a terrifying devouring force exploded outward. The corpse containing a 6th-tier powerhouse's lifetime essence was tossed into the furnace and immediately became a surging river of blood energy. Then the rare ores and materials were fed in as well. System notices chimed devoured early-stage 6th-tier life essence. Vitality 80000. Devoured Xingwen Steel's Agentia. Zhan Yuan Blade, Evolution 10. Spiritual Power Refining in Progress. Spiritual Power 5000. Warm currents like great rivers washed through Lin Yuan's limbs. His breath soared as his senses climbed. Peak Tier 3. Half-step Tier 4. The once impervious barrier between realms now cracked and trembled under the onslaught of this monstrous power. If he wished, Lin Yuan could break through to Tier 4 this instant, perhaps even surge into the midst of Tier 4. Not yet. He ground out, forcing the urge to ascend back down. His ambition was vast. He would not settle for a mere ordinary foundation at Tier 4. He sought to cement an unsurpassable base at every realm. Compress further. He drove the violent energy deep into his marrow. The faint dragon scale patterns on his skin grew clearer and began to emit a soft golden light. After a long while, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A tangible golden radiance flashed through the chamber, slicing the air and leaving 2 pale scars of light. He felt the power within him. Though he had not broken through, it was at least twice as robust as before. He nodded in quiet satisfaction. Even without using Zhan Yuan, I could shatter Qi Lang with a single punch now. He rose and looked beyond the thick stone walls toward the true center of the city, the seat of the city lord. We've got the territory, the money, and the people. It's nearly enough. Next, it's time to pay a visit to the true master of the 36th city. After a night of organization, the once lifeless slum has been completely transformed. A huge wooden sign reading Yanhuang Street hung high at the alley entrance. Though the houses had yet to be repaired with the supplies and weapons distributed by Lin Yuan, the formerly numb-eyed human refugees finally showed a glimmer of vitality in their gazes. Under old Liu's command, they were reinforcing the defensive structures, and several young people were even humming as they practiced the basic body refinement method given by Lin Yuan in the open space. This is hope. Lin Yuan stood on the top level of the stone fortress watching the bustling scene below when suddenly a sharp mechanical screech cut through the air and a mechanical bird crafted entirely of brass and gears with glowing red eyes flew in from the city center. It opened its mouth and spat out a black invitation, then flapped its wings mechanically repeating, "The city lord invites you, the city lord invites you." Lin Yuan reached out and caught the invitation. The city lord of the 36th city, Qian Mian, sincerely invites the leader of Yanhuang to a banquet. Time noon. Location city lord's mansion. This. Old Lu, who had been reporting beside him, turned pale at the sight of the iconic mechanical bird and the invitation. Leader. This is a banquet of deceit. Old Liu's voice trembled. That is the messenger of the city lord. The Qian Mian city lord is a true 7th grade grandmaster. It is said that his temperament is unpredictable and he loves to invite people to a banquet only too. Several new troublemakers accepted the invitation before and the next day. Their skins were hung in the collection room of the city lord's mansion. Seeing old Liu's terrified expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Banquet of deceit. That's a fitting term. However, Lin Yuan looked towards the center of the city at the towering building that loomed like a giant beast of battle, intent slowly igniting in his eyes. I personally enjoy tackling dungeons the most. Especially high-level dungeons like this one. Lin Yuan patted old Liu's shoulder. It's just right, I want to see how the 7th grade grandmaster in this starry sky differs from those on our earth. What about the ancient sword soul? Old Lu urged, let them accompany you. No need. Lin Yuan waved his hand, walking downstairs with an air of absolute confidence. Having too many people is rather troublesome. I will go alone, a sword is enough. The city lord's mansion was an extraordinarily luxurious and eerie building. The entire mansion was constructed from massive obsidian mixed with unknown beast bones towering 100 meters high. Under the illumination of the purple twin moons, it resembled a gigantic skeletal palace. Inside the banquet hall, seductive melodies lingered. Dozens of Fox clan maidens with fox ears dressed in thin gauze were gracefully dancing in the center of the dance floor, their snow-white skin and alluring gazes enough to stir the blood of any male creature. Yet beneath this seemingly enchanting scene lay a nauseating stench of blood. For on the long white, jade dining table were not fine wines and delicacies, but cups of blood-red blood wine and still-beating hearts of exotic beasts. At this moment, two figures radiating a terrifying aura were already seated on either side of the dining table. On the left was a giant 4 meters tall with grayish-blue skin and 2 tusks. He was greedily feasting on a roasted human thigh, oil dripping from his mouth. The head of the troll gang man, Gu Peak of 6th grade strength type. On the right was a figure shrouded in a black robe obscuring their face with only 2 flickering green ghost flames visible beneath the hood. The president of the Shadow Kill Society, Yi Shao Peak of 6th grade assassin type. Together with the recently deceased Qi Lang, these two were the 3 great powers of the 36th city apart from the city lord. Has that newcomer from Earth not arrived yet? Mangu tossed away the bone in his hand, speaking in a deep voice, such arrogance. If he shows up later, he'll crush his bones to see if they are truly that hard. Yi Shao let out an unpleasant cackle. I heard he took down Qi Lang with 1 strike. Mangu, be careful not to follow in his footsteps. Humph. Qi Lang was a waste that was underestimating the enemy. Mangu scoffed dismissively. Just then the grand door of the banquet hall was kicked open. All music suddenly ceased, and the Fox clan dancers turned pale with fright, hastily retreating. A human youth dressed in black casual clothing and carrying a dark golden long knife swaggered in. He walked straight to the dining table, looking at the empty seat that originally belonged to the Blood Wolf gang, which only had a chair but no utensils. Clearly, it was a deliberate show of disrespect from the host. TCH a bit dirty. Bang. The chair crafted from precious wood was smashed to pieces by a kick. Then Lin Yuan took out a tiger skin chair he had seized from the Blood Wolf gang from the system space and placed it in that position. He crossed his legs, looking at the 2 big shots across from him with ashen faces, and then glancing at the still vacant seat on the main throne, he lazily tapped the table. Everyone is here. Serve the dishes. I'm very busy and have no time to just stare at you here. Presumptuous. Mangu exploded with rage. Where did this wild brat come from? Do you know the rules? Boom. He slammed the table, and instantly countless cracks appeared on the white jade surface. His massive body stood up abruptly, a violent and bloody aura surged forth like a tsunami crushing. You destroyed the Blood Wolf gang that has violated the rules set by our 3 great factions. According to the old rules, The newcomers must give up 80% of their territory income as tribute to establish themselves. Otherwise, Mangu grinned menacingly, clenching his fist, his knuckles cracking. You won't leave this door today. 80%. Lin Yuan smiled, his left hand resting on his knee, gently pressing on the hilt of a knife behind him. With a push of his thumb, clang. The battle knife did not draw from its sheath, it merely slid out an inch. But it was this inch that unleashed a surge of ancient dragon aura, mixed with the substantial killing intent accumulated from slaughtering hundreds of beings over the past days. If Mangu's pressure was a tsunami, what Lin Yuan released at this moment was the stabilizing needle of the sea. It was the ancient divine mountain that suppressed everything. The air in the entire banquet hall instantly solidified, the temperature plummeting to freezing point. Mangu, who had been roaring, suddenly felt as though his neck was tightly gripped by a giant hand, his towering 4-meter frame stiffening, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He sensed a chilling, deathly aura pressing against his throat, and if he dared to move again or utter another word, that knife would undoubtedly come down. Rules. I have arrived. This is the new rule. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it exploded in everyone's ears. I will not give a single cent of my income. On the contrary, Lin Yuan pointed at Mangu, then at the silent Yi Xiao. Starting next month, you both will have to pay me protection fees. Clap, clap, clap. Just as the atmosphere was tense and Mangu was about to explode with rage. Good. Brilliant. So audacious. A voice neither male nor female, filled with magnetism and charm, rang out. I like young people like you. Buzz. The space slightly distorted. A figure suddenly materialized above the originally empty main stage, dressed in a luxurious purple robe, his face hidden behind a constantly changing eerie mask, crying, laughing, angry, sad. As if thousands of faces were swirling. The city lord of the 36th city, Qianmian 7th grade mind master. His aura was ethereal like a wisp of fog, impossible to grasp. With his appearance, Mangu and Yi Xiao immediately retracted their auras, bowing their heads respectfully. City lord. Please sit. Qianmian waved his hand, and the eyes behind the mask looked at Lin Yuan with great interest. Leader Lin, I approve of your request. What a... Mangu suddenly raised his head in disbelief. City lord. This is against the rules. Qianmian merely uttered 2 words indifferently. Boom. An invisible telekinetic force slammed into Mangu's chest, sending the peak 6th grade giant flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is the 7th grade. Words are law. In this city, my word is the rule. Qianmian didn't even glance at Mangu, turning to Lin Yuan, the expression on the mask transforming into a smiling face. The territory of the Blood Wolf Gang belongs to you. No one dares to collect taxes from you. However, Qianmian's tone shifted, exuding an undeniable authority. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Leader Lin, since you wish to partake in this meal, you must contribute. Next month, the Starry Sky Beast Tide will erupt, and according to past conventions, the pressure on the southern city gate will be the greatest with the highest death toll. Since you have taken over the territory of the Blood Wolf Gang, then, the defense task of the southern city gate will be handed over to your Yanhuang alliance. The plot was laid bare, and Lin Yuan instantly understood. This was the real banquet of deceit. The so-called invitation and acknowledgement were merely to find someone to take the fall. The southern city gate. That was the main assault direction of the Beast Tide. In previous years, the Blood Wolf Gang was responsible for that area, and it was said that half of the people always died. They were using his Yanhuang alliance as a shield. The Beast Tide, huh? What if I refuse? Lin Yuan smiled slyly. Then you won't leave this door today. Qianmian's tone turned cold, and the gravity of the entire banquet hall seemed to lose control in that moment. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, standing up and applauding. The pressure of the 7th grade felt like a gentle breeze against him. Good. Isn't it just a bunch of beasts? Lin Yuan looked at Qianmian, a fleeting flash of madness and greed in his eyes. The Beast Tide. To others it was a disaster. But for Lin Yuan, who possessed the demonic furnace and the soul-eating battle knife, it was a self-service buffet coming to him. Deal. Lin Yuan turned around and strode towards the door, leaving behind an extremely arrogant remark. As long as the payment is sufficient, the spoils belong to me. Don't say it's the Beast Tide. Even if a god comes, I will kill for you to see. Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, the expression on Qianmian's mask froze into a strange smile. Interesting. I hope your knife is as hard as your mouth. The banquet concluded, and Lin Yuan left without a hitch. The moment he stepped out of the city lord's mansion, the news spread throughout the entire city. The Yanhuang Alliance officially became the 4th major force recognized by the 36th city of the Starry Sky. But everyone knew this also meant they had been pushed to the forefront of the Beast Tide, becoming the city's death warriors. A shrill alarm tore the peace of the 36th city to pieces. In an instant, the ground began to tremble. From the high city wall, under the pallid glow of the purple moon, the distant void waste seemed to come alive. The once blood-red horizon was swallowed by an endless black tide. It was not water, but billions upon billions of starry beasts. In the sky flew swarms of void scythe beetles. The vibration of their wings coalesced into a scalp-tingling drone. On the ground, calf-sized starry demon wolves stampeded forward, their green eyes forming a sea of ghostly fire in the dark. This was the stuff of nightmares for countless ancient road trialers, the starry beast tide. They're coming, they're coming. On the wall, the defenders of other races went, pale hands that gripped weapons trembling. By the city lord's emergency deployment, the east gate would be held by the Jumo Bang leader Mangu with 3,000 elites, the west gate by Ingsha Hui, the north gate, the main gate, by the city lord's own guard, and the south gate, the most exposed, the direction of the main assault, had rather generously been assigned to the Yanhuang Meng, an alliance formed less than 2 days ago. Mangu stood atop the tower and laughed, watching the beast tide blotting out the sky. Though there was a trace of unease in his eyes, more abundant was a cruel, gleeful satisfaction. Look at them. Those reckless earthlings actually taking the south gate. City Lord Qianmian's trick of using others to do his dirty work is slick indeed. The south gate is the main thrust. The first wave alone will bring 100,000 scythe beetles. Even I have planted there would shed skin. Those earthlings, only a few hundred old, weak, and sick, plus a dozen newcomers. How they won't last till dawn, they'll become insect droppings. South gate, Yanhuang Meng position. Unlike the tense, all-hands Satharetti atmosphere at the east gate, the scene beneath the south gate was oddly surreal. The heavy alloy gate stood wide open. In the center of the plaza before the gate was a single grand chair. Lin Yuan sat there with extravagant composure, a steaming cup of tea in hand, utterly at odds with the cold, murderous wind around him. Behind him, the core forces of Yanhuang Meng stood ready. Long Zhan, bare-chested, shouldered a tower shield dragged from the Shualong Bang treasury and stood to the left. Ji Hongyi toyed with a cloud of poisonous mist in her palm to the right. Gu Jinhun held his sword, closed his gate. On the wall, hundreds of human refugees operated the heavy artillery they had just erected. Their legs still shook, but their eyes burned with grim resolve. Ali, alliance leader. Lao Lu stammered, watching the black tsunami of beasts approach, his voice really not closing the gate. No wonder Lao Lu was frightened. The overwhelming sight alone could fell anyone with a fear of crowded things. Close the gate, Lin Yuan asked. Close it, and how will those beasts get in? If they don't come in, how am I to harvest? Lao Lu, harvest? You call this harvesting? This is suicide. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar. The vanguard of the first wave had reached 500 meters outside the south gate. A seething, hissing roar filled the air. At the front surged tens of thousands of void scythe beetles, slashing with razor forelimbs. Red lights flickered in their compound eyes. Seeing the wide-open gate and the humans seated there, they poured forward like starving ghosts discovering a feast. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Long Zhan tightened his grip on the shield. Gu Jinhun's blade had slid half an inch free. Lin Yuan, however, sat motionless. Until the black tide reached 50 meters before the gate. Until the forelimb of the first beetle was about to brush Lin Yuan's shoe. About time. Lin Yuan tapped his thigh with a fingertip. The dormant Zhan Yuan at his back suddenly began to hum. It did not unsheath. Instead, the sword's inner true dragon magnetic field was driven to its limit. Artifact domain gravity field 30x full coverage. A boom, a sound that could shatter souls radiated from Lin Yuan and instantly blanketed a 100-meter set. The ordinary space itself felt as if an invisible mountain had slammed down. 30 times the gravity. A creature that had weighed only 10 gene instantly became 300 gene. The leading thousands of beetles had no time even to react. Under the monstrous pressure, their proud shells imploded like brittle glass. Within a single second, the 50-meter zone before the gate became a green sea of pulp. Thousands of insects exploded in one shuddering instant. The larger starry demon wolves that followed did not burst, but were slammed flat beneath the crushing force. Their limbs were forced against the earth, eyes bulging as if to be squeezed from their sockets. Movements that had been as swift as lightning crawled slower than turtles. This was an absolute forbidden zone. On the wall, Lao Lu and the others stood stupefied, their hands frozen with rifles raised, forgetting even to pull the trigger. Is this the alliance leader's true power? He didn't even draw his blade. Simply sitting there, and yet he crushed a skyful of beasts. What are you all standing around for? Lin Yuan lifted his tea again and waved an irritated hand. You lot, hold the monsters for me. At those words, Long Zhan and the others, long restrained, saw their eyes redden. Kill, they roared. Long Zhan charged into the piled immobile wolves, his tower shield slamming and spinning like a mad hand. Thud after thud, each shield strike fell. Wolves that had once been ferocious and fleet now lay like lambs awaiting slaughter, their skulls shattered beneath the blows. Tai-bai meteor shower. Gu Jinhun cried, delirious with joy at such a target-rich field. His sword chi cleaved through the remnant insects like a mower. Every sweep harvested lives, and with them poison burst. Ji Hongyi unleashed every toxin she had into the heaving mass. Under the intensified gravity, the poison spread faster, and vast tracts of beasts collapsed. What should have been the bloodiest of battles was turned by Lin Yuan into a one-sided feast of slaughter. Half an hour later, the other three gates still struggled to hold. At the east gate, Mangu was smeared in blood, his wolf-tooth club bent. He panted as he watched the mounting corpses beneath the wall, and the unceasing tide pouring up, despair clenched his heart. Damn it, there are too many. We can't finish them. Report. At that moment, a Jumo scout face pale as a ghost sprinted up to the battlements. Leader, bad news. Manga's heart dropped. What? Southgate lost. Those earthlings, all dead. Is the tide flanking us? Quick, gather reserves to plug the breach. Manga roared. The scout panting stammered, no, it's not. The scout gulped for breath and managed the south gate. The south gate hasn't fallen. Over there someone is shouting. Manga sneered, shouting for help. I knew they'd crack. Ignore them. The scout protested, no, it's not them calling for help. The scout swallowed and his expression turned grotesque. It's the beasts. They're the ones crying for mercy. Manga looked at him bewildered. The scout pointed toward the south gate, his voice shaking. I just saw that earthling Lin Yuan sitting at the gate drinking tea. Within 100 meters of him, any insect that enters explodes, any wolf that enters is flattened. The Yanhuang Meng are there piling corpses, digging out Yuanshire, skinning and stripping them. They even complain the monsters are arriving too slowly. That Lin Yuan even shouted at us earlier. Manga's eyes bulged. He shouted what? The scout imitated Lin Yuan's brazen tone. He said if our brothers in the east can't hold, they can herd some monsters toward the south gate. Their side doesn't have enough to divide. Mangu nearly spat blood. Not enough to divide. I'm being battered to death, and you tell me there aren't enough monsters to go around. Not only the east gate. Ingsha Hui at the west gate and the city lord's forces at the north gate had received. At that moment, the high commanders across the city were collectively rendered speechless. Gone. Gone. On the battlement of Nanshan Gate, Lao Lu leaned over the crenellation, eyes wide as he stared at the barren expanse below. Only 5 minutes earlier, this place had been choked with tens of thousands of black insect swarms and starry space wolves. That suffocating tide had convinced him he would die tonight. But now, aside from pools of green ichor, shattered carapaces, and the occasional distant wail of lone beasts within a 500-meter radius outside Ningate, there was not a single living creature to be found. This is way too easy to kill. At the gate, Lin Yuan frowned, rattling the now empty teacup in his hand. These little monsters won't even fill a tooth gap. The Shinma furnace inside him had only just finished preheating and was ravenous. The lifeblood of these low-grade insects was like a mouthful of plain water to him, utterly unsatisfying. Alliance leader, then shall we? Gu Jinhun wiped the blood off his sword with reluctant enjoyment. Lin Yuan turned his head, his gaze passing over the densely packed buildings and landing toward the Dong Gate. Flames leapt skyward there and shouts of slaughter filled the air. One could even hear the furious roar of Mangu, leader of the Mangu gang. Clearly the fighting there was at a fever pitch. It looks like Mangu is struggling to hold out. A helpful smile tugged at Lin Yuan's lips as he casually gripped the Zhan Yuan at his back. As allies, how can we stand idly by? Gu Jinhu and Long Zhan, come with me. With a press of his toes, he became a streak of black light shooting aloft. Let's go to the Dong Gate and support our good neighbors. Hold the line. Mangu stood drenched in blood, his huge wolf-tooth club swung to its limit. The formidable behemoth's body was lacerated, even the proud thickness of giant demon hide torn open in places. It was a massacre. Compared with the almost effortless slaughter at Nan Gate, the scene at the Dong Gate was pure hell. A dozen hulking starry mammoths, each the size of a small mountain and clad in heavy rocky armor, 5-rank pinnacle, were battering the wavering gate with frenzied force. Each swing of a mammoth's trunk could effortlessly sweep away 7 or 8 giant demon fighters. Before such terrifying power, ordinary fortifications seemed as fragile as paper. Leader, the west flank is breached. We can't hold them. Their hides are too thick. We can't cut through. If only some of the monsters from Nan Gate could be drawn over. As Mangu prepared to ignite his blood and die alongside the beasts, there came a thunderous roar through the sky. Mangu instinctively looked up. A black ink-like blade of chi 100 meters long, as if it were a divine punishment from heaven, crashed down from the ninefold heavens. That is. Mangu's pupils contracted. The 5-rank pinnacle mammoth leader, the one that had only left a pale mark even after Mangu's strongest blow, crumpled before that black blade like a lump of tofu. Its immense body and seemingly indestructible rocky armor were cleaved clean through. Blood gushed like a waterfall, staining half the city wall. With a thunderous crash, the two massive halves fell and the ground trembled. When the dust settled, a youth in black combat armor stood upon the mammoth's corpse, a long blade on his back and a freshly excavated 5-rank beast core clutched in his hand. Oh, Mangu, you seem a little busy. Leave the rough work to this newcomer. Lin Yuan's tone was breezy. He pointed at the dozen stunned starry mammoths around them, his eyes instantly turning avaricious. These beasts, they'll take them all. You. Mangu gaped, about to protest, but Lin Yuan gave him no opportunity to speak. Begin. At Lin Yuan's command, Gu Jinhun and Long Zhan surged forward like 2 tigers descending the mountain, plunging into the mammoth herd. Lin Yuan then performed an action that made every onlooker's scalp tingle. He stood amid the mountain of corpses and slowly spread his arms. Shima furnace at full power. From behind him, without warning, a shadowy black vortex 100 zhang tall billowed into being. The vortex was fathomless and pitch dark, as though it opened into the legendary endless hell. The moment it appeared, a nameless, terrifying suction burst forth. With visible force, the freshly slain starry mammoths, the scattered insect corpses, even the blood-laden mist in the air, were all drawn toward that pull. They became crimson torrents, frenziedly rushing into the black vortex behind. Ding. Devoured 5-rank pinnacle starry mammoth essence. Vitality 50000. Ding. Devoured 4-rank void insect clan. Spirit power 200. Ding. Lin Yuan blades spirit devouring trait triggered. Current evolution 35. 40. Numerous figures and numbers scrolled wildly before Lin Yuan's eyes. The thrill of rapidly rising power made him involuntarily emit a satisfied roar. To those around him, Lin Yuan now appeared as a descending god of war. He stood bathed in a rain of blood, while the black hole behind him greedily consumed all life essences. The giant demon fighters were so frightened they could hardly keep weapons in their hands. Their looks toward Lin Yuan were more fearful than those they had reserved for the beast tide. This was no friendly reinforcement, it was a humanoid terror more dreadful than the Xenos themselves. Just as Lin Yuan's slaughter reached its height, a chilling ripple of dread suddenly resonated from the distant depths of the void. It seemed Lin Yuan's wanton killing and devouring had finally drawn the attention of the true master behind this beast tide. Wretched ants. Then the sky tore open. Between two purple moons, a colossal purple-black eyeball the size of a city slowly, 7-rank mid-stage void lord, the evil eye overlord. It was one of the overlords of the Shattered Star Ring and the instigator of this beast tide. Within its vast single eye, Lin Yuan's tiny figure was reflected. To it, the human who kept consuming its subjects' lifeblood was like a rat in a granary, an abomination. There was no parley. A purple death ray imbued with the rules of destruction shot instantaneously from the eye. It was a beam of annihilation. Where the beam passed, space itself fractured, and even the air was erased into nothingness. Watch out! Someone screamed. Mangu was petrified. The power of that strike could vaporize a 4-rank, and even a 6-rank pinnacle like him would be instantaneously reduced to nothingness. So this is 7-rank. Confronted with the death beam that pierced heaven and earth, Lin Yuan did not dodge. It could not be evaded. The beam had locked onto his soul. If he could not evade it, then take it, he cried. The purple column of light struck the area where Lin Yuan stood with precision. In an instant, the ground outside the Dawn Gate evaporated. A vast bottomless crater 100 meters across appeared out of nothing. The terrible shockwave hurled the surrounding mammoth carcasses away and collapsed a portion of the wall. Dead. Is he dead? Mangu crawled from the rubble and stared at the magma-bubbling pit soot on his face. An attack of that magnitude would crush even an scrayed alloy warframe. Yet as the dust slowly cleared, a calm, almost covetous voice echoed up from the pit. The flavor is a bit strong, but the force is under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Lin Yuan climbed step by step from the bottom of the crater. His black combat suit was torn, revealing a well-muscled torso. But across his skin was a dense, sacred layer of dragon scales that shimmered with a dark, golden light. Shema forged body, true dragon form, half activated. At the moment the purple death ray descended, the true dragon's spinal marrow in Lin Yuan fully awakened and endured the blow. Though blood leaked from his mouth, his breath did not falter. If anything, it grew more ferocious. Lin Yuan stood at the crater's edge and casually wiped the blood from his mouth. He raised his head. His pupils had become golden vertical slits as he fixed his gaze on the vast single eye in the sky. A 7-rank mid-stage psychic-type aberration. This would be a tremendous tonic. System notification detected high-purity psychic essence. The Shinma furnace hungered intensely. If its core could be devoured, the host's spirit power would shatter the 4-rank ceiling and ascend into the Ling realm. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Lin Yuan, the blade's tip aimed at the heavens. System says. You. As the whisper filled with greed and madness fell, the earth shattered. Lin Yuan's figure was no longer standing at the bottom of the pit, but like an intercontinental missile defying the heavens, he tore through the air in an instant, soaring into the clouds. Mind power, wind manipulation, ascending the heavenly ladder. Beneath his feet, invisible steps seemed to appear, and with each step Lin Yuan took, he crossed 100 meters, leaving a circle of white sonic boom clouds in the void. The true dragon golden scales on his body shimmered under the purple moonlight, and the Lin Yuan battle blade in his hand trailed behind, leaving a dark golden light tail several dozen meters long. One man, one blade. He charged fiercely at the gigantic void lord in the sky, which was as large as a city. Foolish bug. The enormous single eye did not panic. Instead, it revealed a mocking anthropomorphic expression. It was a mid-tier starry sky overlord of the 7th rank. It was a pure spiritual entity. Physical attacks against it were as pointless as stabbing the sea with a toothpick. The single eye suddenly contracted, and within its depths countless bizarre purple runes spun wildly. Innate divine ability, soul shriek. A high-frequency spiritual storm invisible to the naked eye, but capable of instantly shattering the souls of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, surged down towards Lin Yuan. This strike targeted the sea of consciousness. If it were an ordinary 6th rank warrior, no matter how strong their body was, they would become a soulless shell in that moment. However, when this world-destroying spiritual storm rushed into Lin Yuan's brow attempting to annihilate his consciousness, he thought, "Is that all you've got?" Deep within Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, the small golden figure meditating with eyes closed suddenly opened its eyes. Behind him, thunder rumbled. That ancient chaos divine mill seemed to awaken from slumber like a primordial giant beast, emitting a deafening roar. It rotated. It crushed. The spiritual storm capable of killing 6th rank peak warriors in an instant was ruthlessly drawn into this terrifying mill the moment it entered the sea of consciousness. Creak, creak. It was as if beans were thrown into the mill. That once proud 7th rank spiritual force was instantly ground into the purest spiritual particles, then transformed into nourishment for Lin Yuan's soul. In the real world, the once lofty Void Lord suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Backlash. That sounds terrible. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already surged to an altitude of less than 500 meters from the single eye. He floated in the raging wind, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Since you enjoy playing with spiritual power, then let me show you what true unity of 10,000 swords means." Lin Yuan suddenly spread his arms wide, and the vast mind power surged like a tide, covering the entire battlefield below. Borrowing swords for a use. Clang, 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 clang. An unexpected change occurred. On the battlefield that stretched for several kilometers below, whether it was the weapons left by the fallen giant warrior broken arrows or the severed blades embedded in the corpses of strange beasts, tens of thousands of broken weapons responded to the king's call at that moment, trembling, drawing out, and soaring into the sky. They gathered together, forming a colossal steel dragon in the air stretching 1,000 meters long. With an unstoppable momentum and the endless killing intent of the battlefield, it crashed fiercely into the giant single eye above. Spiritual mind power, 10,000 sword technique, breaking the sky. Roar. The Void Lord panicked. It sensed the terrifying power contained within the steel dragon it wanted to evade, but the tens of thousands of weapons locked down all its retreat paths. Thump, 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 thump. The steel dragon slammed hard against its spiritual force shield, exploding into countless sparks. Although it could not directly inflict fatal damage, the dense physical strikes thoroughly disrupted its rhythm. And this was exactly the opportunity Lin Yuan had been waiting for. Now is the time. The golden light in Lin Yuan's eyes surged as he grasped the hilt of the Zhan Yuan, compressing and infusing all the boiling true dragon blood and the vast amount of spiritual power he had just devoured into this divine weapon. Buzz. The Zhan Yuan blade trembled violently, emitting a dragon's roar that resonated through heaven and earth. The originally dark golden blade had now transformed into a chilling, transparent color. Unity of man and blade. Sky-severing sword drawing technique. Whoosh! In the heavens and earth, it seemed as if only this ray of light remained. Lin Yuan's figure vanished, replaced by a breathtaking blade rainbow spanning 3,000 zhang. It sliced through the void, effortlessly cutting through the brilliance of the purple moon and the giant single-eyes pupil. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and all the people in the city looked up, mouths agape, witnessing the incredible scene. Immediately after, a thin black line appeared in the center of its enormous eyeball. Pshhhh. Purple blood poured down like a torrential rain. No, this is impossible. Accompanied by the last unwilling wave of spiritual energy, the starry sky overlord with mid-tier 7th rank power found its gigantic body splitting in two. At the moment of its death, the Zhan Yuan in Lin Yuan's hand erupted with unprecedented suction. A massive spiritual essence enough to burst a typical 6th rank powerhouse was devoured by the blade like a whale swallowing. Crack. Its quality broke through the shackles after devouring the soul of this 7th rank beast emperor. Ding. Zhan Yuan has successfully evolved. Current level peak 6th rank artifact, half-step 7th rank. New feature unlocked, God-slaying damage to spiritual entities, 300. Rumbling. The two enormous halves of the Void Lord's corpse began to disintegrate, transforming into countless purple light particles. At the center of those light particles, a fist-sized, completely transparent diamond crystal, seemingly sealing a piece of starry sky, slowly descended. The energy fluctuations it emitted were pure, vast, and even carried a hint of ancient spatial law. Special loot key of the starry sky fragment description: one of the 3 keys to unlock the Titan relics deep within the ancient road of the starry sky. A good thing. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what this item was specifically useful for, the system's assessment was extremely precious. He reached out to catch the falling crystal. Whoosh. A silent, ghostly black shadow appeared without warning. A pale, slender hand emerged as if it had grown out of the void, grasping towards the starry sky. He, with an irresistible 7th rank mind power pressure. It was the Lord of Thousand Faces. This old schemer had been hiding in the shadows only to jump out and reap the rewards when the battle was over. I've been waiting for you. Faced with this sudden robbery, Lin Yuan's expression showed no surprise. Instead, he revealed a cold smile that indicated he had seen through everything. Clang. Lin Yuan did not attempt to seize the crystal. Instead, he deftly flipped his wrist, and with a swift motion, the recently sheathed Zhan Yuan Dao was drawn back to strike. A backward glance at the moon. A razor-sharp blade aura sliced directly toward that pale hand. A rescue from Wei to Zhao. If it did not withdraw, that hand would never claim it. A faint sound of surprise echoed through the void. Clearly Qian Mian did not expect Lin Yuan to maintain such keen reflexes at this moment, nor did he anticipate that this newly evolved blade could cut through even his protective mental energy. Clang. Qian Mian had no choice but to change tactics, lightly flicking his fingers to conjure a mental barrier that blocked the blade aura. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Lin Yuan reached out with his left hand. Mental power object capture. Whoosh. The starry key instantly changed direction and flew into Lin Yuan's palm. The wind ceased. In the sky, two figures faced each other across the void. Lin Yuan held the blade in one hand, playing with the crystal radiating starlight, his feet hovering in the air, wearing a mocking expression. Opposite him, 10 meters away, the enigmatic Qian Mian, dressed in a purple robe and wearing a peculiar mask, slowly emerged. At this moment, the expression on the mask was fixed in a gloomy anger. Lin, Alliance Leader. Qian Mian's voice still held its magnetic quality, but now bore an undeniable chill. That is my prey. Give it to me. He then extended his hand, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a 7th-grade grandmaster, without reservation attempting to force Lin Yuan to comply. Consider it a favor I owe you. The facade is torn apart. At this point, both sides knew that the thin layer of allies had been pierced. In the face of the threat from a 7th-grade powerhouse, Lin Yuan merely smiled, tossing the crystal high into the air before catching it steadily. Yours. If you call it, will it respond? Or? Lin Yuan pointed at the crystal. Does it have your name written on it? Qian Mian's aura instantly became dangerous. Lin Yuan, do not be ungrateful. You should understand the consequences of offending a 7th-grade city lord. Consequences. Lin Yuan tucked the crystal into his pocket, tightening his grip on Zhan Yuan Dao. I only know that anything that enters my pocket is mine. Want it? Exchange your life for it. As the Beast Emperor fell, the beast tide began to retreat like a receding tide, but no one in the city cheered. Everyone was watching the two figures confronting each other in the sky, not daring to breathe. One was a ruthless warrior from Earth who had just slain a god with a single strike. The other was the unfathomable 7th-grade city lord. Everyone understood one thing from this moment on: the Yanhuang Alliance was no longer an ordinary faction. It had truly gained the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Yuan caressed the scorching Titan relic key in his pocket, feeling a storm brewing within. Titan relic. It seems that this is the real reason why this 7th-grade grandmaster deigned to guard this broken. Want to monopolize it? No way. The cold wind howled, stirring up a stench of blood in the air. The purple twin moons hung high above, illuminating this land that had just endured calamity in a ghastly white. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the atmosphere had reached an extreme tension. Two figures faced each other across the void. On one side stood Lin Yuan, who had just slain the 7th-grade Beast Emperor and was at the peak of his momentum. And 10 meters away from him, Qian Mian floated in the void, his luxurious purple robe moving without wind, and the expressionless mask on his face showed no emotion. Only those eyes hidden behind the mask emanated a chilling aura that could freeze the soul. As a seasoned 7th-grade mental power grandmaster, his spiritual energy had long transformed into invisible tentacles, completely sealing the space within a kilometer radius. Not even a fly could hope to escape. Lin Yuan. Qian Mian's voice was no longer the magnetic elegance of the banquet, but filled with the oppressive force of a superior undeniable. I will say this one last time. Hand over the key. That is the core pivot for activating the protective formation of City 36. Concerning the safety of millions of lives within the city, it is not something you can take, nor can a 4th-grade warrior like you control. Qian Mian extended a pale hand, and within his palm the power of the 7th-grade rules subtly flowed. Hand it over, and I can let the past be the past. Even consider it a great merit for you. Threat. A blatant threat. If it were any ordinary 4th grade or even 6th grade powerhouse facing such terrifying pressure from a 7th grade grandmaster, they would have long since knelt and offered treasures. But unfortunately, he encountered Lin Yuan, a madman who never played by the rules. Protective formation. Lin Yuan could not help but laugh at Qian Mian's grand reasoning. City Lord Qian Mian, we are all experienced foxes. Don't try to play ghost stories with me. If this thing is the core of the protective formation, why didn't you use it when the beast tide came earlier? If I am not mistaken. Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. This is the key to entering the depths of the ancient path to a certain Titan relic, isn't it? Qian Mian's body slightly trembled, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes behind the mask. How does this kid know? This was the secret he had guarded in this broken city for 50 years. Since you know, you should understand that this is not something you can meddle with. Qian Mian stopped pretending. His murderous intent erupted like a tangible force ready to forcibly seize it. Some things are too hot to handle. Is that so? Facing the impending attack of a 7th grade powerhouse, Lin Yuan not only did not flee, but made a move that made Qian Mian's heart stop. His two fingers clutching the crystal suddenly exerted force. Crack, crack. Under Lin Yuan's strength capable of crushing metal, the surface of the crystal actually developed several fine cracks. since I cannot take it, and it's too hot to handle. Lin Yuan looked at Qian Mian smiling brightly, like a mischievous child about to smash his beloved toy. Then let's not take it at all. Stop. A heart-wrenching scream instantly shattered the lofty demeanor of the powerful beings in the sky. The mask of Qian Mian, which had only shown indifference, instantly transformed into an extremely distorted. He panicked. He was truly panicked. This key was his only hope after 50 years of guarding this shattered star ring. It was the key to his promotion to 8th grade, and even to leaving this cursed place. If it shattered, all his life's efforts would be in vain. Don't move, Lin Yuan. Let's talk this over. Qian Mian dispelled the deadly strike he had just gathered, his voice trembling. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. That is Titan crystal. If it shatters, it's gone for good. Lin Yuan watched the 7th-ranked city lord, who moments ago had stood aloft in arrogant supremacy, now flustered and panicked like a cat with its tail stepped on. A deeper smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. He had gambled correctly. The barefoot had nothing to lose, the shod had everything to fear. Even if Lin Yuan lost the key, he would merely forfeit one opportunity. But for Qianmian, this was life and death. Couldn't we have settled this sooner? Lin Yuan gradually eased his pressure, but his fingers remained locked unyieldingly upon the crystal's vital point. He gazed at Qianmian drenched in cold sweat, and his tone softened into languid amusement. You want this artifact? Very well, but I have a flaw. He pointed to himself. I am insatiably greedy. Since half this key was forged by my own hand, I shall claim my share. Qianmian drew a sharp breath, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent surging within him, his voice low and venomous. What do you demand? Simple. Lin Yuan raised 3 fingers. First, I lead the expedition into the ruin tomorrow, and I claim half of all spoils recovered within. Impossible. Qianmian rejected it instantly. I discovered the ruin of the map is in my possession. At most, you get 10%. Crack. Lin Yuan tightened his grip slightly. The crystal fissured anew. You hold no right to bargain, he said coldly. 50%. 1% less, and I crush it now. You. Qianmian's mask trembled with rage. Finally, teeth clenched, he spat out a single word. Fine. 50%. Second. Lin Yuan smiled. A lion baring its fangs. That giant-eyed beast drained me utterly. My spirit bears profound trauma. I require 1 million mid-tier source stones as compensation for spiritual injury. What a... Qianmian nearly choked on his own blood. 1 million mid-tier source stones. Mid-tier, not low-tier. That's some equal draining half the entire liquid capital of City 36. This was outright robbery. No, absolutely none. Qianmian roared. The city lord's treasury holds fewer than 300,000. Kill me. I won't yield a single stone. None. Lin Yuan frowned, feigning disappointment. A 7th-rank city lord. How miserably impoverished you are. Then pay in kind. Glass alloys, high-grade medicinal herbs, rare ores. Anything valuable I accept. As Lin Yuan raised his hand, as if to shatter the crystal, Qianmian shrieked. Fine. I'll give it. He had never encountered a youth so brazen, so rapacious, and yet so devastatingly precise in striking his fatal weakness. Trembling, he removed a spare spatial ring from his finger, his heart bleeding with every motion. Inside lay resources reserved for his ascension to 8th rank and supplies amassed over a decade for the ruins exploration. Catched. Qianmian hurled the ring with furious force. Lin Yuan caught it effortlessly in one hand and swept his spiritual sense inward. Oh, impressive. 800,000 mid-tier source stones. 3 tons of glass, star-veined steel. Dozens of spirit herbs ranked 5th tier and above. This was no mere compensation. It was half the man's entire fortune stripped bare. Acceptable, I suppose. Lin Yuan slipped the ring away, his smile transforming instantly. Warmer. And the third condition. Qianmian ground his teeth, eyes seething with venom. Ah, the third. Lin Yuan gestured downward toward the city beneath their feet. Effective today, all commercial activities conducted by the Yanhuang Alliance within City 36 shall be exempt from taxation. Also, cease dispatching those mechanical birds to my quarters. They're intolerably noisy. Compared to the first 2 demands, this third was but a drizzle. Get out. Qianmian could bear no more. He feared remaining a moment longer would incite tribulation-induced madness. Deal struck. Midday tomorrow, at the North Graveyard Ruins. No delays. With that he snorted, summoned a violent gale, and vanished from sight. Inwardly he swore, wait. Once inside the ruin, once the grand formation activates, I will tear you limb from limb, you parasitic leech, and reclaim every last source stone from your corpse. When Lin Yuan strolled back to base, whistling a carefree tune, Gu Jinwen, Longzhan Jihangi, and the others stood anxiously awaiting him at the gate. Seeing Lin Yuan return unharmed, they exhaled in unison. Captain, how did it go? Did Qianmian? Gu Jinhan rushed forward. Harm me. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and tossed the spatial ring extorted from the city lord straight to Longzhan. Here, take it. Longzhan fumbled to catch it. What is this? A bit of friendly negotiation with his lordship. Lin Yuan remarked lightly. He felt our garrison duty was arduous, so he graciously offered a token of appreciation. Longzhan, puzzled, probed the ring with his spiritual sense. In the next instant, clatter. His tower shield clattered to the ground, punching a crater into the earth. While his rugged face twisted in disbelief, eyes bulging, jaw slack. This is 800,000 mid-tier source stones. And all this glass alloy. Captain, did you negotiate or raid the city lord's treasury? At those words, Gu Jianhu and Ji Hongyi and the rest stood frozen in awe. 800,000 mid-tier source, what did that mean? Enough wealth to arm their entire squad, every man and woman, to the teeth, even outfitted with glass divine weapons. Don't gape like novices. Distribute these resources, full suits of top-tier glass alloy battle armor for each. Use the remainder to purchase pills, talismans, and disposable forbidden artifacts. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze northward toward the mist-shrouded expanse, greed flickering anew in his eyes. Prepare yourselves. At noon tomorrow, we march with his lordship into the so-called Titan ruin to reap yet another win. 300,000 meters beneath the earth, a realm consumed by absolute darkness. For decades, only core members of the city lord's residence had ever dared tread here. Before a colossal subterranean cliff, two forces faced each other across the void. One side, Qianyan, the city lord clad in violet robes and wearing an eerie mask, flanked by 100 elite shadow guards, all armored in glass shadow battle armor. The other, Lin Yuan, battle sword slung across his back, relaxed and unruffled. Behind him, the fully armed national team of the Yanhuang Alliance, Gu Jianhuan Long, Zhang Jihongyi, and others. Lin Yuan. Qianyan turned, pointing toward the empty space across the chasm, his voice glacial. Let me be clear, the moment the gate opens, the Titan Guardian's defensive field will erupt. Any below 6th rank who fail to withstand it will perish, and you will have been warned. Lin Yuan smiled, and without a word drew from his pocket the extorted fragment of the Shinkong key. At the same time, Qianyan produced a crystal fragment of the same material, its shape perfectly complementary. Combine. The two of them flung their keys at once. A humming roar, the fragments met in the void with surgical precision, fused, and in an instant became a whole rhombic star diamond. Dazzling starlight erupted, illuminating the abyss. Then a thunderous rumble. The entire underground chamber trembled violently, as if a leviathan that had slept for eons was waking. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the void across the precipice rippled like water, and a bronze great gate 10,000 meters tall, cast entirely in bronze, and etched with countless stellar trajectories, slowly oozed out of the void. It was so vast that humans standing before it were less conspicuous than a speck of dust in the gate seam. That sweeping aura, boundless, ancient, imbued with inexorable majesty, washed over them, causing every warrior below 6th rank to feel their chests tighten and to be seized by a sudden urge to prostrate in reverence. The colossal gate parted, leaving a slit barely wide enough for one to pass. A fissure to the Titan, but to humans, a broad avenue. Move. Qianyan, the city lord, showed no hesitation. His mental shield flared as he led 100 shadow guards, becoming streaks of light that surged inside. We follow. Keep close, don't fall behind. If anyone gets lost. Lin Yuan pointed at the bottomless seam. Not even an immortal could save you. There was a hum. Passing through that mercury-like viscous membrane of space revealed none of the expected fragrances or troves of gold and silver. When their vision cleared, a gravity so terrifying struck them that everyone was instantly bent double. Boom. The weakest Ji Hongyi groaned as her legs went limp, and she nearly fell to her knees. Her bones crackled, blood rushed downward, and her heart hammered like a war drum. 50-fold. Gu Jinhun braced himself on his sword, face flushed and veins bulging. Each word was forced through his teeth. The gravity here is at least 50 times that of the outside. 50 times the gravity. A person weighing 100 gene would now bear 5,000 gene of force. Pressure applied to every vein and every organ. If they had not been wearing the scrayed alloy battle armor Lin Yuan had purchased at great cost, equipped with anti-gravity systems, this single impact would have ruptured their organs. Adapt for a moment. At the front of the formation, Lin Yuan let his shoulders sink briefly, then rose and stood straight as if nothing had happened. The true dragon's spinal marrow within him displayed an unrivaled capacity to adapt. Such gravity was little more than weighted training to him. Beside him, Long Zhan also struggled, but as a genetically modified warrior with rippling muscles, he managed to withstand it by sheer force. Wait, where are we? After adjusting to the gravity, Long Zhan raised his head and scanned the surroundings. The next second, his bovine eyes went wide and his mouth gaped as if to fit an ostrich egg. Not just him, everyone fell silent. Beneath their feet lay not earth, but an impeccably flat, gray flagstone carpeted with dust. Several kilometers ahead loomed a cliff 1,000 meters high, yet its shape, no matter how they examined it, looked exactly like a gigantic step. Farther off in the sky floated several pillars as enormous as mountains. This is not a mountain. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and activated Divine Insight. From that super-range vision, he discerned the truth. We are standing on a table. Pointing at the ground, Lin Yuan explained, this is a table, the cliff ahead is a stair leading to the gate, and that pillar is a chair leg. The place fell into stunned silence as every mind momentarily short-circuited. A table kilometers long, A single step 100 meters high. How vast must the owner of this palace be? Titan clan. Gu Jianhun swallowed throat, dry. The legendary Titan giants thousands of zhang tall, who toss stars like, are actually real. In a place like this, we are not even ants. As everyone reeled at this realm of giants, they were overwhelmed. Russell alert. Lin Yuan reacted fastest, his spiritual mind flung open and detected several high-speed objects closing in. Something's coming. In great numbers. Above, Long Zhan snapped his head upward. On that 1,000-meter step, countless silver-gray shapes crawled down the vertical wall like a tide. They were spiders, but no ordinary spiders. Each as large as a heavy truck, their bodies forged from an unknown silver-gray metal, 8 mechanical legs razor-sharp, easily piercing the stone. Their heads had no eyes, only a crystalline core pulsing with red light, frantically scanning Lin Yuan, Titan mechanical spider engineer type. Rank 5th rank, early stage mass-produced. Function tasked with sweeping palace dust and exterminating small invading pests. Sweep dust. Lin Yuan read the system description and twitched a smile. So in their eyes, we are cockroaches that must be swept away. A hiss. In the next instant, a dozen mechanical spiders sprang, their enormous metal bodies bearing terrible momentum as they slammed toward the group. Defend. Long Zhan roared, his tower shield swelled and took the front. Boom. 2 forelegs of a mechanical spider slammed into the shield. Sparks flew. Damn. Long Zhan's arms went numb, his feet carved 2 deep grooves into the ground. How can this thing be so powerful? Stronger than the mammoth at the east gate. Long Zhan gritted his teeth, activating his armor's overdrive to barely hold. Toxic burst. Jihongi waved, and a vast green cloud of toxic mist enveloped the spiders. But they were machines. They did not breathe. The poison was not even lubricant to them. Useless. They have no signs of life. Jihongi's expression, Tai-Bai sword chi. Gu Jianhun unleashed a slash. The razor sword chi struck the spider's metal carapace. Clang. It left only a faint white scratch. What a hard alloy. At least a grade hardness. Gu Jianhun's wrist tingled and his heart sank. Is this really just a cleaner? What kind of perverse civilization is the Titan race? As more and more mechanical spiders closed in, Long Zhan's shield was on the verge of deformation. Everyone stand back. Lin Yuan stood at the center of the group, not hurrying to act, but continuously scanning the structure of these mechanical creatures with his mental power. Although these things are tough, they are ultimately inanimate. If they are inanimate, there must be weaknesses. Lin Yuan's gaze immediately locked onto the connection point between the mechanical spider's abdomen and legs. Target the joints. That's the energy transmission point of the puppet technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Mental power, technique, control, object, spiral, force. Buzz. The blade Zhan Yuan suspended beside him suddenly began to spin wildly. Empowered by immense mental energy, the entire blade transformed into a high-speed rotating black drill. Go. Lin Yuan pointed with his sword. Whoosh. The black drill transformed into a streak of light, precisely avoiding the mechanical spider's hard exoskeleton, instantaneously piercing into the joint of the spider, attacking Long Zhan. A harsh metallic cutting sound rang out. Crack. The once invincible mechanical spider trembled, and then its massive mechanical leg unexpectedly snapped off. But that was not the end. Lin Yuan's fingers continued to tap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The high-speed rotating blade Zhan Yuan darted back and forth among the swarm of spiders, each pass accompanied by flying screws or the breaking of mechanical legs. In just 3 seconds, 5 gigantic mechanical spiders lay incapacitated on the ground, as if disassembled by a master dismantler, with only their cores still flickering red light, unable to move at all. This. Ancient Sword souls stared in disbelief. The monsters they had risked their lives to break through, dismantling building blocks. What are you still dawdling for? Long Zhan, get the crowbar. Dig out the core from their bellies. Lin Yuan pointed to the pulsating red crystal, licking his lips. That's a Titan high-energy battery. This thing can sell for 10,000 spirit stones on the black market. And it can also recharge my spaceship. It's all money. Don't waste it. Seeing this scene, Ancient Sword Soul and Jihongi exchanged glances, their mouths twitching violently. This is their leader. No matter how dangerous the situation or how terrifying the enemy, in the end, it always turns into a supply scene. After climbing for nearly half a day on the seemingly endless giant stone table, Lin Yuan and his companions finally reached the innermost part of the magnificent palace. This was a grand hall large enough to accommodate the Himalayas. The surrounding walls were engraved with complex star array patterns that were dizzying to behold. In the center of the hall, a golden light sphere over 500 meters in diameter floated. It resembled a small sun imprisoned here. The surface of the light sphere burned with golden plasma flames, and violent energy tides spread outwards, forming visible energy storms. Part of the Titan pseudo-backup energy grade peak 7th rank half-step 8th rank description, the backup battery, left by the Titan race to maintain the operation of their palace. Sealed within it is a decaying stellar core containing extremely violent and pure star power. Good stuff. Lin Yuan stood on the massive steps at the edge of the hall, feeling the heat wave rushing towards him. The divine demon furnace within him seemed to have caught a whiff of the world's most delicious delicacy, producing an almost frenzied roar deep within his dantian, causing his blood to surge. As long as I swallow it. Lin Yuan's desire was unmasked in his eyes, not to mention the 4th rank, even the threshold of the 5th rank, I can kick it open. However, someone was even more anxious than him. On the outskirts of the golden energy storm, a purple figure floated in midair that was the Lord of the Thousand Faces. At this moment, this 7th rank Grandmaster had a dark expression. He had opened a 7th rank mental power shield, trying to approach the heart of the Titan, but the surrounding energy storm was far too violent. That was pure physical tearing force. Not even the shield of a 7th rank expert could withstand it, flickering in and out, utterly unable to advance an inch. Damn, this damn Titan race. After so many years, they still left behind such a defense mechanism. The Thousand Faces cursed in frustration. He could feel that as long as he obtained this energy core, he would have the chance to glimpse the mysteries of the 8th rank. But he couldn't get in. If he forced his way in, his physical body would definitely be torn to shreds by that stellar power. Lord, it seems you are in trouble. Just as Thousand Faces was at a loss, a somewhat mocking voice came from below. He looked down and saw Lin Yuan walking step by step toward the center of the violent energy storm, hands in pockets. Lin Yuan. Thousand Faces scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Don't say, I didn't warn you, that's violent star power. There's no gravitational suppression inside, but there is spatial tearing. Even a top 6th rank physical body would turn into mush the moment it enters. Want to seek death? I won't stop you. In Thousand Faces' view, although Lin Yuan's physical body was formidable enough to slay void lords, this kind of pure energy impact was not something a 4th rank warrior could withstand. Seek death. Lin Yuan paused at the edge of the storm where the gale was like a knife cutting painfully at his cheeks. Maybe, but I have a good appetite. Before his words fell, boom. Lin Yuan stopped talking nonsense. The alloy combat boots on his feet exploded instantly, and he shot forward like a black meteor against the flow, rushing unprotected into the energy storm that could shred steel before the astonished gaze of Thousand Faces. Madman. Thousand Faces widened his eyes. Did this kid really not want to live? Hiss. As soon as he rushed in, Lin Yuan felt as if he had jumped into a fully powered meat grinder. The violent stellar energy was like invisible blades crazily cutting through his skin, muscles, and even bones. In just 1 second, that priceless scrayed alloy armor on him was utterly ruined, turning into fragments that dissipated. Then his skin began to crack, and the golden blood that seeped out was immediately evaporated by the high temperature. Is this the price of breaking through the limits? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the eye of the storm, bathed in blood, but the golden vertical pupils in his eyes shone frighteningly bright. He had lingered at the peak of the 3rd rank for too long. Ever since he obtained the true dragon spine marrow and the divine demon furnace, his foundation had been rapidly accumulating. Each act of slaughter, each act of devouring, was continuously solidifying his foundation. His body felt like a spring that had been compressed to its limit, like a volcano ready to erupt. He needed an opportunity, a source of energy large and violent enough to help him break through the final shackles known as mortal. Come. Lin Yuan looked up to the sky and roared with fury, his hands forming seals, as he completely released the restraints on the gigantic beast of devouring within him. Divine demon furnace, full power, devour the heavens and the earth. Booming. A high-pitched black vortex, seemingly a dark hole, suddenly appeared behind him without warning. It was domineering, greedy, and devoured everything. The golden energy storm that was wreaking havoc within Lin Yuan's body suddenly seemed to be pulled by a higher dimensional force. They screamed and struggled, but ultimately they were helplessly swallowed by that black hole. Ding. Detected high-purity stellar energy. The divine demon furnace is transforming. Warning. Energy overload. The host's meridians are about to burst. Suppress it for me. Lin Yuan bit down on his teeth, relying on the terrifying physique brought by the true dragon's spine marrow. He endured the massive energy capable of bursting 10 4th-grade warriors. He guided this torrent, crazily washing against the invisible boundary of realms within his body. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Each impact came with a soul-rending pain, yet Lin Yuan did not utter a single sound. Until, crack, the sound of shackles breaking. Boom. In the next moment, a brilliant dark golden beam of light, as if piercing through heaven and earth, erupted from Lin Yuan's crown. This beam not only dispersed the surrounding energy storms, but even directly penetrated the thick dome of the Titan Palace, reaching straight to the ground. Roar, accompanied by an ancient dragon's roar that shook the heavens. Behind Lin Yuan, the originally vague divine demon phantom finally solidified. It stood beneath the vast sky with its feet on the star river, its body wrapped in chaotic air currents. It stretched out a massive hand that blotted out the sun, grabbing the energy emanating from the heart of the Titan, and then swallowed it whole. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed color. The gravity field within the entire ruins became chaotic in an instant. The thousand-faced city lord outside was shaken back several hundred meters by the sudden surge of power, staring in horror at the youth at the center of the beam. What is this, a breakthrough to the 4th grade? The thousand-faced felt his worldview collapse. Who would have such a commotion when breaking through to the 4th grade? He would believe it if someone said a master was certifying Dao 7th grade. Ding. Congratulations, host. Breaking the shackles of life. Realm Improvement 4th grade Initial Stage Master Candidate. Physical body reconstruction complete. All attributes doubled. Current strength 200 tons, 500 tons. Gained innate divine ability Titan Divine Power Passive. Description: having absorbed the essence of the Titan's heart, each of your strikes will carry the shatter effect. Strength attribute increased by an additional 300. After a long time, the soaring beam slowly dissipated. The raging energy storm calmed down as Lin Yuan had devoured most of it. Lin Yuan remained seated in a meditative position. His wounds had long since vanished, replaced by skin as flawless as sheep's fat white jade. Yet beneath that skin, dark golden divine light flickered, as if each muscle fiber contained the power to burst. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze seemed to hold 2 rivers of stars slowly turning deep and majestic, making it difficult to look directly at. He stood up and stretched his neck. With a casual wave, the 50-fold gravity that had previously pressured him now felt like a gentle breeze, as light as walking on the moon. 4th grade. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the vast and surging power within him. That feeling was as if he could explode this planet with a single punch. Is this the feeling of breaking the shackles? Lin Yuan's lips curled up as he stepped out of the center of the storm, his momentum rising with each step. When he emerged from the energy field, standing before the astonished thousand-faced city lord, his aura was no longer that of a newcomer, but of a truly awakened, ancient ferocious beast. City lord. Lin Yuan looked at the 7th grade grandmaster, whose expression was fluctuating, and subconsciously activated his mental defense. Just now you said, "Who is seeking death?" "You are seeking death." Looking at the youth bathed in dark golden divine light, who advanced step by step, like an ancient ferocious beast, the thousand-faced city's originally unpredictable mask completely fixed into an expression of rage and ferocity. As the guardian of the 36th city of the starry sky, a seasoned 7th grade mentalist for 50 years, how could the thousand-faced ever suffer such a tremendous humiliation? Even if the other party had just triggered an earth-shattering breakthrough phenomenon, even if the dangerous aura emanating from him made even him feel a chill, so what? 4th grade is just 4th grade. Even if you broke the shackles of heaven and earth, even if you absorbed the Titan energy, you are still just an ant that has just touched the threshold of mid-level. The thousand-faced city lord laughed in rage, his voice echoing in the vast Titan palace with a soul-shaking resonance. The chasm of realms is like a deep abyss. Below 7th grade, all are ants. Today I will let you, this frog at the bottom of the well, witness what truly belongs to a master. The power of rules. In the instant his voice fell. Boom. The purple robe of the thousand-faced city lord fluttered without wind, and a vast cold aura of 7th grade spiritual power erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. 7th grade Grandmaster exclusive domain activated. Thousand-faced illusionary kill domain. In an instant, the surrounding air twisted violently like boiling water. The originally magnificent Titan energy hall vanished, replaced by an eerie space filled with endless purple mist. In this space, the orientation of space was completely disrupted, and the flow of time seemed to slow down. Then a scene that made one's scalp tingle appeared. In the purple mist, 1/1000. Thousands of figures of the thousand-faced city lord emerged out of thin air. Each clone wore that strange mask, each exuded a terrifying spiritual fluctuation comparable to the peak of the 6th grade, wielding a dagger forged from pure mental energy. Indistinguishable from reality. Danger lurks everywhere. This is the terrifying aspect of a 7th grade mentalist. Within the domain, he is the creator, allowing enemies to be torn apart in endless illusions and fears. As soon as the domain was activated, the dragon war ancient sword soul Jihongi and others who had just climbed the steps found themselves swept into this terrifying illusion without even a moment to react. Get away. Don't come near. Ancient sword soul's eyes turned red, wildly swinging the long sword in his hand as he frantically slashed at the air. Jihongi painfully knelt on the ground, her hands tightly gripping her neck, her face turning purple as if she had fallen into an abyss where she could not breathe. The worst off was Long Zhan, his muscles tense as he hammered his fists against the hard floor, breaking his fingers and soaking the ground with blood. A 7th-tier domain was an absolute dimensional suppression for these 4th-tier martial artists. Yet at the very center of the domain, surrounded by tens of thousands of faceless clones, Lin Yuan seemed out of place. He did not draw his sword, nor did he defend himself. In fact, he closed his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of faceless clones spoke simultaneously, attempting to destroy his sanity. In my domain, I will slice your flesh piece by piece, making you taste the utmost agony of this world. Faced with this overwhelming mockery and murderous intent, Lin Yuan slowly shook his head, his voice soft, yet filled with a domineering authority that overshadowed all beings. What a show. There is an old saying in my hometown, I wonder if you have heard it. At that moment, the boiling true dragon blood and the new talent he gained from breaking through to 4th tier, merging with the heart of the Titan. Titanic strength, true dragon, spinal marrow, full power burst. Base strength of 500 tons, with a terrifying amplification of 300 from Titanic strength. A total of 2,000 tons of apocalyptic power gathered at that moment on Lin Yuan's right foot. This saying goes, one force can defeat 10. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a fierce light bursting from his golden vertical pupils, and he stomped down hard on the indestructible floor beneath him. Boom! Pure physical shock to the extreme. The terrifying force of 2,000 tons exploded under his foot in an instant. Even the stone slab that had left no trace from the mechanical spider earlier cracked under this stomp. Immediately after, a visible transparent shockwave centered on Lin Yuan swept outwards violently in all directions. Before this world-destroying pure physical shockwave, any mental illusions, any spatial distortions crumbled like fragile soap bubbles. The thousands of faceless clones radiating 6th tier fluctuations did not even have time to scream before they shattered into pieces like phantoms under the terrifying sonic boom and shockwave annihilated. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are but illusions. As the faceless killing domain was forcibly shattered by brute force, the faceless master, hovering in midair, was struck as if by lightning. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the eerie mask even cracked, revealing half of a pale and aged face beneath. Impossible. This cannot be happening. The faceless clutched his chest, his form swaying in midair, his eyes filled with unprecedented horror and fear. Purely relying on physical strength. Shattered my mental domain. You monster. Just how strong is your fist? The faceless was frightened, truly frightened. Having lived over 100 years on this ancient star road, he had seen countless geniuses, but he had never encountered someone with such an unreasonable and monstrous physicality at this realm. What kind of human is this? Escape. I must escape. The thought of retreat surged in the faceless mind, and he turned to transform into purple mist, vanishing into the void. Can you escape? What? The faceless was horrified and suddenly looked up. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. His speed had exceeded the speed of sound, leaving no afterimage, appearing directly above the faceless. Accompanying him was the blade that had just evolved into a pinnacle 6th tier artifact, Zhan Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan held the knife with both hands, the blade pointing downward, his gaze cold with a disdain for the world. It's my turn. Artifact exclusive, gravity field 50 times, lock on. Combined with the original 50-fold gravity of the Titan Palace, a terrifying gravity field of a full 100 times instantly pressed down on the faceless like a mountain. Oh. The faceless, who was preparing to escape, felt his body suddenly sink, his movements becoming stiff midair, unable to move. Block it. Someone block it for me. In a life-and-death moment, the faceless let out a desperate roar, pouring all the remaining mental energy in his body into his arms. They were a pair of SSS-Rank alloy arm guards radiating a silver glow, his most prized life-saving card, reputed to withstand 3 strikes from even a pinnacle 7th tier attack. However, what he faced was 2,000 tons of monstrous force fused with Titan strength, and the unparalleled blade that had evolved with the characteristics of slaying gods. Swish! The dark golden blade light sliced down like a knife cutting through butter. That pair of so-called indestructible SSS-Rank alloy arm guards under the edge of Zhan Yuan did not even last a mere 0.01 seconds, being cleanly split in two. The blade's momentum did not diminish, carrying a destructive force smoothly cutting into the faceless neck. Lin Yuan's figure lightly landed on the ground, maintaining a kneeling posture. The body of the faceless master, still holding up an arm in a blocking position, stiffly hovered in midair. Half a second later, thud! The head, wearing a cracked mask with eyes wide open refusing to close, slid off from the neck. Then the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The ruler of the 36th city in the starry sky, 7th tier, Grandmaster Faceless, fell. Dinner's ready. Lin Yuan did not even glance at the corpse, skillfully snapping his fingers. Demon God Melting Furnace, activate. The black vortex behind him reappeared, combined with the soul-devouring red light on the blade of Zhan Yuan. The corpse of the 7th tier master, along with his vast mental essence, was mercilessly drained and devoured within mere seconds, ultimately turning into a wisp of ash that floated away with the wind. It was at this moment, with the death of the faceless, that the illusion shrouding everyone's hearts completely dissipated. Longzhan, Gu Jinhuan, and Ji Hongyi crawled up from the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air, their eyes still filled with the utmost fear brought by the illusion. We survived. Gu Jinhuan leaned on his sword, struggling to lift his head, wanting to see the situation on Lin Yuan's side, preparing to fight to help. But in the next second, his gaze fell upon the wisp of ash behind Lin Yuan, and the broken mask stained with blood on the ground. Longzhan and Ji Hongyi noticed it too. The three of them stood frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. A cold wind blew by, and they were left disheveled in the wind. Captain, Longzhan swallowed hard, pointing at the mask on the ground. You just killed that 7th tier city lord in a second. Seconds. In the vast Titan energy hall, the trembling voice of Long Zhan echoed with Gu Jianhun and Ji Hongyi were also stunned. After all, he was a master of the 7th rank in telekinesis, a terrifying existence that had ruled the 36th city of the starry sky for 50 years, suffocating everyone, was actually beheaded with a single strike. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Facing the bewildered eyes of his teammates, Lin Yuan offered no further explanation. He walked straight towards the massive control console in the center of the hall. It was a control hub crafted from an unknown black metal resembling an altar. Lin Yuan extended his hand, opening his palm. The star key, which Qianyan regarded as his lifeline during the battle, was now emanating a soft and mysterious starlight. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan pressed the key into the diamond-shaped groove at the center of the control console. Buzz! At the moment the key was inserted, the entire Titan relic trembled violently. Immediately, streams of azure energy flowed along the patterns at the base of the console, spreading wildly in all directions like the blood vessels of a waking body. The ancient formation that had been silent for countless millennia was thoroughly activated at this moment. Ding! Highest authority, key access detected. Binding identity. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. Successfully took control of the Titan Outpost Core Control Hub. Obtained the highest authority of the Starry Sky Formation in the 36th city. Gained the highest control over the relic's defense system. Swish. A massive holographic three-dimensional projection unfolded before Lin Yuan. When he saw the images on the projection, not only Gu Jianhun and the others, but even Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with shock. In the holographic projection, the immense Titan relic lay buried deep underground. On top of the relic's heavy outer armor dome, there was a flourishing cityscape. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stared at the projection, suddenly enlightened. The so-called 36th city of the starry sky is simply a parasite built upon the shell of this Titan relic. The energy shield and gravity adjustment system that the city relies on for survival are all maintained by the residual energy emitted from the relic. To master this relic is to hold the lifeblood of the entire city, to control the fate of millions of beings within. That idiot Qianyan, guarding a doomsday weapon capable of destroying the city for 50 years, only thought of how to scrape together a few scraps to break through to the 8th rank. It's simply a waste. Let's go. Lin Yuan turned around, casually operated a few controls on the console, and a ghostly blue teleportation array lit up beneath his feet. He looked at his still-dazed teammates, his eyes flashing with the majesty of one who reigns supreme. Since we've obtained the property deed, we should go up and collect rent from those tenants. At that moment, the ground was a scene of chaos. The beast tide had just receded, and the city lord Qianyan had vanished with his guards, while the major factions within the city keenly sensed the taste of power vacuum. Led by Yi Xiao, the president of the Shadow Kill Association, several remaining factions surrounded the city lord's plaza with tens of thousands of alien followers. They were fiercely arguing about how to divide the territory left by the Blood Wolf gang and how to deal with the eyesore earthlings from the Yanhuang Alliance. The Yanhuang Alliance must be exterminated. How dare those lowly earthlings occupy the best resources? When the city lord returns, we will jointly petition to demote them all to slaves. The crowd was agitated, filled with murderous intent. Just as the noise reached its peak of buzz, the defensive formation above the city lord's mansion suddenly shook violently, and a blinding blue teleportation beam roared down onto the central platform of the plaza. As the light faded, Lin Yuan appeared before everyone, dressed in black, carrying a long sword, accompanied by Long Zhan and the others, completely unscathed. It's that earthling Lin Yuan. How did he come out from the city lord's exclusive teleportation array? Where is our city? Yi Xiao's eyes, shrouded beneath his black robe, flashed with suspicion as he stepped forward, his peak 6th rank aura erupting with a loud voice. Lin Yuan, where is the city lord Qianyan? What have you done? Facing the thousands of hostile and murderous eyes in the city, Lin Yuan did not even glance at Yi Xiao. He took out a bloody bundle from the system space and casually tossed it down the steps like garbage. The bundle unfurled, a head that refused to close its eyes along with a shattered mask that symbolized the highest power of the 36th city rolled to Yi Xiao's feet. There was a deathly silence. At that moment, it seemed as if the wind had stopped flowing and the vast plaza filled with tens of thousands of alien powerhouses did not dare to breathe. That is, the head of city lord Qianyan, the 7th rank master who had reigned over them for 50 years, was beheaded. Qianyan is dead. Lin Yuan stood at the highest point of the steps, his hands clasped behind his back. From now on, the 36th city of the starry sky is under my command. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the dark mass of alien forces below. Who dares to defy? Thud. Just a single glance made Yi Xiao, the peak assassin of the 6th rank, feel as though his soul was about to freeze under the terrifying dragon might. His legs went weak. Without any hesitation, he directly knelt beside Qianyan's head, trembling violently. The Shadow Kill Association is willing to serve Lin Alliance leader as our superior. We swear our loyalty. Even a 7th rank master was slaughtered like a dog. What was he a peak 6th rank worth? With Yi Xiao kneeling, it was as if a domino effect had been triggered. Thud, thud, thud. On the plaza and the surrounding streets, tens of thousands of aliens, whether the brutish trolls or the proud feathered tribes, all prostrated on the ground like waves of grain. Hail to the city lord. The deafening sound of submission declared that this city had completely changed hands. Watching the once high-ranking races that viewed humans as two-legged sheep now kneeling at his feet, like ants, old Lu standing behind Lin Yuan was trembling, as if he were a sieve. It was not fear but excitement. It was the ultimate ecstasy of 30 years of repression finally seeing the light of day. Old Lu. Lin Yuan, unfazed by the sight of the myriad races submitting, turned to look at the Earth veteran who had lost an arm. From today on, you are the acting city lord of this 36th city. What? Old Lu suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Yuan pointed below the Yanhuang alliance as the master. The myriad races as servants bring out those compatriots hiding in the sewers. Tell them they no longer need to hide, they no longer need to be afraid. From now on, this city shall bear the surname Lin. It belongs to us Earthlings. Upon hearing these words, old Lu could no longer hold back. 30 years of humiliation, torment, and the tragic deaths of his companions transformed into a flood of tears at this moment. Long live the alliance leader. Long live the human race. Old Lu fell to his knees with a thud, heavily bowing 3 times towards Lin Yuan, blood streaming from his forehead, yet he laughed louder than ever. It was not just him. In the distance, thousands of Earth refugees who had just emerged from the Blackwater Alley, still bewildered by the situation, burst into tears of joy upon hearing these words, kneeling towards the city lord's mansion. From the lowest level of slaves and rations, they instantly rose to become the ruling class of this starry city. This seismic shift in power was akin to a myth. Standing aside, Long Zhan watched his fellow countrymen embrace and weep, his eyes also turning red. He wiped the corner of his eye and said hoarsely, Captain, back on Earth, I thought leveling up by defeating monsters was everything. But today I realized we are not merely fighting monsters. We are carving out a path to survival for our compatriots. That night, Lin Yuan was very clear-headed. He knew he could not remain in this junior supply city forever as a local tyrant. His journey lay deeper along the ancient starry road, amidst the vastness of the starry sea. But since he had established this foundation, he must leave behind sufficient resources. Take this. Lin Yuan handed a metallic chip radiating blue light to old Lu, who stood before him. This is the secondary control permission chip for the Titan Ruins, the hub for defense and attack of the Grand Formation. I have already locked it so that only human genes can activate it. Furthermore, I have modified the underlying logic of the 3,000 Titan mechanical spiders remaining in the ruins. They will now only obey the holder of this chip. 3,000 mechanical monsters comparable to peak 5th-tier beings. Old Lu gasped. With this absolutely loyal mechanical army, plus the city's defense formation. Lin Yuan patted old Lu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, even if I am not here, as long as you do not act recklessly, not even a 7th-tier foe would return unscathed. Old Lu, I entrust you with Earthlings' first ironclad rear along the ancient starry road. Look after our home for me. When the newcomers from Earth arrive, provide them a safe haven to cultivate without being. Old Lu tightly gripped the weighty chip, standing straight like a spear, seemingly transported back to the day 30 years ago when he enlisted in the Sichuan military region. With red-rimmed eyes, he performed the most standard and solemn military salute of China. As long as the people are here, the city is here. I will never let the alliance leader's efforts be in vain. Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze penetrating the stone wall, looking towards the deeper, darker expanse of the ancient starry road. The troubles of the first station had already been cleared. Next is the myriad races of the starry sky ready to welcome the true tyrant. Huff. In the secret chamber, Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. 3 days. After a full 3 days of closed-door cultivation, Lin Yuan finally fully digested the vast essence, blood, and spiritual source left behind by the 7th-tier mentalist Thousand Faces through the demonic furnace. He did not rush to break through to the mid-4th tier, but instead used this terrifying energy to solidify his foundation. At this moment, the meridians in his body had been expanded to an unfathomable degree, and every drop of blood flowing within him subtly shimmered with a dark golden glow containing a terrifying dragon, might capable of tearing apart ferocious beasts. His realm was stable at the initial stage of the 4th tier, but his true combat power had already surpassed all challengers within this shattered star ring. It's time to emerge from seclusion. Lin Yuan stood up, casually patting the specially made storage bags at his waist, listening to the crisp sounds coming from within, his lips involuntarily curling into a wild smile. In these 3 days, aside from cultivating the thing he did the most was tallying his spoils of war. As the 70-year local tyrant who had ruled the 36th city for 50 years, the underground treasury of the Thousand Faces City Lord's mansion was simply overflowing with wealth. Not only were there heaps of low-tier source stones, but he had also scavenged over 1 million mid-tier source stones. In addition, there were hundreds of tons of rare starry or countless sealed high-tier beast inner cores and various exotic herbs he had never even seen before. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yuan's personal wealth now far exceeds the total of a medium-sized country on Earth. Kill and burn gold belts. The ancients do not deceive me. Lin Yuan pushed open the door to the secret chamber. Outside, core members of the Yanhuang Alliance, such as ancient sword soul Long Zhan and Ji Hongyi, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing them, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. It seems you haven't been idle these past few days. Have you upgraded your gear? Standing at the front, Long Zhan's tattered combat uniform was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a set of seemingly alive silver, liquid metal armor. This armor clung to his explosive muscles like mercury, soft as water in normal times, but would instantly harden into armor comparable to scrayed alloy upon being attacked. This was top-notch individual equipment Lin Yuan had retrieved from the storage of the Titan ruins. Beside him, ancient sword soul seemed to transform into a sword poised to unsheath, radiating brilliance. He was tightly clutching a tattered ancient tome made of beast skin, an incomplete sword manual left behind by a certain alien sword saint found deep within the city lord's mansion library. Meanwhile, on Ji Hongyi's snow-white shoulder, a fist-sized toad, covered in colorful venomous glands, was currently. This little creature looked adorably foolish, but the purple toxic gas it occasionally exhaled could corrode the air, leaving white smoke. The colorful venomous toad was originally a 6th-tier venomous pet painstakingly cultivated by the city lord of Thousand Faces, now forcibly stripped of its mark using the secret method of the 10,000 Poison Valley, becoming Ji Hongyi's new pet. All members' combat capabilities skyrocketed. Captain, Long Zhan excitedly thumped his chest with the liquid armor. When are we setting off? I am going mad from boredom. There isn't even a single alien daring to breathe loudly in this city. It's too dull. Let's go now? Lin Yuan's gaze traversed the corridor of the city lord's mansion, looking towards the depths of the underground. This is ultimately just a novice village. The true starry sky lies ahead. Beneath the 36th city of the starry sky, within the ancient teleportation array, at the deepest part of the Titan ruins, there was a colossal circular altar that was suffocatingly vast. Surrounding the altar stood 9 towering bronze pillars, each 1,000 meters high, etched with intricate and profound space runes. This was the ultra-long-distance interstellar teleportation array leading to the midsection of the ancient starry road. At this moment, tens of thousands of Earth humans stood densely around the perimeter of the teleportation array. They all changed into clean and tidy clothes, holding the finest weapons, their backs straightened. No longer could one see the numbness and despair that once hid in the sewers. At the front stood Old Lu, who had donned a luxurious lord's robe, yet still appeared somewhat uneasy. Old Lu looked at Lin Yuan, who was about to step onto the altar, his single arm trembling, tears streaming down his face. He knew that without this young man before him, they would still be the toe-legged sheep in the eyes of the alien races, always at risk of slaughter and bullying. It was Lin Yuan who, with a single knife, pierced through the entire city, transforming this 36th city into a stronghold for Earthlings. Enough, stop looking like it's a farewell to life and death. I'm not going to die. Lin Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Old Liu's sobs. He walked in front of Old Lu, his expression serious, as he instructed, after I leave, you will be the highest commander here. If those aliens in the city behave and pay taxes to do business, let them be, but if anyone dares to show their teeth. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. No need for idle chatter. Directly activate the Titan mechanical spider and establish our might. Additionally, if any newcomers from Earth come through the Kunlun Mountain entrance, as a senior, take care of them and teach them the rules of the Yanhuang Alliance. Remember, if you encounter troubles you cannot solve or face high-level outsiders, do not fight hard. Retreat with everyone into the Titan ruins and close the bronze gate. Hold the ruins firmly. Wait for my return. Old Lu straightened his back suddenly and shouted with all his might, as long as there are people, there is a city. Farewell, Alliance leader. May the Alliance leader's martial fortune flourish. With Old Liu's roar, tens of thousands of Earth compatriots knelt on one knee in unison, their thunderous voices echoing through the depths of the underground. Farewell, Alliance leader. May the Alliance leader's martial fortune flourish. Activate the formation. Lin Yuan turned around, not looking back, and stepped onto the center of the teleportation altar. Members of elite teams such as Long Zhan, Gu Jinhuan, and Ji Hongyi followed closely behind. Boom. With Old Lu dumping an entire box of high-purity mid-grade source stones into the energy slot of the formation, 9 towering bronze pillars erupted with dazzling azure starlight. The immense spatial force swept across the entire altar like a storm. In the azure glow, Lin Yuan took out a star map from his bosom, which had been retrieved from the secret chamber of the Lord of the Thousand Faces. According to the guidance of the star map, the other end of this teleportation array linked to the most prosperous and chaotic hub in the middle section of the starry ancient road, the 100 Cities Alliance Chaotic Star Sea. There it was no longer the backward countryside, like the 36th city with only a few low-level gangs engaging in small skirmishes. It was truly a stage for the strong. There were colossal merchant guilds that spanned across star systems, intergalactic pirate fleets sweeping through the universe, and top talents with divine bloodlines from countless advanced civilizations competing fiercely. Chaotic Star Sea. Feeling the weightlessness of the space being torn apart around him, he gazed at the increasingly dazzling starlight ahead. Those geniuses from the 100 Cities Alliance. Get ready to welcome your tyrant. Buzz! The starlight erupted, completely engulfing everyone on the altar. Amidst a violent spatial distortion, the figures of Lin Yuan and others completely vanished into the depths of the 36th city. Time and space flowed, stars rotated. Not knowing how long they had traversed in the cold and desolate space passage, the intense dizziness and tearing sensation finally began to fade. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan and the others fell from a rapidly shrinking spatial vortex, landing firmly on the hard ground. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene before them, everyone held their breath in an instant. No desolate meteorites, no endless yellow sand. What greeted their eyes was a superplanetary city so massive that it could not be described in words. Beneath their feet were transparent metal walkways shimmering with neon colors. Above their heads, not only were there countless floating islands exuding an aura of immortality, but also towering cyberpunk skyscrapers adorned with holographic advertisements. Flying swords from the realm of cultivation and hovering vehicles from the realm of technology intertwined in the sky, forming an endless, three-dimensional transportation network. Just as everyone was still in shock, boom, the sky overhead suddenly darkened, a gigantic shadow obscuring the brilliance of the artificial sun. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw an ultra-large interstellar warship 1,000 meters long, equipped with annihilation cannons and spewing bluish plasma flames from its tail. It roared past them from hundreds of meters above, exuding a sense of oppression that crushed everything. The fierce wind tousled Lin Yuan's black hair. He tightened his grip on the knife handle, his ambition raging like wildfire. Boys, welcome to the real new. However, this was just one side of technology. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst those cyberpunk-style skyscrapers, groups of cultivators dressed in ancient robes were soaring through the air on flying swords that radiated dazzling spiritual light. They shared the same sky with the interstellar warships and hovering vehicles, yet strangely fused together, creating a mad aesthetic of coexistence between cultivation and technology. On the outer walls of a distant supergiant building, a holographic projection of a lifelike alien virtual idol towering 1,000 meters tall was playing with ethereal mechanical synthetic songs echoing throughout the city. My God! Long Zhan gaped, staring blankly at a massive interstellar cruise ship slowly flying overhead, its once top-tier, liquid metal armor now looking like an antique from the last century. In comparison to the surrounding dazzling exoskeleton armors, it was like something dug up from the last century. Gu Jianhun gripped his sword tightly, watching the cultivators flying with their swords in the sky, feeling the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the swords, and even the proud heart of the sword cultivator felt a tinge of insignificance at that moment. This group of celestial prodigies who had dominated the earth now stood in this vast cosmic hub, looking like country bumpkins who had just emerged from a backwater. TSK, look over there. Around the platform, several pedestrians of a high race with pointed ears and pale silver skin stopped their floating skateboards, pointing and discussing Lin Yuan and the others. Which marginal star domain's wasteland planet did these uncivilized natives come from? They haven't even activated the most basic pressure barrier. Just look at their foolish expressions of never having seen the world. It is likely that it cost the family hundreds of years of savings to buy a jump ticket. With such a trash bloodline, one would end up as a minor in the Alliance. Shut your mouths and stop looking around like a dazed goose. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm. Although the bustling scene was spectacular, it stirred no waves in his eyes, which subtly gleamed with golden light. Behind the prosperity often lies a more brutal class oppression. Let's go, we need to take care of the procedures first. Lin Yuan led the somewhat apprehensive group out of the jump station and to the front of the interstellar customs security checkpoint. In the 100 Cities Alliance, any beings arriving from outer domains must obtain an interstellar temporary residence permit, or they would be regarded as illegal interstellar immigrants subject to capture and execution at any moment. The ones in charge of registration were several half-mechanical law enforcers. Cold mechanical eyes constantly flickered with red scanning beams. Name, species, home planet coordinates. Lin Yuan, human home planet. Earth. Lin Yuan replied calmly. The law enforcement captain's mechanical eye suddenly flashed a red alert. He finally raised his head, and the features of his half-human face instantly revealed unabashed disgust and contempt. No records of this planet's coordinates in the system, classified as an uncivilized wasteland planet. Vital signs: skin extremely low, bone age fragile, gene chain life level subpar. A group of lowly trash from an unknown wasteland. Slap. The law enforcement captain casually grabbed several runion-engraved metallic collars flashing with ghostly blue electrical light and brutally tossed them at Lin Yuan and the others' feet like throwing dog bones. Pick them up and wear these gene suppression rings. Go stay in the slums of Zone F. Dare to step into the upper city without summons and you will be shot on sight. His gaze swept over the crowd and then fixed on Jihani. As for this female, her vital signs are abnormal. You two stay behind and come with me to the confidential interrogation room. I need to conduct a deep gene test on you. Everyone present was well aware that this so-called deep test was merely an excuse for these enforcers to exploit their power and wantonly abuse and ravage women from lower civilizations. You seek death. Long Zhan's eyes turned blood red. He was a major in the Huaxiao military district, a soldier who had shed blood to protect his homeland on Earth. I'm also a major on Earth. What are you to dare make me wear such a dog collar? Crack. Long Zhan stomped on the gene suppression ring, and the violent force shattered it to pieces. Resistance. In this place, you low-blooded scum are even less than pigs and dogs, and you dare mention military ranks to me. Then go die? Buzz. The mechanical arm of the law enforcement captain instantly transformed into a formidable electromagnetic cannon. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation of peak level 5 mixed with a high-pressure electromagnetic field immediately enveloped Long Zhan. Under the suppression of this high-level energy, the liquid metal armor on Long Zhan seemed to be affected by the magnetic field beginning to tremble violently and lose control. Shoot to kill. The law enforcement captain unhesitatingly pulled the trigger as the ghostly blue plasma in the cannon began to charge violently, the aura of destruction locking onto Long Zhan's heart. Zzz. Zzz. The previously violent energy within the cannon strangely halted under the touch of this hand. Who? The law enforcement captain was alarmed, suddenly turning his head. Unbeknownst to him, the black-clad youth who called himself Lin Yuan had silently appeared before him. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. Lin Yuan merely pinched the cannon with his fair hand, while his ghostly blue eyes sparkled with a chilling calm that sent shivers down the soul. Buddy. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. Can I borrow a flame? You lowly trash. Remove your hand. The law enforcement captain was both furious and alarmed, trying to retract his mechanical arm, while desperately channeling the energy core within, intending to turn this ignorant kid into charcoal. But the next second, he was horrified to find that his mechanical arm, which was said to be able to lift hundreds of tons, was now completely immobile. Remove it. Lin Yuan's smile completely vanished. Titan divine power eruption. Pure extreme and enhanced by a 300 amplification of monstrous physical strength. Crack. In front of all the onlookers. That electromagnetic cannon, made of glass cosmic alloy, was actually crushed into a twist by Lin Yuan's seemingly delicate right hand. Bang. The plasma within the cannon exploded, yet not a single scratch was left on Lin Yuan's skin. How is this possible? That is glass. The law enforcement captain's remaining half-face twisted completely. Is this really a native from a wasteland planet? This flesh is more terrifying than a cosmic behemoth. But he had no chance to finish his sentence, for Lin Yuan's left hand had already swung over with a sonic boom that tore through the air. A simple slap. Slap. Boom. At the moment of contact, the law enforcement captain's head, made of high-strength alloy, was struck as if hit by a 10th Sandan hammer. Sparks flew and circuits broke. The mechanical eyeball flew out of its socket, and half of the mechanical head was flattened into a piece of scrap metal under this slap. The massive kinetic energy carried his remains crashing through 3 isolation walls behind the customs checkpoint, finally embedding in the floor dozens of meters away, twitching twice before going completely silent. The vast interstellar jump station fell into a deathly silence. The alien bystanders who had previously mocked Lin Yuan now stared in horror at the black-clad youth standing in place. The remaining dozen or so law enforcers were so frightened that their souls fled their hands, trembling as they held their weapons, not daring to pull the trigger. Crushing its glass alloy gun barrel with bare hands. Slapping a peak level 5 half-mechanical captain into a head deformation, causing instant deaths. Which top-tier divine race monster is here to experience life? In the midst of the palpable silence, Lin Yuan looked at the trembling law enforcers, his smile still gentle now. Can we process the temporary residence permit? We want VIP. The kind that doesn't require a dog collar. After leaving behind a broken half-mechanical law enforcement captain's corpse, Lin Yuan and his party smoothly and legally obtained the highest specification black VIP temporary residence permit from the 100 Cities Alliance. The remaining dozen law enforcers even handed the documents to Lin Yuan with trembling hands, not daring to breathe. Leaving the jump station and truly stepping into the super hub city known as Tianshu, Star, the group deeply experienced what it means to be at the center of the universe. Here, spiritual energy was so abundant it seemed ready to condense into raindrops. Buildings along the streets soared into the heavens, and what truly crushed the spirit was the exorbitant cost of living. Captain. Long Zhan stared at an alien street vendor grilling skewers nearby and swallowed hard. I just asked. The skewer made from grade 3 exotic beast meat costs 10 high-rank stellar coins. Gu Jianhun approached with a grim expression. I've confirmed it. The 100 City Alliance's currency system is utterly incompatible with that of City 36. Here, low-grade origin stones aren't even fit for change. Mid-grade origin stones can barely buy coarse tea and plain rice. The true hard currency in circulation. High-rank stellar coins and supreme-grade origin stones. Ji Hongi let out a bitter laugh. So, after risking our lives to raid the City Lord's mansion in City 36, we thought ourselves millionaires, hauling away dozens of thousands of mid-grade origin stones. Only to arrive here and find we can't even afford a decent meal. Poverty. This wasn't merely country folk entering the capital. It was beggars strolling through an imperial palace. What's there to panic about? Lin Yuan stood with his hands tucked casually into his pockets, gazing at the dazzling array of artifact shops and mech emporiums around him, his eyes betraying not a trace of discomfort. Money exists to be spent. Without discarding the old, how can the new ever emerge? His gaze swept across the bustling commercial avenue and settled upon its very heart. There rose a 90-year tower, ancient in form, yet forged entirely from supreme-grade starlight. Above its roof hovered an artificial microsun, casting radiant light. On its plaque, 3 characters blazed in bold, soaring calligraphy: Stellar Pavilion. This intelligence Lin Yuan had casually extracted moments earlier from the mouths of patrolling enforcers. Stellar Pavilion, the 100-City Alliance's largest chain trading hub backed by unfathomable power. It boasted that no matter how rare the item, even a god's bone, they would appraise and acquire it. Let's go. Time to liquidate our spoils. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Yuan strode forward. The moment they crossed the threshold, an overwhelming opulence washed over them. The floor was paved with warm jade marrow, a mineral that nurtured spiritual awareness. Thousands of luminous pearls adorned the vaulted ceiling. Even the potted plants scattered throughout the hall were 4th-rank spirit herbs, treasures that would ignite bloodshed on earth. Yet the service here bore no resemblance to its lavish decor. "May I assist you, sirs?" A half-elven receptionist in ornate uniform approached. He scanned Lin Yuan and his companions up and down. His professional smile vanished instantly, replaced by icy disdain. Not even a single invitation to sit nor the humblest cup of spirit-infused tea was offered. "We're here to sell some items, in exchange for stellar coins," Long Jean rumbled. "Sell items?" A look of undisguised contempt flashed across the receptionist's eyes as he spoke dismissively, like shooing off beggars. "Gentlemen, our first floor is the general goods section. There lies the self-service consignment counter. If your wares are mere scrap metal salvage from fringe star systems, or pelts from low-rank exotic beasts, turn left upon exiting and walk 3 streets straight. There the interstellar scrap recycling station may better suit your needs." Prejudice based on appearance, an archaic trope eerily universal across all known civilizations. Gu Jinhun clenched his sword hilt in fury. Long Jean bristled, ready to explode, until Lin Yuan raised a hand, halting them both. "Scrap metal?" Lin Yuan didn't even glance at the receptionist. Instead, he planted his right foot firmly upon the warm jade marrow floor. A deep, resonant hum shook the air, followed by an ancient draconic aura erupting from his bloodline, fused with his terrifying spiritual pressure, unleashing an invisible tempest across the hall. Even the defensive arrays on the first floor, engineered to withstand assaults from 6th-rank cultivators, shuddered under that raw draconic might, cracking like overloaded glass with shrill, grating shrieks. "What are you doing? Daring to cause trouble inside Stellar Pavilion?" The receptionist collapsed to his knees, face twisted in sheer terror. Lin Yuan ignored him entirely. His voice, thunderous and unyielding, reverberated through every chamber of Stellar Pavilion. "Go. Summon your finest appraiser, now. If he fails to appear within 3 seconds, I'll demolish this establishment." Outrageous audacity. A thunderous roar split the air as space itself rippled violently within Stellar Pavilion. Then from the distortion stepped forth a gnome elder, barely 1.2 meters tall, leaning on a staff embedded with high-rank origin stones. Jean Duobao, chief appraiser of Stellar Pavilion's Tian Shu Star Branch, 6th-rank midstage. No scion of any ancient stellar clan, not even a divine sovereign standing behind you, has ever dared utter the words "demolish this shop" within Stellar Pavilion's grand hall. The white-beard gnome fixed Lin Yuan with a piercing glare. "Young man, I grant you one chance. Produce your so-called treasure. Should it prove a peerless rarity, I shall personally offer my deepest apologies." With a sharp thud, the gnome slammed his staff onto the floor. "But if it's nothing more than cheap spectacle, today I shall flay you alive and hang your desiccated corpse upon the walls of Tianshu Star." At the gnome's command, dozens of fully armored guards surged forth from all corners, surrounding Lin Yuan and his companions with lethal intent. The atmosphere froze. Long Jean and Gu Jinhun swallowed hard, palms slick with sweat. Though they plundered City 36 alongside Lin Yuan, that had been little more than a novice's trial ground. Here in this crucible of power, they truly had no idea whether the treasures hidden in Lin Yuan's possession carried sufficient weight. "Flamey." Facing the razor's edge of confrontation, Lin Yuan showed not a flicker of fear, only a derisive, mirthless smile. "Very well. Then, esteemed master, widen those pea-sized eyes and examine closely." Lin Yuan sneered, then slashed his right hand sharply through empty air. Clang, clang, clang. A colossal rift tore open midair, and from it poured a torrent of heavy objects, crashing violently onto Stellar Pavilion's floor. They were mechanical spheres, each larger than a millstone, crafted from an unknown silvery gray alloy, their surfaces shimmering with dense blue runes. Hundreds of them, piled into a glittering mountainous heap. And still it wasn't over. Boom. With one final earth-shattering detonation, Lin Yuan hurled a monstrous fleshy tendril, tens of meters long, thick as a water cistern and deep violet in hue, onto the apex of the metallic mound. The instant it appeared, a pure, suffocating aura of death erupted, the unmistakable signature of a 7th-rank apex sovereign of the stellar realms, engulfing the entire first floor of Stellar Pavilion. Bang! Several guards standing too close convulsed, violently frothing at the mouth before being hurled backward by crackling arcs of deathly lightning. Even the tiny star lights on the ceiling of the hall flickered wildly under this oppressive force, as if they would extinguish at any moment. Lin Yuan brushed the dust off his hands and looked at the completely dazed old goblin. Aren't you here to see treasures? Look for yourself. The old goblin, who had just been arrogant and threatening to peel Lin Yuan's skin, now seemed as if he had been hit by a paralyzing spell. His eyes, which were not particularly large to begin with, now bulged, as if they might pop out of their sockets, and he even dropped the staff he was holding. This metallic texture, this rune inscription. The old goblin trembled as he took short steps like a devout pilgrim stumbling towards the pile of mechanical. He pulled out a magnifying glass from his pocket and pressed it tightly against the surface of the mechanical sphere, his whole being vibrating with excitement. Impossible. This can't be. This is the Titan high-energy mechanical core. An ancient creation exclusive to the Titan race, lost for 3 entire eras. So complete. Not a bit of energy has been lost. These hundreds of cores are enough to equip an interstellar elite guard. The old goblin shivered as he raised his head with difficulty, his gaze landing on the massive tentacle above, sparkling with purple electric light. Just a glance. Thud. This dignified mid-level 6th-grade chief appraiser of the Star Pavilion suddenly went weak in the legs and kneeled before the mountain of gold in front of everyone. 7 grades. This is flesh of the 7th grade astral overlord. This deathly aura. Is this the core neural tentacle of a void lord, evil eye tyrant? Oh my god. A being of such caliber, even deep in the chaotic star sea, is a dominant force, and someone has actually severed a complete core tentacle. The vitality on it is still there. Insanity. The old goblin felt as if his worldview had been shattered by this pile of scrap metal that had fallen from the heavens. He abruptly turned his head, and in his gaze towards Lin Yuan there was no longer an ounce of arrogance. To produce hundreds of lost Titan cores, and even a fresh corpse of a 7th-grade void royal. How could this possibly be a local bumpkin from the wasteland? This must be a young master of some ancient divine clan that has hidden away in the depths of the cosmos out for a secret visit. You blind fool. The old goblin suddenly leaped up from the ground, turned around, and slapped the still-sitting receptionist hard across the face. You foolish blind idiot. Do you want to ruin the Star Pavilion? Hurry up and go over there and invite these distinguished guests. No. Invite these ancestors. To the top floor's VIP room number 1. Go to my private treasury, take out that jar of 3,000-year Dao tea, and brew it. If a single tea leaf is missing, I'll chop off your hand. The rapid change in demeanor and the sycophantic attitude left Long Zhan and Gu Jianhun utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, he wanted to skin them alive, and now he was treating them like ancestors. Lin, young Master Lin. No, Master Lin. The old goblin rubbed his hands together, bent at the waist, and jogged to Lin Yuan. Old man Jin Duobao, I didn't recognize the mountain earlier and offended you. Please don't hold it against me. Look, why don't we move to the top floor? I'll arrange the highest level of reception for you, and we can discuss this shocking business at a leisurely pace. Facing the old goblin's 180-degree turn, Lin Yuan walked to the center of the hall and sat down boldly in an expensive grandmaster chair. He looked at the old goblin with a face full of smiles, his tone lazy but exuding a domineering aura that sent chills down the spine of everyone present. There's no need to go to the top floor. I'm a more easygoing person, I just like to talk here. Lin Yuan's long fingers lightly tapped the armrest, looking at the old goblin with a smile that wasn't quite a smile now. You come and tell me. Do these broken copper and iron count as enough to crush wealthy people to death? Master Lin, please accept this. This is our Star Pavilion's highest level Supreme Black Card. Usable across all star systems in the Alliance, waiving all handling fees. Jin Duobao, the mid-level 6th-grade chief appraiser at this moment, looked like a sycophant sending off a plague god or a fortune god, trembling as he respectfully handed over a black card edged with shattered diamonds to Lin Yuan. A total of 300 Titan mechanical cores plus that complete 7th-grade Void Lord Tentacle. The Star Pavilion offered a price that would make even a top local family green with envy. 30 million high-grade star coins. This immense amount, if converted into high-quality source stones, would be a full 30 million pieces. For Gu Jianhun and Long Zhan, who had just come out of the countryside city 36, this string of numbers had already exceeded their cognitive limits. That'll do. Lin Yuan casually took the black card, stuffed it into his pocket, and strode out of the resplendent gates of the Star Pavilion with his still-dazed teammates. However, just as he stepped out of the door, Lin Yuan's footsteps halted. The originally bustling and noisy main street of the first commercial district, filled with floating cars, had suddenly turned eerily quiet. The shops on both sides of the street had closed their doors tightly, and the high-ranking passers-by of the higher races had long since hidden away hundreds of meters away. And below the wide jade-stone steps of the Star Pavilion, a group of people, or rather a well-equipped private guard, had completely sealed off the entire street. At the forefront of the team, there hovered a luxurious throne supported by anti-gravity engines. On the throne sat a young man with silver hair and an enchanting face lazily leaning back. He was dressed in a set of dazzling S-grade psionic mecha, its surface covered in cultivation array patterns. Starlight Clan's young master Austin Peak, 5th grade. One of the infamous 3 great bullies of Tianshu, Star notorious for his greed and domineering nature. It seems that the Star Pavilion's confidentiality work is not very effective. Lin Yuan looked at the blatant robbery setup and turned back to glance at the old goblin in the door, who was wiping cold sweat in a frenzy. Money stirs the heart. How could a country bumpkin with no background suddenly produce a mountain of gold in the Star Pavilion? Such a fat sheep could never escape the eyes of the local tyrants. Indigenous. Austin's mech visor automatically retracted, revealing his arrogant face. I heard that you just sold Titan cores inside. This young master happens to be in need of some funds to refit my interstellar battleship, so hand over that black card. Then his gaze passed over Lin Yuan, landing on Ji Hongyi's graceful figure, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Additionally, leave that woman in red behind. If you obediently comply, this young master is in a good mood today and might graciously accept you trash from the wasteland as dogs. From now on in Tianshu, Star, you will be regarded as my Austin's people. As the words fell, Ji Hongyi, known for her fiery temper, could hardly tolerate such an insult. On Earth, she was the exalted saint of the 10,000 Poisons Valley. Her beautiful eyes turned cold as she flicked her wrist. The 7-colored poisonous toad on her shoulder croaked, and a massive wave of corrosive 7-colored poisonous mist potent enough to instantly erode the flesh of a 5th-tier beast surged toward Austin's throne like a sandstorm. Attack! At the same time, the ancient sword's spirit erupted. The Sklas ancient sword was drawn, and the Taibai sword intent soared into the sky, transforming into a fierce sword light aimed directly at Austin's head. However, facing the furious strikes from these two prodigies, Austin remained motionless, a mocking smile on his lips. Ignorant primitive. Just as the poisonous mist was about to touch the throne, a dazzling array of green runes suddenly illuminated the surface of his S-Class psychic armor. Microarray, air purification array. This was not merely a technological filtering system, but a fusion of the rules of cultivation arrays. The 7-colored poisonous mist capable of melting steel was decomposed and purified into harmless water vapor the moment it made contact with the green light, as if ice and snow met fierce fire. Meanwhile, clang. The ancient sword spirit's lethal strike was fiercely blocked by 4 guards rushing out from beside the throne. All 4 guards were at mid-stage 5th-tier cultivation, but what was even more terrifying was their equipment, holding a high-energy particle shield in one hand and controlling a psychic flying sword with the other. The absolute defense of technology combined with the bizarre killing methods of cultivation had them firmly suppressed in just one exchange, forcing the ancient sword spirit to retreat several steps, blood streaming from its mouth. Did you see that? Austin sipped his red wine, looking at the pale-faced Ji Hongyi and the ancient sword spirit. This is the foundation of advanced civilization. The perfect combination of cultivation and technology. In the face of our power, you primitive beings who can only wield cold weapons and play with crude poisons are like monkeys challenging interstellar battleships with wooden sticks. Ridiculous. Sigh. Just as the ancient sword spirit and the others gritted their teeth preparing for a desperate fight, a light sigh suddenly broke the oppressive atmosphere in the arena. Lin Yuan stepped forward, pulling the ancient sword spirit behind him. Captain. The ancient sword spirit said, a look of reluctance on its face. Enough, step back. Your equipment and techniques definitely need upgrading, but it's not shameful to be unable to defeat these Padoan players. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and walked step by step toward Austin, meeting his lofty gaze. I have a good temper, but I also have a flaw. As Lin Yuan walked, he flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. It's that wherever I go, I particularly dislike seeing fools like you who have no brains yet love to jump around. Seeking death. This remark thoroughly enraged Austin. As the young master of the Starlight clan, when had he ever been insulted face-to-face by a native like this? Since you don't want to be a dog, then die. Austin suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. The S-Class psychic armor on his body erupted with blinding light, and the components of the armor on his right arm rapidly deformed and restructured into a menacing cannon. Deep in his palm, a dark purple energy was collapsing and condensing at a terrifying speed. It was young master, no. That's the commercial district. One guard nearby exclaimed in shock, trying to stop him. But boom. A death beam scorching even space erupted from Austin's palm with enough terrifying power to shatter a small hill, completely engulfing the space where Lin Yuan stood. The blinding white light forced everyone to shut their eyes. The raging energy storm blasted away all the stone steps in front of the starry pavilion. It's over. The onlookers shook their heads, knowing that the kid hadn't even activated his shield. He would be reduced. The distant onlookers, all from different races, shook their heads after that shot. Let alone a 4th-tier warrior, even a 6th-tier beginner would be severely wounded if not killed. The explosive power of technological weapons had always been a nightmare for cultivators. However, as the white light gradually faded, A gust of wind blew away the smoke, revealing Lin Yuan, who emerged step by step from the edge of a massive pit, several meters deep, still with his hands in his pockets. Not only had he not been reduced to rubble, but not even a corner of his clothing had been singed. On the surface of his skin, a layer of dragon scales, seemingly infused with the truths of heaven and earth, shimmered with a dark, golden divine light. The death beam, potent enough to annihilate a mountain, struck this layer of dragon scales, and was perfectly absorbed and refracted without even qualifying to breach his defenses. This is impossible, Austin exclaimed, sounding as if he had seen a ghost, his voice sharp enough to break. What kind of body is this? This is a death ray capable of killing even 6th-tier great demons. Is it over? Lin Yuan stood directly beneath the throne, his eyes reflecting the dragon's shadow, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down Austin's soul. It's over. Then it's my turn. Bang. In the astonished gazes of all the onlookers, Lin Yuan's knees bent slightly, and the ground beneath his feet erupted into a pit 10 meters in diameter. Using the terrifying reaction force, Lin Yuan appeared before Austin's mech in an instant, as if teleporting. An unadorned punch. Titan God Power, triple crushed amplification. Alert. Alert. Encountering ultra-high-risk physical strike. The intelligence system within Austin's mech emitted a warning sound, and a half-meter thick absolute defense shield of the 6th tier instantly expanded on the surface of the mech. This was the ultimate shell, said to be unbreakable by anything below the 6th tier. Hold it, Austin screamed in despair. In the next second, Lin Yuan's seemingly fair fist struck solidly against that layer of defensive shield. Crack! The so-called absolute defense shield shattered into countless points of light under Lin Yuan's terrifying punch, which fused the powers of the true dragon and the Titan, without even a millisecond of resistance. The force of the punch did not diminish. It crushed effortlessly. The fist smashed fiercely against the chest armor of the S-class psychic mech. The indestructible starry alloy caved and twisted, and the array patterns shattered. Puff! Inside the mech's cockpit, Austin's sternum shattered instantly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, he, along with the mech, was sent plummeting straight down by the terrifying kinetic energy of this punch. Boom, boom, boom. The immense impact smashed through the ground of the commercial district, pierced the underground pipelines, and drove Austin down into the depths of the underground waterways hundreds of meters deep. A single punch. Even a 6th-grade shield combined with an S-class mech was shattered on the spot. Hiss! The entire main road echoed with gasps of astonishment. The 4 guards were so terrified that their weapons dropped to the ground, trembling all over, lacking even the strength to flee. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan gracefully descended from midair. What high-ranking prodigy! Integrating cultivation with technology. The turtle shell is indeed quite tough. It's a pity. The person is too weak. Lin Yuan turned his head, looking at the guards, who were already paralyzed with fear, and coldly established the first rule of his arrival in the Star Sea. Go back and tell your elders. If you want revenge, you can. Just remember to bring enough medical fees next time you come. On this day, all the major powers of the 100 Cities Alliance and all the conceited local prodigies learned through various channels that on Tianshu Star, an untouchable rustic who could dismantle mechs with bare hands has arrived. Boom! The terrifying scene of the Starlight Clan's young master Austin being smashed through the surface along with his S-class mech felt like it sprouted wings. In less than 3 minutes, it instantly detonated the entire first commercial area of Tianshu Star. Alarm bells blared, and countless divine senses from the various powers of the 100 Cities Alliance scanned the surrounding skyscrapers. Everyone was frantically trying to find out who the reckless dragon crossing the river was, daring to cripple one of the 3 notorious bullies, Austin, right in the absolute safe zone of Tianshu Star. This was simply a slap in the face to the entire Starlight clan. Captain, this has escalated. Long John swallowed hard, staring at the deep pit of the underground drainage, still emitting charred black smoke. Though that punch earlier had ignited his blood, he as a soldier knew very well the kind of frenzied retaliation that would ensue from beating the local tyrant's young master to a pulp on their turf. Just then, the steel canopy of Tianshu Star, originally illuminated by holographic advertisements and neon lights, suddenly darkened without warning. A thick layer of storm clouds quickly gathered, followed by an incredibly dazzling starlight that, like a sword of divine punishment, forcefully tore through the atmosphere and the protective shield of the commercial area, descending straight onto the ruined street above. Who dares to be so reckless? How dare you harm my Starlight clan's direct bloodline? Prepare to pay with your life. An elderly voice mixed with thunderous roars erupted across the entire street. Countless reinforced glass windows of shops shattered inch by inch under this roar. In the sky, the starlight dissipated. An elderly man wearing a starry robe with silver hair, standing upright, was floating in midair. His eyes like lightning, exuding a terrifying aura. Elder Aldous of the Starlight clan's inner court, a pinnacle 6th-grade powerhouse. A protector. Such a top-tier, high-level interstellar race, how could the direct young master leave without a protector following him in the shadows? However, Aldous had just been drinking tea at a nearby clubhouse and never expected that a 4th grade native without any background could shatter an S-class mech shield with a single punch. By the time he reacted, his own young master had already been smashed into the drainage. Boom! As the elder's words fell, a substantial mental pressure belonging to a pinnacle 6th grade powerhouse crushed down towards Lin Yuan and the others like 100,000 ancient mountains. Ugh! Long Zhan and Gu Jianhun both groaned in unison, their knees nearly buckling to the ground. The battle armor on their bodies emitted piercing alarm sounds, and their bones crackled as if they would break apart in the next moment. This was the terror of a pinnacle 6th grade powerhouse. Not needing to lift a finger, just relying on his aura could crush lower-level warriors. Old man, why are you shouting so loudly? Is it to show off your volume? At this moment, Lin Yuan stepped forward, standing in front of his teammates. The true dragon spine marrow within him rumbled and operated. His robust body, capable of withstanding the power of the 7th grade rules, treated the pressure from the elder of the Starlight clan as nothing. Is it that if you beat the young one, you come for the old one? Lin Yuan's right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. Clang! A high-pitched dragon's roar reverberated through the long street. The blade of Zhan Yuan instantly unsheathed. Having evolved into a pinnacle 6th grade artifact, the indestructible blade, upon being drawn, directly sliced through the mental blockade cast by Elder Aldous, creating a massive rift in the void. Alright then. Lin Yuan held the sword in one hand, the blade tip angled towards the elder of the Starlight clan in midair. In his eyes, the golden vertical pupils had completely replaced his human irises. The divine demon furnace hidden within him was now operating like boiling magma, letting out a ravenous roar. He had just broken through to 4th grade and was eager for a sufficiently substantial whetstone to test his current limit of combat power. Since you are so eager to accompany that fool, today I will chop you this old bone up too and turn you into fertile. Hiss! The entire place gasped in shock. He's gone mad. This native is definitely insane. Facing a seasoned pinnacle 6th grade powerhouse, not only did he refuse to kneel and beg for mercy, but he also dared to draw his sword and provoke. Is he eager to die faster? Arrogant ant. I will strip your tendons, peel your skin, and use your soul to light up the sky. Elder Aldous trembled with rage, his pinnacle 6th grade true essence condensing into a light sphere capable of leveling an entire block, aimed directly at Lin Yuan to strike down. An unprecedented cross-level assassination was on the verge of breaking out. However, just as Lin Yuan slightly bent his knees, preparing to unleash his Titan divine power to clash with this 6th grade powerhouse. Stop! Let's see who dares to lay a finger on my esteemed VIP guest at the entrance of the Starry Pavilion today. Accompanied by this deafening roar. Boom! Boom! The sky was instantly overshadowed by two massive shadows. Two Third-turtle entirely constructed from dark matter alloy heavy-type mechs equipped with antimatter annihilation cannons crashed down onto the street between Lin Yuan and Elder Aldous. The indestructible high-strength pavement was directly crushed into two deep pits with diameters of several dozen meters. The desperate energy fluctuations from these two mechs instantly shattered Elder Aldous' pinnacle 6th grade pressure. Immediately after, the resplendent golden doors of the Starry Pavilion were kicked open. The chief appraiser, who had previously bowed and scraped to Lin Yuan, the gnome Elder Jean Duobao, now charged out with over 100 top guards from the Starry Pavilion, full of imposing vigor. He stood on a hovering flying device, flying directly to the shoulder height of the two 7th grade mechs, pointing at the elder of the Starlight clan, whose face had changed drastically, and cursed. Aldous, are you an old fool trying to rebel? Your worthless young master Austin was outmatched and provoked others first. Being crippled is simply his own doing. He deserves it. Jean Duobao spat while sweeping away his previous demeanor, showcasing the absolute dominance of a senior executive of the Xingqian Pavilion. I am now clearly telling you. Young Master Lin is our most esteemed partner at Xingqian Pavilion. He is the living fortune-bearer with a supreme... The old goblin fiercely waved his staff, pointing it at the nose of the elder from the Xingguang clan. If you dare to touch even a single hair on him today, I guarantee that Xingqian Pavilion will cut off all your resource supplies and commercial routes in the 100 Cities Alliance by tomorrow. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. The onlooking foreign races were dumbfounded. For a mere country bumpkin, Xingqian Pavilion actually deployed two 7th grade battle mechas, the treasures of the pavilion. They even risked a full-scale war with the local tyrants of the Tianxiu Star, the Xingguang clan, cutting off trade. What on earth has this young man in black done in Xingqian Pavilion? Could it be that he saved the illegitimate son of the pavilion master? The expression on Elder Aldous' face in midair had turned a deep shade of red. The star sphere in his hand was held aloft, neither able to smash it nor disperse it. His gaze was fixated on Lin Yuan, who was protected by the two 7th grade mechas with murderous intent that was almost tangible. But he dared not make a move, although he was at the peak of the 6th grade, facing two 7th grade mechas equipped with antimatter weapons. Once they opened fire, he would be reduced to dust in an instant. Moreover, as the largest commercial giant in the 100 Cities Alliance, and even the middle section of the ancient road, The true boss behind Xingqian Pavilion was a reclusive 8th grade grandmaster. For such an existence, crushing the Xinguang clan would be as simple as squashing an ant. Weighing the pros and cons, he thought, good. What a Xingqian Pavilion. What a supreme esteemed guest. Elder Aldous forcibly dispersed the true essence sphere in his hand. The feeling of having to swallow the resentment of his grandson almost made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. He turned around and shouted angrily at the few dazed guards below, a bunch of useless fools. Why aren't you quickly pulling the young master out of the sewer? Looking at the guards flustered as they tried to rescue him. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. With Xingqian Pavilion protecting you, I'll let it go. But, the old man sneered, since you are a supreme VIP of Xingqian Pavilion, you must have some spare. Tomorrow is the annual Star Sea auction of the 100 Cities Alliance. That place is not one where you can run rampant with fists and bodyguards. It is about foundation and true financial strength. Let's see if Xingqian Pavilion can still spend money for you at the auction. Elder Aldous waved his sleeve. If you dare, let's see the truth at the auction tomorrow. I will make you understand what a true starry family is. With that, he rolled up the barely rescued Austin, turning into a stream of light, reluctantly fleeing into the distance. Watching the Xinguang clan elder flee in disgrace, Lin Yuan, standing behind the 7th grade mechas, was not angry at being interrupted from combat. He reached into his pocket and patted the solid supreme black card, which contained a fortune of 30 million top-grade source stones. That is equivalent to emptying the entire fortune of a 7th grade old city lord accumulated over 50 years, plus the core products from the ruins of the ancient titans. Richer than that. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, with an even stronger mocking look in his eyes. All right. He threw a heart-piercing remark in the direction the Xinguang clan elder left. I hope you bring enough coffin money prepared by your clan to tomorrow's auction. The night of Tianxiu Star is an unending cyber cultivation carnival. In the very center of this super metropolis hovers a magnificent building resembling an inverted pyramid, the Star Sea Floating Auction Center. This is the largest money pit of the 100 Cities Alliance, where the daily flowing funds are enough to buy a small resource planet. At this moment, the auction center was bustling with noise. In the giant auditorium on the first floor, which could hold 100,000 people, sat nobles from various star systems, mechanical modification enthusiasts, elders of cultivation sects, and various outstanding individuals from high-level races. And above the heads of this 100,000 people floated a circle of the highest VIP boxes made of one-way starry glass. Look quickly. That is the number 1 box. It's actually lit up. In the venue, someone exclaimed, and countless gazes turned towards the highest box, symbolizing absolute status and wealth. Hiss. Number 1. I remember that even the 6th grade peak elder of the Xinguang clan only got the number 3 label today right. Could it be that someone great is sitting inside? Absolutely a big shot. I heard that just now Jean Duobao, the chief appraiser of Xingqian Pavilion, was personally leading the way like a grandson. Amidst the awe and speculation inside the number 1 box, Lin Yuan was sprawled out on a sofa made of 7th grade iced silkworm silk, lacking any image. Behind him, Long Zhan, Gu Jinhuan, and Ji Hongyi were trying hard to maintain their composure, but their cautious looks as they glanced around still revealed their inner shock. The concentration of spiritual energy in this box was even 10 times denser than the blessed lands on earth. The fruits placed on the table for guests were top-grade spiritual fruits worth thousands outside. Master Lin, are you satisfied with this environment? Jean Duobao stood beside him, personally holding a pot of steaming Dao tea, his face filled with a fawning smile. It's passable. Lin Yuan took a sip of tea. Is that old fellow peeking from the number 3 box below the same elder from the Xinguang clan yesterday? Indeed, it's that old goat Aldous. Jean Duobao sneered. His grandson Austin was crippled by your mecha with 70% of his bones shattered. He probably came to the auction today to bid for healing elixirs. Oh, a glimmer of malicious amusement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Then he will probably leave empty-handed today. Ding! With the melodious chime of a bronze bell, the entire venue instantly fell silent. A fiery figure, a female auctioneer from the Feather Clan with a pair of pure white wings, descended onto the stage on a floating disc. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Star Sea Auction Center. Without further ado, the first auction item today. Scrade Spiritual Energy Blade Thunderfire, starting bid 1 million star coins. The auction officially began, and the atmosphere was extremely heated. Various Scrade weapons, 6th grade cultivation techniques, and high-level mecha blueprints were presented in succession as the foreign races below fought fiercely for these treasures. However, in the number 1 box, Lin Yuan was yawning throughout. So trashy. Lin Yuan shook his head in disdain. How can this worthless junk even be put up for auction? It's not even as good as the garbage I picked up in the Titan ruins. Dragon Battle, and the others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Lin Yuan's mechanical core, the mountain of gold, their perspective had been immensely elevated. As time passed, the auction finally reached its climax. Next up, one of the highlight treasures of this auction. The feathered auctioneer carefully unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, revealing a transparent glass tube, sparkling with starlight. Inside, a drop of dark golden liquid moved slowly like a living being, exuding a heart-stopping dragon's might. Void Dragon's Marrow Liquid. extracted from the marrow of a 6th-grade void subdragon. Not only can it revive the dead, but it can also significantly enhance the physical strength of the user, cleansing the tendons and marrow. Extremely rare. Starting price, 2 million high-grade star coins. Each bid must be no less than 100,000. As soon as this item was announced, the breaths of countless people in the audience became heavy. For martial artists who valued physical strength, this was simply a priceless treasure. We of the Starlight Clan, just as everyone was preparing to raise their bidding cards, a cold voice laced with the pressure of a 6th-grade peak master suddenly echoed from box 3. Elder Aldous stood up, scanning the entire room with a gaze full of authority. 3 million star coins. My grandson Austin has been ambushed by a madman and urgently needs this item for healing. I ask you all to show this old man some face. This dragon's marrow liquid must belong to the Starlight Clan. Directly raising the bid by 1 million and using the name of the Starlight Clan to exert forceful intimidation. In an instant, the major factions that had been eager to bid sighed and put down their bidding cards. To offend a 6th-grade peak powerhouse for a drop of dragon's marrow liquid in a high-ranking star clan deeply rooted in the Tianshu star was clearly not worth it. 3 million once. 3 million twice. Although the feathered auctioneer felt regret at not being able to sell at a high price, she didn't dare to offend Aldous and raised the gavel in her hand. 30 million. A lazy, casual voice suddenly floated from box 1. The voice was not loud, yet it clearly echoed through every corner of the auction hall via the amplification formation. The gavel in the feathered auctioneer's hand fell directly to the ground, but she seemed oblivious to the pain her mouth agape in shock. In that moment, the venue of 10,000 people seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. Everyone's brains were furiously calculating. 3 million. 30 million. Raising the bid by 10 times in one go. What kind of madness is this? Who bids by just adding a zero behind someone else's offer? Is this buying cabbage or what? You. Within box 3, Elder Aldous, who had been smug just moments ago, suddenly froze, his smile turning into a stiff mask. He slammed the railing, shaking with rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Yuan. It's you. Are you crazy? That dragon's marrow liquid is precious, but on the market it's worth, at most, 5 million star coins. You're asking 30 million. Are you here to cause trouble? Facing the hysterical roar of a 6th-grade powerhouse, a retort came through the one-way glass of box 1 from Lin Yuan. I'm willing a fortune, can't buy my happiness. With too much money to burn, what can you do about it? Lin Yuan even provocatively whistled. If you can't afford to play, then shut up. How dare a pauper try to book the venue like others? Elder Aldous finally couldn't hold back, his vision going black with rage, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. 30 million. Sold. Congratulations to the distinguished guest of box 1. The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement, sealing the deal. And this was just the beginning of Lin Yuan's insane performance. In the next half hour, this top-tier auction that attracted the attention of the entire universe completely turned into Lin Yuan's personal shopping spree. The next item for auction, a fragment of the ancient sword art. It's rumored to contain a hint of the sword path's origin. Starting price, 1 million. 5 million. The mother of all poisons. Ranked 71st on the universe's most deadly poisons list. Starting price, 2 million. 8 million. Ji Hongyi and the colorful poison toad on her shoulders swallowed hard, their eyes filled with fervor. Liquid vibranium, or the top-tier material for crafting defensive mechas. Starting price, 3 million. 10 million. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. Dragon Battle punched his chest in excitement. Crazy. The entire hall of 10,000 different races was utterly astonished. Where did this dragon from across the river come from? While others bought items piece by piece, he bought in tons. No matter what others offered, he always doubled, and in just half an hour, Lin Yuan's shopping spree directly pressed down the Starlight Clan, the giant tribe, and other local families wishing to compete, leaving them with not even a chance to raise a card. He's out of money. Just as Lin Yuan called out the price of the last item, Elder Aldous suddenly burst into wild laughter. I calculated just now. That windfall from the Star Pavilion yesterday has already been completely squandered by him. Out of money. Inside box 1, Lin Yuan listened to the laughter outside and casually tossed the already zeroed-out supreme black card onto the table. He stood up, stretched dramatically, and turned to look at Jean Duobao, who was sweating profusely and prepared to loan Lin Yuan. Old Jean, open the defensive formation of your auction platform and clear some space. I don't like to carry cash when I go out, so I can only sell some junk on the spot to make money. Before his words fell, Lin Yuan suddenly waved his hand, and the hidden shadow of the divine and demonic furnace within him instantly connected to the storage space. Boom. 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 In the terrified gazes of 10,000 people, the formation of box 1 was directly dismantled. 3 gigantic skeletons as large as mountains and radiating a sense of destruction crashed down onto the spacious auction stage on the first floor. The entire floating auction center shook violently. One was a void demon dragon over 100 meters long. Another was a starblade queen with 6 pairs of wings. And one was an ancient beast covered in bone spurs. This pressure. The auctioneer was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, while those 6th-grade powerhouses in the front row were so terrified they nearly lost their minds, hastily raising their shields. 7th grade. These are 3 complete 7th-grade Beast Emperor skeletons. From the crowd, a knowledgeable old monster screamed. A single 7th-grade skeleton is enough to forge the main cannon dragon backbone of a starship. Combined, these 3 are simply priceless. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the private box overlooking the venue below, which had completely fallen into silence and madness, his tone as calm as if he were buying cabbage at a market. Old Jean, just give a casual estimate. I've got the venue covered for tonight. Keep it rolling for me. Looking at the 3 terrifyingly majestic skeletal remains of the 7th-grade Beast Emperor's elder Aldous felt his legs go weak and collapsed onto the chair in the private box, his eyes vacant. A dimensional suppression. This is purely a wealth suppression. The proud foundation of his Starlight clan seemed like a pitiful beggar in front of a creature that could casually toss out the corpses of 3 7th-grade Beast Emperors. Just as the entire venue was going wild over these 3 skeletons, the auction finally welcomed its true climax. Esteemed guests. The auctioneer of the Feather Clan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trembling hands holding an ancient rosewood box. When the box opened, a tattered and seemingly crumbling parchment scroll lay quietly inside. This is the final item of this auction. The latter half of the ancient starry road, the incomplete star map of the gods' burial ground. It is said that it contains the path to the place where the ancient deities fell, holding the ultimate secret to breaking the limits of lives' levels. The starting bid is 10 million star coins. Buzz. The moment this star map appeared, ding. Extreme energy reaction warning. Detected divine demon body forging ultimate secret clue. This star map contains a beacon for perfectly merging divine and demonic bloodlines. At all costs. Get it? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened like a knife at this moment. He no longer appeared lazy, taking a step forward and resting his hands on the railing. This map. I will clear out my entire balance just now. I want it. His declaration was final. No one dared to bid at this moment, not because they didn't want to, but because they knew that even if they pooled all the money from their clan, they couldn't compete with this freak who could casually take out 7th-grade skeletons. The auction concluded in an extremely eerie silence. However, Lin Yuan understood clearly that the real hell would begin the moment he walked out of this auction center. The eyes of those alien forces had turned completely red. A commoner is not at fault, but possessing precious treasures brings trouble. A 4th-grade native from Earth not only bid on all the extraordinary treasures, but also possessed a terrifying storage space that could casually produce 7th-grade skeletons and even obtain the star map leading to the gods' burial ground. In the eyes of the dark forces across the 100 Cities Alliance, Lin Yuan had transformed from an arrogant bumpkin into a glistening fat sheep. A storm had silently gathered in this cyber cultivation center of the universe. Outside the absolute safe zone of Tianshu Star was a cold and deep cosmic vacuum. Gone were the neon lights of the cyber city and the ethereal aura of the cultivation floating islands. Only the dead silence of stardust remained, along with the endless killing intent lurking in the darkness. A medium-sized interstellar shuttle just picked up from the Star Pavilion was smoothly departing the gravitational circle of Tianshu Star. Captain. Ji Hongyi looked at the densely packed, faintly visible red dots on the holographic radar, her brows slightly furrowing, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. Since we left the auction center, dozens of tails have been following us. I just did a rough scan with my spiritual power, and there are not only members of the Starlight clan, but also the Shadow Demon clan I met earlier at the City Lord's mansion, as well as several experts from the Feather clan with wings. Given this situation, it seems half of Tianshu Star's dark forces are mobilized. Is it really okay for us to make such a high-profile exit from the city? Should I activate the shuttle stealth formation to shake them off? Shake them off for what? Hongyi, you still haven't broadened your perspective. We just cleared out our funds at the auction. Now we're broke. If we don't take this opportunity to find some kind-hearted people to reimburse our travel expenses, what will we eat when we head to the ruins? Running out of money isn't a problem. Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through the shuttle's window, looking into the profound starry sky. If someone delivers a package to our door, we just need to sign for it. The shuttle had not traveled 300 miles from Tianshu Star when a belt of meteorites formed by countless gigantic boulders and wrecked warships appeared ahead. The terrain here is complex and the magnetic field is chaotic, making it a natural hunting ground for space pirates and killers. Buzz. The moment the shuttle entered the heart of it, the surrounding cosmic space suddenly rippled with blue waves. Following that, a giant spatial blockade formation over 100 kilometers in diameter unexpectedly unfolded in the starry sky, trapping Lin Yuan's shuttle firmly within. Warning. Abnormal spatial curvature. The jump engine has been forcibly locked. The shuttle's artificial intelligence issued a warning. In the next second, swish, swish, swish. The once silent back of the meteor shower suddenly lit up with hundreds and thousands of dazzling energy beams, like a swarm of bees emerging from their hive. More than 100 well-equipped battle mechas and interstellar fighters completely surrounded the shuttle. In front of these Cold War machines, the void twisted. Three powerful beings radiating the terrifying aura of peak 6th grade masters along with a dozen initial 6th grade masters stepped out of the void like deities, completely sealing off all escape routes. Leading them was Elder Aldous of the Starlight clan, who had coughed up blood and anger at the auction earlier. Beside him stood an elder of the Shadow Demon clan, shrouded in black mist, and a powerful member of the Feather clan with 4 wings. In order to devour Lin Yuan, this super fat sheep, these 3 powerful forces had surprisingly teamed up. Lin Yuan, you ignorant native. Come out. Now, hand over that star map leading to the God's burial. Hand over all your top-tier resources. Elder Aldous' eyes turned bloodshot. I can be magnanimous today and leave you with a whole corpse. Facing this meticulously laid trap, the shuttle's door slowly opened. However, what shocked all the alien forces, not only did Lin Yuan walk out, but also Long Zhan, Gu Jianhuan, and Ji Hongyi. Moreover, these 3 teammates who should have been trembling in fear not only showed no panic, but directly flew to a huge meteorite and comfortably settled down. Gu Jianhuan even took out a sunflower seed from his storage ring and handed it to Long Zhan beside him. The captain is going to hog it all again. Long Zhan sighed, took the seeds, and started cracking them, reminding Ji Hongyi in a deep voice. Sister Hongyi stepped back a bit. When the captain goes berserk later, don't get blood on your new clothes. Ji Hongyi nodded in agreement, even casually raising a small spiritual energy shield, adopting a stance as if she were selling bottled water and beer from the front row. This scene left the alien warriors encircling them in a state of dumbfoundedness. Were these earthlings out of their minds? Surrounded by over 100 mechas and 3 pinnacle 6th grade warriors, they dared to snack on melon seeds. How dare you act so pretentiously when death is upon you? Open fire. Turn that flying shuttle into dust. Leave none alive except for Lin Yuan. Yes, hundreds of battle mechas simultaneously raised their cannons, and a ghostly blue energy began to wildly gather. At this critical moment, Lin Yuan floated in front of the flying shuttle, and within him the suppressed 4th grade initial cultivation mixed with the terrifying blood energy of Titan divine power and true dragon marrow erupted explosively at this moment. Black eats black. Sorry, this is also my strong suit. Buzz. Lin Yuan suddenly spread his arms wide, letting out an ancient dragon roar that shattered the stars. Artifact domain gravitational field 100 times maximum power activated. Boom. In an instant, the cosmic space within a 10-mile radius completely collapsed. The asteroid belt, which was originally in a state of weightlessness, seemed suddenly to be stuffed into a neutron star. An indescribable, terrifying gravity instantaneously enveloped those hundreds of battle mechas that were preparing to fire. Alert! Alert! Encountering an ultra-critical gravitational field. Structural damage to the body 90. 100. No room for resistance. Under the crushing weight of 100 times gravity, those battle mechas made of high-strength alloys were directly crushed into iron discs in the vacuum of space with a series of crackling sounds. In one blow, hundreds of mechas all annihilated. What kind of sorcery is this? The elder of the Shadow Demon tribe and the powerful Tianyu clan members who had been ready to enjoy the spectacle were nearly sent plummeting from the sky. 100 times gravity. Can a 4th grade warrior actually unleash such a domain? Even a 7th grade grandmaster specializing in earth laws couldn't achieve this level. Don't panic. He just had a momentary explosion. Let's all attack together. Elder Aldous' eyes turned blood red as he summoned a starlight glass tower radiating peak 6th grade fluctuations, charging towards Lin Yuan with a dozen initial 6th grade masters. Come on. Lin Yuan laughed maniacally, gripping the hilt of his sword behind him. Clang. The blade Zhan Yuan transformed into a black lightning that spanned the starry sky, instantly unsheathed. Blade draw, star shatter. Lin Yuan's figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast that even the spiritual senses of 6th grade powerhouses couldn't capture him. In the next second, he charged into the midst of the high-ranking 6th grade masters like a descending demon god. With a swift stroke of his blade, a 6th grade initial stage master of the Shadow Demon tribe, along with his protective black mist, was cleaved in half by Lin Yuan's sword from head to toe in an instant. Die! Elder Aldous roared, the starlight glass tower in his hand growing to the size of a small mountain, crashing down onto Lin Yuan's back. Ragged piece of junk. Lin Yuan didn't even glance back, executing a powerful upward strike. The combined might of 2,000 tons infused with Titan divine power plus the ultimate sharpness of a peak 6th grade artifact. That so-called indestructible peak 6th grade treasure was cleaved in half by Lin Yuan's blow, scattering fragments across the sky. The momentum remained unyielding, carrying an overwhelming aura of death as it swept past Elder Aldous' body. No. Elder Aldous' eyes widened. He lowered his head, staring blankly at the smooth cut running from his left shoulder to his right waist. Half of his body, along with his pride and greed, was slowly sliding away. You are not a 4th grade. Elder Aldous used his last bit of strength to let out a desperate wail. What realm are you, monster? Dead people don't need to know so much. Lin Yuan coldly flicked the blood droplets from his blade, his gaze devoid of any compassion. In less than 10 minutes, this originally anticipated easy catch hunt by the aliens had turned into a one-sided. In space, countless shattered mecha fragments, debris of artifacts, and the bodies of 6th grade powerhouses with eyes wide open floated aimlessly. It's time to eat. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the blood-soaked battlefield and snapped his fingers. Boom. The Demon Forge's black hole appeared behind him. A terrifying devouring power swept across the area, and the lifeblood essence of 3 peak 6th grade and a dozen initial 6th grade masters was instantaneously consumed by the furnace, turning into a torrent that surged into Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan's aura surged once again, directly crossing the initial stage barrier and stepping into the mid-4th grade. Huh. So comfortable. Lin Yuan satisfiedly burped, skillfully navigating through the battlefield ruins, collecting the storage rings of those 6th grade powerhouses floating in space one by one. With his spiritual sense scanning inside, tisk. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth stretched to his ears, unable to suppress his laughter. This Starlight Clan elder is truly a great benefactor. Not only did he return the 30 million I spent at the auction yesterday, but all of this adds up to over 30 million star coins in profit. Lin Yuan weighed the large number of storage rings in his hand and looked at Long Zhan and the others behind him, who were already numb with disbelief, and sighed. What was I saying earlier? The people of the universe are indeed warm and hospitable. After collecting his spoils, Lin Yuan did not linger in this starfield. He took out the old parchment scroll he had splurged on at the auction, the star map of the God's burial ground. He embedded the star map into the flying shuttle's navigation system, gazing through the porthole into the endless darkness of the starry sky. There lies the ultimate secret of forging divine bodies, as well as ancient dangers 100 times more horrifying than today's ambush. Let's go, brothers. Lin Yuan pressed the activation button for the jump engine, and the flying shuttle transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the vast star sea. Next stop, to dig up the tomb of the gods. In the boundless depths of the universe, a class interstellar warship was traveling at superluminal speed, racing towards the endless darkness. This warship was, of course, one of the luxurious spoils Lin Yuan obtained during his reverse procurement at the outskirts of the Tianshu star. As the private transport of the Elder of the Starlight Clan, it was equipped with the top-tier curvature engine, and its internal facilities were extravagantly luxurious. However, the comfort inside the warship could not mask the suffocating oppression of the external environment. Captain, are we going the wrong way? Ji Hongyi gazed out at the scenery, her beautiful face revealing an undeniable pallor. It was too quiet, too oppressive. As they followed the incomplete star map of the God's burial ground, they underwent continuous long-distance space jumps for 5 days. The scenery outside the window had undergone a drastic transformation. The brilliant starry river belonging to the 100 Cities Alliance, along with the shining stars, has all vanished. What replaces it is an absolute darkness, horrifying in its silence. Under the faint spotlight of the battleship, unsettling sights occasionally drift past the window. The ancient skeletal remains of enormous star beasts stretching for thousands of meters, and the shattered remnants of planets split in half. This is the mass grave of the ancient Star Road, marked as an absolute forbidden zone on all interstellar navigation maps. It is also the only path leading to the place where the ancient deities fell, the burial grounds of the gods. Not wrong. If this is a place for burying gods, then if it were beautiful, with fragrant flowers and birdsong, that would truly be a sight to behold. Lin Yuan tossed the star chart onto the control panel and stretched lazily, according to the coordinates on the star chart. After passing through this mass grave and making one last jump, we will. Beep, 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 beep. Before Lin Yuan could finish his sentence, the highest level red alert suddenly blared inside the battleship. Warning, warning. An ultramassive energy turbulence detected 3000 kilometers ahead. Energy level annihilation level. Database match successful annihilation. Starstorm. Danger level extremely lethal. Please evade immediately. Please evade immediately. What the hell is that? Long Zhan, who was in charge of navigation, trembled all over, abruptly pushing down the deceleration lever in an attempt to forcibly interrupt the curvature navigation. But it was already too late. The moment the battleship left the curvature space, everyone finally saw the terrifying sight blocking their path through the optical screen. A cosmic-level superstorm that swept through millions of kilometers of star domains. It was not composed of air and currents, but a death vortex made up of violent spatial debris, antimatter energy, and countless stellar remains caught within. Annihilation Starstorm. Gu Jinhun gasped, his grip on the sword trembling violently. I've seen it in ancient texts of the 100 Cities Alliance. This kind of storm can even devour light, don't mention an A-class battleship. If a peak 6th grade master were caught in it, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. This is something no human power can resist. Run, Captain, run. Long Zhan gripped the control stick tightly, cranking the battleship's reverse thrusters to maximum power, trying to escape the storm's gravitational pull. The high-energy particle shield surrounding the battleship, capable of withstanding a full strike from a 6th grade powerhouse, was visibly thinning at a terrifying rate under the storm's tearing force. Shield energy remaining 40 at 20. 10. Engine overload 150. Catastrophic No, Captain. The engine is overloaded. The storm's gravitational pull is too strong. It's like a black hole. We are being pushed back. We can't break free. A desperate situation. A truly life-and-death crisis. The ship's alloy skeleton had begun to deform. Ji Hongyi and Gu Jianhun were pressed against the cabin wall by the gravity, unable to even stand up. However, just when everyone thought they would perish in the universe today, what's the panic? Lin Yuan slowly stood up from the captain's chair. Steady the steering wheel. The rest, leave it to me. As he spoke to the astonishment of Long Zhan and the others, Lin Yuan unexpectedly turned and strode towards the airlock door at the back of the bridge. Captain, what are you doing? Outside is pure vacuum and a cosmic storm. Ji Hongyi screamed. Lin Yuan did not look back. The airlock door was forcibly opened. The violent vacuum suction instantly sucked the air out of the cabin, yet Lin Yuan's feet remained firmly planted. He stepped out directly, exposing himself to the cosmic storm. Boom. As soon as he exited the cabin, the terrifying gravitational storm struck Lin Yuan like countless invisible blades wildly cutting into him. If it were an ordinary fourth-grade warrior, they would be turned into pulp in an instant. Buzz. A layer of dazzling true dragon scales instantly covered his entire body. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan tilted his head back and let out a dragon's roar that resonated deep within the soul. Body of the divine demon, true dragon spine, talent, titan strength. At this moment, the blood and energy within Lin Yuan, previously suppressed to the extreme, erupted like with the ability to fly. He resisted the violent gravitational force that could blow him away, swimming against the current, flying to the rear section of this A-class interstellar battleship. What on earth does he want to do? Inside the bridge, through the rearview monitor, Long Zhan and the others stared in shock at the figure clinging to the battleship's rear armor. In the next second, the Lin Yuan in the image suddenly spread his arms wide. Those hands covered in dragon scales dug forcefully into the glass alloy armor plate at the rear of the battleship. Deeply embedded within, Lin Yuan's eyes had completely transformed into blazing gold. A terrifying physical explosive force of nearly 800 tons. What does this even mean? This is equivalent to Lin Yuan at this moment transforming into a super engine capable of flattening the Himalayas. Give me just a bit more. Lin Yuan's legs created visible white air wave rings in the void. Boom. The next second, a miracle occurred. This steel behemoth, over 100 meters long, actually stopped its retreat with sheer force. Not only did it stop retreating, but under Lin Yuan's force, as if he could lift the stars, it began to move forward inch by inch against the terrifying gravitational pull that could tear apart a 6th-grade master. The battleship was being pushed forward. Push the ship. Gu Jianhun and Ji Hongyi stared at the monitor, dumbfounded at the man bathed in starlight and storm. Long Zhan stood there with his mouth agape like a fool. What the hell is this? Still a human body? This is the gravitational vortex of a cosmic storm. In this forbidden zone, where even light cannot escape, their captain actually treated a battleship weighing tens of thousands of tons like a toy cart. But the situation was not optimistic. The armor plate Lin Yuan was gripping was nearing the point of shattering. Just a little more for me to get through. No. Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. All his strength converged in his arms, and he pushed forward with all his might. Boom. The A-class battleship instantly broke free from the last binding force of gravity, turning into a streak of light, plunging into the storm's periphery. In the dead silence of space, the battleship completely lost power, and the interior lights dimmed significantly. The surface of the ship was covered in terrifying cracks torn by the storm, and the rear thruster was directly rendered inoperable by Lin Yuan's push. But this ship, along with the people inside, survived. Whoosh! The airlock door reopened. Lin Yuan gasped for breath, slowly returning to the bridge. The dark, golden dragon scales on his body were gradually fading, and the terrifying aura, comparable to that of a divine demon, was retracting back into him. That nearly killed me. What are you all staring at? Waiting for the food to be served? The battleship is scrapped. Can the radar still work? Check where we are now. Long Zhan finally came to his senses, flustered as he rushed to the control panel, activating the backup power and optical detectors. The main screen flickered a few times, finally piercing through the darkness of the universe, restoring clarity. However, when everyone saw the scene reflected back on the screen ahead, including Lin Yuan, they all forgot to breathe. That was not a continent. It was a fragmented corpse floating in the cosmos. How is this possible? Long Zhan's legs trembled uncontrollably, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. As a 4th-tier warrior, simply staring at the silhouette of that corpse made him feel as if his spiritual sea would collapse in the next moment. It was too large. So large that it surpassed humanity's understanding of biological size limits. This corpse had lost its head and left arm, leaving only a fragmented torso and lower limbs. Yet even so, its size was comparable to that of a small terrestrial planet. A finger casually drooping in the void was thicker than Mount Everest on Earth. And at its wounds there was no blood flowing out, but rather a halo visible to the naked eye emanating from it. That was the essence of the Tao of heaven and earth, released after the fall of a divine being. Ding! High energy warning. System prompt detected ancient divine race, fragmented torso. Analysis: this creature's former realm surpassed the 9th tier divine king level, containing high-dimensional primordial laws. The residual pressure is extremely lethal, suggesting that beings below the 4th tier immediately close their eyes, or it will lead to soul annihilation. Everyone close your eyes. Do not look directly at its wounds. Lin Yuan shouted sharply, raising his hand to erect a true dragon blood barrier, forcibly blocking Long Zhan and the other's line of sight. He himself, having fused with the true dragon spine marrow and possessing a 4th tier initial stage divine demon body, could barely withstand the erosion of this divine might. Captain, is this the burial ground of the gods? Gu Jianhun gasped heavily with his eyes closed, his palm sweating profusely from gripping the sword. A corpse as large as a planet. What kind of place have we come to? Don't panic, this is a place of fortune. Lin Yuan's eyes, though shocked, were filled more with greed. Such a huge divine corpse, even if he could just chip off a piece of a nail, the energy within would be enough for him to level up twice, right? Let's go bring the ship closer, while scrape some oil. Lin Yuan's words were abruptly cut off, because the divine insight at his brow suddenly emitted an unprecedented deafening alarm. Even the system interface at the edge of his vision was flashing dangerously with a blood-red light. Wait. Lin Yuan squinted his golden vertical pupils, pushing his vision to the limit, peering through the layers of mist surrounding the planetary-sized corpse, looking at the divine corpse's chest, which was as massive as an abyss. In the next second, Lin Yuan felt a chill run up his spine, instantly extinguishing the unparalleled greed. Damn. In Lin Yuan's hypervision, there were 3 enormous super-interstellar motherships docked at the chest of the divine corpse. These 3 motherships were on a completely different scale from the 10th Sameter battleship they had seen earlier at the Tianshu Star. Each mothership was terrifyingly over hundreds of thousands of meters long. The leftmost mothership belonged to the mechanical divine cult, a superpower of the cosmic core star region. The middle mothership resembled the skeleton of a living starry beast emanating an ancient ferocity that was the vehicle of the Starry Beast Alliance. The rightmost mothership was engulfed in dark purple abyssal flames, surrounded by the wails of millions of vengeful souls. That was the expeditionary force of the Abyssal Demon Clan. Damn it, we're late. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. This was a level that the 100 Cities Alliance could not even approach. This was a true cosmic giant. What made Lin Yuan feel suffocated was that on the chest of the divine corpse, countless miners were densely clustered. They were using various heavy magical tools capable of cutting through stars to slowly excavate the keratin layer of the divine corpse, attempting to mine the primordial substances within. And these so-called miners were all 6th tier masters, letting 6th tier powerhouses work as laborers mining. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Above the 3 super motherships, 3 ethereal, yet terrifying auras distorted the surrounding cosmic space. Those were the overseers stationed here. Just a hint of their mental fluctuations nearly froze the true dragon blood within Lin Yuan. 8th tier masters. Retreat. Captain, we need to retreat quickly. Although his vision was blocked, Gu Jianhun felt the looming terror outside through Lin Yuan's suddenly tensed muscles. He trembled, saying, only those unfathomable titanic powers from the cosmic center can mine the divine corpse here. Just the 3 8th tier auras alone, let alone a random 6th tier miner, could crush us instantly. That's 8th tier. A mere breath could wipe us out. We can't interfere in this kind of situation. Gu Jianhun, in front of 8th tier masters, 4th tier warriors didn't even qualify as ants. In a battlefield of this level, even a glance could invite fatal disaster. Rationality told Lin Yuan that the correct choice now was to turn around and roll as far away as possible. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to issue the retreat order, boom! The divine demon furnace deep within his dantian suddenly erupted violently. Following the furnace's reaction, Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through the thick flesh of the divine corpse, locking onto a hidden heart chamber deep within the divine corpse's heart. There, quietly suspended, was a droplet of golden divine blood only the size of a fist and not yet dried up. Ding! Detected ancient divine source, heart blood. The divine demon furnace craved it intensely. Analysis: absorbing this divine blood will allow the host to complete the ultimate transformation of divine demon body refinement at the 3rd stage. The physical body can withstand 7th tier laws with a high probability of awakening ancient divine clan core divine ability. Looking at the blood-red prompt that popped up on the system, Lin Yuan's golden vertical pupils, which had already begun to waver in retreat, were ignited completely by a flame named Utmost Greed. Divine Source Heart Blood. The 3rd stage of divine demon body refinement. Awakening divine clan abilities. These 3 phrases echoed like a devil's whisper in Lin Yuan's mind. This was the blood of a divine being. If he could obtain it, what 100 Cities Alliance, what 7th tier city lord, all of them would be trash. This drop of blood could save him decades or even hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. Retreat. As the saying goes, the bold die from overeating, the timid starve. He turned to look at the pale-faced Gu Jianhun and the others. So what if it's 8th tier? 8th tier people need to take a shit and fart too. You guys park the ship at the edge of the Oblivion Storm, activate all concealment formations, and wait for me here. Captain, are you crazy? Long Zhan grabbed Lin Yuan's arm, his face filled with horror. You want to go up there? There are thousands of 6th tier and 3/8 tier up there. What is there to fear? Lin Yuan brushed aside Long Zhan's hand, retracting the Zhan Yuan into his storage space, and deftly turned off all the energy indicator lights on his battle armor. These big shots are mining right out in the open. With such a massive divine corpse, they can't possibly manage it all. They'll take a turn as the old 6. Without giving his teammates a chance to dissuade him, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Turtle breathing technique, vital signs nullification. If it weren't for the fact that he was visibly standing there, not even radar could detect any signs of life. Then the auxiliary door of the spaceship silently slid open. Lin Yuan leaped into the cold, profound depths of space like an insignificant flea. Several hours later, Lin Yuan finally approached the surface of the divine corpse. Up close, the sense of oppression was even more suffocating. What lay before him was not skin but deep gashes like vast canyons, each stretching hundreds of kilometers. On the other side of the divine corpse, one could occasionally feel the massive tremors from the superpowers mining. Lin Yuan silently landed at the edge of the divine corpse's wound. Masters of the 8th rank, take your time mining. He'll go in first to scout the way for you. With that, his figure melted into the darkness like a ghost, slipping effortlessly into the unfathomably deep gash of the planetary scale divine corpse. Silence, a deathly silence. The environment here resembled a bizarre underground world. The surrounding dried blood vessels loomed like highways and tunnels. The petrified muscle fibers resembled undulating dark red mountains. Tick-tock, tick-tock. After traversing the intricate blood vessel maze for nearly 2 hours, Lin Yuan finally approached the core area of the divine corpse, the divine heart chamber. Ahead was a massive cavity large enough to contain an entire moon. As soon as he peeked in, Lin Yuan's golden vertical pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. In the very center of this colossal cavity floated a droplet of golden liquid the size of a water tank. It was simply resplendent. That drop of divine blood resembled a micro-star compressed to its extreme, with countless intricate and profound Tao runes swirling on its surface. Just by quietly floating there, the surrounding space could barely withstand the mass of this high-dimensional energy, presenting a terrifying distortion akin to turbulent water waves. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, barely suppressing the greedy roar of the divine demon furnace within him. Surrounding this drop of divine blood was a natural dark golden energy barrier formed from the remnants of the divine, while tightly protecting it. At this moment, less than a kilometer outside the barrier, a massive interstellar drilling machine, towering 10,000 meters high, was slowly wearing down that layer of dark golden divine barrier. Surrounding the drilling machine, 3 mechanical strongmen, composed of liquid metal and intricate machinery, floated in midair guarding it. Their eye sockets gleamed with cold blue data streams, and the energy fluctuations radiating from them were all at the early stage of the 7th rank. It seems the 3 8th rank masters outside are digging away at the big prize while these 7 rankers are here doing the fine work of extracting the heart. Lin Yuan pressed himself against the dark red wall of the heart chamber, his mind racing. These were 3 7th rank grandmasters. Although they had forcibly ascended their realms through machinery, their combat power should not be underestimated. Moreover, the mechanical church was best at full spectrum detection. The moment he used even the slightest bit of true energy or thought power, or even drew out the Zhan Yuan, it would trigger their energy radar, bringing about disaster. I can't use skills. I can't use true energy. Then, they'll just have to rely on my legs. Boom. No warning at all. There were no energy fluctuations. Lin Yuan's leg muscles swelled to their limit in that instant, and the dark golden dragon scales pierced through his skin. The hard muscle wall of the heart chamber beneath his feet was stomped out into a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Using this terrifying recoil, Lin Yuan's speed broke through the sound barrier by dozens of times. In the vacuum of airless space, this purely physical high-speed movement astonishingly evaded the mechanical church's impenetrable energy detection radar. Until Lin Yuan, relying on the ultra-high-speed physical inertia, crashed through that dark golden barrier and appeared before the drop of golden divine blood, the 3 7th rank powerhouses finally snapped to their senses. Who goes there? The energy radar didn't react. It's a pure physical breach. Ant, dare you steal my divine blood? Die. The 3 7th rank mechanical powerhouses erupted in furious anger, their mechanical eyes shooting out blinding red light. 3 particle beams capable of vaporizing mountains instantly erupted from their palms, descending upon Lin Yuan. Too late. Lin Yuan, suspended in midair, faced the enraged strikes of the 3 7th rankers without even glancing. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the long-suppressed divine demon furnace deep within his dantian activated at that moment. Devour it for me. That droplet of golden divine blood instantly transformed into a golden streak of light, swallowed whole by the divine demon furnace. Success. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, ready to change direction and flee with the momentum. However, just at the moment the divine blood entered his body, an unexpected event occurred. Warning! Warning! In Lin Yuan's mind, the system that had been operating steadily suddenly emitted an unprecedented shrill alarm. Detected a surge of primal laws surpassing the current dimension entering. Energy overload. Energy overload. Host body facing collapse risk. Initiating emergency protection protocols. System 3.0 major version forcibly updating. All functional modules, including skill bar storage space, divine demon furnace, will be forcibly frozen. The system will enter deep sleep mode in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Estimated duration 72 hours. Good luck, host. Beep. Accompanied by a prolonged crash sound, the system interface in Lin Yuan's mind turned into complete darkness. Next, he was horrified to discover that the true energy within him was completely locked down by a violent golden energy. His once proud spiritual thought felt like a stagnant pool. Even the Lin Yuan behind him could not be summoned due to the freezing of the storage space. It crashed. In this absolute deadlock where 3 7th-rank powerhouses were already closing in on him, the system actually forcefully shut down for an upgrade. Damn, what a time to pick. Lin Yuan couldn't help, but at this moment, the 3 7th-rank particle beams were less than 10 meters from his face. The terrifying heat even made the dragon scales on his body feel a sting. Thief, hand over the divine blood, or I will flay you alive. A 7th-grade mechanical cyborg charging at the forefront had its thrusters spitting out ghostly blue flames, and its mechanical arm was brutally slashing toward Lin Yuan's neck. Skills sealed. Energy locked. Faced with this dire situation, not a hint of panic flickered in Lin Yuan's vertical pupils. Even without skills, he twisted his waist and abdomen fiercely in midair, charging directly toward the blade of the 7th-grade powerhouse, advancing rather than retreating. This muscle is also invincible. A normal attack is equivalent to a mighty blow. Boom. Lin Yuan's shoulder slammed into the chest of the 7th-grade mechanical cyborg at a terrifying speed exceeding that of sound. With a mass of 800 tons combined with the terrifying kinetic energy from sonic speed. Bang! Under the terrified gaze of the 2 other 7th-grade companions. This dignified 7th-grade grandmaster's chest instantly caved in, creating a massive pit followed by a violent physical shock that pierced through his back. One strike, purely physical, killing the 7th grade. Stop him. The remaining 2 7th-grade powerhouses were horrified and unleashed a furious barrage. Thank you for the thrust. Lin Yuan was not one to linger in battle. Using the recoil from smashing the 7th-grade powerhouse, he forcibly altered his trajectory in midair, shooting toward the divine corpse fissure that had earlier infiltrated above him. Bang! 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 Several particle beams grazed past Lin Yuan's back, leaving scorched marks on the indestructible dragon scales, yet they failed to hinder him in the slightest. Boom! Lin Yuan smashed through the last layer of keratin on the divine corpse's surface, bursting out from within this planet-sized divine corpse. The captain is out. Dragon Battle and Ancient Sword Soul shouted excitedly at the sudden spike of a red dot on the radar. Quick, open the tractor beam. As Lin Yuan burst out of the divine corpse, he immediately spotted the distant battleship. Lacking a system storage space, he could not traverse the vast universe in his physical form, so he yelled frantically over the communication channel, "Don't guide us anymore. Full throttle charge into that black mist ahead." Just as Lin Yuan's voice fell audacious, the 8th-grade powerhouse stationed on the super mothership finally detected the disturbances within the divine corpse. With this furious roar, the cosmic space above the divine corpse instantly collapsed on a massive scale. The meteors within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers were instantly reduced to powder under this terrifying sound wave. A black giant hand formed from pure laws of destruction, and as large as a planet pierced through the void, aiming to strike down fiercely at Lin Yuan and the battleship. Chase! Seal off this star domain. Dig 3 feet deep. Ooh, I want that thief who stole the divine blood crushed to death. The might of the 8th grade devastating the heavens and earth. Dragon Battle. Charge! In this final second of life and death, Lin Yuan smashed through the battleship's airlock, crashing onto the deck. Meanwhile, Dragon Battle, responsible for piloting, had bloodshot eyes as he smashed the overload protection limiter of the engine. Get moving now. Boom. At the very moment the black giant hand was about to shatter the battleship, this already tattered interstellar vessel plunged into the depths of the absolute black mist of the burial ground of the gods. In the void behind, only the furious roar of the 8th grade powerhouse shattering the star rivers echoed throughout the universe for a long time. Bang! The dilapidated A-grade interstellar battleship, having lost all power, crashed heavily into a dark pile of meteors, kicking up a cloud of dust. This is the deepest part of the burial ground of the gods. Surrounding it is a black high-dimensional fog. This fog not only devours light, but also carries a bizarre law suppression that can forcibly isolate a martial artist's spiritual probing. Cough, cough, cough. The battleship's door was kicked open. Lin Yuan, covered in blood, emerged from the wreckage, gasping heavily. His black combat suit was torn into strips, but there was no time to care for his external wounds. He was fixated on the upper right corner of his retina. There, the originally splendid system skill bar storage space icon and the progress bar of the divine demon furnace had all turned into a dead gray. Only a line of blood-red countdown remained flashing system deep sleep upgrading 715958. What terrible timing. Lin Yuan rubbed his brow, forcing a bitter smile. Losing the system meant he could not open the spatial ring, which contained tens of millions of premium source stones, and all his healing potions. It meant he could not summon Zhang Yuan, that he lost the radar warning of the Divine Insight, and could not use the Divine Demon Furnace to quickly devour and recover stamina. It was like returning to square one overnight. Now, aside from his 4th grade initial cultivation and that bizarre body fused with the essence of true dragon marrow and titan divine power, he had nothing left. All active skills were completely sealed. Captain, are you alright? Dragon Battle, Ancient Sword Soul, and Ji Hongyi crawled out of the wreckage of the battleship covered in dirt. When they saw Lin Yuan, they exclaimed, Captain, your aura. How come your energy fluctuations have completely vanished? I can't even feel a hint of true energy. In Dragon Battle and the others' perception, Lin Yuan now seemed like an ordinary person with no cultivation. If it weren't for the lingering aftermath of him pushing the battleship barehanded. They even suspected that the captain had been incapacitated by that 8th grade powerhouse's slap. I'm fine. I just forcibly pushed the ship, and combined with ingesting that drop of divine blood, my cultivation went awry. For the next 3 days, I won't be able to use true energy or spiritual power. The spatial ring has also been temporarily locked by my vital essence. But it's not a big deal. A 3-day rest will suffice. What do you mean it's not a big deal? Ji Hongyi's eyes turned red with anxiety. In this burial ground of the gods, where even 8th grade powerhouses dared not tread lightly, being without cultivation and supplies, with a group of frenzied mechanical gods hunting them down outside, it was an absolutely desperate situation. At that moment, a sudden rustling sound came from the edge of the black mist. The sound was orderly and moved at an extremely fast pace, rapidly approaching their crash site. The pursuers are coming. Ancient Sword Soul suddenly drew his sword, but the next second cold sweat dripped from his forehead. No. This black mist is strange. Once my spiritual power leaves my body more than 10 meters, it will be directly devoured. I can't sense where the enemy is. Ji Hongyi also tried to release toxic mist to probe the way, but as soon as those toxic gases touched the black mist, they vanished without a trace, like a cow entering the sea. In this high-dimensional fog, cultivators who are accustomed to relying on their spiritual sense to detect enemies have been completely blinded. Yet within the mist, the products of technological civilization have not entirely lost their efficacy. The mechanical god cult's pursuit vanguard. Over 100 6th grade tracking hounds resembling leopards are silently weaving through the meteorite field. They have no eyes, their heads are equipped only with a row of flashing red composite detectors. In the center of the pack, a 7th grade mechanical adjudicator coldly stares at the holographic screen. Report, Lord Adjudicator, the high-frequency gravitational wave radar and infrared thermal imaging have locked onto the target. They are hiding behind the wrecked battleship. 3 of the energy signatures are 4th grade, while 1 has 0 energy response. The adjudicator's cold mechanical voice echoed, 0 energy response. It seems that stealing the divine blood has resulted in backlash from the laws, turning him into a useless being. Release the hounds, tear them apart. Extract the divine blood for me. They have locked onto our position. Behind the ruins, although Lin Yuan no longer had the system radar, he could still distinctly capture the sounds of the mechanical hounds from several kilometers away. Long Zhan tightened his grip on the tower shield and gritted his teeth, saying, Captain, step back. For the next 3 days, the 3 of us will protect you with our lives. There's no need for that. Lin Yuan looked at his teammates who were on high alert and suddenly smiled. Who told you that without true energy and treasures we can't fight? Lin Yuan turned and walked over to the wreckage of the abandoned battleship, ripping off several super strong alloy cables thicker than his thighs. Since we can't use magic here. For the past 3 days, Lin Yuan was no longer the lofty cultivator. At this moment, he felt like the top hunter in a primitive jungle. Then let us return to the most primitive physics. 10 minutes later, a dozen 6th grade tracking hounds silently approached the meteorite pile where Lin Yuan and the others were hiding. Their infrared detectors constantly scanned, quickly locking onto a heat source hidden between 2 massive meteors. The hounds immediately crouched low, their hydraulic engines and the hind legs began to charge wildly. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen 6th grade hounds transformed into silver flashes, their high-frequency, vibrating fangs ready to tear apart the heat source with ferocity. However, as they pounced closer, they discovered that the source of heat was not a human at all, but a backup generator from a battleship that Lin Yuan had violently dismantled. Beep. The intelligent core of the mechanical hound instantly determined that this was a decoy and was about to issue a retreat alarm. But from the darkness above, an oppressive sonic boom suddenly erupted. Lin Yuan descended like a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the heavens, without the aid of any flying treasures or a hint of true energy fluctuation, relying solely on the terrifying power of his legs to crash down from 100 meters high black meteorite. Even without external aids, I am still the god of this hunting ground. As he accelerated in free fall, Lin Yuan pulled back his right arm, his muscles bulging. That terrifying 800 tons of strength compressed the air into a visible white shockwave at the tip of his fist. Boom! A plain unadorned punch. There was no room for resistance. The super alloy framework capable of withstanding the strikes of 6th grade flying swords crumbled under Lin Yuan's punch like dried dough. With one punch, a physical annihilation of 6th grade. And this was just the beginning. The moment Lin Yuan landed, he kicked off a nearby rock. Snap! This trip wire was not connected to any intricate hidden weapon. Instead, it was the result of Lin Yuan using his terrifying physical strength to manually lift 3 supermassive black meteorites, each weighing thousands of tons stuck in midair during the previous 10 minutes. With the loss of the cable's pull, the 3 massive meteorites fell like the sky collapsing, propelled by gravitational acceleration towards the group of mechanical hounds that had yet to disperse. Alarm! Encountering supermassive physical impact. Bang! 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 In the face of thousands of tons of boulders and absolute gravity, any high-frequency shields or superalloys were utterly meaningless. This elite vanguard team, composed of a dozen 6th-grade hounds, was directly smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Engine oil mixed with blue energy fluid flowed freely on the dark rocks. Half an hour later, when the 7th-grade mechanical adjudicator finally arrived at the coordinates with the main force, there were no signs of fierce magical collisions, nor any traces of true energy. All that remained were 3 massive meteorites and the horrific remains of hounds crushed beneath them. How is this possible? He couldn't comprehend how they had silently annihilated a 6th-grade vanguard team without any energy flow. At that moment, his gaze suddenly froze on the largest and flattest black rock wall ahead. There, someone had used the still wet blue machine oil from the mechanical hounds to write a line of extremely arrogant universal cosmic characters. One more step forward, and you will all be slaughtered. Looking at the line of oily characters, and then at the surrounding high-dimensional fog, where one could hardly see their own fingers for some reason. This dignified 7th-grade mechanical adjudicator felt an inexplicable shudder deep within his core processor, as if a toothless, magicless ancient beast capable of tearing the stars apart was silently watching them from the profound fog. In the upper right corner of his retina, a line of blood-red countdown, like a death warrant, was mercilessly ticking. System Deep Sleep Upgrade 241533-inch. Huff. Huff. Lin Yuan leaned against the massive rock, panting heavily. His once robust upper body was now covered with numerous deep wounds, large and small, exposing bone. Without the energy feedback from the divine demon furnace and the passive recovery boosts from the system, relying solely on the basic self-healing ability of a 4th-grade body, the wounds healed extremely slowly under such high-intensity, continuous pursuit. He was exhausted. After 2 full days of extreme survival in this high-dimensional fog, where true energy and spiritual power could not be used, they not only had to avoid the omnipresent spatial rifts, but also deal with the relentless mechanical god cult pursuers akin to a festering disease. And now they had nowhere left to retreat. In front of Lin Yuan and the others was a high-dimensional abyss that stretched endlessly in the fog. From below the abyss, a chilling howling sound emerged. Jumping down meant certain death. And behind them, buzz, 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 the synchronized roar of mechanical thrusters pierced through the black mist. Dozens of fully armed elite hunters from the mechanical god cult spread out in a fan shape, completely sealing off all routes of retreat. In the very center of these steel monstrosities, a 7th-rank mechanical adjudicator, half its body embedded in floating armor, looked down upon Lin Yuan, who resembled a trapped beast. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? You filthy native rat, weren't you quite adept at dodging? The adjudicator's mechanical eye scanned Lin Yuan's body frantically, data cascading down like a waterfall. Target energy response is 0 chi. Exhausted muscle fiber damage at 30. Skeletal fatigue has reached critical levels. Right now you can't even condense the most basic protective chi. Without those bizarre energy bursts, I wonder how your battered mortal body can withstand my neutron annihilation cannon. A dead end. A true dead end. Faced with the neutron annihilation cannon locked onto him by a 7th-rank grandmaster, not to mention Lin Yuan, without any chi, even a peak 6th-rank powerhouse in their prime would be reduced to nothing. Captain. At the moment the adjudicator's cannon began to charge violently, 2 figures, one left and one right, unhesitatingly stood in front of Lin Yuan. Long Zhan and Gu Jianhan. Long Zhan's once proud liquid metal armor was now riddled with holes, and half of a mechanical hound's fang was stuck in the gap of his left shoulder. Gu Jianhan was in an even more pitiful state, with his right arm pierced by a laser, his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably. Yet they stood straight like 2 indestructible walls of sighing resolve. Captain, you take the red clad and go first. Long Zhan did not look back, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. Although the bottom of this cliff is a chaotic void, with your physical strength, jumping down might offer a glimmer of hope. Gu Jianhan gripped the serrated glass ancient sword with the other hand, his eyes suddenly turning hollow and fervent, the Tai-Bai sword intent within him starting to flow and burn recklessly. If we both self-destruct our origin golden cores, we should be able to stall this iron lump for 5 seconds. Go! The 2 shouted in unison, their true essence already displaying a state of extreme violence before destruction. They were willing to use their lives to carve out a path for Lin Yuan. However, before their true essence could fully detonate, two powerful hands suddenly reached from behind, forcibly interrupting their self-destruction process. Immediately after, an irresistible force yanked the two burly men behind like they were little chicks. "Are you done making a scene?" Lin Yuan stood where they originally were. The numerous wounds on his body were still oozing blood, making him appear like a Shura crawling out of hell. Yet those vertically slitted eyes reflecting the ancient stars shone with an alarming brightness. "In my team, there's no rule for younger brothers to cover for older brothers. All of you get to the back and stay put, just watch the show. Watch the show. Presumptuous fool. Burn to ashes." The red light in the mechanical adjudicator's eyes intensified. The charging of the neutron annihilation cannon had reached critical levels. The destructive beam could erupt at any moment. The red light in the mechanical adjudicator's eyes intensified. The charging of the neutron annihilation cannon had reached critical levels. The destructive beam could erupt. Within this black rock, covered by high-dimensional mist, lay half-buried a crystal-clear, giant bone, exuding a terrifying oppressive force. This was astonishingly a fragment of a rib from that planetary-level divine corpse, broken off and fallen. Just a fragment, yet it was 3 meters long, as thick as a water vat, entirely made of the finest white jade, and the surrounding gravity distorted due to its presence. As heavy as the stars. Indestructible. "They'll borrow the bone of my ancestor." Lin Yuan suddenly squatted down, gripping the edge of the divine bone tightly. Innate talent, titan strength. Demon god body forging, true dragon spine marrow. Lin Yuan's entire body began to swell violently, dark golden dragon scales instantly covering him. His arms bulged with veins resembling coiling dragons writhing beneath his skin. As his terrifying strength erupted, the entire cliff trembled violently. Under the ghostly gazes of Long Zhan and the others, as well as all the pursuers from the mechanical divine cult, Lin Yuan actually pulled that 3-meter rib out of the rock layer with brute force. Boom. He grasped one end of the divine bone with one hand, using it as a massive baseball bat. Die. Without giving his opponent any time to think, Lin Yuan swung the divine bone and stomped his legs on the ground. Bang. Utilizing the overwhelming recoil, Lin Yuan broke through the sound barrier, braving the wind pressure capable of tearing steel. Annihilation cannon. Fire. The mechanical adjudicator was horrified and finally pressed the launch sequence. A blindingly bright azure beam, carrying the high temperature capable of obliterating everything, shot towards Lin Yuan in midair. However, Lin Yuan's instincts honed in life and death battles reached their peak. He performed an astonishing maneuver in midair. The neutron beam grazed past his left rib. The terrifying heat instantly vaporized the flesh on his left side, exposing the bone beneath. Yet Lin Yuan didn't even furrow his brows. He braved the lethal heat of the grazing wound, and with his terrifying speed, he surged right in front of the 7th-rank mechanical grandmaster. The distance between them was less than half a meter. "Taste the bone of my ancestor. Is it hard?" Boom. Lin Yuan swung the ancient divine bone as heavy as the stars like a pile driver, smashing down on the 7th-rank energy shield. Bang. The first strike. That layer of energy shield, which was said to withstand 3 hits from interstellar main cannons, shattered into countless blue light spots upon contact with the divine bone. Alert. Encountered superdimensional physical strike. The second strike followed closely. The mechanical body, made of the finest glass alloy, was severely dented, deformed, and sparks flew everywhere from that blow. "No. This isn't possible. You have no chi. Die for me." Lin Yuan's eyes turned crimson, resembling an ancient tyrant who knew no fatigue. He raised the divine bone high. Bang, 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 bang. The third strike. The fourth strike. The fifth strike. Each strike was accompanied by the explosive scattering of mechanical fragments. That dignified 7th-rank initial stage grandmaster had no power to fight back against such a savage piledriver-like assault. The mechanical arm was smashed off, the outer armor reduced to scraps. Until the final blow. Lin Yuan swung with all his might, driving that gigantic divine bone into the adjudicator's core power furnace, now wholly exposed. Boom. A violent explosion erupts. The energy core, radiating 7th-grade energy fluctuations, is smashed to pieces by the divine bone. A miniature mushroom cloud rises from the spot. As the smoke clears, Lin Yuan gasps for breath, propping the divine bone against the ground. Beneath his feet, the 7th-grade mechanical grandmaster, who had been so high and mighty just a second ago, is now reduced to a pile of scrap metal, not even worth taking to the recycling station. Silence. Whether it's Long Zhan and the others, or the distant mechanical elite pursuers who have yet to approach, everyone is now dumbfounded, staring at the bloodied human carrying the divine rib. A 7th-grade master. Defeated by a man who had lost all his true energy and internal strength, deemed by the system as energy depleted. With just a single bone. Did he really kill him? Puff. As the core of the 7th-grade adjudicator is completely smashed, Lin Yuan's tense nerves finally relax slightly. A mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of internal organs suddenly spews out. It was too brutal. To lose true energy protection and rely solely on the physical body to crush a 7th-grade grandmaster, is simply a suicidal tactic that defies the laws of the universe. At this moment, Lin Yuan feels as if his internal organs have been displaced and his hands are completely torn apart. Leaning on the ancient divine bone covered in machine oil, he stares intently at the blood-red numbers in the upper right corner of his retina system. Deep sleep upgrade. In progress, 910 less than an hour remains. As long as he endures this final hour, the system will reboot, and he can instantly revive to full health with the vast resources in his storage ring. However, in this burial ground of the gods, where even light cannot escape fate, seems unwilling to grant him this final chance to breathe. Buzz. Without warning, the ever-present high-dimensional black mist surrounding them is suddenly forcefully dispelled, as if confronted by some terrifying repulsive force. The space within 100 miles is frozen in that moment. What's happening? Long Zhan struggles to lift his head. The sky has cracked. Above their heads in the originally deep and boundless dark void, a terrifying space fissure, stretching tens of thousands of meters, is slowly torn open. Immediately after, a gigantic hand, like parting a curtain, forcefully sweeps aside the high-dimensional mist. With the appearance of the giant hand, a towering figure clad in a scarlet robe, half of his body already fused with the central control of an interstellar battleship, slowly emerges in the void. Mechanical God Sect Scarlet Archbishop, an early-stage 8th grade powerhouse capable of plucking stars and moons. To retrieve the stolen divine essence, the Mechanical God Sect has dispatched an 8th grade archbishop capable of suppressing the entire 100 Cities Alliance to personally intervene. Boom. The natural pressure emanating from the 8th grade powerhouse upon descending at the edge of the abyss is akin to 100,000 ancient divine mountains crashing down simultaneously. Long Zhan, Gu Jinhuan, and Ji Hongyi couldn't withstand even a second. They were directly crushed to the ground by this indescribable, terrifying pressure, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. This is true despair. Before an 8th grade powerhouse, all 4th grade prodigies and counterkills become laughable illusions. This is an absolute crushing of life dimensions. And as the primary target of this pressure, Lin Yuan feels as if a neutron star is pressing down on his shoulders. Crack, crack, crack. His legs tremble uncontrollably, his knees bending down little by little. His already battered skin bursts open, one blood vessel after another. Dark golden blood flows down his thighs, staining the rock beneath him horrifically. Die. He does not waste words, does not interrogate, nor even glance at Lin Yuan again. For an 8th grade powerhouse, crushing a bug requires no reason. The divine blood can be extracted from this pile of meat. As that cold word die falls, the colossal mechanical hand that obscures the sky, carrying a destructive storm that crushes the void, slams down towards Lin Yuan and the others like swatting flies. Before the giant hand even descends, the terrifying wind pressure has already begun to cause the rock layers at the edge of the abyss to collapse massively. Captain, don't worry about us. Long Zhan cries out desperately from the pool of blood. Stand up. In the apocalyptic winds. My knee. Lin Yuan's eyes have completely turned blood red, the golden vertical pupil deep within his gaze burning like a sun. Only kneel for parents, not for the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Get up, damn it. With a furious roar, Lin Yuan actually manages to halt his descent to kneel under this pressure that even shatters space. He not only stands upright, but also frantically raises the 3-meter-long ancient divine bone in his hand, bracing it firmly against the impending shadow of death. Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, Lin Yuan's arms fracture inch by inch. Countless capillaries explode simultaneously, releasing clouds of blood mist. His entire being has turned into a bloody figure, gruesomely tragic. The rock beneath his feet has been crushed into a deep pit several hundred meters in diameter, yet the divine bone in his hand remains steadfast, defying retreat. He is using his life, his soul, to withstand the divine might of the 8th grade. At this moment, the countdown in the upper right corner of his retina has reached its final moment. The giant hand continues to press down the divine bone, begins to bend. Lin Yuan's 7 orifices are gushing blood wildly. His consciousness has blurred to the edge, relying solely on a single obsession to hold on. 0.003, 0.02, 0.0001. 0. Beep. A sound reminiscent of the universe's birth. An alarm from the system explodes in the depths of Lin Yuan's nearly collapsing consciousness. Ding. System 3. 0 major version Dusk of the Gods update complete. High-dimensional permissions have been fully unlocked. Fusion of the ancient divine essence complete. 3rd stage of the divine devil body, forging ultimate transformation complete. Life signs of the host detected as critical one-click injury repair function. Activated. Just as the giant hand is less than 10 meters from Lin Yuan's head. An indescribable force, a torrent of high-dimensional laws 100 times more terrifying than that 8th grade archbishop, suddenly erupts from Lin Yuan's body as the center. A pure dark golden divine light. It ignores the spatial block, disregards the 8th grade's pressure, transforming into a beam of light that pierces through heaven and earth. What is that? In the sky, the originally expressionless Mechanical God Sect Scarlet Archbishop's compound eyes instantly shrink to the extreme. He watches in horror as his giant hand, made of stellar alloy upon contact with that dark golden beam, melts away like ice and snow meeting a blaze of millions of degrees, unable to resist, even for a second. It disintegrates from the fingertips, turning to nothingness inch by inch. This is impossible. This aura of law. You are merely a fourth-grade ant. The Grand Bishop roared in disbelief. Yet no one answered him. As the dazzling dark golden blood mist slowly dissipated amidst the stunned and shocked gazes of Long Zhan Gu Jinhuan and others, Lin Yuan released the divine rib bone, his body free from the shackles of gravity, gradually floating in midair. At this moment he had undergone a transformation. The horrifying wounds that were deep enough to see bone had perfectly healed under the system's one-click repair and the reshaping of divine blood. With each heartbeat it seemed to resonate with the high-dimensional laws of this land of the gods' burial. What was most terrifying was his eyes. They were a pair of vertically shaped pupils that had turned pure, dark golden. Boom. The aura within Lin Yuan no longer concealed itself, surging wildly like a star river that had burst its dam. The barrier of the initial fourth grade was instantly shattered. Fourth grade midstage. Fourth grade high stage. Only after breaking through the shackles of the fourth grade peak in a destructive manner, with one foot stepping into the threshold of the fifth grade grandmaster, did that world-destroying momentum finally come to a halt. Sorry. Lin Yuan slowly raised his head, his dark golden divine pupils locking onto the shocked 8th grade Grand Bishop in the sky. Thank you for waiting. However, there's no helping it, my external aid has just been renewed. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, his slender fingers gently pointing in the void. With the shocking arrival of the system version 3.0, a newly unlocked heaven-defying high-dimensional module popped up, a crimson prompt box in Lin Yuan's retina. New high-dimensional module debut, dimensional deprivation. Description: consumes the essence of divine blood, ignoring all defenses and laws, forcibly sealing the target by one major realm. Duration 10 minutes. Old man, did you enjoy the performance up there just now? Now. Lin Yuan reached out his right hand toward the lofty 8th grade powerhouse in the sky and suddenly clenched it. It's my turn now. Give me a fallen realm. Accompanied by Lin Yuan's cold judgment that seemed to follow his words, the system version 3.0's most core high-dimensional module, dimensional deprivation, was thunderously activated at this moment. Buzz. No world-destroying energy explosion occurred, only an imperceptible chain of law capable of making all living souls tremble shot out from Lin Yuan's forehead without warning. This chain ignored the high-dimensional mist of the land of the gods' burial, disregarded the spatial distance, and most importantly, ignored the layers of SS-level composite energy shields on the body of the Grand Bishop above. It effortlessly penetrated the air, easily embedding itself into the terrifying mechanical law form towering 10,000 meters high, then firmly locking onto his core. What is this? My realm? No. Why is my core furnace stalled? Under the stunned and shocked gazes of Long Zhan Gu Jinhuan and others below, the once imperious 8th grade powerhouse in the sky began a steep and frantic decline in aura. The massive mechanical law form that blocked out the sun rapidly shrank and collapsed. The terrifying rule power unique to the 8th grade of snatching stars and moons was forcibly stripped away from his body like a tide. 8th grade, early stage. Half-step 8th grade. Peak 7th grade. In less than 3 seconds, this cardinal bishop, who dominated countless star domains and held high authority in the mechanical god sect, was forcibly weakened to the peak energy level of the 7th grade by this illogical bottom-level logic. This is the terrifying aspect of dimensional deprivation. This is the crushing of rules from a high-dimensional system. No matter what heaven-defying treasure you possess, no matter what great path you cultivate, if it says you fall in realm, you must obediently comply. System prompt: target has been successfully deprived to peak 7th grade. Duration 10 minutes. Wish the host a pleasant hunt. No. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The 8th grade Grand Bishop, having fallen back to the 7th grade, floated in midair, feeling the sudden emptiness of power within, and for the first time an emotion called fear appeared on his mechanical face. What kind of sorcery did you use? You are clearly just a 4th grade ant. Below, the blood mist completely dissipated. Lin Yuan floated half a meter above the ground, slowly twisting his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. At this moment, although Lin Yuan's realm still lingered at the peak of the 4th grade, he had just devoured and perfectly fused with a drop of primordial divine blood of an ancient deity. The body, after undergoing the ultimate transformation of the 3rd stage of divine and demon forging, had its base strength surge from 500 tons to a terrifying 2,000 tons like a rocket. 2,000 tons of base strength. If we also account for the 300% enhancement of Titan divine power and the explosive boost from the true dragon spine marrow, Lin Yuan's current pure physical output, let alone a forcibly weakened peak 7th grade, even if a true 8th grade stood here to take a punch from him, it would end up with bones shattered and muscles broken. Old dog. Lin Yuan looked up and said, "Were you not enjoying yourself up there just now?" Boom. Before the words fell, the hard meteorite beneath Lin Yuan's feet instantly exploded into powder. Relying entirely on the terrifying recoil of 2,000 tons from his legs, he directly shattered the sound barrier and appeared before the Grand Bishop, as if teleporting. The distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters in an instant, and he had no intention of drawing his sword. Against such a mechanical cyborg made entirely of iron, what good is a sword compared to a club to relieve stress? He suddenly reached back with his right hand grabbing that ancient divine rib bone, which he had just used to block the massive hand of 10,000 meters. Now bring your head over here. Lin Yuan roared, channeling strength from his waist and abdomen, causing the muscles of his arms to bulge like coiling dragons. Then, wielding that ancient divine bone weighing as much as the stars and measuring 3 meters in length, he drew a shadow in midair and smashed it down onto the Grand Bishop's mechanical face. Arrogant. Even if I have fallen to the 7th grade, I am not something a 4th grade can touch. The Grand Bishop was filled with anger and fright, although his core furnace was locked. The foundation of his peak 7th grade remained. He immediately raised his mechanical left arm forged from glass alloy, instantly activating a high-intensity defensive field, attempting to withstand this blow. However, when that crystal-clear divine bone firmly smashed into his defensive field, the Grand Bishop finally understood what kind of monster he was facing. Bang! The deafening sound seemed to threaten to overturn the entire land of the god's burial. The first strike fell,